Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Eternal Tao Heart. Having entered my Yu immortal sect, you must prioritize your cultivation. From this day forth, you shall have no ties to the grievances of the world below. Our sect will ensure your safety. Within the majestic Tao Palace, before the grand statue of the Tao Ancestor, an elderly Taoist waved his whisk and gazed intently at the youthful boy before him. In a flash of golden light, an unseen breeze stirred, causing the boy's disheveled hair to gently float and effortlessly twist into a Tao Bunas. He felt his hair drift. Liuqian wore a bewildered expression, his gaze slightly dazed. Immortal sect? Cultivation? Taoist? Had he entered the realm of the void? Wait a moment. Suddenly looking down, Liuqian discovered that his body had shrunk several-fold. Was this the body of a 5- or 6-year-old child? The instant he realized the transformation in his physique, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind, akin to swirling clouds, leaving Liuqian in a state of profound agitation, unable to calm his thoughts. After a brief moment, "Who?" Liuqian exhaled slowly, his eyes deepening with complexity, revealing a composure that belied his tender years. What a shock! To think he had actually traversed realms. Even more absurd was the fact that this beginning truly seemed to be of hellish difficulty. This world's backdrop, coupled with my troublesome lineage. The old Taoist assurance of my safety was not mere words. As he sifted through the multitude of memories flooding his mind, Liuqian's heart sank, realizing the dire circumstances. This was a realm of high martial arts and mysticism, where strength reigned supreme. Those of celestial realms could shatter mountains with a fist and sever the yin and yang with a palm. Masters of the sword could slay foes from 1,000 miles away and pursue the guilty across vast distances. Noble families were embroiled in endless conflicts. Dynasties rose and fell in ceaseless succession. Fabled mountains and immortal sects engaged in clandestine strife. The righteous and the wicked were locked in an eternal feud. Unfortunately, Liuqian's family, the Liu clan, was a loyal supporter of the recently overthrown Ji clan of the fallen Great Zhou dynasty, and Liuqian was the youngest young master of the Liu clan. To eradicate completely, to sever all roots, this was the sole principle adhered to by all who wielded power against their enemies. One can only imagine the perilous plight of the Liu clan, remnants of the fallen dynasty. The Ji clan, as remnants of the imperial family, have been sentenced to annihilation by the ruling Qin dynasty. Victory belongs to the conquerors. Now, the Ji clan members, akin to despised rats, had few survivors and could scarcely stir the waters. Once esteemed, the swallows of the Wang and Xie families now flit among the common folk. Dynastic change, irrespective of the world, heralds slaughter and vengeful spirits. This is the inevitable consequence of the top families vying for power. Though the Liu clan was not the primary target of eradication by the Qin dynasty, they still evoke considerable wariness. Against the Liu clan, experts launched open assaults while assassins struck from the shadows, with dangers lurking at every turn. To ensure the continuation of the Liu bloodline, the clan, in desperation, expended their wealth and leveraged all connections to send the youngest, Liuqian, to the Yu immortal sect in search of protection. Far from the mortal realm, they sought but a sliver of hope. The Yu immortal sect, chosen by the Liu family as a sanctuary for Liuqian, stands as one of the most formidable sections in the contemporary world. Despite the recent turmoil and the Qin dynasty's pressing need for reconstruction, even at the height of its power, it dares not recklessly provoke the colossal Yu immortal sect. Before being sent to the Yu immortal sect, I recall that the individuals tasked with pursuing the Liu family were one of the most loyal hounds of the Qin dynasty, the Liu family of Shizhao. With a sigh, Liuqian was genuinely taken aback to find himself facing life-threatening peril so soon after his arrival in this realm. The Qin dynasty may hesitate to confront the Yu immortal sect directly, but employing the Liu family to enact insidious schemes against a mere 6-year-old child would be a trivial endeavor. It was rather naive of the Liu family to think they could intimidate the Liu family or even the Qin dynasty with the name of the Yu immortal sect. As he contemplated his precarious situation, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped Liuqian. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his head. Furrowing his small brows with an unexpected maturity, he lifted his gaze. Before him stood an elderly Taoist priest, his his face kind and benevolent, holding a whisk. "Return now." "Yes, master." Jiutian steadied his mind, shifting his feet back into the bustling crowd behind him. The elder Taoist raised an eyebrow, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. To possess such calmness and composure at such a tender age is indeed a rarity. Jiutian found his place among the throng of children, their innocent voices chattering incessantly, all sent here by their elders, bewildered yet eager. The eldest among them was no more than 10, while the youngest were merely 3 or 4 years old. The number did not exceed 200, inherent to their youthful nature. The children displayed no fear, glancing around with curiosity, the atmosphere lively. Next, the head of the Yushu immortal sect pointed towards a 6-year-old beside Liuli. The child paused, nervous yet apprehensive, before taking small steps towards the elder. One after another, those who reached this grand hall had undergone rigorous selection, their cultivation talent beyond question. This process merely served as a final assessment by the esteemed Taoist, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals disguised as children infiltrated the group. However, Liuli, having already passed the scrutiny, paid little heed to these proceedings. His brows were tightly knit, and his youthful face bore a look of resignation. Although he had ostensibly joined the Yushu immortal sect, whether the strife of the dynasty would remain unconnected to him was still debatable. Could the Liu family of Shizhao, loyal hounds of the Ying clan, truly overlook the opportunity to assassinate him in order to curry favor with the Ying family? Even a moment's thought would reveal the impossibility of such a notion. Those capable of toppling a vast dynasty, whether the current roiling family or the rising Liu family of Shizhao, understood this better than anyone else. To leave roots unremoved is to invite new growth with the spring breeze. Was it realistic to hope they would spare what appeared to be an inconsequential threat? That notion was far from plausible. The Yushu immortal sect can withstand the formidable might of the Ying family and the Liu clan of Shizhao, yet it cannot shield me from the relentless assassination attempts directed solely at me. The status of an ordinary disciple within the Yushu immortal sect is not an infallible safeguard for my life. Thus, I find myself in dire need of a steadfast ally. I must demonstrate my worthiness. I seek the unequivocal attention of a Yushu immortal sect to secure ample protection. I require strength. My current capabilities are far too feeble. Even with protection, a moment's negligence could render me vulnerable to the simplest of techniques, which could easily extinguish my life. I cannot remain like a timid turtle, hiding within the confines of the Yushu immortal sect for eternity. I must elevate my power post-haste. A foreboding sensation grips me. Assassins may have already arrived, perhaps even lurking within the Yushu immortal sect itself. A mere second-tier assassin could crush me like an ant. In this world, where spiritual energy is exceedingly abundant, countless individuals pursue cultivation. Before transcending to the realm of immortality, all beings are, without exception, mere mortals. The cultivation systems are numerous and diverse. Thus, beneath the realm of immortality, the levels of cultivation are uniformly categorized into 9 tiers. The first tier signifies the initial foray into cultivation. Ascending to the second tier allows one to contend against hundreds of ordinary soldiers with sheer personal strength. At the 9th tier, one reaches the pinnacle of mortal achievement. Upon attaining this level, a glimpse of the higher realm of immortality becomes possible. Below the realm of immortality, all are mortals. Let me set a modest goal to become a formidable being of the immortal realm. In doing so, I would possess at least a semblance of self-preservation. Otherwise, not only the imposing Ying family of the Qin dynasty, but even the Liu clan of Shizhao would remain an ever-present nightmare. The immortal realm. This is the aspiration of Liuli. The Yushu immortal sect stands as one of the preeminent orthodox sects in the world, with a lineage stretching back millennia, unwavering in its existence. The secrets of its divine arts must be abundant. Upon reaching the realm of immortality, even facing 100 peak 9th tier cultivators in a life-and-death struggle should allow for a graceful escape. Surely, that would not be deemed weak. Liuli gazed through the long eyebrows of the old Taoist, fixating on the ancient and imposing statue of the grand ancestor that graced the central position of the grand palace. Pondering these thoughts, system activation successful. Host, do you wish to sign in before the Taishang grand ancestor statue? A system? Signing in. Why was I not informed of this golden finger sooner? Never mind. Let me first assess the quality of this golden finger. If it proves inadequate, I must remain cautious. Suppressing his excitement, Liuli silently intoned. Sign in. Sign in. Successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 10,000-year Dao heart. Chapter 2. Melding with the heart of Dao, transcending one's essence, captivating all eyes within the majestic Dao palace, before the grand statue of the Dao Ancestor. The system's prompt resonated incessantly in Liuli's mind. A heart that has endured for 10,000 years? Liuli found himself momentarily bewildered. What could this possibly be? It appeared to be no ordinary entity. At that moment, before Liuli could react, a segment of text materialized, suspended in midair. Dear host, do you wish to utilize the heart of Dao for 10,000 years? Such an inquiry, posed with a hint of urgency, stirred Liuli's curiosity. Was there something amiss? His expression reflected a mix of astonishment and confusion, his initial excitement now somewhat restrained. With his usual caution and a keen sense of self-preservation, Liuli pondered inwardly. System. If I were to employ this heart of Dao for 10,000 years, what transformations would my body undergo? What consequences might ensue? Inquisitively, he ventured to inquire within himself. Heart of Dao for 10,000 years, the heart nurtured by the supreme Dao Ancestor, embodying a millennium of Daoist principles. Upon usage, it can merge with the body, fundamentally altering the user's innate qualities and comprehension. Moreover, the heart will be replaced by the heart of Dao for 10,000 years, its rhythm resonating with the profound sounds of the Dao, allowing for spontaneous mastery of Daoist techniques. The Dao will flow naturally, capable of influencing all beings in the world, akin to the reincarnation of the Dao Ancestor. With the system's detailed elucidation, Liuli finally grasped the extraordinary benefits of the heart of Dao for 10,000 years. Merely the phrase nurtured by the Dao Ancestor sufficed to underscore the rarity of such a heart. In other words, this heart of Dao could aid in reshaping my foundation and comprehension. His eyes sparkled with fervor, barely concealing his excitement. The Yushu sect had persevered for millennia, boasting unparalleled techniques and secret arts. What they lacked was an individual capable of wielding them flawlessly. To ascend to the realm of immortals, both foundation and comprehension are indispensable. The heart of Dao for 10,000 years undoubtedly holds the potential to alter my dire circumstances. If I wish to garner the attention of the Yushu sect, I must manifest my inherent value that warrants their regard. While the Yushu sect has indeed accepted me as a disciple, it does not imply they would openly engage in conflict with the great Qin dynasty on my behalf. Outwardly, perhaps, the Shijiao Lu clan would refrain from brazenly assaulting the Yushu sect. Yet, covertly, assassins would undoubtedly infiltrate. This is the predicament Liuli must confront alone. Surviving against the assassins dispatched by the Lu clan as a mere 6-year-old child seems as daunting as reaching the heavens. To escape this predicament, I must demonstrate my worth, capturing the attention and esteem of the Yushu sect. Thus, this would be the most prudent course of action. If possible, I too wish to remain hidden within the Yushu sect, quietly biding my time for a decade or two, at which point I would possess the strength for self-preservation. Subtlety, masquerading as a simpleton while awaiting the opportune moment, is the true path to success. Regrettably, circumstances do not permit such a course of action. Should I fail to capture the attention of the higher-ups at the Yushu immortal sect, it is conceivable that I might meet with an accidental demise in a matter of days. Liuli is acutely aware of the Qin dynasty's unwavering resolve to eradicate the remnants of the previous dynasty. The only means to alter this predicament lies in becoming the chief disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, thereby placing myself within the purview of all significant figures and establishing the sect as a steadfast ally. Thus, Liuli resolutely whispered within himself, System. Activate the eternal Dao heart. I shall quietly sign in. This course of action has proven futile. Liuli cannot afford to gamble. Nor can he risk that the Qin dynasty or the Lu family will grant him the time necessary for his development. In such dire circumstances, facing such formidable adversaries, there is no room for negligence or complacency. Time is of the essence. As Liuli's thoughts coalesced, the recently activated eternal Dao heart unexpectedly materialized before him. A soft golden light, akin to rippling water, encircled what appeared to be an ordinary heart. Esoteric scriptures, exuding the essence of the Dao, flowed through his veins like a mighty river. An overwhelming and profound aura suddenly emanated from this heart. The Tao is profoundly simple, transcending the mundane, untainted by any dust. It seemed to exist beyond the realm of mortals, as if all the spiritual energies of the universe converged upon this point. Before Qiankun could fully comprehend the situation, the eternal Tao heart transformed into a stream of pale golden light, gracefully yet swiftly piercing into his chest. Startled, Qiankun instinctively surveyed his surroundings. The people nearby appeared utterly unfazed. They seemed unable to perceive the system's manifestations. After shifting his gaze away from the oblivious Longmei Taoist, Qiankun felt a sense of calm wash over him. The venerable elder maintained his customary benevolent smile, imparting wisdom to the child before him, never casting a glance in Qiankun's direction. At the moment the eternal Tao heart made contact with Qiankun's chest, he felt a gentle warmth envelop him. Looking down, he observed that the pale golden heart radiated ripples, gradually integrating the eternal Tao heart into his being. It was as if a drop of water seamlessly merged into the ocean, unhindered. The pale golden luminescence intensified, as if it could penetrate all things, illuminating Qiankун's internal organs until his entire body appeared almost translucent. Approaching closer, the eternal Tao heart steadily neared the position of Qiankун's original heart. In the end, the eternal Tao heart and Qiankун's heart began to slowly converge, merging into one. The eternal Tao heart effortlessly assimilated into Qiankун's body. Thud, thud. After a brief silence, akin to the first thunder of early spring, his heart commenced a vigorous rhythm. With each heartbeat, invisible sound waves surged outward in all directions. From nothingness springs forth existence, and existence is the mother of all things. All things arise from existence, which in turn emerges from nothingness. The Tao is wielded in this manner, whether it be full or empty, resembling the origin of all things. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three. The resounding chant, grand and majestic, seems to drift down from the heavens above, echoing like the evening drum and morning bell, lingering at the ears of Qiankun. At this moment, Qiankun senses an unprecedented transformation occurring within his very being. Clarity envelopes his senses, vitality courses through him, and even his soul feels as though it has been elevated. The bones, meridians, flesh, and even hair of his body seem to have shed all impurities in an instant. Should one pay close attention, they would notice a faint radiance emanating from Qiankun, a subtle glow that repels all dust from within a foot's distance, rendering his diminutive form immaculate, the Taoist body untainted. This is a true metamorphosis, a transcendent evolution of life. Like a primitive and uncultured ape transformed into a wise and refined human, his comprehension, innate talent, and even appearance gravitate towards perfection. His body feels as though it is immersed in a warm spring, a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his limbs. This comfort elicits a soft hum from Qiankun as he instinctively closes his eyes. Meanwhile, the heart that has just been replaced reveals a delicate golden pattern at its center. This pattern spreads and grows, ultimately forming an enigmatic and profound aphorism. Suddenly, without warning, at the moment the aphorism is completed, a brilliant golden light surges forth from Qiankун's body. In an instant, billions of unfamiliar yet familiar scenes blossom and vanish within this golden radiance. The myriad phenomena of the mortal realm. Amidst the profusion of sights, countless Taoist texts slowly rise and fall, surrounding the golden light like stars orbiting the moon. The light illuminates the entire majestic Tao palace. In this fleeting moment, Qiankун's body radiates a golden aura, blazing and resplendent like the noon sun. The golden light shimmers. It sparkles through the vast sky. This soft golden glow disregards the dome of the Tao palace, piercing through endless clouds and soaring into the heavens above. At this moment, centered around the Yushu Immortal Gate, within a radius of 10,000 miles, regardless of race or strength, all living beings feel a stirring within their hearts, collectively gazing upward. The multitude's attention is captured. In the next instant, a streak of golden Tao light shoots up from the summit where the grand hall of the Yushu Immortal Gate resides, soaring into the clouds. Even in the bright daylight, the surrounding golden pillar, entwined with aphorisms, remains vividly visible, vying to outshine the sun and moon. At this moment, This pillar of light is the sole protagonist in this realm. Above and below, I alone reign supreme. Chapter 3. All creatures bow and reverence the Yusu immortal sect. Transcending the mundane, is nestled to the south of the great Qin dynasty. As one of the paramount guardians of righteousness in this realm, the Yusu immortal sect extends its protection over a vast expanse of 100,000 miles. Deep within the embrace of towering mountains, surrounded by perilous peaks, this sacred abode is indeed sparsely populated, with only a few villages of hunters relying on the mountains for sustenance, leading a life devoid of worldly conflict. When golden lights surged into the heavens, accompanied by a celestial chorus of solemn chants that reverberated through the skies, all present were compelled to gaze upward in astonishment. The area surrounding the Yusu immortal sect was enveloped in a soft golden halo that adorned the horizon, illuminating the tranquil clouds with a resplendent golden trim. A series of mystical inscriptions formed together, resembling a soaring dragon that danced freely in the expanse above the Yusu immortal sect. The brilliance of the golden light was as radiant as the rising sun. Wherever this light traversed, malevolent forces were annihilated into nothingness. Concurrently, in the scattered villages among the mountains, the villagers instinctively ceased their labors. They looked up, initially struck with awe and trepidation, but as they basked in the warm, gentle glow, a sense of calm enveloped them, leaving only reverence in their hearts. Exchanging glances, they confirmed their shared sentiments. In that direction, it was the Yusu immortal sect. What transpired? Such a warm and gentle light. What could it be? The elder, not yet blinded by age, observed that myriad characters floated within the radiance. Uncertain of the cause, he felt an unexpected warmth enveloping his body, as if his wounds had ceased to ache. The villagers, voices tinged with reverence, gasped in awe as they beheld the golden light illuminating the vast expanse. They were left speechless, entranced by the spectacle. This moment solidified their belief in the legends of divine beings residing just 3 feet above them. Even if not so close, they were assuredly not far, residing within the protective embrace of the Yusu immortal sect. Their bodies, shrouded in golden light, experienced a spring-like warmth that flowed through their limbs, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility to their souls, as if the burdens of the world had been swept away. Jealousy, hatred, anger, and lust, all negative emotions that plague the human heart, dissipated under the soothing caress of the golden light. Not only humanity, but all creatures within a 1,000-mile radius found an unprecedented tranquility and harmony. Even natural adversaries experienced a cessation of animosity and hostility. Although such a state cannot be sustained indefinitely, even a fleeting moment of such profound impact is deeply stirring. This power resonated with the very laws of nature, capable of influencing the innate essence of all beings. All living creatures forgot the troubles of the world, returning to a state of primal innocence, as if reborn. That direction. Indeed, it is the Yusu immortal sect. One by one, the villagers could no longer contain their excitement, their spirits bubbling over. Could it be a celestial being descending to earth? Had a divine presence manifested? My heavens, I have stood at the foot of the Jiutian, a mountain that lies a staggering 8,000 miles away. Yet, this divine light stretches across that immense distance. Is it truly real? Of course it is. In retrospect, if it is indeed divine light, then 8,000 miles seems but a trivial distance. This must be a heavenly being come down to our realm. Why are we still hesitating? Let us pay our respects at once. Perhaps the celestial being has sensed our devotion and will take us along on the path of cultivation. Thus, one by one, the villagers clasped their hands in reverence, murmuring prayers, their eyes alight with excitement and awe, as they knelt and worshipped towards the direction of Jiutian. The divine presence has manifested for me. I can hear the voice. I too have heard it. I am destined to become immortal. A series of ethereal chanting sounds floated from afar, delicate and melodious. It seemed to emanate from the radiant beam of light. Someone discovered the source of the sound. Is it truly real? If the golden light shone from Jiutian, that would be plausible. But the sound within that golden light also transcends 8,000 miles, clear and distinct. How terrifying. Could this truly be a divine manifestation? The villagers stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded. A golden light and the sounds of the Tao spanning 8,000 miles. What does this signify? Look over there. A voice of astonishment drew everyone's gaze. Following the trembling finger, they beheld the once chattering chickens, ducks, and geese in their cages suddenly fall eerily silent, bowing their heads in reverence towards the source of the golden radiance. Nearby, dogs, sheep, cows, and pigs also bent their limbs, kneeling firmly on the ground, their foreheads pressed tightly to the earth, prostrate in submission. They were kneeling. Deep within the mountains, in the impenetrable forest that the villagers dared not enter, wolves, tigers, bears, and foxes, too, lowered their bodies, kneeling upon the ground, perhaps due to their long residence in the depths of the mountains, having absorbed some ethereal energy. These fierce beasts could vaguely sense the overwhelming power contained within that golden light, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, lost control of their bowels. All living beings bowed their heads in submission. In an instant, the entire area, spanning 1,000 miles, fell into an eerie silence and tranquility. Chapter 4. A flick of the finger into the immortal path before the towering statue of the supreme ancestor, which stands over 50 meters high, in the majestic Tao Palace. The venerable old priest, whose long eyebrows were once adorned with a smile as he offered gentle admonitions to the novice children, suddenly found his expression frozen. His words abruptly halted. A golden light, an all-encompassing radiance flooded the entire grand hall of the Tao Palace. Like a resplendent dawn, the sudden brilliance was dazzling to the eyes, prompting all the children within to instinctively exclaim in awe, raising their little hands to shield their eyes. So bright, my eyes hurt, I want to go home. Though their eyes ached, a warmth enveloped them, akin to a mother's embrace. Only the long-browed Taoist remained wide-eyed, his pupils gathering spiritual energy to protect his sight. He gazed intently at the blinding golden light, seemingly impervious to any discomfort. His gaze pierced through the layers of radiance, fixating upon a youthful figure that shone as brilliantly as the midday sun, and an involuntary hint of astonishment and reverence flickered in his eyes. A multitude of Taoist aphorisms flowed forth from that diminutive form like a mighty river, an unending stream. Merely catching sight of a few characters sent tremors through the Taoist's heart, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. The long-browed Taoist immediately focused his mind, reciting calming incantations to stabilize the chaotic spiritual energy within him. The supreme mysteries contained within those aphorisms eluded even his celestial understanding, rendering him incapable of grasping a single fragment. Great Ancestor above, this is. The lips of the long-browed Taoist trembled slightly, the protective energy around his eyes faltering in his excitement, as tears streamed down his face unbeknownst to him, glistening in the golden light. Despite the torrents of tears, he strained to keep his eyes wide open, feeling as though the corners might split. In a vague haze, the mist of virtue had transformed into ethereal clouds, spiraling and drifting, the spirit unbound. His vision, through the radiant golden figure, glimpsed beyond the Tao Palace. The golden light surged like colossal waves, a force that shook the heavens, as though celestial beings descended upon the earth. For miles around, it was all an immortal realm. Such a breathtaking spectacle left even the long-browed Taoist, seasoned by the tempests of life and well acquainted with the extraordinary, momentarily stunned and speechless, his mind a blank canvas. Could this truly be the phenomenon instigated by a 6-year-old child? Just a moment ago, that child stood a mere 3 feet before him. Due to the child's unique background, he had taken special care to observe him closely. His aptitude could only be deemed above average. How could such a transformation occur so suddenly? Had he truly become so blind in his old age that he could not perceive the prodigy standing right before him? What was unfolding before him shattered the worldview he had cultivated over millennia. For the first time in his life, after living for more than half a century, he felt a tremor of doubt regarding his own abilities and confidence. This extraordinary phenomenon, unheard of before, even surpasses the commotion surrounding the legendary reincarnation of celestial beings. Jiutian, who exactly is this remarkable individual? The long-browed Taoist felt an overwhelming shock to his spirit. In a moment of bewilderment, he sensed that he could not fathom the radiant figure enveloped in golden light. This youth is undoubtedly no ordinary mortal. Such a spectacle, it resembles the very descent of the supreme Taoist ancestor into the mundane world. However, at this moment, Jiutian was oblivious to the tumult and impact he had caused. Boom! From within his diminutive frame came a roar akin to the thunderous cries of dragons and tigers. As the brilliant golden light burst forth, Qiankun felt an innumerable number of dragons swirling and soaring within him. Crack, crack, crack. With each resounding snap reminiscent of resilient dragon tendons breaking, Qiankun sensed countless blockages in his meridians being effortlessly cleared. The obstructions within his body vanished, and a warm current began to wash over his bones, meridians, blood, and internal organs. The waters of the river are clear, the seas are calm. This sensation of shedding a long-borne burden compelled Qiankun to unleash a joyful roar. I can distinctly feel my strength augmenting. Whether in spirit, physique, or recuperative capacity, virtually every aspect has undergone a remarkably evident and intuitive enhancement. Qiankun gently closed his eyes, savoring the tumultuous stirrings within him. His vital energy surged and boiled, yet felt as heavy as mercury. His bones crackled, radiating a soft, golden glow from within. His internal organs pulsed with more vitality than that of a newborn infant. A complete metamorphosis. In this moment, equipped with this entirely rejuvenated body, Qiankun felt fully capable of contending with a robust adult. The powerful force coursing through him was far beyond what a mere 6-year-old child should possess, even more vigorous than that of an adult who has diligently trained. Moreover, the transformation extended beyond mere bones, blood, and internal organs. Qiankun distinctly sensed a warm current dwelling in his dantian, in the region of his abdomen. This warmth seemed to resonate with his very intent. As Qiankun focused his mind, this warm current obediently flowed along his meridians. Could it be spiritual energy? After 10 breaths, the changes within his body gradually decelerated. When the transformation abruptly halted, Qiankun involuntarily opened his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered open, before he could even move, a translucent virtual panel suddenly appeared before him, encompassing his entire field of vision. Host, Qiankun, level, first stage, vitality, 6, standard value, 1. Spiritual energy, 4, standard value, 0. This is an attribute panel? Qiankun paused momentarily, then swiftly regained his composure. The system's mechanical voice responded, the standard value is based on unrefined adults. With a nod of understanding, Qiankun grasped the essence of this virtual attribute panel. The panel was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any superfluous explanations, allowing for an intuitive display of Qiankun's strength. The vitality represented the cumulative value of physical prowess, encompassing speed, endurance, life force, and reflexes. Meanwhile, spiritual power referred to the energy generated from absorbing spiritual essence. The warm flow within his dantian was, without doubt, this very spiritual power. Much like the items acquired post-sign-in, the attribute panel remained invisible to anyone other than Qiankun. As for the question mark that lingered, it suggested that certain elements remained to be unlocked. With the aid of this attribute panel, Qiankun could immediately observe and control his strength and cultivation progress. First tier. His gaze shifted, momentarily entranced by his level displayed on the panel. He vaguely recalled the elders at home mentioning that cultivating was akin to rowing against the current, a struggle against fate. Even the most gifted prodigies, blessed with exceptional aptitude and comprehension, required years to complete a series of foundational steps. It was a painstaking endeavor, with no shortcuts available. Yet, in my case, I accomplished this in merely 10 breaths. If one were to exclude the time spent transforming my body, the actual moment that allowed me to step into the first tier was but the blink of an eye. The 10,000-year Tao heart. What an extraordinary treasure it is. Qiankун's eyes sparkled with realization. The system's prior description was indeed not exaggerated. This 10,000-year Tao heart was a peerless gem. Merely by integrating it, Qiankun had seamlessly entered the realm of first-tier cultivation. Such a boon alone would be enough to incite fierce competition among all the top sects, not to mention the subsequent advantages gained from his transformation. In the blink of an eye, Qiankun embarked on the path of immortality. Should this astonishing speed of cultivation become known, it is easy to imagine that the so-called unparalleled geniuses of those elite sects would be left utterly humiliated. Chapter 5. The Demon Suppression Tower. Blood demon, gradually, the golden light receded, and the myriad of Taoist aphorisms, soaring like a tidal wave, retreated back into Qiankун's body, coalescing with a vibrant energy near his heart. These words successively attached themselves to the heart, pulsating with its rhythmic beat, glowing in and out of existence. The resonant chants of celestial beings, echoing across 1,000 miles, slowly faded away, eventually coming to a sudden halt. In the end, like the sun setting on the horizon, the awe-inspiring golden light and the melodious chanting dissipated completely in mere moments. The majestic and tranquil aura vanished silently with the wind. Before the statue of the supreme ancestor in the towering Taoist palace, everything returned to its original state. The children, covering their eyes, sensed the warm and comforting sensation gradually fading, and they reluctantly lowered their hands, glancing around with confusion and longing. Buzz, buzz. The golden light converged at Lu Chen's heart, synchronizing with the rhythm of his heartbeat, flickering in brilliance. In the interplay of light and shadow, an ancient character for Tao appeared, somewhat indistinct. Should one draw closer to observe, they would discover that this character was composed of countless Taoist aphorisms, minuscule to the size of dust, perhaps still in its nascent stage. Struggling to control its own power, this character shone with remarkable intensity, rendering Lu Chen's garments utterly ineffective in concealing it. The shimmering golden light that formed the character was laid bare before all. This, after a long wait, the elderly Taoist with long eyebrows was filled with shock. His gaze firmly fixed on the character at Lu Chen's heart, unable to divert his attention even a fraction. Could it be a naturally born Tao heart? How is this possible? Am I merely hallucinating? Though it was somewhat undignified, and he knew his rejuvenated eyes would not deceive him, the long-browed Taoist instinctively raised a hand to rub his eyes. Upon reopening them, he still beheld the flickering golden character on Lu Chen's chest. Everything was not an illusion. The long-browed elder let out a deep sigh, his gaze towards Lu Chen rife with conflict. Lu Chen, of the Lu family, a prodigy, especially one exhibiting such unprecedented and remarkable talent, would be welcomed by any sect. Yet, as the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. He understood that not only Lu Chen himself, but even the Yusu immortal sect would encounter troubles. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside his worries about future complications, allowing a smile to adorn his face as he slowly approached Lu Chen. At this moment, at least, it was a cause for great celebration. Just then, a creaking sound suddenly pierced the air. The grand doors of the Taoist palace swung open with a heavy push. Accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, a young Taoist dressed in a robe, handsome in appearance, rushed in, his hair disheveled and his hairpins slightly askew. Perhaps due to his frantic haste, the long-browed Taoist furrowed his brow, recalling a vague impression of this disciple, a prominent figure among the younger generation, known for his decorum. Yet today, he appeared utterly flustered. Before the long-browed Taoist could admonish him, the young priest stumbled and fell to the ground, seemingly oblivious to the pain, and shouted towards the long-browed Taoist, "Master, the demon suppression tower is exhibiting unusual activity." At these words, Long-browed was taken aback, his beard and brows trembling in agitation. Without waiting for further explanation, he waved his sleeve and soared into the air, instantaneously appearing at the grand entrance of the Dao Palace. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, he glanced back at Lu Chen and gestured lightly towards him. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a weightlessness as if a colossal hand were beneath him, propelling him swiftly towards the long-browed Taoist. Once Lu Chen was enveloped in his embrace, the long-browed Taoist softly chanted a spell, transforming into a streak of white light that shot deep into the mountains. The Demon Suppression Tower is situated in the northern rear mountains of the Yusu immortal sect, a desolate place seldom trodden by human feet. Typically, the tower is strictly off-limits to the disciples of the Yusu immortal sect, as it is regarded as the foremost forbidden area of the sect. The tower contains countless malevolent beasts and wicked practitioners, many of whom possess extraordinary cultivation levels. Those imprisoned within its confines are deemed irredeemable criminals of unspeakable atrocities, malevolent practitioners who cultivate evil arts by consuming human hearts and ancient remnants that thrive on human blood. The tower consists of 9 levels. The first level houses ordinary first and second-tier wicked practitioners and beasts. The second level contains third-tier beings, while the third level holds fourth-tier entities, and so forth. The 8th level confines the most formidable 9th-tier beings. The 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower is reserved for unparalleled powerhouses who have unleashed bloodshed upon the world, titans who have ascended to the realm of immortals. Among these, There are approximately 4 notable individuals imprisoned in the 9th level. The one who has endured the longest confinement is none other than the blood demon Liuli. 3 centuries ago, Liuli had already transcended into the realm of human immortals. To celebrate his ascension, he meticulously selected 2 minor sects and 3 nearby towns, engaging in a 5-day massacre that resulted in the demise of 100,000 souls, irrespective of age or gender. Their blood was then refined into his first magical artifact post-ascension, a grotesque gift to himself for his own birthday. Indeed, to ascend to immortality was akin to being reborn, and Liuli deemed that day his true birthday. This act of madness incited collective outrage among righteous cultivators, prompting the 10 major sects to dispatch their finest to capture him. After a relentless pursuit spanning 1,000,000 miles, they ultimately dealt a severe blow to the blood demon, sealing him within the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. Even the lowest tier immortals possess a lifespan that can extend to 3,000 years, coupled with formidable vitality, making them exceedingly dangerous even in their dying moments. Thus, confinement remains the most prudent course of action. It is precisely for this reason that, to this day, the blood demon Liuli has yet to meet his demise, still languishing in a state of existence on the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. Chapter 6. The unfortunate power of the celestial realm. A short incense sticks time ago, within the depths of the demon suppressing tower at the 9th level. This expansive chamber was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by scattered specks of pale blue luminescence. Chains, thick as cobblestones, descended from the boundless void, meticulously forged from a blend of spirit-absorbing meteoric iron and stardust, possessing formidable sealing properties that restrained spiritual energy. The ends of these chains, anchored at the cardinal points, ensnared 3 men and 1 woman. Blood demon Liuli was bound in the eastern sector. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed talismans hovering around the quartet, subtly aligning to form an intricate and esoteric formation, effectively suppressing their presence. Old demon Liuli, how fares your scheme? I have awaited your progress for a full century. Now, you must provide me with a definitive answer. Each day and night in this cursed place has been sheer torment. I can no longer bear it. Will your plan succeed or not? Give me a response. A desperate roar erupted from the western quadrant. The elder, bound by the chains, appeared frail and emaciated, with wispy white hair and a diminutive frame that suggested he was powerless. In truth, he was a sinister practitioner who cultivated his power by devouring the hearts of others. Capable of silencing the cries of infants at night, the heart-eater old monster, Qiankun. He too was a formidable entity of the celestial realm. The silence of the 9th level was shattered by the furious outcry of the heart-eater. Aside from blood demon Liuli, the other 2 celestial beings imprisoned on this level also turned their gazes toward him, revealing their identities. One was a man and the other, a woman. The woman, Jiutian, was stunningly beautiful, with an alluring figure that exuded both charm and dignity. Even in captivity, her allure remained undiminished. Yet she was the most ruthless among them. 2 centuries prior, upon entering the celestial realm, she whimsically unleashed potent toxins at the source of a great river, resulting in the destruction of several cities along its banks, claiming the lives of countless souls in excruciating agony. The last of the trio was a lean middle-aged man, the ghost blade Qiankun, who entered the celestial realm 150 years ago, renowned for his blade techniques and preying upon powerful cultivators, resulting in significant losses for various sections. Those confined within the demon-suppressing tower's 9th level were far from benevolent. 3 pairs of eyes, filled with longing, impatience, fury, and restlessness, fixated on the east, intensely focused on the blood demon Liuli, ensnared by the chains. What is the rush? I can sense it. The seals of the demon-suppressing tower are beginning to weaken. I have amassed enough malevolent energy over the past century to soon dissolve these bindings. At that moment, we shall seize our chance to escape. Liuli's expression was impassive, his eyes shadowed with a sense of foreboding and a palpable thirst for blood. Escape? No, I intend to bathe the entire Yusu sect in blood. The heart-eater's eyes, reddened with fury, echoed his rage. The entire demon suppression tower, all 9 levels, echoed with the desperate roars of Liuli. Do you have confidence? The Gu immortal, with her large, watery eyes, radiated a hint of allure and anticipation as she gazed quietly at the blood demon. At least a 90% certainty. If all goes as planned, in 3 months, the seal of the demon suppression tower will be completely dismantled by my malevolent energy. Li's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, his aura brimming with murderous intent. 300 years. A full 3 centuries imprisoned within the demon suppression tower. Heaven knows how he endured. Even he could hardly fathom it. To have survived in this wretched place for 300 years without succumbing to madness was a feat beyond belief. The enmity he harbored was immense. He yearned to uproot the entire Wushu immortal sect, reducing it to ashes. A century ago, Li discovered a faint sign of loosening in the seal of the demon suppression tower. His true form was not human, and his cultivation methods diverged significantly from theirs, relying on malevolent energy for his practice. With chains forged from spirit-restraining meteorite mixed with stardust sand, even with the seal showing signs of weakness, the 4 of them were unable to absorb spiritual energy to regain their strength. Yet, Li was different. He could cultivate through malevolent energy. The demon suppression tower had existed for countless years, suppressing and even exterminating innumerable powerful beings, and lacked not in malevolent energy. No matter how formidable those chains were, they could not prevent Li from absorbing the dark energy. For a century, the blood demon Li had unleashed his cultivated wickedness to expedite the loosening of the seal. After 100 years of accumulation, his malevolent energy had reached an unprecedented zenith. Once fully released, he held great confidence that he could completely shatter the seal of the demon suppression tower, allowing the 4 of them to escape unscathed. Just 3 months remained. These final 3 months were the most crucial. Success or failure hinged on this moment. To ensure absolute certainty, Li required a 99% assurance before attempting to breach the slightly loosened area of the seal. Otherwise, should he fail, it would undoubtedly alert the Wushu immortal sect, prompting them to reinforce the seal. In such a case, they would be irretrievably lost. Currently, there was a 50% chance of success in breaching the seal, but in 3 months, he would possess at least a 90% chance of success. Therefore, endure a little longer. 3 months will pass swiftly. I must ensure absolute certainty. There can be no mistakes. Should I fail this time, there would be no further opportunity to escape this dreadful place. Amidst his madness, Li retained a sliver of reason and composure. 3 months remain. After waiting 100 years, what is 3 more months? The Gu immortal, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, displayed a sickly semblance of madness. They had all long since lost their sanity. Imprisoned in this hellish place for centuries, how could any sane person remain unscathed? Soon. It will be soon. The heart-eating old monster and the ghost blade both broke into cold laughter. Just then, an ethereal thread of golden light, the origin of which is unknown, seeps through the exterior of the demon suppression tower. In the next moment, this delicate golden radiance ascends, transforming into a dazzling brilliance, blinding and resplendent. Like the fervent sun, the golden light illuminates the entirety of the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. The golden glow saturates the field of vision, the remnants of dimness, the burgeoning malevolence, and the pervasive negative emotions that linger in the air of the 9th level. In this instant, they are all swept away. Within the golden light lies an array of profound golden Taoist aphorisms, intertwining into a string that floats and lingers in the air of the 9th level, continuously cleansing the bodies of the 4 fiends. Simultaneously, a solemn chant resonates as if drifting down from the heavens above. This is impossible. The malevolence within me is being eradicated by this golden light. The sinister techniques I have cultivated are regressing. What on earth is happening? Sensing the transformation of the malevolence within him under the golden light, the blood demon Li screams in terror. A century of accumulation, obliterated in an instant. How is this possible? How could the malevolence I have nurtured for a full 100 years be so effortlessly purified? How could such a terrifying entity emerge from the Wushu immortal sect? How did he uncover my plans? I refuse to believe it. Why? In that moment, Li descends into madness. A century of preparation, all reduced to naught in the blink of an eye. Chapter 7. Enlightenment deep within the mountains, before the towering demon suppression tower, an air of mystery enveloped the scene. Who could elucidate the recent events? The elder with long brows gently set Liu Qin down, retracting the keen awareness he had directed towards the tower, and turned to inquire of the disciple guarding the tower beside him. At this moment, the demon suppression tower appeared no different from its usual self. In fact, It seemed even more vibrant and majestic, as though it had just undergone a profound refinement. Yet, this was merely an illusion. The tower, a celestial artifact bequeathed by the founding ancestor of the Yushu immortal sect, remained beyond the grasp of any practitioner in the current realm, let alone one capable of refining it. I do not know, a disciple replied respectfully, bowing his head. But just moments ago, as radiant golden light illuminated the mountains, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted from within the tower. We feared that sinister forces might escape from the tower, which prompted us to send word to the sect leader. However, not long after junior brother Qiankun departed, the tower returned to its tranquil state. Liuli, who had been silently listening, rolled his eyes in mild trepidation, casting a furtive glance at the elder with long brows, inwardly fretting, "Have I caused a calamity?" Little did he realize that, inadvertently, he had alleviated a significant threat for the Yushu immortal sect. However, the demon suppression tower is ostensibly a designated checkpoint. Why has the system not responded at all? He pondered. Must one approach it closely, or even enter, for any reaction to occur? Gazing at the solemn and majestic tower, standing 100 feet away, he fell into contemplation. Given my limited understanding of the situation, it would be unwise to make excessive demands of the sect leader. I shall defer this matter for now. With a newfound resolve, Liuli redirected his attention to the elder with long brows. What of the elders? Have they not come to investigate? The elder, preoccupied with concerns of his own, furrowed his brow and replied, "In such a forbidden place as the demon suppression tower, the Yushu immortal sect would not entrust its guardianship solely to ordinary disciples. That would be tantamount to leaving it unattended. 3 formidable elders are concealed within the surrounding mountains, ever prepared to respond to unforeseen circumstances. This has been the custom of the Yushu immortal sect since time immemorial." I see," the disciple stammered. "Very well, I suppose this is not something you would know. I shall seek them out myself." With that, the elder effortlessly lifted Liuli once more and soared towards a towering peak to the east of the demon suppression tower. 3 elders sat in a circle, their eyes partially closed, with 2 facing the other, forming a subtle defensive formation as if to shield him. They were the elders dispatched by the Yushu immortal sect, tasked with monitoring any unusual activity from the demon suppression tower, each possessing formidable strength at the 9th tier. Among them was one who had begun to touch upon a higher realm of immortality. With but a single opportunity, he could break into the realm of immortals, joining the ranks of the world's most elite powerhouses. Not long before, Brother Yunshan, today the demon suppression tower seems unusually tranquil. An elderly Taoist, with closed eyes and ears attuned, listened intently to the sounds emanating from the tower. Yet he peculiarly discerned that it was far more serene and peaceful today than on any other day. Normally, the malevolent entities within the tower would never exhibit such stillness. Could it be that some unforeseen event has transpired within the tower? Another elder displayed a hint of concern. The one referred to as Brother Yunshan opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed with worry, his gaze intensely fixed upon the towering demon suppression tower that seemed to reach for the heavens. Among the 3, he was the only one who had brushed against the threshold of the celestial realm. Upon opening his eyes, the expression on Yunshan's face underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from anxiety to astonishment, then to a state of shock. Is this the manifestation of the Tao Ancestor? Yunshan's throat felt parched, his eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, he abruptly turned his head, rising from the ground, his gaze filled with astonishment directed towards the majestic Tao Palace. Before him, an overwhelming brilliance of golden light enveloped the scene, adorned with flying proverbs interwoven like a tapestry, floating above the grand palace. Dazzling, blinding, radiant, a solemn aura emanated from the golden light, enveloping his heart and soul, rendering Yunshan's thoughts ethereal beyond measure. Golden light? Proverbs? What has transpired at the Tao Palace? Yunshan's lips trembled slightly, struggling to conceal his shock. The 2 elders beside him, sensing the atmosphere, opened their eyes as well. Subsequently, their expressions transformed, mirroring Yunshan's previous astonishment, evolving from bewilderment to shock, terror, and dread. The golden light, akin to sunlight scattered from a blazing sun, illuminated their forms. The warmth enveloped them as if they were immersed in an ocean, their thoughts, souls, and bodies all bathed in the comforting glow of the golden light. For them, This surge of Taoist principles embodied in the golden light felt like a parched traveler encountering refreshing spring water after days without sustenance. Such a sensation was beyond words. Bathed in the golden radiance, the light washed over them like a warm current, unblocking their meridians and clarifying their troubled thoughts. Within this resplendent golden glow lay countless profound proverbs. What on earth is happening? Who can provide an explanation? The three elders were utterly astounded. The power embedded within the golden light nearly incited them to prostrate in reverence. Could it be the true form of the Tao Ancestor has descended? For miles around, all were enveloped in golden luminescence. Goodness! If it were not for the Tao Ancestor's true presence on earth, how could such a terrifying phenomenon arise? Upon perceiving this, the three venerable elders were profoundly shaken. Even the legendary beings of terrifying strength, said to transcend the realms of the celestial, would likely be incapable of manifesting such overwhelming power, one might presume. The infinitely close to the celestial realm, Yunshan found himself engulfed in a state of bewilderment and astonishment. The golden light illuminated the expanse, and the reverberations of the profound truths resonated throughout the four corners. This formidable might was witnessed by the three elders for the very first time in their lives. Indeed, it was the first time they had ever heard of such an unfathomable phenomenon. Brother Yunshan, did you hear that? It seems there is a faint sound, as if it emanates from the heavens above, arising from the depths of our souls. One elder could not help but speak. Vaguely, he perceived the voice of the Tao from beyond the ninth heaven. The voice from beyond the ninth heaven? Yunshan was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, the sound of the Tao seemed to be birthed from his very soul. It did not resonate in his ears but echoed deeply within his essence. From the Tao comes the One, from the One comes the Two, from the Two comes the Three, and from the Three comes all things. All things bear the Yin while embracing the Yang. Merging energies to achieve harmony, the Tao resonated in Yunshan's mind, rendering his gaze momentarily vacant, his spirit scattered, as if his soul had liberated itself from his corporeal form, wandering through the vastness of existence. In that fleeting moment, Yunshan felt as though a blockage, which had obstructed him for years, was swept away by the resonance of the Tao. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated within him. The sound transformed into a form of ethereal energy, penetrating the blocked meridians of Yunshan's body, liberating the troubling thoughts that had plagued him for so long. In that instant, his mind became unprecedentedly invigorated, and his comprehension of the Tao reached an unparalleled zenith. Boom! Another resounding echo. A warm current surged within Yunshan, cleansing his internal organs, meridians, bones, and blood, rejuvenating his aged and weary body. Consequently, an astonishing transformation unfolded before the eyes of the two elders beside him. They witnessed Yunshan's once snow-white eyebrows gradually metamorphosing into a shade of black. Brother Yunshan, you the two elders were utterly astonished. The dramatic changes in Yunshan's body lasted only a brief span of a dozen breaths. When the transformation abruptly ceased, Yunshan opened his eyes, which glimmered with a newfound brilliance. Lowering his gaze, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Ethereal energy began to coalesce at the tip of his finger, gathering from his dantian in his abdomen. In the next moment, a gentle white halo condensed at the tip of his index finger, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure that far surpassed that of a ninth-rank cultivator. This is celestial energy. Brother Yunshan, have you ascended to immortality? The two elders standing beside him could not help but widen their eyes in sheer astonishment. Indeed, I have unexpectedly ascended to the realm of immortals. Chapter 8. Taking a disciple trapped in the ninth stage for a full 60 years. I never imagined that in an instant, I would so effortlessly break into the realm of immortality. The golden light and the resonant sounds emanating from the majestic Tao Palace were indeed terrifying. They forcefully assisted me in overcoming the barriers and thresholds to the immortal realm. Looking down at the ethereal energy swirling around my fingertip, Yunshan found himself momentarily dazed, still struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. An immortal, I succeeded so easily. This is truly unimaginable. After being confined at the ninth stage for 6 decades, Yunshan had resigned himself to the belief that he would never again glimpse the immortal realm. Yet, unexpectedly, under the influence of the Tao sounds, he broke into the immortal realm in a single moment. The 3 elders, what brings you here? The elder with long eyebrows, accompanied by Lu Chun, entered the cave dwelling. There, They found the three seated in meditation, while the other two elders appeared to be protecting Yunshan. Confusion arose within him, and just as he was about to inquire, his gaze swept across Yunshan's face, causing him to be taken aback. It was indeed Yunshan, but the age reflected was at least 50 years younger. Moreover, the subtle pressure radiating from him instilled a sense of foreboding in the elder, revealing a terrifying aura at the immortal level. Upon hearing the elder's movement, Yunshan and the other two slowly concluded their practice and stood up. Elder Yunshan, you have entered the immortal realm? The elder with long eyebrows inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. In this world, the number of top-tier powerhouses within any sect determines its standing among peers, the resources it can command, and the distribution of various benefits. An immortal, even one newly ascended, is an indispensable figure within the sect. In this realm, strength signifies everything. Indeed, the golden light and Tao sounds that came from the majestic Tao Palace just now facilitated my breakthrough over the final obstacle. Yunshan nodded, his face radiant with joy. This is truly a momentous occasion. I shall have arrangements made in the coming days to ensure this news is spread far and wide. The elder with the long eyebrows grinned widely, filled with delight. Sect leader, we were just about to ask you what transpired. Could it be that the Tao Ancestor has descended? Another elder could not restrain his curiosity and spoke up. Oh, this child is. Just as Yunshan had just stepped into the immortal realm, he was still struggling to control the immense power of his newfound consciousness. By chance, he noticed something extraordinary about Luchun. After a careful examination, he found himself unable to look away. Yunshan gazed at the boy before him, captivated by the golden Tao characters that continuously manifested at his chest. His throat felt dry, and he appeared almost entranced, his gaze becoming vacant, hiding a profound sense of astonishment deep within his eyes, fixed on Luchun's figure. His gaze could no longer be diverted. It remained solely on Luchun. Yunshan's emotions surged like tumultuous waves, a tempestuous tide within him. Meanwhile, those standing nearby, the two elders were captivated by his gaze, their attention converging entirely upon Luchun. Their eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the radiant golden characters shimmering upon Luchun's chest. The three of them were inevitably taken aback, and the atmosphere suddenly turned silent and eerie. After a moment, Yunshan forcefully suppressed the tumult within his heart, his lips trembling slightly as he exclaimed involuntarily, This is a natural Tao heart? Indeed, the unusual phenomenon just witnessed was conjured by this child, likely coinciding with the awakening of his Tao heart. Thus, Elder Yunshan, you ought to express your gratitude to this child. The long-browed elder, upon hearing of Yunshan's breakthrough to the celestial realm, erupted into hearty laughter, his spirits soaring. Naturally, this is truly a blessing bestowed by this child. Yunshan, upon hearing this, squinted his eyes and nodded, unable to conceal the joy within them. This is an extraordinary fate. I propose that I take this child as my personal disciple, imparting my insights into cultivation to him, thus demonstrating my sincere gratitude. At this, the long-browed elder instinctively trembled as he stroked his long beard, inadvertently plucking a few pristine white strands from it. Well, old fellow, you truly know how to seize an opportunity. Are you beginning to lay your claim? The long-browed elder erupted, spitting words in fervor. Since this child awakened his Tao heart before me, our fates are undoubtedly intertwined. I ought to be his master, a peerless genius destined for renown. The long-browed elder would not easily relinquish his claim. He had long harbored intentions of taking Luchun as his disciple. Observing the two elders, whose faces were flushed with fervor and on the brink of confrontation, Luchun inwardly sighed. Perhaps having such extraordinary talent is not entirely advantageous. Yet, this was merely his contemplation. The scene before him was precisely what he desired to witness, for he had successfully garnered the attention of the high-ranking members of the Yusu immortal sect. Chapter 9. The disciple chooses the master what? A natural Tao heart? With a single remark from Yunshan, the other two elders exchanged glances, and a tempest of emotions surged within them. My heavens! Is it truly possible that our Yushu immortal sect is about to welcome a living Tao ancestor? The existence of a natural Tao heart is simply astonishing. How exceedingly rare are those who possess a natural Tao heart. Even in the treasured records of our sect, which have been meticulously preserved for millennia, only a handful of such instances have been mentioned. It is important to note that our Yushu immortal sect enrolls thousands of disciples each year, with numbers sometimes dwindling to mere hundreds. Over the course of several millennia, the emergence of a natural Tao heart is indeed a remarkable occurrence. One can only imagine the rarity and preciousness of such an existence. Each possessor of a natural Tao heart signifies an inexhaustible potential for the future. They are akin to living Tao ancestors, or even reincarnations of Tao ancestors. Although the Yushu immortal sect currently maintains a dominant position within the righteous path, it has not exhibited an overwhelming superiority compared to other elite sections. After a prolonged period of silence spanning over 1,000 years, had it not been for our profound heritage, we might have already descended from our esteemed status among the righteous sections. In this context, the sudden emergence of an individual with a natural Tao heart undoubtedly stirred unprecedented excitement and fervor within the two elders. To have a disciple with a natural Tao heart, given time, their achievements will surely be boundless. Should one become their master, the glory would be unparalleled, leaving a profound mark in the annals of the cultivation world. Just imagine when this child matures, wielding a sword to vanquish demons and even slaying foes beyond their level, casually proclaiming, "I am a direct disciple of a certain elder from the Yushu immortal sect." What an impressive statement that would be. The two elders, Changmei and Yinshan, who had been silently observing, could not help but entertain their own ambitions. However, their strength was only at the 9th tier, rendering them unable to compete with the two formidable beings. With aspirations but lacking strength, they could only seek alternative paths. Exchanging glances, they discreetly communicated, and one of them, resolute, stepped forward to speak. "Sect leader, Elder Yinshan, you cannot be mistaken, can you? Although this is the first time I have witnessed a natural Tao heart." The descriptions in the texts align almost perfectly with what this child has exhibited. There can be no error. Yinshan took a deep breath, his tone grave and earnest. Yet, there was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. In truth, even those recorded in the texts he had perused could not unleash such astonishing and terrifying phenomena as witnessed earlier. This is indeed a natural Tao heart. The other elder, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and followed suit. A person endowed with a natural Tao heart is exceedingly rare and extraordinary. Such examples are far too few to allow for any mistakes. This matter is of paramount importance to the entire Yushu immortal sect. The dynamics of the cultivation realm in recent years are likely to be irrevocably altered. Thus, such matters must be approached with utmost caution. After all, possessing an innate Tao heart signifies that one has already set foot on the threshold of transcending the realm of immortals. As long as one can develop smoothly, there is at least a 50% chance of breaking into the immortal realm in the future. At worst, one could ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, achieving unparalleled mastery. Indeed, for any sect, an individual endowed with an innate Tao heart is of paramount importance. This is a certainty of a 9th tier powerhouse. At the very least, they can reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier, and with a stroke of fortune, they might even breach the immortal realm. For the current Yushu immortal sect, this is undoubtedly a matter that warrants significant attention from the entire sect. Just one 9th tier powerhouse can protect an ordinary sect. And what Yushu immortal sect desperately lacks now is an immortal powerhouse capable of altering the landscape of the cultivation world and safeguarding the sect's standing. Therefore, the decision regarding who will be this child's master must not be made hastily. Thus, the implication from the two elders is clear. Changmei and Yinshan were momentarily taken aback by the elder's fervor. Given that this child is destined to surpass us, the strength of his master becomes secondary. What this child truly requires is a mentor who can lay a solid foundation for him and elucidate the intricacies of the cultivation path. Someone who understands the deepest principles of cultivation. As for the specifics of how to cultivate, he need not be taught by others. The path most suited for him is to follow his heart and rely on his instincts. For our so-called experiences may be superfluous to him due to our differing starting points. This is the true terror and unparalleled value of possessing an innate Tao heart. Indeed, when it comes to understanding cultivation, I shall not shy away. Elder Changmei squinted, stroking his disheveled beard with pride. That notion is misguided, esteemed sect leader. The fundamental understanding required for entry is, in truth, relatively uniform among those who have attained the 9th tier. For this child, what matters most is affinity. Among the four of us, he should simply choose the one he favors most. One elder shook his head, seemingly imparting judgment with fairness. We four, Elder Changmei, not one to be easily deceived, immediately seized upon the critical point. So, you two wish to join in this commotion? By your reasoning, it seems the disciple chooses the master rather than the other way around, does it not? Yinshan also caught on, his expression darkening. Given this child's talent, allowing him to make a choice is not unreasonable, not at all. The two ninth-tier elders chuckled shamelessly. For a mere quarter of a chance, they were willing to cast aside their dignity. This is an opportunity to become the master of one with an innate Tao heart, which many would seek, but fail to obtain. You are called Luqian? As the long elder smiled gently and kindly, he engaged in conversation with Luqian, unafraid of offending the sect leader or the newly ascended celestial beings. In the mundane world, there exists a saying that a mother's status is elevated by her child. A similar phenomenon is observed in the realm of cultivation, where a master's prestige is often enhanced by the accomplishments of their outstanding disciples. This time, he hoped to be that master. Like a serene grandfather, his benevolent gaze and wrinkled face radiated a pure simplicity, exuding an aura of warmth and friendliness. Indeed, elder. Luqian nodded, fully aware of his newfound standing in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Yushu sect. At this moment, his plans had been successfully realized. He had effectively shed the identity of an ordinary disciple, garnering the attention of the prominent figures within the sect. Consequently, even if assassins dispatched by the Shijiao Lu family infiltrated the Yushu sect, Luqian would not be left powerless, awaiting his demise. However, should the news of his innate Tao heart leak, he would undoubtedly encounter greater troubles and dangers, potentially inciting a more fervent pursuit by the Shijiao Lu family. Eventually, even the royal clan of the Qin dynasty, the Ying family, might intervene, sparing no effort to eliminate Luqian. The existence of an innate Tao heart would surely evoke envy and lethal intent from many. Yet, such circumstances were unavoidable. One cannot have it all. With gain comes loss. Presently, Luqian could only strive to enhance his strength as much as possible before the impending crisis struck, preparing himself to confront any unforeseen challenges. Constantly improving his power was the essential key to addressing any crisis. Since the golden light had receded, the character for Tao on Luqian's chest gradually faded, completely concealed beneath his canvas attire, no longer revealing any trace of its presence. Nevertheless, Luqian emanated an aura of transcendence, detached from the mundane world. This extraordinary essence accentuated his already handsome features, bestowing upon him a unique charm that made his youthful visage all the more striking. He appeared like an immortal untouched by worldly affairs, playing among mortals yet remaining untainted. In stark contrast to the impurities of the world, he embodied a purity and sanctity that was pristine and inviolable. Like a celestial being from the heavens, he stood in stark opposition to the earthly realm, pure, flawless, and sacred. Truly, this was the essence of an innate Tao heart. This remarkable aura, an indefinable uniqueness, deeply moved the four formidable beings, evoking their astonishment and admiration. Their gazes towards Luqian were filled with fervent enthusiasm, akin to that of a treasured delicacy. Just as the elder was about to allow Luqian to make his own choice, an overwhelming pressure, vast as the deep sea, suddenly descended upon them. Chapter 10. The Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect. It is the Grand Elder. A formidable pressure descended, causing the long-browed Taoist and Elder Yinshan, along with the others, to gasp in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they shrank back like quails, barely managing to remain upright. In an instant, a faint ethereal figure gradually materialized before the onlookers, ultimately taking the shape of a human. Luqian's eyes bulged in astonishment, unable to blink as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. His small eyes reflected immense shock. Though he was nearly 20 years of age, it did not imply he could readily accept anything that challenged his worldview. While he had managed to cope with the earlier experience of soaring through the skies with the long-browed Taoist, the appearance of a person seemingly out of thin air left him utterly bewildered. It appeared that the limits of power in this world were far beyond his imagination. Disciple pays respects to the Grand Elder. As the figure solidified, the long-browed Taoist and the three elders bowed in unison, clearly filled with profound reverence for the newcomer. With hair like snow and a youthful visage, the elder donned a loose, deep blue robe, impeccably pristine, resembling a true celestial being descended from the heavens. The suddenly appearing elder regarded the long-browed Taoist and the others as if they were invisible. He stepped forward and appeared merely 3 feet away from Lu Chen. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if assessing a one-of-kind treasure. Indeed, it was evident that he possessed an innate Tao heart. Nodding in satisfaction, the newly arrived Grand Elder spoke with an air of gravity. I inquire of you, Lu Chen, would you be willing to become the Daozi of my Yushu immortal sect? Silence. The atmosphere turned bizarre. The long-browed Taoist and the 3 elders stood frozen, their mouths agape in disbelief, the echoes of the elder's words lingering in their ears, refusing to fade. What had they just heard? Daozi. The long-browed Taoist felt his throat dry, opening his mouth to gaze at the Grand Elder. His expression a mixture of bewilderment and astonishment. The title of Daozi. How ancient a designation this is. Since the last astonishing genius of the Yushu immortal sect met an untimely demise tens of thousands of years ago, there had been no Daozi. After the calamity that befell the Yushu immortal sect so many years ago, it seemed their fortunes had plummeted, and no prodigy capable of overshadowing their peers had emerged since. The title of Daozi had become almost legendary. Grand Elder, do you truly wish for Lu Chen to become the Daozi of our Yushu immortal sect? As the leader of the sect, the long-browed Taoist could not remain silent. He stared at the Grand Elder in shock, his lips trembling, his spirit shaken to its core. Clearly, he had never anticipated such a proposal. He had assumed the Grand Elder would at most take Lu Chen as a disciple, which would already have been a considerable honor. The Grand Elder Liuli, a being of celestial prowess, was on the verge of transcending the void, ascending to the heavens. In truth, merely accepting Lu Chen as a disciple would suffice to demonstrate Liui's regard for him. However, the esteemed elder unexpectedly proposed that Lu Chen become the disciple of the Yushu immortal sect. It has been tens of thousands of years since the sect has had a disciple. The title of disciple is not merely a designation. It embodies something that can drive all to madness. Once one becomes a disciple, all resources of the Yushu immortal sect shall be at their disposal without restraint. Techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, spirit stones, and so forth. Whatever the disciple desires, the sect will spare no effort to fulfill. This unparalleled power even surpasses that of the sect's leader. The criteria for recognizing a disciple are exceedingly stringent due to their exceptional nature. A genius, without a shadow of a doubt. A genius unparalleled in the world. Once designated as a disciple by the Yushu immortal sect, stepping into the realm of immortals and becoming a human immortal is merely the baseline expectation. A disciple who achieves the status of an earth immortal is considered mediocre among disciples. Attaining the title of heaven immortal is only a passable evaluation. Only by shattering the void and ascending to the higher realms can one display the true caliber of a disciple. Indeed, there exists an immortal realm in this world, and it is not entirely severed from the mortal plane. With a certain price paid, true immortals from the higher realms can descend, showcasing their celestial prowess. Any sect that witnesses an ascension to the higher realms gains an invaluable safeguard in times of peril. However, the path to ascension is fraught with challenges. Does Lu Chen truly possess the talent worthy of the title of disciple? The 4 elders with long brows were initially locked in a silent contest, subtly vying for the opportunity to take Lu Chen as their pupil. Yet, they were taken aback when the esteemed elder Liuli directly proposed the notion of making Lu Chen the disciple of the Yushu immortal sect. Instantly, the 4 were caught off guard by this revelation. It has been tens of thousands of years since a disciple has emerged. Esteemed elder, should this matter not be further deliberated? Elder Yinshan could not help but interject. If Lu Chen becomes the disciple, then within the entire Yushu immortal sect, no one else would possess the qualifications to be his master. More precisely, every individual within the sect, including the esteemed elder, would share the duty and obligation to guide and protect Lu Chen. This is the remarkable advantage of the disciple's status. All resources, human and material, shall be devoted solely to nurturing the disciple and ensuring their prosperous development. There is no need for further negotiation. My mind is made up. What objection could there be to a natural possessor of the heart of a disciple serving in this esteemed role? Unless, do you believe that in your lifetimes, you could find another who could be compared to Lu Chen? Liui's words were simple and straightforward. The Yushu immortal sect has remained dormant for far too long. This is a rare opportunity that must be seized firmly. Otherwise, merely languishing in complacency could lead to a loss of status, or worse. the attention of those with sinister intentions, bringing about utter ruin. With that, the long-browed Taoist and the others fell silent, choosing to remain mute. Indeed, is it not permissible for one who possesses an innate Tao heart to assume the title of Daozi within the Yushu immortal sect? Can anyone be found who surpasses this individual in excellence? Such a notion is inconceivable. An innate Tao heart is an extraordinary talent that occurs but once in a million years. The Yushu immortal sect is already most fortunate to have acquired this child. Thus, I pose the question, if even the owner of an innate Tao heart cannot fulfill the role of Daozi, who then possesses the qualifications to assume such a position? Is there anyone more talented than the young Liuli before us? Such a person does not exist. Even when surveying the entirety of the world, one would struggle to conceive of any other sect's prodigy whose innate gifts could rival those of this child. The innate Tao heart is more than sufficient to effortlessly surpass all other cultivators of talent. This remarkable endowment, even when considering the span of the next 100,000 years, may very well remain unmatched. Such is the terrifying and domineering nature of the innate Tao heart. This child embodies the hope of the Yushu immortal sect. Chang Mei's gaze fixated on the youthful figure of Liuli, his eyes momentarily lost in reverie. Chapter 11. Arrival at Immortal Peak. Liuli, the humble Taoist, inquired once more, "Are you willing to assume the responsibility of safeguarding the Yushu immortal sect in the days to come? Will you bear the weight of elevating the Yushu immortal sect to greatness? As the Tao child of the Yushu immortal sect, do you accept this?" The long-browed elder fixed his earnest gaze upon Liuli, his tone solemn and sincere. Beside him, the venerable elder Li Hai, resembling a celestial being, along with the three elders of Yinshan, instinctively turned their attention to Liuli, their eyes unwavering, silently awaiting his response. The Yushu immortal sect has not seen a Tao child in millennia. Should you choose to accept, you shall become the sole Tao child of the sect in these thousands of years. At that time, whether it be the sect leader, the elders, or even the venerable elder, all shall dedicate their resources and protection to your growth and ascendance. Will you accept? The elder's words were straightforward and clear. To undertake the role of the Tao child of the Yushu immortal sect entails shouldering the responsibilities of the entire sect, safeguarding it in the future, and striving to restore its former glory. Naturally, at this stage, the Tao child would enjoy numerous rewards. The sacrifices required would only come after attaining sufficient strength to contribute to the Yushu immortal sect. The rewards, however, could be reaped during the period of growth. It is a sweet beginning followed by hard toil. For Liuli, what he currently lacked was a formidable backing and protection. The position of Tao child would perfectly fill this void. The unmanifested Liu family from the west loomed like hidden wolves, alongside the royal Ing family of the Qin dynasty, who were undoubtedly plotting to eradicate him at every turn. Thus, Liuli felt compelled to be cautious. In this light, becoming the Tao child of the Yushu immortal sect appeared to be the most secure method for ensuring his safety. As for the obligations he would owe to the Yushu immortal sect in the future, Liuli believed that once he had attained sufficient strength, he could certainly contribute to the sect without hesitation, as it would be a fair exchange. The Yushu immortal sect had invested in his initial development, and once he grew powerful, it would be entirely reasonable for him to protect the sect in return. Most importantly, upon becoming the Tao child of the Yushu immortal sect, he would receive comprehensive protection from the sect. As for the resources mentioned by the long-browed elder, Liuli did not place much value on them. No matter how vast or precious the resources, they could not compare to the system he possessed. After careful contemplation, Liuli had reached a decision. He lifted his head to meet the kind and friendly visage of the long-browed elder, his tone resolute. "Sect leader, I am willing to become the Tao child of the Yushu immortal sect." Thus, at this moment, the Yushu immortal sect welcomed its sole Tao child in thousands of years. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The elder's expression radiated joy and satisfaction, affirming the innate Tao heart. The Tao child of the Yushu immortal sect has come into being. Golden rays illuminate the vast expanse. The sound of the Tao reverberates in all directions. All of this centers upon a single individual. What does this signify? The elder with long brows is undoubtedly aware of the implications. Before him stands a young and tender boy, harboring an unfathomable talent of terrifying potential. The elder, turning around, he beheld Li Hai's enigmatic smile, prompting a natural shift in his tone as he composed himself and declared, "I, as your master, solemnly announce that from this day forth, Lu Chun shall be the daozi of the Yushu immortal sect." The elder with long brows fixed a serious gaze upon Li Hai, casting a brief glance at Yun Shan and the others present. All were esteemed members of the Yushu immortal sect, with the Grand Elder being one of the last remaining celestials of the sect. As long as they consented, particularly with Li Hai's affirmation, Lu Chun's status as daozi would be indisputable. Today, this momentous news could be officially proclaimed to all elders and disciples within the sect. The matter of the daozi could not be concealed, nor was there a need for such secrecy. However, the existence of the innate Dao heart was of significant consequence and must remain undisclosed. Thus, the news of the daozi could be widely shared. After careful deliberation, the sect leader, the long-browed elder, resolved to keep the innate Dao heart a secret while grandly announcing the position of daozi in the Yushu immortal sect. This would serve to obscure the astonishing phenomenon of golden rays illuminating the heavens and redirect the attention of outsiders, as well as that of the elders and disciples within the sect. The innate Dao heart must not be revealed. As for the golden rays that dazzled the sky, although many are aware, most remain oblivious to its true origin, which lies with the mere 6-year-old Lu Chun. Thus, concealing this information would not pose a challenge. Understood, Master. The elders, including Yun Shan, wore solemn expressions, acknowledging the gravity of the matter with a respectful bow. They were keenly aware of its significance. Grand Elder Li Hai was equally pleased with this arrangement, nodding with a smile. Starting tomorrow, Lu Chun may reside in the independent courtyard on the ascending immortal peak. I shall instruct the staff to prepare the courtyard for you. Li Hai's gaze softened as he looked at Lu Chun. Yes, Lu Chun nodded in response. Elder Yun Shan, upon hearing this, hesitated briefly. Generally, newly inducted disciples of the Yushu immortal sect are assigned to one of the 7 main peaks based on the most suitable cultivation techniques and their various innate talents. The peaks are Tianshu Peak, Tianxian Peak, Tianji Peak, Qiankun Peak, Yuheng Peak, Kaiyang Peak, and Yaoguang Peak. These are the principal peaks of the Yushu immortal sect, where disciples live and cultivate. Each peak is overseen by a formidable 9th-tier master. To be favored by a peak master and become their direct disciple brings countless benefits. However, the vast majority can only aspire to be ordinary disciples. Those with lesser innate qualities are relegated to menial duties in small courtyards, responsible for a myriad of tedious tasks such as chopping wood, fetching water, and preparing meals. The ascending immortal peak is the realm where the formidable celestial beings of the Yushu immortal sect ascend to the higher realms. Nearly all powerful cultivators of the Yushu immortal sect retreat to this sacred mountain to immerse themselves in the lingering essence left by their predecessors, hoping to attain breakthroughs in their own cultivation. The symbolic significance and importance of this location to the Yushu immortal sect far exceed ordinary imagination. Elder Yunshan's lips moved, yet he refrained from uttering words of refusal. Being a daozi, residing on the ascending immortal peak is indeed a matter of course. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Those permitted to retreat at the ascending immortal peak are all powerful beings of the earth immortal level and above. Although the number is scarce and most are in seclusion, the chance of receiving guidance from even one of them would be a tremendous blessing. Even as an elder, he would have to humble himself and plead for their instruction for quite some time. Yet, Lu Chun, having just joined the Yushu immortal sect, has already become a daozi and taken residence on the ascending immortal peak. Even he, as an elder, felt a pang of envy. If other disciples were to learn of this, it would surely provoke immense jealousy. Chapter 12. It seems I have already attained the first stage from this day forth. Every month, I shall arrange for different elders to instruct you in your cultivation. During this period, you may claim a spirit-gathering pill each day. Once you successfully establish your foundation and truly embark on the path of cultivation, I will arrange for 2 elders who have ascended to the celestial realm to personally guide you. I, too, shall occasionally oversee your training. Lu Chun, you will have 3 opportunities each month to enter the scripture repository and select cultivation methods and secret techniques. The scripture repository is divided into 3 levels, but for now, you are only permitted to choose from the first level. As your realm advances, I will naturally grant you higher privileges. Following this, the long-browed elder meticulously explained to Lu Chun the advantages and benefits of being the disciple of the Yushu sect. Initially, he worried that Lu Qin's intellect might not be mature enough to grasp certain concepts. However, when Lu Qin articulated his thoughts with clarity, the long-browed elder sighed and shook his head, attributing Lu Qin's maturity to his innate talent. Possessing a system, Lu Qin was not overly concerned with these so-called benefits. What mattered most to him was that on either side of his small courtyard at the summit of Ascension resided the elders of the Yushu sect who had reached the celestial realm, ensuring his safety. The other offerings from the scripture repository, including cultivation techniques and spirit-gathering pills, held little significance for Lu Qin. Given that you have just begun your journey, it is essential for you to select a cultivation method to transition into the first stage. I recommend that you choose. As the sect leader, the long-browed elder had thoughtfully considered everything for Lu Qin. Nearby, including Yinshan, who had just ascended to the human immortal realm, 3 elders remained silent, not interrupting. As for the grand elderly Hai, once assured that the long-browed elder could properly accommodate Lu Qin, he departed gracefully. At that moment, cough, cough, Lu Qin cleared his throat and, glancing at the still explaining sect leader, felt compelled to interject softly. Sect leader, it seems I have already crossed into the first stage. Ha ha ha, child. We know your talent is extraordinary, but you have yet to begin your cultivation. How could you possibly have reached the first stage? Rest assured, with your aptitude, you will attain the first stage within a year. For now, do not rush. The sect leader laughed heartily, and the 2 elders beside him shook their heads in amusement. After all, he was just a child, and his desire to showcase his talent was understandable. Wait a moment. This child is truly at the first stage. Although Yinshan, like the others, initially disbelieved Lu Qin's claim, he decided to familiarize himself with his newly enhanced consciousness by probing Lu Qin's cultivation level. To his astonishment, he discovered a warm flow of energy residing in Lu Qin's dantian, indicating that he indeed possessed the spiritual power of a first-stage cultivator. As the echoes of astonishment faded, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. A multitude of bewildered and incredulous gazes converged upon Lu Qin. The truth spoke volumes. After 3 divine senses meticulously scrutinized Lu Qin from head to toe, a profound silence engulfed everyone present. Even the well-versed elder Chang Mei found himself momentarily dumbfounded. The sect leader. The other 2 elders trembled slightly, their lips quivering in disbelief. Truly, he had attained the first level of cultivation. In the mere instant of awakening his Tao heart, he had ascended to the first realm. What an astonishing comprehension and innate talent. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly transitioned from a mere mortal to the first level. This young child, Lu Qin, possessed an extraordinarily terrifying gift. Is the innate Tao heart truly so formidable? No, that cannot be right. Historical records from the Yushu immortal sect, dating back tens of thousands of years, did mention individuals with innate Tao hearts. But none could compare to the sheer terror exuded by Lu Qin at this moment. Merely awakening an innate Tao heart had allowed him to leap into the first realm without any prior cultivation. This was nothing short of astonishing. Such an example had never been witnessed before. The onlookers widened their eyes, their pupils round with astonishment as they gazed at Lu Qin, as if beholding an exceedingly fearsome monstrosity. For elders surrounding a child, their faces reflecting sheer terror, created a scene that was both bizarre and comical. Not only within the Yushu immortal sect, but even across all major sects in the world, no such terrifying prodigy like Lu Qin had emerged in 100,000 years. Such an extraordinary talent was simply unprecedented, unrivaled through the ages. In the annals of the Yushu immortal sect, spanning several millennia, no one could remotely compare to Lu Qin in terms of innate quality, comprehension, and talent. Does such a formidable genius truly exist in this world? Is the innate Tao heart genuinely this terrifying? Elder Yinshan instinctively uttered, his gaze fixated in bewilderment upon the youthful figure of Lu Qin. However, Elder Chang Mei swiftly refuted this notion, asserting that it was not the innate Tao heart that was fearsome, but rather, Lu Qin was an exception. In Elder Chang Mei's recollections, there had been rare instances of geniuses possessing innate Tao hearts throughout the Yushu immortal sect's history. Yet none could match Lu Qin's astonishing prowess. Lu Qin was the singular individual who, upon awakening his innate Tao heart, immediately ascended to the first level. This was the only instance recorded in the Yushu immortal sect's history, a stark contrast to those past geniuses with innate Tao hearts. In Chang Mei's eyes, Liuchun was destined to surpass all illustrious disciples. Today, he had truly witnessed it. Could this be the legendary prodigy? Elder Changmei and the four from Yunshan were engulfed in a maelstrom of complex emotions. Very well, henceforth, I shall personally lead Liuchun to the summit of ascension. You are to proceed and inform the masters of each peak, enabling them to be apprised of the matters concerning the Daozi in advance. Subsequently, a formal announcement should be made to all disciples within the sect. There is no need to conceal the matter of the Daozi. A natural Dao heart must, however, remain undisclosed. This point must be firmly remembered. The elder with long brows solemnly advised once more. Understood, master. The trio from Yunshan turned and departed from the cave. As they watched the three leave, the elder with long brows turned to Liuchun with a benevolent smile. Liuchun, come with me to the summit of ascension. From this day forth, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek guidance from the elders around the small courtyard who are not in seclusion. They will surely provide you with thoughtful answers. Liuchun nodded in affirmation. Yes. Chapter 13. The Secret of the Scripture Pavilion simultaneously. A piece of news swept through the entire Yushu immortal sect with astonishing speed. The peak masters of the sect were the first to receive this earth-shattering revelation. What? A Daozi? Our Yushu immortal sect has, against all odds, produced another Daozi? Is this true? It has been tens of thousands of years since a Daozi last appeared. Today, the sect leader has broken a tradition that has lasted millennia to exceptionally select a Daozi. My heavens, this news is utterly astounding. The peak masters were all deeply stirred. The announcement came so suddenly that they were utterly unprepared. They had never imagined that they would witness such an event in their lifetime. The selection of a Daozi within their sect. Was the sect leader too hasty? Can a Daozi chosen so abruptly truly bear such a heavy responsibility? The cultivation of a Daozi requires an immense investment. Since the news originated from the mouths of three venerable elders guarding the demon suppression tower, no peak master dared to question the authenticity of this information. However, what each peak master yearned to know most was, who exactly was this Daozi? What virtues and capabilities did he possess to warrant the exalted status of being the only Daozi in the Yushu immortal sect for tens of thousands of years? The title of Daozi within the sect is one of great prestige and significance. In the Yushu immortal sect, a Daozi aims for ascension to the upper realms, holding a status comparable to that of the most powerful elder in seclusion on the immortal ascension peak, with resource allocation subtly surpassing even that of the peak masters and the sect leader. Thus, upon learning this news, the peak masters could not help but reveal their inner confusion and discontent. Yet, since the decision came from the sect leader and the seldom seen elderly high, the peak masters dared not openly challenge the leader's choice. Nevertheless, whispers of dissent naturally circulated behind the scenes. Madness. Pure madness. The sect leader has chosen a mere 6-year-old child, a recent initiate, as the Daozi. Barely having arrived at the Yushu immortal sect for half a day, he has already been selected as the current Daozi. This is simply too outrageous. What does being a Daozi signify? Each Daozi embodies the greatest hope for the future of the Yushu immortal sect. They represent the prodigious talent most likely to become the strongest within the sect. In the Yushu immortal sect of tens of thousands of years ago, the selection of any Daozi was a process involving years of observation and scrutiny by the sect leader, peak masters, and elders before a suitable candidate was finally chosen for cultivation. Yet now, the sect leader has chosen a mere 6-year-old boy from amongst the many newly initiated children as the Daozi? How utterly trivial. Such a shocking act inevitably provoked a sense of horror within the hearts of the peak masters. Thus, the entire Yushu immortal sect has been set abuzz by the matter concerning the Daozi, provoking an unprecedented uproar. A mere 6-year-old Daozi? Such an occurrence is unparalleled in history. Unheard of. It is nothing short of astonishing to the mundane world. Opinions among the various peak masters regarding the Daozi have polarized dramatically. One faction argues that the sect master has acted too hastily and recklessly, asserting that it is unwise to blindly select a novice boy as the Daozi. Conversely, the other faction believes that the sect master's decisive choice must stem from some profound insight or undisclosed reason, subtly indicating the extraordinary nature of the boy chosen as the Daozi. Amidst this fervent debate, the peak masters have inadvertently overlooked the terrifying phenomenon of the blinding golden light illuminating the distant horizon, becoming engrossed solely in the discussions surrounding the Daozi. Ultimately, I remain convinced that the sect master has been overly rash. Why should a boy, just beginning his journey, not be subjected to a period of evaluation before being designated as the Daozi? If this child is truly exceptional and gifted, then what harm could there be in selecting him as the Daozi? Given the sect master's character, this child must possess extraordinary qualities, which is likely why the sect master bypassed the usual scrutiny and directly acknowledged him as the Daozi. However, such a momentous and esteemed title being decided upon so hastily raises concerns. Will there truly be no repercussions? What if there are issues regarding his identity or origins? Origins? When has the Yushu immortal sect ever placed significance on lineage? Cultivators vie for their fates against the heavens. In the eyes of the Tao, status is but a jest. A 6-year-old Daozi, has he not shattered all previous records for the youngest Daozi in history? The youngest Daozi in the Yushu immortal sect in over 10,000 years. It is not surprising that various peak masters have sought out the sect master to inquire about the Daozi. Naturally, the matter of his innate Tao heart has been concealed by the elder Changmei. Yet, aside from the innate Tao heart and the phenomenon of the golden light, Elder Changmei finds himself at a loss to provide a second rationale for selecting Lu Chun as the Daozi. Faced with the inquiries of numerous peak masters and elders, the sect master resolutely responded, "This child is the most gifted individual I have ever encountered in terms of root talent, comprehension, and innate abilities. Thus, selecting him as the Daozi is only fitting." Many remain unable to accept this answer, but alas, the decision of the sect master and the Grand Elder is one that cannot be contested by the peak masters. Following the sect master Changmei's directive, the peak masters must prepare to welcome the sole Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect in millennia. Of course, some elders are deeply discontented by this turn of events. In response, Elder Changmei has chosen not to intervene, and Yunshan has opted for silence. Naturally, the remaining peak masters, sensing the shifting tides, have ceased their intense deliberations. As an informed witness to this matter, the two elders present at the time similarly chose to remain reticent regarding the myriad occurrences surrounding the Daozi, Lu Chun. Born with an innate Tao heart, radiating golden light that stretches for miles, and resonating with a voice that reverberates across the realms. Each event is nothing short of earth-shattering, profoundly stirring the hearts of those who hear it. All of this has been expressly decreed by the sect leader, with a firm directive that it must not be disclosed to the outside world. They are acutely aware that should this information leak, it could unleash catastrophic upheaval upon the Yushu immortal sect in the future. Gradually, the fervent discussions among the peak leaders subsided. Some understood the leader's decision, while others found it incomprehensible. Yet, the majority dared not pursue the topic further. Within the Yushu immortal sect, the leader's decree symbolizes the highest command, with the explicit instruction from the esteemed Changmei Taoist. Even if the peak leaders felt dissatisfied or resentful, they could only bury these negative emotions deep within, too afraid to express them openly. What virtues or capabilities could a mere 6-year-old Daozi possess? What extraordinary talent and comprehension must he have to warrant such serious attention from the leader? This 6-year-old Daozi, known as Lu Chun, has had his name resound throughout the entire Yushu immortal sect. A few elders expressed their eager anticipation for the grand competition of the Yushu immortal sect set to occur in a month. The newly initiated young disciples will have the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Yet, uncertainty looms. Will this 6-year-old Daozi partake in this contest among the younger generation? One can only hope that this Daozi will not disappoint us. In a month's time, we shall discern whether he is a dragon or merely a worm. Thus, discussions regarding the Daozi ceased among the peak leaders. They now quietly await the forthcoming battles of the younger generation, eager to observe whether the Daozi personally chosen by the Changmei Taoist truly possesses the astonishing and fearsome talent as previously stated. Simultaneously, as the peak leaders fell silent, the numerous disciples within the sect engaged in fervent discussions regarding the Daozi. Lu Chun, a Daozi at the tender age of 6? Does this not mean he entered the sect at the same time as us? He has become a Daozi. The Daozi personally appointed by the leader of the Yushu immortal sect? How enviable. Why must such fortunate events elude me? At just 6 years old, he has already attained the status of Daozi? If it were me, I would surely wake up laughing in my sleep. After Changmei took Lu Chun soaring into the skies, Hundreds of newly initiated disciples underwent a hasty allocation and found their respective main peaks. Naturally, most were assigned to various main peaks in menial roles, becoming the errand disciples of the Yu-Su immortal sect. Regardless of their assigned locations, upon hearing that Liuli, who entered concurrently, had astonishingly risen to become the highly esteemed daozi of the Yu-Su immortal sect at the tender age of 6, it was inevitable that countless disciples would be consumed by envy and resentment. The status of a daozi is a chasm apart from theirs. It is as if they inhabit different realms, one celestial, the other terrestrial. The disparity in identity is vast and unfathomable. The prospect of becoming a daozi is beyond my imagination. I merely hope that the grand competition in a month will afford me the chance to assert myself and escape from this menial place, thereby gaining entry to the main peak for cultivation. I wonder if Daozi Liuli will participate. I sincerely hope he does, as I long to witness his brilliance. However, if the daozi fails to showcase his exceptional prowess, it would be a tremendous embarrassment, not only for him, but also for the sect leader, who would likely share in the shame. In the scripture repository, a treasure trove of the Yu-Su immortal sect's techniques, secrets, and legacies accumulated over millennia is meticulously preserved. This vast collection encompasses a myriad of methods and skills, each significant in its own right. One can readily imagine the repository's monumental importance to the sect. The scripture repository stands as the most revered and safeguarded site within the Yu-Su immortal sect, fortified with stringent defenses. It may well be regarded as one of the safest places within the sect. Generally, entry to the repository is strictly forbidden for any disciple without explicit permission. Should anyone trespass without authorization, discovery would result in penalties ranging from a year of solitary confinement at the Cliff of Reflection to the immediate revocation of their status as a disciple, alongside the complete forfeiture of all cultivated techniques. At this moment, an elderly Taoist leaned against the wall, facing an ancient wooden rack. He held a pure white jade slip, emanating a soft glow, his eyes gently closed as he murmured to himself. With his spiritual awareness, he meticulously recorded significant events that would profoundly impact the Yu-Su immortal sect onto the jade slip. The 109th generation sect leader, Changmei, had designated Liuli as the current daozi at merely 6 years of age, making him the youngest daozi in the history of the Yu-Su immortal sect. Liuli is the third individual in millennia to possess a natural Dao heart. When his Dao heart awakened, golden light radiated from within him, ascending like a vibrant cloud, illuminating the vast sky. The Dao patterns danced gracefully, enveloping the surrounding realm. The Dao sounds resonated as if they originated from the heavens, ethereal and echoing throughout the mortal world. Previous possessors of a natural Dao heart had not manifested such terrifying phenomena at their awakening. This extraordinary occurrence stands as a singular event in thousands of years. Upon completing his records, the faint glow of the jade slip gradually diminished. The old Taoist carefully placed the slip into a wooden box on the rack, his movements deliberate and light, as if handling an object of immense value. Subsequently, the wooden box slowly closed. This record is classified as the highest level of secrecy within the scripture repository. It is off-limits to all but the current leaders and the chroniclers of events. The following day, as the sun rose in the east, Liuli, who had transformed into the contemporary daozi of the Yu-Su immortal sect, upon receiving his daily allocation of spirit-gathering pills, hastened towards the most treasured site of the Yu-Su immortal sect, the scripture repository. Chapter 14. The Qiankun Liuli pill as the daozi of the Yu-Su immortal sect. Liuli naturally enjoys treatment that is starkly different from that of ordinary disciples. While a typical disciple is only permitted to receive a spirit-gathering pill once a month, Liuli is granted the privilege of receiving one daily. Furthermore, while an ordinary disciple must wait 3 months before applying to enter the scripture pavilion to select a technique, Liuli possesses the right to enter the pavilion 3 times a month. This restriction is merely a precaution from the sect leader, the elder Changmei, who fears that Liuli might overextend himself. Otherwise, with Liuli's status as daozi, the scripture pavilion would be akin to his own private garden, accessible at will. The spirit-gathering pill holding a delicate porcelain vial in his hand, Liuli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The spirit-gathering pill produced by the Yu-Su immortal sect is renowned as a top-tier elixir, capable of elevating and transforming a cultivator's spiritual power. significantly aiding in their ascension. This pill's formula is exclusive to the Yushu immortal sect, making it a rare and precious commodity that is virtually unattainable in the outside world, no matter the price. After a journey that took roughly an hour, Liuchen finally stepped into the scripture pavilion. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a kindly old Taoist who looked at him with warmth. Daozi Liuchen. The sect leader has instructed that you may select a technique from the first floor of the scripture pavilion. It was evident that following the commotion of the previous day, all elders and disciples within the sect were well aware of the significant event regarding the emergence of a new Daozi. Although some disciples still found Liuchen's appearance unfamiliar, most elders were at least somewhat acquainted with his features. Thank you, elder. After bidding farewell to the old Taoist, Liuchen ventured alone into the vast array of techniques within the pavilion. The first floor housed primarily foundational techniques, stored in book form to accommodate the lower realms of those practicing them. Ensuring that the old Taoist behind him had not noticed, Liuchen discreetly approached the edge of a wooden shelf at one end of the pavilion, his eyes flickering as he silently intoned, "System, initiate the sign-in at the scripture pavilion. The sign-in for today is about to commence." His visit to the scripture pavilion was not solely for the purpose of selecting a technique. More importantly, he was there to sign in. This latter aspect held far greater significance for Liuchen. The rewards from his first sign-in, the 10,000-year Dao heart, filled him with anticipation for daily sign-ins at different locations. Today, he fortuitously had the opportunity to attempt a sign-in at the scripture pavilion. Sign-ins at different locations yield varied rewards. Sign-in at the scripture pavilion successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Qiankun Liuli pill. The Qiankun Liuli pill? I had hoped that signing in at the pavilion would yield some exceptional technique. Liuchen felt a twinge of disappointment. The system's prompt resonated throughout Liuchen's mind, swiftly and distinctly. Before him, a white elixir materialized, enveloped in swirling clouds, occasionally accompanied by the faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Initially, Liuchen felt a twinge of bewilderment upon reading the description, but within moments, he was swept away by exhilaration. Truly, this was an extraordinary elixir. Its effects were akin to a divine key to unlock potential. Every martial technique has its creator, and this particular art must be the most suited to its originator. Although the meridians of individuals are generally similar, they differ in length, width, and smoothness, leading to subtle variations. Thus, even the most gifted individuals cannot achieve the perfection of the technique's creator. The originator can harness the technique's efficiency to its fullest, while subsequent practitioners can at most reach 99% of that potential. The final 1% discrepancy stems from physical differences, which cannot simply be bridged by innate talent. However, this Qiankun Liuli Dan bestows upon its user the remarkable ability to alter their meridians. This implies the potential to perfectly emulate the flow of energy of the technique's creator. Furthermore, it even permits the adaptation and execution of techniques from other races by modifying one's meridians, thus vastly expanding the scope of possibilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Liuchen grasped the floating elixir, visible only to him, and gently placed it into his mouth. As it dissolved instantly, a warm current surged through his entire being. A torrent of profound knowledge rushed into his mind, akin to a tidal wave, flooding him with a plethora of information that seemed to materialize from thin air. With countless characters swirling in his consciousness, eagerly absorbed. To his astonishment, the elixir contained a tutorial. Liuchen stood quietly, eyes gently closed, savoring the newfound reservoir of knowledge, which his mind continuously absorbed and transformed into instinctive understanding. It felt as though his body was bathed in a warm ocean, opening his heart to the experience. This transformation lasted for what felt like several breaths. The vast amount of knowledge that had suddenly appeared in his mind was thoroughly absorbed in that fleeting moment. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone within them. The knowledge acquired in this manner allowed him to effortlessly grasp the method of controlling the alteration of his meridians, without any need for arduous training. It was as if he had directly extracted the mastery of the elixir's creator and implanted it into his mind, seamlessly integrating it into his physical instincts. Thus, this extraordinary sensation led Liuchen to feel an innate familiarity with the meridians within his body, as if it had been a part of him all along. Such is the marvel of the Qiankun Liuli Dan. He resolved to put it to the test. Liuchen took a deep breath. Retrieving a small porcelain vial from his bosom, He poured the spirit-gathering pill into his palm, tossed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. The pill was quickly consumed, and soon a warm current surged through his abdomen, cleansing his internal organs. The vitality within him began to swell, infusing strength into his organs, limbs, meridians, and blood. Seizing the moment, Liuqian casually picked up a scroll of foundational techniques from a nearby wooden rack, not even glancing at its title before immersing himself in the practice. He commenced the technique to digest and absorb the essence of the spirit-gathering pill. Following the instructions in the text, he swiftly activated the technique. Though it was his first time practicing this method, he exuded a sense of proficiency, as if he had been cultivating for decades. The spiritual energy generated by the pill was transformed by Liuqian's technique into a force he could command, continuously reshaping his bones, meridians, and blood. During the circulation of the energy, subtle changes began to occur within his meridians, allowing for a smoother flow of power, akin to raw clay being gently molded. The energy converged and concentrated in his dantian. The modest spiritual energy that had previously resided there was now surging at an astonishing pace. Boom! With a resounding roar from within, a blockage in his meridians was instantaneously shattered by the overwhelming influx of power. The barrier was crushed on the spot. Simultaneously, as the obstruction was breached, Liuqian's vitality and spiritual energy both experienced a cataclysmic surge. Moments later, the transformation subsided. Liuqian exhaled gently, his eyes sparkling, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. He had ascended a rank. From the first to the second tier, how remarkably simple. He had previously thought it would be a daunting endeavor. If others were to learn that Liuqian had progressed from the first to the second tier in a mere day, even the most composed of individuals would likely find themselves questioning their own existence. System, display the attributes panel. With a thought, Liuqian summoned his current status. Host, Liuqian, level, second tier, vitality, 1913. Spiritual energy, 11-7. Technique, spirit summoning method, perfected. The virtual attribute panel swiftly materialized before Liuqian's eyes. Indeed, his level had risen from the first to the second tier. Both his vitality and spiritual energy had undergone significant elevation and refinement. Moreover, a new attribute labeled technique had emerged, now in a perfected state. Although it was merely a foundational technique, it is noteworthy that even the most gifted individuals typically require at least a year and a half to reach the threshold of proficiency in the spirit summoning method. However, upon reaching the realm of Liuqian, one merely needs to allow their spiritual energy to traverse the meridians along the prescribed path of cultivation to attain perfection in their techniques. It is akin to a celestial trace. Presently, I would estimate my strength to be capable of defeating 20 versions of my former self. My power has surged by at least 20-fold. The second tier is vastly superior to the first. If I were to confront an ordinary adult male, I could likely contend against 100 with remarkable ease. Liuqian mused. The techniques that have endured through the annals of history and secured a place within the Yushu immortal sect, even the most basic foundational methods, undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities. Otherwise, no matter how potent the effect of the Qiankun Liuli pill, if the technique itself were not sufficiently robust, it would not have facilitated Liuqian's rapid ascension to the second tier within a mere cycle of the heavens. Indeed, there are no worthless techniques in this world, only inept practitioners. As long as one can wield them wisely, any technique holds the potential to yield significant results. Enlightened by this realization, Liuqian chuckled softly and cast his gaze upon the wooden shelves within the scripture pavilion. Chapter 15. The Third Stage. The Third Stage. Several hours later, Liuqian meticulously practiced every technique within the first level of the scripture repository. Thanks to the enhancement provided by the Qiankun Liuli Dan, his speed of mastering these techniques far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Ultimately, he perfected all the cultivation methods contained in this level of the repository. This was not born out of greed, but rather necessity. Every technique has its optimal cultivation environment. For instance, water-based techniques flourish in areas abundant with water elements, such as rivers and lakes, while fire-based techniques thrive in warmer climates, yielding results with remarkable efficiency. The plethora of foundational techniques available in the first level of the scripture repository ensured that Liuqian could maintain an exceptionally swift pace of cultivation in any environment. As for the risk of becoming possessed by a technique due to its complexity, such a concern could not possibly affect him. Not only was the Eternal Heart a treasure of unparalleled caliber, a natural nemesis to inner demons, but the effects of the Qiankun Liuli Dan also ensured that any trace of spiritual energy he cultivated would remain obediently within his dantian, ready for his command. However, while he had sufficient cultivation techniques, he still lacked a secret combat skill. Having ample spiritual energy is futile if I cannot unleash it. Is there truly someone foolish enough to stand before me and engage in a contest of power? Thus, to comprehensively enhance his capabilities, Liuchun recognized the necessity of acquiring a combat secret skill for further training. After careful contemplation, Liuchun resolved to select a relatively simple combat technique to hone his skills. Unlike cultivation methods, there were no shortcuts for him at this moment. He could only practice using the most straightforward and effective approach. He meticulously surveyed the options and ultimately chose the thunderclap fist from the wooden rack. This technique was considered a low-threshold offensive skill within the Yushu sect, making it perfectly suitable for his current circumstances. With his innate understanding and comprehension, enhanced by the Eternal Heart and the assistance of the Qiankun Liuli Dan, he was confident in his ability to easily grasp the fundamentals of the thunderclap fist. Holding the secret skill in his hand, Liuchun returned to the old Taoist and presented the technique for transcription. The original manuscripts of any technique within the scripture repository could not be removed. To cultivate any method or secret skill, one had to first transcribe the original and then take a copy out of the repository for practice. Furthermore, they were required to return the transcribed techniques within a stipulated time frame to mitigate the risk of leakage of the sect's methods. These numerous safety precautions were all designed to prevent the Yushu sect's techniques from circulating in the outside world. Liuchun understood this necessity. Without these measures, the techniques of the Yushu sect would likely have become commonplace throughout the realm long ago. Thunderclap fist? The old Taoist accepted the technique Liuchun offered, nodded slightly, and promptly began transcribing it with great speed. Soon thereafter, upon completing the transcription, the elder handed the manuscript to Liuchun and solemnly cautioned him. This manuscript must be returned within a month and must not be disseminated. Any violators will be expelled from the Yushu immortal sect. Although the thunderclap fist is not an esoteric or top-tier secret technique, it is imperative to prevent any leakage during the disciples' training. If such techniques could be freely shared, the significance of the scripture repository would be greatly diminished. Naturally, as the thunderclap fist is relatively ordinary, the elder only offered a brief admonition without excessive rigidity. Yes, thank you, senior. Holding the manuscript of the thunderclap fist, Liuchun bid farewell to the elder at the scripture repository. As he watched Liuchun's departing figure, the elder's white brows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with skepticism. This young lad, does he seem to emanate a second-tier aura? Surely not. It must be an illusion. Even among the disciples of the Yushu immortal sect, such terrifying talent cannot be possible. Has it only been a few days since he entered? Second tier already? Absolutely impossible. Yes, just an illusion. The journey back to his residence on the Immortal Ascension Peak was smooth and uneventful. Along the way, he encountered none of those so-called oblivious disciples who would typically shout and cause a ruckus. As a disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, Liuchun held a distinguished and noble status. The traditional disciples would not dare to raise their voices in his presence, let alone provoke him or exhibit any form of disdain or ridicule, unless they were truly foolish. Thankfully, the disciples of the Yushu immortal sect remained quite innocent and sincere, without any of the typical antagonistic characters emerging to taunt or deride him. Life as a disciple of the Yushu immortal sect was remarkably ordinary, mundane, and monotonous. There was no need to gather at specific locations for group training like the other disciples, nor did he have to engage in tedious chores such as fetching water or cooking. Upon returning to his solitary courtyard, Liuchun hastily addressed his breakfast and then devoted his entire focus to the transcription of the thunderclap fist. Thus, time passed swiftly, and soon night fell. The moon hung in the sky, casting a soft, white glow, with stars sparse in the celestial tapestry. In the small courtyard, Liuchun concentrated his thoughts, channeling his spiritual energy from his dantian throughout his body, culminating in his right arm and clenched fist. His fist seemed to be enveloped in a layer of white luminescence. With a sudden thrust, he propelled a straight punch forward. The air appeared to be torn asunder, the space subtly undulating. The sound of the air shattering echoed piercingly. Satisfied, Lu Chun retracted his right fist, his eyes glimmering as he once again scrutinized his current attribute panel. Host, Lu Chun. Level, 2nd rank. Vitality, 19. Spiritual power, 11. Cultivation techniques. Spirit summoning technique, complete. Clear source technique, complete. Salvation scroll, complete. Secret skill, Thunder Fist, entry level. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. All his foundational cultivation techniques were in a state of completion, a testament to the contributions of the Qiankun Liuli Dan and the Millennia Heart of Tao. His swift mastery of the Thunder Fist was undoubtedly a result of his innate talent, although the Millennia Heart of Tao and Qiankun Liuli Dan may have provided some assistance. Time passed swiftly. It had been 3 days since Lu Chun retrieved the copied manual of the Thunder Fist from the scripture pavilion. During these 3 days, there had been no significant events within the Yushu Immortals sect. It remained peaceful and serene, as it always had. In this period, as the disciple of the Yushu Immortals sect, Lu Chun not only collected a spirit-gathering pill daily, but also signed in at various locations within the sect. Consequently, over the span of 3 days, he had made substantial progress. Besides diligently claiming his spirit-gathering pill and signing in at different places, Lu Chun hardly left his secluded courtyard on the ascending immortal peak, focusing intently on his cultivation. Many disciples within the sect were aware of the emergence of a new disciple, yet due to Lu Chun's reclusive nature, they had not even glimpsed his visage. Hard work pays off. Finally, with the aid of the Millennia Heart of Tao, Qiankun Liuli Dan, spirit-gathering pill, and rewards from his sign-ins, Lu Chun's strength surged dramatically within just 3 days. On this day, when Lu Chun sensed a slight loosening of the bottleneck in his realm, he promptly began to circulate the spirit summoning technique, which he practiced most frequently and with greater efficiency than his other techniques. Boom! With a resounding roar from within, it was announced that Lu Chun had successfully advanced from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. System, display attribute panel. Upon his recent breakthrough to the 3rd rank, Lu Chun couldn't help but silently recite in his heart. Host, Lu Chun. Level, 3rd rank. Vitality, 31, 12. Spiritual power, 22, 11. Cultivation techniques. Spirit summoning technique, complete. Clear source technique, complete. Salvation scroll, complete. Secret skill, Thunder Fist, minor accomplishment. Indeed, the level had changed from 2nd rank to 3rd rank. Simultaneously, both vitality and spiritual power underwent tremendous transformations. Even the Thunder Fist evolved from entry level to minor accomplishment. This was evidently one of the fruits of his cultivation over the past 3 days. At the 3rd rank, my strength is no longer insignificant even in the realm of cultivation. Generally, those young cultivators wandering through the world are, at most, at the 3rd rank. At my current age, I have already ascended to the 3rd realm. The journey from the 1st to the 3rd realm took merely 3 or 4 days. Lu Chun's eyes sparkled, and his spirits lifted. What could possibly compare to such an extraordinary rate of enhancement? The so-called prodigies from various sects, reputed to be one in a century, must have taken at least 3 years to traverse from the 1st to the 3rd realm. Yet here I am, achieving this feat in just a few days. The disparity is staggering. With my terrifyingly rapid advancement, I can't help but wonder if I will be perceived as a monster. Lu Chun pondered. It seems that my growth in power is indeed exceedingly formidable. Should the sect leader discover that I have reached the 3rd realm, I fear he might leap in astonishment. Although I am the disciple of the Yushu Immortal sect, lauded for possessing an innate Tao heart, this astonishing rate of progression is, after all, too unfathomable. Lu Chun was convinced that among the recorded prodigies of the past 10,000 years, none could boast of such an alarming elevation in their realms. There simply is no comparison. Transitioning from the 1st to the 3rd realm in 3 or 4 days is beyond mere talent. I must be cautious and modest, showcasing an appropriate level of genius. However, if I exceed the boundaries of what is considered genius, I may attract unnecessary trouble. Lu Chun contemplated. Over the course of 3 days, he not only devoted himself entirely to cultivation, but also took the initiative to learn some fundamental knowledge about the sect. For instance, the most gifted disciple of this generation, apart from Lu Chun, is a student named Li Zhan, who is still diligently striving to break through to the 1st realm. In stark contrast, Lu Chun has already become a master of the 3rd realm. This juxtaposition is overwhelmingly striking. The most talented disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, Liuli, would not even be worthy to carry Lu Chun's shoes. During these 3 days of attendance, Lu Chun did not acquire any additional secret techniques. Most of what he received were spiritual pills like the Gathering Spirit Pill and the Returning Origin Pill, which aid in cultivation. It was precisely because of this, along with a frenzied consumption of these pills and the application of suitable techniques, combined with the innate understanding cultivated over millennia, that Lu Chun managed to make such remarkable strides in his power and realm in such a brief span of time. Although reaching the third realm is no small feat, it is still far from sufficient for me. Just a single family, the Shijiao Lu clan, is enough to crush me effortlessly. I must grow stronger. Furthermore, the Yushu immortal sect is not as unshakable as I once imagined. Chapter 16. Returning the Thunder Fist after 3 days of inquiry. Lu Chun had garnered a preliminary understanding of the Yushu immortal sect. Although the Yushu immortal sect holds a prestigious position as one of the prominent orthodox sects, it is, in reality, facing a dire predicament as the sun sets on its glory. In terms of overall strength, several sects now exhibit the potential to rival the Yushu immortal sect. Therefore, despite its lingering reputation within the orthodox teachings, the sect's status has become precarious. Were it not for its millennia of foundation, the Yushu immortal sect would have long since lost its current standing. As the Yushu immortal sect wanes, countless individuals covet the secret techniques housed within its scripture repository, including those from seemingly courteous orthodox sections. The sect leader, Taoist Changmei, is undoubtedly a formidable figure within the realm of immortals. However, he is merely a human immortal and pales in comparison to the earth and heavenly immortals of certain other sections. Although the Yushu immortal sect possesses celestial beings like the esteemed Elder Lihai, they are kept as trump cards, revealed only in moments of existential crisis for the sect. Meanwhile, the rising stars within rival sects boast visible strengths that include earth and even heavenly immortals, who would easily overpower the Yushu immortal sect. Had they not feared the unknown but formidable methods of the Yushu immortal sect, they might have already united to assault the summit of ascension. In the face of self-interest, the facade of righteousness is but a farcical illusion. The existence of heavenly immortals, this is the true foundation upon which a great sect stands. Externally, the Lu family from the west lurks with predatory intent, alongside the royal Qin clan of the great Qin dynasty. Internally, the Yushu immortal sect is far from the reliable entity Lu Chun had envisioned. Ultimately, everything relies on oneself. Only by enhancing his own strength can he dispel all impending crises. In essence, being at the third tier is still too feeble. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chun shook off the myriad distractions. Resolutely, he departed from his solitary abode, making his way to the scripture repository to return the copied manuscript of the Thunder Fist, lest he forget this matter in due time. The copied manuscript of the Thunder Fist had become utterly insignificant to him. After all, he had already mastered it to a minor degree. Moving forward, all that remained was to diligently cultivate the Thunder Fist to a more profound level. Contemplating this, Lu Chun absent-mindedly stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. He considered another significant issue. Surely, mastering the Thunder Fist within 3 days could hardly be deemed a remarkable feat within the entirety of the Yushu immortal sect. Hence, returning the copied manuscript should not provoke any considerable commotion. Indeed, that must be the case. With this notion in mind, Lu Chun clutched the copied manuscript of the Thunder Fist and hastened toward the scripture repository to return it. The repository, as always, was presided over by the old Taoist. As the guardian of the scripture repository, the unassuming old priest possessed formidable abilities. Although he did not reach the realm of the immortals, his cultivation level was nonetheless ranked at the 9th tier, merely a step away from transcending into the celestial realm. Yet, it was precisely this one step that had obstructed his path for a grueling 33 years, leaving him stagnant and unable to progress further. When Lu Chun arrived at the scripture repository, the old priest exhibited a profound expression of confusion. "Disciple, what brings you here?" The old priest distinctly remembered that 3 days prior, Lu Chun had come to the repository and taken a copy of the Thunderclap Fist. He might forget other disciples, but as the current disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, Lu Chun was impossible to overlook. "Senior, I have come to return the copy of the Thunderclap Fist." Lu Chan said as he retrieved the manuscript from his robes and handed it to the old priest, whose face was now filled with bewilderment. Returning the thunderclap fist? Disciple, have you encountered some obstacles in your practice of this technique, prompting you to abandon it? The old priest could not help but inquire. Had it been any other disciple, he would not have probed so deeply. However, Lu Chan was different. After all, he was the only disciple of the Yusu immortal sect in tens of thousands of years, and thus, deserving of utmost attention and respect. The old priest recalled vividly that just 3 days ago, Lu Chan had taken the copy of the thunderclap fist. Now, merely 3 days later, he was returning it. In the old priestess' eyes, this clearly indicated that Lu Chan had encountered difficulties while practicing the technique and had chosen to forego it altogether. If you face challenges in your training, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Though I have yet to reach the realm of the immortals, I possess unique insights and understanding regarding the thunderclap fist. He spoke earnestly. I can confidently say that within the entire Yusu immortal sect, my comprehension of the thunderclap fist would surely place me among the top 3. Thus, if the disciple were to express the difficulties encountered in mastering the thunderclap fist, he would certainly address each of them with clarity. The old priest was serious in his offer, a privilege not extended to other disciples. Lu Chen's esteemed status as a disciple was unparalleled, akin to a national treasure of the Yusu immortal sect. Senior, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. Lu Chan cleared his throat and insisted on returning the manuscript, choosing to convey the truth. In fact, after 3 days of diligent effort, I have successfully grasped the fundamentals of the thunderclap fist. Chapter 17. The astonished elder. The elder, in a state of casual conversation, suddenly paused, bewildered. Wait, what is happening? Upon realizing the situation, his eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Chan. Disciple, what did you just say? I have already mastered the thunder fist, Lu Chan reiterated. You have mastered it? In just 3 days you have grasped the thunder fist? The elder was left utterly dumbfounded. He had prepared himself to instruct Lu Chan on the proper cultivation of the thunder fist, yet here stood Lu Chan, claiming to have mastered it in merely 3 days. What does this imply? The elder could not help but reflect on his own experience. It had taken him 3 months of arduous training to barely touch the threshold of the thunder fist. Was the disparity truly so vast? This was utterly absurd. He had devoted 3 months to achieve a mere introduction to the technique, while Lu Chan had done so in a mere 3 days. Disciple Lu Chan, are you truly certain? The elder's throat felt parched as he instinctively sought confirmation. He found it difficult to believe Lu Chan's declaration. Thus, under the elder's incredulous gaze, Lu Chan offered no further words or explanations. He simply executed a punch using the thunder fist, channeling his internal energy and suppressing it to the first level. At this sight, the elder was increasingly dazed, shocked, and awestruck. Indeed, it is the thunder fist. The elder's lips quivered slightly. Having practiced the thunder fist for many years, he could immediately discern its unmistakable essence in Lu Chan's technique. There was no doubt that Lu Chan had truly mastered the thunder fist, and his proficiency was commendable. Yet it had only been 3 days. The elder's worldview was on the brink of collapse. Goodness, to master the thunder fist in 3 days. One must ponder the sheer terror and astonishing potential of such talent. This generation's disciple appears to be extraordinarily formidable. A true prodigy. Senior, now that the transcription of the thunder fist has been successfully returned, I shall take my leave. Having returned the transcription, Lu Chan prepared to depart from the scripture pavilion. However, before exiting, he chose to quietly register the scripture pavilion as his designated sign-in location. Host, do you wish to sign in at the scripture pavilion? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Xuanwu breathing technique. Xuanwu breathing technique, capable of concealing one's spiritual energy, allowing the user to suppress their aura to any level not exceeding their true realm. What a splendid treasure. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. He was troubled, unable to find a way to conceal his current realm. Unexpectedly, this time upon signing in, he directly acquired a technique known as the Xuanwu breathing technique, which allows him to suppress the aura of his current 3rd-tier realm down to the 2nd tier. Consequently, even if the esteemed Master Changmei were to detect his 2nd-tier status, it would not appear overly astonishing. One must maintain a low profile when necessary, and be ostentatious when the time calls for it. Lu Chan was quite aware of this balance. In life, one cannot reveal all their cards, unless one possesses the strength to be invincible in the world. However, Liuli was evidently still far from attaining such unparalleled power. After returning the copied manuscript of the Thunderous Fist, Liuli departed the scripture pavilion with grace, leaving behind an old Taoist, frozen in shock, his gaze complex and filled with astonishment as he watched Liuli's receding figure, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. If he had not misperceived moments ago, it seemed that Liuli had unleashed the Thunderous Fist with the force of a first-tier spiritual energy. Reflecting on the earlier scene, the old Taoist grew even more astounded. A first tier? Goodness, how long has this disciple been training? In just a few short days, has he already reached the first tier? No. Wait. It's not merely the first tier. I have an inkling that this young disciple's realm is far beyond just that. At that moment of eruption, I vaguely sensed the surging vitality within him, as if it breached the confines of the first tier. What does this imply? The more the old Taoist pondered, the more his heart raced. He could not help but swallow hard, forcefully suppressing the shocking and terrifying notion in his mind. Surely, this must be an illusion. Could it truly be the second tier? This young disciple, having just begun his training mere days ago, has he already become a master of the second tier? How is this possible? The first tier is undoubtedly the first tier. It is even more likely to be merely a semblance of the second tier. My heavens! Moreover, he grasped the Thunderous Fist in just 3 days. This disciple is truly remarkable. If the old Taoist were to learn that Liuli had mastered the Thunderous Fist in less than half a day, what would he think then? In a state of mental upheaval, the old Taoist found himself momentarily lost in thought. Thus, he failed to notice several young children gradually approaching the entrance of the scripture pavilion. Elder, it was only when a timid, childish voice broke through that the old Taoist's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Upon focusing, he saw a few children standing at the door of the pavilion, their expressions anxious and apprehensive, hesitant to make a move. What brings you to the scripture pavilion? The old master steadied his mind and, after taking a deep breath, inquired. Elder, we are here to select our cultivation methods. It was evident that those disciples, who were permitted to enter the scripture pavilion right after their initiation, possessed exceptional innate talents and comprehension. The child before him was clearly one of those gifted individuals. Bring forth the tokens, the old master said, his tone becoming rather casual. Several children handed their tokens to him and cautiously entered the scripture pavilion. Not all disciples could enjoy the same privilege as Liuli, who required no one's approval, merely agreeing to the old master to freely enter and exit the pavilion. Most disciples needed to possess a token, indicating that they had received permission from a particular elder to enter. Before long, the children completed their selections and diligently transcribed their chosen methods. As they prepared to leave, they engaged in hushed whispers. It was said that senior brother Liuli had been granted permission by Elder Wang Tsung the day prior and had already entered the pavilion, token in hand, to select a method. In comparison to senior brother Liuli, our gap is simply too vast, one remarked. Indeed, I heard that he is about to attempt to break into the first realm. What an astonishing talent. Another added, if all goes smoothly, it is highly likely that senior brother Liuli will become a first realm expert within a month. Ah, those with high talents indeed have it easy. I wonder when we will be able to challenge the first realm like senior brother Liuli. I would be content if I could achieve the first realm within a year. Although the children spoke in lowered voices, they could not escape the old master's keen hearing. Liuli, a newly initiated disciple? The old master mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To be newly initiated and have the confidence to break into the first realm within a month? Such extraordinary talent. However, upon further reflection, he could not help but chuckle bitterly. When comparing this Liuli to the recently departed Liu Qindaozi, the so-called exceptional talent of Liuli paled in comparison, rendering him a pitiful sight. The disparity was indeed tremendous. With this comparison, the old master became acutely aware of just how terrifying and astonishing the talents of this generation of disciples at the Yushu immortals sect truly were. Without this generation's Daozi, Liuli would undoubtedly be regarded as a remarkably gifted and noteworthy prodigy. Alas, before the presence of Liu Qindaozi, no matter how terrifying Liuli's talent might be, he would remain firmly beneath the latter's heel, unworthy even to carry his shoes. Tell me, do you think that once senior brother Liuli breaks through to the first realm, he will become the strongest among our generation of disciples? One child asked with wide-eyed curiosity. Certainly. Is there anyone who could possibly compare to senior brother Lijuan? With his talent, we could never hope to catch up. Another child countered, but that is not entirely accurate. Have you forgotten about Lu Qindaozi? Upon mentioning the contemporary figure of Yu Su Xianmendaozi, the children's curiosity intensified, and a flurry of discussion ensued. Compared to Lu Qindaozi, who do you think excels more, senior brother Lijuan? I believe that senior brother Lijuan possesses a slightly higher talent. Although Lu Qindaozi is indeed a Daozi, his innate abilities may not necessarily surpass those of senior brother Lijuan. This is a valid point, considering that senior brother Lijuan is quite likely to break through to the first realm within a month, while Lu Qindaozi may not have even begun his journey. What a pity. I feel that if senior brother Lijuan were to assume the role of Daozi, he would undoubtedly prove to be far more outstanding than Lu Qindaozi. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist could no longer feign ignorance. He let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed sternly upon the children, his tone icy and unyielding. No loud chatter is permitted within the scripture pavilion. To draw a comparison between Lijuan and the recently departed Lu Qindaozi is a grave insult to your perception. What is Lijuan even worth? How dare he boast in front of Lu Qindaozi? It is nothing short of a colossal joke. A mere grain of rice daring to compete with the sun and moon? These little ones. Truly, they are confined to their own limited perspectives. They are utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. The terror of Lu Qindaozi is beyond the comprehension of you mundane beings. Lijuan may indeed break into the first realm within a month, but what would your expressions be if you knew that Lu Qindaozi has already attained that level? Furthermore, Lu Qindaozi may very well be preparing to ascend to the second realm. How can the insignificant Lijuan even be compared to a Daozi? It is utterly nonsensical. This generation's Daozi is a true prodigy of heaven, a thoroughly extraordinary being. The old Taoist mused. Were it not for Lu Chun, I would undoubtedly regard Lijuan as the banner-bearer of the younger generation of Yu Su Xianmen. Yet, in this generation, there exists only Lu Qindaozi. Thus, no matter how high Lijuan's talent or how brilliant his performance, he shall forever remain overshadowed by the brilliance of Lu Qindaozi. It seems that Lijuan is destined to live perpetually in the shadow of Lu Qindaozi. How tragic. The old Taoist couldn't help but shake his head, filled with deep reflections. Entering the same realm as such a formidable and monstrous figure as Lu Qindaozi is undoubtedly the greatest sorrow of Lijuan's life. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Once Lu Qindaozi, this prodigious anomaly, is introduced as a point of comparison, Lijuan, despite his exceptional talent, suddenly appears remarkably inadequate in the eyes of the old Taoist. Perhaps, Lijuan is indeed an extraordinary genius. However, Lu Qindaozi, now that is a true prodigy of unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 18. Guiding the Disciple. It is my duty to assist in recent days. The esteemed Master Changmei of the Yushu immortal sect has been exceedingly anxious. The cause of his disquietude is straightforward. Ever since the selection of Lu Chun as the disciple, he has instructed the leaders of the various peaks within the sect to cater to any requests made by the disciple to the best of their abilities. These requests include teachings on cultivation, detailed explanations of techniques, and more. However, what has left Master Changmei feeling rather helpless is the revelation from the peak leaders that Lu Chun has not once taken the initiative to inquire about any cultivation matters from the elders. This has led the master to harbor an unsettling premonition. Typically, novice disciples, upon engaging with the sect's methodologies and gradually embarking on their cultivation journey, encounter a myriad of confusions and challenges that necessitate the guidance and clarification from the elders. Yet, Master Changmei has not observed any of these common phenomena in Lu Chun. After several days of waiting, the master could no longer contain his concerns. Thus, today he has personally come to visit, with the primary intention of encouraging Lu Chun to seek guidance from the peak leaders regarding any cultivation difficulties he may face. To stubbornly grapple with these issues alone is a grave misstep in one's spiritual journey. Most practitioners who go astray do so because they fail to seek answers when confronted with challenges, becoming ensnared in their own dilemmas and ultimately veering off course. As the disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, Master Changmei is keenly aware of the potential peril of a naturally gifted disciple succumbing to confusion due to cultivation issues. Lu Chun, after all, remains quite young and inexperienced. Children of such tender age often exhibit an obstinate nature, preferring to resolve their problems independently rather than seeking counsel from others. This is a detrimental habit that must be rectified. The path of cultivation demands tranquility and patience, necessitating the guidance of elders to ensure a smooth and prosperous journey. To persist in solitary obsession will inevitably lead one astray. With a heavy sigh, Master Qiankun expressed his sorrow. In recent days, he has been closely observing Lu Chen's every move. It is precisely for this reason that he is acutely aware that aside from venturing out daily to collect his share of spirit-converging pills, Lu Chen remains confined within the small courtyard, immersed in arduous practice. For most cultivators, the concept of intense training is not unfamiliar. However, the majority resort to such measures only when they encounter a bottleneck and are unable to seek guidance from elders, leading them to retreat into isolation and ignore worldly affairs. Yet, in Master Qiankun's eyes, Lu Chen is far too young. At such an age, and having just begun his journey in cultivation, how could he shy away from addressing his ailments? How could he emulate those who, having hit a wall, find themselves devoid of hope for breakthrough? Master Qiankun certainly does not believe that Lu Chen is engaging in seclusion due to a bottleneck. Ultimately, the elder with long eyebrows could only arrive at one conclusion. Lu Chen's solitary retreat in the courtyard to diligently study his martial arts was a result of his obstinate temperament and lack of initiative. Upon reaching this conclusion, the elder felt a mixture of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Lu Chen's fervent dedication to his practice. Despite possessing unparalleled talent and insight that eclipsed all of history, he remained diligent and unyielding. This quality filled the elder with great satisfaction. However, upon further reflection, he felt a deep sense of worry. For a child of Lu Chen's age, immersing oneself in solitary study of martial arts could easily lead to a quagmire. Should he fall into such a predicament, and without seeking guidance from the masters of the various peaks, stubbornly fixating on his own thoughts, the elder was greatly troubled. If time were to pass and Lu Chen continued in such a manner, clinging to this mindset, he feared that he might eventually be driven to madness by his own torment. This could not stand. It was the elder's duty to correct Lu Chen's mentality and to guide him towards the proper path of cultivation. As the headmaster, it was his inescapable responsibility to lead a disciple on the righteous path of training. With this realization, the elder's aged countenance hardened with determination. He swiftly formulated a plan. 3 days prior, Lu Chen had chosen the Thunder Fist from the scripture pavilion. Henceforth, the elder would base his teachings on the Thunder Fist, carefully instructing Lu Chen in its practice. Simultaneously, he would subtly reshape Lu Chen's thought processes and his approach to cultivation. It was vital to avoid being stubborn and single-minded. One must never get stuck in a rut. Lu Chen, it seemed, had already found himself in such a situation. Fortunately, the elder had discerned his anomaly in time. Had this way of thinking become habitual, it would have been a grave matter. Now it was not too late. With the elder's personal guidance, Lu Chen would surely correct his attitude towards future cultivation. The elder was filled with confidence. Thankfully, the disciple was still young, and many of his thoughts had yet to solidify into habitual patterns or instincts. Thus, with a little guidance, the elder was certain he could lead him onto the right path. As he pondered these thoughts, the elder waited patiently. Time slipped by, and approximately 15 minutes later, Lu Chen returned from the scripture pavilion to the small courtyard on Mount Ascension. From a distance, he spotted the headmaster, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. The headmaster? Lu Chen hurried to the elder, surprise evident on his face, and offered a respectful greeting. To prevent the headmaster from seeing through to his true cultivation level, Lu Chen immediately activated the newly acquired Xuanwu tranquil breathing technique, deliberately suppressing his realm from the 3rd stage to the 2nd stage. Thus, the scene unfolded. Even if the sect leader were to discern the enhancement of his own realm, it should not provoke an excessive commotion. In the span of 3 days, ascending from the 1st to the 2nd tier, surely, this would not be deemed too astonishing, thought Lu Chen to himself. Chapter 19. A moment of reflection with the humble Taoist Lu Chen. Have your recent endeavors in cultivation been fruitful? Have you encountered any obstacles? Should you find yourself in a quandary, do not hesitate to share your troubles with this humble Taoist. I shall endeavor to provide you with clarity. As Lu Chen approached, the elder with long brows spoke plainly, articulating his intentions without preamble. As a formidable figure in the realm of immortals, he possessed the authority to guide Lu Chen. Yet, there were no challenges to speak of. In response to the elder's earnest inquiry, Liuchen shook his head. After consuming the Qiankun Liuli pill, all foundational techniques had reached perfection. The Thunder Fist had also ascended to a minor completion. Obstacles? What are those? Since the inception of his cultivation, Liuchen had never faced any hurdles. Liuchen, the elder said with sincerity, let me share a heartfelt piece of advice. At your tender age, do not cling to pride at the expense of your well-being. An obstinate temperament may profoundly affect your path of cultivation and sow seeds of peril for your future. Throughout history, countless practitioners have strayed into madness, often due to their inflexible nature and inability to adapt. When faced with challenges, they ponder alone, sinking deeper into despair, never seeking others for enlightenment. Thus, they become ensnared in a vicious cycle, ultimately leading them to madness, a transformation of character, and a descent into darkness as a malevolent entity. There are innumerable examples. I need not enumerate them all. The elder spoke earnestly, his expression one of deep concern. Liuchen interjected, but, Master Changmei, what exactly are you trying to convey? The elder continued, you possess extraordinary talent, a natural affinity for the Tao, impeccable roots, comprehension, and potential. However, what you lack is a humble heart willing to seek wisdom. In the journey of cultivation, when confronted with any issue, it is essential to explore answers from diverse perspectives. Proactively seeking guidance from the leaders of the various peaks may prove to be your most prudent course of action. Do not bottle up any dilemmas. Doing so may lead your thoughts into a profound misconception. The elder gently patted Liuchen's shoulder. At this, Liuchen could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, Master, what is it you truly wish to convey? The elder then wore an expression of understanding and empathy, his tone reflective. 3 days ago, did you not visit the scripture pavilion to select the Thunder Fist for your practice? Yes, what of it? Liuchen nodded. The Thunder Fist is a sophisticated and profound technique of the Yushu immortal sect. Though it resides on the first floor of the scripture pavilion, once mastered, its might can rival thunder, ranking among the 72 extraordinary techniques of the Yushu immortal sect. The difficulty of its cultivation is considerable, with a ferocious, explosive power. After a pause, the elder, with confidence sparkling in his gaze, inquired, tell me, during your practice of the Thunder Fist, do you often find yourself at a loss for how to proceed? Do you frequently feel overwhelmed? And the inability to concentrate and unleash power in one's fist? These predicaments were precisely what Changmei encountered during his cultivation of the Thunderclap Fist. Therefore, he boldly surmised that Liuchen would undoubtedly face the same challenges in mastering the Thunderclap Fist. Even if there were slight discrepancies, they would likely be close to the truth. Having conveyed these thoughts, Changmei feigned an enigmatic demeanor, and his benevolent gaze suddenly deepened as he fixed his penetrating eyes upon Liuchen. Under the weight of Changmei's profound stare, Liuchen shook his head in denial. No. Changmei, momentarily taken aback, quickly pressed on. No, what I mean is. Before the elder could continue his inquiry, Liuchen interjected. Master, regarding what you mentioned, I have never encountered such obstacles while practicing the Thunderclap Fist. The process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrances. Consequently, I mastered the Thunderclap Fist in just 3 days. The reason I left the small courtyard on Mount Dangxian today was to return the unaltered copy of the Thunderclap Fist to the Scripture Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Changmei was rendered speechless, his mysterious facade collapsing in an instant. Well, what? You mastered the Thunderclap Fist? In just 3 days? Changmei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Liuchen, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Even his speech seemed unusually hurried. Liuchen glanced at Changmei's incredulous expression and chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he simply waved his hand and activated the Thunderclap Fist, suppressing his spiritual energy to the first level, and struck the air beside him with a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from his fist, signaling the successful mastery of the Thunderclap Fist. At this moment, Changmei was utterly astonished. What is happening? Is this truly the Thunderclap Fist? To have mastered it in just 3 days? Even Changmei, who was well-versed and composed, found himself taken aback by Liuchen's display of the Thunderclap Fist. No, wait, why did I come all this way? Was it not to enlighten this young lad? Yet here we are. Where is this situation headed? It seems that Liuchen did not seek guidance from the masters of the various peaks not out of stubbornness, but simply because he did not need to. Possessing such terrifying talent and comprehension, he mastered the thunderclap fist in merely 3 days. Why then would he waste time consulting others? This implies that my visit today has turned into a grand farce. The profound image I had so carefully cultivated has crumbled in an instant. Although I came to meticulously instruct the young lad Jiutian, who can elucidate how matters have escalated to such an extent. In merely 3 days, he has mastered the thunderclap fist? What a terrifying and astonishing talent he possesses. Even I, in my youth. Changmei suddenly reminisced about the past. It took me a full 6 months to barely grasp the entry requirements for the thunderclap fist. In stark contrast, Jiutian has completely mastered it in just 3 days. In that instant, the corners of Changmei's mouth twitched involuntarily, his gaze towards Jiutian filled with shock and complexity. Undoubtedly, Jiutian's revelation has profoundly stimulated the old Taoist Changmei. Having come here today, he was fully prepared to guide Jiutian's cultivation onto the righteous path. Yet, as fate would have it, what was intended as guidance has turned into a solo performance by Jiutian. Ultimately, I have become the jester in this scenario. In a moment, Changmei's emotions became intricate. I have underestimated the world. No, more precisely, I have been blind to the terrifying talent of this disciple. It turns out that, indeed, there exist such formidable prodigies in this realm. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. This young lad Jiutian is indeed terrifying beyond measure. Such astonishing talent and comprehension can only be described as unparalleled throughout the ages. Master, what troubles you? Noticing Changmei's unusual demeanor, Jiutian instinctively inquired. Allow me a moment of silence, the old Taoist Changmei replied, expressing his reluctance to speak at that moment. Chapter 20. A midnight visit. Devote yourself diligently to your cultivation. Should you require assistance from this humble Taoist? The elder with long brows faltered, his words trailing off into uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, he let out a deep, inexplicable sigh, placed a reassuring hand on Jiutian's shoulder, and with a somber turn, departed with a desolate silhouette. Before leaving, the elder found himself at a loss for how to bid farewell to Jiutian. He had intended to convey that if any challenges arose during his cultivation, he could seek guidance from him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such words could not escape his lips. Could it be that a prodigious talent, capable of mastering the thunder fist in a mere 3 days, would truly encounter obstacles on the path of cultivation? Contemplating further, the elder shook his head. What he truly feared was that if Jiutian were to face difficulties, those challenges might very well be insurmountable conundrums that even he, the sect's leader, could not resolve. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. I must take my leave now. By the way, Jiutian, in a month's time, the triennial competition within the sect will take place. All disciples who have recently joined are eligible to participate. Although you have only just begun your journey, should you wish to engage, it would be a valuable opportunity for you to interact with your fellow disciples and hone your character. Having uttered these final words, the elder departed, leaving behind only a melancholic and solitary figure. Upon his arrival, the elder was full of confidence. Upon his departure, he was bereft of spirit. Watching the elder's retreating form, Jiutian hesitated for a moment before turning back to his humble abode. He had absorbed the elder's words. The triennial competition of the Yushu sect? As a disciple of the Yushu sect, it would be remiss of me not to make an appearance. He pondered what level of strength he might achieve by then. A month is indeed ample time, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. Jiutian was confident that he could elevate his cultivation to the 5th tier within this month. At the very least, the 4th tier was undoubtedly within his grasp. Perhaps even the 6th tier was a possibility. After a brief period of contemplation, Jiutian set aside these thoughts. Master, how did it go? Just after the elder with long brows departed from the Ascension Peak, he encountered the leaders of the Tianshu Peak and Qiankun Peak, both of whom were in the realm of immortals. Upon seeing the elder's figure, their expressions reflected a sense of urgency as they inquired. In truth, it was not only the elder who took a keen interest in Jiutian's affairs. All the peak leaders of the Yushu sect remained closely vigilant. Thus, in recent days, Jiutian's lack of consultation with the leaders of the various peaks has naturally incited anxiety among them, leading to fears that his stubborn nature might plunge him into obsession. It was rumored that 3 days prior, Jiutian had selected the Thunder Fist from the Scripture Pavilion. Master, has Jiutian encountered difficulties with the Thunder Fist? Have you clarified his doubts? We must not allow him to become fixated. The urgency of the two peak leaders was palpable, even more so than before. Faced with their pressing inquiries, Chang Mei's lips moved slightly. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Master, what is happening? The two peak leaders were in a state of desperate agitation. Have you ever witnessed someone mastering the Thunder Fist within 3 days? Chang Mei inquired. Master, what do you mean by mastering the Thunder Fist in 3 days? The leader of Tianshu Peak's words abruptly halted. In that fleeting moment, his eyes widened, and his mind raced with realization. He was not foolish. Chang Mei's words instantly connected the dots. Recalling that 3 days ago, Lu Chun had indeed taken the Thunder Fist from the scripture pavilion, and now, juxtaposed with Chang Mei's statement about mastering it in 3 days, his breath caught in his throat. His heart seemed to cease its rhythm. At that moment, the esteemed leader of Tianshu Peak found himself utterly flabbergasted. Gulp. The leader of Qiankun Peak could not help but swallow hard. His expression one of shock as he gazed at Chang Mei, instinctively exclaiming, Master, you cannot mean. Yes, it is Lu Chun. He has achieved it. He mastered the Thunder Fist in just 3 days. Chang Mei affirmed. He neither concealed the truth nor had any need to do so. This revelation left the leader of Qiankun Peak in a state of utter disbelief, his body rigid with shock. No, this is all wrong. We were just concerned about whether Lu Chun had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation of the Thunder Fist and fallen into obsession. But why has the narrative shifted so dramatically? The truth dawned upon him. It was not that Lu Chun faced adversity, but rather that his cultivation of the Thunder Fist had proceeded with such remarkable ease. This was why he had not sought counsel from the elders of the peaks in recent days. It became clear now. This was the reality. How hasty I was. I had not anticipated that Lu Chun's talent was so astonishing and formidable. The leader of Qiankun Peak's lips quivered slightly as he spoke in astonishment. To master the Thunder Fist in 3 days. This must surely be a singular occurrence within the annals of the Yushu immortal sect over the course of millennia. Even when compared to the zenith of the Yushu immortal sect, the foremost seat in the realm of cultivation, there has never been a prodigy as terrifying as Lu Chun Daozi. This fact is well understood by Elder Chang Mei and the two peak masters. In the end, have we been outshone by Daozi? The peak master of Qiankun, taken by surprise, wore a blank expression. The sect leader must be mistaken, right? He couldn't help but inquire. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Elder Chang Mei replied with utmost seriousness, his tone unwavering. In truth, even the composed Elder Chang Mei has struggled to quell the shock that has shaken him to his core. So, have we merely worried for nothing these past few days? What have we been fretting about? A being as extraordinary as Lu Chun Daozi is beyond our comprehension and scrutiny. Is this what is referred to as a prodigy? My eyes have truly been opened. The two peak masters stared vacantly, lost in thought. After bidding farewell to Elder Chang Mei, Lu Chun returned to his small courtyard alone. Time flew by during his cultivation, and before he knew it, night had fallen. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by sparse stars, casting a soft, white glow. Suddenly, a gentle knocking echoed from the courtyard gate. Lu Chun's meditation was interrupted. He involuntarily opened his eyes. A flicker of curiosity and surprise crossing his gaze. Since moving into the small courtyard on the ascending immortal peak, this was the first time someone had visited at such a late hour. Who could it be? After pondering, Lu Chun could not fathom a reason. He did not recall any familiar friends inside. Typically, he interacted with the peak masters or elders, as well as the sect leader, Elder Chang Mei. Conversely, he had little contact with the disciples within the sect. As a Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect, Lu Chun's status was too illustrious for any disciple to dare visit him uninvited. Could it be an elder? Would an elder choose to visit at such an hour? After much contemplation, Lu Chun could not arrive at a plausible conjecture. Taking a step forward, he approached the courtyard gate and slowly pulled it open. Creak. As the gate swung open, a youth of approximately 15 or 16 stood quietly waiting beside the entrance. With unremarkable features and a friendly demeanor, he appeared quite ordinary. Who might you be, senior brother? Lu Chun inquired directly. My name is Huang Yi. I have come to meet Daozi Lu Chun, the youth replied with a smile. Given his age, he had evidently entered the sect before Lu Chun. However, despite being the junior brother, Lu Chun bore the distinguished title of Daozi, and thus, even when encountering seniors of higher rank, he felt no need to bow his head. Beyond the esteemed peaks and the elders, Even the most senior of disciples must exhibit a posture of respect when confronted with Lu Chun. This, indeed, underscores the illustrious status of Daozi. Brother Huangyi? Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your late-night visit?" He held no recollection of Huangyi, rendering it perplexing why the latter would choose to visit at such an hour. Why not come during the day? What compelled the choice of night? In that moment, Lu Chen's mind raced with thoughts, and his demeanor subtly shifted to one of vigilance. He certainly recalled that the Lu family of the West was relentlessly executing those from noble families associated with the remnants of the former dynasty, particularly targeting the royal Ying clan of the Great Qin dynasty. In summary, regardless of whether his speculations were accurate, it was prudent to exercise caution. After all, one only possesses a single life. To lose it due to a moment of negligence would be the most exasperating of fates. "Forgive my impetuosity for visiting at such an hour, Brother Lu Chun," Huangyi expressed with an apologetic demeanor. "I have a matter of urgency that requires your assistance, which has compelled me to intrude upon you at this late hour. Brother Huangyi, please do enter the courtyard for a discussion. If I am able to assist, I shall gladly do so," Lu Chun replied, nodding in agreement. He slightly turned to allow Huangyi to enter the small courtyard with ease. "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Lu Chun." Huangyi's eyes sparkled as his tone shifted to one of fervent excitement. Chapter 21. The Veil of Danger. Upon Huangyi's entrance into the courtyard, Lu Chun maintained a prudent distance, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. His third-tier strength imbued him with a sense of confidence and assurance. Were it not for his elevation to this tier, Lu Chun would have unhesitatingly reached out to the secluded elders residing nearby. With his newfound prowess, he felt capable of handling numerous unexpected situations. Even in the most dire of straits, his ability to protect himself was more than adequate. At that moment, should Huangyi decide to strike, Lu Chun believed that as long as he could ensure his own safety, he could promptly call for help. Surely, the elders in close proximity to the courtyard would rush to his aid without delay. "Huangyi, is there something you require my assistance with? Please, do not hesitate to speak," Lu Chun said, his gaze fixed upon Huangyi. On the surface, Huangyi appeared to be a kind-hearted and unremarkable disciple of the sect. "Junior brother, this matter is somewhat difficult for me to broach," Huangyi replied, scratching his head, an expression of considerable awkwardness crossing his face as he unconsciously inched closer to Lu Chun. The distance between them steadily diminished. "By the way, Huangyi, are you familiar with the Xijiao Lu family?" Lu Chun inquired suddenly. Huangyi's expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of unnaturalness passing through his eyes before he quickly regained his composure, his face still bearing that honest and simple demeanor. Yet, the fleeting hint of discomfort in his gaze did not escape Lu Chen's keen observation. "Junior brother, what is this Xijiao Lu family you speak of? I entered the sect in my early years and have seldom heard of worldly affairs. Thus, I must confess ignorance regarding the Xijiao Lu family. Is it a renowned family of great prestige?" Huangyi responded, feigning confusion while turning the question back to Lu Chun. "My apologies, senior brother. It was a momentary thought. I never anticipated that you had not heard of the illustrious Xijiao Lu family, one of the 5 great families of the current Qin dynasty. The Xijiao Lu family is indeed one of the most prominent families in the Qin dynasty, wielding immense power. Their influence within the empire is at its zenith, deeply favored by the royal Ying clan. In fact, it is said that the power of the Xijiao Lu family surpasses that of the other 4 great families, second only to the imperial Ying family. In the grand tapestry of the realm, the Xijiao Lu family stands as the second most distinguished lineage of the current dynasty." Lu Chun smiled, his expression remaining as natural as ever. However, the chill creeping along his spine betrayed a growing sense of apprehension. After the recent exchange, he could now ascertain with absolute certainty the agents dispatched by the Western Zhao Lu family have indeed arrived. Even while quietly hiding within the confines of the Yusu immortal sect, they ultimately cannot escape the clutches of the Western Zhao Lu family's minions. The atmosphere suddenly grew silent, eerie. A faint, chilling aura of hostility began to permeate the air. The Western Zhao Lu family possesses truly formidable abilities. Even the grand and righteous Yusu immortal sect is not immune to the covert placement of spies. Lu Chun felt a profound resonance with this situation. The individual before him, Huangyi, was no mere impostor but the genuine article. However, It seemed that this Huang Yi had been dispatched by the Western Zhao Lu family as a spy to the Yusu immortal sect when he was merely a child, secretly infiltrating the sect and lying in wait for the opportune moment. How did you uncover my identity? At that moment, Huang Yi, aware of his exposure, coldly smiled, shedding his disguise and fixing an expressionless gaze upon Lu Chun. The bizarre atmosphere naturally drew his heightened attention. Consequently, the moment Lu Chen's demeanor shifted slightly, Huang Yi's meticulous mind had already pieced together everything. This prompted him to abandon his pretense, no longer maintaining the guise of a simple and honest individual. You are far too deliberate. Had it been another, they may have relaxed their vigilance and failed to notice your anomaly. But I am different. From the moment you appeared, I harbored the utmost caution towards you. In this state, I easily discerned your irregularities. Upon reflection, the only entity that would wish to deal with me is, without a doubt, the Western Zhao Lu family. Who else would come all the way to the Yusu immortal sect to take action against me? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated whether to call for help. The small courtyard had residences for those in seclusion on either side, not far from this location. Any disturbance would prompt the elders to hasten to the scene with utmost speed. However, these elders would require a brief moment to arrive, and in that span, Lu Chen must face Huang Yi alone. Upon further contemplation, Lu Chen suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. What was the extent of Huang Yi's abilities? The Dao child is indeed worthy of the title. His thoughts are astute, and his temperament is composed and calm. Unfortunately, Huang Yi let out a cold laugh. Before he could finish his words, he slightly bent his body, assuming an offensive posture akin to a fierce tiger, his legs coiled like a drawn bow, gathering strength. Then, with a mighty crash, he propelled himself, creating a deep pit in the ground beneath him. In the next moment, Huang Yi's form shot forth like a released arrow, rapidly closing in on Lu Chen's position. The distance diminished rapidly. A piercing sound of air being sliced through echoed above the courtyard. His speed was astonishing. It reached an extreme level. The explosive force he unleashed was pushed to its utmost limit. Tiger Roar Fist. Chapter 22. Fist against fist. Huang Yi cast a scornful gaze upon Lu Chun. Spiritual energy surged from his dantian, flowing through his limbs, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his meridians. This warmth then gathered in his arms, where spiritual power converged wildly into his fists, reminiscent of a tumultuous tide. Above Huang Yi's fists, golden rays of violent light began to entwine, shimmering with a brilliance that suggested a fierce tiger roaring with unrestrained fury within. This sudden assault was unexpected. Huang Yi, decisive in nature, acted without hesitation. With Lu Chun having unveiled his true identity, there was no need for Huang Yi to prolong the encounter. He chose instead to strike decisively, fearing that delays could lead to unforeseen complications. The identity of being a Daozi instilled in him a deep sense of caution and wariness. Even though today, you stand as the esteemed Daozi of the Yushu Immortal Gate, your status lofty and exalted, compared to the colossal Lu family, you remain insignificant. The Lu family never leaves survivors when they set their sights on a target. It must be said, the Lu family, one of the three great families of the previous dynasty, is indeed a pitiful lot. Your master, the Ji clan, is now hunted like a rat in the street, living in hiding and clinging to life. To hope for the restoration of the Ji clan, I advise you, remnants of the fallen dynasty, to abandon such delusions, as they are laughable to the point of absurdity. Huang Yi chuckled derisively, his tone laced with disdain. The change of dynasties signifies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As one of the three major families allied with the royal Ji clan of the former dynasty, the Lu family cannot escape the fate of being eradicated by the current ruling Ying clan. The Lu family merely acts as executors, while the true orchestrators are the formidable Ying clan of the Qin dynasty. In dealing with the remnants of the Lu family, the esteemed royal Ying clan need not dirty their hands. They can simply employ the Lu family as their instrument. The Lu family is but a sharp blade in the hands of the Ying clan. Even as I seek refuge within the Yushu Immortal Gate, the Lu family shows no signs of relenting. Lu Chen quietly regarded the advancing Huang Yi, his tone calm and unperturbed. Relent? What a joke. As long as remnants of your Lu family exist, how can we Lu family feel secure? You must understand, if the roots are not severed, new growth will inevitably occur. Such a basic error shall not be overlooked. Huang Yi's fists were now less than half a meter from Lu Chun. Feeling the ferocious spiritual energy contained within Huang Yi's fists, illuminated by the flickering golden light, Lu Chen's mood suddenly relaxed, his expression becoming tranquil and composed. With just a glance at the spiritual energy emanating from Huang Yi's fists, Lu Chun could immediately ascertain that Huang Yi's realm of power was, at best, merely at the second tier. Indeed, only at the second tier. I had thought just how formidable the Lu family from the West truly was. To this end, I had meticulously prepared numerous contingency plans in my mind. Yet, I could never have anticipated that they would only send a mere second-stage practitioner. Lu Chen's gaze towards Huang Yi was imbued with a profound sense of intrigue. It turns out that the assassin dispatched by the Lu family was merely scraping by at the meager second stage. Alas, one can only conclude that Huang Yi, chosen by the Lu family as a pawn, stands as a complete and utter failure in the presence of a genius like Lu Chun. A mere second stage? Young man, how audaciously boastful. The second stage is more than sufficient to vanquish you. You, a newly initiated disciple, were selected as a disciple of the Wushu immortal sect. I firmly believe that with your innate talent, given time, you shall undoubtedly ascend to become a top-tier powerhouse within the sect. Yet, what a pity. Now you find yourself against me. If only you were granted a little more time, I would surely not be your match. But at this moment, you stand before me as fragile and insignificant as an ant. I could effortlessly crush you, this so-called disciple. Huang Yi seethed with rage. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a torrential flood, the violent power converging into his fists. A golden halo concealed a ferocious tiger, which roared with reckless fury. In truth, Huang Yi's aptitude was indeed mediocre. Even after over a decade of initiation, he remained stuck at the second stage, unable to advance a single step further. Among his peers, most had already surged ahead, with a few crossing into the fourth stage and the vast majority having entered the third stage. Yet he languished at the bottom, trapped in the second stage. Huang Yi, whose innate talent and comprehension were lacking, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards geniuses. Witnessing his contemporaries outpace him one after another ignited a smoldering jealousy within him. Even the Lu family, recognizing Huang Yi's mediocrity, had subconsciously begun to overlook him as a pawn buried within the Wushu immortal sect. Were it not for Lu Chen's sudden emergence, Huang Yi might have been forgotten by the Lu family entirely. Once I eliminate you and fulfill the task assigned by my family, I shall gain access to abundant resources for cultivation. Moreover, I could return to my family as a figure of great reverence. I no longer wish to remain merely an inner disciple of the Wushu immortal sect. I yearn for wine and meat, to revel in the grandest brothels of the imperial city. Huang Yi's eyes burned red, veins coursing with blood, resembling a ferocious beast exuding a menacing aura. For someone whose heart yearns for power, enduring a decade of concealment within the Wushu immortal sect has undoubtedly been a grueling trial. Huang Yi has clearly been driven to the brink. In fact, his temperament has begun to exhibit signs of distortion, if unforeseen circumstances do not intervene. Without an outlet for his pent-up emotions over the next 2 years, it is highly probable that a disciple named Huang Yi will succumb to madness within the sect. A mere second stage? Enough of this. Huang Yi's fist arrived before Lu Chun, merely 3 feet away from his head. The air, swiftly stirred by the force of his punch, transformed into a gale that swept across Lu Chen's face, causing his dark hair to flutter. A golden aura enveloped Huang Yi's fist, shimmering with a violent surge of spiritual energy. This force, upon instantaneous eruption, could undoubtedly obliterate the body of an ordinary adult male. Indeed, the second tier is formidable. Most disciples from various sects, seasoned in the mundane world, are merely at this second tier. However, in the presence of Lu Chun, who has already transcended into the third tier, Huang Yi's meager second-tier spiritual power appears almost laughable. Is your desire to kill me so fervent? Upon witnessing Huang Yi's almost frenzied expression, Lu Chun entirely relinquished any thoughts of advising him. Since the intent to kill is so pronounced, there is no alternative. The pawn buried within the Wushu immortal gate by the Lu family of Shizhao? It must be completely eradicated. Let the Lu family's minions vanish entirely from within the gate, lest similar ambushes like tonight's occur again in the future. Boy, I truly did not anticipate that the remnants of the Lu family would be chosen as a daozi upon entering. When I learned this news, disbelief washed over me. A mere 6-year-old child, What merit do you possess? From that moment, I realized that if I were to strike, I must await the opportune moment. Not a single detail could afford to falter. Fortuitously, I have finally awaited this night. Huang Yi, overflowing with impatience, yearned to witness Lu Qin fall as a lifeless body beneath his fist. A fleeting glance revealed Lu Qin maintaining his usual calm demeanor, provoking an inexplicable surge of rage within Huang Yi. Boy, you have no idea. The second tier, for someone like you, who has yet to even reach the first tier, symbolizes an insurmountable strength. To personally annihilate a prodigious talent such as yourself is a stroke of immense fortune, no matter how exceptional your innate gifts. What difference does it make? You, the Daozi of the Yushu Immortal Gate, will ultimately perish at the hands of one of seemingly mediocre talent, like myself. Ha ha ha. Huang Yi's pent-up frustration and fury suddenly morphed into excitement and exhilaration, erupting into joyous laughter. It is imminent. So very soon. This so-called Daozi of the Yushu Immortal Gate is about to meet his demise at my hands. When that moment arrives, not only will I have slain a genius Daozi of the Yushu Immortal Gate, but I will also have fulfilled my family's mandate, enabling my return to the clan as a valued senior member. With this thought in mind, the second-tier spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing in Huang Yi's fists, poised to strike Lu Chen's head. The gruesome scene of Lu Chen's head being shattered by a single punch lingered vividly in the air. At this critical juncture, Lu Chen cast a peculiar glance at Huang Yi, then raised his right hand, clenching his fist tightly. He summoned the immense and formidable spiritual power from his dantian, a third-tier force, which surged violently into his right arm, enveloping his fist with overwhelming strength. The thunderous fist was instantly activated. The tumultuous and ferocious waves of spiritual energy transformed into an endless aura of power, swirling around Lu Chen's right hand and continuously condensing. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's actions, Huang Yi appeared momentarily stunned. What was he doing? This thought surged through Huang Yi's mind. Could it be this audacious youth dared to confront me head-on? Huang Yi was astonished. Before he could react, Lu Chen casually thrust his right fist forward to meet Huang Yi's incoming punch. Fist against fist. A clash of titans. In that fleeting moment, the third-tier spiritual energy erupted violently from Lu Chen's right fist, surging toward Huang Yi's punch. One was a large, almost adult-sized fist, while the other appeared delicate and youthful, seemingly fragile. This scene was strikingly disproportionate and exceedingly bizarre. The force was devastating, overwhelming. Boom. It was as if the spiritual power, capable of obliterating all existence, erupted with a thunderous roar, shattering the golden aura enveloping Huang Yi's fist. Crack! A faint sound echoed as bones fractured. Huang Yi's entire right arm was crushed on the spot, the internal bones shattered, and his fist, in confrontation with Lu Chen's, was reduced to a bloody pulp. A searing pain radiated from his arm, a heart-wrenching agony that compelled Huang Yi to scream in torment. Chapter 23. Shattered at that very moment. The violent shockwave generated a torrent of air that enveloped Huang Yi's body, propelling him several meters away, tumbling through the air. Apart from the excruciating pain that seized him, a singular thought of terror and disbelief occupied his mind. As he was hurled through the air, Huang Yi's eyes, bloodshot and wide with shock, fixated on the youthful figure that remained unperturbed in its stance after their clash. His mind was in disarray, and his face contorted in disbelief. Instinctively, Huang Yi exclaimed in horror, Third stage? This is impossible. It must be an illusion. It cannot be true. In his near-manic state, he disregarded the incessant pain radiating from his right arm, the heart-wrenching agony fading into the background of his consciousness. All he comprehended was that in that fleeting moment, despite being firmly entrenched in the second stage, he had been utterly defeated by this mere 6-year-old disciple with a single punch. This astonishing revelation shattered Huang Yi's worldview. Lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion turned ashen. The bones in his right arm had been shattered, hanging limply, while his right fist was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Huang Yi's gaze, laced with bloodshot veins, was filled with dread as he stared in disbelief at Lu Chen's innocent face. What manner of monster is this? Just a few days into his training? And he has already reached the third stage? It must be a lie. How can such a terrifying anomaly exist in this world? Is he truly only 6 years old, even with exceptional talent and understanding? It is inconceivable that one could elevate their prowess to the third stage in such a brief span of time. I spent a full decade merely to attain the second stage. This little brat, in just 3 or 4 days of training, has catapulted from an ordinary person to a master surpassing me, now at the third stage. No, it cannot be. Huang Yi's lips trembled. His thoughts were in unprecedented chaos. His entire worldview was under severe assault, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could a single individual possess such monstrous potential? Huang Yi could not fathom it. He never dreamed that a fellow disciple, having only recently begun his journey, could, in a matter of mere days, catapult himself to a level that eclipsed his own, becoming a formidable third-stage warrior. This reality upended Huang Yi's perceptions. The searing pain radiating from his right arm paled his complexion. Despite his desperate denials, the truth remained indisputable, no matter how unfathomable it seemed. That power. It was undeniably third stage. There could be no mistake. Yet, how could this boy, having only just begun his training, achieve such heights? This defies all logic. Huang Yi racked his brain, unable to fathom any rationale. The events unfolding before him were simply too disruptive to his understanding. What kind of innate talent could enable someone to ascend from an ordinary individual to the third tier in a mere few days? Huang Yi found it utterly unimaginable. Beneath the moonlight, a soft white halo enveloped the youthful and tender figure of Liuli, clad in immaculate white garments, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. His delicate features radiated an ethereal beauty, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, evoking a sense of sanctity that was both divine and untouchable, as if he were a celestial being transcending the mundane world. A unique, sacred purity emanated from Liuli, his tranquil and profound gaze locking onto Huang Yi's disheveled form. In that moment, Huang Yi perceived the profound stillness within those eyes, devoid of any ripples of emotion. When their gazes met, Huang Yi was momentarily entranced. In that fleeting instant, it felt as though he beheld an infinite cosmos. Those deep-set eyes transformed into a black hole, akin to the swirling stars. Drawn by the luminous moonlight. How to describe those eyes? A thought sprang forth in Huang Yi's mind. Gazing into those depths was akin to staring into the night sky. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and insignificance, as trivial as a single drop of water against the vast expanse of the ocean. What kind of monster are you? After a brief interval, Huang Yi suddenly awoke from that bewildering state, his gaze towards Liuli now filled with increasing terror and dread. It dawned on him, with a chilling realization, that the young Liuli was shrouded in a veil of white mist, rendering his presence inscrutable. Is this the reason you were chosen as the Daozi? Yet, even among the esteemed Daozi of the past, none have exhibited such terrifying prowess as you. Huang Yi's throat felt parched, his face etched with profound fear. It took him over a decade to barely reach the second tier, while before him stood Liuli, merely 6 years old and having commenced his training just 3 or 4 days prior, already attaining the third tier. The disparity was staggering, akin to a chasm, an insurmountable gulf. Within the remnants of the Liu family emerged a prodigy of such alarming caliber. Fear penetrated his very core, sending shivers throughout his being, as the chilling essence of the night enveloped him entirely. Recalling his earlier bravado before Liuli, Huang Yi's hands grew cold, his body uncontrollably succumbing to the icy grip of dread, trembling uncontrollably. What had he been doing, daring to boast before such a monstrous presence? In the span of mere breaths, the tide of fate had dramatically shifted, roles reversed in an instant. Once exalted, Huang Yi has now been reduced to the status of a mere ant. In stark contrast, Liuli, previously regarded as insignificant, has ascended to a divine stature, towering over Huang Yi with an air of omnipotence. In an instant, he possesses the power to dictate Huang Yi's fate. I am merely executing the Liu family's orders. Please spare me. Huang Yi trembles in terror, gazing up at the youthful figure of Liuli, his desire for survival reaching a fever pitch, yearning for clemency. He comprehends that his life and death rest solely in Liuli's hands. Allow me to inquire. Liuli approaches Huang Yi, peering down with an unflinching calmness. Has the Liu family, aside from myself, eradicated all the other members of the Liu family dispatched by Shizhao? Liuli harbors a vested interest in the fate of his family, and Huang Yi, as a pawn with long-standing ties to the Liu family, undoubtedly possesses knowledge that could enlighten Liuli. And no, Huang Yi shudders, panic etched across his face. He hastily divulges every scrap of intelligence he possesses. Despite the relentless pursuit that has claimed numerous lives, the Liu family has not been entirely vanquished. They have divided into 6 fleeing factions, each led by the family patriarch and various elders, seeking refuge in different realms of the empire. So far, the Liu family has only annihilated 1 faction led by the 3rd elder of the Liu family. The remaining 5 factions are still evading capture, undetected by the Liu family. In a desperate bid for survival, Huang Yi reveals some of the Liu family's closely guarded secrets. From Huang Yi's revelations, Jiutian indeed acquires a wealth of invaluable information, deepening his understanding of the Shijiao Liu family. Furthermore, he gains preliminary insight into the precarious situation of the Liu family. After extracting every morsel of information Huang Yi possesses, Jiutian gazes at him with an unwavering calmness and slowly declares, "You may depart now." As Huang Yi watches, the fist before him expands ominously, his fear mounting as he pleads for mercy. "No, please." Yet, it is futile. The fist swells to an immense size before crashing down upon Huang Yi's forehead. Boom. The 3rd-tier furious spiritual energy surges from Jiutian's core, cascading through his fist and colliding with Huang Yi's skull, manifesting as a boundless force of impact. The power is overwhelming, as if capable of obliterating everything in its path. In his final moments, the last thought lingering in Huang Yi's mind is not one of hatred or resentment towards Jiutian. Rather, he realizes that this time, the Liu family's troubles have escalated significantly, because Liu's family has provoked an unprecedented and terrifying monster. Huang Yi is dead, killed by Jiutian with a single punch. The 3rd stage spiritual power erupted instantaneously, shattering Huang Yi's skull and transforming it into a mist of blood that danced through the air. On the ground lay a cold and gruesomely mangled corpse. The 2nd stage Huang Yi was thoroughly crushed by Jiutian, who delivered 2 fatal blows. The first punch shattered Huang Yi's confidence and fighting spirit, rendering his right arm useless. The second punch obliterated his head. This was Jiutian's first act of killing, yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, he remained as calm and composed as ever, his eyes swirling like stars, gazing indifferently at the corpse beside him. The first pawn that the Liu family had placed within the sect has been successfully eliminated. However, I must remain vigilant in the days to come. The Liu family poses a formidable threat to Jiutian. Even a powerful sect like the Jiutian cannot guarantee Jiutian's safety under the Liu family's scrutiny. Therefore, it is imperative to swiftly enhance my own strength. Only by fortifying my power can I confront any adversity that may arise. In the month leading up to the imminent sect competition, I must strive to improve my abilities as much as possible. The Jiutian will soon descend into chaos. Jiutian, of course, has not forgotten that just days ago, upon entering the sect, he chose to merge with the terrifying force of the millennia-old Dao Heart. The astonishing phenomena that ensued could not be concealed and spread widely among the various sections. It is impossible that they are unaware of the remarkable celestial display that illuminated the skies just days prior. As for the actions that the various sects will take in response to this astonishing spectacle, that is beyond Jiutian's contemplation. In any case, enhancing one's strength is undeniably the right course of action. The Liu family did not perish under the Liu family's pursuit, allowing me to devote myself to cultivation within the sect with a measure of peace. Jiutian felt a slight easing of his mind. Shortly thereafter, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streams of light descended from the heavens, revealing the figures of several unfamiliar elders. They first scanned the gruesome and bloody corpse on the ground, and then their expressions shifted dramatically. Who were these individuals? Their faces were tense as they scrutinized Jiutian, their spiritual senses sweeping over him repeatedly. "Disciple, are you injured?" The concerned inquiries momentarily left Jiutian feeling flustered. Chapter 24. A breakthrough through practice. Having encountered several elders, Jiutian was acutely aware of the situation. The elderly figures who had hurried over were undoubtedly the reclusive elders residing in the small courtyard nearby. The recent incident, where he shattered Huang Yi's right arm with a single punch, had elicited a chorus of pained screams and wails from the latter, inevitably drawing the attention of the secluded elders flanking the courtyard. "What transpired?" inquired a middle-aged elder, his expression grave and tone earnest. "I was ambushed," Jiutian explained succinctly. "This elder brother, Huang Yi, visited me unannounced in the dead of night and launched a surprise attack while I was caught off guard. Thankfully, he underestimated my abilities, which allowed me to narrowly retaliate. Huangyi, he dared to attack you? The elder's complexion shifted dramatically. They were all well aware of Lu Chen's status as a disciple of the Yushu immortal sect. The audacity of anyone to brazenly assault a disciple within the sect was utterly outrageous and utterly unforgivable. In the ensuing moments, more elders within the sect arrived upon hearing the news, including the sect leader, Chang Mei, who hastened to the scene with great urgency. Lu Chun, have you sustained any injuries? Chang Mei asked, his face etched with concern as he arrived. Master, I am unscathed. There is no need for your worry, Lu Chun replied, shaking his head. At this moment, Chang Mei became acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them and the strange expressions adorning the faces of the elders from various peaks standing nearby. What is amiss? Chang Mei raised an eyebrow. Before any elder could explain, he quickly perceived the grim reality. Within the courtyard lay a gruesome, bloodied corpse, and the air was thick with a pungent stench of blood. A corpse. Chang Mei's expression shifted slightly. Lu Chun then recounted his earlier explanation to Chang Mei. Word for word. Huangyi. Chang Mei felt a jolt of shock. The lifeless body on the ground was indeed Huangyi, who had been a disciple for over a decade. As the sect leader, he had taken note of every new disciple that entered the sect within the majestic Dao Palace. And his formidable memory, enhanced by his extraordinary cultivation, allowed him to recall all the disciples he had encountered. Though Huangyi was an inner sect disciple, he had always been rather mediocre, significantly trailing behind his contemporaries. However, the accumulation of over 10 years of cultivation had nonetheless brought him to the threshold of the second tier. Yet this night, he had perished within the confines of Lu Chen's courtyard? What on earth was happening? Master. This individual claimed before his death that he hailed from the Lu family of Shizhao, a pawn inserted into the sect over a decade ago by the Lu family. Lu Chun disclosed, leaving nothing concealed and presenting the facts candidly. This attack had imparted a sobering realization within him. He must draw Chang Mei's attention to the Shizhao Lu family, lest similar incidents occur in the future, regardless of the actions that the Yushu immortal sect might take. In any case, it is imperative to make the old Daoist Chang Mei aware that the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on him is the Shizhao Lu family. The very mention of the Lu family, one of the 5 prominent houses of this imperial dynasty, caused a subtle pallor to cross Chang Mei's countenance, his brow furrowing deeply as he fell into contemplation. Naturally, he was well aware of Lu Chen's origins. Thus, it was not entirely unexpected that Lu Chun would fall victim to an assassination orchestrated by the Shizhao Lu family. However, Chang Mei ultimately underestimated the cunning of the Lu family, who had, astonishingly, infiltrated their ranks over a decade ago. This revelation was beyond his imagination, leading to Lu Chun encountering peril even within their own sect. Despite the vast legacy of the Yushu immortal sect spanning thousands of years, it dare not claim to hold dominion over the great Qin dynasty. A dynasty in its prime, with a population in the billions, possesses an unimaginable capacity for mobilization. The rare treasures and precious minerals offered by mortals are ceaselessly supplied, endowing a dynasty with astounding financial resources. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, partners, laws, and land are paramount, with wealth reigning supreme. Thus, numerous formidable cultivators emerge, thriving under the auspices of the dynasty. While the most elite of immortal beings typically remain unbound by the authority of the dynasty, engaging in equitable transactions, those cultivators below the 9th tier lack such confidence. In battles beneath the immortal realm, numbers can decisively influence outcomes. Therefore, even when compared to the Yushu immortal sect, the strength of the Qin royal family must not be underestimated. With a gentle exhalation, Chang Mei, with utmost seriousness, declared, "This matter shall be personally addressed by me." He then shifted his gaze to the lifeless body sprawled on the ground before returning to Lu Chen's youthful and serene visage, unable to suppress the greatest question and confusion that plagued his mind. Huangyi, how did he meet his demise? This query resonated with the thoughts of all the elders present. The peak masters, who had already arrived at the scene, were also eager to inquire. Huangyi, having been a disciple for over a decade, clearly possessed strength that was undoubtedly at least at the 2nd tier. Thus, the pressing question arose, how did Huangyi die? At whose hands did he fall? Curious and perplexed gazes converged upon Lu Chen's youthful form, their eyes fixed, unable to shift even a fraction. The atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent. Under the moonlight, a gathering of elders focused intently on Lu Xun, awaiting his response. Before Changmei's arrival, they too had been eager to ask. Huang Yi, a disciple for over 10 years, had evidently reached the second tier, albeit ranking among the lower tier of his cohort. Yet, there was no doubt about Huang Yi's second-tier prowess. Thus, the question loomed large. How did the second-tier Huang Yi meet his demise within the confines of the small courtyard? And how was it that Lu Xun, as the Daozi, managed to turn the tables and ultimately slay Huang Yi in the face of a sudden assault? This perplexing series of events left all the elders present racking their brains. Yet they could not fathom a plausible explanation. Attaining the second tier of cultivation grants one the ability to effortlessly contend against hundreds, easily breaking through the encirclement of numerous adult men. Such prowess is undeniably formidable. Yet how could a mere 6-year-old Lu Xun achieve the feat of countering Huang Yi? It was utterly incomprehensible. All the elders, including the sect leader Changmei, found themselves at a loss, their minds unable to grasp the truth behind the matter. The reason was simple. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and the sect leader, Lu Xun remained as composed and steady as ever, exuding an air of calmness devoid of any hint of anxiety or trepidation. He appeared remarkably at ease. Then, he pushed the Xuanwu Qinci gong to its utmost limits, firmly restraining his realm at the second tier. Subsequently, wisps of second-tier spiritual energy, under Lu Xun's command, slowly emanated from his dantian, cascading outward. Boom! The aura of the second tier surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. For I am also of the second tier. As Lu Xun's voice resonated, the atmosphere became eerily silent. A strange stillness descended, so profound that one could hear the frantic beating of the elders' hearts. What have I just heard? One elder gasped, throat parched. The other elders stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and shock, their bodies seemingly petrified. What was that? What exactly did they just hear? This young lad, Lu Xun, he too is of the second tier? What on earth is happening? Is this a fabrication, or are we all experiencing auditory hallucinations simultaneously? An elder attempted to voice a challenge. Yet the overwhelming second-tier aura emanating from Lu Xun's body incessantly suppressed any dissenting thoughts. Words spoken might be deceptive, but how could this second-tier aura be a mere illusion? How could one fabricate such an essence? If he had not truly reached the second tier, how could he possibly release this second-tier spiritual energy? As the presence of Lu Xun's released spiritual energy washed over the assembly, the leaders of the various peaks chose to remain selectively silent. Bathed in the soft, white glow of the moonlight, one could distinctly observe the expressions of shock and awe etched upon their faces. This aura was indeed that of the second tier. It was utterly beyond fabrication. An elder's voice quivered with astonishment, his gaze fixated on Lu Xun. They were certainly aware that this was the essence of the second tier. However, they still found it hard to believe. Two tiers. He has truly become of the second tier? The master with long brows momentarily lost himself in thought, his mind wandering. He vaguely recalled that just days ago, Lu Xun had broken into the first tier before the statue of the supreme Dao Ancestor. Remarkably, it had been less than 4 days since then. Yet, Lu Xun had ascended to the second tier. What could this possibly signify? The overwhelming shock left the master's mind in a daze. This young boy, Lu Xun, his innate talent and comprehension were extraordinarily astonishing. In just a few days' time, he had leaped from the first tier to the second. Such prodigious talent was utterly extraordinary. At that moment, no one was concerned about Huang Yi's demise. What truly captured their attention was the fact that at merely 6 years of age, Lu Xun, having only recently begun his journey, had already attained the second tier. This was simply unfathomable. Even the seasoned leaders of various peaks, despite their vast experiences, were left utterly astounded by Lu Xun's remarkable gift. Daozi, how did you achieve this? One elder could not help but inquire. In the midst of practice, I inexplicably broke through to the second tier. Lu Xun's explanation was refreshingly unconventional, eliciting exasperated eye rolls from the elders, leaving them speechless. To claim an unexpected breakthrough to the second tier? If such words were to spread, it might infuriate the rare prodigies of various sects to the point of bloodshed. Ultimately, all the elders could unanimously conclude, Lu Xun, the Daozi, was indeed extraordinarily gifted. The master with long brows had proven to possess foresight. It was we who had underestimated him. It became evident that the Daozi's innate talent was far more formidable than anyone had imagined. Such astonishing aptitude had never been heard of before. I finally understood why the master with long brows had chosen a newly initiated child to become the Daozi of our Yushu immortal sect. It was because the Daozi's talent was simply too extraordinary. Lu Chun's status as Daozi was truly well-deserved. A group of elders seemed to ponder this, their hearts filled with immense admiration. The master with long brows interjected, "No, you do not understand. The key is, even I myself had never anticipated that Lu Chun's talent would reach such unfathomable heights. I too was kept in the dark." Chapter 25. The fifth rank before the statue of the supreme Tao ancestor. The confusion that had long plagued the peak masters was finally resolved following Lu Chen's elucidation. The shock of his explanation left many elders in attendance in a state of profound disarray, their astonished expressions lingering without respite. A group of venerable elders, having cultivated for decades, found their minds thoroughly unsettled by Lu Chen's words. It was at this moment that the peak masters truly acknowledged Lu Chen's identity as the Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect, with no further dissent. A prodigious talent who had ascended to the second rank merely days after entering the sect. Did he require justification for his position as Daozi? Absolutely not. His extraordinary aptitude and comprehension spoke volumes. In the eyes of all the elders, no disciple of this generation could rival Lu Chen's innate gifts. Indeed, even when considering the previous generations, across the millennia of the Yushu immortal sect, they collectively felt that none could compare to Lu Chen in terms of talent, roots, and insight. His genius was simply unparalleled. Initially, they had deemed Li Jun to be an outstanding talent among the new disciples of this generation. However, upon witnessing Lu Chen today, their perspectives shifted dramatically, rendering Li Jun's abilities woefully inadequate by comparison. The disparity was staggering. In their minds, Li Jun was still diligently striving to break through to the first rank, while Lu Chen had already ascended to the second. How could such a comparison even be made? The contrast only intensified. A figure like the Daozi, a paragon of excellence, undoubtedly ranks among the most exceptional geniuses across all sects in the world. At least in their experience, they had never encountered a talent as extraordinary as that of the Daozi. It must be acknowledged that while Li Jun was indeed a rare genius, the presence of Lu Chen, the Daozi, eclipsed him as a genius among geniuses, a prodigy of the highest order. The elders could not help but reflect with a sense of melancholy. They had previously held high hopes for Li Jun, yet upon witnessing Lu Chen, they could not help but view Li Jun as less than impressive. The gulf between them was insurmountable. It seemed that Li Jun was hardly worthy to even serve as a mere attendant to the Daozi. Gradually, the peak masters, still reeling from the shock, bid farewell to Lu Chen and the elder with long eyebrows, each returning to their respective peaks, no longer lingering in the small courtyard. The events of this night have etched themselves indelibly in their memories, simultaneously illuminating a profoundly exhilarating truth. Within this generation of disciples, an extraordinary prodigy has emerged, one whose brilliance is truly ineffable. If all proceeds as expected, the leaders of the various peaks shall never again question the legitimacy of the Daozi. Indeed, they are likely to transform into ardent supporters of Lu Chen. After all, talents as formidable as Lu Chen's are exceedingly rare, a phenomenon that occurs but once in a millennium. Having fortuitously crossed paths with such an exceptional individual, how could they fail to treat him with the utmost respect? Should they neglect him, what would become of them if this unparalleled genius were to vanish? Previously, their discontent with the Daozi stemmed from uncertainties regarding his qualifications to assume the mantle of the Yushu sect's Daozi. However, after witnessing Lu Chen exude the aura of the second stage, they unanimously acknowledged his rightful place as Daozi. A prodigious genius who attained the second stage in merely a few days. Can there be any doubt regarding his suitability for the role of Daozi? Such a notion is laughable. His remarkable talent is more than sufficient to grace the position of the Yushu sect's Daozi. Achieving the second stage within just 4 days of initiation is a phenomenon unparalleled in the past several millennia. Indeed, Lu Chen is a true and unparalleled prodigy. From this day forth, anyone who opposes Lu Chen's identity as Daozi shall find themselves facing my ire. If such an extraordinarily gifted individual as Lu Chen cannot be the Daozi of the Yushu sect, then it is evident that for countless millennia to come, no one shall possess the qualifications to assume the title. Thus, it is clear how highly the leaders of the various peaks regard Lu Chun after the events of this night, an admiration that borders on the absurd. Those elders who once expressed grievances have now transformed into staunch supporters of Lu Chun as Daozi. It is undeniable that great talent allows one to act with impunity. Their previous dissatisfaction stemmed from genuine concern for the future of the Yushu sect, rooted in their skepticism towards Lu Chun, devoid of any personal grievances. Consequently, it is entirely reasonable that Lu Chun, having showcased such impeccable innate talent and insight, would swiftly garner the support of these elders. For within Lu Chun, the leaders of the peaks see hope, the hope of the Yushu sect's resurgence and its ultimate return to the status of the foremost righteous sect. As the leaders departed, only Lu Chun and the elderly Taoist with long brows remained in the courtyard. The body of Huang Yi was discreetly dealt with by the departing elders. The demise of Huang Yi elicited no blame towards Lu Chun. It was treated as a trivial matter, deliberately overlooked. One must acknowledge that this is indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence for the strictly regulated Yususian men. Typically, the death of any disciple within the sect would necessitate extensive inquiries and examinations before arriving at the most precise conclusion. However, in the case of Lu Chun, Huang Yi's death became a matter of indifference. This exemplifies the privilege of being the current Daozi of Yususian men. Rest assured, I shall personally investigate this matter to ensure that no similar attack occurs in the future. The sect remains quite safe, Long Mei assured before taking his leave. Watching Long Mei depart, Lu Chun returned to his residence, not dwelling excessively on the affair concerning Huang Yi and the Shi Zhao Lu family. One must eat a meal bite by bite. The Shi Zhao Lu family is indeed a formidable entity. At present, Lu Chun must take his time to grow before attempting to challenge such a behemoth. Long Mei was correct. Yususian Min is still very secure. There are but a handful of chess pieces like Huang Yi, who had been embedded within the aristocracy for years. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed since Lu Chun exhibited his second-tier prowess and subsequently eliminated Huang Yi, who had ambushed him. During this interval, the Shi Zhao Lu family has remained silent. With Huang Yi's death, it seems the Shi Zhao Lu family has lost all their spies within Yususian men, no longer initiating any actions against Lu Chun. Consequently, Lu Chun's life during these past 2 weeks has been quite pleasant. Aside from regularly collecting his gathering spirit pills, he has been visiting the various treasures of Yususian men to complete his attendance. Due to Huang Yi's death, Lu Chun's second-tier status has been revealed, and the various peak masters, who had previously harbored dissatisfaction towards his identity as Daozi, have now become his ardent supporters. Throughout this fortnight, Lu Chun occasionally traversed the sect, allowing many disciples to gain an initial understanding of the features of this enigmatic Daozi. The astonishing phenomenon of merging with the 10,000-year Dao heart from half a month ago seems to have faded from collective memory, with no one discussing it any further. Of course, this may also have been a deliberate act by the sect leader, Long Mei. Half a month is a time span neither long nor short, and it is evident that the various sects, privy to the news of the Daozi, have not made any moves during this period, as if they are brewing a storm. Now, it is merely the calm before the impending tempest. The vast Yususian Min is beginning to exhibit an atmosphere of subtle oppression. Although it appears tranquil on the surface, beneath it brews hidden currents. After all, the disturbances from half a month ago were exceedingly significant. Even the most careless sects would likely find it impossible to overlook such a startling and terrifying phenomenon. A myriad of conjectures has long circulated among various sections. Were it not for the profound heritage of the Yushu immortal sect, which has endured for millennia, and the remarkable phenomena likely instigated by a formidable figure within their ranks, it is feared that disciples from all factions would have already infiltrated the sect to investigate. The disturbances from the outside world bear little connection to Lu Chun. He is acutely aware that the assassination attempts from the Western Zhao Lu family may have temporarily ceased. As long as he remains within the sect, the Zhao Lu family would ultimately refrain from brazenly dispatching assassins. The uninterrupted passage of half a month has propelled Lu Chun's strength and realm to unprecedented heights. Continuous attendance during this period has yielded bountiful rewards, including several top-tier cultivation techniques and an abundance of elixirs. Consequently, on this day, aided by numerous techniques and miraculous pills, A thunderous roar echoed within him. The barriers of his internal cultivation were shattered by a surge of overwhelming power, obliterating all obstructions in its wake. Simultaneously, Liuqian sensed a violent surge in his vitality and spiritual energy, escalating rapidly. This pervasive force permeated his limbs and organs, a warm current coursing through his meridians, bones, and blood. This power incessantly transformed his very being. He has broken through. Fifth stage. As the transformation within his body came to a halt, Liuqian involuntarily opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his clenched fists, feeling the ferocious and terrifying power concealed within them, as if capable of shattering all things in existence. The fluctuations of spiritual energy residing in his dantian had become more refined and potent. With the breakthrough to the fifth stage, both his vitality and spiritual energy underwent a monumental transformation. In merely half a month, Liuqian ascended from the third stage to the fifth stage with remarkable ease. Such a terrifying and astonishing rate of ascension, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite unprecedented upheaval within the realm of cultivation. After breaking through to the fifth stage, Liuqian could distinctly perceive that his strength had increased by more than 100-fold. As a fifth-stage cultivator, he stands among the elite within the cultivation world. Even within the Yushu immortal sect, few disciples possess greater prowess than he. Elated, Liuqian focused his thoughts and promptly began to examine his attribute panel. System. Display attribute panel. Host. Liuqian. Level. 5th stage. Vitality. 72/41. Spiritual energy. 56/34. Cultivation techniques. Spirit attraction method. Perfect. Clear source technique. Perfect. Calamity volume. Perfect. Secret techniques. Thunder fist. Perfect. Xuanwu breathing technique. 9 heavens soaring crane. Minor accomplishment. Indeed, the vitality and spiritual energy I possess now are worlds apart from what they were a fortnight ago. Furthermore, the thunderclap fist has been cultivated to perfection. This signifies that there is no further room for enhancement in this particular secret technique. The perfected thunderclap fist represents the utmost level of proficiency attainable. The Xuanwu meditation technique can only be regarded as a rather peculiar secret skill, primarily designed to conceal one's aura and suppress one's realm to prevent external scrutiny. Consequently, this technique does not differentiate between novice, minor success, major success, and perfection. Additionally, at the culmination of the secret techniques, there exists the 9 heavens soaring crane. This exquisite flying technique was obtained through a signing event, allowing one to glide as lightly as a swallow, nimbly soaring through the heavens and the earth with mere initiation. As proficiency increases, the speed of flight can amplify exponentially. Upon reaching perfection, one can ascend like the 9 heavens soaring crane, departing from the mystical mountains at dawn and arriving at the vast seas by dusk, whether in pursuit or evasion. It proves to be exceedingly advantageous. Regrettably, to maintain secrecy, I must practice cautiously in the dead of night, resulting in my current status of only minor success. Presently, while the number of secret techniques at my disposal is limited, each one has been mastered to a significant extent. The offensive thunderclap fist is perfected, and the flying technique has reached minor success. Only the cultivation methods are numerous beyond counting, each readily achieving perfection upon initiation, allowing for rapid advancement in any environment. Exhaling softly, I retrieved the true essence pill acquired from the system sign-in, treating it like a sweet candy, chewed it briefly, and swallowed it. A wave of warmth surged within me. Subsequently, I immediately activated my cultivation method to absorb and assimilate the spiritual energy generated by the true essence pill, thereby expanding and fortifying my meridians. My ability to ascend from the 3rd to the 5th tier in merely half a month, aside from my innate talent, can be attributed largely to these miraculous elixirs. Without the assistance of these potions garnered from sign-ins, the prospect of breaking through to the 5th tier would have been neither simple nor swift. At this point, my strength could be considered above average within the sect. Among the multitude of disciples here, I can confidently assert that I am virtually unmatched. Only the elders of the sect possess the capability to genuinely suppress me. My eyes glimmered as I pondered this. With this level of strength, even if I were to encounter the assassins dispatched by the Shijiao Lu family again, I am assured that I would not be left without the means to retaliate. After a considerable time, I gradually quelled the myriad thoughts swirling in my mind. Raising my head, I focused on the towering statue of the supreme Tao Ancestor, which stood majestically at the center of the Grand Tao Palace, soaring several dozen meters high, and silently chanted in my heart. System. Initiate sign in before the statue of the supreme Tao Ancestor. Chapter 26. The reasons for deciding to participate in the sect's grand competition. Registration successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture. The Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture? Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture, an unparalleled body forging technique, divided into 10 levels. Mastering each level enhances one's strength by the power of a dragon and a tiger, exuding boundless dominance. A body forging technique? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and an excited smile graced his face. This technique is no trivial matter. Each level of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture bestows the body with the might of a dragon and a tiger, rendering an astonishing explosive power. More importantly, this body forging method not only augments strength, but also enhances defensive capabilities. Gazing at the orb of soft white light before him, Lu Chen hesitated not for a moment. Grasping it and bringing it directly to his head. Poof! The white orb vanished, merging entirely into Lu Chen's mind. An immense influx of knowledge surged forth, akin to a roaring tide, flooding into Lu Chen's consciousness, which he tirelessly absorbed and transformed into instinctual prowess. It felt as though he had forcibly stripped the understanding of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture from someone who had mastered it, integrating that comprehension into his own being. Thus, Lu Chen was assimilating and mastering the knowledge of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture at an alarming rate. The entire process lasted less than a quarter of an hour. When all this newfound knowledge had fully transmuted into memory and instinct, Lu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with elation. Clenching his fists, he could feel a tumultuous and ferocious power coursing through his body. The Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture truly deserves its reputation as an exceedingly formidable technique. Merely having taken the first steps into its depths had already rendered his vitality overwhelmingly vigorous. The strength embedded within him had surged to a terrifying degree, far surpassing his previous capabilities. And this was merely the initial entry into the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture. Lu Chen's Spirit Sword. The first layer of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture grants the might of one dragon and one tiger. On top of Lu Chen's already formidable physique, it provided an additional burst of strength. Regrettably, the Qiankun Liuli Dan could not significantly enhance the cultivation of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture, for it primarily focuses on body forging, which cannot be accomplished instantaneously. System. Display the attribute panel. Lu Chen cast aside his fleeting regret and could not help but examine his attribute panel once more. Host, Lu Chen. Level, Tier 5. Vitality, 81.9. Spiritual Power, 56. Techniques, Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture. Entry, Spirit Summoning Technique, Perfect. Clear Source Technique, Perfect. Degree of Misfortune Scroll, Perfect. Secret Techniques, Thunder Fist, Perfect. Xuanwu Breathing Technique, 9 Heavens Soaring Crane, minor accomplishment. Indeed, vitality has increased. The enhancement of vitality signifies an elevation in Lu Chen's strength, physique, life force, and defensive capabilities across various physical attributes. It must be said, the mystical art of the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Scripture has significantly enhanced Lu Chen's prowess, yielding remarkably evident results. He even feels a subtle loosening at his current realm, leading him to entertain the illusion that he might soon break through to the 6th tier. With a gentle exhale, Lu Chen suppresses this absurd notion. Having just ascended to the 5th tier, it seems implausible that such a formidable skill could propel him directly to the 6th tier. However, the loosening of the bottleneck in his current realm is indeed a reality. He senses that in a matter of 3 to 5 days, he might genuinely be able to challenge the 6th tier. This Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Scripture has bestowed upon Lu Chen an exceptionally bountiful harvest. It is time to depart. With a focused gaze, he steps away from the Grand Tao Palace. As he prepares to return to his small courtyard on the Immortal Ascension Peak, Lu Chen inadvertently overhears a conversation among several disciples. The grand competition within the sect is approaching. Who do you think will triumph and claim first place this time? Without a doubt, It will either be the senior from Tianshu Peak or the senior sister from Tianxian Peak. No one else stands a chance of seizing the top spot. Indeed, the senior from Tianshu Peak and the senior sister from Tianxian Peak are extraordinarily formidable. As the triennial sect competition draws near, a palpable sense of urgency envelopes the atmosphere. Securing first place would yield immensely generous rewards. As a prestigious orthodox sect, the Yusu immortal sect is not stingy in its incentives for disciples. However, such rewards do not capture Liuli's attention. He has no interest in these so-called accolades. The triennial sect competition? Liuli ponders thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The participants are predominantly the senior brothers and sisters within the sect. As for the newly initiated disciples who have been here for less than a month, they lack the qualifications to participate. After all, among this generation of initiates, only Liuli has truly entered the realm of cultivation. Only those who have crossed into the first tier and officially begun their cultivation journey are eligible to partake in the sect competition. The rest have yet to even reach the threshold of the first tier. Among this group, the disciple named Li Zhan, noted for his exceptional aptitude, is currently immersed in arduous training, striving to break through to the first tier as soon as possible. They can only showcase their modest cultivation achievements before the competition begins, hoping that luck may favor some among the miscellaneous disciples to be selected as outer sect disciples. This starkly illustrates just how far ahead Liuli is compared to his contemporaries within the Yusu immortal sect. His progress is truly unparalleled. Indeed, if Liuli were to choose to reveal his full strength and unleash his potential, even those disciples who entered decades ago would face a fate of utter annihilation at his hands. Unbeknownst to him, time swiftly passes. Even Liuli himself was astonished at how formidable he had become. Nevertheless, he decided to set such thoughts aside. With a fortnight remaining before the grand competition within the sect, there was ample time ahead. In that span, he could not possibly remain stagnant in his cultivation. Let alone the mere 6th stage, it was entirely conceivable that he might even aspire to reach the 7th stage before the competition commenced. After a moment of calm reflection, Liuli felt somewhat embarrassed at the prospect of bullying his senior brothers and sisters within the sect. In the Yusu immortal sect, how many disciples had attained the 5th stage? The answer was few, extremely few. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, across the entirety of the Yusu immortal sect, such instances were nearly non-existent. Generally, a disciple who could elevate their cultivation to the 4th stage within a few decades of entering the sect was already considered an exceptionally talented genius. Moreover, individuals of such talent were remarkably scarce. Hence, Liuli perceived that participating in the upcoming sect competition would merely amount to preying upon those seniors. At this juncture, considering his prowess, he ought to be regarded as, undoubtedly, the foremost among the younger generation of the Yusu immortal sect. Liuli mused. This was no exaggeration. Of course, he must exclude those seniors who had been in the sect for over a century, as time was a significant factor. Liuli's decision to partake in the sect competition stemmed from his own deliberations. Firstly, he intended to demonstrate to all within the sect that he indeed possessed the capabilities befitting a disciple of the Tao. Secondly, he aimed to convey a misleading impression to any potential hidden agents from the Shijiao Lu family, suggesting that while he was extraordinarily gifted, his displayed strength was merely the extent of his abilities. This could entice them into revealing their intentions to stifle him in his infancy, thereby exposing their true motives. Chapter 27. The radiant technique of the stone threshold on the following night, beneath the gentle glow of the moon. At the front of the renowned yellow turban warrior array of the Yusu immortal sect, Liuli, clad in white garments, basked in the soft lunar light. He thoughtfully caressed his chin with his right hand, gazing ahead at the illustrious yellow turban warrior array, which had piqued his curiosity after he inadvertently overheard a conversation among several disciples the previous day. The mere mention of this famed array ignited a fervent curiosity within him, compelling him to witness the legendary yellow turban warrior array for himself. The yellow turban warrior array is an elaborate formation composed of several intricate arrays, concealing profound mysteries within. Once one steps inside, they are met with the relentless onslaught of the yellow turban warriors. These warriors consist of 18 bronze puppets, meticulously arranged in specific positions within the formation, each one an indomitable figure. Together, these 18 warriors create a formidable array. launching a seamless and overwhelming assault that is nearly impossible to defend against. Such is the fearsome reputation of the Yellow Turban Warrior Array within the Wushu Immortal sect. This formation was specifically designed to hone the practical combat skills of the disciples. Generally, to challenge the Yellow Turban Warrior Array, one must attain a 4th-tier realm. Only those who reach at least this level are deemed qualified to attempt the challenge. Consequently, this singular requirement disqualifies the majority of the sect's disciples from even attempting the challenge. It is said that the Yellow Turban Warrior Array serves as the first trial for disciples seeking to embark on journeys beyond the sect. To venture forth, one must single-handedly overcome the Yellow Turban Warrior Array. Only then can they fulfill the initial condition for their expedition. Liuli mused that he was not particularly eager to embark on such a journey. He had merely taken note of this matter upon hearing about it in passing. Furthermore, for disciples wishing to travel, overcoming the Yellow Turban Warrior Array is merely the first hurdle. This implies that there are additional trials ahead, all of which must be successfully navigated to embark on a journey beyond the Wushu Immortal sect. The fundamental requirement is to conquer the Yellow Turban Warrior Array. Yet this basic condition effectively bars the opportunities of most disciples. One can only imagine how daunting it is for a disciple of the Wushu Immortal sect to seek to journey beyond its confines. Within the Yellow Turban Warrior Array, each warrior represents a master of the 4th tier. The collaboration of these 18 4th-tier masters forms an almost flawless assault strategy. It may prove far more challenging than confronting a single 6th-tier powerhouse. Liuli pondered deeply, recognizing that the most formidable aspect of the Yellow Turban Warrior Array lies in the coordinated efforts of the 18 warriors. In a one-on-one confrontation, the array would pose little threat. However, the true challenge manifests in the necessity of facing the combined might of all 18 warriors alone. As the saying goes, the formidable challenge of confronting the Yellow Turban Warrior formation, comprised of 18 formidable 4th-tier puppets, is indeed a daunting prospect. Within the confines of the sect, disciples aspiring to undertake missions alone must first endure the trials of this formation, which serves as a benchmark for assessing their readiness to venture beyond the protective walls of their sanctuary. The Yellow Turban Warrior formation acts as a safeguard, ensuring that inadequately prepared disciples do not face untimely demise in the outside world. Without sufficient strength, many would meet their end in inexplicable circumstances during their travels. Thus, the elders of the sect are keen to prevent their disciples from encountering peril in the mortal realm. Only those who have successfully navigated the challenges of the Yellow Turban Warrior formation may embark on solitary journeys, with the stipulation that they must be accompanied by at least one elder to depart from the Wushu Immortal Gate. Overcoming this formation symbolizes one's capability for self-preservation in the external world, thereby granting them the liberty to explore independently. With determination, I shall test the veracity of the rumors surrounding the Yellow Turban Warrior formation. Liuli gazed intently at the intricate array before him, his eyes shimmering with resolve. He then began to silently invoke, "System, I choose to sign in at the Yellow Turban Warrior formation. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Stone Threshold Radiant Technique." Stone Threshold Radiant Technique, a supreme defensive secret art, said to have been created by the ancient giant spirit clan, profoundly mysterious, impervious to myriad attacks. A luminous orb, radiating a gentle white glow, materialized before Liuli. The Stone Threshold Radiant Technique? Just what I needed for physical defense. Unexpectedly, I have acquired this premier secret art. Liuli's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Stone Threshold Radiant Technique is an exceptional treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Liuli pressed the floating orb against his forehead. Subsequently, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, akin to a tidal wave. After approximately 15 minutes, he fully absorbed all the knowledge pertaining to the Stone Threshold Radiant Technique, seamlessly integrating it into his very being. As the fundamentals of the Stone Threshold Radiant Technique took root, Liuli sensed a marked enhancement in his vitality. Even the surface of his skin shimmered with faint golden hues, though they quickly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. System, display the attribute panel. With a thought, Liuli eagerly anticipated examining his current attributes. Host, Liuli. Level, 5th tier. Vitality, 88.7. Spiritual power, 57.1. Techniques, Dragon Tiger Body Forging Scripture, Beginner. Spirit Induction Technique, Perfected, Pure Source Skill, perfected. Calamity Reversal Scroll, perfected. Secret Arts, Thunderclap Fist, perfected. Xuanwu Repose Technique, Nine Heavens Soaring Crane, minor achievement. Stone Threshold Radiant Technique, minor achievement. The enhancement in vitality is strikingly evident. Yet, the enhancement of spiritual power appears rather negligible. The Shirke Huangguang Ju is, after all, a premier technique for physical defense, rather than a method for augmenting one's spiritual energy. At present, I possess an array of foundational techniques, complemented by this top-tier defensive skill. Additionally, I have access to the Longhu Body Forging Forbidden Scripture, which amplifies physical prowess. The Supreme Flying Technique, Jiutian Xianghe, and the Thunderstrike Fist for combat. All that remains is a singular skill capable of unleashing an instantaneous surge of spiritual energy. Lu Qin's mood grew particularly buoyant. His gaze shifted as he meticulously scrutinized the yellow turban warrior array ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qin stepped forward, gradually entering the yellow turban warrior array. The basic threshold for challenging the yellow turban warrior array is the 4th tier. However, Lu Qin has not only attained the 5th tier, but also possesses numerous elite techniques, his strength far surpassing that of an ordinary 5th tier cultivator. He undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to challenge the yellow turban warrior array. Chapter 28. Breaking through the formation within the ranks of the yellow turban warriors. As Lu Qin stepped into the formation, he could feel the surrounding environment rising in a swirling mist of white fog, enveloping him from all directions. His vision was obstructed, rendering his sight hazy. Standing within the formation, Lu Qin's gaze could not penetrate the ascending white mist, nor could he discern the terrain beyond its veil. He understood that he had become thoroughly ensnared within the enigmatic formation. To break free, he must first vanquish the yellow turban warriors within. With this thought in mind, Lu Qin swiftly began to survey his surroundings. 18 golden warriors stood like meditative monks, positioned at various angles, each striking a different pose, motionless and steadfast as a mountain. Just then, as Lu Qin observed, the seemingly puppet-like golden warriors suddenly opened their eyes, resembling ancient warriors, their gazes fixed intently upon Lu Qin, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Here they come. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes, fully alert. The 18 warriors, akin to 4th-tier entities, formed a remarkably intricate formation, far more formidable than any 5th-tier expert. Moreover, these 18 warriors, crafted from gold and bronze, possessed no sense of pain, hearing, or sight. They operated purely in accordance with the formation's commands, executing flawless coordination. This was the most troublesome aspect. Each warrior's defensive power rivaled that of the strongest 4th-tier body cultivators. Even a full-force strike from an average 5th-tier expert would likely leave only a faint white scratch upon the warrior's surfaces. Inflicting damage upon them would be exceedingly challenging. Let the battle commence. Lu Qin quietly observed the 18 warriors, rapidly channeling his spiritual energy from his dantian. The energy transformed into a warm current, flowing through his organs, meridians, and bones, invigorating his physical prowess. The tiger and dragon body refinement technique initiated. Immediately, a golden aura radiated from Lu Qin's body, enveloping him in a shimmering glow. At a glance, Lu Qin appeared as a transcendent being, exuding a golden halo infused with an ethereal essence, pure and untainted. Subtle resonances of Tao echoed around him, pulsing in harmony with the rhythm of his heartbeat. In an instant, the 18 warriors launched their assault simultaneously. A torrential downpour of fists and kicks rained down upon Lu Qin, striking at his form with relentless force. Thunderous fist. Lu Qin raised his right hand, clenched his fist tightly, and thrust forward with a sudden ferocity. His spiritual energy coalesced into a tempestuous force, gathering at his fist, which shimmered with flickering violet lightning, resembling a strike from the god of thunder directed at one of the warriors. Fist met fist. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of the clash between gold and bronze. Crisp and resonant. A golden warrior was sent flying dozens of meters away by a single punch from Lu Qin, tumbling through the air. My strength. Is this formidable? Lu Qin instinctively gazed down at his own fists, astonished by the sheer force and dominance he possessed, which even he had not anticipated. Seizing the moment before the remaining warriors' assaults reached him, Lu Qin executed the 9 heavens soaring crane, his movements remarkably agile, as he danced like a wisp of smoke amidst the onslaught of the warriors. Each attack from the imposing warriors was effortlessly evaded by Liuli, thanks to his mastery of the intermediate level 9 heavens soaring crane, rendering their efforts futile. The most troublesome aspect of the yellow turban warrior formation was contending with the simultaneous attacks of 18 warriors. However, endowed with the intermediate level 9 heavens soaring crane, Liuli effectively suppressed the advantages of the formation through his superior agility. As he unleashed his full power, the profound energy of his Xuanwu breathing technique was abruptly released. Next, utilizing the 9 heavens soaring crane, Liuli adeptly dodged the warrior's strikes, occasionally employing the thunderclap fist to shatter several of their attacks. The entire endeavor appeared especially effortless and fluid. For the majority of 5th-tier experts, facing the relentless assault of 18 warriors, each possessing 4th-tier combat prowess and nearly impenetrable defenses, would undoubtedly be a nightmare. Even 6th and 7th-tier experts might struggle to breach the yellow turban warrior formation. Yet, for Liuli, the formidable intermediate level 9 heavens soaring crane enabled him to turn the tables, transforming the formation into his own dominion. However, the thunderclap fist, as an offensive technique, paled in comparison to his other mystical skills. Otherwise, Liuli would have long since shattered the formation. Generally speaking, merely enduring within the formation for half an hour sufficed to pass the trial. Liuli contemplated that the vast majority of challengers ultimately succeeded by withstanding for that duration. Once someone held their ground for half an hour, the movements of the 18 warriors would abruptly cease, returning to their original, immovable state. Yet this time, Liuli sought a different path. He aimed to dismantle the yellow turban warrior formation head-on. With the dragon and tiger body forging secret technique, Liuli unleashed his full power. The spiritual energy from his dantian surged forth, fully activated by the technique. Simultaneously, a magnificent sphere of golden spiritual energy materialized before him as he continuously gathered the energy within, forming a terrifyingly concentrated force. Golden wisps of energy floated around Liuli's body. Then, targeting the 18 warriors ahead, he propelled the immense power he had concentrated through the dragon and tiger body forging secret technique with a sudden, forceful thrust. Boom! As Liuli released the condensed spiritual energy, it erupted like a balloon bursting, instantly transforming into an endless torrent of formidable strength that engulfed the 18 warriors. The power surged forth like an unstoppable tide, crushing all in its wake. The power of the 5th stage has been unleashed to its utmost by Liuli. Coupled with the formidable technique of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Scripture, the strike he has just executed possesses a destructive force that transcends even his own 5th stage realm. A torrent of surging air stirred the dust on the ground into a wild frenzy. Crack! Crack! The hard floor tiles beneath his feet shattered under the impact of Liuli's spiritual energy, emitting a series of crisp and melodious sounds. Countless fissures radiated from the point where Liuli stood, spreading outward in all directions like a spider's web. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as a terrifying shockwave enveloped the area. Even the sturdy floor tiles within a radius of several dozen meters were marred by the explosive force of Liuli's unleashed spiritual power, resulting in deep cracks and perforations. These fissures formed intricate patterns reminiscent of a spider's web, while the ground bore the marks of concave depressions, resembling a desolate wasteland ravaged by disaster. The 18 mighty warriors, caught in the direct onslaught of Liuli's spiritual energy, were sent flying over 100 meters. Their bodies scattered haphazardly across the terrain. Boom, boom. Each warrior crashed into the ground, creating terrifying pits up to a meter deep. The force that swept over them was truly astonishing. Surrounding them were once solid rocks, some towering several meters high and nearly as thick. Yet they too were pulverized by the shockwaves generated by the warriors' bodies. Ultimately, the shattered rocks transformed into countless small fragments, swirling aimlessly through the air in a chaotic display. After a moment, all activity abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Liuli stood still, his gaze fixed ahead. Apart from the relatively intact terrain beneath his feet, the surrounding tiles were riddled with countless holes, a scene of utter devastation. The fractured cracks formed a dense network that dazzled the eye and sent shivers down the spine. In the area extending 100 meters around him, the landscape was irreparably damaged, as if it had endured an unspeakable catastrophe, leaving no trace of its former integrity. It was a scene of ruin, brutality, and disorder. The 18 warriors lay scattered in disarray, motionless and appearing thoroughly defeated. Undoubtedly, the illustrious yellow turban warriors' array of the Yushu immortal sect had been effortlessly swept aside by Liuli alone on this fateful night. With a satisfied smile gracing his features, Liuli averted his gaze and decisively turned to leave. He had successfully tested the limits of his power. In a flash, his figure vanished, leaving behind a desolate landscape marked by chaos and destruction. At this moment, the 18 formidable warriors lay helplessly on the ground, utterly immobilized. The renowned yellow turban warrior array of the Yushu immortal sect finds itself in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 29. The long-browed inference under the moonlight. The Yushu immortal sect basked in tranquility and harmony, yet in the vicinity of the yellow turban warriors array. A group of perceptive elders and 2 peak masters, accompanied by the sect leader, the long-browed Taoist, gathered under the cloak of night. Upon their arrival, the sight of the wreckage left by the yellow turban warriors array left them all in utter disbelief, with expressions of shock etched upon their faces. Surveying the surroundings, they were met with chaos and devastation. The area within 100 meters of the yellow turban warriors array had been ravaged by a terrifying force, resulting in shattered tiles and numerous deep pits scattered across the ground. It was a scene of ruin, beyond recognition, pockmarked and riddled with damage. This was the visage of the yellow turban warriors array in the eyes of the long-browed Taoist and his companions. There was scarcely a single intact spot. The landscape within 100 meters lay in utter desolation and disarray. The fissures in the earth formed a dense network, reminiscent of a spider's web, presenting a grim tableau that deepened their concern. The resounding crash that had reached their ears prompted their swift approach to the yellow turban warriors array. However, upon their arrival, they were met only with this shocking display of devastation. What had transpired here? One elder could not contain his curiosity and spoke up. The 2 peak masters remained silent, their expressions solemn as they scrutinized the surrounding ruins. The yellow turban warriors array had been utterly overwhelmed from the front. Another elder, his voice laced with astonishment, chimed in. Amidst the shattered terrain, they discerned many fragmented rocks propelled by the shockwave, which had ultimately penetrated the ground to create numerous gaping holes, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Soon after, the long-browed Taoist stepped boldly into the array, followed closely by the 2 peak masters and several elders, as they ventured towards the heart of the ravaged landscape. The elders' apprehension grew with each step. It was the first time the yellow turban warriors array had been brought to such a state of disarray. Before long, the long-browed Taoist discovered 18 warriors, sprawled haphazardly in various corners, some buried a meter deep in the earth, while others were embedded within massive rocks. Fortunately, the warriors' defenses were nearly impervious. Their exteriors bore no significant damage, merely rendered temporarily incapable of maintaining the array's operation. Someone had dared to challenge the yellow turban warriors array, and succeeded. Not only did they prevail, but they had also swept through the array with ease. The long-browed Taoist exhaled heavily. Based on the clues amidst the wreckage, he formulated a preliminary hypothesis. On this night, an individual had dared to confront the yellow turban warriors array and, by their own strength, had completely dismantled it. Was it an elder from within the sect? The master of Tianshu Peak instinctively inquired. It should not be. The elderly Taoist with long eyebrows shook his head. If it were an elder from within the sect, they would not have acted so recklessly, causing such a devastating and terrifying destruction. The area within 100 meters has been nearly obliterated. Not an elder? Then who could it be? Before the 2 peak masters could react, several elders nearby gasped in shock. Their eyes widened in horror as they surveyed the scene of utter devastation. Shifting their gaze to the 18 fallen warriors, their lips quivered slightly. The source of such terrifying havoc could not possibly be an elder from within the sect. How could this be conceivable? If not an elder, then who else could it be? Could it be a disciple from the sect? One elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone laced with shock. That is impossible. Among the disciples, the strongest in decades is Zhou Yan. Yet I distinctly recall Zhou Yan being merely at the 4th level of cultivation. How could a 4th-level disciple possibly wreak such catastrophic destruction? Not to mention, even a 5th-level practitioner would find it an extraordinary feat to endure within the yellow turban warriors formation for half an hour, let alone to sweep through and dismantle the formation head-on. Including the two peak masters, they all outright dismissed this possibility. Jiutian, the strongest disciple in the sect over the past several decades, currently stood at the 4th level. Yet, how could he possibly sweep through the Yellow Turban Warriors formation head-on with only that level of power? If he could even withstand half an hour within the formation, it would be a remarkable achievement. If it were neither an elder nor a disciple, then who could it be? The elders were left in utter shock, their thoughts ensnared in a deadlock. They could not fathom any explanation. Their gazes turned to the long-browed Taoist, hoping he might unveil the truth. At that moment, the headmaster, the long-browed elder, finally shifted his gaze away from the wreckage and spoke gravely. This individual must be a highly skilled 5th-level expert, possessing an exceedingly domineering and powerful lightning-based secret technique. This was a conclusion drawn by the long-browed elder based on the traces left at the scene. As the elder concluded his remarks, both peak masters were left in astonishment. 5th level. Are you certain, master? Is this destruction truly the work of a 5th-level powerhouse? Their eyes scanned the ravaged landscape, a sight of utter devastation within 100 meters. Could such destruction really be attributed to a 5th-level practitioner? It seemed implausible. What kind of 5th-level warrior could possibly unleash a power that faintly rivaled that of the 6th level? Even I find it hard to imagine. However, one thing is certain. This individual possesses extraordinary talent in cultivation and is an exceptionally formidable genius. The elder with long eyebrows took a deep breath, profoundly shaken within. However, we must remember that there is no individual within the sect as you, the leader, have described. The elders around him spoke in unison. Indeed, at this point, the elder with long eyebrows appeared momentarily lost in thought. Clearly, there was no one within the sect who matched the clues he had deduced. After much contemplation, the elder chose not to dwell on it any longer. Regardless of the reasons for the individual's concealment within the sect, one thing was certain. This person harbored no hostility towards the Yushu immortal sect. Otherwise, they would not have brazenly infiltrated the Yellow Turban Warrior array. If there were any malice, they would never so easily reveal their traces of existence. This has been the most devastating assault the Yellow Turban Warrior array has endured in nearly tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it is the first time in over a millennium that a 5th-tier individual has swept through it with such ease. Gazing at the chaotic scene before him, the elder with long eyebrows was still consumed by an insatiable curiosity. Who, after all, is the mastermind behind this chaos? Chapter 30. Liuli. Consumed by jealousy as time swiftly passed, another fortnight slipped by. The Yushu immortal sect appeared particularly serene and tranquil during this period. However, beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. Many disciples were astonished to observe a notable increase in the number of elders traversing the sect. The long-anticipated triennial internal competition was swiftly approaching, set to commence in just 3 days. With the imminent onset of the internal competition, the atmosphere within the sect shifted dramatically, transforming from its usual tranquility into a palpable tension, suffused with an intense sense of rivalry. Most disciples sensed this unusual ambience and began to eagerly anticipate the forthcoming event. The triennial competition naturally garnered the attention and expectations of nearly all disciples. In preparation for this significant event, the elders were exceedingly busy, including Taoist Changmei and the various peak leaders, all of whom were engulfed in their respective duties. Beyond the elders and peak leaders, the disciples themselves were fervently anxious to showcase their prowess in this internal competition. Among them, Jiutian, renowned as the most formidable disciple in decades, stood out as the favored candidate for seizing the coveted first position in the competition. In addition to Jiutian, contenders such as Lu Neng, Lin Ding, and Gu Mu, all at the 4th stage, were also recognized as strong competitors for the top spot. The participants in this internal competition were predominantly disciples who had been in the sect for several decades. However, there was one notable exception: Liuli, the leading figure of the new generation of disciples. Having recently completed a month since his entry into the sect, Liuli had already successfully advanced to the 1st stage, earning admiration from countless contemporaries and being hailed as the most gifted prodigy of his time. With his newfound strength, Liuli, brimming with confidence, chose to partake in the triennial internal competition. Yet, his ambition was not to claim the title. Rather, he simply sought to make his presence known. With his 1st stage prowess, it was improbable for him to secure the top position. What Li Jin yearned for was to showcase his talent as a newly minted first-stage disciple before all the elders, peak leaders, and the sect master. By seizing this pivotal opportunity during the internal competition, he aimed to illuminate his extraordinary aptitude and garner the attention of the sect's leaders. This was the outcome Li Jin desired. Brother Li Jin is truly remarkable. Having only been initiated for a month, he has effortlessly broken through to the first stage. Such talent is a rare gem, a once-in-a-century prodigy. I believe that with Brother Li Jin's exceptional gifts, he would undoubtedly rank among the most outstanding talents across all sections. Indeed, Brother Li Jin is the most gifted among our generation of disciples. Sigh, I wonder when I will successfully cross into the first stage. I can only hope to achieve that milestone within the next year. That would suffice for my contentment. Various flattering remarks echoed in Li Jin's ears, filling him with pride and a sense of superiority. Achieving the first rank within a month was, in his own estimation, an extraordinary feat. This innate talent and comprehension instilled in him a profound sense of pride and confidence. Coupled with the myriad praises from the elders within the sect, Li Jin nearly forgot his own surname, having become quite elated over the past few days. Furthermore, he had begun to cultivate a sense of pride befitting a genius. Li Jin, brother, how did you manage to break through to the first rank so quickly? Do share your secrets with us, they implored. What does it feel like to surpass the first rank? Faced with the adulation and reverent gazes of his fellow disciples, Li Jin maintained an enigmatic demeanor and, with an air of arrogance, replied, "It is all due to innate talent. The roots and insights I possess cannot be imparted as experience." The admiration for him among the disciples only deepened. Truly, Brother Li Jin, your talent is something we can only aspire to. Another remarked, if only I had even a fraction of your abilities, I would surely wake up smiling in my sleep. At that moment, one disciple could not help but lament. What a pity. If Brother Li Jin had revealed his talent earlier, I believe the identity of this generation's Daozi would undoubtedly belong to him. The sect leader has been too hasty. Clearly, Brother Li Jin's innate quality and comprehension far surpass those of that lad, Liuli. Yet he has not been chosen as the current Daozi. In my view, only Brother Li Jin is worthy of the title of the contemporary Daozi. Upon hearing these comments, Li Jin's expression darkened. This was his greatest source of inner turmoil. He had always taken pride in his exceptional talents, convinced that no one among this generation of disciples could compare to him. Yet, the title of the current Daozi had been seized by a child named Liuli. This left Li Jin feeling unjustly slighted. Liuli, what merit does he possess? Having stepped into the first rank within a month, is this talent not commendable enough? Why was Liuli chosen as the Daozi? Clearly, he, Li Jin, was the most gifted disciple of this generation. Why should Liuli be granted such a title? This thought ignited a consuming jealousy within him. It was profoundly unfair. Despite his remarkable talents, he had not been selected as the sect's Daozi. The overwhelming sense of psychological imbalance nearly twisted Li Jin's features in envy. Liuli, the contemporary Daozi? Li Jin snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with a fierce intensity and indignation. On the day the sect's grand competition commences, the elders, peak masters, and sect leader will come to realize who truly stands as the most exceptional disciple of this generation. The identity of the Daozi rightfully belongs to me. In due time, you shall undoubtedly regret not selecting me as the contemporary Daozi. Li Jin firmly believes that the title of Daozi is his by right, an entity that has always belonged to him. Consequently, every time the term Daozi is mentioned in the presence of others, Li Jin is engulfed by a fury akin to that of someone who has had something that was rightfully theirs snatched away. I have dedicated merely a month of effort, and at last, I have successfully ascended to the first level of mastery. Now, none shall be able to overlook my extraordinary talent and potential. I am determined to reclaim everything that is inherently mine. The identity of the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect shall be mine without fail. No one can impede my pursuit. Chapter 31. Half moon across 2 levels in the second layer of the scripture repository, Liuli sat cross-legged, his legs intertwined and his eyes gently closed, resembling an old sage in deep meditation, utterly still. After a while, he casually retrieved a spirit-gathering pill from the system, tossed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Once the pill descended into his abdomen, it swiftly transformed into a warm current, circulating within his body, cleansing his internal organs and nourishing him with spiritual energy. At that moment, Liuli immediately activated his cultivation method, absorbing and digesting the surge of spiritual energy within him with utmost speed. Still not satisfied, he raised his eyebrows and promptly retrieved 3 or 4 more spirit-gathering pills, tossing them into his mouth like candy. With a gulp, he swallowed the additional pills, which birthed an even more vigorous current of spiritual energy from his abdomen. He once again activated his cultivation method to fully digest and absorb this newfound energy. Simultaneously, the surrounding air, infused with a slight aura of spiritual energy, was continuously devoured by his cultivation technique. The expansive second layer of the scripture repository, spanning several hundred meters, seemed to have its spiritual energy entirely absorbed by Liuli, leading to a temporary vacuum of energy in that space. Liuli's body resembled a ferocious beast, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy from his surroundings, engulfing the aura within several hundred meters in one gulp. Buzz, buzz, a series of golden glimmers emerged around Liuli's exterior, enveloping him and rendering his figure shrouded in an ethereal mist, exuding an air of profound mystery. As the spiritual energy from the surrounding atmosphere flowed into his body, Liuli relentlessly digested this energy through his cultivation method, causing his vitality and spiritual power to surge dramatically. A terrifying aura radiated from his form. This aura was that of the 6th level. No, more precisely, it was the aura of someone poised to break through to the 7th level. Indeed, Liuli was now preparing for the ascent to the 7th level. Over the past half-month, he had broken through to the 6th level, and after a period of consolidation, he was now ready to challenge the 7th level. To achieve this, he required even more refined and concentrated spiritual energy. With this thought, Liuli once again produced several true essence pills, casually chewing and swallowing them. The pills transformed into a warm stream of spiritual energy, washing over him. Were it not for his continual cultivation, this energy might have been squandered or even risked overwhelming his body. Furthermore, the cultivation technique he was now employing was no longer the basic method from the first layer of the scripture repository, but rather the advanced technique from the second layer. The efficiency of cultivation in the second layer exceeded that of the first by more than tenfold. Naturally, Liuli had mastered all the second layer techniques to perfection, which was a crucial reason for his rapid advancement towards the 7th level. With the operation of the cultivation technique, all spiritual energy was seamlessly absorbed by Liuli, transforming it into the essence of his own power, which coalesced within the dantian in his abdomen, becoming increasingly pure and formidable. Only Liuli could treat precious elixirs as mere candies. Even as a Taoist, he was entitled to only a single each day, the highest privilege bestowed by the Yushu immortal sect. Were it not for the possession of a system, Liuli would never have been able to consume these elixirs as casually as one would partake in food and drink. Over the course of half a month, while the techniques he acquired through sign-ins were scarce, the quantity of elixirs he obtained was abundant. Elixirs such as, and could easily serve as his sustenance. Thus, with the assistance of these elixirs, Liuli transcended from the 5th realm to the 6th within this brief period, and today, he even prepared to challenge the 7th realm. Besides Liuli's extraordinary innate talent and comprehension, the significance of these elixirs could not be overlooked. With innate gifts coupled with the potency of the elixirs, Liuli's elevation in realm was as effortless as quenching one's thirst, rapid and vigorous. The daily allocation of was scarcely sufficient to satiate his cravings. Most of the time, it was the elixirs bestowed by the system that propelled Liuli's advancement at an astonishing pace. Without such support, he could not have elevated his realm to the point of forcefully challenging the 7th stage in such a short span. The importance of elixirs to a practitioner is indisputable. A single, if sold, could yield a fortune sufficient to ensure a mundane person's lifetime of comfort. At this moment, feeling the surge of vitality and spiritual energy ascending within him, with his dantian slightly distended, Liuli seized the opportunity to exert his full force against the bottleneck. Break. With unwavering intent, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth, violently crashing against the hindrance within his being. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the tempestuous spiritual energy shattered the threshold of his realm, obliterating all obstacles in an instant. The 7th realm was attained. Simultaneously, as the threshold crumbled, The robust spiritual energy transformed into a warm current, swiftly cleansing Liuchun's internal organs, meridians, bones, and blood. His body was undergoing a continuous metamorphosis, as if he were bathing in a soothing ocean. This sensation of comfort prompted Liuchun to involuntarily relax, his previously tense body now languid. As both body and mind entered a state of ethereal tranquility, carefree, as if returning to the embrace of his mother. The transformation lasted less than 20 breaths, gradually fading away until it completely vanished. Liuchun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within, akin to currents of electricity sparking forth from his gaze, piercing the air several meters ahead. The atmosphere seemed to be torn asunder by these currents. However, lacking any tangible target, they swiftly dissipated into the surrounding air. At last, he had successfully transcended to the 7th tier of cultivation. It had taken him merely half a month to ascend from the 5th tier, surmounting 2 levels in succession. A smile involuntarily graced Liuchun's visage. Such a terrifying rate of ascent and strength, if disseminated, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire realm of cultivation. From the 5th tier to the 7th, Liuchun accomplished this remarkable feat in a mere fortnight. Throughout countless epochs in the realm of cultivation, there has never been a speed of elevation comparable to that of Liuchun. Even the nefarious cults, despised by the righteous sects for their sinister arts that prey upon the hearts and blood of the unwary, could not match the formidable pace of Liuchun's advancement. The 7th tier, a realm that, even within the esteemed Yusu immortal sect, does not belong to the feeble. In fact, many elders within the sect have yet to attain this level. Yet, Liuchun had achieved this remarkable prowess in just over a month since his initiation, elevating his power to the 7th tier. This realm can be deemed unattainable for many throughout their lifetimes. Some elders remain perpetually ensnared at the 6th tier, harboring no hope of ever crossing into the 7th. What these elders deem beyond reach, Liuchun accomplished with relative ease. Not all elders within the Yusu immortal sect possess strength at the 9th tier. Only a select few have attained such heights. The majority of elders hover around the 7th and 8th tiers, with many languishing at the 6th tier, existing as the weakest among their ranks. Now, Liuchun's cultivation level surpasses that of these lesser elders. When it comes to strength, there is no doubt that with an arsenal of profound techniques and secrets at his disposal, Liuchun possesses the absolute confidence to confront and vanquish adversaries of the 8th tier. To engage in battle across such a significant gap in cultivation is far from impossible for Liuchun, who wields a multitude of techniques. Indeed, just half a month prior, Liuchun single-handedly infiltrated the Yellow Turban Warrior array, unleashing a force that transcended the 5th tier and decisively dismantling the formidable formation. Chapter 32. The Path of Supreme Clarity. In just over a month since my initiation, it feels as though the blink of an eye has transformed me into one of the most formidable figures within the sect. At the 7th tier, I do not belong to the pinnacle, yet I am far from being considered weak among my peers. When evaluated through the lens of Liuchun's 7th tier prowess, which can erupt with the latent potential of an 8th tier, his strength undeniably places him among the elite ranks of the Yusu immortal sect. After all, the elders who have attained the 9th tier are exceedingly rare, and those merely at the 7th tier cannot compare to Liuchun, who possesses an abundance of esoteric techniques and skills. Engaging in battles above one's tier is not a feat achievable by all. Liuchun, equipped with numerous secret arts and techniques, has rightfully earned the qualification to challenge those beyond his level. Upon breaking through to the 7th tier, my strength has dramatically escalated beyond my previous capabilities. Even my spiritual energy has become more concentrated and refined. With a slight mental adjustment, Liuchun began to examine his current status panel. Host, Liuchun, level, 7th tier, vitality, 114, 26, spiritual energy, 89, 33, techniques, Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Sutra, minor completion, Spirit Summoning Technique, full completion, Pure Source Art, full completion, Calamity Mitigation Scroll, full completion, Secret Arts, Thunderclap Fist, full completion, Black Tortoise Breathing Technique, 9 Heavens Soaring Crane, minor completion, Stone Threshold Radiance Technique, minor completion, Evil Extermination Stab, major completion. Both vitality and spiritual energy have seen substantial enhancements as expected, much like the previous elevation in my cultivation level. Such significant growth in these attributes no longer surprises Liuchen. My vitality consistently surpasses my spiritual energy, a fact I had anticipated without a hint of astonishment. Beyond these, the most noteworthy change lies in the advancement of my techniques. Having absorbed all the techniques from the second floor of the scripture repository, the remainder has seen little alteration. The Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Sutra has been effortlessly cultivated to the second layer, achieving a minor completion that further augments my physical prowess with the strength of both dragon and tiger. Additionally, the Stone Threshold Radiance technique has progressed from its initial layer to the third layer within a mere fortnight, enabling my body to withstand attacks from ordinary cold weapons with remarkable efficacy, even against opponents of the first and second tiers, should they unleash their full strength-wielding weapons. I can remain unscathed, standing resolute against their onslaught. The defensive capabilities of the third tier of the Stone Threshold Radiance technique are exceedingly formidable. While a third-tier adversary, armed and fully unleashed, might succeed in merely grazing my skin, they would be unable to inflict any genuine harm upon my body. This outcome is merely a testament to the effects of less than half a month of dedicated practice of the Stone Threshold Radiance technique. Jiutian. With a shift of his gaze, Liuchen contemplated the final secret technique, which he had acquired just 5 days prior. Jiutian. This technique was versatile, suitable for both close and ranged combat. The acquisition of Jiutian somewhat mitigated Liuchen's shortcomings in ranged warfare, enhancing his overall prowess without leaving any deficiencies. In merely 5 days, Liuchen mastered this technique to an advanced level, progressing from initiation to minor proficiency, and finally to mastery. The transition to perfection, however, would require additional time. Nevertheless, the advanced state of Jiutian was sufficiently potent for his needs. Reflecting on the past half-month, Liuchen felt a profound sense of gratitude. Gradually, he rose from the tiled floor and surveyed the entirety of the second level of the scripture repository. His eyes casually scanned the array of techniques displayed on the wooden shelves, his expression calm and composed. Due to his recent demonstration of second-tier strength and the defeat of Huang Yi, Liuchen's privileges had been significantly elevated, allowing him seamless access to the second level of the repository. Regrettably, he still lacked the authorization to ascend to the third level, where the techniques held an allure even for someone of his caliber. Well, no need to dwell on such matters. If memory serves, there are only 3 days remaining until the internal competition. Liuchen stroked his chin, deep in thought. With his 7th-tier prowess, would it be deemed unfair to participate in the internal competition? After considerable contemplation, he decided it was best to let things unfold naturally. The triannual internal competition of the Yusu immortal sect did not hold much significance in his eyes. Should time permit, he might attend, but he would not regard the competition as a primary objective. Having reached the 7th tier, he certainly did not concern himself with the trivialities of youthful games. If, at that moment, he chose to abstain and observe as a mere spectator, that too would be an intriguing experience. For now, he resolved to check in. He silently instructed. System, designate the scripture repository as the check-in location. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Taiching Guidance Method. Taiching Guidance Method? Liuchen was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy. Any technique associated with the term Taiching was undoubtedly precious. To think that today, in the scripture repository, he could sign in for such a rare and valuable technique. Taiching, as the foremost of the Taoist 3 purities, often symbolizes the epitome of Taoist mastery. The fact that this technique bore the name Taiching clearly indicated it was far from ordinary. Subsequently, the system revealed a detailed introduction to this technique. The Taiching Guiding Method. Reciting scriptures can purify the impurities of all beings, dispel disasters, eliminate malevolent energies, and transform all living entities. Upon reading the introduction, Liuchen was astounded. This Taiching Guiding Method appeared rather formidable. It seems specifically designed to guide all beings. From its description, it is evident that this method is intended to counteract evil and malevolent forces. Moreover, the practice of recitation can influence all living things. To be candid, the Taiching Guiding Method seems to possess a certain allure of the arcane. Liuchen marveled. Compared to the sinister techniques employed by malevolent practitioners, this Taiching Guiding Method bears a striking resemblance to a dark art, capable of affecting one's mind and spirit transforming individuals. If one were to objectively assess and evaluate it, this technique is undoubtedly formidable and fearsome. To claim it is rife with malevolence would not be an exaggeration. After all, a practice that can alter the human psyche and subconscious, while imbued with profound mysteries, fundamentally seeks to invert one's original thought processes. Upon cultivating this method, would I risk becoming a fiendish sorcerer? Jiutian muttered to himself. Yet, cultivation is essential, even if this technique harbors a certain darkness. It ultimately depends on the character of the practitioner. No one can deny the immense power inherent in this method. Naturally, Jiutian would not overlook such a powerful technique. Furthermore, this method was specifically conceived to subdue evil and malevolent forces. If employed appropriately, it could undoubtedly become a nightmare that instills fear and despair in countless malevolent beings. Does the Tao scripture possess malevolence? No, no, no. Transforming all beings. How can that be deemed malevolent? It is clearly intended for the sake of universal love, to resolve the enmities and conflicts among beings. The most terrifying aspect of this technique lies in its capacity to forcibly transform all living entities. In simpler terms, regardless of how deeply sinful a malevolent being may be, once they hear the recitation of this scripture, their thoughts and worldview could be irrevocably altered. At such a juncture, the malevolent being may very well relinquish their weapons of destruction willingly. This is the most terrifying aspect of this scripture, and it is precisely this hint of malevolence that renders it even more formidable. When wielded correctly, it could undoubtedly serve as a crucial safeguard for Jiutian's life. As his thoughts raced, Jiutian cast a serene gaze before him. Within his vision, a luminous orb, radiating a soft white glow, began to manifest. Floating less than half a meter in front of him, suspended in midair. Without hesitation, Jiutian reached out and brought the orb toward his head. As the orb integrated into Jiutian's mind, a tremendous surge of knowledge flooded into his consciousness like a tidal wave. In that instant, Jiutian felt as if he were immersed in a warm ocean, a sensation that prompted him to gently close his eyes and savor the immense influx of knowledge that seemed to materialize from thin air. His mind was continuously absorbing and digesting this newfound wealth of understanding, which ultimately transformed into an instinctual part of his being. As he feverishly absorbed this knowledge, the wonders and mysteries of the Tai Ching guidance method unveiled themselves, broadening Jiutian's horizons in ways he had never imagined. Truly, it was a formidable and awe-inspiring doctrine. While he absorbed this wealth of knowledge, Jiutian reflected internally. Prior to truly grasping this doctrine, his comprehension had been limited to the system's introductory description. However, as the knowledge permeated and integrated into his instincts, his understanding deepened significantly. The more profound his comprehension became, the clearer it was to him that this doctrine was far more terrifying than the system had suggested. To put it simply, having mastered this doctrine, Jiutian felt confident enough to establish his own sect. Indeed, this was the terrifying potential of the Tai Ching guidance method, enabling Jiutian to found a Taoist school and attract numerous disciples. The Tai Ching guidance method was designed to enlighten all beings, instilling a singular faith in their hearts. In essence, armed with this method, could he even vie for followers against the Taoist patriarch? Jiutian's mouth fell open in astonishment. This doctrine seemed even more formidable than he had anticipated. The wickedness inherent in this doctrine was exceptionally potent. Mastering it would grant Jiutian the ability to inspire all living beings and subsequently gather disciples, leading them to revere him as their spiritual master. This was the most fearsome core of the Tai Ching guidance method. The various abilities to purify the world of impurities, eliminate calamities, and dispel malevolent energies were merely minor techniques within this grand doctrine. To compete for followers against the Taoist patriarch? To establish a new sect? To become the new spiritual master? The frightening thoughts that surged through his mind left Jiutian in a state of profound shock. Ultimately, he fully digested all the knowledge pertaining to the Tai Ching guidance method, transforming it into an instinctual part of himself, enabling him to directly comprehend this terrifying and slightly wicked doctrine. Exhaling softly, Jiutian suppressed the terrifying thoughts that emerged in his mind, taking a moment to calm his emotions. He could not deny that the implications of the Tai Ching guidance method were monumental. System, display the attribute panel, he silently commanded, seeking to regain his composure amidst the complexity of his feelings. Chapter 33, The Demon Beast Mountain Range. Host, Liuli, level, 7th stage. Vitality, 114. Spiritual power, 89. Techniques, touching guidance method, dragon tiger body forging forbidden scripture, minor accomplishment. Spirit summoning technique, perfection. Pure source skill, perfection. Dewy scroll, perfection. Secret skills, thunder fist, perfection. Xuanwu breathing technique, 9 heavens soaring crane, minor accomplishment. Stone threshold radiance technique, minor accomplishment. Exorcism stab, major accomplishment. As Liuli cast his gaze over his current attribute panel, his attention remained steadfastly fixed on the peculiar phrase that preceded the techniques. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it lacked the conventional categorizations of entry-level, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, or perfection that characterize ordinary techniques. Instead, it simply bore the 5 words, touching guidance method. These words seemed imbued with a peculiar malevolence, captivating the mind and ensnaring the soul. Yet, after some contemplation, Liuli dismissed such thoughts, understanding that dwelling on them would serve no purpose. With his current cultivation level, to dare to probe such taboos would be tantamount to courting death. He swiftly suppressed these ominous thoughts, burying them deep within the recesses of his mind. Even if he were to entertain the notion of acting upon these fears, it would not be an endeavor achievable in a single day, nor within the confines of his 7th stage prowess. The celestial realm, after all, merely represented the threshold of entry. It was time to ascertain the extent of his strength. 7th stage. How much stronger was he compared to half a month ago? After some reflection, Liuli formulated a plan. The rear mountain of the Yushu Immortal Gate led to the 3,000 Great Mountains, a vast expanse of mountains teeming with countless demonic beasts. If he wished to test his abilities, the 3,000 Great Mountains would be an ideal choice. This way, he could avoid raising too much commotion within the gate by unleashing his full power. Remaining discreet within the confines of the gate was paramount. Although the Shijiao Lu family had shown no signs of activity in the past fortnight, caution remained prudent. They might be plotting against him. Given Liuli's current strength, unleashing his full might within the gate would undoubtedly attract the attention of the elders residing there. The power of the 7th stage was formidable indeed. Should a confrontation arise, it could easily reduce the surrounding area to rubble. Thus, if Liuli were to unleash his full power within the gate, it would inevitably alarm the top-tier celestial beings present. With such thoughts in mind, Liuli rapidly activated the Xuanwu breathing technique, compressing his cultivation level from the 7th stage down to the 2nd stage. A month prior, he had already revealed his 2nd stage prowess. Therefore, it was only reasonable to expect that he had not emerged from this month empty-handed. If one were to suppress their realm too forcefully, it is likely to provoke a counterproductive effect. After careful contemplation, Liuli once again activated the Xuanwu breathing technique, elevating his own realm aura. Ultimately, he adjusted his aura to the 3rd stage before ceasing the technique. This adjustment appeared entirely reasonable. Within a month, he had ascended from the 2nd to the 3rd stage. Such innate talent and comprehension perfectly aligned with the astonishing potential of the current disciples within the sect. Having completed this, Liuli stepped away from the 2nd floor of the scripture repository. Upon returning to the 1st floor, he fortuitously encountered the elder in charge of the repository, a top-tier expert of the 9th stage. Liuli, do you require any techniques to transcribe? The elder inquired, his demeanor radiating warmth and friendliness. In light of the sudden attack by Huang Yi a month prior and the subsequent demise of Huang Yi at Liuli's hands, it was only natural that news of Liuli's ascension to the 2nd stage had spread among the elders, becoming common knowledge among the upper echelons of the sect. Remarkably, within just a few days of joining, he had already achieved the 2nd stage. Such astonishing aptitude inevitably left all the elders profoundly astounded. Though a month had passed, they had not forgotten the terrifying feat Liuli accomplished in such a brief time. Consequently, Liuli's identity and status as a disciple were firmly established in the hearts of all the elders a month ago. His position as the contemporary disciple was unanimously recognized and accepted, leaving no room for doubt. Furthermore, Liuli had garnered the support of nearly 99% of the elders. The elder before him was one of his most ardent supporters. Elder, this time I shall not select any techniques. I believe the methods I currently possess are sufficient. Therefore, I need only to solidify and deepen my mastery of them, rather than divert my energy to practice additional techniques. After all, one cannot chew more than they can swallow. It is far better to excel in one discipline than to spread oneself too thin, Liuqian explained with a smile. His primary purpose for visiting the scripture repository was to choose a location for signing in, not to select techniques. Liuqian's composure was truly admirable. It is rare for someone of his age to maintain such a calm analysis of their circumstances, remaining undistracted by external factors. No wonder he achieved the second stage at such a tender age. This quality alone sets him apart from the vast majority of disciples within the sect. The elder gazed at Liuqian in astonishment, his tone imbued with genuine admiration. His praise was not an exaggeration, but a heartfelt expression of respect, shaped by their interactions over this period. As his understanding deepened, the old Taoist increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of the youthful figure before him. What a terrifying genius this child truly is. Overpraise from the elder. After exchanging a few words, Liuqian turned away with a smile. Watching him depart, the old Taoist instinctively raised his hand to stroke his chin, murmuring to himself as if struck by a revelation. Liuqian, indeed, is a formidable prodigy. Not only is his innate talent remarkable, but his temperament is also of a rare caliber. At such a tender age, he already enjoys a status that draws the admiration of many, yet remains humble and composed, dedicating all his energy to cultivation. Such examples are exceedingly rare. To say they are a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence would not be an exaggeration. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Liuqian retraced his steps to the small courtyard on Mount Ascending Immortality. He tidied up his belongings and set off towards the entrance of the 3,000 Great Mountains near the Yusu immortal sect. He carried only a minimal amount of gear, traveling light. After all, he merely intended to venture into the outskirts of the 3,000 Great Mountains to test his strength. With no plans to delve into the deeper regions of the range. The expanse of the 3,000 Great Mountains is immense, surrounded by towering peaks and overlapping ranges, stretching for countless miles. Whether there are any malevolent cultivators or unparalleled demons concealed within these mountains remains uncertain. The outer areas of the 3,000 Great Mountains have already undergone multiple inspections by the elders of the Yusu immortal sect. Most of the dangerous locales have been thoroughly cleared out by the elders within the sect. Therefore, if one were merely to enter the peripheral areas of the 3,000 Great Mountains, coupled with Liuqian's current 7th-tier cultivation, which rivals that of an 8th tier, he is unlikely to encounter significant danger. Half an hour later, Liuqian arrived at the entrance to the 3,000 Great Mountains, where no elders from the sect were present to guard, nor was there any need for them. The disciples of the sect are well aware that the 3,000 Great Mountains harbor countless perilous threats. Should any disciple dare to trespass, it would be a path to self-destruction, with no one else to blame. Standing there, Liuqian tilted his head back to behold the mist-shrouded 3,000 Great Mountains ahead. The peaks encircled him, rising and falling in layers. Wisps of white mist ascended into the sky, enveloping the endless mountain range in an ethereal aura. It seemed as if the morning dew had yet to be evaporated by the sun, with the high altitudes continually entwined in billowing clouds that severely obscured visibility, rendering the true visage of the mountains indecipherable. With resolve, Liuqian took a step forward. In the next moment, he successfully set foot upon the 3,000 Great Mountains, his figure vanishing entirely from the sight of the sect. Chapter 34. Unleashing full power. As I stepped into the vast expanse of the 3,000 mountains, I was immediately enveloped by a breath of fresh air. The atmosphere, tinged with a hint of moisture, imparted a slight chill to the surroundings. The glaring golden sunlight struggled to penetrate the towering trees above, only managing to sprinkle a few dappled rays that momentarily dispelled the coolness in the air. Is this truly the periphery of the 3,000 mountains? It appeared rather unremarkable, akin to any ordinary mountain range. A glance around revealed no peculiarities. The landscape was quite mundane, lacking any distinctive features. After traversing nearly 100 meters, I remained at the outer fringes of the mountains, occasionally noticing traces of wildlife scurrying about. The sheer vastness of the mountain range was overwhelming. To reach the core of the mountains, one would need to journey nearly 10,000 miles, a daunting endeavor. However, that was not my intention. I had come solely to test the extent of my strength when unleashing my full power. Nothing more. Then let us begin. After advancing approximately 30,000 meters and fully departing from the domain of the Yusu immortal sect, I gradually slowed my pace and eventually came to a halt. Towering trees loomed around me, reaching for the clouds and casting shadows that blotted out the sun. With my keen perception, I could discern the presence of numerous hidden beasts lurking in the shadows, silently revealing their fangs. Ignoring these concealed predators, I focused my thoughts and began to circulate the Xuanwu breathing technique, dissipating all traces of my hidden realm. Consequently, I could distinctly sense my realm's aura surging within me, ascending from the 3rd tier, soaring upward to the 4th tier, then the 5th tier until it reached the 7th tier. The ascent finally ceased. Exhaling softly, I clenched my fists, feeling the turbulent power coursing through my limbs and veins, prompting an involuntary smile to grace my face. Here, there was no need to conceal my capabilities any longer. It was time to attempt unleashing my full power. With this thought, I swiftly channeled the surging spiritual energy within me. The energy from my dantian transformed into a colossal wave, flooding my body and cleansing my internal organs, meridians, and bones. Boom. The immense spiritual energy fused into my being, becoming pure power. Before my very eyes, a faint golden halo began to emanate from me. Buzz, buzz. The golden light flickered, illuminating the surroundings. This radiant aura, imbued with boundless might, enveloped an area of 100 meters in all directions. Lu Qin's body transformed into a golden colossus, reminiscent of the formidable warriors of the Yellow Turban Army, his skin emanating a radiant golden aura. This was the effect of the Stone Gate's radiant light technique, bestowing upon him an additional layer of golden substance that elevated his physical defenses to the utmost pinnacle. Should he master the technique to perfection, Lu Qin would possess the ability to metamorphose his corporeal form, enhancing it to the stature of ancient giants, rendering him impervious to all forms of attack and achieving unparalleled defense. However, at the current 3rd level of the Stone Gate's radiant light technique, his physical form could not yet attain such an invincible state. Next, Lu Qin activated the tiger and dragon body, forging forbidden scripture. As his spiritual energy flowed through his body, a golden radiance enveloped him, obscuring his figure in a resplendent glow, akin to a celestial being descending upon the earth. The light radiated outward, illuminating the surroundings for 1,000 meters. The brilliance was dazzling, almost blinding. Lu Qin's form became akin to a miniature sun, radiating a magnificent golden light that brightened the previously dim mountain forest. As the tiger and dragon body forging forbidden scripture channeled and concentrated Lu Qin's spiritual energy into his arms, it gradually released outward, culminating in the manifestation of a golden dragon and a golden tiger. His right arm was entwined with a dragon composed of golden light, while his left arm bore a tiger formed from the same luminous essence. In that fleeting moment, Lu Qin felt his physical state reach an extraordinary zenith. Undoubtedly, this was the culmination of his unleashed power. Clenching his fists, a torrent of strength surged through his arms, inducing a sensation as if he could rend the very fabric of space itself. Driven by profound curiosity, Lu Qin slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist aimed at a towering tree some 10 meters ahead, and struck with tremendous force. In an instant, the surging spiritual energy within him erupted into a frenzied power, released from his right fist like a bursting balloon, unreservedly unleashed. In the midst of this, the golden dragon entwined around his right arm seemed to split, as the explosive spiritual energy coalesced into a dragon, fiercely targeting the trunk of the great tree. A piercing sound of air being torn apart echoed as the force of this punch surged forward with blinding speed. It was an overwhelming force, capable of toppling mountains and shattering the very earth. With a thunderous boom, the sound reverberated, deafening and resonant. The enormous tree, whose trunk could only be encircled by 4 or 5 adults, was pierced through, leaving a grotesque gaping wound approximately 2 meters wide. A punch from 10 meters away, and it was done. Simultaneously, under the influence of this terrifying force, the entire tree, after a brief moment of silence, erupted violently, branches and leaves scattering through the air. Clouds of dust swirled and danced upwards, gracefully ascending into the sky. The earth has been struck, creating a deep pit several meters in depth, while the fractured surface has spread out in all directions, leaving behind a network of fissures reminiscent of a dense spider's web. Behind the colossal tree, a gaping void, stretching over 100 meters, materializes before Lu Qin, as if a celestial being had cleaved a chasm through the forest. Withdrawing his gaze, Lu Chun gazes down at his clenched fists, astonishment etched across his face. Has it already come to this? Merely a month has passed since he embarked on this journey, yet Lu Chun has transformed from an inconspicuous child into a formidable presence, achieving the 7th tier of cultivation. This level of attainment, even within the esteemed ranks of the Yushu sect, is considered among the pinnacle of strength. The 7th tier, coupled with Lu Chen's possession of myriad secret techniques, grants him the capacity to unleash the power of the 8th tier. Such prowess, not only within the confines of the Yushu sect, but throughout the entire realm of cultivation, places him among the elite. The highest echelons of immortals are few and far between. Otherwise, the vast influence of the Yushu sect would not be confined to just a handful of immortals, including their leader, the long-browed Taoist. After a brief moment, Lu Chun suppresses the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, honing his focus on the present. Next, he intends to test his flying technique. Chapter 35. Destruction with the grace of a small-scale, 9 heavens soaring crane. Lu Chen's form became remarkably light. As he stepped forward, his body soared into the air with terrifying speed, tearing through the atmosphere. The currents of air swept past him, propelling him upwards towards a height of nearly 100 meters. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of a towering tree. His feet landed steadily upon a cluster of leaves, glistening like emeralds, which supported him high above the ground without a hint of descent. From this lofty height, he surveyed the surrounding mountains, their endless expanse stretching as far as the eye could see. For 30,000 miles, lush forests and towering peaks dominated the landscape. Encircled by mountains, a thin veil of mist lingered in the air, impervious to the sunlight's golden rays, endowing the 3,000 mountains with an aura of mystery and depth. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun savored the thin air at this altitude, his gaze sweeping across the horizons. Occasionally, the roars of wild beasts and fierce birds echoed in his ears. The 3,000 mountains, even in their outer regions, were not entirely devoid of danger. Without sufficient strength, one could easily encounter peril in these territories. However, for Lu Chun, who had attained the 7th tier and possessed the strength of the 8th tier, the perils of the outer regions posed little threat. The small-scale, 9 heavens soaring crane allowed him to soar with ease, Lu Chun mused. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, and a few withered leaves drifted downwards. With another step, he landed on the fallen leaves, his form soaring once again. Riding the currents of the 9 heavens soaring crane, he floated gracefully towards another towering tree several hundred meters away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top of the next giant tree. Golden light radiated from his being, shimmering at this altitude, resembling the second sun on the horizon. The brilliance illuminated the surroundings, casting its glow for 1,000 miles. Streams of light emanated from Lu Chen's form, dispersing the darkness and coldness within that vast expanse. "Let me try the evil vanquishing strike," Lu Chen declared, hovering at a height of 100 meters as he concentrated his spiritual energy at the tip of his index finger. The surging energy shimmered with a golden halo, resembling intricate and profound symbols swirling around his finger. In an instant, he released the energy. Whoosh! A beam of golden light, imbued with terrifying power, surged forth from his fingertip, aimed at a solid rock positioned over 100 meters away. The air seemed to rupture with a deafening sound. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the rock was pierced, leaving a hole the size of a fist. Simultaneously, the overwhelming force traversed through the rock, nearly 10 meters thick, from one end to the other. "Now let me attempt the thunder punch," he resolved. In the ensuing half-hour, within the vast expanse of the 3,000 mountains, Lu Chun unleashed a frenzy of destruction with unrestrained vigor. Majestic trees, resilient rocks, towering peaks, these formidable elements were reduced to mere targets for Lu Chun to demonstrate his power, obliterated by his relentless assault. The terrifying surge of spiritual energy threatened to annihilate everything within a radius of 10,000 meters, leveling the landscape to the ground. Enveloped in a golden radiance, Lu Chun appeared as if transformed into a celestial being, surrounded by subtle golden inscriptions that suggested a divine presence. In this mountainous realm, he seemed liberated, embodying a ferocious beast, employing an exaggerated and terrifying manner to devastate all within a 10,000-meter radius. The earth trembled under the shockwaves. The mountains quaked with undeniable force. Birds and beasts, overwhelmed by fear, fled in a frantic panic. Everywhere he passed, a scene of desolation and ruin was left in his wake, scattered debris. A landscape marred by devastation, a site of utter destruction. Such a cataclysmic disturbance naturally drew the attention and dread of others who had ventured into the 3,000 mountains. Could it be that a legendary monster had emerged from the depths of the mountains? Surely not. Such a terrifying creature was not expected to roam the periphery. One couldn't shake the feeling that the 3,000 mountains were becoming increasingly perilous. Even from nearly 10,000 meters away, the terrifying power unleashed was palpable, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The residual force was sufficient to influence those at a distance of 10,000 meters, indicating the presence of an extraordinarily formidable and legendary monster. At this moment, Qiankun, revered by countless as the legendary monster, finally ceased his annihilative onslaught upon the 3,000 mountains. Casting a glance back, he beheld a landscape of utter devastation. Not a single intact spot remained. Within that half hour, he had laid waste to the entire area, turning it into a barren expanse. In this brief span, he had exhausted all the secret techniques he possessed, save for one final method. Qiankun's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts stirring with anticipation. The last untested technique was none other than the profoundly enigmatic Taiqing guiding method, steeped in both righteousness and wickedness. Chapter 36. Su Mu. The Blood Wolf King. 20 years ago, Su Mu joined the Yushu immortal sect and became one of the most remarkable prodigies of his time. Over the years, he devoted himself to diligent cultivation. At last, after a painstaking accumulation of 2 decades, he successfully ascended to the 4th tier not long ago. This breakthrough instilled in Su Mu an overwhelming sense of confidence, igniting his ambition to claim the coveted first position in the upcoming triennial sect competition. To elevate his cultivation to the 4th tier, just before the competition commenced, filled Su Mu with unbridled joy. In pursuit of his goal to secure the championship and emerge as the most illustrious disciple of the sect, Su Mu, merely 3 days after his breakthrough, resolutely ventured forth. Disregarding the admonitions of his fellow disciples and the elders' warnings, to brave the treacherous expanse of the 3,000 mountains behind the Yushu immortal sect. Today marks the 9th day of Su Mu's expedition into the 3,000 mountains. Throughout these 9 days, he relentlessly engaged in fierce battles against the wild beasts and even the formidable demon beasts inhabiting the periphery of this mountainous realm, striving to hone his skills and solidify his newfound cultivation. Historically, humans have possessed the ability to cultivate, and it stands to reason that beasts can as well. Only those beasts that have undergone a transformation to the 1st tier are deemed demons. Among the beasts of the 3,000 mountains, there are powerful demon beasts comparable to various tiers of cultivation. In his quest to claim victory in the competition, Su Mu willingly chose to confront these demon beasts in ferocious combat, believing that such struggles would fortify his cultivation and enhance his practical combat abilities. Dancing on the precipice of life and death, he embraced this as the most effective means of elevating his strength. However, as the saying goes, one who frequently walks by the riverbank will inevitably get their shoes wet. The moment of despair for Su Mu eventually arrived. On the very 9th day of his foray into the 3,000 mountains, he encountered a wolf-type demon beast of formidable prowess, known as the Blood Wolf. To compound his misfortune, this particular Blood Wolf was the king of its kind, boasting strength equivalent to that of a 6th-tier human. Su Mu was engulfed in despair. After merely a fleeting engagement, he found himself on the brink of annihilation at the claws of the Blood Wolf King, facing a staggering disparity of 2 cultivation tiers. The gulf between their powers was akin to an insurmountable chasm, vast and unbridgeable. Had he not evaded a fatal strike at a critical moment, he would have surely been slain by a single swipe from the Blood Wolf King. Now, Su Mu could only drag his wounded and weary body, filled with despair. As he gazed at the approaching Blood Wolf King, his heart a tumult of anguish. It is over. To encounter a beast of such formidable strength, akin to a 6th-tier entity, truly exemplifies my ill fate. The elders were not mistaken. The 3,000 mountains are indeed perilous. Even the outer regions are fraught with dangers that I cannot traverse lightly. I had naively believed that upon reaching the 4th tier of mastery, I could freely traverse the periphery of the 3,000 mountains, secure in the knowledge that as long as I avoided the heart of the mountain range, I would be safe. How mistaken I was, how blissfully naive. Blood stained the corners of Su Mu's mouth, and 3 ghastly crimson gashes marred his abdomen. Deep, jagged wounds that nearly tore him asunder, penetrating several inches into his flesh. The injuries were a grotesque blend of blood and torn tissue, and his tattered garments were thoroughly soaked in crimson, the vivid hue spreading like a macabre tapestry. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, carried by the wind to distant realms. It was evident that Su Mu was gravely injured, having been severely struck by the Blood Wolf King, which loomed less than 10 meters away. Had fortune not favored him in evading a critical blow, he would surely have met his demise. It seemed the scent of blood had roused the Blood Wolf King, its fangs bared, and its eyes glinted with malevolent intent. Towering at 4 meters, its fearsome form resembled a small mountain, exuding an aura of ferocity, further accentuated by the pervasive stench of blood that enveloped it, rendering it even more terrifying. Step by step, the Blood Wolf King advanced with relentless determination. Witnessing this scene, despair gripped Su Mu's heart. He was utterly powerless to resist, his injuries rendering him incapable of any defense. Moreover, this Blood Wolf King was comparable to a 6th-tier beast. Even in his prime, a mere encounter would have resulted in his swift annihilation. The chasm between their realms was insurmountably vast, plunging Su Mu into a depth of hopelessness. It was over. I had imagined solidifying and enhancing my cultivation before the grand competition, yet here I was, facing the grim prospect of losing my life within the 3,000 mountains. Su Mu lay feebly on the ground, his pallor betraying his lack of blood, while the 3 gruesome claw marks on his abdomen began to clot. Though these wounds would not be his immediate end, the ferocious beast before him was one he could not contend with. At last, the Blood Wolf King sprang into action. Its massive form leapt into the air, and with its enormous, razor-sharp claws, it descended upon the motionless Su Mu with lethal intent. In that moment, despair enveloped him as he closed his eyes. In proximity, he could smell the overpowering stench of blood emanating from the Blood Wolf King, a nauseating odor reminiscent of a sea of corpses. An overwhelming sense of fear surged within him, a stark reminder of his own insignificance. Just then, without any forewarning, strands of golden light suddenly cascaded down from the heavens above. Chapter 37. The radiant being like the blazing sun dispelling the world's darkness and chill, purging all impurities, malevolent forces, and wickedness, a serene and ethereal aura emerged. It felt akin to basking in sunlight, returning to a mother's embrace. This sense of comfort enveloped Su Mu, as if he were on the verge of ascension, free from worldly concerns, with all fears and despair dissipating under the golden radiance. In that moment, Su Mu could not help but open his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the transformation unfolding before him. He beheld a figure entwined in golden light, seemingly materializing from thin air, radiating brilliance akin to a blazing sun, emanating warmth and an otherworldly presence that illuminated the surroundings. This shimmering figure, shrouded in golden light, surged towards the Blood Wolf King, a creature comparable to a 6th-tier human in strength. Then, with a resounding boom, the light erupted, illuminating an expanse of 1,000 meters. Su Mu witnessed a scene so terrifying it was almost beyond belief. The ferocious Blood Wolf King, in a single glance, suffered grievous injury, its body swelling like a balloon before exploding into a violent display. The golden radiance illuminated everything, while crimson mist danced through the air. This eerie blood, touched by the light, evaporated into vapor before it could even reach the ground, dissipating into the ether. This spectacle unfolded before Su Mu without reserve, leaving him utterly speechless. A celestial being has descended. Before Su Mu's very eyes, the formidable Blood Wolf King, a creature of 6th-tier prowess, was vanquished in an instant by the figure enveloped in golden light. The radiance, akin to the halo of the sun, swept across the land. Under this luminous embrace, Su Mu felt an unprecedented tranquility and serenity, as if liberated from all earthly woes, his spirit soaring. Su Mu's gaze remained fixed, transfixed by the radiant figure before him. Unable to divert his eyes, his heart racing with astonishment. Lowering his head, he saw that the Blood Wolf King had entirely vanished, reduced to nothingness. In a mere moment, a beast of such ferocity had been obliterated, not even a trace remained. Su Mu sensed that the events unfolding were surreal, as though he were trapped in a dream. Having been on the brink of demise at the claws of the Blood Wolf King, He had never anticipated that this divine-like figure would appear so unexpectedly, annihilating the terrifying creature with but a single glance. As reality began to settle in, Su Mu's throat felt parched, his expression one of shock as he gazed at the golden figure. The light enveloping it rendered him utterly unable to discern the true nature of this being cloaked in radiance. The mastery of Taoist arts displayed here is truly formidable. This esteemed individual has reached an extraordinary level of comprehension, transforming the Tao into an instinctual ability. The Tao flows naturally, seamlessly, enveloping the body in a radiant aura akin to the vastness of the sea. The understanding this person possesses has ascended to a realm that defies imagination. Su Mu is profoundly astonished. Upon regaining consciousness, he cannot suppress his skepticism. If his intuition serves him well, this individual has likely attained an ethereal state. Beyond such a state, Su Mu can conceive of no alternative possibility. The strength is overwhelming. In a mere encounter, a blood wolf king was vanquished in an instant. Su Mu cannot fathom what other realm, aside from that of an ethereal being, could allow someone to achieve such a terrifying feat. Moreover, a golden radiance emanates, enveloping Su Mu and granting him a deeper appreciation of the terrifying spiritual energy contained within this light, which surges with the force of the ocean. Under this luminous aura, Su Mu finds himself inexplicably compelled to kneel in reverent worship, as if before a divine presence, his heart swelling with sincerity, not daring to overstep his bounds. Were it not for his grievous injuries, rendering him immobile, he might have truly knelt before this figure, enshrouded in golden light. The brilliance is simply too sacred. Immaculate and pure, it seems to dispel all impurities from the world. Bathed in this glow, Su Mu experiences a profound comfort, as if his very soul is nourished, clearing his mind of all worries. This state is an unprecedented comfort. At this moment, the figure enveloped in golden light slowly turns, their eyes akin to flowing stars, gazing quietly at the injured Su Mu lying on the ground. This person is, of course, Liuli. However, Liuli, cloaked in light, appears ethereal, his form obscured beneath the brilliance, shrouded in layers of mist. Not only is his figure concealed, but even his features are entirely suffused by the radiance. Thus, Su Mu finds himself unable to discern the visage hidden beneath the luminous veil. Even with all his efforts, he can only vaguely perceive the dazzling golden light. His vision cannot penetrate the brilliance to capture Liuli's form. Mystical golden runes flicker and dance around Liuli's exterior, shimmering amidst the surging light. These intricate symbols coalesce, rendering Liuli's presence even more sacred and noble, as if he transcends the mundane world, a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Su Mu feels an almost surreal auditory sensation, as if the sounds of Tao are being transmitted from the heavens above, penetrating his mind and directly touching his soul. He experiences a moment of disorientation. Is this merely an auditory hallucination? Suddenly, Liuli's voice resonates calmly. Are you able to depart on your own? As the words linger in the air, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. Su Mu suddenly awoke, coming to his senses in that state, and quickly cast a reverent gaze toward Liuli, who was enveloped in a radiant glow. Master, I can leave this place on my own. Although he was gravely injured, Su Mu only needed to channel his spiritual energy to swiftly regain some mobility and depart from the periphery of the 3,000 mountains. Grateful for Liuli's life-saving grace, he refrained from being overly presumptuous. That is well, Liuli nodded. With a swift turn, he took a step forward. In an instant, Liuli's figure transformed into a golden light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear several hundred meters away. Moments later, Liuli had completely disappeared from the vicinity. Su Mu, watching Liuli's departing form, found it impossible to divert his gaze. His eyes filled with increasing reverence, admiration, and awe. When had such a formidable elder emerged within the door? Not only had he reached the realm of immortality, but his mastery of Tao was also profoundly inscrutable. A lingering feeling told Su Mu that this elder's understanding of Tao might even surpass that of the sect leader, Zhang Mei. By a twist of fate, Liuli, who had appeared in the 3,000 mountains, was directly regarded by Su Mu as a reclusive elder of the sect. After all, the 3,000 mountains were in proximity to the Yushu Immortal Gate. And encountering such a deeply profound existence here inevitably led Su Mu to associate him with some of the hidden, secluded elders within the sect. The Tao of this elder must surely be far more profound than that of the sect leader. Yet, who exactly was this extraordinary figure? And why had he never been heard of within the sect before? After channeling his spiritual energy to recover from his injuries, Su Mu bore the intense pain coursing through his body, struggling to stand with his pallid complexion devoid of color. And he began to make his way back toward the Yushu Immortal Gate. An elder possessing such profound Tao cannot possibly remain unnoticed within the sect. Perhaps he could inquire about this elder's identity with the sect leader. I, Su Mu, am indeed a person who values gratitude and repays kindness. Chapter 38. Ascending to greatness. Upon Su Mu's return to the Yushu Immortal Sect, he drew considerable attention from numerous disciples. The cause was apparent. His injuries remained untreated, and his tattered garments were drenched in blood, presenting a disheveled figure that inevitably attracted the curious gazes of the sect's members. Brother Su, what transpired? Such grievous wounds. Many disciples approached with concern, offering support to the pale and unsteady Su Mu. Despite channeling his inner energy to alleviate some of his injuries, the ferocity of the Blood Wolf King's claw had inflicted damage too severe to heal swiftly. Unless a miracle occurred, the upcoming sect competition in 3 days, held every 3 years, would be beyond his reach. With his current state, claiming the top prize was utterly unattainable unless he could procure a miraculous elixir with overwhelming healing properties within this short span. Yet, it was evident that if such a potent remedy existed, it would not be Su Mu who would benefit from it. Missing this opportunity for the sect competition did not dishearten Su Mu. Instead, he felt an immense sense of gratitude for having survived the onslaught of the Blood Wolf King, spared by the intervention of a highly skilled elder within the sect. To have narrowly escaped death was already a cause for satisfaction. He dared not be greedy for more. Had it not been for Su Mu's extraordinary fortune in evading a critical blow during the Blood Wolf King's attack, he would have surely perished. Dear fellow disciples, might I inquire if our esteemed master is present within the sect? Su Mu took a deep breath, momentarily disregarding his heavy injuries, and earnestly posed the question to his companions. Yes, master is within the majestic Tao Palace, they replied. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's eyes brightened. He swiftly bid farewell to the disciples and made his way toward the location of the long-browed Taoist. Before long, the imposing structure of the Tao Palace came into view. Su Mu, dragging his weary body, appeared particularly pallid, his breathing erratic and devoid of rhythm, as he pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. As anticipated, upon entering the Tao Palace, he immediately spotted the long-browed Taoist seated in meditation. Master, Su Mu coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His tone urgent. The long-browed Taoist, who had been in deep meditation, opened his eyes at Su Mu's voice. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the injured Su Mu, his expression shifting with concern. Su Mu? What has happened? The long-browed Taoist, recognizing Su Mu as an exceptional disciple, was taken aback. Master, I am deeply ashamed. After my breakthrough to the 4th stage, I disregarded the elder's warnings and recklessly ventured into the periphery of the 3,000 mountains, only to encounter a Blood Wolf King of comparable strength to the 6th stage. Ultimately, Su Mu suffered a devastating blow from the Blood Wolf King, nearly facing immediate demise. A profound sense of shame washed over him. At that moment, having just broken through to the 4th tier, he brimmed with youthful exuberance, believing that his newfound strength would allow him to effortlessly sweep through the periphery of the 3,000 mountains without encountering any peril. Yet, fate had other plans, and he found himself on the brink of death at the claws of the Blood Wolf King's minions. How foolish. Upon hearing Su Mu's account, the long-browed Taoist's tone grew slightly irate. He remarked that even at the 5th or 6th tier, one would still face numerous life-threatening dangers in the outskirts of the 3,000 mountains. After a brief pause, he sighed deeply, expressing his understanding of Su Mu's desire to triumph over Wang Yan in the upcoming grand competition held every 3 years within the sect. However, he cautioned Su Mu to act within his capacity, warning against recklessness that could jeopardize his very life. Su Mu, feeling deeply ashamed, bowed his head and replied, I shall heed the teachings of the master. I vow to diligently cultivate my temperament and refrain from acting with such impetuousness in the future. This experience would indelibly mark his life, a mere half-step away from death. Tell me, the long-browed Taoist inquired further. How did you manage to escape from the clutches of the Blood Wolf King's minions? This query was indeed the primary reason for Su Mu's visit to seek the master's insight. A deep admiration illuminated Su Mu's eyes as he recounted, at that moment. I found myself in utter despair, consumed by hopelessness. To my astonishment, a radiant beam of Taoist light, akin to the blazing sun, appeared as if conjured from thin air. In an instant, this beam obliterated the Blood Wolf King, a creature comparable to the sixth tier. I could not discern the identity of the one enveloped by that divine light, but their mastery of Tao was profoundly advanced, the most formidable presence I have ever encountered in my life. I dare to speculate that this individual undoubtedly resides among the celestial realms, and their Taoist arts may even surpass your own, revered master. Having spent over 2 decades within the sect, Su Mu had witnessed the Taoist arts of the long-browed Taoist and the various leaders and elders. Yet, in his eyes, none could compare to that enigmatic being. It was as if a grain of rice stood against the resplendent brilliance of the sun and moon. Admittedly, his perspective was limited, for he had never witnessed a celestial being unleashing their full power. The Taoist light emitted by that mysterious figure, even from thousands of meters away, it had a profound effect. When enveloped by the light, Su Mu felt as though his body and spirit transcended, all worldly troubles swept away. Akin to returning to the embrace of his mother, he even experienced an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverent worship, much like one would before the Tao Ancestor. The depth of their Tao was simply unfathomable. As a formidable fourth-tier cultivator, Su Mu could hardly conceal the fervor and admiration that radiated from his eyes when this matter was brought up. Are you certain? Is the profundity of this Tao truly as you describe? The long-browed Taoist's pupils narrowed. Despite harboring skepticism, an astonishing conjecture suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that an elder, whose mastery surpassed even his own, had emerged within the 3,000 mountains? Could it be one of the reclusive elders from within our sect? The Yushu immortal sect boasts a long history. Even the successive leaders have never been able to assure complete understanding of all its mysteries. It is undeniably true. Su Mu nodded solemnly. Could it be? The long-browed Taoist opened his mouth, his thoughts racing wildly in his mind. Is this elder, the one you speak of, perhaps one of our sect's hidden elders? Observing the dazed expression on the long-browed Taoist's face, Su Mu could not help but probe further. This matter, I can only speculate. If what you say holds true, then this elder must be none other than the supreme elder he woo from 3,000 years ago. The only one fitting your description of such profound Taoism is indeed the supreme elder he woo from 3 millennia past. The long-browed Taoist exhaled heavily, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. Based on Su Mu's account, the mysterious being who had saved his life was on the brink of transcending to the celestial realm. The celestial realm is divided into 3 tiers: the lower human immortal, the middle earth immortal, and the upper heaven immortal. Beyond the heaven immortal lies the pinnacle of this realm, the ascension. Once one reaches the ascension stage, they must transcend within a millennium, lest they face divine retribution, resulting in a fate without rest. Should the Yushu immortal sect give rise to such a transcendent being, it would effortlessly resolve the current predicaments faced by the sect within the cultivation world. In today's world, there are but a scant 6 individuals who have attained a level above the celestial realm, all of whom are deemed absolute taboos within the cultivation community. If the Yushu immortal sect could produce such an entity, it would undoubtedly restore the sect to its former supremacy in the cultivation world. This is beyond dispute. It was precisely this thought that rendered the long-browed Taoist so exhilarated. He Wu. Are you referring to the supreme elder He Wu, who mysteriously vanished without a trace after the calamity that befell our sect 3,000 years ago? Su Mu exclaimed, astonished. The supreme elder He Wu from 3 millennia ago is not dead? He has survived until now. Thus, could it be that the individual I encountered on the outskirts of the 3,000 mountains was indeed the legendary supreme elder He Wu from 3,000 years past? Most likely. The long-browed Taoist exhaled softly and nodded. His emotions, in truth, were even more heightened than Su Mu's, for he understood the implications far more profoundly. If the venerable He Wu had survived 3 millennia, the Yushu immortal sect would undoubtedly remain at ease. with no other sect daring to covet the myriad techniques hidden within its scripture pavilion. A being of ascendant caliber alone could instill fear across a significant portion of the cultivation world. Generally speaking, a consummate celestial being could sufficiently safeguard a prominent righteous sect. One can only imagine the immense power wielded by an entity transcending the celestial realm. The emergence of such a being would undoubtedly stir the entire cultivation community. Curiously, if Elder Hiwu truly still lives, why then does he remain concealed within the 3,000 mountains? Moreover, having already reached the ascendant realm 3,000 years ago, it stands to reason that the millennium limit for his stay in this realm should have long since elapsed. This matter bears great significance. I must convene with the peak masters and elders for deliberation, the long-browed Taoist stated with a tone of solemnity. Master, I take my leave, Sumu said, regaining his composure before announcing his departure. Go and obtain a spirit-gathering pill. Your injuries are too severe. Although the pill cannot restore your full strength within 3 days, it will enable you to regain half of your prowess in that time frame. Thus, you will not be unable to participate in the grand competition 3 days hence. The long-browed Taoist remarked thoughtfully. Thank you, esteemed master. Sumu left, his heart brimming with excitement. As he watched Sumu's retreating figure, the long-browed Taoist slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists. Upon hearing the news, even his usually composed demeanor was momentarily shaken. Elder Hiwu, why has there been no word from him in these 3,000 years? And now, he appears without warning? Should I attempt to reach out to him and inform him of the Yusu sect's plight in the cultivation world over these years? If a being of ascendant prowess were to reside within our sect, other factions would undoubtedly refrain from eyeing the techniques of our scripture pavilion with greed. This could prevent numerous troubles. The long-browed Taoist fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he resolved to share this exhilarating news widely among the peak masters and elders of the sect. After all, the advent of a being of ascendant strength could bring about an overwhelming tide of change for the Yusu immortal sect. Such a being would serve as a guardian deity. Given the gravity of the situation, even as the current leader of the Yusu sect, the long-browed Taoist felt compelled to immediately consult with the peak masters and elders to discuss this matter. Chapter 39. The Spirit Sword Sect. The Spirit Sword Sect, a second-rate sect situated 3,000 miles east of the Yusu Immortal Gate, falls under the jurisdiction of this esteemed authority. Its most renowned product is the Hunyuan pill. Though the efficacy of the Hunyuan pill does not match the widespread acclaim of the Yusu Immortal Gate's Gathering Spirit pill, it remains a rare and precious elixir, garnering a modest reputation within the cultivation community, due to the need for several rare and valuable medicinal herbs in its concoction. The Spirit Sword Sect periodically dispatches a contingent of elders, accompanied by disciples, to the outskirts of the 3,000 mountains to gather these herbs. The 3,000 mountains are fraught with peril, yet the danger remains manageable as long as one does not venture deep into the heart of the range. Spanning an enormous expanse of 30,000 miles, the mountains are inhabited by numerous fierce beasts and are also home to countless rare and precious herbs, making it a veritable paradise for flora and fauna. Thus, the 3,000 mountains serve as a vital treasure trove for herb gathering. While fraught with danger, the potential rewards are immense. On this particular day, a group of disciples from the Spirit Sword Sect, tasked with herb gathering in the outer regions of the 3,000 mountains, found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Led by a fourth-tier elder, they were surrounded by a pack of ferocious, beastly tigers. This team, numbering nearly 40, consisted mostly of first-tier disciples, with only a handful at the second tier. And some had yet to reach even the first tier. What is happening? How could we encounter the white-jaw tiger here? We are clearly in the outer regions of the mountains, where such a creature should not be present, the disciples murmured in fear. Moreover, the white-jaw tiger is typically a solitary creature, not one to appear in groups. The atmosphere was thick with dread as they faced the sixth-tier white-jaw tiger. The sole fourth-tier elder, Duanya, felt the overwhelming aura of the sixth-tier beast, causing his expression to darken significantly, and his spirits plummeted. "Elder, what should we do?" asked a tall and striking young woman, approximately 16 or 17 years old, standing beside Duanya, her brow furrowed with worry and panic. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she had reached the second tier. Achieving such a level at such a tender age marks her as a prodigious talent within the realm of cultivation. "My lady, "We may be in grave trouble this time," Duanya replied, his expression a blend of respect and weary humor. "With my mere 4th-tier capabilities, how could I possibly contend with a 6th-tier beast? One encounter could spell our demise. Is even Elder Duan unable to resolve this?" The young woman's complexion grew even more anxious. "Alas, the strength of that beast is at least at the 6th tier. I find myself helpless in this situation." The old man felt deeply remorseful for failing to heed the leader's instructions, allowing the young lady to venture outside the sect for the first time into the vast 3,000 mountains, only to encounter such dire circumstances. Duanya shook his head, his expression one of despondency and helplessness. The young maiden, Jiang Qingling, was the daughter of the sect's master. Unfortunately, she had just broken through to the 2nd tier and, brimming with enthusiasm, embarked on her inaugural expedition to gather medicinal herbs, only to find herself embroiled in this calamity. Jiang Qingling was engulfed in despair. As the daughter of the sect leader, she had never faced such a perilous predicament. Although the Spirit Sword sect was merely a second-rate sect, its leader was a formidable 6th-tier expert, capable of dominating small nations. What could possibly be done? Jiang Qingling felt utterly lost. The terrifying aura emanating from the white-jawed tiger ahead made her tremble uncontrollably, a visceral reaction to the overwhelming fear. "Elder, was it not said that white-jawed tigers are solitary creatures? Why then do they appear in such numbers? Moreover, having gathered herbs in the periphery of the 3,000 mountains for many years, they had never heard of white-jawed tigers roaming this area." Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Qingling asked. The old man, too, was baffled by this development. Regrettably, he lacked the means to uncover the truth. A single 6th-tier white-jawed tiger could easily annihilate their party of 40, let alone a group of them. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains, sending tremors of fear through those who had yet to reach the 1st tier, many collapsing to the ground, shaking in terror. "It is over. I do not wish to die. Who will come to our rescue?" The plaintive cries echoed around them. Before them, the white-jawed tigers advanced with deliberate steps, each stride striking dread into the hearts of those present. Jiang Qingling gripped her sword tightly, her slender hand trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an all-encompassing sense of fear. This was the first time in her life she had been so close to death. "My lady, I shall risk my life to create an opportunity for your escape. Remember, there is but one chance. It must not be squandered." Duanya's voice was solemn. "Elder Duanya." Jiang Qingling bit her lip, her eyes reddening. There was no time for hesitation. Drawing his sword from his waist, Duanya stepped forward to confront the white-jawed tiger. The creature was a massive beast, towering at 5 meters, resembling a small mountain, with white tendrils and stripes adorning its body. Its tail, like a hooked weapon, lashed wildly behind it. "Beast, allow me to confront you." Duanya approached within 5 meters of the white-jawed tiger, gritting his teeth to suppress the fear welling within him. His bloodshot eyes fixed defiantly upon the 6th-tier beast. Despair. A profound despair enveloped Duanya's heart. Gazing around, he observed that nearly 40 disciples had succumbed, with approximately 20 rendered incapacitated. Many others remained upright, yet trembled uncontrollably, including Jiang Qingling. A sense of utter hopelessness permeated their souls. With a thunderous roar, the white-jawed tiger lifted its massive forepaw, descending towards Duanya's head with astonishing speed, catching him unawares. It was over. Witnessing the colossal paw of the white-jawed tiger approach, Duanya wore a bitter expression. The disparity was insurmountable. A 6th-tier beast, slaying a 4th-tier disciple was akin to butchering a chicken. "No!" Jiang Qingling cried out instinctively, her heart aching for Duanya's plight. Suddenly, streams of golden radiance cascaded down, akin to a blazing sun. The golden light was dazzling, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters. The divine light spread forth, dispelling all impurities, demonic energy, and malevolence from the world, leaving behind a pristine sanctuary. The previously oppressive and despairing atmosphere transformed into one of extraordinary tranquility. Serenity. A warm essence filled the air. The appearance of the golden divine light was utterly unexpected. In an instant, the radiance illuminated the expanse, akin to a sun descending from the edge of the heavens. Sacred, pure, untainted by worldly filth, and impervious to infringement. "Filthy wretches kneel." A calm yet commanding voice resonated from afar, echoing in all directions like thunder. It buzzed in the ears of the crowd. Concurrently, nearly 40 disciples of the Lingjian sect, including Duanya and Jiang Qingling, felt their hidden despair transform into astonishment, turning to gaze in disbelief towards the source of the voice. There, a figure enveloped in golden divine light emerged, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant and blinding golden glow, as if descending from the heavens. With a single step forward, the golden inscriptions danced gracefully, swirling across a 1,000-meter radius. Wherever the ethereal divine light traversed, all malevolence was banished. Chapter 40. The initial manifestation of Taiji guidance in the brilliance of dawn, the vast sky is illuminated. Streams of golden Tao inscriptions flicker, intricately swirling in all directions, dispelling the lingering sense of oppression and despair in the air. The once despondent Duanya, Jiang Qingling, and the 40 disciples of the Lingjian sect suddenly feel the world transform, becoming warm and teeming with vibrant life. Despair dissipates. The negative emotions that had taken root in their minds are swept away by the embrace of the Tao light. The Tao light envelopes their bodies, granting them an unprecedented sensation akin to returning to a mother's embrace, as if they could cast aside all worldly troubles. A resounding hum resonates. A cascade of resplendent golden Tao light, blinding as the sun, radiates across a 1,000-meter expanse, cleansing this sacred ground of all impurities and shadows. The profound Tao inscriptions entwine around a figure radiating golden light, transforming the oppressive atmosphere into one brimming with vitality. All the disciples of the Lingjian sect, who had been paralyzed with fear, cease their trembling and gaze in awe at the figure emanating golden Tao light, rendered immobile. To them, this scene unfolds like a dream, surreal and ethereal. A mysterious and ineffable presence treads upon the Tao light, descending into the mortal realm, dispelling their inner fears and despair, as if a celestial being from the heavens had come to rescue them from their dire straits. Countless Tao inscriptions swirl in the air, ascending hundreds of meters high, transforming the surrounding area into a domain of Taoist law. All worldly strife, filth, demonic energy, and grievances within this realm shall vanish into oblivion, dissipating like smoke. Tao Ancestor. Jiang Qingling's lips quiver as she gazes, wide-eyed, at the figure wrapped in golden Tao light, instinctively exclaiming in wonder. Her inner fear evaporates in the presence of the Tao light, while the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes reveal her earlier despair and helplessness. All of this disappears under the radiance of the Tao light. The brilliance of the Tao light shines forth, illuminating the expanse. The intricate Tao inscriptions within a 1,000-meter radius dazzle the senses. The atmosphere becomes sacred, divine, and inviolable. What is this? Elder Duanya, having attained the 4th level of cultivation, bathes in the Tao light, sensing an extraordinary transformation within his body, feeling remarkably comfortable and at ease. Yet, this change fills him with unprecedented astonishment. His eyes, wide with shock, fixate on the golden Tao light that seems to have materialized from thin air, as if he wishes to penetrate the light and glimpse the figure entwined within. Alas, with his current strength, it is impossible to see through the Tao light. Even with all his effort to discern the figure within, he ultimately finds it in vain. The radiance of the Tao obscured one's sight, akin to a white mist enveloping the surrounding mountains, impenetrable and utterly incapable of revealing the silhouette within. Yet, the impression this figure imparted upon Duanya was akin to that of a celestial being descending from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world, and utterly untainted by earthly concerns. Its purity was so profound that he felt, from the depths of his being, that only the legendary celestial palaces of the heavens could possibly give rise to such an ethereal figure, a transcendent being exiled to the mortal realm. How fortunate we are to encounter a living immortal today. Such a grand fortune seems almost like a stroke of extraordinary luck. Duanya's throat felt parched, and a wave of intense excitement surged within him. In his eyes, this figure radiating Tao light was undoubtedly an immortal among us. The divine aura of such radiant light transcended the ordinary, evoking an involuntary sense of shame deep within the souls of all present, making them feel utterly insignificant. The presence before him was far too esteemed, so much so that all living beings in this world could not help but feel humbled. It seemed altogether beyond the realm of the mundane. The Tao, the ancestral spirit, has manifested. The disciples of the Lingjian sect, initially paralyzed with fear and trembling, suddenly regained their composure, expressing their collective negative emotions with fervor and excitement. We are saved. The ancestral spirit will surely not allow such beasts to threaten our lives. This light exudes an aura of sanctity, unlike anything earthly, akin to a celestial being from beyond the 9 skies. A group of them wept tears of joy, nearly to the point of incoherence. Jiang Qingling, too, stood in a daze, her gaze filled with reverence and admiration for the figure enveloped in Tao light. Often hailed as the fairy of the Lingjian sect, it was in this moment that she truly grasped how ludicrous her previous title of fairy was. With a face so delicate that it seemed untouched by the world's tribulations, Jiang Qingling, for the first time in the presence of another, felt a genuine sense of inferiority that stemmed from the depths of her heart. Before this figure, we are nothing but the most insignificant of lives. Regardless of how striking her beauty, her exquisite form, or her enchanting features might be, in the presence of this being, one could hardly be distinguished from mere dust. The chasm between mortals and immortals is insurmountable. Jiang Qingling, overwhelmed by her self-doubt, lowered her head, daring not to meet the gaze of that divine and immaculate figure. Meanwhile, the ferocious white-jawed tiger that had previously charged at Duanya had ceased its assault, its murderous glint and fierce intent evaporating entirely. The other white-jawed tigers followed suit, their once menacing aura dissipating under the influence of the Tao light, akin to steam vanishing in the warmth of sunlight. The once formidable white-jawed tigers had, in an instant, transformed into docile little kittens. The stark contrast left Duanya, Jiang Qingling, and the others, who had previously faced life-threatening peril from the white-fanged tigers, utterly bewildered. Was this truly the same white-fanged tiger that had been menacing them moments ago? The very same ferocious beasts that had driven them to the brink of despair? At this moment, they could no longer sense the malevolent aura emanating from the white-fanged tigers. Instead, they suddenly perceived them as surprisingly amiable. Was this merely an illusion? I found myself thinking that they were not so terrifying after all. Strangely, I felt they appeared quite docile. Could it be false? Was this truly the same group of vicious white-fanged tigers? Including Duanya and Jiang Qingling, a cadre of disciples from the Lingjian sect stood frozen in astonishment. Before them, the 7 or 8 white-fanged tigers, their intelligence just beginning to awaken, blinked their lively eyes, no longer displaying the brutal ferocity they once had. With a height nearing 5 meters and a physique reminiscent of a small mountain, a white-fanged tiger even seemed to be playfully appealing, softly yowling as if to curry favor. Its bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Under the radiant golden light of the Tao, the malevolent energy within them was entirely purified. They became extraordinarily pure, like newborns. All traces of malice swept away, their minds filled only with curiosity about the world, their eyes shining with the hopeful light of future possibilities. My goodness, this. The many disciples of the Lingjian sect were left speechless. The dramatic contrast rendered their thoughts blank. Was this the instinct of demonic beasts being purified by the Tao light? Thus, it appeared that this group of white-fanged tigers had seemingly attained a higher level of intelligence. Duanya's throat felt dry, his heart pounding with astonishment. In the eyes of these white-fanged tigers, he perceived a glimmer of human-like intelligence, akin to newborns, delivering a profound visual impact. The scene before him shattered Duanya's worldview. Could it be the Tao light? The mere thought left Duanya even more astounded. This Tao light possessed the ability to enlighten all beings? How terrifying! Was this truly the work of celestial beings? Such profound and inscrutable powers. Duanya's lips trembled slightly, his emotions in tumult. He could hardly fathom that he was witnessing such a remarkable phenomenon today. Several demonic beasts had been awakened to intelligence. If news of this were to spread, the entire cultivation world would surely be set ablaze. At this moment, enveloped in the resplendent golden Tao light, Liuli gazed quietly ahead, his eyes shimmering like the stars, observing the few white-fanged tigers whose intelligence was just beginning to blossom. He radiated a dazzling and brilliant Tao light at all times, surrounded by a swirling array of intricate Tao inscriptions, floating and dancing around his form. Ethereal and flawless. The Taiqing guidance method. Indeed, it is formidable. Letting out a gentle sigh, Liuli felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Indeed, these several white-throated tigers were swayed by Liuli's application of the Taiqing guidance method, compelling them to abandon their aggressive intentions, and even their primal instincts were thoroughly purified. However, what Lu Xun did not anticipate was that these white-throated tigers had actually been endowed with heightened intelligence. This revelation left Lu Xun profoundly astonished. The Tai Ching guidance method proved to be far more terrifying than he had imagined. It possessed the remarkable ability to enlighten all living beings. Such a power of enlightenment, in Lu Xun's memory, could only be truly wielded by celestial beings of the highest order. Furthermore, ordinary immortals were incapable of such an ability. Perhaps only beings of the caliber of the supreme Tao Ancestor could command such mysterious and unfathomable means of enlightening all things. Yet, through merely the Tai Ching guidance method, Lu Xun had acquired the ability to awaken all living beings. One can only imagine how terrifying this scripture of the Tao truly is. To describe it as sinister would not be an exaggeration. His initial attempt to wield the Tai Ching guidance method yielded results far beyond Lu Xun's prior expectations. Chapter 41. Rebirth of the Parents. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xun gazed through the intertwining aura enveloping his body. Observing the few white-mouthed tigers whose intelligence had blossomed yet retained the innocence of newborns. Their eyes sparkled with an overwhelming curiosity about the world around them. However, when their gaze fell upon Lu Xun, suffused in the radiant light of the Tao, an unmistakable sense of reverence and admiration emerged within their expressive eyes. It seemed they comprehended that it was Lu Xun, bathed in the divine glow, who had facilitated their ascension in wisdom, liberating them from their primal instincts. Thus, an innate gratitude, veneration, and awe filled their hearts towards him. Unworthy creature, kneel at once. As Lu Xun subtly activated the Tai Ching guidance technique, his voice resonated like rolling thunder, deafening and celestial, as if descending from the heavens themselves. The sound reverberated like a tempest. In an instant, the aura surrounding Lu Xun radiated with an even more resplendent brilliance. His words bore the weight of divine edict, manifesting intricate golden runes that swirled around him, forming grand characters that encircled the bodies of the newly enlightened white-mouthed tigers. Sacred and inviolable, they commanded unwavering obedience. The majestic authority emanating from the runes seemed to penetrate the very souls of the white-mouthed tigers. Golden light shimmered, illuminating the vast expanse above. A divine essence enveloped them, prompting soft, reverent growls as they instinctively mimicked human gestures. Their forelimbs bent slightly, their heads lowered, touching the ground. This was the act of kneeling. 7 or 8 fierce white-mouthed tigers simultaneously knelt before Lu Xun, who was ensconced in golden Tao light, submitting humbly. This scene unfolded before the astonished eyes of the Lingjian sect members, leaving them utterly speechless, their hearts gripped by an unprecedented sense of awe. What was this? The members of the Lingjian sect stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. The sight of these formidable white-mouthed tigers performing such a human-like act of submission and reverence was nothing short of extraordinary. No one could have anticipated witnessing such an unfathomable spectacle today. This kneeling symbolized cause and effect. It embodied fate. Lu Xun, enveloped in golden Tao light, with sacred runes floating around him, exuded a transcendent aura that set him apart from the mundane world. His initial application of the Tai Ching guidance technique unexpectedly enlightened the 7 or 8 white-mouthed tigers. This was an unforeseen occurrence, yet it was also a consequence. Thus, it was entirely justifiable for Lu Xun to command their kneeling. As the white-mouthed tigers bowed, a bond was forged between Lu Xun and them. After all, their intelligence was bestowed upon them by Lu Xun himself. Henceforth, their actions, whether virtuous or malevolent, shall invariably be linked to Lu Xun. Prior to acquiring their sentience, they acted solely based on primal instincts, and thus could not be held accountable for their actions. However, once they attained intelligence, their behavior became fundamentally altered. Consequently, their future deeds will undoubtedly be influenced by the awakening of their intellect today, the very catalyst being Lu Xun's application of the Tai Ching guiding method to enlighten them. It appears that this method should not be employed lightly, lest it entangle one in further karmic repercussions. The potency of the Tai Ching guiding method is indeed formidable. Demanding a meticulous approach during its utilization, Lu Xun contemplated. Then, faced with the 7 or 8 white-jawed tigers prostrating before him, Lu Xun felt a slight headache. How should he address these creatures? After all, they had begun to exhibit rudimentary intelligence, no longer mere beasts governed by instinct. Perhaps it would be best to let things unfold naturally, without undue intervention. Calming his thoughts, Liuli gazed through the ethereal light at the white-jawed tigers, his lips barely moving as his voice resonated like thunder, echoing in all directions. In the path of cultivation, I possess little to guide you. The methods of humans and beasts are fundamentally disparate. However, today, having awakened your intellect, you must engrave this in your hearts. In the future, strive to perform good deeds, and refrain from malice and the unjust slaughter of the innocent. Heaven cherishes life. Those who commit wrongful acts shall meet their demise. Should you engage in wickedness henceforth, I shall personally reclaim the intelligence bestowed upon you today. Your future actions are inextricably tied to the enlightenment you have received today. I do not wish to witness the calamities that may arise from your actions in the times to come. The journey of cultivation may diverge in methods, yet all paths converge in the end. Though you are creatures of the wild, if you harbor a sincere heart towards the way, you too may attain immortality. Liuli's voice, akin to rolling thunder, lingered in the ears of the white-jawed tigers. As his words settled, 8 golden inscriptions whirled at his fingertips, ultimately transforming into 8 radiant halos that tore through the air, striking the 8 white-jawed tigers in an instant. Upon impact, the golden inscriptions did not provoke any visible reaction. Instead, they seamlessly merged into the bodies of the tigers, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Liuli felt an innate perception arising within him. Even with his eyes closed and at a distance, he could sense the precise locations of these 8 white-jawed tigers. The 8 inscriptions granted him the ability to perceive their whereabouts at any moment, serving as a safeguard for the future, should these tigers stray into malevolence, wreaking havoc in their vicinity, while Liuli might find himself at a loss to intervene. Having enlightened them today, it is only natural to assume responsibility for their future actions, guiding them toward the righteous path, encouraging virtuous deeds, and preventing them from committing malevolent acts. As a disciple of profound wisdom, Liuli would never simply enlighten the 8 white-jawed tigers and then walk away, indifferent to their fate. Such irresponsibility is contrary to his principles. Today, I have bestowed upon you intelligence. I hope that in the days to come, I shall witness your efforts to contribute to the well-being of all beings in this world. Should the day arise when I see you wreaking havoc, harming innocent lives, and indulging in senseless slaughter, I shall erase your intelligence entirely and personally consign you to the cycle of rebirth. Now, you may depart. Liuli waved his hand. The 8 white-jawed tigers let out a mournful howl, gazing at Liuli with eyes filled with awe, reluctance, and admiration, a myriad of emotions swirling within them. Eventually, they turned back multiple times, sorrowfully departing. Liuli's words, accompanied by the resonance of the Tao, had indelibly etched themselves into their minds. To them, Liuli was akin to a parental figure, bestowing upon them a new life. Once governed solely by the primal instincts of their beastly forms, they were mere brutes. This was their first existence. The second existence commenced today, as Liuli granted them rebirth, elevating their intelligence, akin to living a second life. Such profound kindness could never be repaid in this lifetime. The grace of enlightenment surpassed the heavens. In this life, they could never forget such benevolence. Thus, they endeavored to remember the unique aura of the sacred golden light that radiated from Liuli. Should they encounter him again in the future, they would undoubtedly recognize him at once. Speaking of the cultivation of beast kind, it is indeed fraught with peril. Although their physical endowments generally surpass those of humans, their intellectual shortcomings often confine them within the limits of their innate abilities. Only a select few exceptionally gifted beasts, paired with extraordinary fortune, manage to reach the realm of immortality, thereby unlocking the shackles of their minds and attaining a level comparable to that of humans, allowing them to cultivate techniques suited to their nature. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to regard Liuli as the rebirth of these white-jawed tigers. Observing their retreating figures, Liuli, enveloped in golden light, instinctively exhaled in relief. It is not so easy to maintain an imposing facade. Not only must one conjure suitably grandiloquent words, but one's own strength must also command respect. Otherwise, it could all come crashing down. These 8 white-jawed tigers were no weaklings, and even Liuli might find himself exerting considerable effort in dealing with them. Moreover, Should he unleash his full power, it would inevitably reveal his youthful identity. Discovery by those below could lead to sensational repercussions. Chapter 42. The Failed Demon Emperor's Art Saved. I am saved. Bihanta has departed. With his exit, the members of the Lingjian sect finally released the tension that had gripped their hearts. Their gazes shifted, converging upon Liuli. Yet all they could perceive was a hazy figure enveloped in golden Tao light. Their eyes could not penetrate this luminous aura to discern Liuli's true features. Countless golden characters intertwined around Liuli's exterior, exuding an aura both profound and divine, radiating an air of sanctity that demanded reverence. Immortal, celestial being. After much contemplation, Duanya found no more fitting title than immortal to convey his deep respect. Setting aside the fact that Liuli had saved their lives, the ethereal Tao light that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters alone was enough to instill in them a sense of awe and veneration. Bathed in this radiant glow, their bodies experienced an unprecedented comfort and bliss, all their worries dissipating into oblivion. This state of being left them entranced and enamored. Thank you, immortal, for your life-saving grace. Jiang Qingling lowered her head, unable to meet Liuli's gaze. Her exquisite beauty was overshadowed by a profound sense of inferiority. In the presence of Liuli, she felt a deep-rooted self-doubt. Once revered like a celestial figure by her peers, she now perceived herself as no different from an ordinary woman. Without acknowledging the Lingjian sect members, Liuli's gaze pierced through the Tao light, fixing upon a figure 300 meters away, as if his sight transcended all barriers. Fellow practitioner, do step forth. Liuli's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating into the distance. At this pronouncement, the members of the Lingjian sect were taken aback. They had been oblivious to the presence of another. Could it be? Elder Duanya, with his keen intuition, narrowed his eyes, pondering a terrifying hypothesis. Bihanta was a solitary figure, rarely seen among the outskirts of the 3,000 mountains. Yet today, they had all encountered misfortune together. Was this mere coincidence? Perhaps. It was fate. Someone had orchestrated this. Someone was targeting the Lingjian sect. Duanya gasped. What? Elder, are you certain? Jiang Qingling exclaimed, her face pale, instinctively pressing for answers. In response, Duanya fell silent, his gaze fixated on a particular direction, his fists clenched tightly, a palpable sense of wariness clouding his expression. Just then, as all eyes were upon him, the shadow cloaked in black, hidden 300 meters away, began to step forward, equally shrouded in the sacred and unassailable Tao light. Raising its head, the individual exuded a visage that bore the marks of age, his left cheek marred by a grotesque birthmark, seemingly intent on obliterating his features entirely. His form stooped. He was none other than Guiyin, an elder of the Ghost Emperor sect. Duanya's expression shifted dramatically as he involuntarily revealed the identity of this hunched elder. The Ghost Emperor sect is a notorious faction within the realm of cultivation, renowned for its malevolence. Although it may not possess the same level of repute as the Evil Heaven sect among the orthodox sects, it nonetheless ranks among the elite. However, the sect is infamous for the ruthlessness of its members, from the sect leader to the disciples, who resort to any means necessary to achieve their objectives, thus earning a dreadful reputation within the cultivation community. Guiyin, an elder of the Ghost Emperor sect, is a formidable figure of the 6th tier. How is it possible that we have drawn Guiyin's attention? It is rumored that Guiyin possesses a sinister ability to forcibly control wild beasts and demonic creatures, requiring the blood of cultivators to activate such dark arts. Therefore, are we to become the sacrificial offerings for Guiyin? Those white-jawed tigers were manipulated by him. At this moment, Duanya began to unravel many of his confusions. No wonder. It is no surprise that the solitary white-jawed tigers have appeared in such numbers. They were indeed under someone's control. Elder, what shall we do? Jiang Qingling, overwhelmed and frantic, uttered in distress. Do not panic, with this immortal by our side. Duanya's heavy heart lightened slightly, his tone imbued with trust. Jiang Qingling paused momentarily, instinctively nodding in agreement. Indeed, a powerful being akin to an immortal stood beside them. Might I offer a suggestion, esteemed Guiyin? Liuli gazed steadily at the approaching Guiyin, his voice calm and composed. As his gaze penetrated through the aura of light, he employed the Tai Ching guiding technique, a warm current surging to his eyes, rendering them sparkling like stars. with intricate patterns manifesting within his pupils. At that moment, as he turned his gaze back to Guiyin, he discerned much more hidden beneath the surface. Guiyin was ensnared by tendrils of blackened filth, and dark crimson demonic energy coiled around his being. In the faintest of glimmers, Lu Chun perceived countless vengeful spirits materializing behind Guiyin, their anguished screams echoing. In this instant, Lu Chun grasped the gravity of the situation. Understanding that these were the sins of Guiyin, the aura of malevolence surrounding Guiyin was overwhelming, teeming with wickedness. The sins he bore had accumulated to a critical threshold. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Guiyin would inevitably transform into a harbinger of calamity. Friend, your sins weigh heavily upon you. Lu Chen's lips stirred as he spoke once more. His voice resonated in the air. Guiyin raised his head. His features contorted as if he were enduring immense suffering, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on Lu Chun, who was enveloped in the aura of light. Beneath this divine radiance, Guiyin's body seemed to endure unfathomable agony and torment. The aura of light appeared to inherently restrain the demonic energy that plagued his being. What instills fear in Guiyin is the unsettling realization that the demonic energy he has cultivated through arduous practice is dissipating under the radiance of this light. What manner of monster are you? Why is the demonic energy within me vanishing? What have you done? His lips trembled slightly, betraying an overwhelming terror. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a strange phenomenon. Despite having done nothing, the energy within him slowly melted away, akin to ice succumbing to the relentless warmth of the sun. This astonishing revelation rendered Guiyin entirely consumed by dread. As a member of the Ghost Emperor sect, he learned that those who seek longevity must accumulate virtue and perform good deeds, harbor compassion towards all beings, forgive both themselves and others, and extend kindness to even the smallest of creatures, taking joy in the words of others and empathizing with their suffering. They must alleviate the emergencies of those in need, rescue the impoverished, refrain from causing harm, and speak only words of enlightenment. To witness the fortunes of others as if they were one's own, and to regard their misfortunes as one's own misfortunes. This is the essence of virtue, leading to blessings from heaven, ensuring that one's endeavors will succeed, and hoping for transcendence. Lu Chen's voice resounded like a thunderous decree, seemingly descending from the heavens above. It echoed with the power of celestial thunder, illuminating the vast expanse of the sky. Brilliant beams of light shimmered, casting golden inscriptions that appeared both intricate and profound, swirling around Lu Chen's form in a mesmerizing dance. The surroundings transformed into a celestial paradise, pristine and unblemished. Within this sacred domain, every trace of impurity, demonic energy, and malevolence would be effortlessly swept away. At this moment, Guiyin, an elder of the Ghost Emperor sect, felt the terrifying energy embedded within Lu Chen's words eroding his very being. As the power of the Tao encroached upon him, Guiyin's fear intensified. He became acutely aware that the demonic energy he had painstakingly amassed was dissipating at an alarming rate, far surpassing the speed at which he could gather it. This chilling realization plunged him into utter terror. With his eyes wide open in disbelief, he fixated on Lu Chun, his voice laced with horror. "What have you done?" Panic overtook him. The robust demonic energy he had so laboriously collected was crumbling away, leaving him defenseless. He could only feel the energy evaporating like steam in the light of the Tao. Initially, this sacred radiance merely diminished his demonic energy in a manageable manner. However, as Lu Chen's voice resonated with profound Taoist principles, the energy contained within the light grew increasingly formidable, penetrating his very soul. The demonic energy within him was being purified by this divine Tao. No, stop. With a visage marked by madness and terror, Guiyin could not suppress his panicked roars. He discovered that the demonic energy within him had slipped entirely beyond his control, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat or fire meeting water. This innate and severe counteraction caused the demonic energy he had amassed over decades to be frantically purified, as it plummeted into the abyss. Simultaneously, Guiyin's strength was continuously eroding, descending from the 6th tier to the 5th. His formidable prowess had been derived from this very demonic energy, and as it succumbed to the purifying light, his power inevitably waned. The fall to the 5th tier was merely the beginning. No, this cannot be. In a state of panic, Gawain hastily activated his internal demonic techniques, the Demon Monarch's art, the foundation of the Demon Monarch sect, a technique notorious for its overwhelming and sinister nature. However, to his horror, he soon discovered that the art had become ineffective. Despite his relentless efforts to harness the Demon Monarch's art, he remained acutely aware that the vanishing demonic energy continued to dissipate at an astonishing rate. Even with his utmost attempts to resist and employ the technique to counter the purifying power of the light, he found himself utterly incapable of keeping it at bay. "Block it for me." Gawain, whose power had dwindled to the 5th tier, wore a face twisted by madness and ferocity. Externally, his body was besieged by the oppressive light, while internally, the light had manifested a terrifying force that eroded his demonic energy. The purifying light incessantly cleansed his malevolence, fundamentally altering his original thoughts and reshaping his wicked soul. This horrifying transformation deepened Gawain's fear. He was powerless to halt it, left to helplessly witness his body evolving in an uncontrollable direction. "My thoughts are being influenced by this light. What sorcery is this?" With a face stricken by dread, Gawain gazed intently at Liuli, who was enveloped in the radiance, his voice trembling with shock and fear. "Demonic path. You demon. Cease this at once." The power of this technique was overwhelmingly terrifying. Indeed, this was Gawain's first encounter with such a fearsome doctrine in his lifetime. Not only did it purify the demonic energy within him and weaken his strength, but it also infected his very mindset, rendering it benevolent. A being who had prided himself on malevolence and cruelty could hardly adapt to such a transformation in thought. "Am I still myself?" The seed of this fear took root within Gawain. If such a profound change in perception were to occur, would he still be who he once was? This terrifying thought penetrated the heart of Gawain, amplifying his trepidation, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably, his face devoid of color. "I must obstruct this radiant beam." In a fit of madness, Gawain once again summoned the powers of the Demon Emperor's sorcery within him. Yet, it proved to be utterly futile. Without purpose, under the insidious encroachment of this light, the might of the Demon Emperor's sorcery was woefully fragile, a mere shadow in the face of such overwhelming force. Chapter 43. The transformation of the Ghost Seal into the Tao Seal. He awakened no matter the means employed by the Ghost Seal. He was powerless against the transformative influence of the Tao light. Exhausting all efforts, he ultimately achieved nothing but futility. His realm plummeted from the 5th to the 4th tier. The changes continued unabated. Spare me, the Ghost Seal implored, his heart gripped by intense terror. What was vanishing was not his very essence of life. Yet it was far more terrifying than death itself. For his cognitive perceptions were undergoing a profound metamorphosis under the arcane principles of the Tao. This transformation, while deeply unfamiliar, filled the Ghost Seal with profound dread. He could not ascertain whether the being purified by the Tao light would still be the same as the one he was now. This uncertainty was the root of his greatest fear. Disaster is often the foundation of fortune, and fortune the hidden cause of disaster. Companion of the Tao. Although your demonic prowess is formidable, it harbors endless repercussions. Your sins run deep. Let this Tao light dispel the demonic energy and malevolence within you. You must understand that henceforth, one must perform a good deed daily and refrain from the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Only by nurturing a heart directed towards the Tao can you absolve the sins of this lifetime. Liuli's voice resonated like the mighty flow of a river. The Tao light radiating from his being grew ever more brilliant, surging directly into the body of the Ghost Seal. Intricate and profound Tao inscriptions entwined around the exterior of the Ghost Seal, relentlessly purifying the demonic energy and malevolence within him, while forcibly reversing his ideological framework. The immaculate Tao light illuminated the vast expanse. An elder from the Ghost Emperor sect, a formidable 6th-tier powerhouse, was now under the influence of Liuli's touching guidance technique. Each of Liuli's words brimmed with the sacred power of the arcane Tao. All impurities would dissipate into nothingness within this Tao, bathed in radiant Tao light. Liuli's speech manifested as Tao inscriptions, akin to an immortal transcending the mundane world, revealing his divine nature among humanity. Such a terrifying Tao. Who is this celestial being? Witnessing the elder Ghost Seal from the Ghost Emperor sect being continuously transformed by the Tao, the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were left in a state of shock. They were utterly astounded. The illustrious sixth-tier elder of the demonic sect was so effortlessly swayed. Before their eyes, the demonic energy surrounding the ghost seal was visibly diminishing, akin to flames being extinguished by flowing water. More terrifying still, even the elder's cultivation realm was in a steady decline, plummeting from the 6th to the 3rd tier. What kind of terrifying method is this? Elder Duanya stood in stunned silence, his expression one of sheer horror. Beside him, Jiang Qingling disregarded her celestial demeanor, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, her exquisite features reflecting shock and disbelief. Was there truly such a method to deal with the demonic sect elder? This was something they had never heard of before. It was simply unprecedented. The Tao light embodies an innate energy that profoundly restrains demonic aura. Any entity illuminated by this celestial radiance finds its malevolence entirely dissipated, akin to an iceberg melting into water beneath the fervent sun, which subsequently evaporates into vapor, finally vanishing into the atmosphere. Could this immortal truly be a living sage? Such a terrifying and esoteric method has never been encountered before. Deep within Duanya's heart, similar thoughts and notions surged once more. This technique is exceedingly fearsome. For millennia, no such precedent has been recorded. With mere Taoist methods, the malevolent being's cultivation is cleansed. It even disperses the demonic essence and wickedness residing within the fiend's body. Waves of Tao light illuminate the vast expanse, causing all beings within a 1,000-meter radius to feel as if they are embraced by a nurturing mother, transforming the area into a celestial paradise, devoid of worldly strife. No, return my power. The demon, Guiyin, screamed in madness. The Tao light permeated his being, dispelling the demonic aura within him, causing his cultivation level to plummet. 3rd stage. This is the extent of the strength he retains. Beyond this, the malevolent energy within him dissipated entirely. Under the aegis of the Tao light, his thoughts and beliefs were forcibly transformed. Once proud of wickedness, he now finds honor in virtue. Consequently, it became apparent that Guiyin's once grotesque and terrified visage began to twist and contort, at times fierce, at times benevolent. The expressions on his face fluctuated wildly, akin to two disparate personalities engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The foundation of his cultivation, forged through the sinister techniques of the demon emperor, ultimately dissolved into nothingness under the purifying influence of the Tao light. Simultaneously, the benevolent expression on Guiyin's face gradually suppressed the grotesque and hideous one. Clearly, his mindset was being progressively dominated by this virtuous aspect. These scenes unfolded without reservation before the eyes of the Lingjian sect members, leaving them in a state of profound shock and mental turmoil. The wild transformation of Guiyin's visage sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, the pristine and holy Tao light eradicated the nascent negative emotions that had begun to stir within them. The Taoist techniques of this immortal are truly terrifying. This thought echoed in the hearts of all. Even the 6th-stage demon could not resist the influence of this sacred light, which altered his inherently wicked mindset. What a fearsome feat this is. Indeed, Duanya and Jiang Qingling, throughout their lives, had never witnessed such a horrifying phenomenon. Finally, when Guiyin's expression stabilized, no longer contorting into a grotesque visage, but transformed into one of kindness and benevolence, all changes ceased abruptly. The demonic aura and malevolence within him vanished entirely. Even the burdens of his sins were somewhat alleviated. These transgressions must be repaid by the ghostly imprint itself, rather than being entirely dispelled by others. For every sin committed, an equal measure of kindness must be rendered in return. Only thus can these sins be fully absolved. I extend my gratitude to the Taoist priest for his transformative influence. Henceforth, the ghostly imprint shall cease to exist. The ghostly imprint of the Ghost Emperor sect has vanished from the mortal realm. What remains is the Taoist imprint. Bestowed by the Taoist priest, this signifies a rebirth. The ghostly imprint gazed with admiration at Lu Chun, his tone imbued with reverence and gratitude. A group of disciples from the Spirit Sword sect stood in stunned silence. It was their first encounter with such a sight, the very embodiment of malevolence moments before, now transformed into a benevolent and amiable elder. The contrast was overwhelmingly stark. The elder of the Ghost Emperor sect, the ghostly imprint, had indeed become a paragon of kindness. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir tremendous upheaval in the realm of cultivation. Today, the members of the Spirit Sword sect profoundly realized that they were witnessing an extraordinary event unfold before their eyes. The disciples, in their naivety, had previously been enraptured by power, authority, and self-interest. They had committed countless sins and willingly faced death. Yet, even in their demise, they sought to contribute, however modestly, to the well-being of all living beings, performing small acts of kindness that accumulate into greater good. The essence of their past transgressions had been revealed in a single day. Were it not for the Taoist priestess guidance, they might have remained lost indefinitely. Such profound benevolence, the disciples felt, could never be repaid. They could only express their gratitude through daily good deeds, honoring the favor bestowed by the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, please accept my bow. The ghostly imprint, from this day forth, transforms into the Taoist imprint. With a heart full of sincerity, he knelt before Lu Chun, hands clasped, forehead touching the ground in homage. All malevolent energy within the Taoist imprint was purified, including his thoughts and beliefs, which were forcibly reformed to honor goodness and shun evil. Do not dismiss small acts of kindness as insignificant. Small kindnesses accumulate into great benevolence. Do not regard minor misdeeds as harmless. Minor misdeeds accumulate into great malevolence. You have awakened. Lu Chun, cloaked in the light of the Tao, spoke in a tranquil tone. Were it not for the Taoist priestess guidance, this disciple would have no hope of comprehending the Tao. Today's awakening has illuminated the depth of the sins previously committed. This disciple is willing to spend a lifetime atoning for such grave transgressions. The Taoist imprint remained kneeling. The dialogue between Lu Chun and the Taoist imprint left the surrounding disciples of the Spirit Sword sect astounded. Is this still the same elder from the Ghost Emperor sect, notorious for his merciless killings? The very figure whose overwhelming malevolence had instilled terror in countless righteous disciples throughout the realm of cultivation. Chapter 44. The competition begins. Lu Chun departed, arriving softly and leaving just as gently, leaving behind a former elder of the Ghost Emperor sect, now transformed into a righteous Taoist seal. As the brilliant Tao light, shining brilliantly across the vast sky, gradually receded and returned to the body, Lu Chun's figure completely vanished from the eyes of the Lingjian sect. Throughout the entire encounter, the members of the Lingjian sect remained oblivious to Lu Chun's true identity. If I am not mistaken, this immortal must hail from a singular place, Duanya mused, stroking his beard contemplatively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingling, her spirits dampened by Lu Chun's departure, suddenly widened her bright eyes. Fixating on Duanya with an eager voice, she asked, "Which sect does our benefactor belong to? Where else could it be?" The only top-tier sect within a 30,000-mile radius is none other than the illustrious Yushu Immortal Gate. Their savior emerged from the Yushu Immortal Gate. Beyond this revelation, they held no further knowledge of Lu Chun. With Lu Chun's exit, Duanya and the other members of the Lingjian sect turned towards the kind-eyed, stooped elder, suddenly feeling a chill run through them. "Dear friends, I sincerely apologize for any previous targeting," the Taoist seal spoke earnestly. "No, there is no need for such formality. Miss, let us depart. We should not linger in the 3,000 mountains any longer and should return to our sect post-haste." Faced with such a sincere and amiable Taoist seal, Duanya felt an unsettling chill envelop him. Elder Duan's words were indeed wise. Jiang Qingling nodded in agreement. The group quickly made their exit, wary of lingering too long. The events of the day left an indelible impression upon them. A deeply sinful demon had been so profoundly transformed. Such an occurrence completely overturned their understanding of reality. Simultaneously, they came to a profound realization. The Yushu Immortal Gate had birthed an extraordinarily fearsome Taoist. Even a sixth-tier demon could be effortlessly swayed by mere words. One could only imagine the depth and terror of the Taoist arts that could accomplish such feats. With such profound techniques, it was likely that the Yushu Immortal Gate still harbored ascendant beings among them. If this news were to spread, it would surely ignite upheaval within the cultivation world. The existence of an ascendant being is a monumental event indeed. Bearing these thoughts in mind, the members of the Lingjian sect swiftly departed the 3,000 mountains. Upon Lu Chun's return to the Yushu Immortal Gate, he sensed an unusual atmosphere within. Prior to re-entering, he had fully retracted the Tao light and utilized the Xuanwu breathing technique to suppress his realm to the 3rd tier. Through his experience in the 3,000 mountains, Liuli had come to a profound understanding of the sheer strength he could unleash if he were to fully exert himself. Although his realm was at the 7th tier, he could easily contend with typical 8th-tier cultivators, proving to be no match for him. Possessing a myriad of techniques and secrets, he could effortlessly engage in battles beyond his level. The greatest surprise and unexpected revelation lies in the formidable power of the Taiqing guidance method. The potency of this doctrine far surpasses Liuli's previous expectations. He sensed the terrifying capabilities of the Taiqing guidance method from the white-jawed tigers and even from the ghostly elder, Guiyin, of the Ghost Emperor sect, to enlighten living beings, to transform all sentient entities. Each of these abilities, when considered individually, is sufficient to stir the cultivation world profoundly. Thus, Liuli resolutely decided that, barring significant matters, he would refrain from employing the Taiqing guidance method lightly in the future. In 3 days, the grand competition within the sect would commence. However, the atmosphere within the sect seemed rather peculiar. Contemplating this, Liuli casually approached a disciple to inquire whether any significant events had transpired within the sect. From the disciple's lips, he learned that ever since Brother Su Mu returned severely injured from the 3,000 mountains and met with the long-eyebrow Taoist, the leaders and elders of various peaks had gathered together. This assembly was the reason for the unusually quiet atmosphere within the sect. Unbeknownst to him, a rumor had circulated among some disciples, claiming that the long-missing Supreme Elder He Wu, who vanished 3,000 years ago, appeared in the 3,000 mountains. This revelation was a principal reason for the gathering of the sect's higher-ups. Upon learning of He Wu's many deeds and comparing them to the various rumors circulating within the sect, Liuli touched his nose, feeling somewhat peculiar. He Wu? Could they possibly be referring to me? To his surprise, Liuli found this quite plausible. According to the disciples, the severely injured Brother Su Mu had indeed witnessed the Supreme Elder He Wu from 3,000 years ago, and it was due to the latter's rescue that he narrowly escaped the clutches of the monstrous beasts in the 3,000 mountains. After pondering, Liuli connected the issue to himself. After all, it was he who had rescued Brother Su Mu from dire straits. As for the so-called Supreme Elder He Wu from 3,000 years ago, Liuli couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of their imaginations. To draw such a connection to a mysteriously vanished ascendant from 3 millennia past was quite extraordinary. However, Liuli had no interest in clarifying any of this. Since the members of the sect believed it to be the Supreme Elder He Wu, he might as well accept that title. After all, he had no intention of stepping forward to elucidate the matter. The speculations of others bore little relevance to him, as long as he was not implicated. He was quite amused to observe how far the sect's higher-ups would take their conjectures. Absurdly, he had unwittingly become the so-called Supreme Elder He Wu, an ascendant being. This was a status that entirely transcended the realm of immortals. Who would have thought he would serendipitously play the role of a sect's great figure? With a shake of his head and a soft chuckle, Liuli silently reminded himself to avoid appearing too extraordinary or astonishing. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind, he took a step forward, returning to the small courtyard of the immortal Ascension Peak. Only 3 days remained until the grand competition within the sect commenced. In these fleeting days, Liuli contemplated the possibility of seizing an opportune moment to break through to the 8th tier. Having only recently ascended to the 7th tier, he was already preparing for the endeavor of reaching the 8th. For most, such aspirations would seem utterly fantastical, yet for Liuli, anything was within the realm of possibility. Time swiftly passed, and the anticipated day arrived, the day of the sect's grand competition. The entire Yusu immortal sect seemed to awaken suddenly, brimming with vibrant energy. The once tranquil 7 main peaks transformed into a hub of bustling excitement, as disciples hurriedly made their way to the competition grounds to gather in unison. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of fierce and intense rivalry. Approximately tens of thousands of disciples from the Yusu immortal sect converged upon a spacious area spanning hundreds of miles. This assembly included the esteemed sect leader, the long-browed Taoist, the peak masters, and even Elder Yunshan, who had recently achieved a breakthrough to the immortal realm. The leadership of the entire sect had nearly all gathered here in this locale. This day marked the most festive occasion in the Yusu immortal sect. Held once every 3 years, the usually serene peaks erupted into unprecedented fervor and clamor, transforming from their customary tranquility into a bustling marketplace of activity. Disciples of the fourth tier entered the arena, while many from the third tier also participated in this grand contest. Even Sumu, who had only partially recovered from his injuries, refused to miss this once-in-3 years event. Among the newly initiated disciples, only one made an appearance at the competition, Li Zhan, who had recently broken through to the first tier. It was only Li Zhan, having just attained the first tier, who had met the preliminary qualifications to partake in the contest. As Li Zhan stepped onto the competition grounds, he was met with a flurry of flattery and praise from his fellow disciples. "Is that senior brother Li Zhan?" exclaimed one. "I had predicted that he wouldn't let this opportunity to showcase his skills in the sect's competition slip by. But I must say, senior brother Li Zhan's talent is extraordinary. Though we all entered the sect at the same time, he has managed to ascend to the first tier in just a month. Is this what it means to be a genius? If I possessed even half of senior brother Li Zhan's talent, I would surely wake up laughing in my dreams." Amidst the myriad of compliments, Li Zhan walked confidently into the training arena, his diminutive frame of merely 6 or 7 years exuding an aura of formidable presence. Chapter 45, The Spirit-Absorbing Pill, 8th Rank. In the second layer of the scripture repository, once again, in a familiar place, Lu Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the well-known surroundings of the repository, quietly murmuring inwardly, "System, I choose to sign in at the scripture repository. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spirit-absorbing pill." The spirit-absorbing pill? Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed his first encounter with the spirit-absorbing pill during a sign-in. The spirit-absorbing pill is an upgraded version of the spirit-gathering pill. Its efficacy potentially 100-fold stronger, if not more. Moreover, the spirit-absorbing pill comes from the Yushu immortals sect, representing the pinnacle of their alchemical achievements. The formula for this pill is meticulously safeguarded, with no more than 3 individuals within the entire Yushu immortal sect privy to its creation. The spirit-gathering pill is already highly coveted in the realm of cultivation, and one can only imagine how precious and rare the spirit-absorbing pill must be, with its potency exceeding that of the spirit-gathering pill by at least 100 times. Under normal circumstances, only a select few top-tier experts at the immortal level within the Yushu immortal sect can afford to use the spirit-absorbing pill. Additionally, elders at the 9th rank, when preparing to ascend to the immortal realm, may also request a spirit-absorbing pill to facilitate their breakthrough. Even within the Yushu immortal sect, the spirit-absorbing pill is a scarce and invaluable resource. Despite his esteemed position as the current Daozi, Lu Chun had yet to receive a single spirit-absorbing pill from within the sect. Perhaps it is due to the belief held by the sect master and elders that Lu Chun's cultivation level is too low to merit the use of such a potent elixir. It is no exaggeration to state that should a spirit-absorbing pill fall into the hands of the broader cultivation community, it would undoubtedly incite a tempestuous upheaval. This illustrates the rarity and formidable efficacy of the spirit-absorbing pill. With the spirit-absorbing pill in hand, perhaps I truly can attempt to break through to the 8th rank. Lu Chun's eyes sparkled with determination. Since returning from the 3,000 mountains 3 days prior, he had been tirelessly striving to reach the 8th rank. Unfortunately, while his realm had shown signs of loosening, he had yet to break through. Thus, he remained at the 7th rank. Now, having signed in and received this spirit-absorbing pill, a renewed sense of ambition surged within him to challenge the 8th rank once more. This time, success seemed highly probable. Let us begin. With this thought, Lu Chun casually retrieved the spirit-absorbing pill from the small vial in which it was contained. As he tilted the vial gently, a pill, imbued with a purer spiritual essence than the previous spirit-gathering pill, emerged before his eyes. As the spirit-absorbing pill left the porcelain bottle, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted into Lu Chun's nostrils. The scent was intoxicating, invigorating him with renewed vitality upon the first inhalation. Upon closer inspection, having discerned the differences between the spirit-absorbing pill and the spirit-gathering pill, Lu Chun hesitated no longer and promptly placed the spirit-absorbing pill into his mouth. As he chewed, he found the taste to be quite similar to that of the spirit-gathering pill, though the herbal fragrance was significantly more pronounced. Subsequently, he swallowed. Gulp. As the elixir coursed through his throat, the spirit-seizing pill transformed into a warm current that swiftly surged into Lu Chun's abdomen. From there, it cascaded through his vital organs. including his meridians, bones, and blood, continuously reshaping them under the influence of this remarkable pill. This sensation of comfort compelled Liu to involuntarily close his eyes, as if his entire being were basking in sunlight. The warmth flooded his heart, gradually circulating throughout his body. Simultaneously, a torrent of warmth surged forth, causing Liu's body to flush. This was the manifestation of the spirit-seizing pill's potency. Indeed, its efficacy far surpassed that of the spirit-gathering pill by several hundreds of times. Had it been otherwise, the value of the spirit-seizing pill would not have exceeded that of the spirit-gathering pill by such a considerable margin. For the celestial beings of the Wushu immortal sect, the spirit-seizing pill was an exceedingly rare and precious resource. Therefore, Liu dared not to delay. He promptly began to channel the appropriate technique to rapidly assimilate the overwhelming spiritual energy surging within him, transforming it into his own spiritual power. As the technique commenced, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy in his dantian rising steadily. Concurrently, his vitality surged as well. The Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Sutra activated autonomously. Under the transformation brought about by the spirit-seizing pill, his physical condition reached an unprecedented peak. Seizing the moment, Liu decisively unleashed his spiritual power to break through that threshold. The energy surged like a tidal wave. Boom! A resounding blast echoed within him, shattering the barrier obstructing his meridians. The tumultuous spiritual power and vitality continued to ascend at an alarming rate. The warmth flowing within Liu intensified, urging him to channel the technique and absorb the frenzied energy, converting it into his own spiritual power. It became increasingly evident that with the rise of his vitality, his physical strength was also amplifying. His spiritual energy grew ever more refined and robust. After being concentrated, the spiritual energy converged entirely within his dantian. Upon introspection, Liu discovered that the energy in his dantian had become even more vigorous. If his previous dantian had resembled a small stream, now it resembled a torrential river. At last, he had reached the 8th tier. When the transformation of his body abruptly ceased, a smile involuntarily graced Liu's face. Then, with a thought, he eagerly began to inspect his attribute panel. System, display the attribute panel. Host, Liu. Level, 8th stage. Vitality, 132, 18. Spiritual power, 111, 22. Techniques, Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Secret Canon, minor accomplishment. Spirit Summoning Art, perfected. Pure Source Skill, perfected. Calamity Banishment Scroll, perfected. Secret Techniques, Thunder Fist, perfected. Xuanwu Tranquility Skill, 9 Heavens Soaring Crane, major accomplishment. Shirke Radiance Technique, minor accomplishment. Evil Vanquishing Stab, perfected. Apart from the remarkable increase in vitality and spiritual power, the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Secret Canon has ascended from the 2nd layer to the 3rd, albeit still at the minor accomplishment stage. The 9 Heavens Soaring Crane has advanced from minor to major accomplishment. The Evil Vanquishing Stab has progressed from major accomplishment to perfected. Such are the fruits of Liu's cultivation over the span of merely 3 days. With a gentle exhale, Liu withdrew his gaze. Rising slowly from the tiled floor, he cast a glance through the window. Upon reaching the 8th stage, his senses had sharpened considerably, allowing him to faintly hear the lively clamor emanating from the grand competition grounds over 10 miles away. That direction seemed to be the venue designated for large-scale events within the sect. In other words, had the grand competition commenced? A glimmer flickered in Liu's eyes, and an involuntary smile of intrigue graced his lips. Since the grand competition had indeed begun, and he had fortuitously achieved a breakthrough to the 8th stage, it would be most delightful to observe the proceedings. This triennial event of the Wushu immortal sect promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. As for whether he should participate, perhaps it would be best not to take advantage of his fellow disciples. However, should the opportunity arise, a modest display of his abilities would not be amiss. With such thoughts in mind, Liu departed from the scripture pavilion and made his way to the competition grounds. Chapter 46. The Challenge of the Wushu Immortal Sect. In the grand arena, the sect leader Changmei, alongside the masters of the 7 peaks and other esteemed figures from within the sect, gathered and took their seats upon the elevated platform. Notably, Elder Yinshan, who had recently ascended to the realm of immortality settled beside sect leader Changmei, his status now far surpassing that of merely a month prior when he was at the 9th tier. The distinction between the 9th tier and the realm of immortality is akin to that of heaven and earth. The strength gained from breaking through to immortality is vastly superior, magnitudes greater than that of the 9th tier. Were it not for this, countless 9th tier cultivators would not have languished in stagnation for so many years. At present, there are no fewer than 5 individuals within the sect who have attained the 9th tier, yet the majority have been ensnared in that realm for decades. And without fortuitous opportunities, they may never hope to ascend to the realm of immortality in this lifetime. Elder Yinshan himself was fortunate to have attained this breakthrough only recently, thanks to a moment of enlightenment. Without that stroke of insight, he too would have remained trapped at the 9th tier, forever barred from the realm of immortality. Has everyone arrived? Sect leader Changmei inquired, his gaze sweeping calmly across the assembly. The elders from each peak had mostly gathered, with only a few remaining at crucial posts, unable to leave their responsibilities, thus missing this triennial grand competition of the Yushu immortal sect. With the leader and the elders present, the disciples had also nearly all arrived. Elder Yinshan reported accurately from beside Changmei. Let us commence. Changmei nodded in agreement. With that proclamation, the grand event of the Yushu immortal sect was officially underway. Under the guidance of several elder judges, the competition began. The first match featured 2 combatants of the 2nd tier, Yu Ling and Gu Mo, who were called to the stage. Thus, the competition of the Yushu immortal sect commenced. Most elders displayed little enthusiasm for the unfolding contest, choosing instead to engage in discussions on various topics, as the mere 2nd tier clash failed to capture their attention. Brother Yinshan, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this competition? One elder queried. Since his elevation to the realm of immortality, Yinshan's standing within the sect had risen to a position only slightly below that of the sect leader and the 7 peak masters, placing him above the other elders. The presence of an immortal cultivator is indeed a rarity and a pillar of strength within a prestigious sect like the Yushu immortal sect. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I believe the first place in this competition will still belong to Zhou Yan. Yinshan responded with a gentle smile, offering a candid analysis. Zhou Yan was among the first of the younger disciples to break through to the 4th tier. Although he may not reach the 5th tier in the immediate future, his prolonged stay at the 4th tier has allowed him to master its intricacies more securely than his peers. Upon hearing this, the other elders expressed their agreement. However, some elders held differing opinions. While Zhou Yan was indeed commendable, he was not without adversaries. Lin Ding, Su Mu, and others had also attained the 4th stage of cultivation. In battle, a momentary lapse on Zhou Yan's part could easily lead to his downfall against these disciples. I believe that had Su Mu not been injured, he would have had a strong chance of claiming the top position in this grand competition of the Yushu immortal sect. As these thoughts lingered, some elders seemed to recall an even more pressing matter, their eyes momentarily clouded with distraction. Master, do we have any news of the Grand Elder Hiwu? The topic shifted as one elder inquired. In the past 3 days, I personally searched the 3,000 great mountains, but could find no trace of Grand Elder Hiwu. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate not yet being ripe, sighed Changmei with resignation. Just as their conversation unfolded, the first match concluded, leading swiftly into the second bout. In the 9th match, Zhou Yan, a 4th stage cultivator heralded as the most promising candidate to secure victory in this grand competition, officially took the stage. His opponent was a 3rd stage disciple. Consequently, the outcome of this duel was evident. With a swift and thunderous display of skill, Zhou Yan dispatched his foe in a mere instant, claiming victory. As Zhou Yan descended from the arena, a cacophony of cheers erupted around him. Truly, Brother Zhou Yan is remarkable, so powerful. The strength at the 4th stage is simply terrifying. The gap between each stage of cultivation is as vast as a chasm. A 4th stage practitioner against a 3rd stage one is overwhelmingly effortless. Brother Zhou Yan, without a doubt, stands as the foremost among our generation of disciples. I assert that the first place in this competition is undoubtedly his. Opinions varied widely. Amidst the chorus of accolades from the crowd, Zhou Yan maintained an unruffled demeanor, untouched by external flattery, his composure remarkably steady, his expression unwavering. Yet, deep within his eyes, a flicker of disdain for the mundane glimmered. Simultaneously, this fortitude of spirit garnered considerable admiration from numerous elders. Zhou Yin indeed possesses the bearing of a true champion. It is not an exaggeration to proclaim that, in terms of such temperament, one would be hard-pressed to find another disciple of this generation to rival him. Indeed, Zhou Yin's excellence was indisputable. If all proceeds as anticipated, the first place in this grand competition is already firmly within his grasp. The elders marveled in astonishment. Next, the stage was set for the subsequent duel. As the elders conversed, the topic shifted with newfound enthusiasm to the fresh batch of disciples who had recently joined. Oh, speaking of which, among those who entered last month, there is a disciple named Li Zhan, whose innate talent and comprehension are exceptional. He has already reached the first stage of cultivation. Achieving the first stage within just a month of entry is indeed a remarkable display of talent. Even the esteemed Zhou Yin of your pales in comparison to the innate talent and insight of this Li Zhan. Li Zhan is indeed a promising prospect worthy of cultivation. Yun Shan, with a gentle smile, interjected into the conversation. If we are to discuss the most exceptional and outstanding individuals of this generation, I fear the elders may have overlooked someone. Upon his words, the elders ceased their discussions, and in that moment, Yun Shan's remarks involuntarily conjured an image of an extraordinarily brilliant young figure in their minds. Daozi is a prodigy. A prodigy should never be equated with the ordinary talents of this world. Indeed, Li Zhan is remarkably gifted. However, when compared to Daozi, Li Zhan's talent and insight seem utterly inadequate. It is merely a reminder that there are always greater heights to ascend, and beyond the horizon, there exist individuals of unparalleled prowess. For Li Zhan, Daozi represents a realm far beyond his reach. After a moment's pause, the elders expressed their astonishment. Even the peak masters and the esteemed Chang Mei Zongmen resonated with this sentiment. While Li Zhan undoubtedly possesses exceptional gifts, if one were to draw a comparison with Daozi, Li Zhan would, without question, appear insignificant. At this juncture, an elder, with a curious expression, inquired, "What do you think, after a month of cultivation? What realm has Daozi attained?" As this topic arose, the elders engaged in animated discussions filled with anticipation. Could it be that he has reached the third stage? Goodness, just over a month into his practice, and he has achieved the third stage? Is that even possible? Yet, given Daozi's terrifying talent and potential, reaching the third stage now seems not only plausible, but highly probable. My heavens, should this be true, Daozi's innate ability and understanding would be nothing short of formidable. Chang Mei Zongmen, the 7 peak masters, Yun Shan, and other celestial beings all displayed an unprecedented curiosity regarding this matter. In just a month, to what extent has Daozi grown? They were filled with eagerness and anticipation. A month to ascend from the second to the third stage? If Daozi truly accomplishes this, I would dare to call him the most extraordinary cultivation genius of the millennium. A cultivation genius? A jest, for Daozi is a once-in-a-millennium unparalleled prodigy. As the elders conversed, the grand competition concluded. Li Zhan prepared to take the stage. With the resonant voice of a 7th-stage elder echoing through the air, Li Zhan, adorned with an expression of pride and confidence, strode forth from amongst his peers. The surrounding disciples appeared to be mere foliage accentuating his presence. Li Zhan, the senior brother, is about to perform. Who will be his opponent? Regardless of who the opponent may be or the outcome of the match, it suffices to say that Brother Li Zhan's participation in the grand competition is a testament to his exceptional talent. It is indeed true. Brother Li Zhan stands as the sole paragon among all the novice disciples of our generation, possessing the unique qualification to partake in this prestigious contest. Remarkably, after merely a month since his initiation, he has already ascended to the first level of cultivation. Brother Li Zhan is undoubtedly the most prodigious talent the sect has witnessed in over a decade. Simultaneously, as Li Zhan stepped into the sight of the sect master, the peak masters, and the elders, an unforeseen event unfolded. To the astonishment of all present, before the elder could summon Li Zhan's opponent to the stage, Li Zhan boldly faced the sect master, offering a respectful bow infused with unwavering confidence and pride, declaring, "Respected sect master, I wish to challenge Lu Chen Daozi." As his words echoed through the air, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, and a palpable tension filled the atmosphere. Chapter 47. Whispers of Dissent. Li, Brother Li Zhan. Is he really challenging Daozi Lu Chen? My heavens! Brother Li Zhan is openly calling out the Daozi. before the master and the elders. He dares to publicly question the prowess of Daozi Luqian. Should Daozi fail to respond, it would signify a loss of dignity henceforth within the sect. How can one who shies away from a challenge be deemed worthy of the title of the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu Xianmen? Is this the extent of Daozi's fortitude? The many disciples who had joined the sect just a month prior gazed in shock at the retreating figure of Li Jun. They could hardly believe that Li Jun possessed such audacity. To directly challenge Daozi Luqian was a move they never anticipated, catching everyone present off guard. Li Jun's boldness was astonishing. This was the triennial competition of the Yushu Xianmen. How could one arbitrarily select a rival? Moreover, it was evident to the discerning that Li Jun's motivations were transparent. His challenge stemmed from a palpable discontent with the current Daozi, seeking to confront and ultimately best him in this public arena. Would Daozi Luqian dare to accept such a challenge? It was uncertain, for Brother Li Jun had officially entered the first realm. Yet, Daozi had been silent for the past month, leaving one to wonder if he was still striving to attain the first realm himself. Perhaps Daozi's innate talent was not on par with that of Brother Li Jun. In such a scenario, should Daozi accept the challenge and face defeat, it would be a most embarrassing affair. Thus, it seemed unlikely that Daozi would choose to engage. Various speculations arose. Li Jun's open challenge sent ripples through the crowd. A group of senior disciples, who had joined the sect earlier, regarded the youthful figure of Li Jun with astonishment. Even Jiutian, acclaimed as the strongest among the contemporary youth, looked on in surprise, not having anticipated that Li Jun would boldly declare his challenge to the Daozi in such a public setting. This Brother Li Jun seemed overly ambitious. Achieving the first realm within a month of joining the sect indicated his exceptional potential and understanding. Yet, his character left much to be desired. Jiutian shook his head gently, forming such an assessment in his mind. Despite this, curiosity stirred within Jiutian. Would the enigmatic Daozi Luqian rise to the challenge? The prospect filled him with anticipation. He had yet to witness the mysterious Daozi in action. Perhaps today would present the opportunity to see him. Though Brother Li Jun's temperament was questionable, his innate talent was undeniably remarkable. And what of Daozi? Had he reached the first realm? If Daozi were to falter against Brother Li Jun, the implications would indeed be intriguing, Jiutian mused. A month ago, the emergence of the sole Daozi in tens of thousands of years caused quite a stir within the Yushu immortal sect, piquing Jiutian's curiosity regarding the merits and capabilities of this individual. The sect had not witnessed the appearance of a Daozi for millennia, yet this year, a newcomer was unexpectedly chosen for the esteemed title. Such an extraordinary occurrence inevitably sparked the intrigue of many disciples within the sect. Jiutian, who prided himself on his innate talent and comprehension, felt a tinge of reluctance deep down, as he considered himself the foremost young disciple of the Yushu immortal sect. After all, even someone as exceptional as he had not been selected as the Daozi. And what virtues did his junior, Luqian, possess to warrant such recognition? This sentiment resonated not only within Jiutian, but also in the hearts of many disciples who considered themselves commendable. However, the only one daring enough to voice this directly was the newly admitted Li Jun. Li Jun's remarks echoed the sentiments of numerous disciples with remarkable innate talent. Brother Jiutian, what is your perspective? Lin Ding, standing beside Jiutian, inquired with genuine curiosity. Lin Ding, also a fourth-tier expert, had been a competitor of Jiutian for many years. It is difficult to say. Daozi Luqian is shrouded in mystery. In this past month, I have not even glimpsed his visage. However, being personally chosen by our master as the Daozi undoubtedly signifies that he possesses extraordinary qualities. Yet, it is truly hard to ascertain if he can rival the talent of Brother Li Jun. Achieving a breakthrough to the first tier within a month of joining is indeed remarkable. Brother Li Jun is undeniably an exceptional talent in cultivation. As for Daozi Luqian, that remains to be seen. Jiutian offered a candid analysis. Yet, his tone unmistakably revealed that, in comparison to the enigmatic Daozi Luqian, he held a greater appreciation for the promising Li Jun. After all, Li Jun's rapid advancement to the first tier in such a short time was exceedingly rare. Even Jiutian, who was usually proud and self-assured, took 3 months to reach the first tier upon his entry. Thus, Li Jun had surpassed him by a substantial margin. Brother Jiutian seems to favor this junior, Li Jun. Lin Ding chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Clearly, Li Zhan's rapid progress within a month was far more convincing than the mysterious Daozi Luchun. This perspective was not solely Zhou Yan's, but echoed the sentiments of Lin Ding and the majority of the disciples. It now remained to be seen whether the enigmatic Daozi Luchun would step forth to confront this challenge. Lin Ding's eyes sparkled as he playfully asked, "Brother Zhou Yan, are you not concerned that this junior, Li Zhan, may eventually surpass you? In due course, your position as the foremost among your peers may be jeopardized." Zhou Yan has consistently maintained a commanding lead over his contemporaries within the sect, while Lin Ding is perpetually striving to catch up, yet remains unable to surpass him. This has become an indelible thorn in Lin Ding's heart, one that he can never extricate. Talent alone does not signify much. Junior brother Li Zhan aspires to become a formidable fourth-tier warrior, yet he has a long journey ahead. Even with his exceptional gifts, it is implausible for him to elevate his cultivation to the fourth tier within a mere 3 to 5 years. In that span, I may very well ascend to the fifth or even sixth tier. Thus, why should I harbor any concerns? Zhou Yan's confidence in his own talents and strength is not easily swayed by mere words. He firmly believes that no matter how gifted an individual may be, it is impossible for them to surpass him, the leading disciple of this generation, within a short time frame. Not even Li Zhan, who has effortlessly crossed into the first-tier realm in just a month, would be the exception. Zhou Yan exudes a remarkable audacity, truly deserving of being the lifelong goal of his junior. Lin Ding lets out a hearty laugh. As a competitor, he possesses a profound understanding of Zhou Yan's character and does not expect that a few words could sway Zhou Yan's resolve in the path of enlightenment. Meanwhile, numerous disciples present remained silent, gazing intently at Li Zhan on the elevated platform, their expressions brimming with anticipation. They have longed to witness the enigmatic Taoist Lu Chen's prowess. Unfortunately, over the past month, they have yet to behold his abilities. Today, however, the opportunity has finally arrived. A fellow junior disciple, who entered at the same time, openly challenges the illustrious Taoist. Is it possible that the latter would genuinely refuse? Should that occur, the esteemed title of Taoist would be tarnished. On the platform, Li Zhan stands tall and resolute, his expression unwavering. The title of Taoist is rightfully mine. No one shall take it from me. Li Zhan's conviction runs deep. Several elders furrow their brows, their gazes toward Li Zhan filled with disapproval and coldness. Li Zhan, do not overstep your bounds. One elder bellows with a face full of indignation. This disciple has only taken a month since entering the sect to successfully break through to the first tier. Does this mean he lacks even the qualification to challenge the Taoist? The disciple reflects that his innate qualities and comprehension are on par with anyone else. When it comes to talent and potential, how many among his contemporaries can truly compare? None. Thus, the disciple yearns to discern the disparity between himself and the Taoist today. He hopes that the esteemed sect leader will grant him this wish. Li Zhan grits his teeth, resolute and unyielding. Withdraw quickly. Another elder interjects, attempting to defuse the situation. The master of the sect, the leader of the Seven Peaks, and another formidable figure from the realm of immortals, Yinshan, quietly regarded Li Zhan. Throughout the proceedings, their expressions remained largely unchanged. Meanwhile, the elders from the various peaks also fixated their gazes upon Li Zhan. Feeling the weight of countless eyes upon him, Li Zhan was overwhelmed by an immense pressure, as if a colossal mountain had settled upon his shoulders. His breath became chaotic and erratic, his face flushed. Yet he clenched his fists tightly, refusing to yield beneath this burden. His innate talent and comprehension are commendable. Alas, his temperament leaves much to be desired. Yinshan mused, shaking his head in disappointment. What a pity, sighed one of the peak masters. Li Zhan, do you truly grasp the magnitude of your words? An elder, with a knowing look, cast a penetrating gaze at Li Zhan. Please, master, grant your disciple this wish. Today, I seek only fairness, Li Zhan declared, bowing his head as he endeavored to withstand the pressure. The other elders exchanged quiet sighs. Tenacity is admirable, yet excessive stubbornness may evolve into an obsession, leading to unforeseen consequences. While the disciples may be oblivious to Daozi's true nature, as elders of the Yushu immortal sect, they are acutely aware of the formidable threat he poses. It is entirely natural for the disciples to be unaware of Daozi. However, the elders had comprehended the terrifying prowess of Luchun Daozi over a month ago. Thus, as Li Zhan fervently sought equitable treatment, The elders regarded him with expressions akin to those one might reserve for a foolish jester. To challenge Lu Chendaozi? Li Zhen, you possess remarkable audacity. An elder chuckled lightly, amusement evident in his demeanor. Just a month prior, Daozi ascended to the second tier of mastery. At that time, he had barely been initiated for 3 or 4 days. Yet here is Li Zhen, having toiled for a full month just to barely breach the first tier, audaciously proclaiming his intent to confront Lu Chendaozi, who has already attained the second tier. Truly, he is blissfully ignorant. The other elders exchanged knowing whispers, their tones laced with intrigue. Beside them, Yinshan could not help but reflect. One must concede, this disciple Li Zhen possesses remarkable talent. Within just a month of initiation, he has ascended to the first tier. Such aptitude, in any previous generation, would undoubtedly mark him as the most gifted disciple of our sect. The sole misfortune lies in the emergence of the unparalleled genius, Lu Chendaozi, during this era. In comparison to Daozi's astonishing gifts, Li Zhen's talent pales significantly. Indeed, breaking into the first tier in a month is quite impressive. However, when one juxtaposes the formidable example of Lu Chendaozi, who ascended to the second tier in merely 3 or 4 days, the disparity becomes insurmountably vast, a chasm that is nothing short of astronomical. This sentiment resonated unanimously with all the elders present. In the absence of Lu Chen, it is undeniable that the elders would have held Li Zhen's talents in the highest regard, showering him with admiration. Yet, once a more terrifying prodigy is introduced for comparison, Li Zhen's modest abilities seem woefully inadequate. Undoubtedly, Li Zhen is a rare talent in a decade of cultivation, yet Lu Chendaozi is a once-in-several-millennia phenomenon. Presently, it is utterly absurd that Li Zhen, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, dares to challenge Lu Chendaozi. Such a notion elicits astonishment among the gathered elders. How shall the sect leader respond? The elders could not help but cast their gazes toward the leader, Changmei. This incident unfolded without warning, catching everyone off guard, and given Li Zhen's recently displayed tenacity, it is evident that a resolution will not come easily. A person who has just broken into the first tier within a month attempting to challenge a prodigy who ascended to the second tier in 3 or 4 days. This is the first time in my life that I have witnessed such an occurrence. Changmei's tone carried a profound significance. Chapter 48 Brother Zhou. How about a friendly spar with junior brother? An elder inquired. What should the sect leader do? Since Li Zhen wishes to challenge Daozi, let him have his way. If he seeks fairness, we shall provide him an opportunity to pursue it. If Li Zhen believes he has faced inequity within our sect, then let him personally experience the vast chasm that separates him from Daozi. Changmei's expression remained as serene as ever. The other peak masters and elders voiced no dissent. They were already aware that Daozi had attained the second stage a month prior. What could be the outcome of Li Zhen's challenge against Daozi, who had already reached such heights? They all understood the implications. A month ago, Daozi had indeed achieved the second stage, and now, with a month gone by, it was likely he had ascended to the third stage. Li Zhen truly did not grasp the gravity of his endeavor. The elders from various peaks were filled with a sense of lamentation. Daozi had, a month prior, reached the second stage, and here was Li Zhen, who had barely managed to break into the first stage after a month. What audacity did he possess to challenge someone who had already stepped into the second stage? The atmosphere was hushed. Li Zhen stood upon the high platform, gritting his teeth, enduring the immense pressure that accompanied the scrutiny of the crowd, refusing to bow or yield. Surrounding him were thousands of disciples, all eyes fixed upon his figure. Most were filled with curiosity, eager to witness the prowess of the current Daozi. Where is Daozi? Changmei turned to the elder beside him and inquired. The elder responded candidly, he should still be cultivating in his secluded courtyard on the ascending immortal peak. Truly diligent. The other elders marveled. Possessing such astonishing and formidable innate talent, yet remaining so devoted to rigorous cultivation, this was indeed commendable. His natural endowment was already unparalleled, and yet he exerted himself even more than the average person. Such a prodigy evoked envy that was beyond mere jealousy. Let us summon Daozi. Changmei resolved within himself. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd. A youthful figure gradually parted the throng, stepping forth into the view of the sect leader. The peak masters and the elders. Simultaneously, whispers rippled through the congregation of disciples. Daozi. Is Daozi here? with the arrival of Jiutian. Did this signify his readiness to face Brother Liuli? Could Daozi prevail? After all, Brother Liuli had reached the first stage. The gazes of the disciples converged upon the youthful figure. Eventually, the footsteps came to a halt. Am I arriving at just the right moment? Liuqian's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed toward Liuli, 100 meters away. As a novice disciple, Liuqian held little impression of Liuli. Even the esteemed Zhou Yan, who was reputed to be the foremost disciple within the sect, left no lasting mark on him. Instead, it was the elders of the sect who etched themselves firmly in his memory. Did Liuli dare to challenge me? Just a few days ago, he broke into the first level. A peculiar smile danced upon Liuqian's lips as he discerned Liuli's subtle intentions. Such aspirations were hardly a secret, easily perceived by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. To challenge one at the first level, would it not be akin to bullying a child? As Liuqian stepped into the collective gaze of the assembly, the sect leader, along with the heads of various peaks and elders, turned their attention towards him. The Daozi has arrived. This farce ought to come to an end. Liuli is undeniably a rare talent in cultivation. However, this generation has also witnessed the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy, Liuqian Daozi. This, indeed, is the greatest tragedy for Liuli. To share the same era with such a remarkable genius, and to enter the sect concurrently, he may forever remain ensnared in the psychological shadow cast by the Daozi. The elders regarded him with a tinge of regret. Liuli, such a promising prospect, yet he happened to cross paths with a prodigy like Liuqian Daozi, a splendid talent, but it seems he is destined to be overshadowed by the Daozi for all his days. Meanwhile, after Liuqian's entrance, he naturally drew numerous gazes. The crowd was captivated, including Zhou Yan, hailed as the leading disciple of the contemporary era, alongside Lin Ding, who stood at the fourth level, and Su Mu, who was half recovered from severe injuries. They all turned their eyes towards Liuqian, their expressions brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The enigmatic Liuqian Daozi had finally made an appearance. The question lingered, would the Daozi accept the challenge? As the sect leader personally selected Liuqian as the Daozi of the contemporary Yusu Xianmen, it was expected that his innate talent and comprehension were extraordinary. Should he choose to retreat today, it would undoubtedly render him a subject of ridicule within the sect. Zhou Yan and the others engaged in hushed conversation. While Su Mu's gaze sharpened, his tone earnest, this Daozi appears formidable. For some inexplicable reason, Su Mu felt a sense of familiarity with this youthful figure. Was it a mere illusion? Why did he feel this sense of recognition? It was indeed his first time witnessing the appearance of Liuqian Daozi. Su Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed. The other disciples, who had also joined the sect a month prior, wore expressions of keen curiosity as they observed Liuqian, then glanced up at Liuli on the high platform. Do you think senior brother Liuli can win? That is hardly a question worth asking. Uncertain whether Daozi shall accept the challenge, Brother Liuli ascended to the first tier within merely a month. Such innate talent and comprehension surely outshine Daozi, who cannot be compared to him. Curiously, Brother Liuli bears a closer resemblance to Daozi than Liuqian. Upon the high platform, Liuli's gaze was imbued with defiance and indignation, subtly tinged with a hint of rage as he coldly regarded Liuqian, who had just entered the arena. A surge of resentment welled up within him. The identity and status of Daozi rightfully belonged to me. It should have been mine. No one can usurp it. Today, let the sect leader, peak masters, and elders witness the true nature of the Daozi they endorse. How utterly unworthy he is. I alone should claim the title of the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect. With his eyes ablaze with fervor and jealousy, Liuli stood resolute. At that moment, an elder finally spoke. Liuqian, Daozi, do you wish to accept the challenge? His gaze towards Liuli was laden with intrigue. Turning to Liuqian, the elder's eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. In contrast to Liuli, who, despite possessing some remarkable talents, displayed an exceedingly poor temperament and an inflated sense of pride. It was evident that Liuqian, endowed with terrifying innate abilities yet exuding an air of humility, was far more commendable in the elder's eyes. Having reached the second tier a month prior, it was evident that Liuqian had not remained stagnant during this period. Regardless of whether he had broken through to the third tier, dealing with Liuli should pose little challenge. Ultimately, Liuli was merely a newcomer to the first tier. The elder regarded Liuli with pity. Poor child, utterly unaware of the formidable prodigy he dares to challenge. Such courage and audacity are indeed worthy of respect. Lu Chun, Daozi, do you dare to accept the challenge? Li Jun fixed his fiery gaze upon Lu Chun, leaving Lu Chun perplexed. Had he inadvertently provoked this ire? Such intense anger? What could be the cause? Shaking his head with a bemused smile, Lu Chun thought, regardless of the reason behind this fury, he could not remain unresponsive. After all, this was a moment under the scrutiny of many. Should he retreat, how would the disciples within the sect regard him? Although he cared not for worldly opinions, having fortuitously reached the 8th tier today, a moment of indulgence to display the talents and charisma befitting the Daozi of Yushu immortal sect would not be amiss. However, he did not wish to bully a child in this manner. Observing Li Zhan's youthful and furious countenance, Lu Chun shook his head inwardly. The 1st tier. Far too weak. He could hardly muster any interest in engaging with his opponent. In a graceful manner, Lu Chun stepped forward, his feet lightly treading upon the celestial crane, effortlessly descending upon the high platform. In an instant, he stood less than 10 meters away from Li Zhan. Li Zhan was startled by Lu Chun's movements. His fury momentarily tempered. Even the nearby disciples of the 4th rank, such as Zhou Yin and Lin Ding, displayed expressions of doubt. Was that? Lin Ding's voice wavered with uncertainty. Indeed, it is the celestial crane. Zhou Yin inhaled sharply, his tone brimming with astonishment. What? The celestial crane? Lu Chun, the Dao child, has mastered the celestial crane. And to such a profound extent, Lin Ding and Su Mu were taken aback. At this moment, even the long-browed sect master and the heads of various peaks were visibly astonished. The celestial crane? They were certain they could not be mistaken. The pinnacle secret technique of the Yushu immortal sect was unmistakable to the elders present. When had Lu Chun learned the celestial crane? The peak master of Tian Shu could not help but inquire. Unknown, the other elders shook their heads, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. Indeed, as they had surmised, with Lu Chun's terrifying talent, it was impossible for him to remain stagnant in just a month's time. Had he truly mastered the celestial crane in such a short span? The Dao child's aptitude was truly remarkable. The elders marveled in unison. Meanwhile, among the thousands of disciples present, most remained utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? It seemed as if the Dao child had taken a single step and soared into the air. It was a flight technique. The Dao child had grasped a flight technique of immense depth. On the high platform, Li Zhan clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, and turned to the elder beside him. Elder, please announce the commencement. The elder nodded, preparing to speak. However, just as Lu Chun had taken the stage, he suddenly interrupted the elder. Dao child, do you have any guidance to offer? Li Zhan's expression darkened. Guidance is not what I seek. Rather, my purpose in ascending the stage is not to engage in combat. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. What do you mean by that? Li Zhan's countenance grew grim, his tone laced with ire. Then, under the gaze of the multitude, Lu Chun slightly turned, his eyes scanning the numerous disciples at the edge of the platform, ultimately landing on a somewhat familiar figure. That was Zhou Yin, heralded as the foremost disciple of the sect in this generation, a formidable 4th-rank powerhouse. I have found him. A smile graced Lu Chun's face. He then faced Zhou Yin, slowly articulating. I invite senior brother Zhou Yin to ascend the stage for a friendly exchange. I wonder if brother Zhou Yin can fulfill the wishes of his junior apprentice. Chapter 49. The contest begins. As the words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The once boisterous atmosphere came to an abrupt halt, transforming into an unsettling stillness. A profound hush fell over the crowd, leaving even the esteemed leaders and elders, including Changmei, in a state of astonishment and disbelief. Their gazes vacantly shifted from the youthful figure upon the high platform to Zhou Yin, standing at the edge below, rendering them momentarily speechless. The unfolding events had evidently surpassed their wildest expectations. Did I mishear? After a prolonged moment, Changmei finally managed to speak. The Daozi. He intends to challenge Zhou Yin. The Zhou Yin of the 4th tier? My heavens. Surely, I must have misheard. This is astonishing. The elders' minds were in turmoil, their thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin, the focal point of this unexpected turn of events, found himself equally bewildered. The Daozi wishes to challenge me? What is happening? Is this for real? The Daozi, who has barely been initiated for a month, dares to confront me. A formidable 4th-tier practitioner? Who has instilled such audacity in him? Is the Daozi truly so arrogant? If this arrogance is unfounded, then he is no different from the thoughtless Li Zhan, and thus not a cause for concern. Besides Zhou Yan, Lin Ding and Su Mu, along with other disciples, wore expressions of shock and disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. The remaining thousands of disciples stood in a state of astonishment and confusion, utterly taken aback by Lu Chen's proclamation. It was not merely a response to Li Zhan's challenge. Instead, it was a bold initiative to confront Zhou Yan, the foremost disciple of the younger generation of the Yu, Su, Xian men. This revelation was nothing short of breathtaking. Caught off guard, everyone was unprepared for such an audacious declaration. After a brief interlude of silence, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Good heavens! Has the Daozi lost his senses? How could he dare confront Brother Zhou Yan to his face? Brother Zhou Yan is a top-tier powerhouse of the Fourth Realm, a formidable force among the disciples after decades of dedication. The audacity of Lu Chun to challenge such a being is utterly insane. Has he truly lost his mind? The prowess of Brother Zhou Yan at the fourth tier is not something a mere novice, who has only recently begun his journey, could hope to shake. Not to mention Brother Li Zhan, even he would find it challenging to contend with such a level of mastery. Yet, the Daozi seems almost devoid of reason. Attempting to confront Brother Zhou Yan? It is unfathomable. The thousands of disciples remained in a state of shock, their faces filled with horror as they gazed upon the youthful and naive figure of Lu Chun, their expressions a tapestry of bewilderment. As events unfolded, the high-ranking members of the Yushu immortal sect were left utterly astonished, completely unprepared for what was transpiring. They stood in disbelief. Although they were aware of Lu Chen's capabilities and knew that he had reached the second-tier strength a month prior, they could not fathom why he would dare to challenge Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan was a bona fide fourth-tier powerhouse, having mastered the pinnacle of this realm over many years. His strength was vastly superior to that of an ordinary fourth-tier cultivator. How could a disciple dare to confront Zhou Yan? This was simply preposterous. The audacity of the disciple was beyond comprehension. A chorus of elders began to voice their concerns, some shaking their heads in lamentation. They had initially believed that the disciple, endowed with unparalleled talent and insight, and possessing an exceptionally stable temperament, was a prodigy destined to shine once in a millennium. Yet, they had not anticipated his hubris. Did he truly believe that he possessed the strength to challenge Zhou Yan? After all, Zhou Yan had long since attained the fourth-tier realm. It was understandable that Lu Chun, being so young, would be eager to showcase his abilities. Meanwhile, the elder with long brows and several peak masters of the immortal realm gradually emerged from their shock. They gazed at Lu Chun standing on the high platform, then shifted their eyes to Zhou Yan at the edge of the platform, momentarily at a loss for words. The sect leader, along with the peak masters, turned their attention to the elder with long brows. How should this situation be addressed? Who could have anticipated that the disciple would not accept Li Zhan's challenge, but instead audaciously challenge the foremost disciple of the sect, Zhou Yan? This behavior had truly caught everyone off guard. Lu Chun was not one to be reckless. Based on the elder's understanding of him, he possessed a calm demeanor and would never engage in such a reckless act. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he would not resort to attention-seeking antics. The elder with long brows furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. After much deliberation, a terrifying thought surged into his mind. Could it be that this young lad, Lu Chun, genuinely possessed the strength to challenge Zhou Yan? The notion nearly took the elder's breath away. Even the composed leader was taken aback by this thought. Surely not. Although Lu Chun had reached the second-tier realm a month ago, what level could he have attained in such a short span? The third tier? Yet even at the third tier, he would lack the qualifications to confront Zhou Yan. With Zhou Yan's extraordinary prowess at the fourth tier, how could a third-tier cultivator possibly challenge him? Could it be? Suddenly, the elder felt his throat dry, his eyes widening in astonishment. If it were not a third tier, but rather a fourth tier? Impossible. Immediately, this chilling thought was dismissed by Chang Mei. To ascend from the second tier to the third tier within a month is already an extraordinary and unfathomable feat. To claim that one could achieve the fourth tier in the same time frame, that would be nothing short of monstrous. The higher the realm, the more arduous the ascent becomes, with time and effort multiplying exponentially. Li Zhan, who had just completed a month in the entry-level stage, demonstrating the ability to break through to the first tier in such a short time, was already a rare prodigy. The difficulty of advancing from the first tier to the second tier is at least threefold greater than the previous challenge. As one progresses, the obstacles multiply even further. It is evident that to progress from the second tier to the third tier within a month demands an exceptionally formidable foundation and innate talent. As for leaping 2 realms in a single month, from the second tier to the fourth tier, that is unequivocally impossible. Changmei could decisively dismiss such an idea. Could the sect leader, Liuli Daozi, have reached the third tier? An elder ventured this thought. It is likely, indeed. Changmei exhaled softly, suppressing the tumult of thoughts in her mind. Yet, even at the third tier, could he truly challenge Zhou Yan? Daozi, after all, was still rather hasty. The gap between the third tier and the fourth tier is not easily bridged. Furthermore, Zhou Yan is a distinguished figure among the fourth tier. Nevertheless, considering that Daozi managed to break into the third tier in such a short span, it is understandable that he would choose to challenge Zhou Yan today. Youth is often accompanied by a certain pride and confidence. At that moment, the elders seemed to have grasped the truth. Lu Chun, at the third tier, indeed possessed the qualifications to challenge Zhou Yan. However, defeating Zhou Yan would not be a simple endeavor. The chasm between the third and fourth tiers is akin to a vast gulf, not easily crossed. It turns out, Daozi has already reached the third tier. This elucidates why he would so boldly challenge Zhou Yan. Yet, this time, it seems Daozi may return defeated. The various peak masters offered their assessments. The elders were not optimistic about Lu Chen's prospects. That said, the fact that Daozi could ascend from the second tier to the third tier in just 1 month is undeniably remarkable. If it were otherwise, how could he become the Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect? This talent far surpasses that of Li Zhen by many multiples. Yet Li Zhen remains blissfully unaware, reveling in his own modest gifts, oblivious to the fact that the Daozi he seeks to challenge possesses a talent that far exceeds his own by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The sect leader, peak masters, and elders have come to understand this. However, that does not imply that the other disciples share this comprehension. Most remain in a state of bewilderment and shock. The sudden challenge posed by Lu Chun to the foremost disciple of the contemporary sect has left many bewildered and aghast, utterly unable to fathom the significance of such an audacious act. What could the disciple possibly intend with this? Having only recently entered the sect for a mere month, how could he dare to confront senior brother Zhou Yan? Such behavior seems profoundly lacking in consideration. Is the disciple, in his hubris, truly unaware of the formidable prowess of senior brother Zhou? As a fourth-stage practitioner, Zhou Yan undoubtedly stands among the elite in the realm of cultivation. Yet, the disciple dares to challenge such an expert? It is utterly incomprehensible. Particularly for the newly initiated disciples, Lu Chen's actions have elicited shock and disbelief. They had anticipated witnessing the long-awaited clash between Li Zhen and the disciple. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate has arisen. The disciple brazenly deemed Li Zhen unworthy of challenge, and instead turned to confront the fourth-stage Zhou Yan. The swiftness of this turn of events has caught everyone off guard. Is it possible that the disciple has orchestrated this deliberately? Even if he were to be defeated by Zhou Yan, he would not suffer disgrace. His status would remain intact. However, should he fall to Li Zhen, that would be indefensible. Truly, the disciple is a master of calculation, some among the onlookers mused. Meanwhile, standing beside Zhou Yan, Lin Ding and Su Mu exchanged glances. Unable to restrain their curiosity, "Senior brother Zhou, will you accept the disciple's challenge?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan offered no elaborate response. He cast a penetrating gaze upon Lu Chun and then glanced at the unperturbed Master Changmei. After a brief pause, Zhou Yan took a step forward. Utilizing the secret technique of flight, he leapt gracefully onto the high platform, instantly becoming the center of attention. In that moment, Li Zhen became an object of subconscious neglect for all. Though he stood upon the platform, he could not command any attention, serving merely as an overshadowed backdrop, as if everyone had chosen to selectively forget his existence. This sensation of being overlooked ignited a flush upon Li Zhen's cheeks. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with a furious fire. "Lu Chen, you are indeed cunning." Li Zhen fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen, his heart seething with resentment. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and stepped toward the edge of the platform, his eyes locked on the figures of Lu Chen and Zhou Yan, silently vowing, "I wish to see how you intend to conclude this." To dare challenge senior brother Zhou? Such an act is nothing short of madness. Senior brother Zhou is a fourth-stage powerhouse. Even a talent like myself requires 3 to 5 years to potentially match Zhou Yan's pace. Lu Chun, by what merit do you presume to confront a 4th-stage cultivator, having barely been initiated for over a month? Surely, you must be out of your mind. Li Zhan gazed coldly at the silhouette of Lu Chun atop the high platform. Zhou Yan stood less than 5 meters ahead of Lu Chun, exuding his refined demeanor under the sunlight. With a handsome countenance, sharp brows, and starry eyes, he radiated an air of nonchalance and transcendence, untouched by the mundane world. Lu Chun, are you truly prepared to challenge me? Zhou Yan inquired earnestly. Naturally, esteemed senior brother, I humbly seek your guidance, Lu Chun replied, his smile unwavering. As this is a challenge, I shall exert my utmost effort. I trust you will not take offense. However, I shall refrain from inflicting severe harm at a critical moment to prevent you from suffering grievous injury. After all, as the current disciple of our sect, your esteemed status is of great importance. Should I inadvertently cause you harm, I would undoubtedly face the reprimands of our sect master and the elders. Therefore, you need not worry. I will withdraw in time during this contest. Zhou Yan solemnly advised, Senior brother, you need only give your all. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. Merely a 4th stage, to inadvertently injure oneself? Now, that truly piques my interest. Beside them, the elder in charge of overseeing the battle hesitated, casting a questioning glance at Lu Chun. Lu Chun, are you resolute in proceeding with this contest? Have you truly considered it? Elder, please declare the commencement. Lu Chun nodded affirmatively. Very well, since the disciple has made his decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, the elder continued, his tone grave. Internal sparring within the Yusu immortal sect should prioritize harmony. It must not lead to intentional harm. He cast a stern glance at Zhou Yan, the warning unmistakable. Yes, elder, Zhou Yan replied, a wry smile escaping him. Observing Lu Chun's determined expression, the elder couldn't help but sigh. He remained perplexed. What audacity propelled Lu Chun to challenge Zhou Yan? Did he not recognize the 4th-stage prowess of Zhou Yan? The strength of the current foremost disciple in the sect was not merely a title. The temperament of a true disciple still required refinement. Having only entered the sect for a mere month, to dare challenge Zhou Yan was indeed reckless. The elder shook his head. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the elder finally spoke with deliberation. I hereby declare that the contest officially begins. Chapter 50. Only at the 4th stage, and you are already afraid? Zhou Yan slightly cupped his hands, gazing at Lu Chun with an air of calmness and composure. Clearly, he did not consider the duel with Lu Chun to be of any significance and had no intention of unleashing his full potential. In his view, a disciple who had only entered the sect for less than 2 months, regardless of their innate talent, could never hope to challenge his established prowess as a 4th-stage practitioner. Given the character of their esteemed master, it was unlikely that he would hastily select an inconspicuous disciple to represent the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect. It was evident that Lu Chun was anything but ordinary. However, even with exceptional talent, he would likely only rival that of Li Zhan, another disciple. In just over a month, what realm could one possibly attain? The 1st stage would be the utmost limit, Zhou Yan mused. Across from him, Lu Chun observed Zhou Yan generously allowing him to initiate the attack, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Since this was the case, brother, I must impose upon you. Lu Chun had resolved to challenge Zhou Yan, and thus would not intentionally concede. Having just broken through to the 8th stage, he was confident in his ability to defeat not only Zhou Yan, but even a 9th-stage elder if they were to step onto the stage. In simpler terms, with Lu Chun's current strength, he had virtually no rivals beneath the celestial realm. Even when faced with a prodigy of the 9th stage, he felt no trepidation. Very well, this time, I shall reveal a modicum of my strength to avoid further complications in the future. This occasion presents the perfect opportunity to resolve everything at once. Although Lu Chun did not fear trouble, he was not inclined to be perpetually ensnared by it. The upcoming competition at the Yushu immortal sect was an ideal moment to showcase his capabilities. The 3rd stage was no longer sufficient. Therefore, I must exhibit a greater level of strength, the 4th stage. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed slightly as he made his decision. At that moment, he activated the Xuanwu breathing technique, elevating his aura from the 3rd stage to that of the 4th stage. Completing this, he then turned his gaze towards Zhou Yan. Within a month, ascending from the 2nd stage to the 4th stage. Surely this is not an extraordinary feat? as long as it remains within the acceptable bounds of the Yushu sect's higher echelons, Liuchen thought. Then, with a mere thought, he summoned the immense spiritual energy from his dantian, which surged forth, rapidly cleansing his internal organs, meridians, bones, and blood. The essence of the fourth stage erupted from Liuchen's body. The air around him seemed to ripple, tainted by this overwhelming presence. Boom! An invisible, water-like ripple spread outward from Liuchen, resonating with a majestic force. The aura of the fourth stage was fully unveiled. In that instant, the aura swiftly spread in all directions. The first to sense this formidable presence was undoubtedly Zhou Yin, standing before Liuchen. As a fellow practitioner of the fourth tier, Zhou Yin felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Liuchen's body. When the aura enveloped him, Zhou Yan's pupils constricted, his spirit jolted, and his eyes widened in sheer terror, fixating on Liuchen as if gazing upon a monstrous entity. In that moment, he shed his previous composure and indifference, becoming utterly disconcerted. This aura. Zhou Yan's lips trembled slightly, his face a canvas of shock. He was utterly astounded. What on earth was happening? Who could elucidate this? What had just transpired? The aura he had just sensed was indeed the aura of the fourth tier? How could this be possible? Yu. Zhou Yan staggered back a few steps, yet his gaze remained locked onto Liuchen, unable to stray even a moment. His entire worldview was on the verge of being shattered by this fourth-tier aura radiating from Liuchen's body. 4 for tears. This was inconceivable. Liuchen had only just begun his journey a month ago. Not even 2 months had passed. How could he possibly attain the fourth tier? There must be some mistake. Zhou Yan's mind raced wildly, his head buzzing with confusion. His previously calm demeanor had vanished without a trace. The fourth-tier aura displayed by Liuchen had instilled a profound fear in Zhou Yan, even leading him to question his very existence. A disciple who had just entered the fold for a little over a month had astonishingly crossed into the fourth tier in such a brief span of time. What does this signify? Such a terrifying talent must be the foundation of this remarkable feat. Merely 1 month had elapsed. How could Liuchen possibly have reached the fourth tier? Logically, achieving even the first tier in such a short time would be the mark of an extraordinary prodigy. Yet, Liuchen had astonishingly attained the fourth tier. This transcended the bounds of worldly reason. An illusion? Yes, it had to be an illusion. Zhou Yan shook his head. At this moment, his resolve was shaken more than it had ever been in his life. He was experiencing an unfathomable event unfolding right before his eyes. Breaking into the fourth tier in a month. This was utterly astonishing. In all the ancient texts Zhou Yan had perused, he had never encountered such a terrifying example. Perhaps, Liuchen had unleashed some form of forbidden technique, forcefully elevating his own realm, thus propelling himself from the first tier to the fourth tier? Upon considering this, Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, the fourth tier aura emanating from Liuchen was incredibly stable and robust, devoid of any signs of instability or disturbance. In an instant, this shattered Zhou Yan's previous conjectures and judgments once more. If one were to rely solely on malevolent practices to forcibly elevate their cultivation level, the aura emitted would undoubtedly be unstable and exceedingly volatile. Yet, the essence radiating from Liuchen was undeniably that of the fourth tier, both immensely robust and steadfast, devoid of any hint of agitation. However, Zhou Yan found himself at a loss, unable to fathom any rationale behind this phenomenon. Simultaneously, as Liuchen's fourth-tier aura began to emanate, it gradually encroached upon the edge of the high platform, where Li Zhen, his eyes brimming with fury and indignation, stood. In that moment, Li Zhen felt as though he had plunged directly into an icy abyss. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing his entire body to shiver uncontrollably, goosebumps erupting in waves. Under the shroud of this overwhelming aura, Li Zhen suddenly perceived his own insignificance. What is this aura? Li Zhen's complexion changed dramatically, his face betraying sheer terror. His eyes, filled with dread, fixated on the unfolding scene between Liuchen and Zhou Yan, meticulously sensing the origin of this formidable presence. The sensation it evoked within him was akin to an expansive ocean. Beneath this majestic aura, his own first-tier prowess felt as diminutive as a mere speck in the vast sea. Li Zhen's gaze was riveted on Zhou Yan. He was convinced that this aura emanated from his senior brother. However, upon closer inspection, he arrived at a conclusion both absurd and terrifying. This aura, He faintly sensed it was emanating from Lu Chen's very being. This realization left Li Jun utterly bewildered. This is impossible. His eyes wide with fear. He quickly shook his head in denial of this dreadful hypothesis. Yet, regardless of his attempts to dismiss it, this terrifying notion remained firmly entrenched in his mind. Lu Chen. How could it possibly be him? He could not exude such an awe-inspiring presence. Surely, it must be a misperception on my part. Lu Chen and I entered the sect at the same time. No matter how exceptional his talent, he could at most reach a comparable first-tier level. And yet, this aura instilled in me, a first-tier cultivator, a profound sense of impotence and dread. The one radiating this aura could not possibly be Lu Chen. Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, it was inconceivable that he could elevate his cultivation to such a terrifying level in merely a month's time. My own aptitude could in no way be inferior to Lu Chen's. Countless thoughts coalesced into a nightmarish haze, swirling frantically in Li Jun's mind. He was unwilling to accept it. He dared not believe it. His unwillingness stemmed from the belief that he was the most gifted disciple of this generation. Yet, he had never anticipated that the figure before him, Lu Chen, possessed talent that far surpassed his own. This revelation instantly ignited a tempest of jealousy within Li Jun, plunging him into a near-manic frenzy. It was as though his most cherished confidence had been effortlessly shattered before his eyes. Impossible, my talent is unparalleled. How could Lu Chen achieve this? What merits does he possess? Li Jun, seemingly consumed by madness, bore a visage contorted with rage and despair. He would not permit such an affront to transpire. He, Li Jun, was the vanguard of this generation's disciples. In his frenzied state, no one noticed his unusual demeanor. For even the esteemed leaders of the Yushu immortal sect, including the headmaster Chang Mei, were wholly captivated by the formidable fourth-tier aura emanating from Lu Chen. This is fourth tier? Chang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as an involuntary exclamation escaped his lips. He stood transfixed, unable to divert his gaze from the youthful figure upon the dais. Even a person of his composure found himself momentarily stupefied. What? Fourth tier? The other elders similarly fixated their attention on Lu Chen, their astonishment palpable. Lu Chen, has he truly attained fourth tier? The elders were momentarily rendered speechless. The spectacle unfolding before them was utterly astonishing. The presence of a genuine fourth-tier aura. One elder, overwhelmed by this revelation, found himself ensnared in a state of bewilderment, unable to extricate himself. Lu Chen, he has somehow ascended to fourth tier. My heavens! In the span of merely a month, he has surged from the second-tier realm, traversing 2 entire tiers to directly reach the fourth tier. Chapter 51. Instant Kill, Truly Fourth Stage. Elder Yunshan's throat felt parched, and his eyes glazed over in disbelief. Within a mere month, one could ascend from the second stage to the fourth stage. What a terrifying and astonishing talent this was, almost beyond comprehension. We were all mistaken. Initially, we thought that if Lu Chen could reach the third stage within this month, it would be an extraordinary feat, yet we could never have anticipated. We had indeed acted too hastily. Lu Chen's innate qualities and comprehension surpassed our expectations by far. Transitioning from the second stage to the fourth stage took him a scant month. Such remarkable talent is exceedingly rare, perhaps only seen once in a millennium. The hearts of the assembled elders trembled with awe. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of disciples within the sect were stirred. Their astonished gazes converged upon the youthful figure upon the high platform, unable to tear their eyes away from the spectacle before them. At last, they comprehended why the sect master had chosen a newly initiated disciple as the current heir of the Yushu immortal sect. The reason was clear. Their talent was indeed extraordinary. No, it could even be described as monstrous. This level of aptitude was simply akin to that of a prodigy. Until this moment, none of them could grasp or articulate the reason. But now, the fog had lifted. The mysteries had been unraveled. The root of it all could ultimately be traced back to Lu Chen's overwhelming talent. After all, to transcend to the fourth stage in just a month is a feat that is nearly impossible to find in a millennium. Ah, the fourth stage. We have languished in the second stage for over a decade without even touching the threshold of the third stage. Yet, for Lu Chen, it took merely a month to ascend from nothing to the fourth stage. Can you believe it? My heavens, just 1 month. That is hardly enough time for me to even grasp the basics of a single technique. Yet, Lu Chen, in this very month, has directly cultivated himself to the fourth stage. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of individuals cannot be compared. How difficult it has been for me. I have been trapped at the third stage for 30 years, unable to break through to the fourth. Now, witnessing Lu Chen's prowess, I am tempted to find a place to disappear altogether. Meanwhile, the many disciples who had entered the sect alongside Lu Chen now wore expressions of utter shock. Their faces were as pale as death, gazing at the youthful figure on the high platform, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lu Chen, could he truly be this formidable? How could we have dared to claim that Lu Chen was far inferior to Brother Li Zhan? What on earth were we thinking? In merely a month, Lu Chen Daozi has ascended to the fourth tier, far surpassing Brother Li Zhan. The two are simply incomparable. Lin Ding stood amidst the crowd, his lips quivering, his complexion slightly pallid, and his eyes filled with shock and horror as he gazed at the youthful figure on the high platform. He vaguely recalled the words spoken by Zhou Yin just before taking the stage. Daozi has actually reached the fourth tier. I never anticipated I would misjudge him. However, I believe it is not just me. Nearly everyone has been caught off guard. To achieve the fourth tier in just 1 month is truly a fearsome prodigy. Observing the astonished and incredulous expressions of the disciples surrounding him, Lin Ding felt a slight easing of his own tumultuous emotions. Indeed, it is not only I who am astounded. Almost everyone is deeply shocked by Daozi's attainment of the fourth tier. No one could fathom that within the span of a mere month, Daozi could grow to such an unfathomable level of strength. This revelation has completely overturned Lin Ding's worldview. I have spent 9 long years barely managing to break through from the third tier to the fourth tier not long ago. Su Mu, standing beside Lin Ding, trembling and still recovering from his injuries, appeared as though he had suffered a profound psychological blow. He too is at the fourth tier, having only recently achieved it. Thus, he understands all too well the daunting challenge of transitioning from the third to the fourth tier. Even a gifted cultivator like him required 9 years of accumulation at the third tier before barely breaking into the fourth. Therefore, Su Mu finds it incomprehensible that someone could ascend from nothing to the fourth tier in just 1 month. This is indeed astonishing. All the seasoned disciples present were left in utter disbelief. Attaining the fourth tier is still a rarity among disciples. Consequently, upon witnessing Lu Chen's swift rise to the fourth tier in such a brief period, their emotions became increasingly complex and difficult to articulate. Beside the long-browed elder, several peak masters and elders gradually regained their composure. Yet, the lingering sense of shock within them was evidently indelible. They would undoubtedly struggle to forget the astonishment that Lu Chen had instilled in them today. I maintained that this young lad, with his temperament, would not engage in such reckless behavior. It appears he has indeed reached the fourth tier. Thus, his challenge to Zhou Yin is entirely reasonable. The long-browed elder spoke with a tone of deep reflection. Indeed, the other elders nodded in agreement. In this moment, they all experienced a moment of clarity. Previously, they had mistakenly assumed that Lu Chen's impulsive nature was the cause of his audacity in challenging Zhou Yin, who is at the fourth tier. Little did they know. The reason lies in the fact that Lu Chen has also attained the fourth tier. Thus, all confusion shall be unraveled. No longer will anyone perceive Lu Chen's challenge to the foremost disciple within the sect, Zhou Yin, as a mere attempt to seek attention or as an impulsive act lacking consideration. Previously, it was we who hastily reached our conclusions. The veils of ignorance. It is indeed surprising that we, too, would fall victim to misjudgment. However, time and again, we have underestimated this young prodigy. This child is an unequivocal marvel, defying conventional measures of understanding. The elders are deeply aware of this. Suddenly, the conversation shifted. The elders began to discuss the impending duel between Lu Chen and Zhou Yin. It must be said, even though Lu Chen has successfully breached the fourth tier, it seems implausible that he could triumph over Zhou Yin. Let us not forget that Zhou Yin has lingered at the fourth tier for many years, having already established himself as a paragon within that realm. A typical fourth-tier practitioner would hardly stand a chance against Zhou Yin. When comparing Lu Chen to Zhou Yin, it is evident that he still lacks significantly in mastery over his realm, comprehension of techniques, and overall strength. I dare say, although Lu Chen has reached the fourth tier, the challenge of overcoming Zhou Yin will be exceedingly formidable. It remains to be seen what means Lu Chen will employ to face Zhou Yin. Under normal circumstances, his defeat is all but certain. At the edge of the high platform, Li Jun felt an increasingly potent and terrifying aura of the fourth tier, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. This must be a deception. Lu Chen, what merit does he possess? By what right? Fourth tier? We both entered the path simultaneously, and I have only just attained the first tier. No matter how extraordinary his talent, he could not possibly reach the fourth tier. The chasm between the first and fourth tiers is vast, comparable to a decade of arduous cultivation for an average genius. To ascend from the first to the fourth tier, even the most gifted prodigy would require at least 3 to 5 years of dedicated effort. Among the current disciples of the sect, Zhou Yin and Lin Ding have each spent over a decade to achieve their present fourth-tier status. Hence, upon witnessing Lu Chun emanate the aura of the fourth tier, Li Jun exhibited such a loss of composure, his heart nearly twisted in despair. The flames of jealousy consumed his spirit entirely. Li Jun had always believed himself to be the foremost among this generation of newly initiated disciples. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lu Chun would ascend directly to the fourth tier. What does this imply? The disparity is insurmountable. He has barely reached the first tier, while the other has already attained the fourth, expending the same amount of time. Yet the outcome was nothing short of a chasm apart. How could Lu Chun possibly possess such innate talent and understanding? He must have resorted to some dark sorcery, or perhaps he has undoubtedly cultivated some malevolent arts. Li Jun clenched his fists, consumed by jealousy, having lost all sense of reason. He had always prided himself on his own gifts, yet today, in his most esteemed domain, he encountered a devastating spiritual blow from Lu Chun that eclipsed his own by countless magnitudes. Indeed, if it were not for the practice of nefarious techniques, his rapid advancement in power would be inconceivable. Lu Chun had undoubtedly succumbed to darkness. Li Jun seemed to have found solace in this self-justifying excuse. He fixated on Lu Chun ahead, his features twisted in a grimace, his eyes ablaze with envy. Meanwhile, standing opposite Lu Chun, Zhou Yin felt his astonishment gradually subside. The fourth tier. Truly remarkable. Junior brother Lu Chun, your innate talent can only be described as the most formidable genius I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Unparalleled in its terror. Within a mere month of entering the sect, you have ascended to the fourth tier. Such an occurrence has not been witnessed in our sect for millennia. Today, you have broadened my horizons. No wonder. You were personally chosen by our venerable master as the successor of the Yushu immortal sect. Nay, more accurately, you are an extraordinary prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Zhou Yin inhaled deeply, forcing down the astonishment swelling within him. A prodigy. Before me stands Lu Chun, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Such innate talent is virtually unheard of. Having entered the sect for merely a month, he has achieved what would take others over a decade of diligent cultivation. What does this signify? Zhou Yin felt as though the events unfolding before him were a surreal dream. Lu Chun's ascension to the fourth tier in just a month was astonishing. Yet, here he was, hailed as the foremost genius among contemporary disciples, having spent over a decade still ensnared at the fourth tier. The disparity was staggering. Junior brother Lu Chun, your talent is simply unprecedented. Alas, today you remain at the fourth tier. Should you wish to overcome me, the challenge will be exceedingly formidable. I have long since transcended the fourth tier, with profound accumulation in this realm. Therefore, if you aspire to defeat me today while merely at the fourth tier, the likelihood is exceedingly slim. Within this tier, few can best me. Clearly, as a newly ascended fourth-tier cultivator, you lack the requisite strength for such an endeavor. In terms of talent, Zhou Yin could not help but concede that Lu Chun's potential was indeed of an extraordinarily rare breed. Do not speak of the Jiutian immortal sect. Even when gazing across the myriad sects of the world, one would be hard-pressed to find another instance of such astonishing talent capable of breaking into the fourth tier within a month. However, exceptional talent does not necessarily equate to strength at this moment. At least, Zhou Yin possesses profound confidence in his own abilities. He has lingered at the fourth tier for many years, having solidified his prowess in this realm long ago. Although he does not consider himself invincible among those of the same tier, he is certainly unafraid of the majority of adversaries at this level. As a prodigious talent, Zhou Yin feels a deep sense of assurance when it comes to combat against peers of the same realm. In his eyes, Lu Chun is merely a recent arrival to the fourth tier, a prodigy who, he believes, will find it exceedingly difficult to fully stabilize his strength in such a short period. Naturally, in this context, Zhou Yin feels the likelihood of being unsettled by someone who has dwelled in the fourth tier for many years is rather slim. A genius hailed as the foremost disciple of the current generation within the sect is bound to possess a certain pride, and Zhou Yin is no exception. In the same realm, while I cannot claim absolute invincibility, I am confident that 99 of individuals at this level stand no chance against me. Junior brother Lu Chun, I fear this battle may lead to your disappointment. Do you aspire to defeat me? You will require significant honing of your skills before that becomes a possibility. To be candid, you are still far from qualified. Zhou Yin revealed a confident smile. This battle, he mused, is nearly assured in his favor. To vanquish such a remarkable prodigy, I am indeed honored, junior brother Lu Chun. His smile grew even more radiant. Yet, his expression shifted to one of seriousness and solemnity. Aware of Lu Chen's fourth-tier status, Zhou Yin dared not allow any complacency or carelessness to infiltrate his demeanor. Though he held a substantial advantage, a moment's lapse could lead to a devastating defeat. Initially, he had underestimated Lu Chun, believing him to be at most a tier lower. However, upon learning that Lu Chun had indeed reached the fourth tier, he could no longer maintain his previous nonchalance. Senior brother, you must exercise caution. Do not stumble in the gutters. Observing Zhou Yan's confident expression, Lu Chun merely smiled, choosing to refrain from excessive words. Junior brother, make your move. Zhou Yan's smile faded, returning to a visage of stoic focus. He had summoned all his mental faculties, fully prepared to engage in this duel. Then I shall humbly comply. Lu Chun gradually raised his right hand. In an instant, the formidable spiritual energy within his dantian surged, cleansing his internal organs while transforming into a warm current of energy that flowed into his right arm. The overwhelming spiritual power of the fourth tier converged entirely within his hand. In the next moment, a concentrated surge of spiritual energy coalesced at Lu Chen's right index finger. A resonant hum filled the air as the finger began to emit a radiant golden aura, its faint luminescence diffusing in all directions. The terrifying presence of the fourth tier was fully unleashed as Lu Chen's spiritual power surged forth. An overwhelming sense of oppression instantly enveloped Zhou Yin, causing his expression to grow increasingly grave. The evil extermination stab. Lu Chun channeled his spiritual energy, transforming it into a unique force that gathered at the tip of his index finger, continuously refining and intensifying the amassed energy, rendering it increasingly formidable. The evil extermination stab, a remarkably convenient method of ranged assault, could also be employed in close combat. This arcane technique was profoundly intricate, adaptable to varied combat scenarios, rendering it virtually impossible for opponents to defend against. With a thunderous roar, a ferocious power erupted from Lu Chen's dantian, an aura of escalating might radiating from him, while the spiritual fluctuations at his right index finger grew ever more tumultuous. Zhou Yan's expression shifted slightly, sensing the dreadful aura emanating from Lu Chun. His previously unwavering confidence faltered. In response, Zhou Yin swiftly mobilized his spiritual power, enveloping himself in a shimmering blue halo, transforming his form into an ethereal ice sculpture. In an instant, Lu Chun launched his assault. His approach was strikingly simple, devoid of any embellishments, using solely the index finger of his right hand. He directed the turbulent spiritual energy towards Zhou Yin. Subsequently, the violent energy coalescing at his fingertip morphed into a brilliant beam of golden light, racing towards Zhou Yin with a terrifying velocity, as if it were tearing through the very fabric of the air. What appeared to be a deceptively simple technique concealed the pinnacle of Lu Chen's fourth-tier power, with the spiritual energy concentrated within that one finger. Upon release, this ferocious energy seemed to have found its outlet, surging forth in an instant. Whoosh! The golden aura flickered and vanished. The evil extermination stab shot forth, rending the air with a deafening sound. Go! Lu Chen's index finger pointed resolutely at Zhou Yin, golden light piercing the void in a heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, this beam of golden brilliance had already reached within half a meter of Zhou Yin. A resonant hum filled the air as the space appeared to be ravaged by an overwhelming force, contorting and trembling, creating an illusion of spatial distortion. Yet, it also revealed the sheer ferocity and magnitude of power embodied in Lu Chen's finger. At this moment, Zhou Yin felt as though his entire field of vision was consumed by the golden radiance, his body ensnared in its luminous grasp. All he could perceive was that relentlessly approaching finger, his pupils dilating in dread. It was too swift. This strike was executed with astonishing speed. Jiutian, in a state of terror, realized that he could not evade it. The force of that finger was already aimed squarely at his chest, a mere inch away. There was no escaping it. Jiutian's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting a mix of anxiety and horror. In close proximity, he could profoundly sense the sheer magnitude of the terrifying power encapsulated within that single gesture. Merely a hint of its aura was sufficient to instill a paralyzing fear within him, causing goosebumps to erupt uncontrollably across his skin. How could such a force be so formidable? How could junior brother Liuchen possess such strength? An avalanche of thoughts flooded Jiutian's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. Wasn't it said that he had merely just broken through to the 4th tier? Was this truly what one would call a mere breakthrough? To unleash such a horrific display of power right after crossing that threshold? What manner of monster was this? Jiutian felt himself on the brink of madness. This dreadful force made even him, a seasoned veteran who had long since entered the 4th tier, acutely aware of an unparalleled destructive capability. Was Liuchen truly a 4th tier cultivator? Could it be a ruse? In the blink of an eye, this torrent of thoughts culminated as the immense power contained within that single gesture struck Jiutian squarely in the chest. Boom! The sound reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The violent energy erupted instantly, transforming into an inexhaustible shockwave that rapidly invaded Jiutian's body, as if it sought to pierce through his very ribcage. His internal organs quivered under the assault, and even his soul felt as though it might be forcibly dislodged from its corporeal vessel. With a cough, Jiutian spat blood, his vital essence surging chaotically, spilling forth from his throat. His breath plummeted to a perilous low. On the brink of collapse, Jiutian's complexion turned a ghastly pale, devoid of color, as his body succumbed to the ravaging energy and was swept away by that dreadful shockwave. Consequently, he was unable to maintain control, his feet leaving the ground as he was hurled backward into the air. While airborne, he continued to spew blood, feeling as if his very insides were being rearranged by that single strike. The power was simply too terrifying. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, Jiutian was flung several hundred meters away, tumbling violently across the ground for several rotations, his body skidding several meters from the impact. It was only after enduring the shockwave's onslaught that he finally came to a halt. Thus, the current foremost disciple of the Wushu immortal sect, Jiutian, had utterly lost his combat capability. In terms of the actual duration of this confrontation, it had scarcely lasted more than a few breaths, thereby marking its abrupt conclusion. The entirety of the battle unfolded with such simplicity that it scarcely warranted elaborate description. With a mere gesture from afar, Liuchen had decisively vanquished Jiutian, the foremost disciple of the Wushu immortal sect. Chapter 52. The Fall of Liuchen. He is an exception. Silence. An absolute hush enveloped the scene. The once boisterous clamor abruptly ceased, leaving behind an eerie stillness. The thousands of disciples present stood frozen, their gazes transfixed on Jiutian, who had been sent sprawling by a mere finger. Their expressions were a mixture of shock, disbelief, and stupefaction, as if they had been struck dumb. Emotions surged violently, creating a palpable tension in the air that was suddenly suffused with an overwhelming stillness. No sound remained. What transpired here? The disciples gaped, their throats parched and voices lost, witnessing Jiutian's swift defeat and his pitiful figure being hurled hundreds of meters away. In an instant, their minds drew blank. They had lost, hadn't they? Brother Jiutian had actually been bested? Surely this must be a ruse. Could it be that I am hallucinating? How could it have happened so swiftly? Most of the thousands of disciples instinctively rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perceptions. Yet, upon reopening their eyes, the sight before them remained unchanged. Jiutian lay on the ground, gasping for breath, a mere shadow of his former self, visible from hundreds of meters away atop the platform. The stark image of his disheveled form was indelibly etched in the minds of the thousands of disciples, their pupils dilated and faces etched with horror. The atmosphere grew palpably strange. This unfolding scene caught everyone off guard, leaving them utterly unprepared. Not only the disciples, but even the elders and higher-ups within the sect were overtaken by profound astonishment, their composure shattered, unable to maintain their usual poise. What had just transpired? Who could elucidate the events that had unfolded moments ago? Suddenly, the scene flickered, and they witnessed a figure soaring from the platform. The one who had been flung away was none other than the most formidable disciple of the sect, Jiutian. How could this be? Jiutian, who had lingered in the fourth stage for years, amassing unparalleled strength. How could he be so effortlessly vanquished by a mere finger? Indeed, it was a swift annihilation. Jiutian had not even the slightest chance to retaliate, struck down in an instant. This stark reality was what left the gathered elders in the deepest state of shock. The sect leader, the seven peak masters, and the newly ascended celestial realm powerhouse, Yunshan, stood in stunned silence. Despite their usual calm demeanor, the spectacle they were witnessing upended their worldview, rendering them incredulous. After a brief moment of silence, chaos erupted. The thousands of disciples expressed their astonishment openly, engaging fervently in discussions, their voices rising like a tidal wave, deafening in their intensity. In an instant, the silence was shattered. The entire Yushu sect was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil. What an extraordinary upheaval! Brother Zhou Yin had been vanquished in an instant. My heavens, this is truly terrifying. Brother Zhou Yin, a formidable figure of the fourth tier, the foremost disciple within our sect, has, astonishingly, been vanquished by a mere finger of the newly initiated Lu Daozi. No, not merely a finger, but a single pointed gesture. With a casual flick, he eliminated Brother Zhou Yin without so much as a chance for retaliation. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. The audience was engulfed in a tumult of shock, their gazes fixated on the fallen Zhou Yin, who lay in utter disarray upon the ground, unable to move an inch. How tragic! A dignified fourth-tier powerhouse, the leading disciple of our sect, has been so effortlessly dispatched by a single gesture from another. What an extraordinary phenomenon this is. Moreover, the one who achieved this remarkable feat is none other than Lu Daozi, who has only been in the sect for less than 2 months. This, indeed, is the source of profound astonishment for all present. Thus, all eyes shifted from Zhou Yin to the high platform, where they stared in awe at the youthful figure standing above. Despite his tender age, he appeared remarkably imposing in the eyes of the onlookers. Just moments ago, this young figure had effortlessly dispatched the foremost disciple of the sect with a mere gesture. Such an unimaginable occurrence is beyond belief. With a slight tremor of his long brows and lips, one could not help but utter in disbelief, Zhou Yin has actually lost. And in such a dismal fashion. Beside him, Yunshan added, his voice filled with astonishment. Zhou Yin, a fourth-tier expert, had long stood at the pinnacle of this realm. While he may not have been invincible among equals, he was certainly capable of besting the vast majority of his contemporaries. Yet, why then did he suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Daozi, who was of the same tier? Lu Daozi had merely pointed, and Zhou Yin could not withstand even that single gesture, being instantly obliterated in a display of overwhelming dominance. Master, what on earth is happening? The elders, their faces etched with shock and confusion, turned to the long-browed figure, seeking answers to their most profound questions. They were at a loss to comprehend how Lu Chun, having just reached the fourth tier, could so effortlessly defeat Zhou Yin. This defies all logic. Given Zhou Yan's prowess, he should not have been reduced to such a pitiable state. All the elders pondered this in silence, grappling with the surreal nature of the event they had just witnessed. Changmei could not help but take a deep breath. His tone tinged with uncertainty as he spoke. The issue does not lie with Zhou Yin. Rather, it is that Lu Chun is an extraordinarily formidable individual. It is not Zhou Yan's state that is problematic. Instead, the enemy Zhou Yin faces is simply too terrifying, which is why he was so swiftly defeated. One can only conclude that Lu Chun possesses an overwhelming level of strength. Although he is ranked at the fourth tier, it seems he has already attained the combat prowess of an invincible warrior at the same level. Indeed, the might displayed by this young Lu Chun suggests he is quite capable of fighting beyond his tier. Changmei calmly analyzed the situation. What? Fighting beyond one's tier? Fourth tier against the fifth? Is this young Lu Chun truly that remarkable? Yet, he has only recently broken through to the fourth tier. How could he stabilize this realm so rapidly and achieve such unfathomable strength? Zhou Yin had lingered in the fourth tier for an entire year without being able to fight beyond his level. This Lu Chun, however, has only entered the fourth tier for a few days. Various perplexing discussions arose. Changmei, too, was bewildered, feeling a profound sense of frustration and helplessness. These questions were ones he could not answer. Who could have anticipated that Lu Chun would be so fearsome? Even the formidable Zhou Yin could not withstand a single strike from him. The logic simply does not add up. They are both at the 4th tier. Yet why is there such a vast disparity? Zhou Yin is also a distinguished figure at the 4th tier, and logically, he should not have been so easily defeated. Yet, the facts are undeniable, leaving Chang Mei and the others racking their brains for an explanation. Ultimately, Chang Mei could only conclude, Lu Chun defies conventional logic. The elders were left speechless. Indeed, Lu Chun's talent and aptitude for cultivation are astonishing. However, they had not anticipated that even in practical combat, he would be impeccable. The strongest disciple within the sect, Zhou Yin, suffered a crushing defeat, which only underscores the terrifying prowess of Lu Chun. In the same realm, Zhou Yin was even overwhelmed and defeated in a manner akin to being crushed. Thus, it becomes evident that Lu Chun truly possesses the terrifying potential to fight beyond his tier. The elders were increasingly astonished. Our evaluations of Lu Chun have been far too low. Not only has he achieved the 4th tier in a mere month, but he also defeated Zhou Yin in an instant. If we had not witnessed it with our own eyes, surely none of us would have believed it. Yin Shan took a moment to calm his emotions, his tone filled with deep reflection. He mused within himself. Is this what it means to be a natural-born wielder of the Tao heart? It truly transcends the bounds of reason. This cannot merely be described as talent. Only the term prodigy seems somewhat fitting. Lu Chun, the Tao child, a transcendent being shrouded in mystery. Is it truly the case that a natural Tao heart is so fearsome? As the thoughts of the several peak masters began to surface, they found themselves involuntarily gazing at Chang Mei. Upon sensing the scrutiny from the peak masters, Chang Mei seemed to perceive their innermost thoughts and could only shake his head with a wry smile. The crux of the matter lies in the records within the scripture vault, which detail instances of other natural Tao children. Yet, none of them exhibit the same terrifying presence as Lu Chun. Thus, I assert that Lu Chun is indeed an exception. Chapter 53. The sect leader. Should we allow Lu Chun Daozi to withdraw from the competition? The event where Zhou Yin was effortlessly eliminated with a mere gesture sent unprecedented shockwaves through the Yushu immortal sect. The thousands of disciples within the sect were collectively engulfed in profound astonishment. Among them, fellow disciples at the 4th stage, such as Lin Ding and Su Mu, remained in a state of extreme shock and bewilderment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed ahead. They stared vacantly at Zhou Yin, who lay on the ground, gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Their gaze shifted upward to the youthful figure standing on the high platform. With an involuntary gulp, they instinctively swallowed. The expressions on their faces transformed from initial indifference to sheer horror, shock, and incredulity. Su Mu, still nursing his injuries, felt his lips tremble slightly, his words stumbling forth. As a fellow disciple at the 4th stage, he fully understood the formidable strength of Zhou Yin, revered as the foremost disciple within the sect. Though they shared the same realm, Su Mu could not fathom defeating Zhou Yin, who was at his peak, merely by relying on their shared 4th stage status. The odds of victory felt less than 1 in 10. Su Mu was certain that Zhou Yan's prowess was exceptional among those of the same level, positioning him at the pinnacle of the 4th stage. Yet, the shocking turn of events unfolded without warning. One was a long-established 4th stage powerhouse, celebrated as the foremost disciple, while the other was a newly ascended Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect, having entered the 4th stage only 2 months prior and still acclimating to his newfound abilities. Despite both being in the same realm, the outcome defied Su Mu's expectations entirely. Not only had brother Zhou Yin lost, but he had been brutally annihilated with a mere gesture. How could the disparity in strength within the same realm be so vast? Wasn't brother Zhou Yin a paragon of excellence among the 4th stage? Why, then, did this occur today? It was utterly incomprehensible. Su Mu's worldview felt as though it was crumbling. If a novice at the 4th stage could vanquish a seasoned veteran who had spent years mastering his craft, what significance remained in arduous training? Standing beside Su Mu, Lin Ding was similarly perturbed, his eyes glazing over in a daze. They had both believed that even if a gap existed between the 4th stages, it was one they could bridge. However, witnessing Zhou Yan's effortless defeat, they suddenly grasped the stark reality. The disparity within the same realm could indeed be so pronounced. Even if one were to inform me that junior brother Lu Chun had already attained the 5th stage, I would not be surprised. Su Mu croaked, his throat parched. Indeed, though they exist within the same realm, Lu Chun, the Taoist, was able to defeat senior brother Jiutian with a mere finger from a distance. Such prowess, even if claimed to be at the 5th tier, would be somewhat justifiable. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that junior brother Liuli has not attained the 5th tier. He, like us, remains at the 4th tier. This is what renders the situation most terrifying. If it were us in his place, what would the outcome be? Sumu instinctively inquired. I fear it would be no different from Jiutian's fate, entirely alike. We do not even possess half of senior brother Jiutian's strength, let alone contend with a terrifying prodigy like junior brother Liuli. Should we be in his position, we would likely not escape the grim fate of being vanquished in a single blow. The two 4th-tier disciples found themselves questioning their very existence. They had believed that this triannual grand event, the Wushu sect competition, would be a splendid opportunity to showcase their abilities and vie for the top honor. They could never have anticipated the sudden emergence of such a formidable prodigy. Liuli appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. In an instant, he extinguished their aspirations of claiming the first place. Even Jiutian was effortlessly defeated. How could they expect to fare any differently? Thus, the first place in this grand competition rightfully belongs to junior brother Liuli. This signifies that from this day forth, Liuli will be the foremost disciple within our sect. Apart from the elders and the high-ranking disciples who have been in the sect for centuries, he stands as the supreme force among the tens of thousands of disciples. Lin Ding and Su Mu felt a dryness in their throats, their emotions profoundly shaken. As they gazed upon the youthful figure atop the high platform, their astonishment only intensified. How remarkable it was for someone so young to seize the first place in the Wushu sect competition through sheer strength. This is an extraordinary feat. I cannot accept this. No, this must all be a fabrication. Liuli, how could he possibly be this powerful? How could he truly have reached the 4th tier? Li Zhen's thoughts spiraled into unprecedented chaos. The revelation of Liuli attaining the 4th tier and effortlessly defeating the top disciple of the Wushu sect, Jiutian, shattered the fragile construct of Li Zhen's worldview. His gaze shifted, fixated on the young yet imposing figure at the center of the high platform. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, his eyes unwavering, veins of crimson coursed through his eyes, an overwhelming fury nearly consuming his very soul, leading his thoughts to become exceedingly extreme. He yearned to assert that it must be due to Liuli practicing some form of dark arts that had granted him such a terrifying elevation in strength. Yet moments ago, the ethereal energy and pure Tao light contained within Liuli's distant finger only served to reveal the undeniable truth that he had never practiced any dark arts. I must be dreaming. The status and identity of a Taoist belong to me. Liuli, how dare he possess such strength? How could his talent possibly surpass mine? Li Zhen clenched his fists, his heart brimming with resentment. From the very beginning, this fellow Liuli had never regarded me with any seriousness. I am but a pitiful, laughable jester. Li Zhen's lips trembled, his eyes glazed over, his expression reflecting utter desolation. The blow he received today was overwhelmingly severe. His self-confidence lay utterly shattered, reduced to mere fragments. The talent he had always prided himself on suddenly seemed trivial and utterly vulnerable, causing Li Zhen to experience the bitter taste of plummeting from the pedestal of glory to the depths of despair. The myriad gasps of astonishment echoing in his ears only deepened his awareness of his own insignificance. It turned out that the chasm between Liuli and myself was indeed so vast. While I was still vying for the title of the foremost disciple of this generation, Liuli had already set his sights on claiming the top spot in the grand competition of the Wushu immortal sect. Moreover, he succeeded. He became the strongest among the young disciples in the sect. The previous top disciple met a woeful fate, swiftly defeated by his hand. Li Zhen stared blankly at the figure standing at the center of the elevated platform. The scale of distinction was utterly transformed. Simultaneously, the batch of disciples who had entered the sect alongside Li Zhen exhibited expressions of shock and astonishment. Liuli, the Taoist, was indeed terrifying. We had foolishly compared our senior brother Li Zhen to such a prodigy. It was utterly ridiculous. The two were simply incomparable. The disparity was truly immense. In less than 2 months since joining the sect, not only had he reached the 4th tier of cultivation, but even the first disciple, Jiutian, had been effortlessly defeated by Liuli with a mere gesture from afar. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that Liuli was the most formidable prodigy the world had ever known. The cacophony of harsh voices pierced through Li Zhen's soul, rendering his complexion ashen and his body nearly on the verge of collapse. Just as he had shown brilliantly upon ascending the platform, he now found himself in a state of utter humiliation and disarray. Cough, cough. Jiutian coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips as he lay immobile on the ground. He was both astounded and frustrated. In the fleeting moment of facing that terrifying gesture, he felt as though he were confronting a fifth-tier powerhouse. And then he was annihilated. The explosive power unleashed in that instant must have reached the fifth tier, right? Was this truly the extent of power that a fourth-tier cultivator could wield? Could it be that Qiankun, the prodigious disciple, was indeed the kind of extraordinary genius capable of battling beyond his level? Contemplating this, Jiutian's throat went dry, and he suddenly found himself believing it. If even a prodigy like our own Taoist disciple could not transcend levels in battle, then surely no one under heaven could accomplish such a feat. This humiliating defeat, which was delivered in an instant, undoubtedly stands as the most devastating loss that Jiutian has ever encountered in his life. He was vanquished in a single stroke by a junior disciple who had only just begun his training a little over a month ago, all while they were at the same level of cultivation. This marked Jiutian's first experience of being so overwhelmingly crushed by an opponent within his own realm. In the past, when faced with adversaries of comparable strength, Jiutian had always triumphed with an overwhelming advantage, which had gradually instilled in him a sense of invincibility among his peers. However, all of that crumbled today when he was annihilated by Qiankun's pointed finger from a distance. This junior disciple seems to be exceptionally formidable, almost inhuman, truly a prodigy. Jiutian's mind remained profoundly shaken. Within the mere span of 2 months, this newcomer had not only achieved the fourth tier, but had also succeeded in defeating a distinguished practitioner like himself. What else could this be if not the mark of a prodigy? Yet, after grappling with this astonishing reality, Jiutian felt a deeper frustration. Why had no one come to his aid? I am lying on the ground in anguish. That strike from the junior disciple nearly cost me my life. Headmaster, elders, do take note of your fallen disciple. I am unable to move. Why has no one come to assist me? If this continues, my injuries may worsen, and I might truly perish. Jiutian thought, tears unshed. That distant finger had left him gravely wounded, rendering him unable to rise. Each time he felt the piercing pain in his chest, it was as if it were shattering, forcing him to gasp for breath, sweat beading on his forehead, and his back drenched as if caught in a deluge. Fortunately, it seemed that someone had finally heard his silent suffering. As a disciple approached Jiutian and assisted him toward treatment, Jiutian departed, laden with a sense of frustration and helplessness, having lost his position as the foremost disciple within the sect. Now, that esteemed title had shifted from Jiutian to Qiankun. The power of Qiankun, demonstrated through that singular, devastating gesture, could not be overlooked. No disciple dared to challenge Qiankun, knowing that even the once mighty Jiutian had fallen prey to his distant strike. With Jiutian having been defeated, who among them would be foolish enough to consider confronting Qiankun? Would they not simply be offering their lives? None of the disciples were so foolish. Even Qiankun, who had previously exuded an air of arrogance, now descended from the high platform, a lost soul blending into the crowd, his retreating figure marked by an unmistakable sense of defeat. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to Qiankun, for Qiankun alone commanded the attention of thousands of disciples present, while Qiankun was merely another talented practitioner, nothing more. However, when juxtaposed with the extraordinary genius Qiankun appears woefully inadequate. In the absence of comparison, Qiankun undoubtedly qualifies as an exceptional talent. Yet, once a comparison is made, particularly with an anomaly like Qiankun's plight becomes lamentable, and he is instantly relegated to the rank of the utterly mediocre. Defeated, Qiankun departed with his tail between his legs. Nonetheless, many disciples continue to discuss the two. Indeed, Qiankun's situation is quite tragic. Initially, he believed that after merely 1 month of practice, he would successfully break into the first tier, showcasing his brilliance in the grand competition. Little did he anticipate that his senior, Qiankun, would emerge as a terrifying force at the fourth tier, rendering his own achievements insignificant. Unfortunately, while Qiankun's innate talent is undeniably formidable, it is overshadowed by Qiankун's unparalleled prowess, a phenomenon so rare throughout history. In the presence of such an extraordinary figure, even a gifted practitioner like Qiankun is swiftly eclipsed, his radiance forcibly snatched away. It seems that Li Zhen may forever dwell in the shadow of Lu Chun's brilliance. At this moment, the atmosphere among the long-brow sect leader and his peers grew somewhat peculiar. After a prolonged silence, the head of Tianshu Peak could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Master, how shall we proceed with this grand competition? It hasn't even commenced, and the former top disciple, Jiutian, has already been vanquished, left severely injured. How, then, shall this contest of the Yusu immortal sect unfold?" The crux of the matter lies in the emergence of the monstrous Lu Chun. In previous years, even with Zhou Yin's formidable strength, there were those who could briefly contend with him, ensuring a modicum of suspense. Yet now, Zhou Yin has been effortlessly defeated. With a mere gesture, he has suffered a catastrophic loss. Under such circumstances, who could possibly challenge the one who so easily dispatched Zhou Yin? It is likely that among the thousands of disciples present, none harbor even a fleeting thought of overcoming Lu Chun. Is there any further necessity for this competition to continue? Hasn't the victor of the grand competition already emerged? Who, apart from Lu Chun, could claim the title of champion? Even the formidable Zhou Yin fell victim to a mere gesture. Who possesses the strength to rival Lu Chun? None. Not a single one. Longbrow found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The turn of events had evidently exceeded his expectations. He could scarcely fathom that Lu Chun would prove to be this formidable. In silence, he made a remarkable entrance, defeating the top disciple Zhou Yin in an instant. "Master, perhaps we should consider allowing the Daozi to withdraw?" suggested one elder. Indeed, the prowess of Daozi is overwhelmingly formidable for this group of disciples, akin to an imposing mountain, unshakable and steadfast. The purpose of the grand competition is to incite rivalry among the disciples within the sect. However, Daozi's strength is so extraordinary that it may extinguish any spark of competition among them. Consequently, the competition loses its intended significance. With Daozi present, there is essentially no need for the contest to proceed, as all disciples are acutely aware that the first position is unequivocally reserved for Daozi. The remaining elders express their astonishment and helplessness, exclaiming, "Daozi is simply too powerful." Thus, the grand competition need not continue, for the first place has already found its rightful owner. One must ponder, who could dare to challenge the current Daozi, Lu Chun? Chapter 54 Li Zhen. Do you aspire to become a formidable entity that dominates the realm of cultivation? That would be unwise. The long-browed sect leader pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There is no reason for the disciples to voluntarily withdraw. Such an action might yield contrary results. Yet, if Daozi does not retreat, who among them can challenge him? Speaking of which, is Lu Chun Daozi truly at the 4th tier? Why do I always sense that he has perhaps reached the 5th tier? I share this sentiment. After all, Zhou Yin is also considered a paragon among the 4th tier, yet Lu Chun Daozi can effortlessly vanquish him. This disproportionate chasm of dominance suggests that such prowess is beyond the capabilities of the 4th tier. It must be acknowledged. Lu Chun Daozi embodies the terrifying monster of legend, capable of battling beyond his tier. This explanation seems the only plausible one. Even the several peak masters are deeply troubled by the unfolding of this grand competition. What can be done? They are genuinely unprepared for the current situation. Who could have anticipated that Daozi would be so formidable? With his singular strength, he can suppress tens of thousands of disciples within the sect. This is exceedingly overwhelming. Although they were somewhat prepared for Lu Chun's talent, the elders must admit that their understanding of his abilities had not yet reached this alarming level. Breaking into the 4th tier within a month, who would dare to imagine such a feat? The terror does not end there. Merely days after entering the 4th tier, he annihilated the first disciple, Zhou Yin, in an instant. This is the primary reason that left the elders utterly astounded. Should we allow the disciples to vie for 2nd and 3rd places? One elder proposed. As for why not aim for 1st? That throne has already been claimed. With Zhou Yin easily dispatched, who else could contend for the title of 1st place before Lu Chun? Absurd. This logic is sound. The long-browed leader nodded in agreement. It must be so. Nearby, several peak masters also nodded in succession. It must be this way. There is no alternative. After all, Lu Chun, this young lad, possesses an astonishing level of power. Even someone as strong as Zhou Yin did not have the qualification to withstand a single strike from him. Upon reflecting on this, an elder felt a twinge of shame. I had previously thought that Lu Chun Daozi's character was excessively arrogant, emboldening him to challenge Zhou Yin openly before all. Little did I know I had misjudged him. How hasty I was. Ultimately, it was Zhou Yin who was swiftly defeated in a single blow. Yet who could have foreseen that this prodigy, Lu Qin Daozi, would reach such a realm in just a month, armed with such astounding strength? Thus, with the elders' unanimous approval, the once triennial grand event of the Yushu Immortal Sect competition officially underwent a transformation. The goal would no longer be to contend for first place, but rather to strive for second and third positions. Tens of thousands of disciples expressed no dissent whatsoever. After all, they were acutely aware that aspiring for the first position was a futile endeavor. The throne of supremacy was unassailable, a fact all disciples comprehended with clarity. Even the formidable Zhou Yin met a tragic fate, obliterated in an instant by a mere gesture. What audacity did they possess to challenge Lu Qin, the one who effortlessly dispatched Zhou Yin? The coveted title of champion was beyond their reach. This sentiment was shared even by disciples of the fourth rank, such as Su Mu and Lin Ding, who dared not vie for the top spot. Competing against a monster capable of annihilating Zhou Yin? Was this a jest or an invitation to demise? They were not foolish enough to provoke such a terrifying prodigy. Had they not witnessed Zhou Yin being carried away, utterly defeated? The memory of his disheveled and pitiful appearance sent shivers down their spines, a chilling sensation that enveloped them, instilling dread. They certainly did not wish to share Zhou Yan's fate, being obliterated in an instant and left grievously injured, unable to participate further in the competition. Challenging Lu Qin now? That would be tantamount to courting death. Though the number of fourth-ranked disciples in the Yushu Immortal Sect was limited, several shared the unanimous perspective of Su Mu and Lin Ding. They opted not to contend for first place, but rather aimed for second and third. Time swiftly passed, and the triennial grand event of the Yushu Immortal Sect competition reached its conclusion. Unsurprisingly, first place fell into Lu Qin's possession. Since he had effortlessly dispatched the fourth-rank elite Zhou Yin in a single move, Lu Qin's prowess garnered universal acknowledgement. Even the formidable Zhou Yin succumbed to his might. It was evident that no one dared to compete with Lu Qin for the title of champion. Thus, Lu Qin, having only to strike once to eliminate Zhou Yin, refrained from further participation in any duels and easily claimed the championship. This victory was beyond reproach. No disciple dared to question or dissent. It was a well-deserved triumph. The outcome elicited no surprise from the tens of thousands of disciples. The second place was secured by Lin Ding. Due to Zhou Yan's incapacitating defeat, he lost the chance to continue competing and ultimately ranked among the lowest, failing to enter the top 100. As for third place, it was not the injured Su Mu, but rather another fourth-ranked disciple, Cheng Ming. With the conclusion of the competition, Lu Qin's reputation was firmly established among all disciples of the Yushu Immortal Sect. This time, not only did the elders within the sect recognize Lu Qin's name with resounding clarity, but the many disciples also came to understand the significance of this name deeply. With a mere flick of his finger, Lu Qin's astonishing act of defeating Zhou Yin instantaneously became the subject of fervent discussion among all the disciples within the sect. This event lingered in the minds of everyone, never to be forgotten. Lu Qin, who had only been a disciple for less than 2 months, wielded such terrifying power in this brief span of time, naturally inciting countless disciples to engage in various discussions, filled with awe and admiration. Thus, Lu Qin's status as the foremost disciple of the sect was firmly established, universally acknowledged as the leading disciple of the Yushu Immortal Sect. Yet, what made senior brother Lu Qin so formidable? As contemporaries who entered the sect alongside him, the other disciples felt a mix of admiration and a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. They all began their journeys together. Why was it that he alone could exhibit such extraordinary prowess? It was truly disheartening. Nevertheless, they could not deny the undeniable truth. Lu Qin was indeed the preeminent disciple of this generation. The chasm between him and the others felt insurmountable. Zhou Yin, originally a target for them to aspire towards, was effortlessly vanquished by senior brother Lu Qin. It seemed their ambitions had to shift. From now on, they would aim to surpass senior brother Lu Qin instead. Zhou Yan's position as the top disciple was utterly shattered. As competitors of Zhou Yan, disciples like Lin Ding and Su Mu, who were also at the fourth stage, found their emotions complex and difficult to articulate after the conclusion of the competition. Although they had achieved respectable ranks, they could not feel any joy, for looming over them was an imposing mountain, relentlessly suppressing them and rendering any notion of resistance impossible. Moreover, this mountain was merely 6 years old, yet it possessed boundless potential for growth. The weight of Liuchen's prowess was overwhelming. Had their goal been Jiutian, they might not have felt so utterly devoid of confidence. Jiutian, being a few years their senior, gave them hope. They believed that with a few years of effort, they could undoubtedly surpass him. However, the situation had dramatically changed. Jiutian had been defeated by Liuchen, and Liuchen, having just entered the sect for a mere 2 months, was significantly younger than all of them. Consequently, they could no longer find any justification to pursue Liuchen as an attainable goal. For them, this aspiration seemed insurmountably vast, an almost unreachable pinnacle. In terms of talent, at Liuchen's age, they were likely still striving to break through to the first stage. How could they possibly compare to Liuchen's current 4th stage prowess? In terms of strength, they had witnessed even a distinguished 4th stage disciple like Zhou Yin being effortlessly dispatched. In summary, regardless of what they sought to compare, they were ultimately left in despair, confronted with an undeniable reality. Thus, in every conceivable aspect, even when compared individually, they are vastly inferior to Liuchen. Whether it be talent or strength, they can only gaze upon the silhouette of Liuchen from afar. This realization extinguished the embers of their fighting spirit. Yet, they soon found solace in the understanding that comparing themselves to a behemoth is futile. Liuchen Daozi, a prodigy so extraordinary that even the elders regard him as a once-in-a-millennium marvel. We must possess self-awareness. Such a genius is not one that mere mortals like us can ever hope to compare with. Indeed, with this perspective, the lingering despair within disciples like Lin Ding and Su Mu began to dissipate somewhat. Simultaneously, while various astonished accounts of Liuchen circulated within the sect, an inconspicuous disciple wandered aimlessly through the realms of the Yushu Immortal Gate, his face devoid of color, as if he had lost his soul and was merely a shell of flesh. This individual was Li Zhan. Prior to the grand competition, he had been vaguely regarded as the foremost talent among the newly initiated disciples. Now, he meandered through the Yushu Immortal Gate in a daze, lacking purpose. His eyes, once vibrant, now appeared lifeless, and his pallid complexion indicated a profound emptiness, rendering his movements unsteady. He resembled a being devoid of any will to survive, with the world around him shrouded in darkness. His dimmed gaze seemed to reflect a conflagration of despair, starkly contrasting with the spirited Li Zhan of yore. Before the competition, he had exuded confidence and invincibility, dismissing Zhou Yin as inconsequential, merely acknowledging him with a fleeting glance. He once believed his talent to be unparalleled, deserving of the title of the Yushu Immortal Gate's greatest prodigy. However, today, with the conclusion of the grand competition, Zhou Yan's swift defeat and Liuchen's display of 4th-tier prowess shattered Li Zhan's worldview. Consequently, Li Zhan's faith crumbled. The self-assurance he had once cherished was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere dust, swept away by the winds of reality. All his pride dissipated into nothingness, and the confidence he once held transformed into a ludicrous jest. No one paid heed to the despondent Li Zhan, who found his own mentality utterly collapsed, his spirit fragmented, devoid of both ambition and conviction. Particularly as he traversed every corner of the Yushu Immortal Gate, he could not escape the incessant whispers regarding Liuchen. These rumors pierced his heart like countless iron needles, inducing a profound, twitching pain throughout his being. Liuchen Li Zhan clenched his fists, his face contorted with resentment. His features twisted into a grimace. He felt the chasm of disparity, an insurmountable distance. The immense chasm between him and Liuchen left Li Zhan gasping for breath. The weight of the oppressive atmosphere bore down upon him, nearly causing his heart to cease its rhythmic beating. The disparity was staggering. For the first time in his life, Li Zhan comprehended the vastness of the gap that separated him from another individual. No matter how diligently he toiled, he would never be able to bridge such an insurmountable distance. This was not a deficiency that could be remedied by mere effort. The difference in innate talent was far too great. Even if he devoted his entire life to this pursuit, he would still fall woefully short of Liuchen's achievements. After a month of relentless training, he had barely managed to break into the 1st tier, while Liuchen, in the same span of time, ascended to the 4th tier. How could he possibly strive to surpass Liuchen? A dark seed of doubt began to take root in Li Zhan's heart. Liuchen represented the greatest torment of his existence. The crux of the matter was that he felt utterly powerless against this inner demon. His innate talent had already predetermined his fate. No amount of effort would unveil a glimmer of hope in overtaking Liuli. The gap was destined to widen. The mere thought of this struck Liuli like a dagger to the heart, filling him with profound anguish. What kind of monster was Liuli, after all? Gritting his teeth, Liu's tone was laced with frustration. Suddenly, wisps of white mist began to materialize around him, swiftly swirling and expanding in all directions, enveloping the area within a radius of several hundred meters. The environment shifted dramatically, resembling the fog of a deep mountain, instantly obscuring all visibility and isolating him from the outside world. As he wandered, it became evident that he was utterly alone. What? This? Suddenly jolted from his frantic state, Liuli surveyed his surroundings with a perplexed expression. What was happening? Where was this place? Had he lost his way? When had this mist appeared? Disoriented, Liuli felt akin to a ship lost at sea, unable to discern a path forward, forced to remain stationary. The temperature of the air inexplicably dropped. A chilling aura enveloped him, making his skin crawl and his scalp tingle. Surrounded by this unfamiliar environment, and having lost his sense of direction, Liuli felt utterly unmoored, engulfed in a profound sense of fear and trepidation. "Hello? Is anyone there?" He began to shout, but received no reply. The silence was deafening. Liu's anxiety intensified. What on earth was this place? In that moment, the fear within him magnified exponentially. He took off running, desperately attempting to escape the obscuring mist. Yet, after half an hour of frantic effort, he was horrified to realize he remained trapped within the fog. Was there truly no way out? Liuli felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He suddenly realized that he had seemingly trespassed into a place of immense significance, a realm both sinister and bizarre. The thought struck him that he could inexplicably meet his demise in this ghastly location. No, how could I possibly perish in such a place? Clenching his fists tightly, his heart brimmed with resentment and fury. He was poised to advance once more when, without warning, a sharp, piercing voice drifted from the depths of the mist, cackling. "Young man, do you wish to grow stronger? To surpass even the leader of your own immortal sect? To eclipse every practitioner in this realm? In time, you shall become the absolute sovereign of the entire cultivation world. Your words will be the ultimate decree. None shall dare to defy or contradict you. Do you desire to become such a powerful being?" The shrill, malevolent voice reverberated within Liu's mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. First came astonishment, swiftly followed by terror. What kind of monster are you? Liuli instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling with fear. The sound resonated loudly, echoing in all directions. Yet it was ensnared within the confines of the white mist, unable to escape. "Child, I can distinctly sense your fervent yearning for strength, a desire so intense that you would forsake everything for it. Stop pretending. For the sake of power, someone like you would abandon all. And I can make you stronger, more formidable than anyone else." The sharp voice resounded once more. "See, can you truly make me stronger?" Liu's pupils constricted as he blurted out instinctively. Chapter 55. The Evil Abyss, the Demon Sovereign, and the 9 Profound Heavenly Demon Technique indeed. Transforming you into the foremost cultivator of the contemporary realm would be an endeavor of utmost ease. Are you attempting to deceive me? Deceive you? What a farce. Why would I need to deceive a mere child like you? Very well, I shall place my trust in you. The dormant gambling nature inherent in Liu's character was thoroughly ignited by this enigmatic presence. Driven by an insatiable yearning for strength, Liu chose to embrace the peculiar voice. It was evident as blood vessels began to weave through his eyes, his countenance contorting into a somewhat sinister expression, subtly harboring a hint of ferocity, rendering him particularly menacing. What a splendid prospect! A disciple of the immortal sect, indeed extraordinary. To draw such a promising talent into the path of darkness, I am convinced that if the old masters of the immortal sect were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury. I eagerly anticipate witnessing that scene unfold. Furthermore, it is time for my plans to be set into motion. The sharp voice momentarily reflected on its sentiments. You assert that you can make me stronger? How might this transformation occur? Is it truly possible for me to ascend from the 1st to the 4th stage within a month? Liu clenched his fists, his heart brimming with fervent inquiry. This, indeed, was his most profound obsession. To leap from the first to the fourth stage within a month? Young one, do you genuinely believe that merely practicing the dark arts will grant you boundless power? Even though the demonic path is renowned for being the swiftest route to enhancing one's prowess, it is utterly implausible to achieve what you envision, advancing from the first to the fourth stage in a mere month. In my prime, I was lauded as the greatest talent of the demonic realm in a century. Yet I could not accomplish such a remarkable feat as you propose. Not only I, but even the countless prodigies I have heard of throughout my life have never demonstrated such phenomena. With my extensive knowledge and experience, I have never encountered anything akin to what you describe. Do you truly believe such occurrences exist? Spare me the jest. As for you, I advise you to abandon such fanciful notions. The shrill voice scoffed. You deem it impossible? No, I have seen individuals achieve such feats. Li Jun retorted with indignation. Impossible. The sharp voice faltered momentarily. This time, the sound emanating from the mist was evidently sharper and more resounding than before, imbued with a palpable incredulity. White mist swirled and rose, enveloping all directions. The familiar scenery had long been shrouded by this ethereal haze. Even the resplendent golden sunlight at the horizon could not penetrate the mist entirely, rendering the area particularly dim and disorienting. Li Jun found himself ensnared within this bizarre environment. At this moment, as the conversation progressed, his mood unexpectedly shifted from fear and panic to one tinged with sarcasm and derision. Impossible? Is this what you call helping me grow stronger? Given your insights and experiences, I seriously doubt your ability to aid my ascent. How can someone like you empower me to effortlessly crush all competitors? How could you possibly assist me in becoming the strongest in the realm of cultivation? I can't help but wonder if you truly think me a fool to deceive. Having regained some semblance of calm, Li Jun's thoughts began to regain clarity. In the months since his entry, he had heard tales of numerous forbidden areas within the sect that were strictly off-limits. The current location bore an uncanny resemblance to one such forbidden ground, known as the Evil Cave. This was a place expressly prohibited for entry by the sect. The area surrounding the Evil Cave, spanning 3,000 meters, was vigilantly guarded by disciples to prevent any member from inadvertently trespassing. It was classified as an absolute no-go zone. Surrounding the Evil Cave, a mysterious white mist would sporadically emerge, obscuring its true position and rendering any attempts to locate it futile. Consequently, Li Jun found himself pondering the connection to this forbidden site. He could not fathom how he had unwittingly wandered into the vicinity of the Evil Cave. During this time, he had not even spotted a single guard from the sect. Could it be that the recent grand competition of the Yushu immortal sect had caused a lapse in vigilance around the Evil Cave? After much contemplation, Li Jun could not arrive at a satisfactory answer. He decided to cease his inquiries and focus instead on the matter that truly concerned him. The origin of that voice. Who was the entity behind it? And could the claims of providing assistance in becoming stronger truly be genuine? Among these questions, the last weighed most heavily on his mind. Rumor had it that the Evil Cave housed a peerless demon. Thus, was the voice I heard merely an attempt by that demon to ensnare me? Li Jun quickly pieced together the unfolding narrative. However, he was not inclined to leave just yet. He was eager to listen further. Could this demon genuinely possess the capability to enhance his strength? If so, he considered that collaborating with the demon might not be such a reprehensible idea after all. As long as he could grow stronger, Li Jun was willing to pay any price. Even if it meant consorting with a demon, he would not care. To attain strength, he must seek alternative paths. With conventional cultivation methods, there was no way he could surpass Jiutian, whose talent was truly formidable. If he wished to transcend him, he needed to discover swifter avenues for enhancing his power. To this end, I would not hesitate to cultivate demonic arts. I am the strongest. Jiutian will inevitably be trampled beneath my feet. Li Jun clenched his fists tightly, and each time this thought crossed his mind, a raging jealousy ignited within him. His eyes bloodshot and his visage contorted with fury. Noticing the prolonged silence, Li Jun took a deep breath, calming himself before scoffing. Hey, are you still there? After a moment, a sharp voice echoed from the mist. Boy, do not presume that I am easily deceived. The example you just mentioned cannot possibly exist in this world. I have encountered more prodigies than you have grains of rice consumed in your lifetime. To ascend from the first to the fourth tier in a month? Surely you jest. I have witnessed countless geniuses in my life, yet I have never heard of such a case as you just described. Since you have reached the first tier, You should understand how arduous it is to advance to the second tier and how much time it requires. A month to leap from the first to the fourth tier? Even with demonic arts, such results are unattainable. The tone was laden with anger and skepticism. Clearly, the speaker believed Li Jun was fabricating his claims. Deceiving you? How many years have you been trapped? Do I have any reason to lie to you? The example I just mentioned pertains to the current disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, a mere novice who transcended to the fourth tier within a month, a true anomaly. I refuse to dwell beneath him. I must surpass him. If you cannot empower me to become stronger than he, then why should I squander my time with you? Li Jun's tone turned frigid, thick with sarcasm. The sharp voice fell silent once more, seemingly grappling with the astonishing and paradigm-shattering information Li Jun had shared. Are you certain such a prodigy exists? The voice, tinged with disbelief, could hardly mask its shock. The Yushu immortal sect? Such an extraordinary talent has emerged. Is this true? Was it not said that the Yushu immortal sect was waning? Even during its zenith millennia ago, such a terrifying genius had not arisen, had it? What has transpired during my confinement over these thousands of years? How could the Yushu immortal sect, without warning, give rise to such a fearsome monster? This is troubling. If this is indeed the case, my situation is dire. Such a formidable prodigy is not to be trifled with. To ascend from the first to the fourth tier in a month? No. What this boy implies is that he was not even a practitioner upon entry, meaning he crossed from a mortal to the fourth tier in merely a month's time? Hiss! What astonishing talent is this? Such a monster has manifested solely within the Yushu immortal sect? Curse it. One's own plans, are they not destined to encounter obstacles? No. It is imperative to devise a means to eliminate every hindrance. If this aberration truly matures, it could very well become a celestial being of unparalleled power, perhaps even a transcendent immortal, a living sage beyond the heavens. At that moment, Li Jun's tone grew increasingly impatient. Do I need to deceive you? If it were not for this damned fellow, I would undoubtedly be the foremost prodigy of the Yushu immortal sect in this era. Now, due to his unwelcome emergence, I have been relegated to the status of an inconspicuous, ordinary disciple. Thus, my goal is to surpass him. I aim to rise above him and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Should you be unable to facilitate this, I advise you to refrain from enticing me further. Do you truly believe I am unaware that you are the unparalleled demon trapped within the abyss of evil? With those words, the atmosphere fell silent once more. The source of the piercing voice evidently did not anticipate that Li Jun would so directly unveil his identity. Indeed, he is the very demon sealed beneath the abyss of evil, buried over 1,000 meters deep, trapped here for a full 3 millennia. For 3,000 years, he has endured a life devoid of light. The calamity that befell the Yushu immortal sect 3,000 years ago was orchestrated solely by him. In simple terms, he is the principal architect of the sect's decline over the past 3 millennia. The abyss of evil was, in fact, created by a powerful figure from the Yushu immortal sect, who struck the earth with a single blow, a strike that pierced the ground for 1,000 meters. It forcefully created the abyss and employed supreme arcane techniques to seal the demon 1,000 meters below its depths. You are quite astute, young one. Given this, I shall cease the pretense. If you have perused the records from 3 millennia ago, you must certainly know my name. 3,000 years ago, I was known in the cultivation world as the Demon Sovereign. The voice of the Demon Sovereign, which had begun sharp, suddenly turned cold and resonant. He no longer concealed himself. His tone was laden with profound arrogance, as if dismissing all beneath him. The Demon Sovereign. Li Jun was taken aback. This Demon Sovereign has remained sealed for 3,000 years and is still alive. This individual is by no means ordinary. Perhaps he truly possesses the capability to empower me, even to surpass that detestable fellow, Lu Chun. To be called the Demon Sovereign implies a formidable reputation and terrifying might. Not everyone is worthy of the honorific sovereign. The Demon Sovereign, the supreme of the demon path? This demon possesses a significant background. Were he not the supreme of the demon path, how could he be referred to as the Demon Sovereign? Since one can ascend to the pinnacle of demonic power and command the entirety of the chaotic realm, the might of this Demon Sovereign should not be underestimated. Young one, have you heard of my illustrious reputation? The voice of Imo Hui wafted through the surrounding mist. I care not for your identity. All I know is that if you can empower me, I would not hesitate to assist you in breaking your seal. allowing you to emerge from your infernal abyss. However, should you fail to enable me to surpass that wretched individual, do not dare to entice me into liberating you from your dark confinement." Li Zhen's gaze was filled with yearning. He believed that such a formidable being as the demon sovereign must possess the means to augment his strength, to rise above the monstrous Liuli. For this, Li Zhen was willing to pay any price. "Ah, young one, how delightfully pragmatic you are. How could someone of your disposition find their way into the Yushu immortal sect? The elders of that sect must be blind to have accepted a person so steeped in malevolence. It must be said that this is a misallocation of talent. Individuals of your character should rightly belong to my demonic path. With your nature, should you embrace the ways of the demon, you would undoubtedly sail smoothly through life." The demon's sovereign chuckled coldly. "I am grateful for your kind words, my lord," Li Zhen replied, as a trace of demonic energy began to burgeon within him. "Young one, I possess a technique, the culmination of my life's dedication, known as the 9 profound heavenly demon art. It is divided into 9 levels, each capable of exponentially enhancing your power and realm. Should you cultivate this demonic art of mine, your strength will soar to unprecedented heights, advancing at a breathtaking pace." The demon's sovereign elaborated slowly. Chapter 56, Terrifying Corpse, Tremors in High Places. The 9 profound heavenly demonic art? Li Zhen's eyes flickered, tinged with a hint of crimson. As a deep yearning welled within him, he hastily pressed on with his inquiry. "Can it enable me to surpass that monster, Liuli? The Liuli you speak of is indeed the current daozi of the Yushu immortal sect, the prodigy who ascended to the 4th stage in merely a month?" "Indeed, it is he." Li Zhen gritted his teeth, his tone laced with resentment and fury. The status of daozi was rightfully his. Every mention of the title sent tremors through his heart. Once you cultivate the 9 profound heavenly demonic art, surpassing this so-called Liuli will be a trivial endeavor. Not only Liuli, but the entire cultivation realm shall eventually be at your fingertips. Now, proceed to your right side. The voice of the demon sovereign brimmed with temptation. Yet, beneath the surface, he harbored a myriad of mocking thoughts. "You truly dare to dream, young one. Ascending to the 4th stage in a month? Do you really believe yourself to be a paragon of talent? Do you think yourself an unparalleled prodigy? Even the might of the 9 profound heavenly demonic art cannot achieve such astonishing feats. If this art were indeed so formidable, how could I have remained trapped in this wretched abyss for 3,000 years? You aspire to attain the 4th stage in a month? I wish I could as well. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own innate potential. Once you follow the path I lay before you, you will find yourself obedient. A mere child dares to play tricks before me? How laughable. As for reaching the 4th stage in a month, you are truly audacious. I could not accomplish it in my youth, and yet you believe you can? What a jest. However, on another note, this daozi named Liuli does indeed seem rather formidable. To reach the 4th stage merely 1 month after beginning his cultivation? Such innate talent is virtually unparalleled throughout history. If what this Li Zhen claims holds true, then Liuli's aptitude is truly unmatched by anyone in millennia. In this world, could such a terrifying prodigy truly exist? This level of talent is simply outrageous. I have been trapped for 3,000 years, and yet the cultivation realm has already produced such a fearsome being? In my era, there had never been such a marvel. Daozi Liuli, he is a grave threat. In this moment, even the demon sovereign found himself troubled by the existence of Liuli. Half an hour later, Li Zhen emerged from the haze. At the same time, a few disciples guarding the malevolent cave approached, their expressions revealing profound astonishment as they hurriedly inquired, "Junior brother Li Zhen, what brings you here?" They had vigilantly stood watch 1,000 meters from the sinister cave, yet had never perceived that Li Zhen had ventured within, which naturally provoked their unease. This constituted a breach of duty. Should any mishap occur, they would undoubtedly face the repercussions and the ire of the higher-ranking elders within the sect. "It's nothing. I inadvertently wandered in," Li Zhen replied. "The fog was so dense that I lost my sense of direction, and it took me a good half-hour to find my way out." He raised his head, and in response to the concerned inquiries from his fellow disciples, a gentle smile involuntarily graced his lips, his eyes momentarily flashing with a crimson glow. However, this light quickly dissipated, leaving him exuding a faint, ethereal aura. "I see." The disciples sighed in relief upon hearing his explanation. Thankfully, No calamity had befallen him. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss on how to report to the elders above. By the way, junior brother Lijian, did you encounter anything within? One of the brothers could not help but ask. A flicker of unease crossed Lijian's eyes, a fleeting glint of menace surfacing before he suppressed the tumult within, once again donning a smile. No, there was nothing to encounter. What could there possibly be? You worry too much. Aside from the white mist, I saw not a single soul. I am puzzled as to why this place is designated as a forbidden zone. In any case, I did not observe anything extraordinary. His words eased the minds of the disciples. With their anxiety alleviated, their conversation flourished, as if they had been pent up for far too long, finally finding an outlet for their words. The elder had once mentioned that this forbidden area was exceedingly sinister, housing an unparalleled demon. This demon was ruthless and powerful. It had taken immense effort for our once mighty Yushu immortal sect to confine it here. Over the years, many disciples had succumbed to the demon's temptations, their minds twisted and influenced, leading to a profound transformation as they descended into the path of darkness. Those who fell into this abyss became puppets of the demon, intent on obliterating our Yushu immortal sect. This had caused considerable turmoil within our ranks for many years, resulting in the loss of several elders. You are indeed fortunate, junior brother Lijian, to have avoided such encounters, the disciples remarked, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Lijian's demeanor before them. What else did the elders say? Lijian inquired with a curious expression. The elder had solemnly instructed that should any disciple inadvertently wander into the forbidden area and emerge from the mist, the matter must be reported to the elder without alteration. However, today, when junior brother Lijian found himself ensnared within, it is certain that if the elder were to learn of this, we would undoubtedly face his wrath. At this point, several disciples exchanged inexplicable sighs. Indeed, my dear seniors have truly borne a heavy burden. A faint smile graced Lijian's face as he discreetly patted the shoulders of several disciples, his tone imbued with sympathy. It is truly admirable that my seniors must guard such a dreary place day after day. The disciples chuckled awkwardly. Oh, not at all. By the way, junior brother has recently grasped a new technique and seeks your esteemed guidance. Well, that might not be appropriate. Fear not, seniors, it is merely a humble inquiry. Very well then, junior brother, rest assured, I shall hold back. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. Lijian, with an impassive expression, clapped his hands as if to shake off the dirt lingering upon them. He then took a step, gradually departing from the scene, vanishing without a backward glance. In his wake, 3 lifeless bodies lay quietly on the ground. Strangely, it appeared as though the blood had been entirely drained from these corpses, leaving only desiccated skeletons, reminiscent of bodies that had decayed for months. At first glance, it seemed that some malevolent technique had siphoned all the blood from the corpses, rendering them skeletal remains. Eerie, terrifying, horrific. A chill ran down one's spine. A gentle breeze caressed the ground, causing the tattered garments of the lifeless forms to sway and flutter, enhancing the chilling atmosphere of the scene. As expected, after several more hours, the horrifying sight was discovered by the disciples within the gate. Consequently, the entire Yushu immortal sect was thrown into a state of considerable turmoil. The peculiar demise of the 3 disciples at the edge of the forbidden area, coupled with the macabre manner of their passing, undoubtedly captured the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Chapter 57. The Great Qin Dynasty, Tongtian City. The esteemed leader Changmei, along with the masters and elders from various peaks, engaged in fervent discussions regarding a grave matter. The death of disciples within the forbidden grounds was no trivial affair. Moreover, the 3 cold corpses left behind were shrouded in an aura of eeriness and terror. The manner of their demise was exceedingly dreadful, warranting the utmost attention from the senior elders of the sect. Thus, Changmei personally summoned the peak masters and elders to conduct a thorough investigation into this alarming incident. 3 disciples tasked with guarding the sinister cave had perished simultaneously, each meeting an inexplicable and bizarre end. This incident was undoubtedly intertwined with the malevolent entities sealed within the cave. It was feared that the fiendish being might once again be stirring, seeking to corrupt the hearts of men. Most horrifyingly, it was highly plausible that he had already succeeded. Otherwise, such peculiar deaths would be inconceivable. This cursed fiend, restless since his entrapment 3 millennia ago, had repeatedly attempted to ensnare the disciples of our sect, planting seeds of malevolence within their hearts. Changmei's visage was etched with fury, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. 3,000 years prior, we, the Yushu immortal sect, had been left in disarray in our efforts to seal this demon. The root of all this calamity lay with this self-proclaimed demon lord. Even after the passage of 3 millennia, he remained restless, yearning to break free from his confinement. Should he succeed in his endeavor, the world would once again be plunged into despair and devastation. 3 millennia ago, it was our impending ascendant who had barely managed to suppress him. Yet now, it seemed that no one in the realm of cultivation could restrain this fiend. Therefore, we must, by all means, prevent this demon from escaping his confinement and re-entering the world. The elders unanimously echoed this sentiment. The horror of this fiend was beyond imagination. They shuddered at the thought of the carnage that would ensue should he break free. Had it not been for the presence of an ascendant 3,000 years ago, this demon would have likely unified the realm of cultivation, compelling all under his dominion. The elders present dared not fathom the scale of death and destruction that would follow should this demon achieve dominion over the realm of cultivation. Over the past 3 millennia, he had already corrupted numerous disciples within our sect, leading to significant losses. This time, we must not allow him to fulfill his wicked ambitions. Several peak masters wore expressions of indignation. Changmei took a deep breath and solemnly cautioned, "It is evident that this demon has successfully ensnared one of our disciples, implanting within him a heart of darkness, twisting his mind under the influence of malevolent energy. The deaths of those 3 disciples are undoubtedly linked to this individual. If all goes as feared, this disciple has begun to cultivate the nefarious art taught by this demon. It is now certain that one of the disciples within our ranks has succumbed to the allure of darkness, seduced by a malevolent force, thereby losing their original essence. Our imperative is to expeditiously extract this wayward disciple from our midst before they have the opportunity to mature in their malevolent pursuits. By doing so, we can effectively preclude any future complications that may arise. If we manage to apprehend this disciple, who has fallen prey to the demon's temptations, we can avert potential calamities that might befall the Yushu immortal sect as a consequence of their actions. However, the magnitude of this undertaking is not lost on the elders present. They are acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lies ahead. With tens of thousands of disciples inhabiting the sect, how can we possibly identify the one who has been ensnared by the demon's influence? The task is daunting, akin to scaling the heavens. Locating a singular individual among a sea of disciples is as improbable as finding a needle in a vast ocean. The very thought of sifting through such an immense number of disciples for clues is enough to induce a sense of dread. The sect leader's approach, as some elders have pointed out, is lamentably slow. Yet, there appears to be no alternative strategy at hand. Longmei, with a heavy heart, sighed in resignation. He too understood the myriad flaws inherent in this plan, but regrettably, it stands as the most viable course of action under the circumstances. Must we truly await the growth of this fallen disciple, who may eventually expose themselves? The consequences of such a delay could be catastrophic. The Yushu immortal sect has imprisoned this malevolent entity for 3 millennia, during which time numerous disciples have fallen into darkness, rapidly enhancing their powers at an alarming rate. Ultimately, these misguided souls have inflicted unprecedented harm upon our sect. Now, as the Yushu immortal sect finds itself in a state of decline, lacking the glory of yore, we cannot endure such turmoil any longer. Should we fail to capture this disciple in a timely manner, we may be on the precipice of an unparalleled disaster. It is well understood that once a disciple is ensnared by the demon's influence and succumbs to darkness, the acceleration of their power becomes terrifyingly pronounced. Those who practice the dark arts imparted by the demon witness a formidable surge in their capabilities. While there are numerous examples of similar occurrences throughout history, the allure of rapid ascension often blinds disciples to the inherent drawbacks of such practices, including severe deterioration of lifespan. Nonetheless, it is irrefutable that the pursuit of dark arts leads to a staggering increase in strength and rank, a fact that continues to entice countless individuals yearning for greater power. Longmei's tone grew increasingly solemn and earnest as he continued. Yet despite this, the dark arts continued to captivate an endless throng of aspirants seeking to elevate their prowess. It is precisely because the cultivation of demonic arts leads to an unfathomable leap in strength and realm, even with an unstable foundation. risking severe depletion of life force and manifesting a myriad of flaws. Individuals persistently pursue the path of demonic cultivation. Should we fail to apprehend this disciple who has succumbed to the demonic path, we may be compelled to confront a formidable adversary in the coming decades. At this juncture, Chang may let out a resigned sigh, for the current Yushu immortal sect is simply unable to endure further turmoil. Were it the Yushu immortal sect of 3 millennia ago, such malevolent forces would pose no threat. Yet, the present Yushu immortal sect lacks even a single ascended master. There remains only a suspected survivor, Elder He Wu, who is of ascended rank. However, apart from the traces he left in the 3,000 mountains, he has vanished without a trace. Their exhaustive search of the 3,000 mountains yielded no further evidence of Elder He Wu's whereabouts. This outcome left the upper echelons of the sect in utter despair. Had Elder He Wu remained to oversee the Yushu immortal sect, these troubles would have been effortlessly resolved. Alas, they are utterly bereft of any leads regarding his whereabouts. The words of the sect leader resonate with truth. Zheng, the master of Tianshu Peak, nodded gravely, stating that if this disciple, now entwined in demonic influence, remains unfound, the next 20 years will undoubtedly usher in a calamity. A heavy silence enveloped the assembly, leaving no room for dissent. Ultimately, a consensus was reached among the sect's leaders. Within the span of a year, it is imperative to capture this hidden disciple, who, having been ensnared by the demon lord's temptations, has fallen into the demonic path. This is the sole means to avert impending disaster for the Yushu immortal sect. The significance of this matter cannot be overstated. All must remain vigilant and not underestimate the situation. A year should suffice to uncover the telltale signs of this disciple's descent into darkness. Henceforth, on this day, which coincides with the conclusion of the triennial Yushu immortal sect grand competition, an ominous and oppressive shadow suddenly enveloped the Yushu immortal sect. Even the atmosphere within the sect grew particularly heavy, as if dark currents were surging violently beneath the surface. Time hastened by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. For most cultivators, such a span is fleeting. Mastering a technique can take mere months or extend to years. Consequently, in the eyes of practitioners, a fortnight is so brief it can be disregarded entirely. On this day, the blazing sun hung at the horizon, casting a brilliant, blinding glow that evaporated the lingering moisture in the morning air. Warmth permeated the atmosphere. In the great Qin dynasty, Tongtian City. Tongtian City is situated in the northwest of the Great Qin Empire, near the border town of Xianshui, and is characterized by its relatively modest and unremarkable economic standing. What sets this city apart, however, is that it serves as the headquarters of the esteemed Biluo in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 58. The rankings of the renowned in the realm of cultivation. The figure known as the all-knowing sage is celebrated far and wide, his reputation resounding throughout the community of practitioners. This acclaim does not stem from unparalleled strength, but rather from the numerous rankings he has authored, which have garnered immense respect and trust among cultivators. It is this very distinction that has etched the name of the all-knowing sage into the annals of cultivation, rendering him nearly universally recognized. The all-knowing sage is a rare breed within the cultivation world, achieving fame not through his formidable prowess, but through his intellectual contributions. Nonetheless, despite his seemingly modest abilities, he has attained the 9th tier of cultivation, albeit with little advancement over the years, unable to transcend into the realm of immortals. This level of strength would certainly qualify him for the esteemed position of elder in most smaller sections. However, within a community brimming with exceptional talents, such a 9th tier capability starkly contrasts with the formidable reputation he holds. He established the all-knowing tower, a neutral entity within the cultivation world, unaligned with any particular faction, untouched by the taint of good or evil. The mission of the all-knowing tower is not to engage in the myriad conflicts of the cultivation world, but to create universally acknowledged rankings for all matters within the realm. These rankings encompass categories such as strength, potential, magical artifacts, and techniques, among others. Virtually every conceivable list has been meticulously curated by the all-knowing tower, earning the endorsement of the majority of practitioners, thereby amplifying the sage's illustrious reputation. In terms of notoriety, few, if any, among the powerful immortals can rival the fame of the all-knowing sage. Through his diverse rankings, he, alongside the all-knowing tower, has achieved a prominence that stands second to none, nearly rivaling that of the most esteemed sections. The all-knowing tower is indeed a unique force within the cultivation world. It must be noted, however, that the rankings produced by the tower are both credible and well-received, with clear explanations provided for the standings, allowing all to comprehend the rationale behind the hierarchy. This transparency helps to avert unnecessary disputes and fosters a sense of acceptance among the majority of cultivators, striking a perfect balance. At this moment, within the all-knowing tower, the illustrious founder, the all-knowing sage, sits cross-legged on the highest floor. By an ancient, characterful window, an incense stick burns slowly, releasing tendrils of fragrant smoke. The sage, a somewhat slender middle-aged man with a seemingly diminutive stature and shifty eyes, meticulously examines a ranking list held in his hands. The fairness of his rankings is widely acknowledged, with a staggering 99% approval from the cultivation community. Each list produced undergoes the sage's careful scrutiny and verification, ensuring accuracy before being publicly released, significantly minimizing the potential for errors. Among the numerous rankings produced by the Baishao Tower, the most captivating and esteemed within the cultivation community are undoubtedly the Renbang, Human List, and Tiandi Bang, Heaven and Earth List. At this moment, Baishao holds one of these esteemed lists, specifically the Renbang. He is eager to peruse the names of the exceptionally gifted cultivators who have emerged over the past 3 months. With a smile of anticipation gracing his face, Baishao opens the newly updated Renbang, scrutinizing its contents with great care. The Renbang is a ranking specifically designed for those below the celestial realm within the cultivation community. The criteria for inclusion are not solely based on one's cultivation level, but rather assessed according to one's potential. In essence, the Renbang serves as a gauge for the prodigious talents of various sects in the current cultivation world. As long as one has commenced their cultivation journey, they may find themselves listed among its ranks. Furthermore, the primary requirement for entry into the Renbang is that the individual must be under the age of 40. Those exceeding this age are invariably excluded from consideration. Overall, the Renbang aims to inform the cultivation community about the status of its remarkable talents, thus justifying its existence. In contrast to the Tiandi Bang, which ranks individuals based on their combat strength and is exclusive to those of celestial prowess, the Renbang places greater emphasis on innate talent and potential. Those fortunate enough to secure a position within the top 10 of the Renbang are indisputably renowned figures, celebrated as rare prodigies within their respective sections. Additionally, there are exceptional cultivators without affiliation to any sect who also grace the Renbang, albeit they remain a minority. The Renbang comprises 100 slots, representing the most promising talents in the cultivation realm, with all individuals under 40 eligible for ranking. The pinnacle of the Renbang is undeniably occupied by the holy son of the Qiankun sect, Yifeng. This illustrious figure has maintained his reign at the top for a remarkable 2 years, with no contender emerging to challenge his position. Baishao, captivated by the name at the summit, cannot help but feel a sense of regret. Yifeng, the most distinguished prodigy of the Qiankun sect, is merely 17 years old, yet has already attained the 6th stage of cultivation. It is said that upon his birth, auspicious clouds accompanied him, a sign of divine favor. Subsequently, he was welcomed into the Qiankun sect and heralded as the contemporary Daozi, esteemed as the most remarkable talent in a century. Shifting his gaze downward, Baishao continues to examine the Renbang, noting the individual ranked second, Wu Jiansan, son of the Sword Xian sect's leader, aged 16, 6th stage. In third place is Zi Qiong, the contemporary saintess of the Yinxiao Valley, aged 17, 6th stage. Fourth place is held by Li Xing, the current Daozi of the Tiani Dao sect, aged 18, 6th stage. The fifth on the list of distinguished individuals, Dongfang Yu, a contemporary prodigy of the Dongfang family, aged 16, at the 6th tier. The names of these celestial talents unfolded before Baishao's eyes one by one. Compared to 3 months ago, the rankings appeared largely unchanged. Baishao, feeling a tinge of boredom, stroked his small patch of beard, his gaze filled with a sense of helplessness. Indeed, such prodigies are rare. The top 20 positions on this list are almost entirely dominated by various sects, and the talents occupying these ranks seem as steadfast as iron, showing little fluctuation over the years. Why can't there be any variations among the top 20, while the top 3 might remain constant? Even the next 20 are akin to oddities. Even if there are changes, they are merely shifts in order rather than the emergence of a groundbreaking genius capable of eclipsing all others. The absence of such prodigies renders my list rather lackluster. With nearly no alterations over the past 3 months, should I present this new list? It would only indicate to the cultivation community that I am about to exploit them financially. Such a notion is unacceptable. Damaging my reputation would be a substantial loss. Bai Xiaosheng felt utterly resigned. The talents on this list are simply too stable. Each ranking has remained unchanged for 3 months. He continued to look further down the list to see if there were any alterations. The more he looked, the more despondent he became. Beyond the 20th rank, several new faces appeared, yet most were considerably older, with many nearing the age of 40. It seemed they relied solely on their age advantage to secure a place on this list. Such individuals, in Bai Xiaosheng's view, were not worthy of ascending in rank. To him, this list should serve as a battleground for young prodigies vying for position, rather than a haven for the aged to cling to their spots. Overall, compared to 3 months prior, the list had seen little change. Aside from a few practitioners approaching 40 who managed to enter the rankings, the remaining fluctuations were merely rearrangements of existing positions. Bai Xiaosheng sighed inwardly, fully aware that not only the top 10, but even the top 20 would not experience significant alterations. Where are so many astonishing prodigies to emerge? The occasional appearance of 1 or 2 is already exceedingly rare. The top 20 on this list are all exceptional talents from various sects, each a rare genius of a century. Attempting to displace these geniuses is an exceedingly daunting challenge. Just as Bai Xiaosheng prepared to set aside the list in his hands, a series of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed through the air. A robust middle-aged man swiftly ascended to this floor and quickly approached Bai Xiaosheng. Master of the tower. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully, his tone filled with deference. Is there something on your mind? I am currently preparing to revise the rankings on this list. If there are no significant matters to discuss, I would appreciate it if you would refrain from disturbing me for the time being. Bai Xiaosheng raised an eyebrow and inquired directly. A significant matter. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, his tone gravely serious. Oh, what is this momentous news? Pray do share. Has the realm of cultivation finally been stirred from its prolonged tranquility? This is truly something to anticipate. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was the type who thrived on chaos and discord. Otherwise, he would not have conceived a myriad of rankings. His sole intention was to prevent the realm of cultivation from becoming excessively monotonous, allowing its practitioners to engage in fervent competition for their standings on the list. It is not a matter of good or bad. Bai Xiaosheng was simply driven by a pure passion for this interest. Master of the list. The rankings on the human chart are poised to undergo monumental changes. The middle-aged man declared with an air of finality. Chapter 59. The tremendous change in the human rankings. What? Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he instinctively pressed for clarification. What do you mean? The human rankings are one of Bai Xiaosheng's most cherished lists. Apart from the heavenly rankings, the human rankings hold a special place in his heart. Bai Xiaosheng has never falsified the rankings. They are meticulously crafted after thorough evaluations and assessments. Even when major sects express their grievances regarding the rankings, Bai Xiaosheng never succumbed to pressure to alter them. In fact, numerous sects have attempted to leverage their resources to bribe Bai Xiaosheng into adjusting the rankings, seeking to showcase their own prodigy's exceptionalism. However, such attempts were unequivocally rejected by Bai Xiaosheng. This underscores the significance he places on the human rankings. Pray, enlighten me swiftly. What momentous events have transpired in the realm of cultivation over the past 3 months? Bai Xiaosheng's face was alight with curiosity and anticipation as he urged for details. The middle-aged man responded, in this generation, the Yushu immortal sect has witnessed the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy. The Yushu immortal sect? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaosheng's brow furrowed in skepticism. Though the Yushu immortal sect still claims its place among the righteous sects, it has long been in decline. How could such a prodigy suddenly arise? Alas, I am but a humble observer. Yet this prodigy from the Yushu immortal sect is indeed remarkable. Merely a month into his apprenticeship, he has been personally chosen by the current sect leader, the long-browed Taoist, to be the sect's disciple. Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. A disciple? It seems the Yushu immortal sect has not seen a disciple in over 10,000 years. Are you implying that this chosen one is the sole disciple in a millennium? At this revelation, Bai Xiaosheng's demeanor shifted. He could no longer afford to dismiss this news lightly. The sole disciple of the Yushu immortal sect in over 10,000 years is a matter of great import. Surely, it cannot be that any mediocre individual could attain such a distinction? Though the Yushu immortal sect has fallen from grace, Bai Xiaosheng believed they would not select just anyone to represent the identity of their contemporary disciple. Indeed, this individual is the only disciple of the Yushu immortal sect in 10,000 years. This disciple is truly remarkable. At the tender age of 6, he has already reached the 4th stage of cultivation. During the sect's triennial grand competition half a month ago, this 6-year-old Liuli, the disciple, demonstrated his prowess by effortlessly defeating his peers of the same stage with a mere gesture. What is even more astonishing is that prior to his initiation, Liuli was just an ordinary boy, untouched by any martial arts. In less than 2 months since his initiation, he has elevated his cultivation to the 4th tier. Such an astonishing example is exceedingly rare. With such terrifying innate talent, he undoubtedly has the potential to penetrate the ranks of the top 10 on the human leaderboard. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. His expression was akin to that of someone who had unearthed a remarkable prodigy hidden among the mundane. What? Are you certain? At merely 6 years of age, he has reached the 4th tier? Moreover, he had never been exposed to any cultivation methods before his initiation. In less than 2 months, he has transformed from an ordinary individual, untouched by the arts, into a formidable 4th-tier powerhouse. Surely you jest. Even the erudite Bai Xiaosheng, well-versed in the ways of the world, was left astounded. Countless prodigies had been ranked by his discerning hand, yet none had ever rendered him so flustered and taken aback. This matter is irrefutable. The middle-aged man promptly retrieved various documents. Bai Xiaosheng anxiously perused the materials, his heart racing with each revelation. The current disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, Liuli, truly terrifying. After absorbing the information, Bai Xiaosheng felt a dryness in his throat, his tone infused with awe and astonishment. Fortunately, his temperament had always been remarkably composed. Following a brief moment of shock, he swiftly regained his equanimity, though the lingering sense of amazement remained within him, refusing to dissipate entirely. At merely 6 years of age, having cultivated to the 4th tier in less than 2 months, such talent is a rarity that occurs once in a millennium. Undoubtedly, Liuli's innate potential is unparalleled throughout history. A prodigy of this caliber should not dwell in obscurity. He rightfully deserves to occupy the most prominent position on the human leaderboard. Bai Xiaosheng was overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively inquired with a dry throat, "Master, are you perhaps considering?" Indeed, the human leaderboard has remained unchanged for far too long. This occasion is opportune, as it can incite a seismic shift within the entire cultivation community. I firmly believe that this tranquil realm of cultivation will not remain undisturbed for much longer. A prodigy of this caliber cannot remain beneath others. Furthermore, such extraordinary talent is more than capable of claiming the most radiant position on the leaderboard. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes glimmered. He held the leaderboard in his hands and swiftly began to amend the rankings. After approximately half an hour of anticipation from the middle-aged man, a brand new leaderboard emerged from Bai Xiaosheng's endeavors. Upon reopening the leaderboard, the rankings had undergone a dramatic transformation. The revisions were complete. Using this list of individuals as a standard, swiftly instruct the following individuals to transcribe it, thereby updating the latest ranking of the cultivation world at our Baixiao Tower. I can well imagine that this list will undoubtedly create an unprecedented uproar in the realm of cultivation. I am eagerly anticipating that moment. I wonder what expressions will adorn the faces of those from the major sects when they witness such a monumental shift in the rankings. Bai Xiaosheng was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man standing beside him immediately opened the list to take a look. To his astonishment, the rankings had transformed entirely from before. Rank 1, Daozi Liuli, the only Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect in a millennium, aged 6, 4th stage. Rank 2, Holy Son Yifeng, the contemporary Holy Son of the Qiankun sect, aged 17, 6th stage. Rank 3, Wu Jiansan, the son of the sect master of the Jiutian sect, aged 16, 6th stage. Rank 4, Ziqiang, the current saintess of the Yanhua Valley, aged 17, 6th stage. Rank 5, Li Xing, the contemporary Daozi of the Tiandao sect, aged 18, 6th stage. Rank 6, Dongfang Yu. The contemporary prodigy of the Dongfang family, aged 16, 6th stage. The rankings produced by Baishao Tower have undergone a complete transformation. Daozi Lu Chun now occupies the pinnacle of the list. Chapter 60, Beneath the Fairyland, Unrivaled. After 2 years of unyielding stability, the rankings have finally undergone a transformation. The contemporary holy son of the Xingyuan sect, Yi Feng, has been forcefully relegated to the second position on the list. For a remarkable span of 2 years, Yi Feng, the holy son of the Xingyuan sect, held the prestigious title of number 1 without a single challenge to his supremacy. Yet today, he was unceremoniously dethroned by a mere 6-year-old disciple of the Yushu immortal sect. This monumental shift is bound to ignite a fervor throughout the entire cultivation realm. Though the subsequent rankings have not shifted significantly, every participant has seen their standing drop by 1 position, for the title of number 1 has changed hands. The 6-year-old Lu Chun, wielding the power of the 4th tier, has emphatically claimed the top spot. The middle-aged observer, cradling the rankings, felt the weight of this list as if it bore down upon him, causing his body to tremble incessantly. He could envision the upheaval this ranking would unleash upon the cultivation world. A child of merely 6 years occupying the number 1 position is undeniably an unprecedented occurrence. Since the inception of the rankings, this is the first time a child under the age of 10 has ascended to such heights, overshadowing countless prodigies from illustrious sects who emerge only once in a century. The 6-year-old Lu Chun stands alone at the pinnacle, reigning supreme. Yushu Immortal Sect. It has been a fortnight since the conclusion of the triannual competition, and during this time, the atmosphere within the sect has grown notably oppressive. As if it were brewing a significant event, the once serene and tranquil ambience has vanished, leaving only the newly initiated disciples to maintain their carefree existence, seemingly unaffected by the prevailing tension. However, the majority of disciples have begun to sense the peculiar heaviness in the air. Even the typically composed peak masters and elders now carry somber expressions, igniting whispers among the disciples. Some speculate that the oppressive atmosphere stems from the mysterious deaths of 3 disciples half a month prior. Since that fateful day, the ambience within the Yushu immortal sect has become unbearably stifling. As conjectured, during this fortnight, the peak masters and elders have diligently employed the methods of the esteemed Zhang Mei, attempting to unearth the disciple who fell under the influence of a malevolent spirit and ultimately succumbed to the path of darkness. Regrettably, the outcomes have been far from satisfactory. After weeks of inquiry, not even a trace of the fallen disciple could be discovered. Since the bizarre deaths of those 3 disciples, the one who descended into darkness seems to have vanished into thin air, completely evaporating from the realm of the sect. In truth, including the esteemed Master Changmei, they all are acutely aware of the situation. This disciple has concealed himself far too effectively. It is certain that he remains hidden within the sect, though they are unable to detect the movements of this wayward disciple who has strayed into the path of darkness. After half a month of relentless inquiries, they have yielded no results, which has only intensified the oppressive atmosphere within the sect. The master and several peak leaders, along with the elders of the various peaks, all feel a profound sense of unease, as if a storm is brewing. Alas, this individual is buried too deep in the shadows, leaving no trace. Since he ruthlessly took the lives of 3 disciples 2 weeks ago, he has not revealed himself again. Yet, it is undeniable that he must still be lurking within the sect. For the past 2 weeks, they have been unable to uncover his whereabouts. Such a talent is the most dangerous and formidable. When still, he poses no threat, but once he moves, he strikes with the ferocity of thunder. He is perpetually hidden within the sect, a significant peril. However, finding him proves impossible, unless he willingly leaves behind some evidence. Locating a disciple who has fallen into darkness among tens of thousands is an insurmountable challenge. All the elders are acutely aware of the daunting nature of this task. To identify one wayward disciple amidst a multitude requires an immense expenditure of time, and the process is unlikely to proceed smoothly. Once a disciple has fallen into darkness, they would never easily reveal their presence. With conscious vigilance, discovering his identity becomes even more arduous. Consequently, after half a month of exhaustive searching throughout the Yushu sect, they have interrogated nearly all the suspicious disciples without success in unearthing the wayward individual. Regardless of the difficulty, this person must be found. Otherwise, the future of Yushu's sect may face a cataclysmic disaster. To avert such a calamity, we must eliminate this threat before he fully cultivates his dark powers. Master Changmei's resolve is unwavering. Thus, the peak leaders and elders diligently devote all their energy once more to the pursuit of the wayward disciple. This endeavor has plunged the entire Yushu sect into an atmosphere of peculiar tension. Aside from these matters, the Yushu sect has not witnessed any other significant events in the past fortnight. A disciple, seduced by the demon lord and ultimately falling into darkness, is sufficient to render the upper echelons of the sect in despair, leaving them with no time to attend to other mundane affairs. Naturally, even amidst their busy and troubled schedules, they cannot overlook one individual. That person is none other than Lu Qian, who, half a month ago, effortlessly eliminated Zhou Yin with a mere gesture and successfully seized the coveted first position in the triennial Yushu sect competition. Since the conclusion of the competition, Lu Qian's renown has soared within the Yushu sect, shining brighter than ever. The formidable presence nearly overshadowed all the peak masters and elders, reaching a pinnacle of fame second only to the esteemed Zhangmei Daoist. The disciples within the sect, numbering in the tens of thousands, were all aware of it. In this generation, an extraordinary prodigy, rare in a millennium, had emerged. In the second level of the scripture pavilion, the familiar old place, Lu Qian sat cross-legged with his legs intertwined, adjusting the rhythm of his breath, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Then, he silently intoned, "System, check in at the scripture pavilion. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spirit-seizing pill." The system's notification soon echoed in Lu Qian's mind. A spirit-seizing pill? Lu Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his face. Over the past half-month, he had accumulated quite a collection. Thus, the time was ripe to strive for a breakthrough into the 9th tier. The consolidation of the past half-month filled Lu Qian with ample confidence and assurance that he could successfully penetrate the 9th tier. However, before that, he needed to prepare some elixirs. Pills such as the spirit-seizing pill and the spirit-gathering pill were the finest aids for Lu Qian in achieving this breakthrough. With the foundation laid over the last half-month, he was ready to launch his ascent today. At once, Lu Qian focused his mind and slowly retrieved a small vial from the system space. After opening it, he poured the elixir into his palm. This was the spirit-seizing pill. His half-month of diligent check-ins had granted him an abundance of elixirs. The spirit-gathering pills were plentiful, yet their effects on Lu Qian were not as pronounced as before. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the spirit-seizing pill remained immensely beneficial for him. After all, such a remarkable elixir would significantly aid even those at the celestial realm. The fact that Lu Qian could continuously consume such precious and rare pills before reaching the celestial realm was a source of envy for many. Should others discover that Lu Qian, at such a level, treated the spirit-seizing pills as mere sustenance, it would surely distort their perceptions. With the utilization of these numerous elixirs, Lu Qian's strength and realm had undergone substantial qualitative leaps almost every day. Each day heralded rapid advancements and transformations. Now, he commenced his assault on the 9th tier. Lu Qian tossed the spirit-seizing pill directly into his mouth, chewed, and then swallowed. A chill flowed slowly down his throat, ultimately transforming into a warm current that began to wash over his abdomen. A vast and gentle energy was swiftly unleashed, continuously cleansing and reshaping Lu Qian's internal organs, meridians, and bones. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy accumulating in his dantian began to surge dramatically, rising steadily. The pure and concentrated spiritual energy transformed into an inexhaustible force surging through every corner of Lu Qian's body. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qian swiftly activated his cultivation technique, continuously assimilating the medicinal effects released by the precious spirit-obtaining pill within his body, transforming these effects into spiritual energy. A resounding hum echoed as golden rays of light emanated from Lu Qian's exterior, the dazzling aura accompanied by surging waves of spiritual power, generating shockwaves that radiated in all directions. The ground around Lu Qian, where he sat in meditation, was disturbed, with particles of dust swept away by the forceful waves, drifting hundreds of meters into the distance. The area encompassing Lu Qian was utterly pristine, unmarred by any speck of dust. Even the wooden framework displaying the secret techniques trembled slightly under the influence of the shockwave, producing faint, peculiar sounds. It was evident that Liuli's spiritual power was becoming increasingly robust and vigorous. After accumulating spiritual energy for half a month, Liuli unleashed a torrent of power today, directing it against the barrier that obstructed his path. With a focused mind, he harnessed all of his spiritual energy for the assault. Then, with a tremendous roar from within, the barrier was shattered by Liuli's overwhelming spiritual force, disintegrating into countless fragments that gradually vanished into thin air. Following this, his spiritual energy surged to even greater heights, akin to a stream transforming into a mighty river. The transformation enveloped Liuli's internal organs, meridians, bones, and blood in a profound metamorphosis. During this process, a wave of comfort washed over him, prompting him to gently close his eyes and savor the sensation, as if his body were bathing in a warm ocean. He understood that he had ascended to the 9th tier. In a mere fortnight, Liuli's strength had transcended, breaking through from the 8th to the 9th tier. He had succeeded. Liuli's mood brightened immensely. The 9th tier placed him among the elite ranks of the Yusu immortal sect. In the realm of the Yusu immortal sect, there were only a handful of visible figures at the immortal level. Below the immortal realm stood the elders of the 9th tier. The immortal beings were undeniably scarce, even within the entire cultivation world, where such pinnacle powers were exceedingly rare. In contrast, 9th tier practitioners were more common, with many being trapped at this level for decades. Most individuals would never touch the threshold of the immortal realm, remaining confined at the 9th tier. The 9th tier represented the backbone of most sects, with the majority of its masters being over 500 years old. Yet Liuli, at the tender age of 6, had already attained the 9th tier. Such a terrifying rate of power enhancement, if known, would undoubtedly incite an unprecedented uproar throughout the cultivation world. The 9th tier was but a step away from the immortal realm. Just one step away. This step has caused countless practitioners to falter, leaving them to exhaust their lives without making any progress. However, for Liuli, this step is not excessively challenging. He possesses ample time, having reached the 9th level at the tender age of 6, with a little more effort. Attaining the realm of immortals is certainly not an insurmountable task. What remains an unattainable dream for others is within Liuli's grasp. The realm of immortals is no longer distant. As the transformation of his body came to an abrupt halt, Liuli opened his eyes, a confident smile illuminating his face. For him, the realm of immortals is far from the ultimate goal. Achieving this realm would bestow upon him significant prestige within the cultivation community. The strength of an immortal unquestionably ranks among the elite of the cultivation world. Within the expansive Yusu immortal sect, there are only 9 known immortal practitioners. Though this is merely the public count, one cannot ascertain whether others remain hidden in the shadows. This alone illustrates the rarity of such formidable power. Even among other righteous sects, immortals undoubtedly belong to the upper echelon of strength. Any immortal can effortlessly ascend to the position of elder within a major sect, wielding considerable influence and authority. Remarkably, Liuli, at the tender age of 6, has already begun preparing to breach the realm of immortals. It will be soon. He will soon break into the realm of immortals and become a true top-tier powerhouse within the cultivation community. After momentarily suppressing the myriad thoughts in his mind, Liuli couldn't help but reflect that, even without achieving the immortal realm, his strength seems formidable. Within the Yusu immortal sect, apart from a few peak masters and the sect leader of the immortal realm, his power undoubtedly ranks at the pinnacle. Even elders of the same 9th level are hardly his match. In the face of an equal adversary, Liuli fears no enemy. Even the seasoned 9th level elders within the sect are no exception. The 9th level, coupled with the various techniques and secrets I currently possess, my strength should place me among the very best of the 9th level, should it not? Furthermore, with the 9th level of power, it is not entirely impossible to challenge the immortals directly. An expression filled with anticipation graced Liuli's face. In the past, during his 7th level, he could unleash the power of the 8th level. Now that he has reached the 9th level, he should be able to momentarily manifest the strength of immortals, should he not? Thus, confronting immortals with 9th level power is not mere fantasy. Within the ancient texts of the sect, examples of those who have attempted to confront immortals at the 9th level are exceedingly rare. Each individual capable of such an extraordinary feat is a prodigy of their era, and I happen to be one of those exceedingly rare examples. Lu Qin's gaze is fixed upon the realm of immortals, no longer confined by the boundaries of cultivation levels. Indeed, he can confidently proclaim, "Beneath the realm of immortals, I am invincible." The system summoned the attribute panel. After a myriad of contemplations, Lu Qin steadied his mind and began to examine his own attribute panel. Chapter 61 Farewell to Zhou Yin. Host, Lu Qin. Level, 9th rank. Vitality, 149-17. Spiritual power, 135-24. Techniques, Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture, Minor Achievements, Spirit Summoning Technique, Perfection. Clear Source Skill, Perfection. Dreadful Scroll, Perfection. Secret Techniques, Thunder Fist, Perfection. Xuanwu Breathing Technique, Nine Heavens Soaring Crane, Major Achievements. Stone Threshold Radiance Technique, Minor Achievements. Evil Banishing Stab, Perfection. The realm has ascended from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. Vitality and spiritual power have experienced a remarkable surge. However, compared to spiritual power, the increase in vitality is evidently more pronounced. Initially, the disparity between vitality and spiritual power was substantial, yet during this time, with Lu Qin's persistent cultivation of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture and the Stone Threshold Radiance Technique, his proficiency has escalated significantly. This has led to a consistent rise in vitality, nearly matching the figures of spiritual power. The parameters of both have been steadily converging, achieving a balanced development. This pleases Lu Qin immensely. Whether it is vitality or spiritual power, both are fundamental to enhancing overall strength. Lu Qin does not wish to excel in one domain at the expense of creating a shortcoming in his overall prowess. Both vitality and spiritual power are aspects he intends to prioritize. In addition to the enhancements in vitality and spiritual power, the techniques and secret arts possessed by Lu Qin have undergone notable transformations over the past fortnight. The Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture has advanced further, progressing from the 3rd layer to the 4th, thereby augmenting his strength by an additional dragon and tiger force. Consequently, Lu Qin's vitality has surged beyond the increase in spiritual power. Furthermore, the Stone Threshold Radiance Technique has also progressed from its original 3rd level to the 4th, significantly bolstering his defensive capabilities. It is no exaggeration to say that now, even if practitioners below the 5th rank were to unleash their entire spiritual power in an assault against Lu Qin, he could withstand it without needing to mobilize his own spiritual power, remaining unscathed. This is the remarkable defensive efficacy brought forth by the 4th level of the Stone Threshold Radiance Technique. He has become impervious to blades and arrows. As for the weapons wielded by ordinary individuals, they do not even qualify to leave a mark on Lu Qin's skin. Practitioners below the 5th rank pose no threat whatsoever to Lu Qin, even if he were in a state of slumber or severe injury. Individuals below the 5th rank could not jeopardize his safety. Moreover, even for those above the 5th rank, breaching Lu Qin's Stone Threshold Radiance Technique defense is no simple feat. Strength, defense, explosive power, speed, close combat, and range combat. I lack nothing. Lu Qin's development in techniques and secret arts is comprehensive, with virtually no flaws to speak of. Gradually rising from the floor, Lu Qin cast his gaze upon the 2nd level of the scripture repository. His eyes subtly shifted toward the passage leading to the 3rd level of the repository. Half a month ago, although Lu Qin successfully claimed the title of the top disciple in the grand competition of the Yusu Immortal Sect and was hailed as the foremost disciple of the current generation, his privileges within the scripture pavilion remained limited to the 2nd level, preventing him from accessing the treasures of the 3rd level. The 3rd level housed the most revered techniques and secret arts of the Yusu Immortal Sect. Given Lu Qin's current display of 4th-tier strength, it was evident that he had yet to be granted the privilege to enter the 3rd level of the scripture pavilion. With a gentle exhale, Lu Qin chose to dismiss these trivial matters. He lacked for nothing in terms of techniques and secret arts. Each day, by signing in at various locations, he could acquire a plethora of techniques and elixirs. Consequently, his desire for the 3rd level of the scripture pavilion was not as fervent as that of the majority of disciples within the sect, but rather approached with a sense of indifference. Having attained the 9th tier, it was time for him to make his presence known within the sect. Lu Qin swiftly activated the Xuanwu breathing technique, gradually adjusting his aura from the 9th tier to that of the 4th tier, concealing 5 entire realms. The 4th tier was the level he presented to all within the sect. Unbeknownst to them, the prodigy they regarded as a once-in-a-generation talent had already reached the 9th tier and was preparing to challenge even higher realms of immortality. The techniques from the 2nd level of the scripture pavilion no longer held any allure for Liuli. He opted not to linger further and departed from the 2nd level. As fortune would have it, on his way out, he encountered the guardian elder of the scripture pavilion, a figure responsible for its protection. Upon seeing him, Liuli could instantly discern the elder's strength, 9th tier. However, he mused to himself that should he need to contend with this elder, it would take but 3 breaths before he could effortlessly dispatch him. The reason was simple. Although the elder had reached the 9th tier, his age had led to the deterioration of his meridians, bones, and overall vitality. A guardian elder lacking in vigor could not fully harness the true potential of the 9th tier. Thus, faced with Liuli, who was at the pinnacle of both vitality and spiritual energy, the elder would likely fall in a single strike without even having the chance to mount a defense. This was no exaggeration. Liuli was not merely an ordinary 9th tier practitioner. He possessed a wealth of techniques and secret arts that set him leagues apart from typical practitioners of that tier. "Greetings, Elder," Liuli said with a smile. "Greetings, Disciple Liuli," the elder replied warmly. In his eyes, Liuli, having reached the 4th tier at such a tender age, embodied boundless potential. He was viewed as the hope for the future of the Yusu immortal sect. This was the elder's assessment of Liuli just half a month prior. Upon learning that Liuli had, at the 4th tier, effortlessly dispatched the first disciple, Jiutian, with a mere finger from afar, the elder had been left utterly astounded. He could hardly fathom such a feat, having only embarked on his journey for less than 2 months. Liuli astonished all by attaining such extraordinary talent and aptitude. Within just over a month of initiation, he reached the 4th tier of cultivation. What an astonishing feat it is! The elder guardian of the pavilion had never encountered such a terrifying prodigy in his lifetime. Even though this event transpired half a month ago, the mere recollection of it still stirs a tempest of emotions within the elder guardian's heart. Henceforth, his demeanor towards Liuli transformed into one of exceptional warmth and kindness. After bidding farewell to the elder guardian, Liuli departed from the scripture pavilion. As he watched Liuli's retreating figure, a gentle and expectant smile graced the elder guardian's aged visage. Liuli, the Tao child, the hope of the Yusu immortal sect for the future. He is indeed a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Upon leaving the scripture pavilion, Liuli wandered aimlessly through various unfamiliar areas within the sect, encountering numerous disciples along the way. Upon catching sight of Liuli, all disciples regarded him with awe, admiration, and respect. They bowed their heads from a distance, facing Liuli with reverence, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Likewise, they hesitated to approach him, fearing to disturb his tranquility. Despite the passage of half a month, the incident where Liuli effortlessly vanquished Jiutian with a mere gesture remained an indelible topic of fervent discussion among countless disciples. It is evident that the number of disciples idolizing Liuli has been steadily increasing. Many began to regard Liuli as their benchmark, diligently applying themselves to their cultivation each day. In contrast, Jiutian had become a relic of the past. As Liuli's figure receded into the distance, the disciples who lingered behind finally dared to engage in hushed conversations, expressing their admiration for his remarkable achievements. To break into the 4th tier within less than 2 months. The innate talent and comprehension of Liuli are indeed formidable. Logically, achieving the 4th tier in such a brief span should indicate an unstable foundation and limited strength. Yet, can one fathom that a figure as formidable as senior brother Jiutian ultimately met a dismal defeat at the hands of the Tao child? In Liuli's case, the notion of an unstable foundation is utterly unfounded. The prowess of senior brother Jiutian, a paragon of the 4th tier, was rendered inadequate against Liuli's singular might. How could this be construed as a sign of instability? Thus, the assertion that rapid elevation in cultivation leads to an unstable foundation and diminished strength is inherently flawed. While it may not be entirely erroneous, after all, one cannot equate a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy like Liuli with ordinary examples. It remains a misguided notion. Indeed, since joining the Yusu immortal sect, Liuli had not taken the time to thoroughly observe many aspects of the sect. Now that he had just ascended to the 9th tier, he found himself with a bit of leisure to meticulously explore the unfamiliar surroundings of the Yushu immortal sect. The sect spans a vast area, nestled against the towering 3,000 mountains, which rise majestically for countless miles. Within the landscape lie cascading waterfalls and flowing rivers, accompanied by majestic stepped mountains. Immersed in this serene embrace of nature, Liuli felt his body and mind surrender to tranquility. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps disrupted Liuli's peaceful reverie. As he opened his eyes, he fortuitously beheld several familiar figures. Senior brother Jiutian? A smile graced Liuli's face as he gazed at the recognizable silhouette ahead, and he took the initiative to greet him. Junior brother Daozi, what a delightful coincidence. Jiutian chuckled awkwardly as he approached Liuli. Chapter 62. A shock to the entire Yushu immortal sect. The injuries inflicted upon Jiutian by a mere finger from Liuli a fortnight ago have now been completely healed. Moreover, following the humiliating defeat at the hands of Liuli, Jiutian has gleaned insights from his loss, sensing a subtle loosening in his realm. And he is now poised to break through to the 5th stage. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Although he faced setbacks in the Yushu immortal sect competition, he has seized the opportunity to advance to the 5th stage. Jiutian's feelings towards Liuli are intricate and multifaceted. Beside him stand his fellow 4th stage seniors, Lin Ding and Su Mu. Despite the considerable age gap, they find themselves devoid of any sense of superiority in the presence of Liuli, and instead exhibit a demeanor of restraint and tension. There is no need for excessive formalities, my fellow disciples, Liuli remarked with a smile. After a brief exchange, the awkward atmosphere began to dissipate, and they grew somewhat more familiar with one another. The dialogue among the 3 seniors gradually increased. By the way, junior brother, you may not be aware, but you have become quite renowned now. Your reputation resounds throughout the entire cultivation world, Lin Ding stated, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of astonishment. Indeed, Jiutian and Su Mu gazed at Liuli with greater admiration and respect. What do you mean? Liuli inquired, puzzled. Junior brother, look at this, Lin Ding said, inhaling deeply to contain his astonishment. He swiftly produced a scroll from his robes and presented it to Liuli. This is a ranking list from the 100 Wisdom Tower, founded by the sage Bai Shaoshan. Its primary purpose is to compile and categorize all notable figures, artifacts, and techniques within the cultivation community. This particular list is a compilation of countless prodigies from various sects, ranked based on a myriad of criteria. Presently, within the orthodox sects, innumerable outstanding talents are included in this ranking. The rankings do not merely reflect strength. Rather, they emphasize potential and innate talent. Thus, those who are placed in the top 20 are regarded as the pinnacle of genius among the major sects, esteemed and cherished like treasures. At this moment, Jiutian interjected with a bitter expression. I, too, once made it onto the ranking, albeit at the very bottom, occupying the 97th position. A rather inconspicuous rank that could be easily surpassed at any moment. In the past, Jiutian, the most distinguished disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, found himself merely ranked 97th on the illustrious human ranking list, a position that lay at the very bottom. It is evident that this ranking is anything but simple. Those who secure a place among the top 20 undoubtedly represent the most exceptional prodigies across various sections. This realization ignited a flicker of curiosity within Liuli regarding the esteemed individuals who adorned these rankings. Having never been acquainted with such paragons, he welcomed the opportunity to glean some insights. With a smile gracing his countenance, Liuli inquired, So, have I truly entered the ranks of the human list? What is my standing? He regarded this so-called ranking from the 100 Scholars Tower with a sense of detachment, viewing it merely as a means to lift his spirits. Junior brother, you are the first on the human list. Jiutian, Su Mu, and Lin Ding simultaneously turned their gazes toward Liuli. They endeavored to quell the tumultuous emotions stirring within them, yet their eyes betrayed an overwhelming mixture of shock, astonishment, and admiration. After a prolonged silence, they managed to respond. You have been designated by the 100 Scholars Tower as the foremost prodigy of our era, the pinnacle of the human list. The former number 1, Yi Feng, the saintly son of the Holy Yuan sect, a rare genius lauded as a once-in-a-century talent, has now been relegated to second place by you. The second-ranked, Wu Jiansan, son of the Sword Xian sect's leader and hailed as the foremost swordsman of this generation, now finds himself in third. The third position, once held by Jiutian, the saintess of the Yinxiao Valley, has now fallen to fourth. Junior brother, through your sheer strength, you have decisively placed the finest talents of every sect beneath your feet. The human list, birthed from the 100 Scholars Tower, now stands with you at its helm. The title of number 1 is now universally acknowledged in the cultivation world as belonging to you, the greatest prodigy of our time. Previously, this esteemed title belonged to Yi Feng of the Holy Yuan sect, who had held it for a remarkable 2 years, unwavering and unchallenged. Yet now, you have boldly seized the number 1 position. Zhou Yin's tone was imbued with awe and disbelief. Even now, he struggled to recover from the shock brought forth by this ranking. The first glimpse of the list had stirred a tempest of emotions within both Zhou Yin and his companions, Lin Ding and Su Mu. Clearly, they had never imagined that the throne of the number 1 prodigy would be usurped by their very own junior brother. Yi Feng of the Holy Yuan sect is a true paragon. Alongside him, Wu Jiansan and Ziqiong are each remarkable prodigies of this era, nurtured and revered by their respective sects as treasures. Yet these prodigies from various sects have, on this day, been subdued under the feet of Lu Chun, a mere 6-year-old disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, through sheer strength of will. What an astonishing feat this is. The ranking produced by the 100 Knowledge Tower has indeed shattered the perceptions of Zhou Yin and his companions, leaving their astonishment unresolved. In simpler terms, junior brother, you have managed to dominate your peers. The extraordinary talents from all sects, the prized geniuses, have been eclipsed by your prowess. Such an extraordinary achievement has not graced the Yushu immortal sect for many years. Zhou Yin's tone was laden with emotion. Had this occurred 3 millennia ago, during the zenith of the Yushu immortal sect, a top ranker would not have been as breathtaking. Yet now, the Yushu immortal sect has diminished considerably from its former glory. In this twilight of the sect, there stands a singular figure who has claimed the top rank and decisively subdued all rival prodigies. This, naturally, left Zhou Yin and his companions profoundly shaken. Most terrifying of all, this is the first time in the history of the 100 Knowledge Tower's rankings that someone under the age of 10 has ascended to the top. Lin Ding, at his side, added with astonishment. The trio inhaled deeply, their emotions surging like tumultuous waves. Indeed, as they noted, it is the first instance of a 17-year-old reigning as the number 1 on the rankings. The 100 Knowledge Tower's list is meticulously crafted based on a multitude of authentic accounts, rather than subjective judgments, which is why it commands such respect within the cultivation community. Thus, Lu Chen's forceful ascension to the pinnacle amidst a sea of exceptional talents, subduing countless prodigies from various sects, is undeniably a marvel of extraordinary proportions. Being number 1, is that truly remarkable? Lu Chen's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing his senior's words. Remarkable? This is a feat that could reverberate throughout the entire cultivation realm. Junior brother, you may not yet fully grasp the significance. The rank of number 1 symbolizes the foremost prodigy of this era, one capable of subduing all peers from various sects. Even the favored son of the Holy Yuan sect, born amidst auspicious clouds, has been decisively overshadowed by you. Those who claim the top spot are invariably unparalleled geniuses of their times. And you, at the tender age of 6, have ascended to the throne of number 1. Overpowering numerous contemporaries, this is what is truly fearsome. Zhou Yin and his companions were electrified with excitement, their voices brimming with admiration and reverence. Zhou Yin, at the height of his own prowess, had merely entered the rankings, and even then, at the bottom. He understood all too well. To aspire to ascend the ranks of the leaderboard and secure a prominent position is indeed a formidable endeavor. The enigmatic Bai Shaosheng remains impervious to both coercion and bribery, relying solely on his intrinsic principles to determine the rankings, thereby ensuring an unparalleled fairness and integrity. Consequently, the value of the leaderboard is rendered exceptionally high. In such a context, for Lu Chun to ascend to the pinnacle of the leaderboard is undoubtedly a fearsome achievement. The distinctions between being in the top 100, the top 20, and the top 3 of the leaderboard are starkly pronounced, particularly between the first and second positions, where the disparity is remarkably vast. And you, dear junior brother, have emerged as a rare prodigy. Not only have you entered the leaderboard, but you have also breached the top 3, ultimately claiming the first position, displacing all others down a rank. The presence of Lu Chun on the leaderboard necessitates that all others concede a position. He is, indeed, a prodigious talent that has emerged like a comet in the sky, directly entering the ranks and displacing all previous luminaries. Oh, how splendid it appears! In contrast to the exhilaration of Lu Chun and his companions, their demeanor remains remarkably tranquil and composed, as if the title of the so-called number one on the leaderboard has stirred no emotional turbulence within them. Even the tone in which he speaks remains consistent, devoid of any significant fluctuations. Despite attaining the top rank, Lu Chun remains unchanged, causing the excitement of Zhou Yin and the others to gradually cool as they regard him with increasing suspicion and peculiarity. Ahem. Sumu clears his throat, unable to suppress the urge to inquire. Junior brother, you stand at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, a position that suppresses the exceptional talents of an era. Do you not feel a sense of pride in this achievement? For most, occupying the first position on the leaderboard is indeed a tremendous honor. Even Yi Feng, the esteemed son of the Holy Yuan sect, who held the top rank for 2 consecutive years, may appear indifferent, yet deep down, he undoubtedly feels a profound sense of pride. However, Su Mu and the others are unable to detect any sign of unusual emotional fluctuation from Lu Chun regarding his top rank. It seems as though he regards it as an utterly mundane occurrence, devoid of any emotional upheaval. Do you believe I should feel pride? Lu Chun queries, gazing curiously at his 3 senior brothers. Pride? To feel pride over such a trivial matter? Is this a jest? As a formidable 9th-tier cultivator, poised to ascend to the realm of immortals, should he take pride in the so-called title of number one? Absurd. While the title of number one may be viewed as a mark of honor by many prodigies, to Lu Chun, it is merely a ranking to pass the time, one that does not warrant excessive concern. After all, Lu Chun believes, if he truly desires to maintain his position as the foremost individual on the rankings, he need only unveil his 9th-tier prowess. Undoubtedly, in the entire realm of cultivation, no one could potentially disturb his supremacy. The Daozi of Xingyuan sect? The Sword Master of Jiutian sect? The Saintess of Yanjia Valley? Let us not even mention them. Even if they were to unite, they would be incapable of shaking Lu Chun's status. Lu Chun's gaze has long transcended the ordinary 9th-tier realm and now rests upon the celestial domain. To him, being number one on the rankings is merely a trivial matter, a mere title devoid of significance. At this moment, confronted with Lu Chun's nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Yin and his companions found themselves momentarily speechless. The individual himself remained unfazed. Yet, as bystanders, they felt a greater surge of excitement than he did. The realization of this left their faces flushed. Their juniors' composure was truly enlightening for the seniors. Even the number one on the rankings appeared to be of little concern to him. What could they possibly say? If they were to claim the top spot, they would likely be unable to sleep for 3 days from sheer exhilaration. But for Lu Chun, it seemed as ordinary as any mundane occurrence. This state of mind allowed Zhou Yin and his companions to once again grasp the vast chasm that lay between them and Lu Chun. Senior brother, I shall not intrude further. Lu Chun smiled, shaking his head as he took his leave. The matter of ascending to the top of the rankings did not capture his significant attention, nor did it weigh heavily on his heart. He regarded it merely as an amusing occurrence. Upon reaching the 9th-tier realm, Lu Chun glanced back at the so-called rankings, which appeared to him as nothing more than a group of children engaged in a game of make-believe. He certainly held no interest in competing with these children for the title of number one. Gradually, as they watched Lu Chun's retreating figure, Zhou Yin, Lin Ding, and Su Mu exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a resigned smile, their faces brimming with a sense of defeat and admiration. The composure of their junior was truly remarkable, achieving such a daunting feat as claiming the top spot on the rankings, yet remaining entirely indifferent. Their own disposition paled in comparison to that of their Daozi junior. They had initially thought that only their strength and talent fell short of their juniors. However, they never anticipated that, despite being older, they could not even match his temperament at the tender age of 6. Is this what they call a prodigy? They were utterly enlightened. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Changmei raised an eyebrow, his tone calm and collected. Come in. Creak. The door was slowly pushed open, revealing several peak masters from the celestial realm, who entered with an air of impatience. Upon seeing Changmei, their eyes lit up as they swiftly approached him. What is the matter? Why the haste? Changmei felt a tinge of astonishment. observing the hurried footsteps of several peak leaders. He was able to accurately discern that the hearts of the two had undergone significant fluctuations. What event could provoke such urgency from these esteemed figures? A sense of curiosity began to brew within him. Master, a major event has occurred. The leader of Tianshu Peak had not yet halted his stride when his voice resounded powerfully. A major event? Changmei questioned, perplexed. He then tentatively inquired, has a disciple, seduced by some fiend, shown signs of falling into the demonic path? No, it is far greater than that. The leader of Qiankun Peak shook his head. Oh, more significant than that. I am at a loss, Changmei replied, bewildered. Master, Lu Qindaozi has entered the human rankings. The leader of Tianshu Peak dispensed the truth without further riddles. Entered the human rankings? Changmei was astonished. But upon reflection, he found it reasonable. What was so remarkable about this? Jiutian had also been on the human rankings, and just half a month prior, Lu Chun had defeated Jiutian. Given his strength and talent, was it not entirely normal for him to attain such recognition? At this juncture, Changmei seemed to sense something and asked, could it be that this young lad, Lu Chun, has secured a prominent position within the human rankings? Let me take a guess. Perhaps he has entered the top 10? The leaders of Tianshu and Qiankun Peaks exchanged glances and suddenly smiled. Master, why not take another guess? Not only the top 10, could it be the top 5? Changmei was taken aback. A look of surprise and admiration crossed his face, and he could not help but express his approval. The top 5 of the human rankings. Such an extraordinary prodigy has emerged from this generation of Yusu immortal sect. However, the peak leaders continue to shake their heads. Master, dare to be bolder. You cannot be suggesting that Lu Chun has entered the top 3? Changmei was utterly shocked. No, he is first. The first in the human rankings. Lu Qindaozi has been ranked first by Bai Xiaolu, the foremost prodigy of our time. Yi Feng, the son of the Holy Yuan sect, Wu Jiansan of the Sword Xian sect, and Zi Qiong, the saintess of Yanxia Valley, have all been subdued by Lu Qindaozi. The peak leaders handed the human rankings to Changmei, their voices brimming with excitement and astonishment. What? First in the human rankings? He has subdued all the prodigies of this generation from various sects. Changmei's eyes widened in shock. He hastily accepted the rankings and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, in the most coveted position of the human rankings, Changmei's eyes immediately fell upon those familiar words. First in the human rankings, Daozi Lu Chun, the only Daozi of Yusu immortal sect in 10,000 years. Age 6, 4th tier. It was indeed the first in the human rankings. This is indeed the pinnacle of the human rankings. Even the usually composed Master Changmei could not help but reveal his profound astonishment upon seeing the name that occupied the top position. Being first on the human rankings signifies the foremost prodigy of the contemporary era, the unparalleled genius of the righteous sects. Changmei was genuinely taken aback to discover that his own disciple, Lu Chun, had ascended to this esteemed position. Such news filled him with immense awe. Had it been 3 millennia ago, during the heyday of the Yushu sect, Changmei would not have been so astonished. However, the current Yushu sect is a shadow of its former glory. In this awkward predicament, the emergence of such a remarkable talent as the first on the human rankings is indeed shocking. Lu Chun, this young lad, has single-handedly subdued the elites of various sects. Excellent. After a brief moment of shock, Changmei burst into hearty laughter, clutching the ranking list tightly in his hand. The heavy heart he had carried for half a month, due to the inexplicable disappearance of a disciple who had fallen to the demonic path, began to lift significantly with this revelation. Truly, the contemporary disciple of our sect has excelled. Lu Chun, you have done remarkably well. How long has it been since the Yushu sect has had the opportunity to hold its head high? For years, we have been overshadowed by other sects, trapped in an awkward position. Yet now, this young lad Lu Chun has finally ignited hope for breaking free from this predicament. Those once viewed as treasures by various sects are now all beneath the feet of Lu Chun. Changmei laughed heartily. Nearby, several peak masters added, Master, we must also mention that Lu Chun is the youngest person ever to attain the top position in the human rankings, under the age of 10. Upon hearing this, Changmei's smile faltered, and his astonishment deepened. Indeed, a first on the human rankings at such a tender age. What an extraordinary prodigy. Throughout history, there has hardly been a comparable example. A child under 10, yet capable of suppressing the elite from various sects. Liuli is not only the foremost prodigy of this generation, but also the greatest genius of all time. Chang Mei's praise was exceedingly high. The peak masters wholeheartedly concurred. The fact that a disciple of their sect had claimed the top position was enough to send them into a frenzy of joy. Not to mention, this extraordinary achievement belongs to a child under 10. Since the inception of the rankings, he stands as the only individual under 10 to have achieved such a feat. One can only imagine the monumental waves and upheaval this ranking will stir throughout the cultivation world. Thus, it was only a matter of time before, as the rankings of the Renbang began to circulate within the Yushu immortal sect, an unprecedented wave of astonishment swept through the entire sect. Tens of thousands of disciples were left in utter disbelief. What? Junior brother Lu Qindao has actually claimed the top position on the Renbang? Is this certain? Is he the one who topped the rankings from Bixialu? Surely, there cannot be another ranking of this kind in the cultivation world. My heavens! This is astounding. Junior brother Daozi is poised to make his name resonate throughout the entire cultivation realm. Securing the first place on the Renbang symbolizes that he is the foremost prodigy among his peers in this era. Who would have imagined that junior brother Daozi, through his sheer prowess, has subdued all other outstanding talents of his generation to seize the throne of the contemporary top genius? It is utterly inconceivable. Have you overlooked the fact that junior brother Daozi is merely 6 years old? Goodness, I almost forgot about that detail. At not even 10 years of age, he has ascended to the peak of the Renbang? Could this not be the first instance in history of someone under 10 attaining such a lofty position? Junior brother Daozi is truly extraordinary. The discourse surrounding the first position on the Renbang and Liuli has enveloped the Yushu immortal sect like a tidal wave. An unparalleled uproar has erupted within the sect. Chapter 63. The Tremors from All Sides by Xiao Lu holds a remarkable reputation within the realm of cultivation, recognized as a powerful entity that refrains from engaging in any disputes. It has firmly established its roots in this world of practitioners. Among the rankings it produces, the Heaven and Earth list and the Human list undoubtedly stand out for their influence and renown. The Heaven and Earth list serves as a ranking of the prowess of celestial beings, predominantly featuring the formidable practitioners from esteemed sections. Although the Heaven and Earth list wields significant power, the number of celestial beings is relatively limited, as most serve as the backbone of their respective sects and seldom venture forth. Furthermore, the emergence of celestial beings is a rare occurrence, and they are rarely inclined to partake in various conflicts. Consequently, the Heaven and Earth list is refreshed only once a year, a stark contrast to the Human list, which is updated every 3 months. This extended interval renders the Heaven and Earth list less frequently scrutinized, leading the majority of practitioners to focus more on the fluctuations of the Human list. After all, the Heaven and Earth list feels distant, primarily relevant to those who dwell in the realm of celestial beings. In contrast, the Human list remains a hot topic of discussion among all practitioners. While the Heaven and Earth list may possess greater influence, the Human list undoubtedly enjoys superior recognition. Moreover, to the higher echelons of any sect, the significance of the Human list is not deemed inferior to that of the Heaven and Earth list. The number and ranking of a sect's practitioners on the Heaven and Earth list reflect its present strength, while the Human list signifies its potential future prowess. On this day, a freshly updated Human list from Bai Xiao Lu was swiftly delivered into the hands of an elder from the Jiutian sect, thanks to the relentless efforts of his disciples. Upon grasping the updated list and reviewing its contents, the elder's hands trembled slightly, nearly causing him to drop the document. What is this? The elder was struck with shock, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the rankings presented on the Human list. He was utterly flabbergasted. The name at the top of the Human list, entirely unfamiliar, stood out vividly before his eyes. Initially, he had simply requested the latest list out of idle curiosity, never anticipating that the changes in rank would leave him utterly astounded. The first position on the Human list was claimed by Lu Chun, the Daozi of the Yu Su Xianmen, a mere 6-year-old at the 4th tier. Bai Xiao Lu had designated him as the foremost prodigy of the contemporary era. What was merely a brief piece of information surged like a tumultuous wave, overwhelming his mind and leaving it in a state of confusion. A persistent buzzing echoing in his head. What on earth has transpired? The first position on the Human list has changed hands. Even as an elder of the Jiutian sect, a being of celestial stature, he now stood speechless, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the human list he held, unable to tear his eyes away. The ranking of the young master has plummeted to third. Soon, he discovered the ranking of Wu Jian from the Swordxian sect, placed beneath the saint of the Holy Yuan sect, Yifeng. Once second on the list, he has now fallen to third. The monstrous saint of the Holy Yuan sect has been overshadowed by someone else. The Saint Yifeng, whom even the young master could not suppress, has been subdued by this Daozi Liuli from the Yusu immortal gate, all through his own strength. Even my young master is now relegated beneath him. My heavens! What on earth is happening? He could scarcely fathom such a turn of events. His own young master Wu Jian, alongside that monstrous saint of the Holy Yuan sect, has been simultaneously suppressed by another. All the other prodigies from various sects have also been subdued by the same individual. Could it be that the 100 Knowledge Tower has secretly received spiritual stones from the Yusu Immortal Gate? The elder of the Swordxian sect mused peculiarly. Otherwise, he could not comprehend why the first position on the ranking would suddenly change hands. The Yusu Immortal Gate? Wasn't it said to be declining? How could a figure of such terrifying prowess emerge so suddenly? Everything felt like a dream. He found it hard to believe this shift in the rankings. Who exactly is this Daozi Liuli? He had never heard of him before. Next, he glanced downward, carefully perusing the explanatory notes beneath the ranking. What? Less than 2 months since entering, and he has broken into the 4th stage. Surely this is a jest? Is there truly such a horrifying prodigy in the world? The elder of the Swordxian sect completely lost his composure. In a vague realization, he began to understand why this Daozi from the Yusu Immortal Gate could claim the first position on the ranking. This is indeed an unparalleled prodigy. The cultivation world is about to be set ablaze. He took a deep breath, clutching the weighty ranking paper in his hands. He could foresee the immense waves and turmoil this ranking would stir within the previously tranquil cultivation world. The first position has changed hands. This is undoubtedly a significant event capable of resonating throughout the cultivation community. Not to mention, the first position has been seized by a mere 6-year-old Daozi from the Yusu Immortal Gate. Various factors will undoubtedly lead to this unprecedented upheaval in the rankings. Shortly after, he instructed his subordinates to deliver this ranking to Wu Jian of the Swordxian sect. Upon learning of the monumental changes in the rankings, the mysterious and exceptionally gifted Wu Jian revealed a rare smile. Just a few brief words escaped him. Isn't this all the more intriguing? The emergence of a prodigy who can overshadow the monstrous figure of the Holy Yuan sect is indeed a cause for celebration. I am particularly eager to witness the reaction of that peculiar figure from the Holy Yuan sect upon seeing the alterations in the rankings of the human list. The fall from 1st to 2nd place is no trivial matter, especially for someone as proud and haughty as he. It would be a profound humiliation. As for my own descent from 2nd to 3rd, it hardly matters. After all, securing the first position is beyond my reach. As long as I remain within the top 5, I can satisfy the expectations of those elders. However, his character is entirely different from mine. The entire Swordxian sect has been engulfed in a tremendous uproar due to this shift in the human list. Even the unfathomably powerful leader of the Swordxian sect has sensed the changes in rankings. The name Liuli has resounded throughout the entire Swordxian sect. In the Misty Valley, a young maiden clad in pure white garments, her face partially concealed by a veil, remains elusive and enigmatic. Yet her exquisite aura betrays her extraordinary beauty. She is none other than the contemporary saintess of the Misty Valley, Jiutian. Once ranked 3rd on the human list, she has now slipped to 4th place. A woman of unparalleled talent. At this moment, the saintess Jiutian holds the latest edition of the human list. Her amber-like eyes quietly fixated on the name at the top. After a prolonged silence, her crimson lips part. The Daozi of the Yusu Immortal Sect, Liuli, a 6-year-old 4th rank, the youngest to attain 1st place on the human list? What an extraordinary prodigy. Having perused the introduction regarding Liuli, Jiutian concedes that the Daozi of the Yusu Immortal Sect is indeed an exceptional talent, even a terrifying genius whose gifts surpass her own. Nevertheless, she does not easily concede her worth in comparison. She firmly believes that cultivation relies not solely on talent. The core principle of the Misty Valley is the cultivation of the heart. Mastery of the heart surpasses mere cultivation. Once one attains a certain state of mind, everything else will come naturally. Jiutian need not concern herself with fluctuations in the rankings. should she succeed in mastering the cloud smoke sword cannon. Even the holy son of the Holy Yuan sect would not stand as her rival. A voice, ethereal as if descending from the heavens, resonates within Ziqiang's heart. The disciple understands. Ziqiang nods. The Daozi named Liuli is indeed an extraordinary prodigy. Yet, she practices the cloud smoke sword cannon of the Misty Valley, an advantage they shall never match. If she perfects the cloud smoke sword cannon, she will have no peers among her contemporaries. The Holy Yuan sect's Daozi will falter, and so too will Liuli. The voice echoes once more, a feminine tone devoid of emotion. Simultaneously, at the Heavenly Dao sect, one of the three principal Taoist sects of the cultivation world. Once upon a time, the Yusu immortal sect stood as the pinnacle of Taoism, the foremost sect among all. However, it seems that the Tianyi sect is subtly approaching the status of surpassing Yusu immortal sect to become the preeminent sect. When the latest rankings of the Renbang circulated to the Tianyi sect, the current Daozi, Li Xing, held the list with an expression of calm detachment, exhibiting remarkable poise and composure, seemingly unaffected by the fluctuations in the rankings. Daozi, you need not concern yourself with the rankings. They merely reflect the evaluations made by Xiao Lu. This does not signify that you are inferior to them. The disciples surrounding Li Xing chimed in. There is no need for such trepidation. I am well aware of my standing. If the changes in the rankings were to instigate an irreversible shift in my mentality, it would only reflect my lack of mastery in the Tao, Li Xing replied, his tone serene and unpretentious. He casually set aside the Renbang and gazed into the distance beyond the sect. Liuli of the Yusu immortal sect? A fellow Daozi in the realm of Tao, I eagerly anticipate our encounter. I hope you live up to the exceptional description portrayed in this ranking. Otherwise, I shall be profoundly disappointed. The rivalry between Daozi is inherently imbued with competition. Considering Liuli, the solitary Daozi of the Yusu immortal sect over the millennia, and one who occupies the top position in the Renbang, it is only natural for Li Xing, as the contemporary Daozi of the Tianyi sect, to draw comparisons. In light of this, Li Xing harbors immense anticipation for the day he meets Liuli. This anticipation is a source of pride for Li Xing as the current Daozi of the Tianyi sect, the Dongfang clan, a formidable lineage that has endured for over a millennium, renowned in the realm of cultivation. The Dongfang clan was founded by the legendary sword cultivator, known as the Sword Demon, Dongfang Qiubai, a figure of unparalleled strength. As the progenitor of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qiubai wielded his sword throughout his life, seeking only a single defeat. Even in the age of the immensely powerful Yusu immortal sect, they would yield 3 steps back when faced with Dongfang Qiubai. One can only imagine the magnitude of Dongfang Qiubai's might during that era. The Dongfang clan, established by this sword demon, has thrived for nearly a millennium, rendering it a colossal force within the realm of cultivation. They have passed down a formidable sword technique known as the Dongfang 9 swords, personally crafted by Dongfang Qiubai himself. It is this technique that has allowed the Dongfang clan to remain at the zenith of the cultivation world, enduring through the ages without a hint of decline. At this moment, within the peach orchard of the Dongfang clan, a woman clad in loose black garments danced gracefully, wielding her sword with fluidity, her movements suggesting a harmonious unity between her and the blade. Wherever the blade passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble and hum. Petals of peach blossoms cascaded down, only to be instantly obliterated into fragments by the sword energy emanating from the young girl's blade. Even from a distance of several dozen meters. Gradually, the girl's sword dance came to an abrupt halt. Nearby, a round of melodious and resounding applause erupted. It appeared that Yu's swordsmanship had indeed advanced significantly. Her talent was truly extraordinary. In due time, once Yu has mastered the Eastern 9 swords, she could seize the top position on the human rankings. The saintly son of the Holy Yuan sect would then be no match for her. A young man approached the girl, gazing in admiration at her striking visage. The girl, expressionless and wielding her sword, exuded an air of icy indifference, her exquisite features and short hair radiating a sharp, formidable aura. The human rankings? Utterly tedious. The girl was Dongfang Yu, the contemporary pride of the Dongfang family. A prodigy of unparalleled swordsmanship. Previously ranked 5th, she had now slipped to 6th. Yet, Dongfang Yu had never cared for the rankings. Yu remained as aloof as ever. Aside from her sword, she seemed disinterested in anything else the world had to offer. The young man chuckled, having anticipated her indifference. Just then, a servant hurried over, respectfully presenting a copy of the latest human rankings to the young man. "Would you like to take a look, Yuer?" he inquired with a smile. "Not interested," Dongfang Yu replied, not even glancing at it. "Very well then. I shall peruse this newest edition of the human rankings produced by Xiao Lu and see how it has changed since 3 months ago." The young man slowly unfurled the rankings. Upon noticing the shifts in the rankings, he gaped, his throat dry and momentarily speechless. This. The young man stared blankly at the name at the top of the rankings. No longer was it the familiar name of Yi Feng, the saintly son of the Holy Yuan sect, but rather, human ranking number 1, Daozi Lu Chun, the only Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect in millennia, aged 6. 4th stage. This brief introduction turned the young man's worldview upside down. He was utterly astonished. "Yuer, I suggest you take a look." The first position in the rankings had changed hands. The saintly son Yi Feng had been dethroned. Moreover, it was by a 6-year-old Daozi from the Yushu immortal sect, who had forcibly claimed the top spot on the human rankings. The young man's tone was filled with shock, clearly unprepared for such a dramatic shift. Dongfang Yu raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at the changes in the rankings. Before her stood a figure with an undeniably remarkable countenance. Though a slight alteration was evident in her expression. "Is that Lu Qin Daozi from the Jiutian men? Has he pushed that fellow from the Sheng Yuan zone to 2nd place?" The youth's tone was filled with astonishment. "Not only that, but this marks the very first instance in history where someone under the age of 10 has claimed the top position on the Renbang. This Lu Qin Daozi seems to be extraordinarily formidable. Such talent and aptitude are nothing short of terrifying." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu maintained her characteristic aloofness. "It matters not. Whether it be the holy son of Sheng Yuan Zong or the Daozi of Yusuxian men, they will ultimately be surpassed by me and left far behind." Her tone was not only indifferent, but also imbued with profound pride, a pride that ran deep within her bones. The various sects within the cultivation realm were all stirred by this news of the Renbang. The name Lu Chun Daozi reverberated throughout the cultivation world, becoming the subject of fervent discussion among all. The group of exceptional talents listed on the Renbang expressed a myriad of views and attitudes towards the sudden emergence of a mere 6-year-old child who had overpowered them all. Some of these prodigies were unconcerned, others found it amusing, while some were infuriated, and many were itching to challenge him. In summary, the event of Lu Qin's ascent to the top of the Renbang elicited a plethora of differing opinions. The shift in the number 1 position on the Renbang sent shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world. After all, it was common knowledge that the title had remained in the grip of Sheng Yuan Zong's holy son, Yi Feng, for a solid 2 years, without any signs of being disturbed during that time. Yet, unexpectedly, a Lu Qin Daozi appeared out of nowhere, forcefully claiming the top spot and usurping the throne originally belonging to Yi Feng. Such a monumental event inevitably sparked intense discussion among the cultivators. To their astonishment, the Yu Su Xian men, in its twilight, had given rise to such an extraordinary prodigy. If the intelligence gathered by the Bai Xiao Lu regarding Lu Qin Daozi is indeed accurate, then without a doubt, he is the rightful number 1 on the Renbang. Even the exceptionally gifted holy son Yi Feng of Sheng Yuan Zong would find himself overshadowed by this Lu Qin Daozi, the once uncontested number 1 on the Renbang, held for 2 consecutive years by Sheng Yuan Zong, had finally changed hands. A child yet to reach the age of 10. Could this be considered the most formidable genius of all time? Is the Yu Su Xian men on the verge of a powerful rise? At merely 6 years of age, Lu Qin Daozi has single-handedly dominated the Renbang. Truly, this is the epitome of an unparalleled prodigy. The entirety of the cultivation world was set ablaze with excitement. With an expression of eager anticipation, someone remarked, "I am now exceedingly curious about how the saint's son Yi Feng of the Xingyuan sect will respond upon learning that the title of the top individual on the rankings, which rightfully belonged to him, has been usurped. Surely, he cannot remain oblivious to this loss and feign ignorance, can he?" Chapter 64 Sacred Yuan Sect. Sacred Son Yi Feng's Sacred Yuan Mountain, the heart of the Sacred Yuan Sect, rises majestically above the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal peak that barely exists within the mundane world. The area encompassing 100 miles around Sacred Yuan Mountain is enveloped in a formidable array. Anyone who dares to trespass this sacred ground without permission will face the wrath of the array, succumbing to its illusions, or, in the gravest cases, meeting their demise. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of an array that spans such an extensive area. Even the esteemed Yusu immortal sect lacks the resources to establish a formation of this scale. The effort and materials required to create such an extensive array are exorbitant, far beyond what the current Yusu sect can bear. In contrast, the sacred Yuan sect possesses the strength to erect such an immense formation, a testament to its formidable prowess. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, the sacred Yuan sect ranks among the top 3 sects of the righteous path. Vaguely, it stands as a leading authority within the righteous sects, while not the absolute supreme power of the cultivation world. It wields considerable influence akin to that of a supreme entity. It commands respect and obedience from all. Despite its formidable presence, the sacred Yuan sect, like any other sect, cannot compel the entire cultivation world to bow before it. Nevertheless, its reputation far eclipses that of the majority of righteous sections. On this day, when news of the rankings reached the sacred Yuan sect, a tremendous upheaval ensued. What? The sacred son has lost his position as the number 1 on the human rankings? This must be a joke. Who in the world could possibly compete with the sacred son for the top seat? What are those miscreants at the 100 Knowledge Tower scheming? Surely they must be fabricating this news. I am eager to discover who has dared to displace our sacred son from his rightful throne atop the rankings. Did they not see that Wu Jian-san of the Sword Profound sect has been firmly suppressed to second place by our sacred son over the past 2 years? Now, suddenly, an individual emerges to claim the number 1 position that rightfully belongs to our sacred son? Disciples and elders of the sacred Yuan sect hastily retrieved the rankings to investigate. Soon, they uncovered the identity of the audacious figure who had unseated their sacred son from the top of the list. The Yusu immortal sect? A Taoist named Liuli? The only Taoist of the Yusu sect in a millennium? What merit does this young man possess to be compared with our sacred son? I have never even heard of this Liuli before. It seems he has appeared out of nowhere, forcefully seizing the number 1 spot on the rankings. How is this possible? Surely, there must be a process involved. How can one simply emerge and instantly claim the top position? Has he truly become the foremost prodigy of our era? I cannot help but feel that the rankings released by Baishao Tower are nothing short of a farce. The assembly of disciples and elders is rife with discontent and indignation. Indeed, Liu Chan's emergence has been so fleeting, so unexpected, that no one could have foreseen it. Nor were they prepared for such an eventuality. Were Wu Jian-san of the Sword Qian sect to seize the title of number 1 on the list, it would hardly send shockwaves through the myriad sects of the cultivation world. Yet, the crux of the matter is, Liu Chan's ascent has been alarmingly swift. Without a whisper of forewarning, he has soared to the pinnacle of the rankings. Upon his arrival, he stands at the very apex. It is precisely this remarkable shift that has incited such fervent upheaval within the cultivation community. Elder, the most daunting aspect is that this individual, known as Daozi Liu Chan, appears to be merely 6 years of age. What? A mere child of 6? How could such a youngling possibly claim the top spot, overshadowing our esteemed holy son? This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, it seems the folks at Baishao Tower are intent on creating discord. Elder, I recommend that we first review the brief introduction regarding this Liu Chan from the Yusu immortal sect found on the rankings platform. Thus, all eyes turned. They gazed upon Baishao Tower's succinct description of Liu Chan. Liu Chan of the Yusu immortal sect, merely 6 years old, at the 4th stage. Having practiced for less than 2 months, transitioning from a mundane existence to the 4th stage. Once, with a mere gesture, he instantaneously defeated Zhou Yan, the first disciple of the Yusu immortal sect, also at the 4th stage, in a single encounter. The introduction of Liu Chan is exceedingly brief. However, this scant information has irrevocably upended the entire Xingyuan sect. What on earth? Where did Baishao Tower procure such intelligence? They assert that someone could ascend from a layperson to the 4th stage in less than 2 months of training. What kind of jest is this? In all the world, how could such a monstrous prodigy possibly exist? The elders of Xingyuan sect were left in a state of bewilderment. Is this a joke? To reach the 4th stage in less than 2 months? What kind of elixir or miraculous medicine must one consume to traverse 4 levels in such a brief span? Such a phenomenon is simply unfathomable. One elder outright dismissed the notion. Our holy son, who was of exceptional merit, required 3 full years to progress from the first to the 4th stage. What merit or virtue does this Liuli of the Yushu immortal sect possess? Even if his talents are extraordinary, he cannot possibly be this fearsome, can he? To break into the 4th stage in under 2 months? Such a creature cannot exist in this realm. Not to mention, he not only ascended to the 4th stage in less than 2 months, but could also eliminate a peer at the same level in an instant? This is beyond absurd. In the sacred Yuan sect, the overwhelming majority instinctively dismissed all of this. Just as they sought to console themselves, the sect's leader stepped forward and declared, "This matter is indeed true." Following this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the sacred Yuan sect. In the next moment, an uproar erupted. My heavens! Is this Liuli Daozi from the Imperial Void Immortal sect truly that formidable? If even the sect leader acknowledges the veracity of this claim, then it must be devoid of falsehood. Yet, this revelation is nothing short of astonishing. Such a remarkable talent is almost beyond imagination. Has the Imperial Void Immortal sect truly given birth to such a terrifying prodigy? At merely 6 years of age, he has claimed the top spot on the rankings, a feat unparalleled throughout history. When this news reached the ears of the sacred son, Yifeng, his cultivation abruptly came to a halt. The ranking list he held in his hands displayed its content with piercing clarity, causing the usually impassive countenance of sacred son, Yifeng, to emanate a chilling aura. Daozi Liuli. Yifeng cast a detached glance at the name atop the rankings, showing no interest in any of the other positions. To him, apart from the first rank, all other standings held no allure. He felt no need to pay attention to those so-called paragons of heaven. At just 6 years old, he has overshadowed me? Liuli, I shall remember you. I look forward to our encounter. By then, I hope your realm will have ascended to match my own, so that I may decisively defeat you at an equal level, thoroughly trampling your pride beneath my feet. That would indeed be far more entertaining. Do not blame me for overpowering the weak. The world of cultivation is ruthlessly unforgiving. The ranking list? Merely a trifle for children. Yifeng offered a faint smile as he carelessly tossed the list aside. With a mere thought, a surge of eerie purple flames materialized from thin air, wrapping around the ranking list. In the blink of an eye, the list was reduced to ashes, gently descending from the heavens before swiftly vanishing into the wind. Perhaps your talent is indeed formidable. However, I shall undoubtedly soar far above you. Those outsiders have never truly comprehended the depths of my strength. They are but a troop of jesters. This so-called ranking list is merely a diversion for me, a way to pass the time. Liuli, do you genuinely believe you can surpass me? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yifeng's eyes. Although the ranking list may be a child's plaything, what is rightfully mine shall never be taken by another. No one possesses the qualifications to lay claim to what belongs to me. The title of number 1 is but a trivial accomplishment I obtained while indulging in leisure activities. Yet, my possessions I can willingly relinquish. Yet there exists one thing I cannot tolerate. No one has the right to wrest what is rightfully mine from my grasp. Chapter 65. The Liu family's resolution in the western Jiutian, Tianshui City, stands as the illustrious stronghold of the Liu family, one of the 5 prominent clans of the Great Qin dynasty. The Liu clan reigns supreme over the entire region, wielding unparalleled influence, second only to the imperial family itself. This territory encompasses 8 cities under the aegis of the Great Qin dynasty, all of which fall within the Liu family's dominion. Among these, Tianshui City is the most prosperous and expansive, serving as the Liu family's central stronghold. On a particular day, a servant rushed breathlessly into the Liu residence. Clutching the latest roster from the 100 Scholars Tower, his steps brisk and urgent. "Madam, something terrible has happened," the servant exclaimed as he reached the grand hall. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead and anxiety etched across his face. At the helm of the hall sat a middle-aged woman, resplendent in her attire and exuding an air of elegance. This was Liu Qiankun, the 4th daughter of the current head of the Liu family, poised and striking, her brows and eyes reflecting an air of haughty superiority. Within the Liu clan, Liu Qiankun holds a significant share of authority, ranking among the most influential figures in the household. Crucially, she is the leader of the 10,000 troops tasked with eradicating the remnants of the fallen Liu family from the previous dynasty. The Liu family is divided into 3 factions, with Liu Qiankun standing as the sole leader of her own faction. In a bid to elevate her standing within the family, She volunteered to command the forces aimed at eliminating the Liu family, a primary target of the Liu clan, historically associated with the fallen Zhou dynasty. This formidable task has been entrusted to Liu Qiankun herself, a woman of unparalleled diligence and ruthless efficiency. What is the matter? What kind of behavior is this? Liu Qiankun inquired, her tone detached as she regarded the servant's distressed expression. Madam, the latest roster from the 100 Scholars Tower has been released. The servant hastily presented the document to her. A roster? What concern is that to me? Liu Qiankun expression turned frosty. And no, madam, you must see this. The individual ranked first on the roster. The servant stammered, his fear palpable. Very well, I trust you would not waste my time, Liu Qiankun said, opening the roster and casting a cursory glance at the rankings. However, her gaze sharpened as she spotted the name at the top. Liu Chun of the Yushu Immortals sect? First place? A mere 6 years old and already a 4th tier? Liu Qiankун's heart raced with astonishment. Her mind whirled as her thoughts raced to comprehend the implications. Taking a deep breath, she confronted the servant before her, questioning, is this so-called Liu Chun the same individual referred to in the recent reports from the hidden family spies of the Yushu Immortal sect? Is he truly the remnant of the Liu family lurking within the Yushu Immortal sect? Upon hearing her words, the servant hastily nodded. Indeed, my lady, he is the remnant of the Liu family. What? Liu Qiankун's complexion shifted slightly. Could it be that this remnant of the Liu family truly ascended to become the Daozi of the Yushu Immortal sect? The only Daozi in 10,000 years? How could this little wretch from the Liu family possess such extraordinary talent? Has he already reached the 4th stage? Is this true? A mere 6-year-old at the 4th stage? Furthermore, he is the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu Immortal sect. Even more astonishingly, he ranks first on the renowned human list. The foremost prodigy of the current cultivation world. How is this possible? Liu Qiankун's graceful and dignified visage betrayed a hint of disarray. This was dire. Extremely dire. In that moment, countless thoughts flooded Liu Qiankун's mind. She had never dreamed that the Liu family's elusive fish would leap forth to become the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu Immortal sect. The magnitude of this identity transformation rendered her thoughts blank. This little wretch from the Liu family was indeed terrifying. Although Liu Qiankун's strength was not formidable due to her focus on managing the family, she was acutely aware of what it meant to be ranked first on the human list produced by the 100 Knowledge Tower. To stand in such a position indicated the presence of an immensely fearsome genius. No matter the cost, he must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, this little wretch would undoubtedly become a significant threat to my Liu family in the future. The danger posed by an enemy with such terrifying talent was exceedingly high. Liu Qiankun silently resolved within her heart. A genius who reached the 4th stage at such a young age, and yet is the current number 1 on the human list. The contemporary Daozi of the Yushu Immortal sect. All of this converges upon one individual, who is not only the Liu family's mortal enemy, but also the embodiment of deep-seated blood feuds. Thus, it is imperative that he be prevented from continuing to grow. This terrifying prodigy, regardless of the cost, must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. How could the Liu family have birthed such a remarkably gifted remnant? Such talent, if it were to manifest within the Liu family, would undoubtedly allow me to secure complete control over the Liu family. Alas, this extraordinary prodigy has unfortunately emerged solely within the Liu family. Given this, the only course of action is to eliminate him entirely. Liu Qiankун's eyes shimmered with a cold light, exuding an aura of icy resolve. After contemplating, she concluded that this matter must be approached with careful deliberation. Though the Liu family held significant power within the Great Qin dynasty, the formidable Yushu Xianmen is by no means a soft target to be easily manipulated. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for Liu Qiankun, and even her family, the Liu clan, could suffer repercussions. Though the Liu clan does not fear Yushu Xianmen, they are unwilling to engage in an all-out war over a remnant of the Liu family. The repercussions of such actions are beyond what the Liu clan can bear, and Liu Qiankun is certainly not equipped to shoulder that responsibility. Thus, she must devise a comprehensive strategy to discreetly eliminate this remnant of the Liu family, ensuring that the attention of Yushu Xianmen remains undisturbed while quietly removing the current Daozi, Liu Chun. The Daozi of Yushu Xianmen holds a position of significant prominence. If I intend to end his life, I cannot openly mobilize a large army against Yushu Xianmen. Instead, I must employ cunning methods, dispatching agents to infiltrate Yushu Xianmen and seek an opportunity for covert assassination. This is the most prudent course of action, as it avoids provoking a conflict with Yushu Xianmen while also allowing for the discreet eradication of this remnant of the Liu family. Regardless of the circumstances, this wretched scion of the Liu family must meet his end. At this moment, Liu Qiankun's gaze was frigid, her intent to kill Liu Chun reaching its zenith. Bring Liu Tian to me at once. I have an exceedingly important task that requires my personal instructions for him to execute. Chapter 66. Liu Xiao, Liu Qing. Liuji Peach Blossom Valley. In this enchanting locale, peach trees flourish, blanketing an expanse of 30,000 meters. The air is perfumed with the intoxicating fragrance of blooming peach blossoms, captivating all who encounter it. Despite its breathtaking beauty and treacherous terrain, Peach Blossom Valley remains largely untouched by human presence, with few daring to tread within 100 miles. This secluded haven serves as the core stronghold for one faction of the Liu family remnants. Following the downfall of the previous dynasty, the three major vassal families of the Ji clan have faced relentless persecution from the current royal family. Among them, the Liu family has tragically become akin to a rat scurrying across the street, relentlessly hunted by the Liu family of the Ying clan. To ensure the survival of their lineage, the vast Liu family has fragmented into 6 groups, each fleeing to different corners of the cultivation world. The contingent hidden in Peach Blossom Valley is personally led by Liu Xiao, the family head, comprising approximately 300 individuals. While not excessively large, this group scale is significant enough to attract attention when they mobilize. Over the years, Liu Xiao's leadership has seen them narrowly escape countless ambushes from the Liu family. Yet their numbers have dwindled alarmingly from 1,000 to around 300, suffering grievous losses in the process. Tragically, even Liu Xiao's 4th son perished under the relentless pursuit of the Liu clan. Despite possessing the strength of the immortal realm, Liu Xiao cannot guarantee the safety of every member. Without his formidable power, this contingent would have surely faced total annihilation. "Dad!" A timid, fragile voice echoed in Liu Xiao's ear. Turning, he beheld a young girl of approximately 9, her delicate features radiant yet fragile, her slender frame seeming as if it could be toppled by a gentle breeze. "Jier, what troubles you?" Liu Xiao inquired, his somber thoughts regarding the Liu family's pursuit momentarily alleviated by the sight of his youngest daughter, Liu Ji. "Father, we will surely overcome this hardship," she said softly, raising her alabaster arm to gently smooth the furrowed brow of Liu Xiao, her tone imbued with tender assurance. "You speak wisely, my dear," Liu Xiao replied, nodding with conviction. His thoughts briefly wandered, wondering about the fates of the other factions. The last piece of intelligence indicated that one group had met with total annihilation at the hands of the Liu family. Upon reflecting on this, Liu Xiao's mood grew increasingly oppressive. The Liu family of Shizhao? This enmity is insurmountable. Liu Xiao was not at all surprised by the Liu family's ruthlessness. The change of dynasties inevitably heralds the demise of countless noble families. As a member of the 3 prominent clans of the former dynasty, the Liu family was naturally not immune to such dire circumstances. Compared to the other 2 families, the Liu family's situation could be considered relatively fortunate. The other 2 families had seemingly vanished without a trace, even from the cultivation world. It was likely that their complete extinction was not far off. In contrast, the Liu family still retained several teams hidden within the realm of cultivation, allowing them to evade the relentless pursuit of the Liu family under the guise of anonymity. "Father, do we have any news from my younger brother?" Liu Ji suddenly interjected, her tone tinged with concern. Beneath Liu Ji, Liu Xiao had a youngest son. The 8th child, Liu Chun, the youngest scion of the Liu family. Liu Chun, under the protection of the formidable Yushu immortal sect, should be safe. In comparison to our plight, his safety is evidently much more assured. Therefore, Jier need not fret over him. By accompanying our group, he would only find himself ensnared in an endless cycle of peril. If he remains within the Yushu immortal sect, he will undoubtedly survive unscathed. Liu Xiao's voice carried a heavy sense of resignation. Were it not for his desperate circumstances, he would never have gone to such lengths to send his own child to the Yushu immortal sect. Speaking of Liu Chun, a flicker of worry crept into Liu Xiao's heart. "I hope that fate will favor my son. As a father, I feel utterly inadequate, unable to ensure the safety of my own children. My younger brother will be perfectly safe. A look of deep concern appeared on Lu Ji's delicate little face. Her small fists clenched as she sought to reassure herself. Very well, we shall organize our group and prepare to leave Taohua Valley. Due to the Lu family's relentless pursuit, the team led by Lu Xiu dared not linger in one location for long, frequently shifting their hiding places. Remaining in one spot for an extended period could easily arouse the Lu family's suspicion, leading to their eventual capture. For the sake of safety, even though this place may currently seem secure, they had no choice but to bid farewell and embark on a journey to seek refuge in an unfamiliar territory. Must we leave again? Lu Ji felt disoriented. They had only settled in Taohua Valley for less than half a month, and now they were to depart from this place that had begun to feel somewhat familiar. This life of perpetual flight for survival, occurring at regular intervals, was both familiar and terrifying, deepening her sense of insecurity. After all, she was merely a 9-year-old girl. This is truly an unavoidable circumstance. Observing the expression on his daughter's face, Lu Xiu felt a pang of pain in his heart. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A sturdy young man came swiftly into view, his youthful features darkened by years of exposure to the sun. Yet, one could discern a certain resemblance to Lu Xiu in his sharp facial features. This young man was Lu Xiu's eldest son, Lu Qing, whose name signified the enduring vitality of the Lu family through generations. Big brother, Lu Ji greeted him obediently, lowering her head. Little sister, father, wonderful news has arrived. Lu Qing exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and urgency. What? Lu Xiu was taken aback, quickly overwhelmed with joy. News about your younger brother? Big brother. How is our little brother faring now? Lu Ji's large, watery eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Before the Lu family faced peril, her bond with their youngest brother, Lu Chun, had been the strongest, inseparable as shadows. Now, after such a long separation, she had been constantly worrying about how her little brother was faring in the Yushu immortal sect. Was he being bullied by his peers? Was he well-fed? Finally hearing news about him stirred a tremendous excitement within Lu Ji, her eyes gleaming with hope and eagerness. Father, little sister, you cannot imagine. Our little brother is extraordinary now. The moment I learned of this, I was nearly dumbfounded. I could hardly believe it. This is truly my younger brother, Lu Qing. Lu Qing spoke with fervor, seemingly clutching a scroll of parchment in his hand. What news is this? Please, do tell. Lu Xiu urged, unable to contain his curiosity. As the head of the Lu family and a powerful figure in the realm of immortals, his composure was generally steadfast. However, the prolonged silence regarding his youngest son had left him in a state of disarray upon receiving such news. Since joining the Yushu immortal sect, our little brother has caught the eye of the current sect master, Daoist Changmei, who has chosen him as the sole Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect throughout its millennia. Lu Qing hurriedly conveyed the astonishing news. Daozi, chosen by the sect master of the Yushu immortal sect to become the only Daozi in 1,000 years. Lu Xiu was left utterly speechless. After a moment, Lu Ji could not help but timidly inquire, Father, what does it mean to be a Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect? My dear sister, to put it simply, the Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect signifies that if one does not perish during their growth, they are destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the realm of immortals. Indeed, they may even surpass our father in strength. My younger brother, if all goes well, is bound to emerge as a stronger immortal than our father. Lu Qing explained with palpable excitement. Is my younger brother truly that formidable? Lu Ji's eyes widened, her delicate and youthful visage frozen in astonishment. Formidable does not begin to describe it. He is nothing short of a contemporary prodigy, a genius in cultivation. The Yushu immortal sect has not seen a Daozi emerge in over 10,000 years. For my brother to become the sole Daozi of the sect in a millennium speaks volumes of his extraordinary capabilities. We were once concerned about potential dangers he might face within the Yushu immortal sect, but now, we can largely set those worries aside. The Daozi will undoubtedly receive exceptional attention and protection from the sect. Thus, my brother's safety will be far greater than ours. Lu Qing's tone brimmed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu still bore a hint of skepticism. Is it truly confirmed that Chun'er has become the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect? Absolutely. Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. Good. Lu Xiu's previously heavy heart lightened considerably, a smile breaking through. With such fortune bestowed upon Chun'er, We need not worry about his situation any longer. Lu Ji tilted her little head. Is my brother really that strong? The young girl found herself unable to comprehend much about the cultivation world, but she sensed that her little brother, Lu Chun, was indeed remarkable. He must be the best. Lu Ji thought to herself, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sigh. Lu Xiu sighed, seemingly pondering some unavoidable matters. Father, are you not pleased? Lu Ji inquired. Not exactly. I merely feel that Chun'er becoming the Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect is indeed a cause for celebration. However, it appears that he may have to confront even greater dangers ahead. Lu Xiu contemplated deeply. How significant is a Daozi to the Yushu immortal sect? It goes without saying. One can imagine that both the great Qin dynasty and the Lu family of the West, along with numerous elite sects, will regard Lu Chun as a thorn in their side. Father, you are overthinking things. Whether we can navigate our current challenges remains uncertain. And here you are, already contemplating my brother's future perils? Lu Qin could not help but retort. How can you speak to your father in such a manner? Lu Xiu was taken aback, yet soon realized the truth in Lu Qin's words. Nevertheless, under the weight of paternal authority, he swiftly delivered a playful slap to Lu Qin's head. Father, please calm your anger. There is another matter of even greater importance regarding my brother. This revelation may astonish you even more. Therefore, I suggest you prepare yourself psychologically. Dear father, lest you be taken aback to the point of experiencing a sudden reversal of health. Lu Qin scratched his head and then, with a serious demeanor, cautioned. If you have any further news, do share it all at once. What grand scenes have I not witnessed? Did I exhibit any undue emotion upon hearing that Chun'er has become a disciple of the Yushu immortal sect? You, my son, are dawdling. Could you not display a bit more fortitude and refrain from wasting my time? Lu Xiu exuded confidence. Then please examine this list of renowned individuals closely. Lu Qin slowly handed over the document. A list of renowned individuals? What does this have to do with Chun'er? Do not tell me that he has made it onto this list. He has only recently joined the Yushu immortal sect. How could he possibly qualify for such recognition? Lu Xiu's expression was one of disbelief. He was well aware of the significance of this list, which ranked the most exceptional talents among the major sections. Only the most extraordinary of the current generation could hope to be included. With a heart full of skepticism, Lu Xiu cautiously opened the document. Upon his gaze landing on the first entry, Rank 1, Disciple Lu Chun, the only disciple of the Yushu immortal sect in 10,000 years, age 6. Fourth stage. This, Lu Xiu was rendered speechless. He stared blankly at the name at the top of the list. Indeed, father, you have read it correctly. It is my younger brother, Lu Chun. Fearing that Lu Xiu might be perplexed, Lu Qin hurriedly explained. This. Lu Xiu's hands trembled slightly as he held the document. His eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief and a whirlwind of emotions. Rank 1. What is the meaning of this? My son, Lu Chun. Ranks first. His throat dry, Lu Xiu's mind became a blank slate. What on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? Rank 1. This is a position that surpasses countless top geniuses of the current age. My mere 6-year-old son, Lu Chun, is so formidable. At such a tender age, he has single-handedly subdued all the top talents of this era. Surely, this must be false. This list. Lu Xiu gazed at Lu Qin in a daze. Lu Qin, with utmost seriousness, replied, This is undoubtedly true. It is the latest edition from the Baishao Pavilion. And there is no possibility of forgery. Lu Xiu was utterly bewildered, but this is simply too astounding. My son has barely been away for a few months. How has he suddenly become so formidable? He has claimed the title of Rank 1. All those precious prodigies from the major sects have been suppressed beneath his feet. It is utterly astonishing. What does it signify to be at the pinnacle of the human ranking? As a formidable being of the celestial realm, Lu Xiu is undoubtedly aware of its implications. The foremost prodigy of an era, the one who occupies the top of the human ranking, stands above all other talents from various sections. Now, to witness his own 6-year-old son occupying such a prestigious position is utterly transformative for Lu Xiu's worldview. His mind has become a blank slate, overwhelmed by the astonishing reality unfolding before him. Even Lu Xiu, known for his composure, feels an unparalleled sense of astonishment. Furthermore, what is this fourth tier all about? With a parched throat and a face etched with shock, he inquires further. He distinctly remembers that his son had never even been introduced to foundational techniques. How could he have achieved the fourth tier? This defies all logic. According to the human ranking, his younger brother has ascended from an ordinary individual to the 4th tier in less than 2 months. It is precisely this astounding feat that has earned him the title of number 1 on the human ranking by the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. A 10-year-old, or perhaps even younger, at the top of the human ranking, a precedent that has never been witnessed before. Whispers have begun to circulate within the cultivation community, proclaiming his younger brother as the most extraordinary prodigy throughout history. Lu Qing took a deep breath and disclosed the news in one go. At the moment he received the information, he too was rendered speechless. After all, it had only been a few months. Yet his disciple, who had never engaged with any technique, had remarkably reached a level comparable to his own current prowess, leaving Lu Qing in disbelief. Such an instance has never occurred throughout the annals of history. Unheard of. To reach the 4th tier in less than 2 months. Qiankun. Could his innate talent and aptitude truly be so terrifying? Lu Xiao undoubtedly recognizes the sheer magnitude of this incredible achievement. To attain the 4th tier in under 2 months is simply astounding. This transcends the mere description of talent. This is a genuine prodigy. The aptitude and potential of his younger brother are truly unparalleled in history. Lu Qing's tone is also filled with astonishment. In fact, at the age of 24, he has barely managed to attain the 4th tier himself. Yet, his younger brother Lu Chun has accomplished this remarkable feat at the tender age of 6. What does this imply? The disparity is immense. To be ranked first among humans, and to be the contemporary disciple of the void-controlling celestial sect, Qiankun has transformed into such an exceptional individual in just a few short months. Being number 1 in the human ranking signifies an existence of the utmost terror within the cultivation realm. Each individual who claims the top spot possesses the capability to become an overwhelmingly powerful entity, capable of subduing the strongest experts of any major sect. My son harbors such potential? Lu Xiao is left dizzy with shock. Father, is my little brother the number 1 on the human rankings? What does being number 1 even mean? The innocent question from Lu Ji stirred something within Lu Xiao, pulling him from his astonishment. He slowly turned his stiff neck to gaze at Lu Ji's pure and unblemished face, his mouth slightly agape as he exclaimed. To be number 1 on the human rankings signifies the foremost prodigy in the realm of cultivation in this era. Among countless sects, including the Sacred Yuan sect, the Sword Shin sect, and the Heavenly One sect, he is the one who has emerged as the contemporary champion. Your brother is indeed the foremost figure of our time. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's youthful and charming visage momentarily froze in disbelief. Her little brother is truly the contemporary champion. Chapter 67. Winds and clouds. Time flows like water, slipping through one's fingers, eluding capture. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Throughout this period, the realm of cultivation has remained as it always was. Countless practitioners have perished daily in their relentless pursuit of arcane techniques and rare treasures. Beyond these seemingly inconsequential occurrences that failed to stir the cultivation world, significant events have transpired over the past 6 months. For instance, the holy son of the Sacred Yuan sect, Yi Feng, unexpectedly emerged from Sacred Yuan Mountain half a year ago, traversing the cultivation realm with an innate mastery. He vanquished malevolent demons and eradicated numerous heinous fiends. Consequently, the name of Holy Son Yi Feng has reverberated through the vast expanse of the cultivation world. The experiences of this half-year have elevated his prowess to new heights, perhaps spurred by sentiments of the mundane world, leading him to successfully break into the 7th realm. As early as 3 months ago, Holy Son Yi Feng attained this 7th realm, becoming the first prodigy among the esteemed sects to achieve such an extraordinary feat. In addition to the Sacred Yuan sect, Wu Jiansan, the sword leader of the Sword Shin sect, also ventured beyond his sect. However, his somewhat erratic nature necessitated the supervision of elder guardians from the sect as he navigated the cultivation world. Just 2 months prior, Wu Jiansan, too, successfully reached the 7th realm. Similarly, Ziqiang from the Smoke and Haze Valley entered the 7th realm 2 months ago. Li Xing of the Heavenly Dao sect achieved this milestone a month ago, as did Dongfang Yu from the Eastern family. One by one, the prodigies from various sects have risen to prominence in these 6 months, establishing themselves as formidable figures within the realm of cultivation. The ultimate goal remains the realm of immortality, a fierce contest for supremacy. The realm of immortality is the ultimate aspiration for the outstanding disciples of every sect. The first to attain this realm will seize the title of the foremost prodigy, emerging triumphant amidst a sea of competitors. As for the human ranking, to them, the standings of the human ranking are of little consequence. Their focus lies solely on who can achieve the realm of immortality first and claim the title of the leading prodigy. Over the past 6 months, the human ranking has undergone 2 updates. Yet, the rankings within the top 20 have remained unshaken, steadfast as they were in the latest edition from 6 months ago. In other words, Jiutian has maintained the pinnacle of the human ranking for a full half year. For this duration, Jiutian's position as the number 1 has remained unassailable. Even the Holy Son Yifeng of the Sacred Yuan sect has been unable to reclaim the top position, relegated to second place beneath Jiutian. To this day, many tales concerning Jiutian circulate throughout the realm of cultivation. The Taoist Jiutian of the Yusu immortal sect has held the number 1 spot on the human ranking for a remarkable 6 months. Even Yifeng, the saintly son of the Sacred Yuan sect, finds himself relegated to the second position on the ranking of talents, unable to reclaim the coveted title of number 1. It must be said that Jiutian Daozi is undeniably formidable. At the tender age of 6, he has managed to suppress the elite of an entire era across various sections. Such an occurrence is unprecedented throughout history. However, it raises a question. In the past 6 months, while the prodigies from the major sects have been making waves, why has news regarding Jiutian Daozi dwindled to almost nothing? I believe that Yifeng, having broken through to the 7th tier realm, deserves to reclaim the pinnacle of the talent ranking. Meanwhile, Jiutian Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect has remained silent for half a year, leading one to speculate whether he is perhaps stuck at the 4th tier realm, unable to advance into the 5th. This notion is not unfounded. His rapid ascent through the 4th tier may have left him with little to show for his efforts in the subsequent months. In contrast, the other prodigies from various sects have made remarkable strides in their respective realms. Consequently, it seems that Jiutian Daozi's position at the top of the talent ranking may soon be in jeopardy. The world of cultivation continues to bustle as ever. In addition to the various prodigies stepping into the mundane realm to hone their skills, 6 months ago, a disciple of the Tao named Dao Yin emerged, albeit with modest strength, espousing the belief in the inherent goodness of humanity through acts of salvation. Over the past half year, countless lives have been rescued from dire circumstances by Dao Yin. This virtuous individual has gradually garnered a degree of renown. Interestingly, as Dao Yin's fame grew, some began to investigate his past identity, revealing his connection to the infamous Ghost Emperor sect and the heinous crimes committed by the elder known as Yin. The shocking revelation of this seemingly contradictory figure left the entire cultivation community in awe. Just half a year ago, he was viewed as a demon, and now he is regarded as a paragon of virtue. The transformation of a single individual is simply unfathomable. As disbelief rippled through the community, the Lingjian sect stepped forward to unveil the truth. The entire cultivation world was shaken upon learning that Dao Yin's transformation from demon to Dao was catalyzed by the influence of a mysterious powerhouse from the Yushu immortal sect. This revelation sent shockwaves through the realm. Could it be that such a mysterious figure still exists within the Yushu immortal sect? It is utterly astonishing. A mysterious powerhouse has managed to reform an elder of the Ghost Emperor sect, who was rumored to have once been a 6th tier expert. After being touched by the principles of the Tao, the malevolent energy within him dissipated, reducing him to a 3rd tier practitioner. Is the Tao of the Yushu immortal sect truly so fearsome that it can cause a cultivator of demonic arts to regress in their realm? This is nothing short of terrifying. Undoubtedly, all major sects are left in a state of shock. Is it truly possible for someone to employ Taoist techniques to cause the powers of those practicing demonic arts to regress? This revelation has sent ripples through the community, akin to a stone casting waves across a tranquil pond. Whispers of this phenomenon began circulating half a year prior, heralding the return of a reclusive yet formidable figure from the Yushu sect. This enigmatic master possesses profound and inscrutable Taoist knowledge, capable of influencing spirits and demons, endowed with the terrifying ability to illuminate all things. Before such a powerful presence, any malevolent being would appear feeble and insignificant. Such legends have suddenly thrust the Yushu sect into the spotlight, drawing the gaze of various sects and factions. The emergence of such a formidable individual is bound to elicit shock and attention from all corners of the martial world. A lingering sense of apprehension has begun to take root. Could it be that the Yushu sect is on the brink of resurgence? These rumors have left many sects in a state of unease, as they are decidedly unwilling to witness the Yushu sect reclaim its former glory. Strangely enough, the Yushu sect has remained silent, offering no confirmation nor any information regarding this mysterious master, which has led many to question the veracity of the claims surrounding the sect's newfound strength. Regardless of the truth, the other factions have begun to regard the Yushu sect with growing trepidation. In a swift turn of events, the Yushu sect has risen from its once dilapidated state, subtly re-establishing itself as a significant force within the Taoist community, compelling other sects to reconsider their previous dismissive attitudes. Until the existence of this formidable master is unequivocally disproven, no sect dares to act rashly against the Yushu sect. The fear persists that should this master truly exist, the landscape of the cultivation world may undergo a monumental transformation. Consequently, factions coveting the Yushu sect's esoteric techniques have remained remarkably subdued over the past 6 months, refraining from casting covetous glances in the sect's direction. Thus, the Yushu sect has enjoyed an unusually tranquil half-year, with no forces daring to probe its depths, remaining vigilant and wary. While the righteous sects have maintained a relative calm, the demonic factions are embroiled in tumultuous upheaval, with currents swirling beneath the surface. Chapter 68, Wonderland. Celestial Power. The Evil Heaven sect is universally acknowledged as the foremost demonic sect among the malevolent paths. The disciples and elders of the Evil Heaven sect regard the formidable members of the Void Immortal sect with deep trepidation. If the rumors hold true, that their Taoist techniques could potentially undermine our demonic cultivation, leading to a regression in our power, then such formidable Taoist arts are indeed unfathomable. This is the first time I have heard of a Taoist technique so potent that it can influence our demonic practices and purge the demonic energy from our bodies, causing a decline in our strength. Such an entity poses an immense threat to us, the practitioners of the demonic arts, and must not be allowed to exist. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly deal an unprecedented blow to our sect. I implore the sect leader to unite the demonic sect and mobilize forces against the Void Immortal sect. Eradicate this group of formidable Taoists. Half a year has passed. The Void Immortal sect has not undergone significant changes. A cause for celebration, however, is that 1 month ago, the former top disciple, Jiutian, successfully ascended to the 5th tier, becoming the first disciple in the sect to achieve this rank. Beyond this, there have been no noteworthy events within the sect over the past 6 months. What has caused anxiety and distress among the upper echelons is the continued absence of any leads regarding the disciple who succumbed to the demonic path due to the machinations of the demon sovereign. They have found no trace or sign of him. Were it not for the gruesome demise of the 3 corpses found at the edge of the demon cave 6 months prior, the higher-ups might have even begun to doubt the very existence of this wayward disciple. It must be said that this fallen disciple has concealed himself remarkably well, eluding the investigations of the sect leader and his associates for a full 6 months without leaving a single clue. Nevertheless, even so, the sect leader remains steadfast in his belief that this disciple continues to hide within the sect, never having truly departed from the Void Immortal sect. Holding on to this conviction, the sect leader has not relinquished his determination to unearth this fallen disciple, for he is acutely aware of the terrifying calamity that awaits the Void Immortal sect should this disciple remain unfound. Simultaneously, the passage of 6 months has fostered growth in Liuli. He is now 7 years old. On a certain day 2 months ago, Liuli celebrated his birthday, transitioning from 6 to 7, now a 7-year-old disciple of the Tao. Over these past 6 months, Liuli has certainly not remained idle. His strength has grown more formidable. The foundation of his 9th tier cultivation has become increasingly profound. Thus, on this day half a year later, Liuli prepares to make a long-awaited ascent to the realm of immortals. In the scripture pavilion, on the 2nd floor, there are seldom any disciples who venture here, as most lack the qualifications to enter. Typically, it is the elders who access the 2nd level of the scripture pavilion. In this secluded place, over the course of 6 months, it has become the primary sanctuary for Liuli, as it offers tranquility and is seldom frequented by others. Thus, The scripture pavilion has become the site where Lu Chun has signed in most frequently during this half-year. The combination of consistent sign-ins and the accumulation of practice over this period has instilled in him an unwavering confidence in his imminent breakthrough into the realm of immortality. System. Initiate sign-in at the scripture pavilion. Lu Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, silently invoking the command. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the spirit-seizing pill. Such rewards from sign-ins have been the most significant gains for Lu Chun during these 6 months, allowing him to consume the rare spirit-seizing pill, an elixir that is exceptionally scarce even within the confines of the Yushu immortal sect, as if it were mere sustenance. Having integrated the eternal Tao heart, Lu Chun's innate qualities and comprehension have reached extraordinary heights. Moreover, for the past 6 months, consuming spirit-seizing pills and gathering spirit pills daily has resulted in an astonishing acceleration in his strength. Consequently, he has approached the threshold of the immortal realm. This realm, which has ensnared 99% of practitioners, has become the very boundary Lu Chun is poised to transcend. Countless ninth-tier powerhouses have languished in this realm, never to touch the threshold of immortality. Yet, Lu Chun senses that the immortal realm lies tantalizingly close. His foundational accumulation is profoundly deep, having attained the pinnacle of the 9th tier, just a half-step away from breaking into the realm of immortality. From 109th tier practitioners, only one may seize the opportunity to ascend to immortality. The cruelty of such odds is indeed staggering. Preparing for the assault on the immortal realm, Lu Chun steadied his mind and gradually retrieved several vials containing spirit-seizing pills from the system space. Without hesitation, he consumed them like sugary confections, chewing and swallowing them. In an instant, the spirit-seizing pills transformed into a warm current of energy that surged through Lu Chun's body, revitalizing his organs, meridians, and bones. Simultaneously, Lu Chun quickly activated his cultivation technique, diligently digesting the immense spiritual energy generated by the spirit-seizing pills, converting it into his vitality and spiritual power. Subsequently, he began to gather strength within, aiming directly at the barrier before him, preparing for a full-force strike. Break. Lu Chun's eyes sparkled with determination as he unleashed his spiritual power in an explosive surge. With a resounding roar from within, the threshold to the immortal realm shattered before him, dissipating into nothingness. A powerful warm current washed through Lu Chun's body, incessantly transforming his internal organs, meridians, and blood. Visibly, Lu Chun's vitality and spiritual power surged higher and higher. Under the relentless onslaught of this overwhelming warmth, his strength continued to ascend. Buzz, buzz. A terrifying current emanated from Lu Chun's body, sending shockwaves sweeping across the 2nd floor of the sutra repository. Although Lu Chun managed to control the surging flow, the slight leakage of this energy still caused the numerous scrolls of profound techniques to flutter wildly, with the wooden racks displaying these techniques trembling violently. Even the very ground upon which Lu Chun sat began to crack under the expanding shockwaves. Crisp and melodious sounds echoed as the floor tiles shattered. Within a radius of 100 meters around Lu Chun, the ground was marred by an intricate web of fissures, resembling a spider's web. Even the sturdy walls nearby succumbed to the impact of the leaked energy, fracturing under the force of the shockwaves. In an instant, the vast 2nd floor of the sutra repository was reduced to utter chaos. Lu Chun's vital energy surged within him, as his spiritual power, after undergoing purification, continuously concentrated and gathered in his dantian, transforming into an even more vigorous and refined energy. This energy transcended the designation of spiritual power. It was now to be termed celestial power, the most profound transformation accompanying his ascension from the 9th tier to the celestial realm. Aside from the restructuring of his meridians and bones, was the metamorphosis of spiritual power into celestial power. Celestial power symbolizes the foundation of a being of the celestial realm. It is an energy that completely surpasses spiritual power. In terms of purity and destructive capacity, celestial power is potentially hundreds of times more potent than spiritual power. This is a qualitative metamorphosis. Upon reaching the celestial realm, all spiritual power within the body is destined to transmute into celestial power. Without celestial power, one cannot be deemed a true being of the celestial realm. Thus, Most practitioners who neglect the cultivation of their physical forms remain forever trapped at the 9th tier. Indeed, even those who cultivate internal techniques find it exceedingly daunting to break through from the 9th tier to the celestial realm. Out of 109th tier practitioners, perhaps only one will successfully ascend to the celestial realm, while the others remain forever ensnared in their current tier, unable to progress. Is this what is referred to as celestial power? Lu Chun gently closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite sensation of his body being continuously transformed by celestial power. As spiritual power transmuted into celestial power, his cells brimmed with vitality, which explains why beings of the celestial realm can live for 5,000 years. Celestial power possesses a vibrancy far exceeding that of spiritual power, granting a lifespan that can extend to 5 millennia. Typically, upon reaching the celestial realm, one's body undergoes a shedding akin to that of a snake. This transformation reveals the true strength of the celestial form. Many elderly individuals, upon successfully breaking through to the celestial realm from the 9th tier, experience a rejuvenation of their bodies, akin to a return to youth. However, it is not a return to childhood, but rather a revival of youthful vigor. Once one attains the realm of immortality, their lifespan is immediately extended, and the once moribund cells within their body gradually rejuvenate, infused with the vibrant life force of celestial energy. Under the transformative power of this ethereal essence, the frail form of an elderly individual swiftly reverts to its prime, with once white hair regaining its original dark hue and sagging skin becoming taut once more. In summary, the benefits of successfully entering the realm of immortality are manifold, too numerous to fully articulate in a single breath. The most apparent advantage is that the powerful beings of this realm can live for 5,000 years. This aspiration drives many individuals to tirelessly strive towards this goal of transcendence, especially for those in the twilight of their 9th stage. The yearning for the realm of immortality reaches a level of frenzied obsession. After all, who would not desire to reclaim their youth with just one decisive step? Chapter 69. Ascending to the 3rd rank of immortals. In this moment, one could distinctly observe wisps of white mist emanating from Lu Chen's body, enveloping him entirely and exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. Had it not been for the fact that the 2nd floor of the Sutra Pavilion had been devoid of visitors for an extended period, anyone witnessing the transformation of Lu Chun at this moment would surely be struck with astonishment. This phenomenon is the unique manifestation accompanying the transition from the 9th tier to the realm of immortality. All impurities within his body have been thoroughly expelled. However, this step can be disregarded by Lu Chun, for he had undergone a complete metamorphosis upon first merging with the 10,000-year Tao heart. Consequently, this attainment of the immortal realm cannot revert him to a state tainted by impurities. His body has been meticulously refined by the 10,000-year Tao heart, rendering it impeccable. The power of immortal energy far surpasses that of spiritual energy. The two cannot be compared at all. I have finally grasped why the might of those in the immortal realm eclipses that of the 9th tier. The enhancement brought forth by immortal energy is incomparable to what spiritual energy can offer. Lu Chun reflected deeply, feeling the terrifying potency concealed within the immortal energy. He comprehended why most prodigies of the 9th tier are incapable of contending with those of the immortal realm. The disparity between these two realms is akin to a chasm, vast and insurmountable. Generally speaking, an 8th tier practitioner, possessing an array of techniques and secrets, may have the potential to challenge a 9th tier individual. Yet, within the cultivation community, few tales are told of a 9th tier attempting to disrupt the immortal realm. Such instances are exceedingly rare, almost 1 in 10,000. Only an exceptionally rare few, true prodigies like Lu Chun, possess the capability to momentarily rival the immortal realm while remaining at the 9th tier. The key point lies in the ability to contend momentarily, not to vanquish the immortal realm. For other prodigies, merely blocking a casual strike from the immortal realm while at the 9th tier would be an extraordinary feat. This serves to illustrate the vast gulf that exists between the 9th tier and the immortal realm. Although separated by merely one tier, the transformation in power is 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold, an authentic elevation of strength. For instance, Lu Chun, having successfully breached the immortal realm, is likely several hundred times stronger than he was at the 9th tier. The distinction between the immortal realm and that beneath it is incomparable. which elucidates why the immortal realm is so rare and elusive. Out of 109th tier practitioners, only one may fortuitously penetrate the immortal realm. The difficulty is immense. However, once one successfully enters the immortal realm, the accompanying transformation and enhancement of power will far exceed any level beneath it. It can be said that this is Liu Qin's first encounter with such a monumental transformation and strength. In the journey from the first rank to the 9th, no promotion has ever brought about such a monumental surge in power as the transition from the 9th rank to the realm of immortality. To describe it simply, breaking through from the 9th rank to the realm of immortality feels akin to Liu Qin leaping directly from the first rank to the 9th. This encapsulates the most vivid sensation of breaking into immortality from the 9th rank. At long last, Liu Qin has succeeded in reaching the realm of immortality. A smile of astonishment graced his face, for this was the realm he had long yearned for. He had not anticipated such a smooth and effortless ascent. In contrast to the common belief that the leap from the 9th rank to immortality is as arduous as scaling the heavens, Liu Qin found the endeavor remarkably uncomplicated. The process resembled that of ascending from the 8th rank to the 9th, aside from consuming medicinal pills. It entailed merely channeling his techniques to assimilate the energy from the elixirs, thus propelling him into a higher realm. This time, the challenge of breaking into immortality seemed no different than his previous ascensions. Was it not said that there exists a 90% chance of failure when attempting to transcend from the 9th rank? Yet, why did he sense no signs of impending failure? Instead, the path was entirely unobstructed. The process unfolded with such ease that it took him by surprise. Failure? Liu Qin felt no trace of it whatsoever. It was astonishingly simple. Before he could fully savor the moment, the threshold to immortality was shattered, catapulting him into this new realm. However, he had dedicated a full 6 months in preparation for this breakthrough. If he were to fail in this endeavor, it would indeed reflect poorly on his capabilities. The smooth transition into immortality was entirely within Liu Qin's expectations. Hearing that the attempt to reach immortality bore a 90% chance of failure had compelled him to prepare for half a year before making his move today. Yet, throughout the process, there had been no indications of failure, leading him to ponder whether that preparation had merely been a waste of time. But no, the powerful surge of celestial energy within him showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, Liu Qin sensed an anomaly within himself. Generally, after a successful breakthrough to immortality, the body undergoes a transformation due to the celestial energy, ultimately converging in the lower dantian, restoring the body to its original state. Yet now, the celestial energy within Liu Qin exhibited no signs of returning to the dantian. This left him deeply perplexed. His situation appeared to be entirely unique. Others had not mentioned that after successfully breaking into immortality, their celestial energy remained so vibrantly active. As Liu Qin sensed the ongoing transformation within his body, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, leading him to consider a possibility. Could it be that his foundation was simply too robust? This led to the realization that after smoothly breaking into the celestial realm, could I ascend even further? In other words, achieving the first rank of human celestial is not my ultimate limit. Liu Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without further contemplation, he directly retrieved several spirit-seizing pills from the system space, tossing them into his mouth like candy. He chewed and swallowed them as if they were mere confections. Simultaneously, Liu Qin continued to cultivate, digesting the pure energy and medicinal effects brought about by the spirit-seizing pills, while vigorously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy from the second level of the scripture pavilion. The spiritual energy within 100 meters was devoured in a single gulp. Liu Qin adjusted his mindset, restoring himself to the state of breaking through the realm. As he sensed the increasingly surging celestial power within, he became even more convinced. Indeed, the deep accumulation must have contributed to the fact that breaking through to the first rank of human celestial has not yet reached the limits of his body, allowing for further elevation in his realm. Boom! The celestial power erupting from Liu Qin grew ever more formidable. The signs of destruction on the ground beneath him became increasingly pronounced. The entire second level of the scripture pavilion was enveloped by the terrifying aura he exuded. Should anyone below the 7th rank appear beside Liu Qin, it is likely that he would not need to lift a finger. The sheer pressure of his overwhelming presence would suffice to paralyze them on the spot, rendering them incapable of battle. The might of the celestial realm's aura had reached its zenith. Just as the celestial realm is divided into 9 ranks, the human celestial realm is similarly categorized into 9 grades. Starting from the first rank of human celestial, which signifies the initial breakthrough into the celestial realm, to the second and third ranks. Beyond the third rank of human celestial lies the first, second, and third ranks of earth celestial. Following the third rank of earth celestial, one ascends to the first, second, and third ranks of heavenly celestial. Breakthrough to the second rank of human celestial. Liu Qin's heart brimmed with exhilaration and anticipation. The celestial power within him surged, effortlessly surpassing the threshold. The second rank of human celestial was attained. Just as Liu Qin was overwhelmed with joy, he realized with even greater excitement. It was not over yet. Yes, the celestial power within him remained exceptionally fierce and robust. Could I strive for an even higher realm? This revelation left Liu Qin in a state of astonishment. What was happening? Had his accumulation over the past 6 months established such a formidable foundation? Directly leaping across 2 ranks from the 9th to the 2nd rank of human celestial, and this was still not the limit of his body. After a brief moment of astonishment, Liu Qin quickly regained his composure. He excitedly consumed several more spirit-seizing pills and continued to cultivate, pushing towards an even higher realm. Boom! Another resounding roar echoed within him. The third rank of human celestial had been achieved. After breaking through the threshold of the third rank of the human immortal realm, Liu Qin's profound celestial energy began to soften, continuously converging towards his dantian in the abdomen. His vitality and spiritual power surged dramatically, ascending in leaps and bounds. Is this a simultaneous leap across 3 ranks? From the 9th level, directly vaulting 3 tiers into the third rank of the human immortal realm? As Liu Qin felt the overwhelming surge of celestial power within him, a sense of dizziness enveloped his mind, leaving him astounded by this unforeseen breakthrough. To leap across 3 ranks in a single bound was entirely beyond Liu Qin's expectations. In the annals of the cultivation world, such instances had never been heard of before. After all, merely breaking through from the 9th level to the immortal realm was a cause for unbridled joy. Yet, Liu Qin's feat of crossing 3 ranks directly from the 9th level to attain the 3rd rank of the human immortal realm was unparalleled throughout history. This terrifying phenomenon was simply unprecedented, utterly astonishing. Other immortal realm powerhouses typically spent decades striving to ascend even a single rank, and achieving such a feat was enough to elate and inspire. However, in Liu Qin's case, in a fleeting moment, he transcended 3 ranks and reached the 3rd rank of the human immortal realm. Should this news circulate, it would surely lead those immortal realm cultivators to question their very existence. As the tumultuous changes within his body gradually subsided, Liu Qin couldn't help but lower his gaze to his clenched fists, feeling the tempestuous power brewing within. In that moment, he felt an illusion that a single punch could reduce the entire sutra repository to rubble. No, this was no mere illusion. Having attained the 3rd rank of the human immortal realm, Liu Qin could sense the overwhelming and terrifying strength within him. Should he strike with a single blow, the sutra repository might indeed be leveled to the ground, and this was no exaggeration. The power of the 3rd rank of the human immortal realm was formidable to an unfathomable degree. To put it succinctly, should he confront a 9th level opponent, Liu Qin believed that with the strength he currently possessed, he could effortlessly obliterate hundreds of 9th level foes with a mere slap. This is the terrifying prowess of a 3rd rank human immortal. A 1st rank human immortal can easily handle 9th level adversaries, let alone Liu Qin, who has simultaneously ascended to the 3rd rank of the human immortal realm. If not for the protective formations within the sutra repository, I could truly destroy it with a single punch. Liu Qin mused oddly to himself. The sutra repository was fortified with formations left behind by the once mighty Yushu immortal sect, ensuring that even the immense power of a 3rd rank human immortal could not shake its protective array. Were it not for these protective formations, Liu Qin was confident that he could reduce all structures within a 1,000-meter radius of the sutra repository to mere dust with a single strike. A breakthrough that transcended 3 realms in one fell swoop. At this juncture, I have undoubtedly become formidable. While I may not claim to sweep through the realms of cultivation without opposition, I certainly belong to the elite echelon of the most powerful. Even among the formidable beings of the celestial realm, my prowess is not to be underestimated. With a cultivation level of the third tier of the human immortal realm, I possess the capability to navigate the cultivation world with confidence. Lu Qin's eyes narrowed slightly as he came to a profound realization about his own strength. To his astonishment, the accumulation of 6 months had enabled him to break through to the third tier of the human immortal realm all at once. This revelation surpassed all his prior expectations, presenting itself as a delightful surprise. Presently, my strength, when placed alongside the visible talents of the Yushu immortal sect, would surely rank among the top 3. Aside from the sect leader, Taoist Changmei, my power should be regarded as one of the most formidable. Through his observations over the past 6 months, Lu Qin has gained a rough understanding of the celestial realm, which is divided into 9 tiers. Currently, there are 9 known beings at this level within the Yushu immortal sect, though it remains uncertain whether there are hidden masters in seclusion. If we consider only the publicly acknowledged celestial beings, Taoist Changmei undoubtedly stands as the foremost among them, holding the rank of 2nd tier in the Earth immortal realm. Even with Lu Qin's recent breakthrough to the 3rd tier of the human immortal realm, a direct confrontation with Changmei would likely result in his defeat. The disparity between the 2 tiers is not easily bridged. Were Changmei to be at the 1st tier of the Earth immortal realm, Lu Qin might possess a reasonable chance of victory. However, given that Changmei is at the 2nd tier, the situation becomes markedly different. Aside from the esteemed Taoist Changmei, the 7 peak masters within the Yushu immortal sect have only attained the 2nd tier of the human immortal realm. Presently, with my 3rd tier status and an arsenal of countless techniques at my disposal, I could effortlessly overpower these 7 masters. The sole exception among the celestial beings is Elder Yunshan, who has only recently entered the celestial realm at the 1st tier. In light of this analysis, Lu Qin concludes that, excluding Taoist Changmei, his strength unequivocally positions him as the foremost cultivator within the Yushu immortal sect. The 7 peak masters, being at the 2nd tier of the human immortal realm, are vastly outmatched by Lu Qin's 3rd tier capabilities. Moreover, with his extensive repertoire of techniques, he is well equipped to contend with opponents of the 1st tier of the Earth immortal realm. This level of combat prowess is far beyond what the peak masters can contend with. Thus, should Taoist Changmei refrain from intervening, Lu Qin would be capable of sweeping away all known practitioners of the Yushu immortal sect. However, Lu Qin is acutely aware that the Yushu immortal sect is far more complex than it appears on the surface. There are undoubtedly hidden masters who remain concealed from public view. Otherwise, the sect would not inspire such trepidation among other major factions. In due time, my strength will rival that of Taoist Changmei, ultimately surpassing him. On this day, the moment is drawing near. Lu Qin wore a contemplative smile upon his face. In less than a year since his entry into the realm, his strength had already surged to such formidable heights. The mindset he once held, constantly pondering whether he would be assassinated by the Lu family, had transformed completely. Now, having attained the 3rd rank of the human immortal realm, Lu Qin no longer feared the dark machinations of the Lu family. However, to truly confront them head-on remained a daunting challenge. The Lu family was not his only concern. The greatest threat loomed behind them, the royal lineage of the great Qin dynasty, the Ying clan. This was the true behemoth that instilled fear. Thus, despite reaching the 3rd rank of the human immortal realm, Lu Qin could not afford to be complacent or arrogant. Thinking his powers were sufficient to sweep away all troubles, he understood that such a mentality could lead to his downfall. For now, maintaining a low profile was imperative. The time to showcase his prowess and subdue all foes that dared to challenge him would come when his strength was truly overwhelming. Clearly, even with his current prowess as a 3rd-rank human immortal, he was not yet capable of vanquishing all adversaries in the world. Therefore, he chose to remain discreet. Embracing the role of a seemingly illustrious disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, which brought him a certain joy. To confront the Lu family, my realm of power must reach at least the celestial immortal level. Presently, I am unable to publicly challenge the Lu family. Yet, the threat they pose in attempting to take my life is not to be underestimated. As long as the royal Ying clan of the great Qin dynasty remains undisturbed, my personal safety will not be in jeopardy. The Lu family does not possess the qualifications to contend with a 3rd-rank human immortal. Lu Qin held unwavering confidence. The Lu family was indeed a fearsome entity, but whether they possessed a third-rank human immortal among their ranks remained uncertain. If they did not mobilize a stronger being, Liuli would not fear any adversary. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, he could respond with composure. A peak expert of the immortal realm could effortlessly annihilate an army of over 100,000, and this is no exaggeration. The tactic of overwhelming numbers holds no significance against any immortal-level expert. Consequently, when facing such formidable beings, most would choose to engage with adversaries of equal caliber. The strategy of using sheer numbers becomes meaningless at this level. It is precisely for this reason that the major sects within the cultivation world have been able to stand resilient and unyielding. Even if the great Qin dynasty boasts a powerful military force of millions, they would never dare to confront any major sect with hostility. An immortal-level expert symbolizes the strength of 100,000 soldiers. Confronting a top-tier sect presents an extraordinary challenge. Were it otherwise, the formidable Qin dynasty would never permit the various sects of the cultivation world to establish their dominions unchallenged, remaining indifferent to their divisions. The inability of the royal Ing family of the Qin dynasty to impose restraint upon these sects has led to their autonomous existence, with little courage to provoke friction or disputes. At this moment, Liuli, having reached the third grade of the immortal realm, undoubtedly possesses remarkable self-protective capabilities. Should Liuli choose to confront a great army, he could single-handedly annihilate an elite force of 100,000 soldiers. This is no exaggeration. The immortal realm is deemed such precisely because it transcends the limitations of ordinary humanity. The strong within the immortal realm have undergone a transformation, elevating them to a higher form of existence. An age-old adage in the cultivation world states that beneath the immortal realm, all are but ants. Exhaling softly, Liuli gradually cast aside the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Then, with a mere flicker of intention, he began to examine the changes in his attribute panel over the past 6 months. System, display the attribute panel. Chapter 70. The Pure Yang Taoist Sect's Disciple Seeks Guidance in Taoist Principles. Host. Liuli. Level, Human Immortal 3rd Rank. Vitality, 241, 92. Spirit Power, 236, 101. Techniques. Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture, Great Achievement. Spirit Summoning Technique, Perfection. Pure Source Skill, Perfection. Calamity Repelling Scroll, Perfection. Secret Skills. Thunderclap Fist, Perfection. Xuanwu Sinking Breath Technique. 9 Heavens Soaring Crane, Great Achievement. Shirke Radiant Light Technique, Great Achievement. Evil Exterminating Stab, Perfection. Eastern 9 Swords, 4th Style. Sun Flame Burning Heaven Palm, 8th Style. The Attributes Panel. After half a year of diligent cultivation, has undergone a monumental transformation. The realm has ascended from the original 9th tier directly to the human immortal 3rd rank. A leap across 3 levels. Both vitality and spirit power have surged dramatically, each experiencing a remarkable increase of nearly 100. This unprecedented surge in values is a first for Liuli in his lifetime. In the past, he had never witnessed such a colossal increase. Whether in vitality or spirit power, the figures have indeed doubled. As I anticipated, I have simultaneously transcended 3 levels, resulting in a substantial enhancement of my vitality and spirit power. Liuli marveled at this extraordinary achievement. Shifting his gaze, he examined his techniques and secret skills. The Dragon Tiger Body Forging Forbidden Scripture has reached the 6th layer, attaining the realm of great achievement. The Shirke Radiant Light Technique has broken into the 7th barrier. Furthermore, the Eastern 9 Swords, acquired through a sign-in 3 months ago, has been cultivated to the 4th style. The Eastern 9 Swords is a premier sword technique passed down through the generations of the Eastern family. The sword demon, Dongfang Qiubai, bequeathed this unparalleled swordsmanship a millennium ago. This technique comprises a total of 9 styles, and now, in a mere 3 months, Liuli has mastered it to the 4th style. Should he achieve the 9th style's perfected realm, Liuli is confident he could transcend 2 levels to vanquish formidable foes. The Eastern 9 Swords is exceptionally remarkable. Otherwise, the Eastern clan could not have established itself as one of the preeminent sects in the contemporary cultivation world. Currently, the declining Yushu Immortal sect stands equally matched with the Eastern clan, were it not for the reliance on a figure perceived as enigmatic within the cultivation community. the Yushu immortal sect would likely still be under the watchful eyes of various sects, much as it had been in the past. The Eastern family, with a legacy spanning a millennium, continues to stand firm in the cultivation realm, with the Eastern Nine Swords playing a pivotal role in its endurance. Now, possessing the core divine sword technique of the Eastern family's heritage and having cultivated it to the fourth style, Liuqian fears that if the Eastern clan were to discover this, they might be compelled to unsheath their swords in a bid to eliminate him. In addition to the Eastern Nine Swords, the Sun Flame-burning Heaven Palm has also been cultivated to the 8th style, a technique similarly acquired through a sign-in 3 months prior. After 3 months of diligent cultivation, I have attained a commendable level of mastery. The Sunfire-burning Heaven Palm consists of 18 formidable techniques, renowned for their unyielding ferocity, unparalleled across the realm. By channeling my spiritual energy into this palm technique, I can unleash the Golden Crow's cry at dawn, a display of destructive power that is truly terrifying. Possessing an array of secret arts and techniques, combined with my current achievement of the 3rd tier of the human immortal realm, I believe that even if I were to encounter a 1st-tier earth immortal, they would likely prove no match for me. I dare say I might even contend with the esteemed Master Changmei. As I pondered, stroking my chin, I considered the disparity. Master Changmei, a 2nd-tier earth immortal, while I am merely at the 3rd tier of the human immortal realm. The gulf between us spans 2 entire levels. However, with my extensive repertoire of techniques, I genuinely believe there exists a significant probability of success in transcending those 2 realms to decisively defeat the 2nd-tier earth immortal, Master Changmei. The position of the foremost expert within the Yushu immortal sect now seems astonishingly within my grasp. A fleeting moment later, I found my strength infinitely approaching that coveted position. This realization filled me with profound emotion. It is remarkable to think that I have only been on this path for less than a year. For most practitioners, such a brief span is scarcely a blink in the grand timeline of cultivation. Yet, for me, this short duration feels akin to decades, propelling me from an inconspicuous, ordinary individual to a top-tier presence at the 3rd tier of the human immortal realm. This level of power undoubtedly places me among the elite of the cultivation world. It is astonishing that in under a year, I have transformed from a mere fledgling, powerless and vulnerable, into a formidable force capable of standing among the highest echelons of cultivation. For the majority, the transcendent realm is a lifelong pursuit, whereas for me, it has become a relatively straightforward endeavor. Moreover, in my ascent, I have astonishingly leaped across 3 levels, directly entering the 3rd tier of the human immortal realm. Such occurrences are rare, perhaps only once in a millennium. Indeed, countless ancient texts record no instance of someone breaking into the immortal realm and immediately achieving the 3rd tier of the human immortal realm. I recall my initial foray into cultivation, where I was a fragile being, constantly on guard against the assassination attempts from the Liuli family. Now, I stand as a 3rd tier human immortal. Even the current Liuli family would find it an insurmountable challenge to take my life unless the royal lineage of the Qin dynasty, the Ying clan, were to intervene personally. The prospect of the Liuli family attempting to eliminate me is utterly impossible. Though I am but a 3rd-tier human immortal, I am confident that should I unleash all my techniques with full force, I could indeed manifest the destructive power of a 2nd-tier earth immortal. Therefore, to ensure the complete eradication of Liuqian, it is imperative to deploy a formidable being of the 3rd rank in the earth immortal realm. Alas, can the Liuli family summon such a powerful entity? A mere jest. While the Liuli family may indeed be a colossal force, it is unequivocally devoid of such top-tier experts. Were such a being to exist, the Yushu immortal sect would be utterly incapable of safeguarding Liuqian. Without the intervention of a 3rd-rank earth immortal, Liuqian possesses absolute confidence in his ability to preserve his own life with ease. In simpler terms, the current threat posed by the Liuli family to Liuqian is nearly non-existent. As long as the Ying clan remains undisturbed, Liuqian finds himself quite intrigued at the prospect of engaging the Liuli family in a delightful game. Over the past 6 months, Liuqian has remained perpetually vigilant, wary of any potential infiltration by the Liuli family's celestial beings into the Yushu immortal sect, intent on orchestrating an assassination attempt against him. Consequently, he has devoted every ounce of energy to his cultivation, resulting in his remarkable achievement of attaining the third rank in the human immortal realm. Xiao Lu family, should I express my gratitude towards you, or harbor resentment? Without your relentless pressure, I might not have reached this stage of power so swiftly. It must be said, your role in this journey has been undeniably pivotal. A playful smile adorned Lu Chun's face as he realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had now acquired the qualifications to challenge the Xiao Lu family. Yet, it is not yet the moment to reveal his hand. Caution must be exercised regarding the Ying clan lurking behind the scenes, the true perilous entity in this scenario. It is time to depart. Lu Chun stretched his arms and gradually rose to his feet. A fleeting glance revealed an awkward expression on his face. Surrounding him, the walls were shattered, and the floor was marred with cracks resembling a spider's web, sprawling in every direction. The second floor of the scripture repository bore the scars of what seemed to be a fierce battle, with remnants of destruction evident throughout. This is troublesome. Lu Chun touched his nose, his complexion slightly unnatural. It turns out that breaking into the immortal realm can cause such a tremendous commotion, and this was the outcome of my utmost restraint. Had I foreseen this, I would not have chosen the scripture repository as the site for my breakthrough. Now, how shall I explain this chaos to the elder guarding the repository? Perhaps a discreet escape would be prudent? Lu Chun contemplated as he gazed out the window. After much reflection, he sighed in resignation, surveying the disarray of the scripture repository's second floor, ultimately deciding against a hasty retreat. Restoring this mess will undoubtedly be a monumental task. Lu Chun commenced the circulation of his surging celestial energy. The celestial energy residing in the dantian of the abdomen transformed into a warm current that surged through the body, subsequently emanating a mist of white vapor from Lu Chun, swirling and enveloping the surrounding corners. Gradually, beneath this veil of white mist, Lu Chun's figure appeared exceptionally elusive, obscured, and indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern his features or form. Let us commence. Lu Chun surveyed the desolate surroundings, activating his celestial power to forcefully reshape the ravaged terrain and fractured walls. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force distorted the shattered ground, merging it anew. To the naked eye, the previously fragmented walls, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, began to mend themselves under the influence of Lu Chun's terrifying celestial energy. The crumbled fissures gradually drew closer, reuniting. The scars upon the ground also steadily returned to their former state. Nearby, some scattered techniques and secrets of cultivation were swept up by Lu Chun's hand, as a gentle celestial force emerged from his palm, generating a current that lifted the fallen techniques into the air. Ultimately, with a mere thought from Lu Chun, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These scattered techniques seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, each soaring back to its original wooden rack, neatly arranged. An unparalleled surge of power radiated from Lu Chun, as his celestial energy enveloped the second floor of the scripture pavilion, forcibly merging and healing all traces of damage. Approximately a quarter of an hour passed. With a soft exhale, Lu Chun gazed upon the second floor of the scripture pavilion, now restored to a semblance of its former glory, and felt a slight easing of his mood. At last, he could provide an account to the elder guardian of the pavilion. Although the forcibly restored second floor bore some subtle differences from its previous state, they were minor enough to go unnoticed without meticulous scrutiny. Furthermore, who would take the time to observe the alterations in the terrain and walls of the second floor of the scripture pavilion? Thankfully, he had successfully restored the area to a commendable state. Otherwise, news of his breakthrough into the celestial realm would surely become difficult to conceal. Lu Chun couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. If word spread that he had achieved the celestial realm, the Yusu sect would undoubtedly face upheaval from the various sects within the cultivation community. After all, it was indeed astonishingly extraordinary. From the fourth tier 6 months ago to the celestial realm now, who could fathom such a transformation? Having completed all of this, Lu Chun immediately began to cultivate the Xuanwu breathing technique, repressing his aura back to the level of the fourth tier. Maintaining the fourth tier for another 6 months? That seemed implausible. It was entirely inconsistent with his identity as the disciple of the Yusu sect. Regardless, to uphold the persona of the contemporary Yusu sect disciple, he should certainly maintain appearances. After careful consideration, Lu Chun made slight adjustments to the Xuanwu breathing technique, elevating his realm from the fourth tier to the fifth. However, Feeling that it was still somewhat inadequate, he raised it further, ultimately settling on the 6th tier. Half a year of progress from the 4th stage to the 6th stage. Surely that is not too extraordinary? Liuchen pondered. Indeed, it has been decided, the 6th stage it is. Anything lower would not align with the persona of a disciple of the esteemed Yushu immortal sect. Conversely, aiming too high could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, it is prudent to exhibit a demeanor that adheres to convention. For instance, barely managing to ascend 2 realms over 6 months, transitioning from the 4th stage to the 6th stage, would not incite excessive commotion. Moments later, Liuchen, bearing the facade of a fabricated 6th stage power, departed from the scripture repository. During this time, he inevitably encountered the elder guarding the repository, a venerable Taoist who had been stuck at the 9th stage for decades, unable to grasp the opportunity to transcend to the immortal realm. Liuchen could never comprehend the plight of those ensnared at the 9th stage. Why was the path to transcendence so straightforward for some, yet so arduous for others? It was a perplexity he could not fathom. Shaking his head, he noted the elder's unwavering dedication to the Yushu immortal sect, dutifully guarding its most vital sanctum day after day, yet remaining unable to break into the immortal realm. Such an endearing and benevolent elder. Consequently, Liuchen contemplated the possibility of offering assistance, yet the method of aid required careful consideration. Daozi, Master Changmei has instructed you to visit the majestic Dao Palace before returning to your residence on the Immortal Peak. There are important matters to discuss. The elder reminded Liuchen as he prepared to leave the repository. Master has summoned me to the majestic Dao Palace? Understood, Liuchen replied, slightly taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. Although he was uncertain of the subject that Master Changmei wished to discuss, it was a directive from the sect leader, making refusal impractical. Moreover, it must be of significant importance, otherwise he would not have been called upon. What could it entail? Given the strength I have demonstrated, even in the face of substantial events, I doubt I could offer much assistance in their eyes. Shaking his head, Liuchen made his way from the scripture repository towards the majestic Dao Palace. Before long, he beheld the imposing structure towering among the clouds. Approaching, he gently pushed open the grand doors of the palace. Inside, he was met by several familiar figures. In addition to Master Changmei, there were several peak masters and a few elders who were also stuck at the 9th stage. Master, esteemed peak masters. Liuchen greeted them. As he stepped into the Dao Palace, the atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence. The murmurs and discussions that had echoed outside abruptly ceased. Liuchen, you have arrived. In the tranquil ambience, Changmei slowly opened his mouth. Why has the sect leader summoned the disciples here? Liuchen inquired directly. Today, we welcome a special guest from the Pure Yang sect, a disciple sent on their behalf. They have stated that, 3 months hence, the Pure Yang sect will arrive, accompanied by the current Daozi, to engage in a discussion on Taoist principles. It was evident that the intentions behind this visit were not merely for conviviality. The Pure Yang sect, after all, could no longer suppress their curiosity regarding the true state of the Jiutian men. Changmei's tone was laden with gravity. The Pure Yang sect? Liuchen expressed his astonishment. As one of the 3 great Taoist sects, the Pure Yang sect was undoubtedly known to him. The present Jiutian men had lost its former luster, standing on par with the Pure Yang sect. Upon further contemplation, Liuchen felt a sense of acceptance. The current Jiutian men was shrouded in ambiguity, making it reasonable for the Pure Yang sect to seek a visit to ascertain its genuine condition. Moreover, the pretext of discussing Taoist principles rendered refusal impossible for the Jiutian men. The rationale behind the Pure Yang sect's visit was impeccably timed. What course of action do you require from the disciples? Liuchen inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. The visit from the current Daozi of the Pure Yang sect was evidently not intended for discussions with the higher echelons of the Jiutian men, but rather for an exchange between the disciples of both sections. This could be seen as a form of engagement, a competition in disguise. Among the younger generation of the Jiutian men, the most distinguished was undoubtedly Daozi Liuchen. Thus, it was only fitting that Changmei would personally instruct Liuchen to deliberate on this matter. In the past 6 months, have you gained any insights into Taoist principles? Are you confident in facing the Daozi of the Pure Yang sect? Changmei posed the most critical question. Meanwhile, several peak masters and elders nearby revealed expressions of curiosity and anticipation. Over the past 6 months, Xun had experienced daily revelations regarding Taoist principles. Engaging in discussions with the Daozi of the Pure Yang sect would surely be more than sufficient. This was not mere arrogance on Xun's part. To speak candidly, ever since he entered the sect 6 months ago, signed in, and assimilated the millennium-old Dao heart, his comprehension and insights into these Taoist principles had reached a level of innate understanding. What appeared arcane and convoluted to outsiders became effortlessly comprehensible to Xun. Therefore, his mastery of Taoist principles would undoubtedly suffice to contend with a mere Daozi of the Pure Yang sect. Indeed, this was akin to wielding a butcher's cleaver to dispatch a mere chicken. Chapter 71. Daozi, have you already reached the 6th level? Upon hearing Xun's confident declaration, the chief of the Changmei sect could not help but erupt into laughter, his gaze towards Xun increasingly filled with admiration and satisfaction. How splendid it was! The emergence of such an extraordinary prodigy within the Yushu immortal sect was indeed a significant fortune for the sect, a monumental blessing. Were it not for the advent of this remarkable young man, the Yushu immortal sect would have found itself utterly unprepared to confront the challenges posed by the Pure Yang Dao sect. 3,000 years ago, the foremost sect had now fallen to such a state of decline that even the Pure Yang Dao sect could pose a daunting challenge. What a humbling and distressing predicament. Yet, fortuitously, Xun had appeared, bestowing hope and a glimmer of dawn upon the Yushu immortal sect. From Xun, the chief of Changmei saw a beacon of hope, the prospect of the Yushu immortal sect's resurgence to reclaim its position as the preeminent sect. Similarly, the nearby peak masters and elders could also sense within Xun the innate potential to revitalize the Yushu immortal sect. The possessor of a natural Dao heart, facing merely a Daozi of the Pure Yang Dao sect. Was this not an endeavor easily accomplished? Perhaps the humble monk had been overly anxious. At that moment, an elder, unable to contain his curiosity, posed a question. Daozi, in the past 6 months, have you made any advancements in your cultivation? This inquiry resonated with the curiosity and anticipation harbored by all present, including the chief of Changmei. Having already attained the 4th level 6 months prior, what level of prowess could he possibly exhibit today? Given Xun's astonishing talent, it was inconceivable that he had remained stagnant during this half-year period. Therefore, the monk surmised, Xun had undoubtedly ascended to the 5th level. This speculation flickered in the minds of the peak masters and esteemed elders alike. Xun's aptitude was simply too remarkable. How could they possibly believe that he had made no progress in the past 6 months? Such a notion was virtually impossible. Regarding my cultivation, I have now reached the 6th level, Xun declared, revealing the aura of the 6th level. Boom. The overwhelming pressure characteristic of the 6th level gradually emanated from Xun's form, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. The chief of Changmei and the others found themselves shrouded in this formidable 6th level aura. This is the 6th level? The chief's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xun, utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom it. Involuntarily, he exclaimed, Xun, you have already reached the 6th level. In just 6 months, this prodigy has progressed from the 4th to the 6th level? To traverse 2 realms in half a year. It is essential to recognize that as one advances in cultivation, the ascent in strength becomes increasingly arduous, demanding greater expenditure of time and energy. The transition from 1st to 2nd tier and from 4th to 5th tier represents 2 entirely distinct concepts. The energy, time, and resources expended in these endeavors are incomparable. Thus, when it was revealed that Xun had ascended from the 4th tier to the 6th tier in merely 6 months, all present, including the esteemed Zhang Mei, were profoundly astonished. Their prior conjecture had led them to believe that Xun had already reached the 5th tier. Yet the reality was beyond prediction. A 6-month span bridging 2 realms, culminating in a direct leap to the 6th tier. This was utterly unfathomable. Oh my heavens! Exclaimed an elder, his throat dry and lips trembling slightly. His eyes, filled with shock, were fixed upon Xun, rendering him momentarily unable to divert his gaze. His mind spun, and his body became rigid, appearing particularly dazed. To traverse 2 realms within half a year. From the 4th tier to the 6th tier. What remarkable talent and aptitude this displayed. The Holy Yuan sect's scion, Yi Feng, had taken 6 months merely to advance from the 6th to the 7th tier. And even then, it was the culmination of prolonged effort that allowed him to finally breach that threshold. Apart from Yi Feng, the sword master of the Jiutian sect, the saintess of Yanxia Valley, and the prodigies of the Dongfang family had each, over the same half-year period, only managed to elevate themselves by a single tier. Yet, here, within their own sect, Lu Chun had effortlessly crossed 2 realms, achieving the 6th tier and drawing ever closer to the illustrious prodigies of the major sections. 6th tier. Indeed, the several peak masters of the immortal void sect were left in a state of bewilderment. The aura of the 6th tier was undeniably authentic. There was no doubt that Lu Chun, the contemporary prodigy of the immortal void sect, had traversed from the 4th to the 6th tier in just 6 months. Meanwhile, the prodigies of the Holy Yuan sect, Jiutian sect, and Yanxia Valley had only just reached the 7th tier. Furthermore, they were already in their prime youth. While Lu Chun was merely 7 years old, not yet having reached the age of 10, with an age difference of more than double, their power levels were already alarmingly close. The prodigies of the major sects stood at the 7th tier, while Lu Chun had ascended to the 6th tier, separated by but a single realm. The peak masters could already foresee that, in due time, Lu Chun, the unparalleled genius of the immortal void sect, would undoubtedly catch up to the prodigies of the major sections. The mere thought of this filled their hearts with excitement and anticipation. The immortal void sect had long remained in silence, but now, with Lu Chun as their beacon, they had a tremendous opportunity to boldly proclaim their resurgence to the world. Chapter 72. Are you aware of the calamity that befell the Yushu immortal sect 3,000 years ago? 6th level. Indeed, I have not misjudged. Changmei erupted into hearty laughter, his benevolent gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Lu Chun, achieving the 6th level in merely half a year. Such prodigious talent truly earns him the title of the foremost genius of our time. He is indeed the unparalleled prodigy who represents the Yushu immortal sect and keeps the elite of various sects beneath his feet. What is a genius? This is it. This is the first on the human rankings, lauded by the 100 Knowledge Tower as the greatest prodigy of the contemporary era. Truly, those fellows at the 100 Knowledge Tower possess remarkable discernment. They recognized such an exceptional disciple of the Yushu immortal sect half a year ago, placing him at the pinnacle of the human rankings as the foremost genius of our time. One must admit that the folks at the 100 Knowledge Tower have finally accomplished something commendable. If even the young Lu Chun cannot ascend to the top of the human rankings, who then possesses the qualifications to claim that position? The peak masters and elders contemplated this in their hearts. At this moment, they exhibited an unprecedented trust in Lu Chun's displayed talent, even harboring a hint of reverence. Lu Chun, are you aware of the numerous events that transpired in the cultivation world over the past 6 months? Changmei inquired, his tone reflective. The disciple is unaware. Lu Chun shook his head. He had indeed heard little about the happenings in the cultivation world. Over the past 6 months, he had devoted himself entirely to his practice. News from the outside rarely penetrated the walls of the Yushu immortal sect. Although his time within the sect was not entirely isolated from the world, the flow of information was certainly not brisk. Additionally, Lu Chun himself did not pay much attention to the happenings in the cultivation realm, resulting in his limited understanding of many events. It is now said within the cultivation world that the title of the first on the human rankings has become a misnomer. What are your thoughts on this? Changmei pondered, deciding to assess Lu Chun's attitude. In response, Lu Chun remained remarkably composed, his demeanor calm and unruffled as he replied with serene confidence. There is no need for me to engage in disputes with the outside world. The ancient texts in the scripture pavilion record the words of a predecessor that resonate deeply. Do not attempt to argue with the foolish. Upon hearing this, Changmei's smile grew even more pronounced. He could not help but marvel at such a disposition. At such a tender age, his understanding of the Tao is already profound, truly worthy of being the possessor of an innate Tao heart, the pride of the Yushu immortal sect. This exceptional temperament alone is sufficient to leave all his contemporaries far behind. The transcendental quality of his character is astonishing, especially to manifest in a mere 7-year-old child. Even at our age, we cannot achieve such transcendence, can we? Unmoved by material gain, untouched by personal sorrow, Lu Chun's mastery of the Tao is remarkably profound. The several peak masters are filled with astonishment. This remarkable composure deeply touches their hearts. Upon hearing your words, I, a humble Tao practitioner, feel reassured. Initially, I feared you would strive to prove yourself, allowing the myriad rumors of the outside world to disturb your tranquility. Yet, it appears I have underestimated you. Your steadiness of spirit far exceeds my expectations. Moreover, your comprehension and insight into the Tao have reached an exceptionally deep realm. Changmei, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly realized that, in matters of the Tao, he finds himself unable to impart wisdom to the present Liuli. This revelation astonishes him, truly. There exists such a prodigious talent, one who can grasp the Tao without a teacher. Today, I have witnessed such a celestial being. And this celestial being is none other than the disciple of the Yusu immortal sect. For this, I feel profoundly fortunate. Such an extraordinary talent has emerged from the Yusu immortal sect. The sect leader has overpraised me. Liuli smiled and shook his head. Humility, diligence, perseverance, composure, and calmness. Through Liuli, Changmei and the others see the very best of their hopes. Thus, they often overlook the simple fact that Liuli is merely 7 years of age. The more they converse, the more naturally they regard Liuli as an equal, sometimes even seeking his counsel on esoteric and intricate Tao principles. Ultimately, the human ranking is merely a nominal leaderboard. The elite of various sects fiercely compete towards a singular goal, the immortal realm. What drives all these prodigies to compete is the race to break into the immortal realm at the swiftest pace. The one who succeeds shall undoubtedly be deemed the foremost prodigy. This stands in stark contrast to merely being first on the human ranking. Only by successfully breaking into the immortal realm can all prodigies be compelled to acknowledge one's superiority. Although the human ranking holds significant influence at its core, these prodigies prioritize the pursuit of breaching the immortal realm as their ultimate objective. Changmei continued to elaborate. The immortal realm is currently the focal aim of all prodigies. This is a protracted battle. It remains to be seen who will ultimately prevail and achieve entry into the immortal realm first. To us, it is an aspiration we chase throughout our lives but can never attain. Yet to this group of prodigies, it is but a minor goal in their competition. It is undeniably a source of frustration. The celestial prodigies are, after all, entirely different from us. A few elders, entrenched in the 9th realm, could not help but smile wryly, shaking their heads with a sigh. They had been stuck at this level for decades, and it seemed unlikely they would ever reach the realm of immortality in their lifetimes. Yet, their lifelong aspiration for transcendence was merely a minor objective for this group of prodigies, all vying for the coveted position of the foremost genius. The contrast was overwhelmingly stark, filling their hearts with a profound sense of defeat. Indeed, an insurmountable chasm of disparity existed among individuals from birth. Liuli, you are the youngest and started your journey the latest. However, do not lose heart. With your astonishing talent and aptitude, it is only a matter of time before you surpass the rest. In this battle for supremacy among the gifted, your prospects are exceedingly bright. Transitioning from the 9th realm to the realm of immortality is no trivial endeavor. Even for these prodigies from various sects, this leap is a formidable challenge. Throughout history, countless geniuses have found themselves ensnared at the 9th realm, unable to ascend to immortality. In the eyes of Elder Changmei, although Liuli's realm was merely at the 6th level, those prodigies were only at the 7th. A single realm's difference could easily be bridged by exceptional and terrifying talent. He believed that Liuli's innate abilities would undoubtedly allow him to rise to the occasion. As for the battle among the sects for the title of the foremost genius, Liuli wore a somewhat peculiar expression. He pondered, should I consider revealing the truth outright? If I did, then undoubtedly, the throne of the contemporary first genius would be rightfully mine. After all, I am now at the 3rd tier of the human immortals. However, after some reflection, Liuli ultimately refrained from disclosing the truth, transitioning from the 4th tier to the realm of immortality within just half a year, spanning 6 or 7 realms. Such a feat was indeed astonishing. If he were to mention his accomplishments now, the esteemed leaders of the Yusu immortal sect, including Elder Changmei, would likely be taken aback. This revelation could upheave the entire cultivation world, stirring up a myriad of troubles and disturbances, which deviated significantly from Liuli's original intentions. As for the Master's assertion that the realm of immortality is challenging, perhaps it is. Yet, Liuli, who had achieved the 3rd tier of human immortals, merely smiled in silence. Is it truly difficult? He did not think so. For him, Leaping across 3 realms to reach the 3rd tier of human immortals was not only unchallenging, but also remarkably effortless. At that moment, Elder Changmei shifted his tone to one of gravity and solemnity, stating that the Yushu immortal sect was not as secure as one might assume. Therefore, it would be wise to maintain a sense of vigilance during this period. Even within the sect, one should not let their guard down. Curiously, Liuchen inquired, Master, what has occurred? Is the Yushu immortal sect no longer safe? Even the leader of the Long Brow, a formidable entity of the 2nd rank among celestial beings, displayed a demeanor of caution and trepidation, indicating that this matter was far from simple. Given the profound heritage of the Yushu immortal sect, could it truly be incapable of resolving such an issue? Holding on to his curiosity, Liuchen patiently awaited Long Brow's response. Beside them, several peak masters exchanged hesitant glances. Leader, are we truly to disclose this? Rest assured, Liuchen is absolutely trustworthy. There is no need for concealment. If even someone as composed and profoundly skilled in the Tao as Liuchen cannot resist the temptations of that demonic sovereign, then, looking across the vast world, there remains no one capable of withstanding the allure and corruption of such a fiend. Longbrow's tone was grave. How could one endowed with an innate Tao heart ever be swayed by a demon and descend into the path of darkness? It is utterly inconceivable. If even the current Tao child succumbs to the seductions of the demon, then the Yushu immortal sect would be all but extinguished. Longbrow continued. Upon hearing this, the peak masters fell into silence. Indeed, if even the contemporary Tao child were to fall victim to the demon's temptations, how could the Yushu immortal sect not already be riddled with corruption from within? Demonic sovereign? What are you implying, leader? Liuchen inquired. Are you aware of the calamity that befell the Yushu immortal sect 3,000 years ago? Longbrow's expression turned contemplative. His eyes momentarily clouded as if reminiscing about some indelible past, a profound sense of loss washing over his countenance. The calamity that swept through the Yushu immortal sect 3 millennia ago? Liuchen was only vaguely aware. He understood that the decline of the Yushu immortal sect stemmed from a catastrophic event 3,000 years prior, which led to the complete disappearance of its powerful practitioners. Deprived of the protection and deterrence offered by ascended beings, the Yushu immortal sect began its gradual descent into ruin from that moment onward. Presently, it had fallen to such a state that not a single top-tier ascendant remained. In summary, the calamity that engulfed the Yushu immortal sect 3,000 years ago marked the beginning of a fracture in its lineage, initiating a decline where each generation was weaker than the last. This, indeed, is the principal reason for the Yushu immortal sect's downfall. Had it not been for the catastrophe 3 millennia ago, the Yushu immortal sect would undoubtedly still hold its position as the foremost righteous sect today. Alas, that disaster severed its lineage, leading to the disappearance of its ascendant masters. However, Liuchen remained entirely oblivious to the intricacies surrounding this calamity. What were the specific details of this disaster? Liuchen was bewildered. This matter was also a taboo within the Yushu immortal sect. Elders who were aware of this information seldom spoke of it, and most disciples within the sect had no recollection of it. Naturally, Liuchen found no avenue to uncover the particulars of the monumental disaster that transpired 3,000 years ago. Chapter 73. The catastrophe of the Yushu immortal sect 3,000 years ago, 3 millennia past. A prodigy of the demonic path emerged, wielding formidable power to vanquish all contemporary masters of the dark sect, thereby establishing himself as the supreme ruler of the demonic realm. The various factions of the demonic path bowed in submission to this formidable figure, who was revered by disciples as the demon sovereign. Driven by grand ambitions, the demon sovereign sought to unify the world under a singular dominion, aspiring to establish a cohesive demonic empire. Should he succeed, the realm would surely descend into chaos and suffering. The Yushu immortal sect, as the foremost sect of the righteous path, could not remain passive in the face of such a threat. In response to the pleas of various sects, the righteous path summoned an esteemed elder of unparalleled repute, the ascendant Elder Hiwu. Elder Hiwu led the heads of major sects, masters and leaders of the celestial realm, to confront the formidable forces commanded by the demon sovereign, culminating in a cataclysmic battle upon the demon heaven mountain. Elder Hiwu, a pinnacle of the ascendant realm, stood as a paragon of strength, rivaled only by the invincible demon sovereign, who also belonged to this exalted level. As the two engaged in a fierce clash that spanned 10 days and nights, their titanic struggle unleashed waves of power that traversed 30,000 miles, devastating the land in their wake and extending from Demon Heaven Mountain to the Yushu immortal sect. The sheer force of their confrontation was such that even the residual energies were capable of annihilating celestial realm masters. Consequently, the Yushu immortal sect suffered extensive damage, with numerous vital formations obliterated and countless celestial beings perishing in the tumult. The casualties among those beneath the celestial realm were incalculable. The battle nearly depleted the foundational strength of the Yushu immortal sect. Ultimately, Elder Hiwu unleashed a tremendous strike that penetrated the earth for thousands of meters, forcibly driving the demon sovereign deep into the crust, where, with the sect's remaining resources, they managed to seal him away. This event gave rise to the present-day forbidden area known as the Evil Abyss within the sect. Though the demon sovereign was sealed, the toll exacted from the battle drained Elder Hiwu of much of his vitality, leading him to declare a seclusion in an effort to recuperate. Subsequently, a series of enigmatic events transpired, culminating in the mysterious disappearance of Elder Hiwu, leaving not a trace behind. With a contemplative brow, Luchun gradually grasped the intricate details of the calamity that had swept through the Yushu immortal sect 3 millennia ago. The root of all misfortune lay with the demon sovereign, now entombed in the depths of the evil abyss. From this, Luchun came to understand the existence of an even higher realm beyond the celestial. Elder Hiwu and the sealed demon sovereign represented the apex of power that transcended the celestial domain. Such a confrontation was fraught with terrifying implications. The shockwaves of their battle, spanning 30,000 miles from Demon Heaven Mountain to the Yushu immortal sect, inevitably resulted in the untimely demise of countless beings across the realm. The Yushu immortal sect, as the final battleground, naturally suffered devastation and destruction from the aftermath, resulting in the demise of numerous formidable beings from the immortal realm. As for those beneath the immortal realm, according to the vivid imagery depicted by the Long Brow sect master, Luchun was not convinced that individuals below the immortal realm could withstand the residual shockwaves generated by such top-tier confrontations. At this moment, Luchun truly comprehended why the number of immortal realm experts within the Yushu immortal sect was so scant. The battle from 3 millennia ago, characterized by terrifying clashes beyond the immortal realm, had inflicted considerable damage even upon the sect's protective mountain array. Luchun could easily envision the apocalyptic scene that must have unfolded at the Yushu immortal sect back then. The shockwaves from such a confrontation could indeed shift mountains and drain seas. Even with the protective array, the sect would still suffer grievous losses due to the pervasive aftermath. It was conceivable that even the immortal realm experts, once enveloped by the shockwaves, would perish instantaneously. One could only imagine the desperate plight faced by the disciples who had yet to attain the immortal realm. Is the demon lord sealed within the evil cavern still alive? Luchun inquired. Immortal realm experts possess a lifespan of 5,000 years, so it stands to reason that a being transcending the immortal realm would enjoy an even more extended existence. With this thought in mind, it seemed plausible that the demon lord remained alive beneath the seal of the evil cavern. Indeed, this terrifying demon still breathes, Long Brow affirmed gravely. At the mention of the demon lord, the assembled peak masters and elders fell silent. This was a significant secret of the Yushu immortal sect, yet as senior members, they had long been fully aware of the situation. Even from the mere fragments left in the wake of that battle, they could still feel the brutality and ferocity it entailed. Faced with an invincible force beyond the immortal realm, they realized just how insignificant and trivial they were. Countless immortal realm experts had perished due to the battle's residual energy. If this terrifying demon lord were to break free from its seal, they could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences that would ensue. Is it seeking to escape from its confinement? Luchun's eyelids twitched. Yet, that was not the case. Long Brow's words provided Luchun with a slight sense of relief. He continued, during that fateful battle, the Grand Elder Hiwu sustained severe injuries, fundamentally damaging his physical essence. The demon lord on the opposing side was undoubtedly not in a better state. Although it did not perish, it was left in a semi-disabled condition. Due to the injuries inflicted upon its physical essence, combined with the constraints of the seal, it is impossible for the demon lord to leverage its own power to break free from the evil cavern. Over these 3 millennia, the seal has remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of loosening. However, the conversation took a turn. The tone of Qiang Mei grew grave once more. Although the demon lord could not break free from his seal, he possessed the ability to conjure demonic thoughts from thousands of meters beneath the cursed earth, utilizing his unique sorcery to alter human perceptions and plant the seed of evil within their hearts. Over the course of 3 millennia, the demon lord had repeatedly ensnared disciples within the sect, leading many astray into the path of darkness, where they practiced cruel demonic arts. As a result, they gained tremendous power, ultimately turning against the Yushu immortal sect. In truth, even after the calamity of Ur, the foundation of the Yushu immortal sect remained robust, allowing it to maintain its status as the foremost sect. However, over 3,000 years, the seeds of malevolence sown by the demon lord had caused numerous disciples to succumb to the dark path. Periodically, a disciple would emerge, corrupted by the demon lord's influence, launching destructive campaigns against the Yushu immortal sect with the aim of liberating their master. To combat the disciples who fell under the demon lord's seductive sway, the once abundant resources of the sect, over the long passage of time, have gradually dwindled, leading it towards decline. The calamity of 3 millennia ago rendered the Yushu immortal sect incapacitated, and the continual emergence of fallen disciples has steadily depleted its remaining foundation. As of now, only a fraction of its original strength remains. In summary, the root of the calamity lies with the demon lord. As long as the demon lord persists, the Yushu immortal sect will continue its descent into decay until it can no longer produce even the most formidable of celestial beings. Should the Yushu immortal sect lose its celestial champions, the day of the demon lord's escape from his seal would be nigh. Ultimately, the demon lord would rise again, wreaking havoc upon the world. This is a vicious cycle. Regardless of how many powerful beings the Yushu immortal sect produces, they will inevitably lead some disciples astray, further depleting the sect's resources and strength. The source of the turmoil lies with the demon lord. Until he is eradicated, the Yushu immortal sect can never reclaim its rightful place as the preeminent sect. Yet, the difficulty in eliminating the demon lord is exceedingly high. Even the former Grand Elder, He Wu, was unable to completely eradicate him, resorting instead to sealing him beneath the cursed earth. It is evident that with the current diminished strength of the Yushu immortal sect, attempting to completely eradicate the demon lord would be an insurmountable challenge. The sect master implies that there are already signs of disciples being ensnared by the demon lord's influence in this generation. Liuqian quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Indeed, Qiang Mei nodded gravely. Are there any leads? Liuqian inquired further. For half a year, there had been no news whatsoever. Not a single clue regarding the disciple who had fallen into darkness could be found, as elusive as finding a needle in the ocean. Among the tens of thousands of disciples within the sect, identifying one who had strayed into the path of darkness proved to be an exceedingly daunting task. However, if we do not hasten to locate this disciple who has succumbed to the demonic path, once he perfects his sinister skills, it will undoubtedly inflict an unprecedented and grievous blow to our sect. Qiang Mei wore a visage of worry and helplessness. After 6 months of searching, we have ultimately come up empty-handed. Were it not for the inexplicable deaths of those 3 disciples within our ranks 6 months ago, whose demise was shrouded in mystery, the current master Qiang Mei might even doubt the very existence of this fallen disciple. In any case, the sect is no longer a sanctuary. As the contemporary prodigy of the Yushu immortal sect, you have likely become the prime target for assassination by this disciple who has strayed into darkness. Therefore, it is imperative that you exercise heightened caution and vigilance. The reason Qiang Mei disclosed these confidential matters to Liuqian without reservation was due to concerns for Liuqian's personal safety. Fearing the threat posed by the disciple who has embraced the demonic path, there is no denying that Liuqian's talent and aptitude are exceedingly exceptional. Such an outstanding prodigy is bound to attract the murderous intent of the fallen disciple. In other words, it is highly probable that I have already been marked as a target. The unexpected revelation left Liuqian in a peculiar state of contemplation. A disciple of the demonic path seeks to eliminate me? One must admit, such an occurrence is indeed rather intriguing. Yet, I wonder about the opponent's level of strength. Have they attained the realm of immortality? If they have not reached such heights, then they must be rather inadequate. Observing Liuqian's nonchalant demeanor, Changmei took a deep breath and solemnly cautioned, Liuli, do not underestimate any adversary, particularly those who have already descended into the demonic path. Individuals of the demonic path employ unpredictable and arcane tactics, and one must not view them through the lens of conventional reasoning. If one judges such beings with the perspective reserved for ordinary individuals, they are bound to suffer grievously. A disciple who has fallen into the demonic path possesses ruthless and cunning methods, resorting to any means to achieve their goals, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. They exploit every conceivable crack. Even the slightest opening is sufficient for them to strike lethally. Those who have descended into the demonic path have warped minds, and their ideologies starkly contrast with those of ordinary people. For them, killing becomes a source of pride and honor. When confronting such individuals, one must remain fully alert, ever mindful not to grant them any opportunity to exploit. Liuli, you are still quite young. Although your strength and realm already rank first among the disciples, your lack of worldly experience may hinder your understanding of the terror and ruthlessness inherent in those who have succumbed to the demonic path. To illustrate the peril posed by those who have fallen, Changmei earnestly continued to advise Liuli, recounting a series of harrowing examples. Among them, the most terrifying aspect of such individuals lies in their capacity for extraordinary enhancement of their powers, transcending the comprehension of ordinary people. Their ascension resembles a frenzied consumption of miraculous elixirs. Although their foundation may be unstable, once they delve into the dark arts, a meteoric rise in their capabilities becomes an inevitable trend. As Changmei has articulated, those who practice the dark arts often experience astonishing advancements in both strength and rank. Consequently, the frightening speed at which their realms ascend lures countless souls into the abyss of malevolence. While their foundation and realm may be precarious, they still possess considerable strength corresponding to their levels. The madness of humanity, in pursuit of greater power and higher realms, is unfathomable. This phenomenon has led to the proliferation of various malevolent techniques within the realm of cultivation, despite their prohibition by righteous sections. As the foremost disciple within the sect, you appear impervious to threats from any fellow disciples. However, when confronted with practitioners of the dark path, one must not employ conventional reasoning. Changmei earnestly cautioned, fearing that Liuli, in his pride as the top disciple, might underestimate these dark practitioners and face dire consequences. Rest assured, Master, I shall not be arrogant, Liuli assured, fully aware of the underlying intent behind Changmei's admonition. Yet, unbeknownst to Changmei, Liuli was not merely at the 6th level, but had attained the 3rd tier of human immortality. Should a disciple ensnared by the dark sect dare to assault Liuli, he would surely deliver a profound surprise. Seeing your composed demeanor brings me comfort, the master said with a benevolent smile. The instability of the realms of those who practice the dark arts arises from the detrimental effects of hastening their growth, which inflicts irreversible harm on the body and foundational essence. Although they may experience a rapid surge in power in the short term, the long-term consequences inevitably lead to physical degradation and a significant decrease in vitality. These are common afflictions associated with the practice of dark arts. It is impossible to possess a method that facilitates rapid enhancement of strength and realms while simultaneously ensuring no adverse effects on the body. Were such a technique to exist, it would not be deemed dark arts, but rather divine skills. However, upon further reflection, Changmei considered that perhaps his esteemed disciple uniquely embodied both attributes. Changmei gazed at Liuli, wanting to offer another warning, yet found himself at a loss for words. The rate at which Liuli's strength and realm were advancing was nothing short of terrifying. In fact, he resembled the practitioners of the dark path even more than those who employed dark arts themselves. The most alarming aspect was that, despite such formidable advancements, his foundational stability surpassed that of even the most ordinary geniuses. All the negative effects of cultivating demonic arts have not manifested in Liuli. On the contrary, Liuli's strength has ascended to a level far more formidable than those who practice the demonic path. Were it not for Liuli's profound mastery of the Tao and the pure, untainted aura of Tao flowing around him, one might be tempted to suspect that this young lad could indeed be the disciple lured into the demonic path by the demon lord. Such thoughts crossed Changmei's mind. In comparison, she suddenly pondered the outcome if that fallen disciple dared to confront Liuli. Would he not mistakenly assume that Liuli was of the same ilk? Good heavens! Who truly embodies the essence of the demonic practitioners? If that fallen disciple were to make a move against Liuli, his chances of success would scarcely reach 1 in 10. The sect leader remarked weakly. A hush fell over the assembly. Several peak masters of the celestial realm suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, to traverse from the 4th to the 6th rank in merely half a year, such astonishing talent and aptitude cannot possibly be compared to those who practice demonic arts. When it comes to the speed of ascension and power, does Liuli have any reason to fear others? Absurd. That disciple, having succumbed to the demonic path and practicing demonic arts, could not even hope to catch up with Liuli, this unparalleled prodigy. Undoubtedly, in this comparison, the fallen disciple would inevitably be overwhelmed by Liuli's extraordinary talent. I was truly hasty in my judgment, Chang Mei reflected. I nearly forgot that Liuli is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. In summary, one must exercise caution. One must not let their guard down within the sect. His target could very well be you. However, there is no need to be overly anxious. He would not dare to appear brazenly within the sect. Once his true nature is revealed, he would find himself trapped. Before the arrival of the pure Yangdao sect, Liuli, you should also be observant of the disciples within the sect to see if any have exhibited sudden changes in temperament during this time. Such individuals are likely to be the ones who have been corrupted by the demon lord and have fallen into the demonic path. Chang Mei continued to offer her reminders. Liuli nodded in agreement. Through this conversation with the sect leader, he gained insight into the clandestine affairs of the Yusu immortal sect. He comprehended the calamity that befell them 3,000 years ago thoroughly. He also learned that one of the forbidden grounds of the Yusu immortal sect, the evil cavern, holds an unparalleled demon, a supreme being of the demonic path who unified the demonic sect 3 millennia ago, revered as the invincible demon lord. This is a truly invincible powerhouse that transcends the celestial realm. It can be said that Liuli has, for the first time, come to realize that beyond the realm of immortals, there exists an even higher echelon. The mere aftermath of a battle can lead to the untimely demise of those formidable beings within the immortal realm. The sect leader, residing within the transcendent realm above the immortals. What kind of state of existence is that? Liuli inquired with an expression full of anticipation. Chapter 74. The Laughing Ghost Elder. The Ascendant Realm. The elder with long eyebrows did not caution Liuli against harboring lofty aspirations. Instead, he straightforwardly conveyed that upon entering the Ascendant Realm, one could transcend within a millennium and step into the ethereal realm of immortals. The Ascendant Realm, the Tribulation. The Immortal Realm. Liuli's eyes sparkled, as if a magnificent new door had swung open before him. It is well known that breaking into the immortal realm requires overcoming the formidable 9th tier, a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. In truth, ascending from the 3rd tier of celestial immortals to the Ascendant Realm is the most arduous task of all. Without a fortuitous opportunity, one may remain forever unfulfilled. To transition from the 3rd tier of celestial immortals to the Ascendant Realm, not only is comprehension and talent necessary, but also a certain degree of fortune to seize that elusive moment of chance. If one fails to grasp it, entry into the Ascendant Realm will remain a distant dream. Of course, such notions are shrouded in mystery. The elder admits that his understanding of the Ascendant Realm is limited, gleaned only from ancient texts in the scripture pavilion. His insights into the Ascendant Realm are quite superficial. The elder spoke candidly, revealing that he himself was merely at the 2nd tier of earthly immortals, a vast distance from the Ascendant Realm. Thus, his grasp of its intricacies was not profound. Engaging in conversation with Long Eyebrow had proven to be quite enlightening for Liuli. After bidding farewell to the elder, Liuli turned and departed from the Grand Dao Palace. As he left, the onlookers, including the elder and several peak masters and elders, displayed expressions of admiration and satisfaction. Although the Yusu immortal sect now faced twilight and continued to endure threats from the demon lord, as well as covetous gazes from various sections, there remained a glimmer of hope for a resurgence, and Liuli stood as the sole beacon of hope for the entire Yusu immortal sect. As night fell, a crescent moon hung gracefully in the sky, suspended among the clouds. A gentle, silvery light cascaded from the moon, enveloping the entire Yusu immortal sect. The air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, the temperature slightly chill. In the scripture pavilion, a pair of eyes, hidden in the shadows and brimming with desire. Fixated intently on the pavilion, the figure blending seamlessly into the dim surroundings. Not a hint of aura escaped from his being. Even the sound of his heartbeat was perfectly subdued to the faintest whisper. The sect leader had issued a command for the old man to investigate the realities of the Yushu immortal sect. However, probing the sect was far less intriguing than infiltrating their scripture pavilion. The pavilion housed a plethora of martial arts secrets from across the realm. If the old man could acquire techniques from within, he could surely transform his own roots and meridians, elevating his power to new heights. His voice carried an aged timbre, laced with greed. With a light step, he glided toward the scripture pavilion like a wraith. Soon, the disciple assigned to guard the scripture pavilion was easily evaded by him. At last, he skillfully employed his secret technique, transforming his body to a feather-light form, and infiltrated the second floor of the scripture pavilion. Success! The Yushu immortal sect had indeed fallen from grace. Even the most coveted treasure, the scripture pavilion, had succumbed to his effortless intrusion. It must be said, the Yushu immortal sect now resembled merely an empty shell. Next, he intended to thoroughly search for the unparalleled martial arts of the Yushu immortal sect. Moonlight softly cascaded by the window. The elder, clad in dark garments, had a somewhat stooped and diminutive figure, his face adorned with subtle wrinkles. His eyes occasionally flickered with a cold glint, as if recalling something worthy of anticipation and delight. And a fervent smile curled at the corners of his lips. This was the second floor of the scripture pavilion, where the true techniques lay concealed on the third floor. Clearly, the elder had devised a plan prior to infiltrating the Yushu immortal sect, and thus possessed a certain degree of knowledge regarding the treasured scripture pavilion. At that moment, he chose not to linger on the second floor, but swiftly sought out the staircase leading to the third floor, striving to tread lightly. The specific technique he wielded to conceal his presence had been perfected to an exquisite degree, allowing him to stealthily approach the third floor of the scripture pavilion. However, just as he was about to successfully step onto the third floor, he inadvertently triggered the array's prohibitions within the scripture pavilion. Boom! With a thunderous roar that reverberated like rolling thunder, it echoed through the tranquil night, spreading for miles around. This is bad. Upon realizing that he had set off the array's prohibitions, the elder's expression drastically changed. He decisively turned, his form transforming into a swirling mass of black mist. Attempting to escape through the window from whence he came, vanishing swiftly from the scripture pavilion. In the midst of his flight, he encountered the pavilion's guardian elder, a formidable ninth-tier expert. To dare intrude upon the scripture pavilion, how audacious! Upon spotting the elder's figure, the guardian elder erupted in fury. The power of the ninth tier surged forth in an instant as the guardian elder struck in wrath. Ninth tier? I have no time to waste on an ant like you. The trifling Yushu immortal sect. I come and go as I please. Who can stop me? Do you think your mere ninth tier strength can hinder me? It is nothing but a grand joke. The elder scoffed coldly. In that instant, a terrifying aura of the celestial realm emanated from his being, enveloping the surroundings. You are the ghostly laughing elder of the evil heaven sect. Upon recognizing the elder's face, the guardian elder's pupils constricted, instinctively exclaiming. At the same moment, every elder within the various locations of the Yushu immortal sect's rear mountain was stirred into alarm. In that direction lies the sutra repository. This is dire. Someone has breached the repository and triggered its protective formations. Quickly, make haste to the sutra repository. One by one, the elders awaken from their slumber, converging upon the repository as if drawn by a shared purpose. Among them, several peak masters of the celestial realm soar into the sky with unparalleled urgency, their hearts aflame with anxiety as they race towards the repository. Additionally, the sect leader, with his long brows and body enveloped in radiant golden light, tears through the heavens, approaching at a speed that defies comprehension. Cursed be this fate. I had believed that after 6 months of silence from the various sects, they had relinquished their ambitions, forsaking their designs on the secret techniques housed within our sutra repository. Little did I realize that this was merely a fade. They had never abandoned their intentions of plundering the profound arts of the Yushu immortal sect's repository. The leader, consumed by rage, reflects on how their prolonged period of complacency, untroubled by the disturbances of rival sects, has dulled their vigilance. Furthermore, The necessity of daily investigations into the traces of the wayward disciple who has succumbed to the demonic path has diverted their attention from the lurking threats posed by the external sections. It is a bitter irony that a moment's lapse in vigilance has invited those who covet the repository's secrets. Boom. Even before the elders could reach the repository, the air was rent by a thunderous explosion that resonated from within. Chapter 75. Encirclement. The battle has commenced. Swift reinforcements are imperative. Such an overwhelming force must be a formidable being from the immortal realm. The intruder who infiltrated the scripture pavilion is, indeed, a powerhouse from the immortal realm. As this conjecture surfaced in their minds, the elders felt an increasing weight of anxiety. The guardian elder might not be able to stop the intruder at all. It is even possible that he may meet with an untimely demise at the hands of the invader. The urgency among them intensified. Within less than half a stick of incense, as the elders arrived at the scene, they beheld the chaos strewn across the ground outside the scripture pavilion. Was the battle already over? The elders swiftly scanned their surroundings. Soon, they located the figure of the guardian elder, lying nearly 1,000 meters away from the scripture pavilion, his body drenched in blood, presenting a woeful and shocking sight. Brother, a group of elders hurriedly approached the guardian elder, their expressions filled with concern as they carefully examined his injuries. He was unconscious. Fortunately, despite his severe wounds, his life was spared. This intruder is undoubtedly a powerhouse from the immortal realm. Otherwise, the guardian elder would not have been so swiftly overpowered. An immortal realm expert infiltrated the scripture pavilion? How despicable! Who could it be? Which sect does this immortal realm powerhouse belong to? Enough talk. Quickly use your powers to staunch brother's wounds. With the assistance of one elder channeling spiritual energy, it was but a moment before the gravely injured guardian elder suddenly coughed, spitting blood, his complexion pale as death. As he slowly opened his eyes, filled with fury. Brother, who exactly intruded upon the scripture pavilion? One elder inquired hastily. It was the vile demon, the ghostly smirk elder of the evil sky sect. The guardian elder clenched his fists, revealing both anger and resentment as he relayed the truth. In a single encounter, he had been swiftly defeated by the ghostly smirk elder. Had it not been for the latter's caution regarding the immortal realm experts of the Yushu sect, he might have perished today at the hands of this foe. The disparity in strength was immense. Although the 9th level seems merely a step away from the immortal realm, the difference in power could be several hundred times more. Furthermore, the guardian elder, now advanced in years, lacked the vigor and spiritual strength of his prime, rendering him even less formidable than an average 9th level expert. This time, confronted by the immortal realm powerhouse, the ghostly smirk elder, the guardian elder nearly met his end in a singular encounter. What? It was actually the demon of the evil sky sect? How dare they invade our Yushu sect's scripture pavilion? The ghostly smirk elder, a powerhouse who broke into the immortal realm 80 years ago. To think the evil sky sect would dispatch the ghostly smirk elder to infiltrate the scripture pavilion in an attempt to pilfer its secret techniques. The elders wore expressions of fury. Brother, in which direction did the ghostly smirk elder flee? One elder asked. To the Ascension Peak. He has fled towards the Ascension Peak. Fortunately, when he infiltrated the Sutra Pavilion, he inadvertently triggered the array mechanism. Otherwise, he might have successfully pilfered the secret techniques contained within. Nevertheless, he must not be allowed to escape. The elder guarding the pavilion, an old Taoist who was once benevolent and kind, now burned with fury. Hurry! Do not let him slip away. Several elders prepared to hastily rush towards the direction of the ascending immortal peak. Just as they were about to set off, a thunderous roar resounded from a nearby location. It must be the ghostly laughter elder engaging with the elders inside. He is a formidable being from the realm of immortals. Although his cultivation of demonic arts has left his foundation unstable, he is by no means comparable to an ordinary 9th-tier practitioner. It is hoped that the one confronting the ghostly laughter elder is either the sect leader or one of the peak masters. On this night, the entire Yushu immortal sect was stirred. The thunderous booms echoed like the rumblings of distant thunder, reverberating for miles. Every disciple of the Yushu immortal sect was left reeling, their ears ringing and heads buzzing from the violent sounds of clash and confrontation. Ghostly laughter elder. You cannot escape. The master of the Tianshu Peak bellowed, his voice piercing the heavens. Accompanying him was the voice of the Qiankun Peak master. If we do not capture you today, How can the Yusu immortal sect maintain its dignity? How can we stand in the realm of cultivation? Behind them, several peak masters followed closely. A group of top-tier practitioners at the second rank of human immortal faced off against the first-rank ghostly laughter elder, launching a merciless and furious siege. How dare he invade the Sutra Pavilion of the Yusu immortal sect? Did he truly believe the Yusu immortal sect to be a soft target? The two peak masters, known for their notoriously volatile tempers, wasted no time in engaging in battle, inflicting injuries upon the ghostly laughter elder, compelling him to flee in desperation. Damn it! How could these two formidable opponents have discovered me? The Yusu immortal sect is indeed not a place where I can act with impunity. Even though the current Yusu immortal sect is in decline, there are still several powerful beings from the realm of immortals present, with wounds afflicting him. The ghostly laughter elder spat blood as he fled, daring not to confront the peak masters directly, not to mention the siege by several peak masters. Even facing just one would be sufficient to overwhelm him. At this moment, the several second-tier human immortal peak masters relentlessly pursued the first-tier demon, ghostly laughter elder. One can only imagine how dire the latter's situation is. Moreover, there is reportedly a master at the second tier of Earth immortal approaching. The thought of another second-tier Earth immortal coming only heightened the ghostly laughter elder's urgency, compelling him to desperately channel his spiritual power, striving to escape the perilous confines of the Yusu immortal sect. Chapter 76. The elder's favorite target is talented individuals. Half an hour later, a group of elders gathered around the 7 peak masters within the hall. What is the situation? Did we manage to detain that sinister old man with the ghostly smile? Observing the furious expressions on the peak masters' faces, the elders suddenly grasped the gravity of the matter. It seemed that the ghostly old man had ultimately escaped. Alas, he could not be permanently subdued. Had he been captured, another formidable entity could have been contained within the demon suppression tower. His techniques are far too exceptional. We are unable to keep pace with him. The peak masters clenched their fists, sighing with a sense of dissatisfaction. Shifting the tone of the conversation, 2 of them spoke with icy resolve. However, he has suffered a blow from us, and he must be gravely injured now. Although he has escaped, his condition is undoubtedly critical. In his current state of injury, even an 8th-tier cultivator would have a 90% chance of successfully eliminating him. Thus, the elders of 8th tier and above were instructed to swiftly conduct a thorough search within the hall to ascertain whether this malevolent figure still lurked in some hidden corner. I believe he could not have fled so quickly. He will surely seek a place to recuperate before contemplating his departure. Under the peak master's directives, the 8th tier and higher elders breathed a sigh of relief. If confronted by a fully capable celestial being, they would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed. However, if faced with a gravely wounded celestial being, the circumstances would be entirely different. Before long, the long-browed master arrived, slightly delayed. With a serious tone, he inquired, "What is the situation?" "The scripture repository has not suffered any loss of techniques," replied an elder. "That is good to hear. Nevertheless, this individual dared to intrude upon the scripture repository of our Yusu sect and must not be allowed to escape unscathed. We must locate him and show no mercy." The long-browed master's face was filled with fury. After a pause, he further questioned, "In which direction did he flee?" After enduring a punch and a palm strike during our confrontation, he vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. As the last few peak masters to engage with the ghostly old man, they shook their heads, recounting the circumstances of that moment in meticulous detail, word for word. It appears that a comprehensive search within the hall is imperative. If he manages to infiltrate the residence of any disciple, it would pose an extremely perilous situation. Now, it is up to all of you to exert your utmost efforts to capture this ghostly old man, ensuring that he is extracted from the Yusu sect before dawn. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a significant latent threat. The long-browed master inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Taking advantage of the fact that he is severely injured, it is crucial to apprehend him. Should the opponent's injuries recover and the Yusu immortal sect unleash a massacre, the grounds would undoubtedly be strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. Should a formidable entity from the immortal realm decide to embark on a killing spree, those beneath the immortal realm would stand virtually powerless, effortlessly wiped out in a mere gesture. Therefore, it is imperative to locate the adversary within the confines of the Yusu immortal sect before their wounds are healed. Let us disperse. Long May waved his hand. The elders of the 8th rank and above fanned out in various directions to conduct a search. Evil Heaven Sect. Long May scoffed coldly, his gaze sharp. This night, the Yushu Immortal Sect was far from tranquil. Upon the summit of the Yushu Immortal Sect, beneath the moonlight, a pale figure, stained with blood and clad in dark garments, exuded a palpable sense of madness, fury, and resentment. Cough. A violent cough erupted. As the ghostly grinning elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his complexion appearing exceedingly ashen, and the energy within him in utter disarray. His breathing completely disrupted. Damn that accursed bull-nosed wretch. How could he inflict such severe wounds upon me? The ghostly grinning elder traversed the area of the summit, striving to conceal his form, melding into the shadows as if becoming one with the darkness. Yet, the potent, acrid scent of blood that emanated from him betrayed his presence at every moment. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly channeled his magical powers, attempting to summon his celestial energy to mend his injuries. Puffed. As he opened his mouth, another spurt of blood erupted from his throat. Within 3 days, it would be challenging for him to recover from his injuries. Cursed be it, if within 3 days, I am discovered by those bull-nosed wretches of the Yushu Immortal Sect. My life will be in peril. He mused. I must procure some offerings to fuel my magical abilities and facilitate the healing of my wounds. Should I acquire sufficient blood as sustenance, I could, in merely a few hours, restore approximately 30 to 40% of my vitality. With a resolution forming in his mind, he lifted his gaze, his cold, bloodshot eyes fixated on a small courtyard emerging before him, a glimmer of crimson malice and murderous intent flashing deep within their depths. If memory serves, this small courtyard ahead belongs to the current Daozi of the Yushu Immortal Sect. The Daozi of the Yushu Immortal Sect? Heh. Since I have suffered grave injuries at the hands of your sect's bull-nosed elders, I shall utilize you, the contemporary Daozi, to test my magical prowess. It is only fitting that I seek retribution for the harm inflicted upon me by those old bull-nosed wretches of the Yushu Immortal Sect. The ghostly grinning elder's face contorted into a sinister smile, brimming with murderous intent. Immediately thereafter, he approached the small courtyard step by step, his movements light and silent, gliding through the darkness like a wraith. The disciple of the Yushu Immortal Sect, indeed, he was the contemporary prodigy of this esteemed sect, even ranking first on the renowned 100 Wisdom Towers list of talents. Alas, this night, such a rare and gifted paragon was destined to become the sustenance for my recovery. If the elders of the Yushu Immortal Sect were to learn that their most cherished disciple met his demise at my hands, they would surely erupt in fury. This scene is truly one to anticipate. Prodigies, I have an insatiable appetite for devouring the flesh and blood of the gifted. The ghostly smiling elder seemed to envision the moment when the contemporary disciple of the Yushu Immortal Sect would kneel before him, weeping and pleading for mercy. I vaguely recall that merely 6 months ago, this disciple had only attained the 4th level of cultivation. Regardless of his exceptional talents, in half a year's time, he would scarcely have progressed beyond the 5th level. And the 5th level, though barely, would qualify him to serve as my nourishment. As I gazed at the encroaching courtyard, the ghostly smiling elder ceased to conceal his presence within the shadows and revealed his emaciated, blood-soaked form. A prodigy ranked first among the talents. In my lifetime, I have yet to slay such a top-tier genius. This time, I shall indulge my cravings by extinguishing this disciple named Liuli. The elders of the Yushu Immortal Sect would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. But what of it? What can these elders do against me? Once I have regained my strength, I shall depart from the Yushu Immortal Sect with ease. Perhaps, before I leave, I might wreak havoc within their domain. The ghostly smiling elder grinned wickedly. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, inhaling the pungent scent of his own blood in the air, intensifying the murderous intent in his gaze. Cursed elders, they have wounded me. Let their contemporary disciple repay this grievance for their transgression against me. In this way, I shall not be at a loss. To cultivate this so-called disciple, the Yushu Immortal Sect must have expended countless efforts and resources. And this night, I shall slay the prodigy they have meticulously nurtured. It is rumored that this Liuli disciple is hailed as the top prodigy of our time, having broken into the 4th level of cultivation within a mere 2 months of entry. In my life, I have always harbored a deep-seated aversion to geniuses. The ghostly smiling elder's expression darkened, as if recalling some painful memories. Geniuses, they incite a desire to obliterate and tear apart. Had my own innate talents been slightly superior in the past, I would not have resorted to the dark arts, resulting in my current state, neither human nor ghost. Thus, geniuses, the most detestable among the proud and haughty, are a breed I loathe. In truth, the elder with the grinning ghost is not yet 50 years of age. Yet, upon gazing at his visage, one might mistake him for a centenarian, bearing the weight of countless years. This, of course, is the adverse effect wrought by his cultivation of dark arts. At last, beneath the soft, ethereal glow of the moonlight, the grinning ghost elder approached the entrance of the small courtyard. Just as he was about to reach out and demolish the grand gate, a sudden, melodious creak echoed through the tranquil night. Remarkably, the gate to the courtyard swung open of its own accord, without a hint of forewarning. Chapter 77. The Second-Rate Immortal Realm? The old man with the ghostly smile narrowed his pupils. His gaze filled with suspicion as he fixed his eyes upon the entrance of the small courtyard. As the gate creaked open, a dim light, tinged with a hint of ethereal white moonlight, illuminated the interior of the courtyard, casting a shadowy scene before the old man's eyes. A young figure clad in white stood silently within the courtyard, as if having awaited this moment for an eternity. Beneath the moonlight, the crisp air carried a faint scent of blood, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly eerie. Silence enveloped the surroundings. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the white robes of the young Taoist to flutter softly, revealing his slender, youthful form fully to the old man. Most striking were the deep, penetrating eyes of the young Taoist, sparkling like stars, piercing through the night and locking onto the old man. In that instant, their gazes met. The old man's expression shifted to one of surprise and suspicion, the atmosphere thickening to a point that even he sensed something amiss. What could have prompted this visitor to arrive at such an ungodly hour? With a slight twitch of his nose, Liuli stood quietly in the courtyard, observing this late-night visitor as the pungent, rich scent of blood wafted through the air. His voice, calm and steady, pierced the stillness of the dark night. At first glance, Liuli discerned that this individual was neither an elder nor a disciple from within. A brief survey of the individual's thick, slightly graying hair, the blood-stained black robe, and the palpable aura of demonic energy that surrounded him led Liuli to a conclusion. This person must have cultivated some form of dark arts. A practitioner of the demonic path? Liuli's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression remaining composed and unperturbed. In that fleeting moment, he almost accurately deduced the identity and intentions of the figure before him. The injuries upon his body suggested he had endured a certain martial technique from the Taoist sect. Considering all of this, it seemed that this practitioner of the demonic path had attempted to infiltrate the Yushu Immortal Gate under the cover of night, only to be detected and severely wounded by one of the elders or peak masters within. This individual possessed formidable strength. Liuli sensed faint traces of celestial energy emanating from him. He was indeed a formidable being of the immortal realm. Within the gate, only a select few could inflict harm upon a power of the immortal realm, which meant that this intruder was undoubtedly up to no good. Countless thoughts swirled within Liuli's mind. The scripture pavilion attracted outsiders primarily due to its unparalleled techniques and secrets, and it was likely that this individual was no exception. Finally, gazing at the old man with the ghostly smile, Liuli spoke slowly. Are you the practitioner of the demonic path who intruded upon the Yushu Immortal Gate at night, seeking to pilfer the techniques and secrets of the scripture pavilion? This is Liuli's judgment. He believes that this assessment is now quite close to the truth. Little ghost, you truly possess keen insight. You have seen through this. The ghostly smiling elder regained his composure, letting out a cold laugh, his eyes betraying a palpable murderous intent. After a brief pause, he expressed a hint of curiosity. I am rather intrigued. Since you are well aware of my identity, why are you able to remain so composed? Is this the psychological fortitude of the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu Immortal sect? Remarkably steady, should I now say? As expected of the current Daozi of the Yushu Immortal sect, celebrated as the foremost prodigy of this era, such composure even astonished the ghostly smiling elder at first. However, he quickly regained his demeanor. No matter how steady one may be, it is impossible to escape from my grasp. I am contemplating how best to end your life in order to assuage the fury that now resides within me. Tonight, I have suffered greatly at the hands of the formidable members of your Yushu Immortal sect. From you, I intend to reclaim some interest. Should I eliminate you, the esteemed members of your sect will surely be enraged. After all, as the prodigy of this generation, you are undoubtedly held in high regard by them. If you were to perish, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. Little ghost, have you not considered pleading for your life? If I am in a good mood, I might just spare you. The ghostly smiling elder let out a chilling laugh, his gaze filled with amusement, as one would regard prey. Despite his severe injuries, he remained confident that dealing with Jiutian would require no more than a single hand. A prodigy who was merely at the 4th tier half a year ago. How much could he have grown in that time? Even if he reached the 7th tier, what of it? Even in my wounded state, taking the life of a 7th tier individual would be as effortless as crushing an ant, requiring no exertion whatsoever. Curiously, from the moment you appeared, I too have been pondering how to eliminate you without alerting the elders within our sect. This conundrum has indeed troubled me. While killing you is simple, doing so without raising suspicion among the elders is a delicate art. Jiutian smiled. Little ghost, you are utterly brazen. The ghostly smiling elder's smile faded, his expression turning cold as he fixed a steely gaze upon Jiutian. Hostility emanated from him, sweeping outward in waves. Tendrils of demonic energy, entwined with the celestial power coursing through the ghostly smiling elder, rendered his visage increasingly grotesque. Faced with the sudden surge of celestial energy from the ghostly smiling elder, Jiutian remained as calm and composed as ever. Indeed, it is the realm of a transcendent being. However, now burdened by severe injuries, my strength has likely dwindled to a mere 2 or 3/10 of my former glory. The demonic sect has dispatched formidable entities from the celestial realm to infiltrate the scripture pavilion of the Yushu immortal sect. Their desire for the techniques housed within the pavilion is palpable. The Yushu immortal sect is far from secure. Jiutian pondered deeply, observing Jiutian's lack of reaction. The elder with a ghostly smile grinned. Youngster, the might of a celestial realm expert is beyond the comprehension of someone like you, who fancies themselves a prodigy. Even in my wounded state, to extinguish your life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Jiutian shook his head. I believe you are mistaken. The strength of a celestial realm expert, I comprehend far more profoundly than you realize. After all, you are merely a second-rate celestial being, barely having breached the celestial realm through the cultivation of demonic arts. How much understanding of the celestial realm can you truly possess? A celestial expert who cultivates demonic arts possesses an unstable foundation and realm. Compared to ordinary celestial beings, they are inherently weaker by a third, accompanied by various adverse effects. While the rapid advancement in strength through demonic cultivation may seem appealing, it equally invites a plethora of troubles and negative consequences. You insolent brat. The elder with a ghostly smile was incensed. The label of second-rate celestial being was a thorn in his side. Indeed, celestial beings cultivated through demonic arts are considerably weaker than the majority of their celestial counterparts. Today, I shall make you understand that even the weakest celestial being can extinguish your life as easily as one would slay a chicken. The elder activated the demonic energy within his body. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, transforming into a colossal shockwave that surged forth. Dust rose from the ground, swept away by this overwhelming force. Dark demonic energy began to frantically engulf the elder's form, as his celestial power was fully unleashed, emanating an ever more terrifying aura. Though a second-rate celestial being, the intensity of his presence was indistinguishable from that of any typical celestial being. If a being of the 5th tier or below stood before the elder with a ghostly smile, they would likely crumble to the ground in fear, trembling uncontrollably, losing all will to fight under the weight of such an oppressive aura. Youngster, take a moment to truly feel. This is the formidable power of the celestial realm. Beneath this force, you will come to realize just how insignificant and trivial you really are. Beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. And you, at best, are merely a heavier ant, forever unable to shed this identity. The elder with a ghostly smile laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the sight of Jiutian trembling under his overwhelming pressure. Chapter 78. You shall be the first celestial power I vanquish. Alas, how disappointing. Jiutian's expression remained serene, standing motionless as always. The terrifying waves of energy crashed against his body, yet they failed to elicit any adverse effects or disturbances. Aside from the fierce winds that caused his garments to flutter, there was no sign of any unusual change in him. "You." The elder with a ghostly smile displayed a slight shift in his demeanor. "What is happening? This young wretch seems rather peculiar. Just half a year ago, he was merely at the 4th tier. Logically, even a 5th-tier prodigy would struggle under the weight of the celestial aura I unleash, gasping for breath. Yet this young rascal appears utterly unaffected. How can he maintain such composure under the pressure of my celestial might? Could it be that you have truly ascended to the 6th tier?" Upon this revelation, the elder's pupils contracted in shock. Only such an extraordinary talent could explain how this youth could withstand the oppressive celestial energy without flinching. The prospect of advancing from the 4th to the 6th tier in just 6 months was indeed alarming. This young man truly lives up to being the sole disciple of the Yushu immortal sect throughout the ages. He is undoubtedly the foremost prodigy recognized by the 100 Knowledge Tower. Such a rare and formidable talent is utterly mind-boggling. Even the elder with a ghostly smile found himself genuinely startled by this level of aptitude. However, regardless of whether you are at the 5th, 6th, or even 7th tier, you shall undoubtedly perish. The elder suppressed his inner astonishment, a cruel killing intent surfacing on his face. 6th tier? Dare to make another guess. Lu Chun beamed with a smile. Then, just as the elder with a ghostly smile prepared to speak in terror, Lu Chun suddenly shook his head and sighed lightly. "Enough of this game. I shall officially reveal the truth to you. In fact, I am also of the celestial realm. Moreover, I am a transcendent being of the 3rd grade among the human immortals." As these words fell, Lu Chun retracted the Xuanwu breathing technique voluntarily. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of the 3rd grade human immortal surged forth from Lu Chun's being, crashing like colossal waves, rolling and thrashing with wild fury. With the ferocity of a storm, the formidable and terrifying aura enveloped the entire courtyard. The surging energy transformed into waves, emanating from Lu Chun's body, causing his white garments to dance freely in the air. Golden strands of divine light overflowed from Lu Chun, exuding a sacred and inviolable presence, gradually sweeping further afield. His body exuded a formidable aura of the 3rd rank of human immortals, a terrifying presence surging toward the figure of the ghostly smiling elder. Golden light flickered, illuminating the vast expanse of the night sky. The serene darkness was painted with the brilliant radiance emanating from Lu Chun's form. The pressure of the aura belonging to the 3rd rank of human immortals surged forth without restraint, compressing every cell within the elder's body. Boom! The momentum crashed like tidal waves, descending upon the ghostly smiling elder. Under this overwhelming force, the elder found himself frozen in place, nearly collapsing to the ground as fear and astonishment filled his eyes. His gaze widened in shock, fixated on the youthful figure of Lu Chun, who stood before him clad in white. At that moment, the elder's worldview shattered completely. This is celestial power. The elder's throat went dry, his lips trembling slightly. He gazed at Lu Chun, his eyes filled with dread as he beheld the golden radiance enveloping the young boy. Feeling the divine pressure that accompanied it, everything pointed to a terrifying reality. The 7-year-old Lu Chun, the contemporary Tao child of the Yushu immortal sect, was a formidable being of the celestial realm. This revelation overturned the elder's understanding of the world. His mind felt as though it were being struck by a heavy weight, buzzing with confusion, rendering him momentarily speechless. The events unfolding before him severely tested the elder's psychological endurance. The surging aura of the 3rd rank of human immortals transformed into shockwaves, releasing a powerful wave centered around Lu Chun's being. Dust and debris soared into the air, while the terrifying energy shattered the ground beneath. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds echoed in the elder's ears, intensifying his fear and astonishment. Before him, the ground fractured and crumbled, the overwhelming aura morphing into infinite shockwaves that crushed the earth in all directions. Cracks spread like a dense spider web, dazzling his senses. The swirling dust danced in the air, with some particles cascading down from above, landing on the shoulders of the ghostly smiling elder. What is happening? A celestial realm? How could this be possible? The elder trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixed in horror upon Lu Chun's youthful form. Under the moonlight, a soft halo enveloped Lu Chun, who was entwined in golden radiance, resembling a descending celestial being, detached from the mundane world, untouched by worldly filth. Noble, sacred, pure, and immaculate. The Tao light flickered, emanating from Lu Chen's being. Wrapped around his youthful form, a myriad of esoteric symbols swirled and danced in the air. The terrifying aura of a third-tier human immortal exerted immense pressure on the body of the old man with the ghostly smile, exacerbating his already grave injuries. Golden, arcane inscriptions seemed to materialize from Lu Chen's body, transforming into starlight that flowed and drifted around his exterior. Wherever the radiance of the Tao passed, it rendered the domain a sanctified ground. All the filth and gloom within this vast courtyard were entirely dispelled by the luminous emanation that radiated from Lu Chen's being. This was still under Lu Chen's deliberate restraint, yet the Tao's light threatened to illuminate the skies for miles. At this moment, Lu Chen resembled a blazing sun. The aura of a third-tier human immortal, coupled with the Tao's light, enveloped the old man, bathing him in a purifying glow. Through the luminescence, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled like stars, his profound gaze fixed calmly upon the old man's flustered expression, unwavering as ever. An unparalleled, terrifying aura shattered the old man's mental defenses. A human immortal of the third tier. This aura undeniably belonged to a third-tier immortal. But how could this be possible? The Taoist prodigy of the Yushu immortal sect, merely 7 years of age, could not possibly be a peak powerhouse of the immortal realm. There must be a mistake somewhere. The old man with the ghostly smile's state of mind completely unraveled. His eyes, filled with terror, remained locked on Lu Chen, as the fear within him magnified infinitely alongside the advancing light of the Tao. He could hardly fathom. This child, barely 7 years old, the Taoist prodigy of the Yushu immortal sect, had unleashed an overwhelming and terrifying aura of a third-tier human immortal that far surpassed his own. At this moment, the old man felt as if everything was a dream. It was too unbelievable. A mere 7-year-old child emanating the essence of a third-tier human immortal? This was utterly astonishing. It defied all conventional understanding. Even if one began cultivating from the womb, it was inconceivable to achieve such an extraordinary level of power at this tender age. The old man's head spun, his gaze filled with dread as he stared at Lu Chen. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could find no reasonable explanation. Why? Even the most supreme demonic arts could not grant such a terrifying rate of advancement. Who, then, was truly the practitioner of the demonic arts? What manner of monster are you? No, you cannot be the Taoist of the Yushu immortal sect. You are an impostor, deliberately waiting for me to take the bait. Truly, the disciples of the Yushu immortal sect are not to be underestimated. The elder with the grinning demon seemed to have found a semblance of self-comfort and justification. Only in this manner could he believe in the reality of standing before a being who was a pinnacle of the human celestial realm. The one you seek. Is it not I? He queried. Now that he had located me, he relentlessly denied my identity. You are merely contradicting yourself. Lu Chen's gaze was serene and composed, as unperturbed as ever, facing the situation with calmness. No, that cannot be. The Taoist from the Yushu celestial sect is at most 7 years old. How could one at such a tender age have attained the celestial realm? Not to mention being a pinnacle of the human celestial realm. If you truly are the Taoist, then this so-called cultivation world is nothing but a grand joke. I have spent decades striving to ascend from the first rank of human celestial to the second, and that was with the foundation of my demonic cultivation. Thus, how could anyone possibly achieve the celestial realm at the age of 7, let alone reach the third rank of the human celestial realm? The elder with the grinning demon shook his head vehemently, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, resembling a sheet of white paper devoid of color. Lu Chen's aura of the third rank of human celestial had thoroughly terrified the elder into a state of panic. You may not be able to, but there are those who can, and I happen to be that rare exception. Lu Chen's voice resonated like thunder, echoing like the sound of the Tao, reverberating through the earthly realm from the heavens above. The thunderous sound pierced the heart of the elder, resonating deep within his soul. False. Everything is false. The elder's mental state shattered as he shouted and raged. His body trembled uncontrollably. Under the weight of this terrifying aura, he found himself unable to move. As for escape, that was out of the question. This dreadful pressure loomed over him like 2 towering mountains pressing down on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. You see, this is due to the fact that 6 months ago, I was not at the 4th rank, but rather at the 9th. With that said, I trust your mood might improve somewhat. Lu Qin's expression bore a hint of amusement. Accept it? How absurd. The elder with the grinning demon lost his grip on reason. Screaming in outrage. The Yushu celestial sect. Apart from the sect leader with the long eyebrows, how could anyone else possibly attain such a terrifying level of power? Could it be, as this little imp claims? He is indeed the Taoist ranked first on the human list by the Baishao Tower? But how could this be possible? A 7-year-old human celestial third-rank powerhouse. If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly cause unprecedented upheaval throughout the realm of cultivation. How utterly unfathomable. On this night, what manner of terrifying creature have I provoked? The heart of the old man with the ghostly smile has nearly turned to ice. This evening began with a devastating assault by several second-tier human immortals from the Yushu immortal sect. He had hoped to escape with his life and seek vengeance by slaying one of the sect's contemporary disciples to vent his pent-up fury. Little did he anticipate that the disciple he encountered this night would be an abominable being far surpassing the strength of those peak masters. While those masters were merely second-tier human immortals, this disciple turned out to be a third-tier anomaly. Having just evaded the clutches of several peak masters, he now found himself ensnared within the grasp of an even more terrifying monster. This left the old man with the ghostly smile in a state of profound existential doubt. In comparison to being pursued by those two second-tier human immortal masters, he believed that falling into the hands of this third-tier creature was undoubtedly the most terrifying and despair-inducing situation imaginable. If given a choice, he would prefer the chase of those peak masters over encountering the likes of Lu Qin. Who exactly are you? A mere 7-year-old disciple of the Yushu immortal sect could not possibly attain the formidable prowess of a third-tier human immortal like you. You cannot be the disciple of the Yushu immortal sect. Who are you truly? Under the imposing aura of terror, the old man with the ghostly smile could only tremble in fear and shout in panic. In response to the old man's destabilized and crumbling psyche, Lu Qin offered no excessive words, merely casting a calm glance at him. He then casually waved a handful of withered yellow leaves scattered at his feet. A terrifying surge of celestial power stirred the leaves, lifting them into the air, where they gracefully settled between Lu Qin's fingers. It is time to send you on your way. You shall be the first celestial powerhouse I vanquish. With the leaves delicately pinched between his fingers, Lu Qin concentrated his celestial energy around them, enveloping the withered leaves entirely. Radiant golden beams of Tao light encased the leaves, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying energy pressure. The Tao light enveloped Lu Qin's fingers, releasing a tumultuous force that seemed to cause the very fabric of space to tremble. Go forth. With a flick of his finger, Lu Qin propelled the withered yellow leaves towards the forehead of the old man with the ghostly smile. Chapter 79. Pretending to be confused while knowing the truth with a swift motion, a withered yellow leaf, adorned with a shimmering golden radiance, seemed to slice through the vast expanse, violently tearing apart the fabric of space itself, accompanied by a piercing sound of rupture. Wherever it passed, it was as if the void were collapsing and the very essence of space was disintegrating. Under the influence of this formidable force, the space trembled ever so slightly. Though merely a desiccated leaf, it harbored an incredibly ferocious celestial power, enveloped in an unparalleled arcane principle. In an instant, the leaf approached the elder known as the Grinning Ghost, mere inches from his gaze. In a moment of dazed reverie, the elder perceived within this withered leaf the celestial beings of the Taoist pantheon residing in the ethereal palace above the 9 heavens. A single leaf, embodying the grandeur of a celestial palace, was resplendent and magnificently intricate, concealing the universe within its essence, steeped in profound mystery. It represented a pristine Taoist sanctuary, untouched by mortal existence, transcending the mundane world. The Grinning Ghost, in a fleeting glimpse, envisioned celestial deities floating amidst the sacred palace, each ethereal silhouette evoking a sense of dread, capable of effortlessly obliterating the sun, moon, and stars. Merely observing these indistinct apparitions instilled such terror within the elder that the remnants of his once steadfast belief crumbled and disintegrated. Was this truly what the Taoist sect referred to as the 9 heavens Tao Palace? The Grinning Ghost's mouth parted in astonishment, his eyes glazed over with disbelief, and his face marred with horror. His body stood frozen in place, rigid with shock. Then, the withered leaf, imbued with radiant Tao light and overwhelming celestial force, pierced through the elder's forehead. In an instant, this seemingly inconsequential leaf impaled the head of the grinning ghost, a being of celestial prowess, creating a gruesome exit wound. Blood erupted forth, staining the air crimson. A gaping, blood-soaked hole, roughly 3 inches in diameter, had been created, penetrating from his forehead to the back of his skull. The leaf, infused with tremendous celestial potency, exhibited a terrifying penetrative power, as if it were piercing through tofu, effortlessly creating a grotesque orifice in the elder's head. Simultaneously, after breaching the elder's skull, the leaf, still radiating sharp brilliance, tore through the air with a deafening sound, propelling itself into the distance. Boom! A massive boulder, situated 1,000 meters away, was pierced by the withered leaf, leaving a ghastly hole that traversed nearly 30 meters through the rock. The once mighty boulder now bore a diminutive cavity, resembling a small hill. The withered leaf continued its unrelenting trajectory, soaring several thousand meters away, and eventually began to flutter down, its arcane principles and celestial power diminishing as it gently descended. Like a feather, the blood-stained, withered leaf drifted softly to the ground. Gradually, the brilliant golden light began to dissipate, and the surging celestial energy within Liuli receded, coalescing into his dantian. As the radiant aura surrounding him withdrew back into his being, the ethereal light that enveloped the body dissipated without a trace. The terrifying pressure emanating from the third rank of the human immortal realm also vanished into thin air. Under the moonlight, the small courtyard returned to its original dimness, silence, and tranquility. Everything reverted to its former state, reminiscent of a time before the arrival of the ghostly smiling elder, serene and harmonious, devoid of any clamor or ominous aura. A soft, white halo descended from the horizon as the moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire Yusu immortal gate. With a thud, the lifeless body of the ghostly smiling elder slowly toppled to the side, ultimately crashing onto the ground with a resounding noise, stirring up clouds of dust. A gruesome, blood-colored cavity marred his entire head, stained with remnants of golden Tao light and the tumultuous power of immortality lingering at the wound. The vitality of the ghostly smiling elder had withered away completely, akin to desiccated leaves, as he lay motionless on the ground, utterly lifeless. He had perished. The formidable ghostly smiling elder, a first-rank human immortal of the evil heaven sect, had been instantaneously slain in a single encounter. The most terrifying aspect was that he had met his demise at the hands of a mere, ordinary, withered yellow leaf. Yet, in Liuli's grasp, this seemingly banal leaf transformed into the sharpest of weapons, effortlessly tearing through the defenses of the ghostly smiling elder, creating a grotesque, bloodied gash in his skull. The realm of immortals appeared particularly fragile before Liuli. It is worth noting that the ghostly smiling elder had already sustained severe injuries from a coalition of second-rank human immortal peak masters from the Yusu immortal gate, compelling him to flee to Liuli's courtyard. Nevertheless, even if the ghostly smiling elder had been at the zenith of his power, it would have been an exceedingly simple task for Liuli to eliminate him. A single withered yellow leaf sufficed to dispatch a second-rate immortal like the ghostly smiling elder with ease. The commotion would soon attract the attention of the elders within the gate, and even the esteemed Zhang Mei would personally arrive to investigate. The corpse of this denizen of the demonic path could not remain in Liuli's courtyard any longer. Casting a glance at the cold body sprawled on the ground, Liuli contemplated meticulously. With a flick of his finger, he had claimed the life of an immortal powerhouse using nothing more than a withered yellow leaf. If word of this were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the Yusu immortal gate. Liuli believed that the higher echelons of the sect would be incapable of uncovering the ultimate truth behind this method of killing. This individual of the demonic path was weaker than the average immortal by a significant margin. Could this be the adverse effect of cultivating demonic arts? An unstable foundation, an insecure realm, and a power that fell short of that of typical immortals. There are both advantages and disadvantages to cultivating demonic techniques. It can swiftly enhance one's strength and realm, yet it leaves behind countless flaws and brings forth innumerable negative repercussions. Liuli gazed at the aged corpse lying on the ground, contemplating. Even if this practitioner of the demonic path were not grievously injured, the act of killing him would be no different from slaying a chicken. The disparity in strength between a third-tier human immortal and a first-tier human immortal is overwhelmingly pronounced. Furthermore, Jiutian is not an ordinary third-tier human immortal. He is a prodigy who has mastered countless secret techniques, far exceeding the strength typically associated with this realm. When he unleashes his full potential, Jiutian possesses the capability to challenge even a second-tier Earth immortal. Hence, dealing with the old man known as the Grinning Ghost, who has barely reached the first-tier human immortal realm through demonic cultivation, does not require Jiutian to exert himself seriously. A mere flick of his finger would suffice to claim the old man's life without a change in expression. This is Jiutian's first encounter with a being of the immortal realm, and the outcome does not surprise him. For beings below the first-tier Earth immortal, Jiutian poses almost no threat. As long as he remains vigilant, no existence below the first-tier Earth immortal can endanger his safety. Even when facing a second-tier Earth immortal, Jiutian can momentarily contend without being overwhelmingly suppressed. However, to truly comprehend the extent of the disparity in strength between himself and a genuine second-tier Earth immortal, he must engage directly with one. This night is anything but tranquil. A practitioner of the demonic path has infiltrated the scripture repository of the Yusu immortal sect, conspiring to seize its secret techniques. The Yusu immortal sect will not easily overlook this matter. From which faction does this practitioner hail? Jiutian pondered as he regarded the corpse of the Grinning Ghost. He can sense the unmistakable scent of conspiracy. It is implausible that a demonic practitioner would suddenly infiltrate the scripture repository without reason. There must be deeper motives at play, perhaps even a hidden orchestrator behind the scenes. Nevertheless, such troublesome matters are not for me to consider. It is the headmaster Chang Mei and his peers who should be troubled. Regardless of which demonic faction sent this immortal, it ultimately bears no consequence to me. I need not delve into this issue, nor should I allow it to cause me distress. For now, I must simply fulfill my role as a proper disciple of the Yusu immortal sect. Given my current strength and realm, I have yet to reach a level where I can disregard all else. Thus, I must continue to maintain a low profile. Only when my power becomes unrivaled and I can sweep away all opposition will I choose to step into the limelight. After all, my ambitions extend beyond merely contending with the Liu family of Shizhao. I also aim to confront the royal family of the Qin dynasty, the Ying clan, that stands behind them. The Ying clan is truly an unparalleled titan, a supreme behemoth. Even the profound heritage of the Yusu immortal sect must yield a fraction when confronted by the formidable Qin dynasty. The Qin dynasty undoubtedly harbors transcendent beings of immense strength, and it is highly plausible that it possesses invincible powers that have already brushed against the threshold of realms beyond immortality. This mighty empire, capable of governing vast territories, has decisively overturned the preceding Zhou dynasty. This colossal entity is far more complex than it appears. Should it take notice of Jiutian, the consequences could be dire. With the Yusu immortal sect's legacy, safeguarding him would be exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, a cacophony from afar disrupted Jiutian's myriad thoughts, prompting a swift reaction. His gaze pierced the night, revealing a group of elders approaching the ascension peak. The elders from within the sect had arrived. Shifting his attention, Jiutian focused on the cold corpse lying on the ground. With a mere thought, a torrent of celestial energy converged in his right arm. With a flick of his hand, the powerful celestial force surged forth, enveloping the lifeless body of the grinning elder and causing it to levitate amid a whirlwind of energy. Gazing at the suspended corpse, Jiutian gently brushed his loose sleeves. Suddenly, a terrifying gust erupted. Within the fabric of his sleeve lay the hidden essence of the cosmos. A surge of energy, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, swept the grinning elder's body upward, propelling it over 1,000 meters into the air. The blood-stained earth was forcibly uprooted by Jiutian's overwhelming celestial power, sending both the soil and the cold corpse soaring into an expansive, vacant space a kilometer away. The celestial force exerted its influence across that vast distance. Finally, with a soft thud, the grinning elder's body tumbled to the ground a kilometer away, skidding several meters before the impact of the celestial wave subsided. Bloody dust and debris scattered around the fallen figure, as if to entomb him within that very soil. Having completed this task and witnessed the descent of the grinning elder's body, Jiutian withdrew his gaze. After assuring that the courtyard exhibited no further anomalies, a satisfied smile graced his features. Moments later, a procession of elders arrived, among them many familiar faces. Leading the charge was the Longbrow Master, who reached the scene first. Upon spotting Lu Chun, the tension in Longbrow's expression eased slightly as he approached Lu Chun. Lu Chun, seeing you unharmed brings me relief. Master, what has transpired? Why has there been such a commotion within the sect? Lu Chun feigned ignorance, concealing his understanding. However, regarding the identity of the practitioner of the demonic path, he was indeed completely oblivious. He only knew that this individual had infiltrated the Yushu Xianmen, plotting to steal the secret techniques from the scripture repository. Yet, when it came to the identity of this person, Lu Chun found himself utterly perplexed, with no clues to follow. Someone had attempted to breach the scripture repository to pilfer its profound techniques. Fortunately, this individual triggered the defensive mechanisms of the repository and, in a panicked retreat, was unable to abscond with any of the sacred texts. The only unfortunate consequence was that the elder tasked with guarding the repository suffered severe injuries from a single encounter with this intruder. Although his life was not in jeopardy, he would require several months of recuperation to heal. Chang Mei's tone was filled with indignation. What? The elder was defeated in an instant? That kind and venerable old Taoist. Brought low by a mere fleeting encounter? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and inquired, who exactly is this person? He is a formidable figure from the evil heavenly sect, known as the ghostly laughing elder, a powerful being from the realm of immortals. Though he ranks among the second tier of immortals, he is certainly not someone of the ninth tier who can be easily shaken. During his attempt to flee, he was severely wounded by several peak masters. I suspect his current strength may have diminished to merely 30 or 40%. Chang Mei revealed the identity of the practitioner of the demonic path candidly. The evil heavenly sect. Lu Chun's eyes glimmered. Although he had little knowledge of this sinister sect, he could glean that it was, in fact, the foremost demonic sect in the contemporary cultivation world, boasting the largest collective strength among demonic factions. To think that the one plotting against the scripture repository hailed from the evil heavenly sect, this situation was likely to become rather troublesome. As the acknowledged leading demonic sect of the present age, the overall might of the evil heavenly sect evidently surpassed that of the Yushu Xianmen, which was currently in a state of decline. If the evil heavenly sect was indeed targeting the Yushu Xianmen, it was highly probable that a series of subsequent troubles would ensue. With this thought in mind, Lu Chun suddenly spoke up. By the way, sect master, just now I vaguely saw a flash of golden light, followed by a cry of agony emanating from that direction. I wonder if this individual could be the ghostly laughing elder from the evil heavenly sect. Prompted by Lu Chun's reminder, Chang Mei instinctively turned his gaze toward the direction indicated. I shall investigate at once. With a serious and solemn nod, Chang Mei transformed into a radiant beam of golden light and swiftly departed from Lu Chun's view. As Lu Chun watched Chang Mei's retreating figure, he rubbed his chin, sinking into contemplation. The foremost demonic sect, the evil heavenly sect, was indeed targeting the Yushu Xianmen. This period has indeed proven to be a season of turmoil. Chapter 80. The Reclusive Path of the Strong. Soon, following Lu Chun's direction, Chang Mei discovered a cold corpse lying on the ground, neglected by all. A blood-red cavity, the size of a thumb, marred the forehead, devoid of any life. At first glance, Chang Mei could ascertain the identity of this individual. Undoubtedly, this lifeless body belonged to the ghostly smiling elder, who had intruded upon the Yushu Immortal Gate with the intent to conceal the secrets of the Sutra Pavilion, an entity from the evil heaven cult. A formidable figure of the immortal realm. Dead, deceased. Upon recognizing the ghostly smiling elder's corpse, Chang Mei's pupils constricted, and a jolt of astonishment coursed through him. What transpired? How could this have happened so suddenly? Moreover, he had succumbed to a single, lethal blow. Upon closer examination of the entire body, Chang Mei was horrified to observe that, apart from the injuries inflicted by several peak masters, the only other wound was that gaping hole penetrating the skull. Beyond this, there were no additional injuries. In essence, the primary cause of the ghostly smiling elder's demise was a relatively small object that had struck him from a distance, resulting in an instantaneous loss of vitality. Although the ghostly smiling elder bore severe wounds, he was by no means an ordinary 8th-tier adversary. Even a 9th-tier opponent would find it exceedingly challenging to dispatch him so effortlessly. Thus, who was it who had slain him? While the ghostly smiling elder's strength was not at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, delivering such a swift and decisive strike was no trivial feat. This individual, who could they possibly be? Qiang Mei's heart was tumultuously shaken as he gazed upon the corpse of the ghostly, smiling elder. His attention was drawn to the expression frozen upon the elder's face. In his final moments, there was no trace of fear, but rather a profound sense of reverence. Perhaps even a hint of piety. Had this humble monk misjudged the situation? What had the ghostly, smiling elder encountered before his demise? Who had brought about his end? Qiang Mei's throat felt parched, and his gaze remained fixated on the corpse before him, filled with incredulity. He was utterly perplexed. What he could ascertain with certainty was that the being responsible for the ghostly, smiling elder's death must have been a top-tier powerhouse of the immortal realm. Furthermore, within the immortal realm, they were certainly not among the weaker ranks. The ability to manipulate an object to pierce through the ghostly, smiling elder's skull and eliminate him on the spot was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary immortal practitioner. When had such a formidable immortal being emerged within the Yushu Immortal Gate? Despite Qiang Mei's relentless pondering, he could not conceive an explanation. The number of immortal practitioners within the Yushu Immortal Gate was limited, even if he included Elder Yunshan, who had fortuitously broken through to the first rank of humanity transcendence half a year prior. There were only 9 immortal practitioners, including himself, the sect leader. As for whether there were concealed immortal beings hidden in the shadows, indeed, there are some, yet the majority remain in seclusion, detached from the worldly realm. Even those who are not in retreat are stationed in the most significant regions of the Yushu Immortal Sect, seldom making their presence known and rarely departing from their appointed locales. Consequently, the situation has become increasingly enigmatic. Could it be that the Yushu Immortal Sect has given rise to a 10th formidable being in the realm of immortals? This thought surged within Qiang Mei's mind, filling his gaze with astonishment, only to be swiftly dismissed with a shake of his head. Impossible. The one who vanquished the old man of ghostly laughter is certainly not an ordinary immortal. They are not a newcomer to the realm of immortals. Their strength must be at least above the 3rd rank of human immortal. Within the sect, aside from myself, not even the several peak masters have attained such a level. The more Qiang Mei pondered, the more perplexed he became. After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a precise hypothesis. A gentle breeze caressed the air, carrying with it a pungent scent of blood. Qiang Mei's gaze once again fixed upon the face of the old man of ghostly laughter, scrutinizing the expression etched upon his lifeless visage. What had he encountered before his demise? Devotion? Fear? Whom did he behold? Or perhaps what did he witness? From the features of his countenance, it seemed as if Qiang Mei perceived a certain reverence akin to that displayed by disciples before the statue of the supreme Tao Ancestor. Was this merely an illusion? A formidable fiend in the realm of immortals, exhibiting such devotion as if before the statue of the supreme Tao Ancestor at the moment of death? Qiang Mei's lips quivered slightly, stunned by this notion. What could have transpired? Whom did this fiend encounter before their end that could inspire such a profound sense of devotion? The circumstances grew ever more bizarre and extraordinary, astonishing beyond comprehension. What terrifying existence could elicit such reverence and fear from an immortal fiend at the brink of death? Qiang Mei found it unfathomable. He believed that the events of this night had utterly overturned his understanding of reason. Within this wound, there seemed to linger an aura of profound and arcane Taoist principles. It must be a powerful figure from the Taoist sect. Moreover, their strength was exceedingly formidable, and their mastery of the Tao unfathomable. After meticulously examining the corpse of the old man of ghostly laughter, Qiang Mei arrived at this conclusion. He was convinced that the one who had slain the old man must be a practitioner of profound Taoist arts, at least of a rank no lower than the 3rd level of human immortal, if not higher. However, given the existing immortals within the sect, Qiang Mei could not fathom which of them could possibly meet the criteria he had surmised. This powerful figure's Taoist mastery was exceedingly profound, one that even he felt inadequate to compare. Taking a deep breath, Qiang Mei marveled in awe. At the very least, he was unable to compel a wretched fiend of the celestial realm on the brink of death to exhibit a semblance of remorse akin to the reverent demeanor one might display before the supreme Tao Ancestor. He could envision the formidable Taoist adept who vanquished the ghostly smiling elder, whose mastery of the Tao had ascended to such heights that, in his final moments, the elder perceived an uncanny illusion of the supreme Tao Ancestor's descent. What an extraordinarily terrifying being this was. Did such a powerhouse truly exist within the sect? The Longbrow spirit was profoundly shaken. The sight of a celestial fiend appearing as if confronting the supreme Tao Ancestor revealed the terrifying extent of the prowess possessed by the one who had slain the ghostly smiling elder. Before long, numerous elders arrived, gathering beside Longbrow. The peak masters, upon casting their eyes upon the lifeless body on the ground, immediately inquired, "Sect Master, did you slay him?" "No, it was not by my hand," Longbrow replied, shaking his head. This revelation left the assembled elders in utter disbelief. "If it was not you, Sect Master, then who could have possibly slain this fiend? Upon my arrival here, I found the fiend's corpse. Even I am at a loss to determine who delivered the fatal blow," Longbrow lamented, his gaze drifting into a daze. He too yearned to uncover the identity of the concealed powerhouse within the sect who had dispatched the ghostly smiling elder. Analyzing the traces left on the body, he concluded several points. The slayer was undoubtedly a formidable figure within the sect, possessing strength not inferior to that of a third-grade human immortal, and possibly even greater. Additionally, the depth of their Tao methods was inscrutable, leaving even him feeling inadequate. This fiend had been instantaneously vanquished by that powerful individual, whose immense and terrifying celestial energy had pierced the fiend's forehead from a distance, resulting in immediate death. Longbrow's deductions left the elders in a state of shock. Several peak masters could not restrain their astonishment, exclaiming, "If not for you, Sect Master, would we have such unfathomable strength and Tao methods still residing within our sect?" The other elders gazed at Longbrow, their eyes filled with horror, as they contemplated the existence of such a formidable figure within the Yushu immortal sect. Why had they never heard of this before? A power that surpassed the sect master? Who could this being possibly be? The collective spirits of the elders crumbled as they beheld the cold corpse of the ghostly, smiling elder lying on the ground. The realization that this fiend had not been slain by the sect master himself, but rather by another whose strength and Tao methods were profoundly inscrutable, shattered their perceptions. A Taoist adept whose prowess eclipsed that of the sect master was an exceedingly rare occurrence. What manner of weapon had felled the ghostly smiling elder? The assembly once again delved into speculation. How fortuitous! As the elders surveyed the lifeless body, their hearts heavy with astonishment. One elder's attention was drawn to a peculiar withered leaf beneath his feet. Observing the faint traces of blood upon the yellowed foliage, he could not contain himself and exclaimed, "It is a leaf." Upon his utterance, the gaze of all, including that of the long-browed elder, converged upon him. Chapter 81. Having a disguise is quite nice. The one who vanquished the fiendish elder ghost laugh was merely a desiccated yellow leaf. After speaking, the elder gently cradled the blood-stained leaf in his hands. Under the faint, gentle moonlight cascading from the edge of the sky, it became abundantly clear to all present that this seemingly ordinary yellow leaf bore no remarkable traits. Apart from the few splotches of blood adorning its surface, it was nothing more than a lifeless leaf that had fallen from a tree. The onlookers gaped at the bloodied, withered leaf, their hearts quaking with astonishment. A leaf, capable of slaying a being of transcendental realms. The master of Tian Shu Peak felt a dryness in his throat, his tone laced with incredulity. He had anticipated that the one who defeated Elder Ghost Laugh wielded some divine weapon, yet he never fathomed that it would be an unremarkable, desolate leaf. A single leaf, obliterating a first-grade immortal fiend. My heavens! The prowess of this Taoist master appears to be terrifyingly formidable. An ordinary leaf has claimed the life of a human immortal of the first rank. What kind of dreadful strength must one possess to achieve such a remarkable feat? The elders present could hardly conceal their shock, and in that moment, even the previous judgments of Changmei wavered. This formidable being was undoubtedly far beyond the third grade of human immortals. Changmei took the leaf into his hands, scrutinizing its markings closely. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse a hazy realm of the nine heavens Tao palace within the ordinary leaf. It felt as though he beheld transcendent deities, lofty figures detached from the mundane world. The radiant light of the Tao, piercing and almost reaching the heavens, resonated deeply within Changmei's soul, evoking a faint echo of his spirit. Suddenly, Changmei snapped back to reality, instinctively wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow. His eyes wide with shock as they remained fixed on the withered leaf in his palm, betraying his utter loss of composure. What manner of terrifying and profound Tao is this? Even a single leaf contains the essence of an entire world. The intricacies of its Tao are simply unfathomable, shrouded in enigma. By merely employing a leaf to encapsulate the Tao, it almost transformed into a realm unto itself. The terror of this master's Tao seems to transcend the confines of mortal existence. Qiankun could not help but exclaim. The enigmatic state he had just experienced sent waves of trepidation coursing through him as he reflected upon it. Suddenly, he understood why Elder Ghost Laugh had exhibited such fervent reverence in his final moments. Undoubtedly, in his dying breath, he too had glimpsed a fragment of the Nine Heavens Tao Palace, where ethereal deities floated amidst the vast expanse above. It is precisely for this reason that the formidable figure known as the ghostly smiling elder would genuinely feel a sense of reverence. What? A single leaf encompasses an entire world. How terrifying is this mystical art? It is beyond imagination. Master, what did you perceive from this leaf just now? The elders were astounded. From this leaf, I beheld a realm, and furthermore, I witnessed towering ethereal shadows of celestial beings, transcending the mundane world and soaring above the heavens. In that brief moment, the overwhelming shock within Qiankun could not possibly subside. The scenes he witnessed would become indelible memories etched in his mind for a lifetime. My heavens! The Master's words evoke an unimaginable and terrifying vision. Countless incredulous gazes fixated on the withered yellow leaf cradled in the Master's palm. Their eyes rendered motionless. The act of plucking a leaf could sever ties with the celestial realm. It contains an entire world, the ethereal forms of celestial beings standing high above the heavens. This Taoist master is far more terrifying than I had ever envisioned. He may very well be a fearsome existence that transcends the celestial realm. Such was Qiankun's conclusion. An elder could not restrain their curiosity. Master, could it be that the ascendant powerhouse, the Grand Elder He Wu, has returned? Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the surroundings. After a moment, even Qiankun could not help but feel deeply moved. It is indeed very likely. Upon contemplation, in Qiankun's memory, it appears that over the past few millennia, only one person possessed such terrifying mystical arts, the Grand Elder He Wu, who had already surpassed the celestial realm 3,000 years ago. Indeed, the ascendant powerhouse, Grand Elder He Wu, from 3 millennia ago, has not perished. The very thought of a being who transcends the celestial realm still being alive stirred immense excitement among the elders present. Initially, the infiltration of the ghostly smiling elder by the evil heaven sect into the Yushu immortal sect's scripture pavilion had left the elders anxious and under pressure. However, upon learning that Grand Elder He Wu had not died, the burden weighing on their hearts was instantly lifted. With a true existence transcending the celestial realm still safeguarding the Yushu immortal sect, why should they be concerned about the predatory gaze of the evil heaven sect? If Grand Elder He Wu remains alive, why has there been no news for 3 millennia? An elder could not help but inquire. This matter is beyond our comprehension. Such a being of that caliber is not something we can fathom. In any case, the continued existence of an ascendant powerhouse is undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for our Yushu immortal sect. The several peak masters rarely displayed smiles, for this was indeed the best news of the night. The ghostly smiling elder was swiftly annihilated, and the whereabouts of the venerable elder He Wu were unveiled. Consequently, even if the evil heaven sect were to launch further assaults, they would not be entirely without means to retaliate, as long as the esteemed elder He Wu remained vigilant. The Yushu Immortal Gate would fear no adversaries, not even the formidable Qin dynasty of the present day. Of course, all of this is mere conjecture. I, a humble monk, cannot ascertain whether this formidable figure is indeed the revered elder He Wu from 3 millennia ago. In any case, until one witnesses the truth with their own eyes, it is prudent to remain discreet. Qiankun calmly admonished in a hushed tone. Indeed, master. The elders nodded in unison. As for this corpse, let it be disposed of casually. Qiankun's gaze fell upon the icy remains of the ghostly smiling elder, and his peripheral vision was involuntarily drawn to the sanguine cavity in the elder's head. This diminutive aperture evoked in Qiankun's mind the image of the desiccated yellow leaf he held and the fleeting glimpse of a world captured between realms, along with the towering, sacred, and dignified phantoms of deities. Each time he recalled these scenes, his heart brimmed with admiration, intertwined with a profound longing. Such profound and enigmatic Taoist arts are truly enchanting. since the evil heaven sect has dispatched an immortal to infiltrate our Yushu immortal gate. Similar incidents are likely to recur in the future. Therefore, from this day forth, we must remain vigilant and cautious. Fortunately, we have the suspected presence of the esteemed elder He Wu to contend with. Were it not for this, should the ghostly smiling elder have escaped and returned with vengeance, it would have spelled catastrophic misfortune for our Yushu immortal gate. Changmei spoke with gravity. The elders nodded promptly, their expressions serious and resolute. Indeed, if the ghostly smiling elder were to elude capture and, upon recovering, unleash a massacre within our gates, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the Yushu immortal gate. From this night onward, tranquility shall no longer grace the Yushu immortal gate. The evil heaven sect, along with the impending arrival of the pure Yangdao sect. Changmei was deeply troubled. He could not help but ponder. If only a being of the caliber of the esteemed elder He Wu were to emerge and affirm the veracity of such news to the various sects, then the Yushu immortal gate would no longer be beset by these tribulations. Alas, the esteemed elder He Wu remains elusive. His whereabouts unknown over these past 3 millennia. Everything is shrouded in mystery. This uncertainty prevents Changmei from placing all his hopes solely upon the esteemed elder He Wu. Very well, everyone may return. Changmei gestured for the assembly to disperse. He then retreated alone to the secluded courtyard of Liuchun. Upon perceiving the figure of Changmei, Liuchun approached with anticipation. Master, what news do you bring? The matter has been resolved successfully, Changmei replied. The specter of laughter, who infiltrated the Yushu immortal sect with the intent of stealing the techniques from the scripture pavilion, has met his demise at the hands of a reclusive powerhouse within the sect, falling to a single, lethal strike. Fortunately, this formidable being arrived in time. Had it not been so, Liuchun, you might have found yourself in peril. That fiend appeared less than a kilometer from you, and could have easily targeted you. Although he bore grave injuries, his strength at that moment was not to be underestimated. He would have been more than sufficient to deal with you. From now on, exercise utmost caution within the sect. After issuing further cautions, Changmei departed. Watching his retreating figure, Liuchun stood still, his expression somewhat peculiar. A reclusive powerhouse. He shook his head, chuckling softly. What an unexpected turn of events has led to the emergence of a mysterious master in the Taoist realm. Yet, this development serves well to divert the attention of the sect leader and elders away from himself. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he was merely indulging in unfounded worries. After all, the strength he had displayed was undeniably immense, reaching the 3rd tier of the human immortal realm. How could it be possible for someone who was merely a 4th-tier practitioner just 6 months prior to suddenly manifest such prowess? Thus, Liuchun felt no need to worry about being associated with this mysterious figure, unless he deliberately revealed the aura of his human immortal 3rd tier. No one would suspect him. How curious it is that I have inadvertently acquired the mantle of a reclusive powerhouse in the Taoist realm. It seems rather advantageous. At least, it would facilitate matters within the sect in the future. A sly smile played across Liuchun's face. If only Changmei and the others were aware that their 7-year-old disciple of the Yushu immortal sect is the very reclusive powerhouse they have been speculating about. He could already envision the extraordinary expressions they would wear upon discovering this truth. Yet, now is not the time to unveil his identity. Only when he achieves absolute invincibility and sweeps away all opposition will Liuchun disclose his true self and reveal everything to the world. Presently, he is far from achieving such dominance. The pinnacle of the immortal realm is still insufficient to claim invincibility. Once he surpasses the immortal realm, then he may reveal his truth. That night, the thousands of disciples of the Yushu immortal sect were stirred into commotion. However, the unease and oppressive atmosphere were swiftly alleviated as the elders disclosed the events. It was revealed that members of the demonic sect had sought to infiltrate the scripture pavilion of the Yushu immortal sect to pilfer its techniques. The audacity of these fiends was truly outrageous. Fortunately, in the end, the formidable presence within the gates delivered a swift and lethal strike. Those who dared to intrude upon the esteemed Yushu Xianmen and covet the secrets of the sutra repository must be prepared to pay the ultimate price, life itself. The audacity of these practitioners from the demonic sects has grown increasingly brazen. Yet, it is worth noting that our Yushu Xianmen is no mere soft target. However, It has come to light that the elder tasked with guarding the sutra repository suffered severe injuries. As discussions unfolded, the night passed. The Yusu Xianmen of today remained, as ever, largely unchanged, save for the ongoing discourse regarding the events of the previous night. The higher echelons of the Yusu Xianmen offered little elucidation on the matter, nor did they mention anything pertaining to the elder He Wu from 3 millennia past. Thus, the commotion of the previous night gradually faded from the memories of the disciples within the gates. The only individuals who held on to the truth were the elders, peak masters, and the sect leader who had learned of the revelations that night. All returned to a semblance of normalcy. The affairs within the sect resumed their usual course, with only one notable difference. The sect leader Chang Mei and others continued their investigation into the disciple who had succumbed to the demonic influence, while simultaneously beginning to ponder any potential traces or whereabouts of Elder He Wu. Regrettably, their efforts were destined to yield nothing. Both pursuits, tracing the fallen disciple and seeking Elder He Wu, would lead them to futility. The disciple had concealed himself so effectively that there had been nearly no activity, rendering their inquiries fruitless. As for the search for Elder He Wu, that was an exercise in absurdity, for the ascendant expert they sought was wholly engrossed in rigorous cultivation, preparing to break through to the first rank of Earth Immortal. Even if Chang Mei and his companions turned the Yusu Xianmen upside down and ultimately located the wayward disciple, they would never uncover the so-called Elder He Wu. They were unaware that this Elder He Wu, whom they sought, did not exist at all. Time flows swiftly, slipping through the fingers of mortals, leaving them to passively experience its passage. The relentless march of time etches the marks of age upon the body. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Chapter 82. Ascending to the first rank of Earth Immortal. The day of the visit from the current Daozi of the pure Yang Dao sect draws ever closer, with merely 1 month remaining. Over the past 2 months, the Yushu Immortal sect has experienced no significant events, nor has there been any infiltration from the demonic sections. The atmosphere within the sect has been serene, harmonious, and imbued with warmth. During this period, the disciples have diligently engaged in their cultivation, delving deeply into the Taoist arts. Everything appears utterly ordinary. Throughout these 2 months, Master Chang Mei and the others have yet to uncover the whereabouts of the disciple who has fallen into the demonic path. As for the whereabouts of the venerable Elder He Wu, should they truly find even the slightest clue within the sect, it would be utterly absurd. On this particular day, Lu Chun sits cross-legged in the spacious area of his courtyard, beside a flourishing willow tree whose drooping branches sway gently in the breeze. With his eyes partially closed, Lu Chun retrieves a vial containing the soul-seizing pill from his spatial realm, uncapping it before tossing the pill directly into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he is enveloped by the fragrant essence of the pill, its unique aroma refreshing his spirit and leaving him entranced. Before he could fully register its effects, the soul-seizing pill transforms into a warm current that swiftly washes over his body, surging from his abdomen to his internal organs, meridians, and bones. He is now prepared to challenge the first rank of Earth Immortal. Filled with anticipation, Lu Chun swiftly channels his cultivation method, continuously digesting the immense energy within him, converting the effects of the soul-seizing pill into bodily energy. Indeed, after 2 months of accumulation, Lu Chun senses a loosening of his realm, prompting him to choose today as the moment to break through to the first rank of Earth Immortal. Yet, why has he deviated from his usual practice of selecting the Sutra repository as the site for his breakthrough? This is undoubtedly due to the vivid memories of the last incident that linger in Lu Chun's mind. He has not forgotten. The last time he attempted to ascend, he left the 2nd floor of the Sutra repository in utter ruin. Consequently, when Lu Chun seeks to transcend his limits, he no longer dares to approach the 2nd floor of the Sutra repository. Should the commotion be any greater, the residual waves from his breakthrough might obliterate the entire repository, reducing it to rubble. Such an outcome would weigh heavily on Lu Chun's conscience. To avoid attracting the elder's attention, Lu Chun has chosen his own courtyard as the site for this breakthrough to the 3rd rank of human immortal. After 2 months of accumulation, his foundation is now sufficiently robust. Lu Chun swiftly digests the effects of the soul-seizing pill, then retrieves a 2nd pill, treating it as casually as one would a jelly bean. Tossing it into his mouth without hesitation, the soul-seizing pill, a rare and precious elixir even within the Yushu immortal sect, is consumed by Lu Chun with such nonchalance. This pill possesses a certain probability of enabling a 9th-rank cultivator to break into the realm of immortality. One can only imagine. This miraculous elixir is remarkably precious and exceedingly rare. Across the vast expanse of the world, only the Yushu immortal sect possesses the formula for the spirit-capturing pill, enabling the creation of this wondrous remedy. The spirit-capturing pills circulated within the realm of cultivation are so valuable that a single one could bankrupt an affluent clan. One can only fathom the immense worth of such a treasure. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Chun has been consuming these invaluable pills one after another. Should outsiders learn that Lu Chun treats the spirit-capturing pill as a mere meal, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy and jealousy, their features contorted in madness. Even the esteemed Master Changmei of the Yushu immortal sect cannot casually indulge in these pills. Each spirit-capturing pill is considered an exceptionally scarce resource within the sect. However, after 2 months of diligent sign-ins, Lu Chun has accumulated an astonishing number of these pills, alleviating any concerns about their depletion. Even if he were to exhaust his supply, he could simply sign in again after a while to replenish his stock. For others, spirit-capturing pills are irreplaceable and rare commodities, but for Lu Chun, they are an inexhaustible resource. No matter how affluent a major sect may be, it cannot afford to supply an unlimited quantity of such miraculous pills to a single disciple. Yet, thanks to his daily sign-ins, Lu Chun enjoys this unparalleled privilege. Treating the spirit-capturing pills as his daily sustenance, how could his strength not ascend? At this moment, as Lu Chun channels his cultivation technique, he harnesses the surging celestial energy within him to launch a full-force assault on the threshold obstructing his realm. The terrifying celestial power is unleashed, propelled by Lu Chun's command. Boom! With a resounding roar from within, the barrier hindering Lu Chun's ascension crumbles into dust under the weight of this overwhelming force. He has reached the first level of Earth Immortal, thus declaring, Lu Chun has successfully become a formidable first-level Earth Immortal. Following this breakthrough, the celestial energy within him continues to surge, and Lu Chun can feel his internal organs, meridians, and bones undergoing profound transformation. His vitality surges, climbing ever higher. Like a tidal wave, the celestial energy bursts forth from Lu Chun's body. Boom! An unparalleled shockwave ripples through the air, whipping Lu Chun's garments and sweeping in all directions, resembling a terrifying torrent that shatters everything in its path. Crack! Crack! The ground beneath Lu Chun, centered around his form, fractures, creating menacing fissures as if the very crust of the earth quakes and collapses. The melodious sounds reverberate into the distance, and the densely packed ground cracks form an enormous pattern reminiscent of a spider's web. A tree standing beside Lu Chun sways under the impact of the celestial energy, its willow branches drooping and dancing wildly, as if possessed by a frenzy. The emerald leaves, caught in the turbulent air, detach from the branches and dance gracefully in midair. In the area surrounding Lu Chun, a radius of 100 meters was enveloped and suppressed by the terrifying aura of a first-grade Earth Immortal. The transformation of his body lasted for a span of several breaths. At last, when all changes abruptly ceased, Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes. With a mere thought, he retracted the formidable pressure associated with the first-grade Earth Immortal, drawing in the previously overflowing golden Tao light that had entwined around his exterior, consciously restoring all aberrations back within himself. The terrifying flow of energy dissipated into nothingness. The willow branches swayed gently, brushing against Lu Chun's shoulders, reminiscent of a lively young girl playfully seeking his attention. He had grown significantly stronger. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Chun could sense the shifts in his vital energy. Beyond this, the spiritual power within his dantian had become even more formidable and robust, surpassing the third-grade human immortal by several dozen times. Moreover, this newly acquired spiritual force was purer than ever, devoid of any impurities. Achieving the first-grade Earth Immortal was a feat accomplished with remarkable ease. After accumulating power for a full 2 months, his advancement into this realm was entirely logical. After all, Lu Chun had been consuming spirit-devouring pills as if they were a staple, a regimen he maintained for 2 months. It was improbable that he would remain stagnant at the third-grade human immortal. If others could emulate Liu Chen's approach, treating such a rare resource as a daily necessity, they too would find it difficult not to ascend in their cultivation. Furthermore, Liu Chen's innate talent was nothing short of extraordinary. The combination of his prodigious gifts and the elixirs he consumed constituted the fundamental reasons for his meteoric rise in strength. Now, having reached the first-grade Earth Immortal realm, he was capable of effortlessly challenging second-grade Earth Immortal practitioners, and even briefly contending with the top tier of third-grade Earth Immortal experts. In essence, within the current ranks of the Yushu Immortal sect, I had emerged as the undisputed first powerhouse. The sect leader, Zhang Mei, was merely a second-grade Earth Immortal. Now that I had successfully entered the first-grade Earth Immortal realm, despite the gap of a single realm, my mastery of numerous techniques and secret arts enabled me to easily defeat Zhang Mei. A reflective smile graced Liu Chen's face. Nearly a year had passed since his initiation. From a once ordinary individual, powerless to harm a chicken, he had grown into a first-grade Earth Immortal. No longer did he need to constantly fear assassination attempts from the Liu family of Shizhao. Now, Liu Chun had become the overt first powerhouse of the Yushu Immortal sect, his strength far surpassing that of the current sect leader, Zhang Mei. This power liberated Liu Chun from the shackles of fear regarding any potential assassination. Of course, whether the Yushu Immortal sect harbored stronger hidden masters remained a mystery to Liu Chun. In summary, the publicly acknowledged first powerhouse of the Yushu Immortal sect was indeed the sect leader, Zhang Mei. Now, having transcended to the first tier of the Earth Immortal realm, Liu Chen possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the esteemed sect leader of Changmei. In the mere span of a year, I have surpassed the mightiest among us. Although I do not yet consider myself invincible or above all, my capacity for self-preservation is more than adequate. Indeed, Liu Chen is confident that, without provoking the royaling clan of the Great Qin dynasty, he can single-handedly shake the very foundations of the formidable Liu family of Shizhao. Achieving the first tier of the Earth Immortal realm empowers Liu Chun to unleash strength equivalent to the second tier, and even temporarily exhibit combat prowess akin to that of the third tier. Such power is undoubtedly sufficient to challenge the Liu family of Shizhao. However, the timing is not yet ripe for this confrontation. After all, should the Liu family be incensed, the Ying clan lurking behind them may very well take notice of Liu Chun, the remnant of the Liu family. Contemplating how the once dreaded Liu family has transformed into a target he can now confront, Liu Chen cannot help but marvel at the rapidity of his growth. In just a year, his own strength has ascended to such remarkable heights. The title of the foremost powerhouse of the Yushu Immortal sect rightfully belongs to Liu Chun. If there are no hidden masters within the sect, he is indeed its supreme champion. Exhaling softly, Liu Chun suppresses the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Shifting his gaze, he observes the profound impact his breakthrough to the Earth Immortal realm has had on his surroundings. Indeed, upon witnessing the fractured terrain, Liu Chun cannot help but shake his head and chuckle. Fortuitously, he had the foresight to avoid making his breakthrough on the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Otherwise, the cataclysmic destruction wrought by his ascension would have rendered that level utterly unrecognizable. At that point, he would have been compelled to rely on his immortal energy to rectify the devastated landscape, possibly drawing the attention of the elders guarding the pavilion. Since the previous elder was gravely injured by the old man of ghostly laughter, the pavilion is now overseen by a newly appointed ninth-tier elder. Rising slowly from the ground, Liu Chen surveys the chaos around him without any intention of restoration. The disarray poses no significant concern. Having successfully entered the first tier of the Earth Immortal realm, Liu Chun feels a buoyancy in his spirits. As the manifest champion of the Yushu Immortal sect, he need no longer fear assassination attempts from external forces. In this new realm, he can momentarily unleash the destructive power of a third-tier Earth Immortal. Even should he encounter a third-tier adversary, he is confident in his ability to evade danger. Thus, the only true threat to his life would come from a top-tier celestial immortal. Yet therein lies the dilemma. In this vast world, how rare are the cultivators of the celestial immortal first grade? The celestial immortal first grade is already infinitely close to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. As for the celestial immortal second grade, it is regarded by the cultivation community as the ultimate of the celestial realm, capable of sheltering an entire righteous sect. And what of the celestial immortal third grade? Such beings can touch realms that transcend the celestial domain, having, in a faint whisper, already liberated themselves from its confines. Should Liuqian encounter a celestial immortal of the first grade now, he would likely face a devastating defeat. Yet, one must not forget that cultivators of the celestial immortal first grade essentially belong to the apex of the esteemed ancestors of various sections. To deploy a celestial immortal of the first grade against Liuqian, that would only occur if Liuqian were to actively reveal his identity and strength. In such a case, perhaps he would attract the pursuit of a celestial immortal from the Ying clan. However, if he continues to maintain a low profile, no one would be willing to summon a celestial immortal to confront him. In light of the above, Liuqian's safety within the Yusu immortal sect has been thoroughly secured. Only 1 month remains until the arrival of the pure Yang Dao sect's disciple. Liuqian gazed beyond the courtyard, his thoughts wandering. The conflict between the two sects is about to commence. Over the years, the pure Yang Dao sect has developed rapidly, almost rivaling the Tian Yi Dao sect. As for the Yusu immortal sect, it has long since seen better days. The reason it retains the title of one of the 3 great sects is solely due to the legacy of thousands of years. Otherwise, the existence of a mere celestial immortal second grade, led by the long-browed sect master, would hardly suffice to uphold the Yusu immortal sect's position among the great sections. Regarding the visit of the pure Yang Dao sect's disciple under the pretense of discussing Taoist principles, Liuqian feels an immense anticipation. This marks his first interaction with a major sect. As the contemporary disciple of the Yusu immortal sect, Liuqian cannot evade this encounter. He represents not only himself, but also the entire Yusu immortal sect and its thousands of disciples. Is it too cruel to engage the current disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect with his own celestial immortal first grade prowess? Having reached the celestial immortal first grade, how far can the celestial immortal second grade, or even the ultimate celestial realm, be? Liuqian is confident that within the coming years, he will attain the pinnacle of the celestial realm. He summoned the attribute panel. With a thought, Liuqian began to examine the changes in his attribute panel. Chapter 83. The Demon Suppression Tower and Heart Refinement. Host: Liuqian. Level: Earth Immortal. First grade: Vitality: 254, 13. Spiritual Power: 246, 10. Techniques: Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Forbidden Scripture, Great Accomplishment. Spirit Induction Technique, Perfection. Pure Source Skill, Perfection. Calamity Relief Scroll, Perfection. Secret Techniques: Thunderous Fist, Perfection. Xuanwu Tranquility Technique, 9 Heavens Soaring Crane, Great Accomplishment. Shirke Radiant Light Technique, Great Accomplishment. Evil Extermination Stab, Perfection. Eastern 9 Swords, 5th Style. Sun Flame Burning Heaven Palm, 10th Style. His realm has ascended from Human Immortal, 3rd grade, to Earth Immortal, 1st grade. Both his vitality and spiritual power have surged dramatically. Additionally, after 2 months of cultivation, the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Forbidden Scripture has advanced from the 6th layer to the 7th layer. The Eastern 9 Swords have progressed from the 4th style to the 5th style. The Sun Flame Burning Heaven Palm has transcended 2 realms, advancing from the 8th style to the 10th style. These are the changes in Liuqian's strength over the course of 2 months. With a gentle exhale, Liuqian shifted his gaze from his attribute panel. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. With Liuqian's current status as an Earth Immortal, he was naturally keenly aware of the approaching presence. Before long, a crisp and melodious knocking sound accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice resonated from the entrance. Junior Brother Daozi. Creak. As he opened the door, Liuqian was greeted by Zhou Yin, who stood before the courtyard. Just 2 months prior, Zhou Yin had successfully broken into the 5th grade, becoming the first disciple of the Yusu immortal sect to achieve this rank, aside from Liuqian. What brings you here, Senior Brother Zhou Yin? Liuqian inquired directly. Upon seeing Liuqian, an innate sense of rivalry stirred within Zhou Yin, prompting him to subconsciously probe Liuqian's strength. As he did so, Zhou Yin realized that Liuqian's aura was as profound and unfathomable as the vastness of the starry sky. In that moment, Zhou Yin perceived an insurmountable gap between them, causing him to let out a wry smile as his competitive spirit vanished without a trace. He had assumed that attaining the 5th grade would allow him to contend with Liuqian to some degree. Little did he know, Liuqian's strength had already reached a far higher realm. rendering Jiutian completely unable to discern the depths of Liu Qin's current power. Junior brother Daozi, honestly, how strong are you now? Jiutian could not help but retort without answering Liu Qin's question. How strong? Specifically, perhaps several hundred times stronger than you. Senior brother Jiutian, Liu Qin replied with a light chuckle. This, of course, was a mere comforting falsehood meant to assuage Jiutian's feelings. Just a breath from an earth immortal, and Jiutian would likely be reduced to nothing but ashes. To confront an individual of Jiutian's caliber at the 5th tier, Liu Qin merely needs to emit a trace of the celestial realm's formidable aura, sufficient to effortlessly shatter Jiutian's fighting spirit and resolve. The disparity between the two is not merely a matter of scale. The difference in power is astronomical. Hundreds of times? No, it far exceeds tens of thousands. Even if faced with 1,000 Jiutians, Liu Qin could extinguish them with the greatest of ease, as the chasm in their realms is insurmountable. Numbers hold no sway against a being of Liu Qin's stature. Jiutian gasped in disbelief, then sighed in resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The gulf between them had widened beyond measure. With a shift in tone, he inquired with genuine curiosity, Junior brother, what is your current realm? I intended to gauge your level, yet all I can sense is your overwhelming aura, vast as a sea of stars. Liu Qin replied candidly, it is the 6th tier. He then swiftly channeled the Xuanwu breathing technique, suppressing his aura to the 6th tier and releasing it forth. The revelation of the 6th tier left Jiutian utterly astonished. However, as he reflected, he recalled that Liu Qin was recognized by the 100 Knowledge Tower as the foremost prodigy of his generation, which soothed his surprise. Junior brother, your strength and advancement are terrifyingly despairing. I had thought that upon breaking into the 5th tier, I might at least hold my own against you. Little did I anticipate that you would ascend to the 6th tier so rapidly, placing you irrevocably above me in realm. Jiutian's emotions were tumultuous. After over a decade of cultivation, he found himself eclipsed by Liu Qin's mere 6 months of progress. This reality struck him profoundly. Indeed, a vast and insurmountable chasm exists between individuals from birth. Junior brother, you truly deserve the title of the greatest prodigy of our time. Your innate talent is utterly astounding. Jiutian marveled, his astonishment lingering. Not dwelling on Jiutian's awe, Liu Qin inquired, Senior brother Jiutian, what brings you here today? Oh, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Jiutian quickly nodded. The sect leader has sent me to inform you to proceed immediately to the Demon Suppression Tower. Before the Taoist of Pure Yang arrives at our Yusu Immortal Gate, you are to enter the tower for a trial of heart against malevolent spirits. The trial of heart against malevolent spirits in the Demon Suppression Tower? Liu Qin responded with a look of surprise and confusion, his dark eyes fixed intently on Jiutian. What does that entail? Seemingly well-versed in the subject, Jiutian promptly elaborated. The trial of heart against malevolent spirits in the Demon Suppression Tower is a method of tempering one's mental state, and it stands as the finest means of inner refinement within our sect. The Demon Suppression Tower, as one of the many forbidden grounds of Yusu Immortal Gate, houses countless twisted and malevolent beings. The Demon Suppression Tower was originally a sacred place, devoid of any taint. However, as more malevolent beings were imprisoned within, the tower gradually became infused with an overwhelming and terrifying aura of demonic energy. Such dark forces profoundly impact one's state of mind, will, and beliefs, and can even subtly alter one's way of thinking. In this environment, if an ordinary person were to remain under its influence for an extended period, they might inevitably succumb to the path of darkness. Consequently, the Demon Suppression Tower has become one of the forbidden areas within the sect, strictly off-limits to disciples. Upon hearing this, Liu Qin inquired, if that is the case, then why is there still a practice of refining the heart within the Demon Suppression Tower? Shouldn't we keep our distance? After all, the influence of demonic energy on one's psyche and consciousness is indeed perilous. The answer lies in the fact that, for an ordinary person, the terrifying demonic energy serves as an exceptional medium for honing one's path and mental fortitude. Some elders within the sect, seeking to refine their heart and spiritual practices, may actively request entry into the Demon Suppression Tower. As long as they remain steadfast in their intentions and are not swayed by the demonic energy within, a sojourn in the tower will lead to significant enhancement of both their spiritual practice and mental state upon their exit. Even their cultivation realm would benefit remarkably. Zhou Yin elaborated on this explanation. Lu Chun grasped the essence of it. In simple terms, the primary purpose of refining the heart within the demon suppression tower is to elevate one's mental state and spiritual path. If one can endure the presence of such malevolent forces while maintaining their true nature, their heart will naturally ascend, allowing them to comprehend higher levels of spiritual practices. Of course, not all disciples are qualified to enter the demon suppression tower. Those with insufficient mental resilience are deemed unworthy of such an experience. Allowing unprepared disciples to enter the tower would not only fail to enhance their state of mind, but could also lead to psychological distortion and, ultimately, their descent into darkness. Therefore, entry into the tower for heart refinement requires a certain level of qualification. The Wushu immortal sect would never permit individuals lacking adequate credentials to venture into the tower, as this could significantly increase the risk of their complete fall into malevolence. Does the leader imply that I possess the qualifications to enter the demon suppression tower for heart refinement? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled, a hint of anticipation gracing his expression. The demon suppression tower, such a renowned place within the sect. Having been a member for nearly a year, Lu Chun had traversed much of the Wushu immortal sect, but had yet to step foot inside the tower. This filled him with great expectation. If he were to sign in at the demon suppression tower, might he receive some unexpected rewards? During this time, Lu Chun had either chosen to sign in at the Scripture Pavilion, the majestic Dao Palace, or the Celestial Peak, among other places. Upon hearing that he could enter the demon suppression tower for heart cultivation, Lu Chun felt it was fortuitously aligned with his aspirations, allowing him to tentatively sign in at the tower. He was curious to discover whether the rewards for signing in at the demon suppression tower differed from those at other locations. Indeed, junior brother, you possess the qualifications to enter the demon suppression tower for heart cultivation, Zhou Yan remarked, his eyes glinting with envy. Noticing the expression on Zhou Yan's face, Lu Chun could not help but inquire. Could it be that senior brother Zhou has not yet been granted access to the demon suppression tower for heart cultivation? At this, Zhou Yan offered a wry smile. Junior brother, you truly overestimate me. I am still far from qualifying for entry into the demon suppression tower. I require several more years of rigorous training before I may hope to attain such credentials. Thus, witnessing you, at such a young age, being bestowed the privilege to enter the demon suppression tower for heart cultivation is genuinely admirable. Were it possible, I too would yearn to challenge the trials of the tower. Alas, my strength and realm are insufficient, and my temperament pales in comparison. To this day, I have not qualified for entry into the demon suppression tower. My understanding of it is largely based on hearsay. I have never set foot inside, and thus remain ignorant of many of its inner workings. Then, senior brother Zhou, shall we proceed? Lu Chun nodded. Shortly thereafter, under Zhou Yan's lead, Lu Chun departed from the small courtyard. Traversing nearly half of the Wushu immortal sect, Lu Chun soon beheld in the distance a towering edifice that seemed to ascend into the clouds. Chapter 84. The Sword Technique of the Azure Sky. There stands the Demon Suppression Tower. In ordinary circumstances, a radius of 1,000 meters around the tower is strictly off-limits. To prevent disciples with wavering resolve from succumbing to the allure and erosion of demonic energy, ultimately falling into the path of darkness. Indeed, some who have strayed into the abyss might even seek to disrupt the seals of the Demon Suppression Tower. Should they succeed, the countless fiends within would break free, leading to catastrophic consequences. It could spell disaster not only for them, but for our entire Wushu immortal sect. Zhou Yan gazed at the tower, imparting some fundamental knowledge to Lu Chun by his side. How long can one remain inside the Demon Suppression Tower? Lu Chun inquired. Typically, one can endure for about 3 to 5 days. Prolonged exposure, however, may result in the invasive influence of demonic energy upon one's psyche, leading to distortions and demonic transformation. Of course, this also depends on one's constitution and mental fortitude. Those with exceptional mental strength may remain for a longer duration, perhaps even unaffected by the demonic energies within. Yet, such instances are exceedingly rare. Over the span of 10,000 years, the record for the longest stay inside the tower is 11 days. Conversely, some with weaker will may only last a single day before succumbing to the invasive effects of demonic energy, thus choosing to withdraw. Zhou Yan patiently elucidated various details regarding the Demon Suppression Tower to Lu Chun. After a brief pause, he turned to Lu Chun and chuckled. With your remarkable talent and aptitude, You should be able to endure at least 8 days within the tower. 8 days is indeed an impressive feat. As for myself, I doubt I could last 2 days without the risk of being influenced by the demonic energy, which might lead to my own gradual corruption. As Jiutian spoke, Liuli soon found himself beside the demon suppression tower, where familiar figures awaited. Among them were the sect master, the long-browed Taoist, along with the peak masters of Tianshu and Qiankun, as well as several elders whose names he did not know. "Greetings, sect master," Liuli said upon spotting Longbrow. "Liuli, I trust Jiutian has briefed you on the heart-tempering process within the demon suppression tower during your journey," Longbrow replied with his usual kind and gentle demeanor. "Yes," Liuli nodded. "Then I shall refrain from further elaboration. In essence, when entering the tower, one must abide by their true self and steadfastly uphold their intentions. Do not allow the demonic energy within to sway your mind. As long as you remain true to yourself, all malevolent thoughts and energies shall keep their distance. Once you step inside the tower, the higher the floors you ascend, the more intense the demonic energies and malevolent thoughts you shall encounter. In the midst of this suffocating demonic aura, the human emotions and desires are magnified without restraint. At that moment, you will find yourself ensnared in the trials of these emotions and desires. This, indeed, is the primary purpose of the heart refinement within the demon suppression tower." Changmei spoke with a tone of grave admonition. The demonic energy can cultivate malevolent thoughts within the human spirit, amplifying one's emotions and desires. Within the confines of the demon suppression tower, the atmosphere is saturated with an overwhelming amount of demonic energy. Countless fiends imprisoned here are imbued with a formidable presence of demonic energy and wickedness. Consequently, the interior of the tower is almost entirely enveloped in this malevolent essence. Should one fail to maintain their true nature, they may swiftly succumb to the influence of this demonic energy, becoming ensnared in their own emotions and desires, ultimately descending into the abyss of demonic corruption. Given your disposition, I have no cause for concern. However, I must still remind you to remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down. Although the fiends are confined, some may still attempt to escape. Of course, should your strength not reach the 5th level of the demon suppression tower, your safety is virtually assured. Remember, once you feel overwhelmed and believe the demonic energy has thoroughly tainted your heart and will, you must immediately cease your trials and exit the tower. Never force yourself. Once ensnared, you will be incapable of resisting the corrosive effects of the demonic energy, leading to a significant alteration of your character and ultimately transforming you into a distorted fiend of warped ideology. It is evident that Changmei harbors great concern for Liuli's safety. "Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of my limits," Liuli replied with a smile and a nod. Nearby, several peak masters added their own reminders. "If you cannot endure, withdraw. There is no shame in that." For thousands of years, countless fiends have been imprisoned within, each bearing grave sins. Even the remains of the deceased fiends are saturated with demonic energy, continuously emanating malevolence that envelopes the entire tower. Thus, the terror of the demonic energy inside far exceeds your imagination. If it becomes too overwhelming, withdraw at once. The safety of Liuli was a matter of great concern for all present, including the peak masters. Liuli nodded in agreement. The best record over the millennia indicates that a disciple once endured for a full 11 days on the 5th level of the demon suppression tower. The tower is divided into 9 levels, with each layer's demonic energy and malevolence increasing exponentially. The first level has the weakest demonic energy, while the second level doubles it, and so forth. Therefore, if you find yourself unable to withstand the energy of that level, you may choose to retreat to a more suitable layer for your trials. Under the guidance of Changmei and the peak masters, Liuli finally approached the imposing bronze doors of the demon suppression tower. As they watched Liuli draw near, Changmei and the peak masters displayed a mixture of anticipation and concern. "Master, how long do you think Daozi can endure within?" inquired the curious leader of Tianshu Peak. "At least half a month on the 5th level." Longmei's eyes sparkled with confidence. "Half a month on the 5th level? That would break a record that has stood for millennia," exclaimed several peak masters, astonished. "He is the only Daozi of our Yusu immortal sect in 10,000 years, and has been ranked first by the 100 Wisdom Tower as the contemporary prodigy, surpassing the geniuses of all major sections." Such an extraordinary talent, breaking a record that has persisted for thousands of years, is merely a routine feat. Long may cast a glance at the peak masters. Indeed, they chuckled awkwardly, nearly forgetting that Qiankun is the most outstanding prodigy of the Yusu immortal sect in 10,000 years. No, one could even assert that Qiankun is the most exceptional and extraordinary disciple of the sect in thousands of years. Master, do you believe Daozi can withstand the encroaching demonic energy on the 9th level and endure for some time within the demon suppression tower? Asked the leader of Qiankun Peak. It is difficult. The 9th level of the demon suppression tower confines 4 formidable demons. The demonic energy on the 9th level is at least 10 times that of the 8th. Given Qiankun current strength, he may find it exceedingly challenging to adapt to the overwhelming demonic energy of the 9th level. Long May shook his head. Indeed, the peak masters concurred. As for the eventual outcome, they expressed great anticipation. With a thunderous rumble, the bronze door of the demon suppression tower slowly opened. As the bronze door parted, Qiankun, standing before it, felt a rush of dense demonic energy enveloping his body. The vibrant demonic energy and sinister thoughts cloaked Qiankun as if numerous demons were poised to rend him apart. Is this the forbidden ground of the Yusu immortal sect? The place that confines countless demons? Feeling the suffocating demonic energy, Qiankun's expression remained as calm and indifferent as ever, entirely unfazed by the overwhelming aura, exuding an air of tranquility. With a single step forward, he officially entered the demon suppression tower. Then, with a resounding crash, the bronze door slowly closed. The first level of the demon suppression tower was dimly lit, shrouded in an eerie darkness. The temperature in the air was frigid, sending chills through one's very bones. A gust of cold wind swept through, accompanied by distant screams and wails that echoed throughout the first level of the tower. Should one possess an unstable mindset, they would likely turn pale and tremble in fear at that very moment. The dim and ominous atmosphere, coupled with the haunting sounds of anguish and the chilling winds swirling about, rendered the environment particularly desolate and foreboding. However, since Qiankun had officially entered the realm of overwhelming demonic energy within the demon suppression tower, he maintained a serene countenance throughout. In the first level of the demon suppression tower, Qiankun finally had the opportunity to fulfill his wish and choose to sign in within the tower. System, I choose to sign in at the demon suppression tower, he silently intoned. Soon, the system's notification chimed in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the first form of the Jiutian sword technique, the initial manifestation of sword light. The system's announcement buzzed around Qiankун's ears, lingering and refusing to dissipate. Initially taken aback, Qiankun quickly reacted, his heart swelling with joy, his expression transforming into one of sheer excitement and exhilaration. Biluo. It was indeed a sword technique passed down by the supreme Taoist ancestor. The demon suppression tower is truly a remarkable place. For my first sign-in, I have received such a peerless sword technique as Biluo. The thrill and delight in Qiankун's eyes were unmistakable. Biluo, famed as a sword art imparted directly by the supreme Taoist ancestor, possesses the might to transcend heaven and the enigmatic capabilities to confound gods and demons, marking it as the invincible sword technique of this era. This is a genuine supreme skill, the foremost sword technique under heaven. Jiutian holds a status that even the Yusu sect does not possess, belonging to the realm of invincible divine arts passed down by the supreme Taoist ancestor. In the world of cultivation and among various sects, there exists no other technique that can be compared to Biluo. This sword art transcends the ordinary domain of martial skills, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to it as a celestial divine art. It is a skill that completely surpasses all martial arts and esoteric knowledge in existence, elevating itself to a terrifying realm that even the celestial beings would regard with trepidation. To Qiankун's astonishment, signing in at the demon suppression tower had granted him such a rare and extraordinary divine art. He was utterly taken aback. Although he had only acquired the first form of Biluo, the initial manifestation of sword light, this singular form was significantly more potent than the foundational skills of any major sect. The Yusu sect, with its thousands of years of heritage, possesses no technique that could rival this first form of Biluo. Taking a deep breath, Qiankun was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to calm his racing heart. How could a sword technique claimed to be passed down from the supreme Taoist ancestor be compared to mundane martial skills? Even the founding master of the Wushu sect, who established its 4 great divine skills, could not measure up to Biluo. The 4 divine skills created by the Wushu sect's founder still fall within the realm of martial arts, whereas Biluo transcends such classifications entirely. This venture into the Demon Suppression Tower has indeed yielded immense rewards. Just this one form of the Biluo sword technique alone makes the journey worthwhile. Lu Qian continued to adjust his breathing, attempting to suppress the fervor within him. After a moment, having regained a semblance of composure, his gaze settled upon the ethereal orb of soft white light that had appeared before him. A luminous orb of white light floated before him, occasionally emitting wisps of faint golden radiance that allowed Lu Qian to perceive its presence. This orb, harboring the essence of the celestial realm, was fundamentally distinct from anything he had encountered before. Perhaps, during the nearly 1 year since Lu Qian embarked on his journey, the only reward from his sign-ins that could be remotely compared to the first form of the celestial realm was the eternal Tao heart bestowed upon him upon his initial sign-in before the statue of the Grand Tao Ancestor. Beyond this, none of the rewards Lu Qian had received could hold a candle to the first form of the celestial realm. The celestial realm represented a transcendent mastery that had risen above the mundane world. Chapter 85. The 8th level of the Demon Suppression Tower with merely the first stance. I could already perceive the vast profundity of its Taoist principles. Lu Qian cradled the soft, white orb of light before him. Without hesitation, he pressed it directly against his forehead. Upon contact with Lu Qian's head, the gentle white orb effortlessly penetrated into his mind. In an instant, the orb unleashed a torrent of boundless knowledge, surging into Lu Qian's consciousness like a wild tide, bestowing upon him an abundance of information regarding the initial manifestation of the first stance of the Biluo sword technique. Boom! This deluge of knowledge enveloped Lu Qian, immersing him in a sea of enlightenment, compelling him to gently close his eyes and keenly sense the transformations occurring within his body. The mysteries of the first stance of Biluo finally revealed to him a mere glimpse of their grandeur. His understanding of the Tao deepened significantly in that moment. At this juncture, Lu Qian's mind continuously absorbed all information related to the first stance of Biluo. This extraordinary process lasted no more than a brief quarter of an hour. Ultimately, all this knowledge coalesced within Lu Qian's mind, transforming into an innate ability within his being. It was done. Thus, it was proclaimed that Lu Qian had officially mastered the first stance of Biluo. This sword technique transcended the multitude of mundane martial arts and esoteric methods, originating directly from the teachings of the supreme Tao Ancestor. Lu Qian had comprehended it directly. Under normal circumstances, even someone who had experienced 8 lifetimes of fortune, fortuitously obtaining a fragment of the Biluo to practice, would never achieve mastery as Lu Qian had. In a mere instant, within a span of less than 15 minutes, he had learned the first stance of Biluo. Biluo, reputed as an extraordinary sword technique passed down by the supreme Tao Ancestor, was not something one could master easily, even with access to its esoteric methods. No matter how gifted a prodigy might be, they would require at least 3 to 5 years of diligent study to approach the threshold of the first stance. It must be said, this sword technique is profoundly intricate. Originating from the supreme Tao Ancestor's teachings, its profundity is beyond question. A typical genius aspiring to grasp Biluo would undoubtedly need at least 3 to 5 years of exploration and refinement. To achieve even a tenuous grasp of the first stance within a mere decade is indicative of an extraordinary talent, truly a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. After all, Biluo is fundamentally distinct from worldly martial arts. Its intensity, power, and complexity are realms that mundane techniques cannot even compare to. To successfully cultivate the first stance of Biluo, one must prepare mentally for at least 20 years of rigorous study. Achieving a rudimentary understanding in 20 years is already a remarkable feat for any prodigy. However, upon reaching Lu Qian, he merely needed to gently press the luminous orb containing the first form of the Biluo against his forehead. In less than a quarter of an hour, he effortlessly comprehended the first form of Biluo. This remarkable ability is a testament to the advantages of possessing a system. For any martial art or secret technique he signs in, Qiankun can instantly grasp it in a remarkably brief period. While others must spend time delving into a technique to merely approach its threshold, Qiankun, endowed with a system, can entirely bypass the arduous process of cultivation. He can directly enter the foundational realm. Moreover, it is important to note that there exists no incomplete version of Biluo, even if such a version did exist. For an ordinary person to learn the first form would be akin to scaling the heavens. Even the most extraordinary prodigy would require at least a decade to possibly reach the entry conditions of the first form. In contrast, I can discard all cumbersome steps. In just a quarter of an hour, I have comprehended the first form of Biluo. After mastering this form, Qiankun became profoundly aware of the sheer terror of this swordsmanship. The deeper the understanding, the clearer its terrifying aspects became. Its intricacies, destructive power, and the difficulty of cultivation far exceed those mundane techniques of the mortal realm. It ought not to be labeled merely as a technique. It should be revered as an extraordinary divine skill. Throughout the world, I am likely the sole individual to grasp the Biluo. This unparalleled divine skill, which exists solely in legend, is unlikely to be mastered by anyone else beyond myself. Biluo is but a myth. Consequently, practitioners from various sects instinctively regard this supreme skill, personally imparted by the primordial Tao Ancestor, as a mere fabrication of storytellers, rather than a genuine existence. Yet now, Qiankun possesses this extraordinary skill that exists only in legend. System, display the attributes panel. With a single thought, Qiankun examined the changes in his current panel. Host, Qiankun, level, Earth Immortal First Grade, Vitality, 254. Spiritual Power, 246. Cultivation Techniques, Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Secret Art, Great Accomplishment, Spirit Drawing Technique, Perfection, Clear Source Skill, Perfection. Deliverance Scroll, Perfection. Secret Skills, Thunder Fist, Perfection, Black Tortoise Deep Breath Technique, Nine Heavens Soaring Crane, Great Accomplishment, Stone Steel Radiance Technique, Great Accomplishment. Evil Extermination Stab, Perfection, Eastern Nine Swords, 5th form. Sun Flame Burning Heaven Palm, 10th form. Ultimate Skill, Azure Sky Nine Heavens, 1st form. Having just acquired the Azure Sky Nine Heavens 1st form, Qiankun was eager to seek an opponent to test the formidable power of this newly mastered technique. As a divine skill passed down from the supreme Tao Ancestor, its destructive potential surely surpassed that of ordinary methods. Nevertheless, Qiankun pondered whether the demon suppression tower could withstand the devastation unleashed by his full-powered execution of the Azure Sky, Nine Heavens 1st form. With the might of an Earth Immortal 1st grade, coupled with such a transcendent technique, the extent of his strength remained inscrutable even to him. If he were not careful and inadvertently destroyed the demon suppression tower, he would bear an immense burden of guilt. Surveying the expansive first level of the tower, Qiankun contemplated the gravity of his situation. As one of the forbidden grounds of the Yushu immortal sect, the tower had suppressed countless malevolent entities, and its integrity must not be compromised. A moment's inattention could lead to its collapse, and Qiankun feared he might become the greatest sinner of the Yushu immortal sect in millennia. Although the tower was not so fragile, he still hesitated to act. After all, the technique he intended to employ was the Azure Sky Nine Heavens, a gift from the supreme Tao Ancestor. The true terror of its power eluded even Qiankun's comprehension, and he doubted whether the tower could truly withstand such might. Suppressing the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Qiankun finally began to take note of his surroundings. The first level of the demon suppression tower primarily housed weak entities of the first and second tiers. While the demonic energy here was dense, it had virtually no effect on Qiankun. As an Earth Immortal 1st grade, he felt as though he were basking in warm sunlight amidst the overwhelming demonic aura, experiencing no adverse effects whatsoever. With no hesitation, he stepped toward the second level of the tower. Upon arriving at the second level, he was immediately enveloped by an even more potent atmosphere of demonic energy and sinister thoughts. The environment of the second level bore little distinction from the first, save for the screams and wails that echoed with greater intensity. The dim and cold surroundings, coupled with the cacophony of cries and the surging demonic energy, created an atmosphere that was chilling to the bone. Yet, for Qiankun, it remained utterly inconsequential. As I traversed the demon suppression tower, it feels akin to wandering through my own backyard. Subsequently, I step towards the third level of the tower. As always, I remain unaffected. The malevolent energy fails to encroach upon my thoughts. Without even furrowing my brow, I advance to the fourth level, then the fifth, and the sixth. Upon reaching the eighth level, I finally perceive a faint sensation. The overwhelming demonic aura strives to sway my will and convictions. Below the eighth level, the so-called formidable energy dissipates effortlessly with a mere breath from me. As for tempering my mind and will, that notion is utterly laughable. If it cannot even influence my basic emotions, how could it possibly refine my spirit? This demon suppression tower seems to hold no power over my fortitude. Contemplating this, I absent-mindedly stroke my chin and murmur to myself. My greatest gain from this visit to the tower is the initial manifestation of the first sword technique of the celestial nine heavens, the sword light. Beyond that, this so-called overwhelming demonic energy has not imparted any value in terms of tempering my resolve. Even if the tower cannot refine my spirit, I accept it. The first technique of the celestial nine heavens is indeed the most significant reward of my journey. I find myself thoroughly content with this expedition to the demon suppression tower. Whether my mind has been tempered is of little consequence now. The paramount truth lies in the acquisition of the first technique of the celestial nine heavens. Such an extraordinary skill is now within my grasp. Since I have come this far, it would be remiss to depart without further exploration. It appears that this eighth level confines a group of ninth-tier demons. I am curious to discover if the demons of the ninth level are as ferocious as the rumors suggest. My eyes gleam with anticipation as I smile and step towards the area where the demons are suppressed on the eighth level. A stream of golden light radiates from my being, gradually intensifying to a dazzling brilliance. Wherever I tread, the darkness and filth of the eighth level, the demonic energy and malevolent thoughts, are purified and eradicated. They vanish into thin air. This is the absolute restraint derived from the realm of immortals, like fire encountering water or a mouse meeting a cat. Ethereal figures of celestial beings seem to swirl around me, accompanied by the resplendent flow of divine light, emanating a sacred and powerful aura that envelopes all directions. Pure and immaculate, I stand as a celestial being among mortals. Majestic, noble. With each step, the radiance I release intensifies even further. The eighth level of the demon suppression tower holds countless ninth-tier demons, all formidable beings. Ninth-tier experts are exceedingly rare within the cultivation realm, often regarded as top-tier cultivators. In various sects, such individuals could easily attain the status of an elder. Should one venture into smaller towns, a ninth-tier powerhouse could easily dominate. In certain second-rate sects, a ninth-tier individual could effortlessly assume the position of supreme elder. However, upon arriving at the demon ceiling tower, these ninth-tier beings find themselves reduced to mere prisoners. The ninth-tier inmates here are all notorious fiends, having committed countless heinous acts. In the dimly lit environment, tendrils of dark demonic energy rise and swirl in every direction. A vast expanse of demonic aura envelopes the eighth level, occasionally accompanied by piercing screams and wails, alongside the resonant echoes of murderous intent filled with fury and resentment. The imprisoned fiends yearn day and night to break free from their confinement and escape the clutches of the demon ceiling tower, resembling a veritable den of evil. The demonic energy corrupts the very air, rendering it frigid and bone-chilling. The biting cold sweeps across the surroundings. The old bullnose of the Yushu immortal sect will someday find himself escaping this wretched place, only to seek vengeance against your entire sect. Cursed old bullnose. Had it not been for your treacherous ambush during my moment of weakness, I would never have been captured in this forsaken abyss. The old Taoists of the Yushu immortal sect are a treacherous bunch. Release me. I have had enough of this damned place. You old bullnoses, beware, for one day, the leader of my evil heaven cult will descend upon your Yushu immortal sect with countless formidable beings, uprooting your sect entirely. That day is not far off. The sharp, ear-piercing roars resonate through every corner of the eighth level. If an ordinary person were to arrive in this realm of overwhelming demonic energy, threatened by the wrathful roars of so many fiends, they would surely be paralyzed by fear. The eighth level of the demon ceiling tower houses at least 40 ninth-tier powerhouses. These 40 fiends, exuding daily torrents of resentment, hatred, and fury, cause the demonic energy here to flourish even more robustly. The demonic energy they generate, in turn, distorts their thoughts and warps their minds, leading to increasingly extreme ideologies. It is a vicious cycle. At this moment, the sound of footsteps gradually approaches from the distant corridor. The furious roars abruptly fall silent. Did you hear that? Someone is coming. It's footsteps. I can hear footsteps drawing near. Is it the old bullnoses from the Yushu immortal sect? Or perhaps, are there newcomers being imprisoned in this wretched place? I have not seen an outsider in 6 long months. The fiends, in unison, cease their wrathful roars. Their scarlet eyes flicker with an unusual glint, swiftly converging on the direction of the approaching footsteps in the dimly lit and unassuming corner. Closer. The footsteps grow ever nearer. Nearly 40 formidable demons. Their faces etched with an insatiable longing, fixated intently upon the corridor. In this abyssal realm devoid of light, their spirits have long been eroded, leaving only malice and a thirst for bloodshed in their wake. Corrupted by demonic energy, their minds have twisted into an even more extreme state than before. Gradually, under the crimson gaze of the multitude of demons, a youthful, somewhat innocent figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor. Chapter 86. Devout prostration upon witnessing this figure. The 40-odd demons present were momentarily taken aback. The previously boisterous 8th level was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. What is this? A mere specter? How could it be that the venerable elder of the Yushu immortal sect would allow such a wraith to enter the 8th level of the demon suppression tower? The group of demons was left astounded. With a slight lift of his head, Lu Chen's eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, quietly regarded these disheveled demons. It was evident that their attire was in tatters, their hair unkempt, and their forms appeared rather hunched. The glint in their eyes revealed a fierce madness, filled only with frenzied and grotesque intentions to kill. Esteemed seniors, with the Tao Ancestor above, I am dispatched today to enlighten you, Lu Chen announced, a serene smile gracing his lips as he stood under the gaze of the 40 demons. After a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted. Echoes of manic laughter, unrestrained and raucous, resonated from all directions. Haraha! What did this little ghost just say? He claims he is here to enlighten us? What a jest! The Tao Ancestor sent him to enlighten us? He sent this mere specter? Little ghost, when I roamed the cultivation world, slaying foes left and right, you were probably yet to be born. Now, you dare to play act before me? Were it not for my cultivation being sealed, your words alone would warrant your dismemberment, and I would drink your blood. The venerable elder of the Yushu immortal sect actually allowed this specter to enter the 8th level, and even proclaimed he would enlighten us? I seem to have heard the grandest joke. A cacophony of laughter, dripping with derision, reverberated through the air. Is it amusing? Perhaps. I hope, by the end, you will still find the ability to laugh. Lu Chen shook his head with a chuckle, unfazed by the demon's rampant mockery, maintaining his usual composure. At that moment, Lu Chen positioned himself at the center of the 8th level, slowly crossing his legs and settling onto the ground, gently closing his eyes. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's actions, the laughter of the demons grew even louder and more piercing. Hey, did you see that? This little ghost truly seems to be here to enlighten us. Enlighten us? Don't be ridiculous. Even if your esteemed Yushu immortal sect's leader, the venerable elder with the long brow, were to personally intervene, he would fail to enlighten me. Perhaps if the Tao Ancestor himself descended, he might have a chance. Indeed. Such youthful arrogance, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Were it not for my cultivation being sealed, I would teach him a lesson today. This young lad, likely still in his infancy, dares to play tricks before me? Over 40 malevolent beings scoffed derisively. Seated upon the ground, Lu Chen slowly began to cultivate the Taiping guiding method. Indeed, he harbored the intention to enlighten the demonic entities of the 8th tier. If he could successfully redeem all over 49th tier demons in one fell swoop today, it would undoubtedly be a monumental act of virtue. This thought lingered in Lu Chen's mind. In an instant, the Taiping guiding method was swiftly set into motion. The next moment, a faint glimmer of Tao light began to emanate gently from Lu Chen's body. This sacred radiance exuded a noble aura, pure and unblemished. Initially, the subtle halo resembled a tiny pearl, akin to the most distant star on the horizon, pulsating with golden Tao light. Encircling Lu Chen, the tendrils of dark demonic energy were rapidly purified, akin to vaporous mist evaporating under the scorching sun, vanishing completely in an instant. To seek immortality, one must cultivate goodness and merit, extend compassion to all beings, forgive oneself and others, show kindness to all creatures, rejoice in the happiness of others, empathize with their suffering, alleviate their distress, rescue those in poverty, refrain from harming life, and avoid inciting calamity. To see the achievements of others as one's own and their losses as one's own. Such is the essence of virtue, deserving of heavenly blessings. All endeavors shall surely come to fruition, and the pursuit of immortality may be hoped for. Liuli murmured incantations, his voice resonating like thunder from the heavens, rolling forth with a mighty roar. The sound of the Tao swiftly spread, reverberating throughout the vicinity. In this originally confined space, the echoes of the Tao lingered, persistently hovering within the realm of the 8th tier. In an instant, a thunderous boom erupted. The golden Tao light emanating from Liuli's body burst forth, transforming from a gentle stream into a magnificent torrent of radiant brilliance. The golden light, infused with arcane Tao inscriptions, enveloped the surrounding area within mere breaths. The entire 8th tier of the Demon Suppression Tower was engulfed by the blinding Tao light unleashed by Liuli, wrapping every inch within its embrace. The Tao light was sacred, pure, and unblemished, so noble that it was almost unbearable to behold. Its brilliance rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. All darkness in the world was utterly dispelled. The overwhelming demonic energy that lingered in every corner of the 8th tier was, under the illumination of this divine light, completely eradicated in an instant. The Tao light radiated, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters. A realm of malevolence transformed into a world of purity. Liuli continued to intone, his words morphing into thunderous echoes that resonated deeply within the soul, buzzing with intensity. Gradually, a celestial apparition began to materialize behind Liuli. The golden Tao light enveloped his body entirely, accentuating his extraordinary presence, as if he transcended the mundane world, existing beyond the 9 heavens. The Tao light danced and transformed into a myriad of celestial stars. The radiance behind Liuli evolved into a magnificent realm, breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent. In a fleeting moment, the Tao palace manifested, as if descending upon the mortal realm. Behind Liuli, a spectral image of the Tao palace emerged, within which floated countless celestial beings. Majestic and fearsome, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. Seated cross-legged, Liuli appeared as a figure emerging from the celestial Tao palace, radiating an extraordinary divine light, akin to a deity, evoking an unapproachable sense of reverence. I command the demonic energy to cease. Liuli slowly opened his eyes, calmly surveying the overwhelming demonic aura of the 8th level. With his utterance, the demonic energy dissipated into nothingness. His words carried the weight of profound authority, and in an instant, the formidable demonic aura was entirely purified. As his gaze shifted, Liuli's eyes shimmered with golden, resplendent Tao patterns, swirling continuously, transforming his visage into that of a brilliant star on the horizon. The terrifying divine light illuminated all directions. Simultaneously, over 40 demonic fiends found themselves enveloped by this radiant, sacred light. What has transpired? A collective astonishment overcame the demons. They could not bear to gaze upon Liuli's figure. Yet they felt the discomfort emanating from the sacred light he released, akin to those who loathe sunlight being suddenly exposed to its harsh rays. Such sanctified illumination. Who is this young one? The divine radiance emanating from this child is beyond comprehension. Surely, I must be dreaming. This profound and enigmatic Tao technique surpasses even the capabilities of the venerable master of the Yusu immortal sect. Yet today, I am witnessing its manifestation through this youthful figure. What manner of creature is this? All the demons on the 8th level were gripped by fear, their faces reflecting terror and disbelief. At this moment, the mocking expressions that had lingered on their faces became starkly rigid. Is this merely an illusion? I seem to perceive a spectral image of a Tao palace emanating from this child, alongside the majestic figures of celestial beings floating within. Heavens! Who is this young one? How can his Tao techniques be so profoundly intricate? Countless demons were left in shock. One among them exclaimed, "In a fleeting thought, a world is born." This level of Tao technique has ascended to a terrifying realm akin to that of the celestial beings of this era. Is it truly a thought that births a Tao palace? What is the meaning of this? How could a mere child possess such terrifying mastery of Tao? Many demons trembled in fear. I have heard. The supreme Tao ancestor embodies the realm of a singular thought manifesting as a Tao palace. Yet, this child, how old could he possibly be? At such a tender age, how could he attain this legendary and terrifying realm? In an instant, he single-handedly summoned a Tao palace to descend upon the mortal realm. The sacred radiance of the Tao enveloped their forms, akin to an entire world descending from the celestial heights, drawn forth by waves of divine light. Subsequently, numerous fiends were struck with dread as they realized their realms were in a state of continuous decline. My realm, it is regressing? Just a moment ago, I plummeted from the 9th tier to the 8th. What on earth is happening? My cultivation is also retreating. What is transpiring? Panic spread. This gathering of fiends began to unravel. As they felt their own realms diminishing, their inner fears were magnified infinitely. It is this radiant light. This light is capable of causing our very realms to regress. This is utterly incomprehensible. My mastery of demonic arts seems to be waning. No, child, cease this at once. The brilliant, blinding golden light of the Tao enveloped an entire kilometer around the 8th layer. Anyone within the reach of this light witnessed their demonic energy dissipating endlessly, their own strength retreating uncontrollably. Even more terrifyingly, their thoughts and beliefs were subtly influenced, infiltrating their very souls by the Tao light. This bizarre and horrifying phenomenon left over 49th tier fiends in a state of utter terror. Their eyes were wide with disbelief, fixated on the youthful figure seated at the center of the 8th layer. In a moment of daze, they seemed to perceive a magnificent holy world rising behind that child, radiating an unparalleled aura of sanctity. Mystical symbols swirled in all directions. Filth, demonic energy, and malevolent thoughts dissolved into nothingness. The youthful figure, enveloped in golden light, became indistinct to those present, obscured by the blinding radiance. The 40 or so fiends, driven to madness, imagined they beheld ethereal manifestations of divine beings, residing within that Tao palace, exuding a sanctity beyond compare. The dim 8th layer had been transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors by the Tao light. Who is this child? What manner of creature is he? A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the frenzied fiends. As they experienced their realms in constant regression, they were left questioning their very existence. What is the nature of this situation? How can my realm be in a state of self-decline beneath the embrace of this Tao light? This terrifying and bizarre phenomenon is something none have ever encountered in their lifetimes. Child, please, halt this at once. My power is gradually waning. This little imp must be a sorcerer. What wicked spell have you cast, little one, that has caused my realm to regress? A cacophony of piercing screams and terrified wails reverberated through the 8th layer of this realm. Spectral images of celestial beings swirled behind Liu Chen's head, their forms ambiguous, yet radiating an unparalleled aura of terror. With his eyes gently closed, Liu Chen continued to mutter incantations, verses from the Taiji guiding method, imbued with a sacred and immaculate essence, flowed forth, sweeping across the entirety of the 8th layer. As Liu Chen recited the sacred texts, a pure domain of Tao manifested in an instant. Liu Chen appeared like an immortal, enveloped in the luminous embrace of divine radiance, with profound script swirling around him in the glow of the Tao. After approximately 15 minutes, the resonant sounds of his incantations came to an abrupt halt. The dazzling light of the Tao gradually receded, returning to Liu Chen's being. The golden sigil inscribed with the character for Tao beside his chest also began to fade, retreating into his garments. The world that had emerged behind Liu Chen seemed to lose its foundation, gradually vanishing alongside the retraction of the Tao's light, akin to a mirage. As this realm dissipated, the myriad celestial specters within it also vanished into thin air. Everything appeared to revert to its original state. Yet, the overwhelming demonic aura of the 8th layer had been entirely eradicated by the purification of the Tao's light. All impurities, demonic energies, and malevolent thoughts had been completely swept away, leaving only a sanctified and harmonious world. As the golden light of the Tao fully returned to Liu Chen, he slightly stirred his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes, rising from his seated position. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he could clearly see that what was once a horde of demonic beings, steeped in sin, had transformed into benevolent elders. Their previously menacing crimson eyes had now shifted to expressions of peace and kindness, devoid of any trace of malevolence. Mission accomplished. A satisfied smile graced Lu Chen's face as he withdrew his gaze. The Taiji guiding method is indeed an unfathomably formidable scripture. In an instant, over 49th-tier demons had been redeemed without exception. Each one of those once fearsome fiends had turned into kindly elders bearing friendly smiles. The stark contrast of this transformation would surely shatter the worldview of any outsider witnessing it. Esteemed predecessors, it is a great fortune that you have found your way back. Lu Chen's voice resonated. I express my gratitude for the celestial being's guidance today, which has enlightened me to the truths of this world. In the past, I have committed grave sins, and I now hope to atone for the transgressions of my former days. Oh, immortal being! Today you bestow upon your disciple the grace of rebirth. Unable to repay your kindness, I humbly bow before you. Thus, a multitude of formidable demonic beings, some of whom have even experienced regression in their realms, simultaneously knelt in reverence, facing the direction of Lu Chen, their foreheads touching the ground in deep respect. Behold, this scene is profoundly surreal. A congregation of wicked beings, adorned with a demeanor of piety, is bowing before a youthful Taoist priest. From this moment forth, dedicate yourselves to the diligent study of the Tao within the tower, and refrain from further acts of slaughter. The Tao ancestor above will surely sense your sincerity. With a turn, Lu Chen strides purposefully towards the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. Since I have come this far, it would be remiss not to gaze upon the 9th level of the tower. Chapter 87. The escape is near the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower is the 9th level, where the most formidable beings of the immortal realm are confined. According to Lu Chen's previous understanding, the 9th level houses 4 powerful figures from the immortal realm, each of whom bears the weight of countless sins, their hands stained with innumerable lives. Each one is responsible for the deaths of at least tens of thousands. It is precisely for this reason that these 4 notorious entities were forcibly captured by the immortal realm's powerful beings and ultimately imprisoned within the demon suppression tower. At the 9th level of the demon suppression tower, the most fearsome villains are held captive, representing the epitome of malevolence in the immortal realm. For notorious figures are confined here, each bound by countless iron chains that tightly ensnare their bodies, rendering them utterly immobile. Above the chains that bind these 4 fiends, talismans inscribed with profound and mystical runes are affixed, preventing any possibility of escape. Each of these immortal beings possesses formidable strength and cunning, warranting the extensive measures employed by the Yushu immortal sect to ensure their captivity and prevent any chance of their escape from the tower. The escape of any one of these immortal fiends would spell disaster for the Yushu immortal sect, leading to untold suffering for the world. In addition to the chains and talismans, the 9th level is also inscribed with arrays that segregate the 4 captives, confining them to the 4 cardinal directions. These 4 malevolent beings have been trapped in the demon suppression tower for at least a century. Among them, the blood demon Li, the longest-serving prisoner of the 9th level, reached the 1st rank of human immortality 3 centuries ago. Had he not been confined within the tower, his mastery of demonic arts might have allowed him to attain the 3rd rank of human immortality, or even the 1st rank of earth immortality over the past 300 years. However, being trapped in the tower, unable to freely cultivate his demonic powers or escape the chains, has left Li at the same level he was 300 years ago. Furthermore, his vitality and celestial energy have long since entered a stagnation phase, no longer reflecting the peak he once achieved 3 centuries prior. Aside from Li, the other 3 fiends confined at the 9th level include 2 men and 1 woman, the heart-eating elder Gu, the Gu master Lin Xianer, and the ghost blade Qiankun. To break free from this confinement and escape this wretched place, I have meticulously devised a plan over the span of a century. Yet, a year ago, a divine radiance from the Yushu immortal sect shattered my century-long preparations in an instant. I am filled with rage. I loathe my own impotence, despising the old geezers of the Yushu immortal sect. Moreover, I harbor an even deeper hatred for that powerful being from the Yushu immortal sect who rendered my 100-year plan futile just a year ago. Bound by chains, the blood demon Li's eyes blaze with a fierce light and unbridled hatred. A torrent of hatred swept through every corner of the ninth layer. The malevolent energy here was at least 100-fold that of the eighth layer. Should an ordinary person dare to set foot in this ninth layer, they would likely find their soul eroded by this overwhelming darkness in an instant, plunging directly into the abyss of demonic corruption. One can only imagine the treacherous horror that this ninth layer of the demon suppression tower truly embodies. Gradually, the ferocity in Yin Li's eyes transformed into a frenzied delight. Yet, to my astonishment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Having been trapped for over 3 centuries, the blood demon Yin Li had long since succumbed to madness. His mind was twisted, and his thoughts had become increasingly extreme, particularly after the sudden emergence of the Tao light a year ago, which obliterated his meticulously crafted plan of a century, plunging Yin Li into a state of utter insanity, distorting his very perception. Imagine the profound psychological upheaval that would ensue from the abrupt destruction of a plan cultivated over 100 years. And then, the moment of surprise arrived. Half a year ago, Yin Li discovered an opportunity for escape. In his eyes, it was his final chance. He realized that although the Tao light had shattered his century-long scheme, it simultaneously weakened the seals of the ninth layer and the efficacy of the talismans on his chains by several folds. This revelation sent Yin Li into a frenzy of joy 6 months prior. Thus, in his fervor to break free from the constraints, he spent the subsequent 6 months utilizing the diminished magical energy within him to erode the talismans affixed to his chains. After 6 months of relentless effort, today, Yin Li finally glimpsed the immense hope of liberation. The talismans that had clung to the chains had been thoroughly ravaged by his magical essence over half a year. This signified that the blood demon Yin Li was on the verge of breaking free from his chains, finally emerging from his confinement. Soon, success was imminent. 300 years spent ensnared in this sunless abyss, not to mention the full 100 years wasted on a plan for escape, only to see it ultimately thwarted. Yet now, the final opportunity was at hand. I, blood demon Yin Li, am about to break free. The elders of the Yushu immortal sect. You could never have dreamed that I would escape the very bindings you imposed. The day I break free will be the day of reckoning for the Yushu immortal sect. None of you will evade your fate. I shall unleash the fury and murderous intent accumulated over 3 centuries upon you all today. For 300 years, I have yearned for this moment of liberation. At last, the day has arrived. Yin Li's eyes brimmed with excitement and impatience, his frenzied visage contorting incessantly, rendering the expressions obscured by his tousled hair particularly grotesque and terrifying. His bloodshot scarlet orbs fixated upon the strips of talisman paper affixed to the iron chains that bound him. Chapter 88. A sincere suggestion beneath the gaze. A wisp of dark magic entwined with the talisman paper, incessantly eroding the power stored within. Moments later, the first talisman gently floated down from the iron chain, disintegrating into dust and vanishing into thin air. Subsequently, the second talisman followed suit, then the third and the fourth. Witnessing the talismans slip from the iron chain, the blood demon Yin Li's countenance brimmed with excitement and anticipation, an expression so vivid it was nearly impossible to conceal. I must express my gratitude for the magnificent radiance that appeared a year ago. However, had it not been for that, I could have escaped a year prior. Nonetheless, I am content. Although the wait has been prolonged by a year, today, if I can escape this hellish place, I shall be utterly satisfied. After 3 centuries of waiting, what is one final year? Yin Li laughed maniacally, as if he could already envision the carnage he would unleash upon the Yushu immortal sect once liberated. The 3 other figures from different directions, each a powerful immortal, fixated their eager gazes on Yin Li, their voices brimming with excitement. He is on the brink of success. The old demon Yin is about to break free from his confinement. With his assistance, we too can escape this accursed prison and flee the dark depths of the demon suppression tower. With our combined strength, we will undoubtedly overwhelm the Yushu immortal sect. Having languished in this cursed place for centuries, I have all but forgotten the taste of blood. This time, I shall relish the opportunity to exact my vengeance upon that group of arrogant practitioners from the Yushu immortal sect. The elders of the Yushu immortal sect certainly did not foresee our escape from the demon suppression tower. When the time comes, we shall settle both new and old scores, leaving the Yushu immortal sect utterly annihilated. The three demonic figures were in a state of exhilaration. Their prolonged confinement had caused them to lose all sense of time. It was easy to imagine the havoc they would wreak upon their escape. Once the demons broke free, the Yushu immortal sect would face a calamity of unimaginable proportions. If these four demonic immortals were to rampage through the Yushu immortal sect, it would swiftly become a desolate graveyard. Even if the second-tier Earth immortal, the long-brow sect master, intervened, it would be impossible to subdue four powerful immortals simultaneously in a short span of time. Centuries of imprisonment within the demon suppression tower had warped their minds and ideologies, rendering them more twisted and extreme than ever before. Should they escape, they would undoubtedly unleash untold suffering upon the world. Meanwhile, as the last talisman was completely eroded by Li's dark magic, an uproarious laughter erupted, nearly resonating to the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. Ha ha ha, at last, I have broken free from my confinement. Li appears to unleash. In this singular moment, the accumulated resentment, murderous intent, and fury from 3 centuries of pent-up negativity. Boom. A terrifying wave of demonic energy is unleashed in its entirety. The dense and overwhelming aura envelopes the 9th level. An imposing force, reminiscent of a celestial realm, swiftly shrouds the entire 9th level. Crack, crack. A series of crisp, melodious sounds resonate in all directions. The iron chains, stripped of the power of talismans, have lost their original hardness. Before the formidable celestial being Li, the chains appear as fragile as mere paper, easily torn apart with a flick of his hand. Chains as thick as pebbles, when grasped by Li, are effortlessly crushed into countless fragments that scatter upon the ground. Before long, the chains that ensnared Li have been entirely torn asunder. This signifies that the blood demon Li has thoroughly liberated himself from the confines of the demon suppression tower. Furthermore, his cultivation, which belongs to the first rank of celestial beings, is now rapidly recovering at a terrifying pace. On the ground, the remnants of the iron chains are carelessly discarded aside. Li's eyes sparkle with a fierce light, filled with manic exhilaration as he clenches his fists, feeling the long-lost surge of celestial power and the overwhelming sense of explosive strength coursing through his body. This sensation intoxicates and captivates him. 300 years. Since being imprisoned here 3 centuries ago, I have not experienced this gratifying fulfillment of power flooding my being. Celestial energy has not graced me for 300 years. Today, I, the blood demon Li, have finally realized my wish and broken free from confinement. The nightmare for the disciples of the Yushu celestial sect is about to descend. Li can distinctly sense his body being nourished and revitalized by celestial energy. His once flagging state is continuously revitalizing, and his momentum is soaring. The old demon has finally succeeded. Quickly, come, lend us your strength. Today marks the day of nightmares for those wretched disciples of the Yushu celestial sect. Upon witnessing Li break free from the chains of confinement, the other 3 demonic beings of the celestial realm also became agitated. Just then, light, yet steady footsteps echoed from the 8th level to the 9th. An outsider? Under normal circumstances, outsiders would never appear on the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. Therefore, could it be that a disciple from the Yushu celestial sect has been sent here for heart refinement? The mere thought of this makes the blood demon Li grin wickedly. With a shift of his gaze, he looks toward the direction of the footsteps, his tone tinged with impatience. I, the blood demon Li, have finally escaped the confines of the demon suppression tower today. On this splendid day, it is fitting to spill the blood of a disciple from the Yushu immortal sect, using the life of a dead cow's nose to commemorate such a momentous occasion. 300 years, a full 3 centuries I have languished in this wretched place. For 300 long years, I have not laid eyes upon blood. My hands yearn to savor the taste of fresh blood, and they can hardly contain their anticipation. As the demonic powers within me begin to circulate, my strength gradually restores, igniting a fervor within Li, whose expression twists into a frenzied grimace. This day, a vision that has haunted his dreams for nearly every night during these 300 years, is finally realized. He, the blood demon Li, escapes the confines of the immortal realm that ensnared him 3 centuries ago. The trifling demon suppression tower can no longer bind him. This insignificant Yushu immortal sect shall become the primary stage for him to unleash the pent-up resentment accumulated over 300 years. The intensity of the hatred, murderous intent, and rage amassed over this span is beyond imagination. With his successful escape today, Li shall deliver slaughter upon the entire Yushu immortal sect. For 300 nights, I have dreamt the same dream. I envisioned the day of my liberation, and now, that dream has become reality. I have finally broken free from this cursed prison. Therefore, it is time to return the pain accumulated over these 3 centuries, doubled, to you, Yushu immortal sect. Old cow's nose of the Yushu immortal sect, brace yourselves. Li alternates between maniacal laughter and a countenance filled with murderous intent and chilling aura. Being confined in the same place for 300 years would understandably warp one's mind. Not to mention, Li's original mindset is particularly extreme. Boom. The terrifying power of the immortal realm is unleashed from Li's body, and he harbors no intention of concealing his strength. Instead, focusing on restoring his body to its peak as swiftly as possible. The 300 years of confinement have severely weakened his control over his own body. However, under the cleansing and transformation of the immortal energy, everything is progressing toward the most ideal state. The old cow's nose of the Yushu immortal sect, as always, will send disciples into the demon suppression tower for tempering. The footsteps echoing in the corridor heighten the ferocity in Li's eyes, contorting his features into a mask of anticipation and murderous intent. He silently awaits, a target soon to be delivered to him for slaughter. My strength is steadily returning. It won't be long before I regain half of my peak power. Such strength will be more than sufficient for me to wash the Yushu immortal sect in blood. Li trembles with excitement. Driven by the primal instinct for blood, his eyelids fluttered incessantly, his entire being convulsing uncontrollably in a tremor. The taste of blood. It has been far too long since I last savored it. The disciples chosen to enter the demon suppression tower for heart refinement must indeed possess extraordinary talent and aptitude. Do they not? Oh, the esteemed disciples of the Yushu immortal sect, how little you must have anticipated this outcome. You have recklessly allowed your disciples to enter the tower for heart refinement, only to find them transformed into my blood demon, Li, heralding a triumphant return to your sect. How I eagerly await the scene of your remarkably gifted disciple, trembling and weeping before me, pleading for mercy. I am quite curious. Will you, the diligent practitioners of the Yushu immortal sect, truly remain indifferent in the face of death? A cruel smile crept across Li's face. He flexed his stiff arms, the bones cracking with a delightful sound. With a slight motion of his feet, he stomped down, shattering the once fractured chains into mere dust, which scattered and settled in the corners of the wall, drawn by the currents of air. Tendrils of black, demonic energy surged from Li's form, enveloping his slightly hunched physique, visibly expanding with the nurturing essence of celestial power. Once a mere skeleton, his body was gradually regaining a semblance of muscle. How ravenous I am. I hope that this time, the disciple from the 9th level is a younger one. The intense hunger in his abdomen reddened Li's eyes, igniting a fierce glimmer of desire. An unparalleled aura of terror emanated from his being, enveloping the entire 9th level of the demon suppression tower with the presence of a first-tier celestial. It was palpable. The aura released by Li was rapidly escalating at a terrifying rate. Though confined for 3 centuries, a celestial being remains a celestial being. In less than half a quarter of an hour, he regained control over his body. Although his aura felt somewhat weak, the overwhelming pressure of celestial power still imparted an impression akin to standing before a towering mountain. What a delightful sensation this is. Bathed in the nourishing essence of celestial energy, Li comfortably closed his eyes. It had been 300 years since he last experienced the revitalizing touch of celestial power. As the footsteps in the corridor drew nearer, 3 other powerful entities in the celestial realm could barely contain their excitement, shouting in unison, "Elder Demon, you have succeeded. Come, help us break the seal. Do not delay. Let us also be freed from this confinement." At that moment, the 4 of us shall simultaneously emerge from the demon suppression tower, allowing the entire Yushu immortal sect to truly comprehend the sensation of being dominated by fear. Alone, you are utterly incapable of cleansing the Yushu immortal sect in blood. However, with the inclusion of the 3 of us, such a feat is surely attainable. Even if the sect's leader possesses unfathomable strength, Our combined forces of 4 cannot be underestimated. Unless he can divide himself, we will undoubtedly transform the Yushu immortal sect into a chaotic graveyard, flowing with rivers of blood. The heart-eating old monster, Ingu, the Gu master Lin Xiener, and the ghost blade Qiankun were all fervently shouting in excitement. After being trapped in the demon suppression tower for centuries, the prospect of liberation ignited an overwhelming desire and impatience within them. Silence. All of you be quiet, Ainley commanded coldly, casting a glance at the 3 immortal fiends. Given that he had not fully regained his strength, he dared not release them prematurely. Should they overshadow him, it would spell disaster. He resolved to restore his power first before unleashing these entities, ensuring he would not need to fear their retaliation. Despite their shared objective of confronting the Yushu immortal sect, the legendary fiend Ainley, who had existed for 3 centuries, remained wary of placing his trust in others. Having finally broken free from confinement, he was determined to maintain control over the situation. Ainley, you! The heart-eating old monster exclaimed in anger. Enough, Ainley. Once you regain your strength, do not forget us, the Gu master said calmly, her demeanor unflappable, being the only woman imprisoned on the 9th level. The ghost blade Qiankun remained silent. I would not forget you, just as you mentioned. It is indeed challenging for me alone to eradicate the entire Yushu immortal sect. Rest assured, I will release you. Ainley replied with a chilling smile. Without releasing these 3, how could he create chaos? He did not believe escaping the Yushu immortal sect would be as simple as it seemed. Constantly channeling his magical powers, Ainley's physical condition was in a frenzied state of self-restoration. His gaze remained fixed on the corridor ahead. It draws near. A disciple of the Yushu immortal sect dares to intrude upon the 9th level. Perhaps this individual is a remarkable genius. Alas, today, they shall become sustenance for me. Ainley sneered, his expression brimming with anticipation. Under his watchful eye, and that of the other 3 fiends, a youthful figure clad in a flowing white garment appeared, steadily advancing towards the 9th level along the staircase corridor. This vision was strikingly clear to Ainley. A child? Ainley's pupils contracted in astonishment. He could ascertain that this child was merely 7 years of age. The esteemed Jiutian men, those venerable masters, have surprisingly permitted a mere 7-year-old child to enter the demon suppression tower for heart refinement. Even more astonishingly, they have allowed this youngling to ascend to the 9th level of the tower. When did these old sages become so reckless and negligent? Finally, as the footsteps abruptly ceased, Liuchen found himself standing at the entrance of the 9th level, quietly observing the unleashed Ainley, and then glancing at the 3 sinister figures in the other directions. A mere child, how utterly unexpected. Upon seeing Liuchen's youthful face, Ainley broke into a cruel grin, his eyes glinting with a thirst for blood and desire. How could such a child have been allowed into the demon suppression tower by those old sages? One must ponder the sanity of the Jiutian men. This child is certainly doomed. Long ago, it was whispered that the blood demon Ainley relished using human blood to cultivate his dark powers. This time, it seems, I shall witness the spectacle firsthand. This child is indeed unfortunate to encounter the unleashed blood demon. The freshly freed demon is exceedingly ferocious. I can almost envision the scene of this child being torn into pieces by Ainley. The 3 fiends displayed eager expressions, their hunger for blood palpable. It had been ages since they had beheld the intoxicating color of fresh blood. They were nearly on the verge of forgetting its allure. Listening to the animated conversation of the 3 demons not far away, Liuchen began to grasp the peculiar circumstances and upheaval occurring in the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. A demon from a celestial realm has indeed broken free from its confinement? Was the seal within the tower truly so fragile? Yet, this minor incident failed to evoke any emotional turmoil within Liuchen. Instead, he gazed at the unleashed blood demon Ainley with a sense of anticipation. Child, let your blood nourish the dark powers within me. Fear not, after your demise, I shall ensure that the old sages of Jiutian men accompany you on your journey. On the road to the Yellow Springs, you shall not feel alone. For today, the Jiutian men shall be awash in rivers of blood. Ainley's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, a fierce urge overwhelming his being. He could no longer suppress the impulse to rend the child before him into fragments. To see the Jiutian men bathed in blood? I can genuinely offer you a piece of advice. Liuchen could not help but chuckle softly. Oh, what advice? Ainley sneered repeatedly. recently liberated from his seal. He was somewhat inclined to grant Liuqian a bit more time to live. I suggest you reattach those iron chains around your body. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may transpire next. I do not wish for the 9th chamber of the Demon Suppression Tower to lack a captive fiend, Liuqian remarked. Shall I bind the iron chains back around myself? Young one, you truly possess remarkable courage. Who bestowed upon you such audacity to stand before me and utter these words? And, do you mean to imply that you believe you can vanquish me, just based on your own abilities? Li, in a fit of rage, broke into a mocking smile. Yes, based solely on my strength. Liuqian nodded. Young one, you have successfully provoked my ire. Therefore, prepare to meet your demise. Li launched himself into action, his body suffused with dark magic, as tendrils of sinister energy enveloped him. A surge of celestial power rapidly coursed from his dantian through his limbs. This overwhelming celestial force transformed into a terrifying power that surged through his right arm, and then, with great ferocity, Li's right fist descended upon Liuqian's head. What a pity, young one, for I had initially intended to grant you a longer existence. After all, you are the first to witness my liberation from confinement. Li's tone dripped with condescension. His fist, imbued with formidable celestial energy, struck down with a deafening sound, akin to the tearing of the very air itself, leaving traces of a faint tremor within the space. This punch possessed an utterly devastating force. The power of a first-grade immortal was unleashed in full measure. Chapter 89. The terrifying monster and the abandoned magical arts before the fist could reach its target. The force of its momentum stirred the air, enveloping Liuqian's form in an overwhelming aura. An unparalleled pressure surrounded him. At that pivotal moment, Liuqian, maintaining his composure, slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger to lightly touch the colossal fist before him. In the blink of an eye, the fist, imbued with an explosive celestial force, halted abruptly less than half a meter from Liuqian, unable to advance any further. The scene appeared as if time itself had come to a standstill. A slender, pale finger emanated faint golden rays of Tao light, gently tapping against the massive fist, which seemed to collide with an indestructible bronze plate. The ferocious energy dissipated instantaneously. Unmovable. Could this be the power you intend to use to slay me, esteemed elder? Through the enormous fist, Liuqian's star-like eyes quietly observed the astonished countenance of Li. With a mere finger, he effortlessly countered the full-force strike of a first-level celestial being. Silence. The atmosphere grew distinctly eerie. Blood demon Li's throat felt parched, his eyes wide with shock, fear, and disbelief. The fierce glint that once shone in his gaze had vanished without a trace. He stared blankly at the young Taoist who had so easily withstood his full-strength punch. This moment shattered Li's worldview. What is happening? His lips trembled slightly, his previously menacing expression now frozen in astonishment. How could this be? A punch infused with the full force of a first-level celestial being was effortlessly blocked? And in such a humiliating manner? Just a finger? At this instant, the terrifying aura that Li had cultivated over a long period burst like a deflated balloon, vanishing without a trace. The fist felt as though it had struck a towering mountain, leaving Li with a sense of invincibility. The explosive celestial power unleashed by his punch was peculiarly neutralized by this single finger. The once ferocious strike was easily thwarted. All of this overturned Li's understanding and transcended the limits of his reasoning. Li opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily speechless. Filled with terror, he fixated on Liuqian, his gaze betraying his fear. At this point, how could he still be oblivious? The youthful Taoist before him possessed an unfathomable strength. With just a single finger, he had intercepted Li's full-force strike. What an astonishing feat! Although he has not yet fully regained his peak strength, he already possesses a third of it. Yet, even so, his full-force strike was effortlessly intercepted and neutralized. This left Li in a state of disbelief. Even if he were to return to his former glory, would he truly be able to contend with such a formidable presence? It seemed an insurmountable challenge. The brief encounter between them froze the moment in time. In the other three directions of the 9th level, the expressions of the three demons shifted from eager anticipation to a sudden chill, as if doused in cold water. Their smiles becoming painfully rigid. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. What on earth was happening? Gu Jialin's lips trembled slightly, her gaze filled with horror. She suspected she might be experiencing a vivid illusion. A mere finger? Yin Li's full-powered punch was effortlessly blocked by this simple gesture. It couldn't be real. The other two demons also displayed profound shock. The ancient creature, Qiankun, and the ghost blade king, Qiankun, were seasoned individuals. Yet the spectacle before them inflicted an unprecedented visual shock. They never imagined that the little Taoist they had deemed doomed could so easily intercept the full force of the blood demon Yin Li with just a single finger. How was this possible? Although Yin Li had been trapped for 3 centuries, he was still a formidable figure of the celestial realm. Even if he had not recovered to his peak state, his strength should be sufficient to dominate any typical 9th-tier opponent. It seemed inconceivable that even against celestial beings, his full-force strike could be so effortlessly neutralized with just a finger. The 3 demons fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the scene before them. Everything had upended their worldview. The unfolding events exceeded all their expectations. They could hardly fathom that such a powerful being as the 1st-tier blood demon, Yin Li, could be thwarted by a mere child of a Taoist with just a single fingertip. What an unfathomable occurrence. With a gulp, blood demon Yin Li instinctively swallowed hard. He felt that his lifetime of knowledge and experience might not suffice in this moment. This little imp, what manner of monster was he? Jiutian opened her mouth, trembling with fear. At such a tender age, this child had blocked Yin Li's punch with a mere finger. What terrifying power was this? 9th tier? No. It is utterly inconceivable that he is merely at the 9th level. Even the most formidable 9th-level warrior would appear exceedingly fragile and insignificant when confronted by a being of the immortal realm. Even if the blood demon Yin Li were to possess only 1/10 or 1/12 of his former strength, he would be incapable of withstanding such a force. Moreover, he effortlessly neutralized Yin Li's full-force strike with just a single finger. This implies that this young boy may also belong to the immortal realm. The Gu Queen Lin Xianer instinctively gasped, her tone laced with incredulity. It is impossible. The ghost blade king Qiankun swiftly dismissed the notion. Yet the expression on his face betrayed the tumultuous emotions surging within him, akin to crashing waves. How old could he possibly be? The heart-eating elder couldn't help but inquire. Under 10 years old. An immortal at such a tender age? Lin Xianer was utterly bewildered. Who can elucidate this? What exactly are they witnessing? An immortal under the age of 10? Could it be that their prolonged confinement has rendered them oblivious to the current state of the cultivation world, which now harbors such astonishingly gifted prodigies? Has the landscape of the cultivation realm undergone such a transformation over the past several decades? Yet, if he is not of the immortal realm, how could he possibly fend off the elder demon Yin? The heart-eating elder opened his mouth, the question lingering ominously in the minds of the trio. Indeed, if he were not a powerful being of the immortal realm, how could he so effortlessly dissolve Yin Li's full-force assault? And with such ease, an immortal at the age of 7? The Wushu immortal sect has given rise to such a terrifying entity? Is this still the Wushu immortal sect that once faded into obscurity? An immortal under 10 years of age. Can you even fathom that? The 3 demons found their minds blank, their gazes riveted in shock and horror ahead of them. The extraordinary spectacle unfolding before their eyes momentarily made them forget the pressing urgency of escaping the demon suppression tower. All they knew was that today, they seemed to have encountered an utterly fearsome monster, a being that transcends the realm of common understanding. Even the most elite demonic arts could not achieve such an anomaly. An immortal under 10 years old. This is beyond what demonic powers can accomplish. Furthermore, the aura of Taoism emanating from this young boy is so profound that it is evident he could not possibly have cultivated any demonic arts. Could it be? Is this truly a manifestation of innate talent? Is this child's gift so terrifyingly profound? As the trio of demons remained in shock, Yin Li felt an unsettling sensation, his body bristling with goosebumps, and cold sweat began to bead at his back, transforming the ferocity in his demeanor into a profound shade of terror. Buzz. Buzz. A strand of golden Tao light emanated from Lu Chen's outstretched finger, radiating with an aura of divinity. Sacred. Pure. Who are you truly? The presence of such a terrifying being has never graced the Wushu immortal sect. A profound sense of dread surged within Yin Li's heart. An entity of such youth wielding immense power in the realm of immortals. This was the first time Yin Li had encountered such a monstrous anomaly in his lifetime. In that brief moment of confrontation, Ainley had already come to the stark realization that the Liuli before him was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse of the immortal realm. If he were not of the immortal realm, it would be impossible to effortlessly withstand his full-force strike. "Senior, it is not too late to relinquish your obsessions," Liuli said, gazing steadily at Ainley, his voice calm and measured. "Relinquish my obsessions? What a jest! Why not try it yourself?" Ainley retorted, his voice laced with bitterness and fury. After centuries of confinement in this accursed place, he had endured enough. Now, the opportunity lay before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? No matter the cost, he must escape the confines of this demonic locale. This singular thought consumed Ainley's mind. His most fervent desire. 300 years was an eternity. He feared he might not endure another 300 years. "Senior, you are indeed incorrigible, stubborn in your ways," Liuli remarked, casting a glance at the nearly deranged Ainley. "Child, do you truly believe victory is assured?" Ainley bellowed in a fit of rage. At this juncture, Liuli chose not to engage further in conversation. Ainley had lost his sanity. Thus, the only recourse was to employ Dao techniques to restore some semblance of calm. In an instant, Liuli began to channel the Tai Ching guidance method, reciting incantations with intent. Buzz, buzz, a series of dazzling, blinding golden Dao lights gradually unfurled from Liuli's being, akin to a sun ascending the horizon, its brilliance transitioning from a mere flicker to a magnificent radiance. Resplendent, blinding, divine, noble. Words of beauty from the mortal realm could scarcely capture the splendor of this luminous Dao light. Simultaneously, as Liuli recited the Dao scriptures, his figure became enveloped in the golden glow, intricate and arcane Dao symbols beginning to swirl around him. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the silence, reverberating through the air like a bolt from the blue, piercing the depths of the soul. In the next heartbeat, a towering phantom of a Dao palace materialized behind Liuli, transforming from ethereal to tangible. A realm descended from the heavens, exuding a terrifying and overwhelming aura that surged forth in all directions. The entire 9th level was enveloped in the radiant Dao light unleashed by Liuli. This is... Ainley was utterly astonished. His eyes widened, gazing at the radiant beam of light emanating from Liuli. Under this luminous aura, he felt an unsettling sensation coursing through his body, akin to the searing flames suddenly doused by icy water. What a sacred light! Who, indeed, is this young spirit? Could it be a reincarnation of a celestial being? Ainley's heart surged with tumultuous waves, as if his very core was being tossed about in a violent sea. How could one explain the extraordinary power possessed by this mere child, who not only wielded the strength of the immortal realm, but also commanded such terrifying and unfathomable techniques? Wait! Suddenly, from this divine light, Ainley sensed a familiar aura. As the light engulfed him, the demonic energy within him was dissipating at an alarming rate. This is... Ainley's eyes widened in realization. He finally recalled why this radiant glow felt so familiar. His thoughts drifted back to a year prior, to the moment when a century of meticulous planning crumbled in an instant. That scene now vividly resurfaced in his mind, reminding him of the terrifying divine light that had obliterated his 100-year scheme. The resemblance between that light and the one before him now was striking. How could this be possible? Ainley's pupils constricted, his heart gripped by fear as he turned his gaze towards Liuli. Yet, all he could perceive was the blurred silhouette enveloped in golden light, godlike and pure. The memories he had lost were vividly revived with the arrival of this divine illumination, bringing forth the sensation of being consumed by that sacred light. Even his realm was regressing. At this very moment, as Ainley's thoughts began to crystallize, the divine light eradicated the demonic energy within him, causing his level of power to decline. Sensing the anomalous change in his body, Ainley stared in horror at Liuli, as if peering through the resplendent light to see the youthful figure of the 7-year-old boy. Instantly, boundless fear magnified within his heart. You are the ascendant from the Yushu immortal sect a year ago? The events of that year were etched indelibly in Ainley's memory. He had never felt his mindset teetering on the brink of collapse over any single event. Yet that time, Ainley's psyche shattered, his beliefs twisted into madness. That period marked the most despairing and agonizing chapter of his life. A plan that had been meticulously prepared for a full century was initially believed to lead to a successful escape from the dark abyss of the demon-suppressing tower. However, on that fateful day, which was supposed to mark the culmination of their efforts, an unexpected surge of divine light enveloped the 9th level of the tower. This sacred radiance rendered a century of meticulous planning utterly futile. In that moment, Ainli felt as though he were on the brink of madness. His heart burned with an intensity of hatred and fury, magnifying his myriad negative emotions to an extreme degree. A full century, 100 years of toil had evaporated in an instant. How could one possibly endure such a blow? Any ordinary individual would have succumbed to despair, losing the will to survive. Yet, Ainli persevered. Nevertheless, the events of that day would forever be etched in his memory, indelibly inscribed upon his heart and mind. Thus, when he felt the resplendent sacred light emanating from the current descent, Ainli immediately associated it with the divine light that had thwarted his century-long endeavor a year prior. Ultimately, he arrived at a startling conclusion. The two phenomena were strikingly similar. Indeed, the divine light that had shattered his century-old plan last year bore an uncanny resemblance to that which emanated from the diminutive figure before him, a child not yet 10 years old. At one point, he had believed that the radiant light was the manifestation of a powerful ascendant from the Jiutian immortal sect. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that it originated from a mere child. In fact, he had suspected the existence of a genuine celestial being within the Jiutian immortal sect, and that the magnificent and sacred light had been released during a recitation of scriptures by this celestial entity. Now, as Ainli gazed in disbelief at the figure enveloped in divine light, he realized that what he had once considered a divine intervention had, in truth, been the act of a mere 7-year-old child who had obliterated his carefully constructed plan a year ago. The sacred and imposing light emanated not from a god among men, but from this very child standing before him. This world must surely be mad. A child, yet to reach the age of 10, wielding such unfathomable powers. The formidable figure from the Jiutian immortal sect that he had once resented was, in fact, a mere infant. The reality was starkly different from his imaginings. He could scarcely fathom that the terrifying presence he had once perceived as a divine being was, in actuality, this 7-year-old child. Everything was far too astonishing to comprehend. Even now, even upon grasping the truth of the matter, Ainli found it impossible to attain calmness. He remained in a state of profound shock, unable to quell the tumult within him. Revered as a most exalted celestial being, it turned out to be merely a 7-year-old child. The disparity was overwhelmingly stark. The architect of his ruined plans was not some so-called divine entity, but a mere child. Ainli's gaze fixated on the figure enveloped in resplendent golden radiance. His eyes could not penetrate the luminous aura to discern the form within. Yet he understood all too well. The being shrouded in divine light was merely a child of less than 10 years. How could the Jiutian sect give rise to such a terrifying entity? The child's mastery of the Tao surely surpassed that of the venerable Changmei. This was utterly inconceivable. Ainli's mind reeled, feeling his own cultivation deteriorating rapidly, prompting him to hastily channel his inner demonic energy. However, in such an environment, his magical prowess felt as if it had encountered something profoundly fearsome. Despite his frantic efforts, no trace of demonic energy would manifest. Ainli's lips trembled. Consumed by dread, his magical powers had been rendered ineffective. Under this divine illumination, his abilities had lost their original potency and purpose, shattering what little confidence he had left into mere dust. Chapter 90. The Blood Demon's Instant Defeat. The three fiends tremble in fear. Who could have imagined that the celestial being from a year ago was, in truth, merely a 7-year-old child? The fear within Ainli was magnified infinitely. Simultaneously, the other three fiends on the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower underwent a transformation akin to Ainli's. The demonic energy within them was purged and purified by the radiant light. The overwhelming filth, demonic energy, and malevolent thoughts that permeated the 9th level evaporated entirely under this divine illumination, vanishing without a trace. What has transpired? My realm is inexplicably regressing. How can this be? My power is waning. What is happening? The three fiends emitted terrified screams in succession. Soon, they collectively focused their gaze upon the figure radiating brilliant Tao light, their expressions filled with dread and horror. Is it him? This child possesses the ability to purify the demonic energy within us. Curse it! Who is this child, harboring such formidable and profound Tao skills? Is he truly just a child under 10? Why does the aura of his Tao seem even more terrifying than that of the venerable Longmei? Child, cease this at once. The fiends roared in panic. Quickly, channel your demonic power to counteract this Tao light. The heart-eating old monster attempted to wield his demonic skills. The outcome, however, was the same as Li's. His powers failed him, an unprecedented occurrence in his life. What is happening? The powers have inexplicably failed. This was undoubtedly the first time the heart-eating old monster experienced such a phenomenon. The powers have failed. He cried out in terror. Subsequently, the Ghost Blade Qiankun and the Gu Master Lin Xian encountered the same predicament. What background does this 7-year-old Taoist possess? Such terrifying Tao skills must surely surpass even the realm of the head of the Void Immortal sect. I never dreamed that one day I would perceive an aura of Tao as profound and unfathomable as that of a celestial being emanating from a mere 7-year-old child. The Ghost Blade Qiankun muttered in disbelief. Could this child truly be the reincarnation of a celestial being? Had anyone previously voiced such a notion? Both the heart-eating old monster and the Gu Master would have dismissed it as mere fantasy. Yet now, faced with this unfathomably profound Tao and their own diminishing realms, along with the failure of their demonic powers, they suddenly believed. This child, perhaps he truly is a reincarnated celestial being. Were it not for this, it would be utterly incomprehensible how he could possess such terrifying strength and profound mastery of the Tao at such a tender age. In other words, have we indeed encountered a celestial being today? The three demonic figures were struck with astonishment. As they felt their own realms diminish, their anxiety grew increasingly palpable. Helpless, they found themselves bereft of any viable options. Elderine, kill him. End him now. If we do not eliminate him, we shall be thoroughly invaded by his radiant Tao, and our very thoughts and beliefs will be tainted by his light. Act swiftly. They placed their final hopes upon Li. At that moment, Li suddenly awakened. Heeding the urgings of the demons, he fixed his gaze intently upon Jiutian, who was emanating a brilliant Tao light, his eyes brimming with madness. Indeed, if he could slay him, all would be resolved. Li swiftly summoned the remnants of his celestial power, his hands rising, enveloped by swirling black, demonic energy. Alas, just as he prepared to strike, the nascent dark energy was instantaneously purified by the resplendent Tao light. Cursed be it! In his moment of desperation, Li could only raise his fists to attack. As he approached Jiutian, concealed within the golden Tao light, Jiutian opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled like two celestial stars, the golden arcane inscriptions shimmering within his pupils, rendering his form exceedingly divine and majestic. Behind him, a phantasmal image of a Tao palace sage spiraled, exuding an untainted holy aura at every moment. Within that spectral world, the towering figures of celestial beings floated above, their ambiguous forms radiating an unparalleled and terrifying pressure. Against the backdrop of the Tao palace and the multitude of celestial beings, Jiutian's figure, enveloped in Tao light, erupted with a magnificent and powerful brilliance, arcane inscriptions swirling around his exterior. In an instant, the inscriptions whirled furiously, accompanied by ethereal sounds akin to thunder cascading from the heavens, resonating deep within the soul. Predecessor, you remain unrepentant. Observing the advancing Li, Jiutian maintained his usual calm demeanor, devoid of tension or anxiety, exuding a tranquil nonchalance. He slightly raised his right arm, extending a finger forward. At the tip of his finger, strands of dazzling Tao light flowed, intricate arcane characters swirling around his index finger, showcasing a formidable aura of Tao and energy. The next moment, Jiutian pointed towards Li from a distance of approximately 20 meters. In that instant, it seemed as though space itself had been shattered and torn apart under the force of his gesture. The distance between them was forcibly contracted by an overwhelming power, as if the very fabric of space had been ripped asunder. This is an exceedingly terrifying method. It forcefully compresses the distance between them. It is as if space is pierced by a solitary finger, appearing abruptly before Li, despite being over 20 meters apart. This finger gently taps Li's forehead. One finger, and the void collapses. All things disintegrate. A myriad of esoteric symbols emerges from Jiutian's finger. Although they are separated by more than 20 meters, Jiutian, standing at that distance, has his finger, entwined with the light of the Tao, penetrate the space and appear before Li's forehead. This finger, imbued with an immense reservoir of Taoist power, touches Yin Li's brow. Boom. The terrifying energy contained within the Taoist technique instantaneously erupts, resembling the vast flow of stars, emitting a radiance of unprecedented brilliance. This finger carries an aura that seems capable of annihilating the sun, moon, and stars. A stream of profound symbols circulates around the index finger, then completely invades and rushes towards Yin Li's body. In an instant, it feels as if stars are falling. All of heaven and earth dim in comparison. Only the resplendent golden light of the Tao suddenly pierces through and embeds itself in Yin Li's forehead. Boom. This power is indescribable, horrifying to the utmost degree. Space appears on the verge of collapse, vibrating and distorting incessantly. Yin Li feels as if he is enduring the impact of a meteorite crashing into his body. The terrifying energy rapidly spreads and invades him from his forehead. His eyes widen in shock. Simultaneously, his body is propelled into the air, directly struck thousands of meters away by this distant finger. Ultimately, Yin Li's body crashes violently against the exterior of the bronze wall of the Demon Suppression Tower, causing the entire structure to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Rumbling. The tower shakes from the 1st to the 9th level. With the unusual commotion of the Demon Suppression Tower, all the demons within it simultaneously feel a profound sense of impending doom, as if the very heavens are about to collapse. At this moment, 3 demons on the 9th level gaze in horror and disbelief at Yin Li, who has been struck and sent flying thousands of meters away, crashing against the wall's edge. They are utterly astounded. The void pierced. One finger, and the space collapses, instantaneously obliterating the blood demon Yin Li. Such strength seems excessively overwhelming. Now, allow me to enlighten the remaining 3 elders. Jiutian steps forward, as if emerging from the celestial realm, radiating unparalleled brilliance, a dazzling spectacle that is almost blinding. A sacred and immaculate aura emanates from his being, gradually spreading. Behind him, a world looms, while celestial figures swirl above his head. All of this renders Jiutian increasingly transcendent, as though he does not belong to the mundane realm. It resembles a celestial deity reigning above the heavens. Is this truly the legendary reincarnated immortal? The profundity of the Taoist powers he possesses is simply unfathomable. Were it not witnessed with one's own eyes, would you dare to believe? This is a celestial being merely 7 years of age. Before our eyes, Jiutian, radiating with divine light, approaches steadily. The 3 formidable demons of the immortal realm tremble uncontrollably, shedding any semblance of ferocity. Instead, they appear utterly feeble, helpless, and timid. Chapter 91. The chant of tranquility and blessing outside the Demon Suppression Tower. The sect leader and several masters from the immortal realm, along with a few 9th-tier elders, awaited in serene anticipation. The process of refining one's heart within the Demon Suppression Tower is not something that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Given Daozi's extraordinary talent, it is certain that he will remain within the tower for at least half a month, thus setting a new record that surpasses the sect's achievements over millennia. The master of Tianshu Peak spoke with unwavering confidence. The disciple Jiutian, who had yet to depart, perked up his ears, attentively listening to the discourse among the esteemed members of the sect. Half a month? To withstand the corrosive miasma of the Demon Suppression Tower while maintaining one's core for that duration? Is this truly how Daozi's fellow disciples perceive him? Such an appraisal is undeniably lofty. Jiutian felt a slight tremor within. Just half a year ago, they were both at the 4th tier. And now he himself has broken into the 5th tier, while Daozi has already ascended to the 6th. The disparity is growing ever wider. It is no wonder that Daozi receives such high regard from the sect leader, the masters, and the elders. This remarkable talent is sufficient to speak for itself. The first record in millennia within the Demon Suppression Tower shall undoubtedly be shattered by Daozi. Jiutian mused. Meanwhile, the sect leader smiled gently, stating, Jiutian's talent is indisputable, and his state of mind is truly extraordinary. Among his peers, there is hardly anyone who can be compared to him. Even among the various major sects, Jiutian's potential is categorically among the elite. Let us not forget, he is the #1 on the human ranking. Baishao Tower regards him as the foremost prodigy of this era. Not only can we anticipate a new record within the sect, but even if we look back thousands of years to the pinnacle of our Taoist sect, Jiutian's innate gifts would undoubtedly place him at the forefront. The sect leader has always held great expectations for Liuli, the unparalleled prodigy recognized by Xiao Tower, the one who suppresses the greatest talents of this age. How could one not have high hopes? Furthermore, he stands as the sole daozi of the Yusu immortal sect in millennia. With all these attributes combined, Liuli is rendered even more transcendent. It is certain that the young prodigy will not depart from the demon suppression tower anytime soon. Therefore, I suggest we all disperse. The sect leader concluded with a wave of his hand. The process of refining one's heart within the demon suppression tower may take as little as 3 to 5 days, or as long as half a month. And such durations are entirely plausible. Moreover, in the sect leader's eyes, Liuli's talents are exceedingly remarkable. The more exceptional one's gifts, the longer one tends to remain within the demon suppression tower. This has been a widely accepted standard within the Yusu immortal sect for many years. Thus, based on the astonishing talents that Liuli has displayed, the sect leader firmly believes that a stay of at least half a month within the tower is unavoidable. The words of the sect leader ring true. Several peak masters and elders nodded in succession. Liuli's innate talent had garnered the recognition of the entire Yusu immortal sect. No, it had even earned the acknowledgement of various sects across the cultivation world. First on the human ranking, this position is not one that just any prodigy can occupy. Only the most exceptional talents of this generation can stand in such a place. However, just as they were preparing to depart, a sudden and resounding thunderclap echoed without warning. The sound, like rolling thunder, emanated from the front of the demon suppression tower, causing the surrounding area within 1,000 meters to experience a violent tremor, akin to an earthquake. Jiutian, unable to steady himself, nearly stumbled to the ground, but ultimately regained his balance. "Master, what is happening?" Jiutian hastily turned to Changmei, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such disturbances had never occurred near the demon suppression tower before. "It is coming from within the demon suppression tower." Changmei's pupils constricted, his expression grave and solemn. He fixed his gaze on the tower, his face growing increasingly serious. "We felt it. The disturbance just now originated from within the tower. What on earth is happening inside?" The peak masters also reacted, their expressions solemn. "Open the doors of the demon suppression tower. I must enter to investigate. I suspect there may be some astonishing changes within, especially concerning the 4 fiends on the 9th level, who could very well be causing these disturbances." Changmei's tone bore a hint of concern. "Master, let us enter together." Several peak masters exchanged glances before proposing. "Very well." Thus, the bronze doors of the demon suppression tower slowly creaked open once more. With a resounding tremor, the bronze doors parted. As Changmei and the peak masters approached the doors, they immediately felt an overwhelming surge of demonic energy wafting from within. However, it was evident that the ferocious demonic aura emanating from the first level of the tower had little to no effect on Changmei and the 2 peak masters in the immortal realm. "Be cautious, masters," several elders warned earnestly. This was the first time in years that such disturbances had arisen within the demon suppression tower, instilling a sense of the extraordinary in the elders. It was feared that some unknown change had occurred within. "I have a foreboding," Changmei sensed. A tremendous transformation must have taken place within the tower. Yet, only by entering can I ascertain the specifics. He hoped that matters would not unfold in the most disastrous direction. Liuli must exercise utmost caution and refrain from engaging in any unnecessary actions that might disturb the seals within the demon suppression tower, thereby liberating formidable demons. Changmei, filled with urgency, harbors deep concerns for Liuli's safety. Should their suspicions prove correct and the demons within the tower manage to escape, it would herald a perilous and terrifying situation. This concern is particularly acute regarding the 4 demons locked away on the 9th level of the tower. While the release of other demons may be manageable, the potential emergence of those 4, each a peerless fiend of the immortal realm, is utterly intolerable. If they were to break free, even Changmei would find it a daunting challenge to subdue them, requiring considerable effort. The critical issue lies in the fact that, even if they were subdued, the sheer power of these demons would likely result in the devastation of the entire demon suppression tower long before that could occur. This scenario is what troubles Changmei the most. The destruction of the tower is of secondary concern. The paramount issue is that daozi Liuli must not encounter any mishaps or unforeseen events within its confines. Liuli represents the greatest hope for the Yusu immortal sect, and he must be safeguarded at all costs. Let us proceed. Chang Mei inhaled deeply, suppressing a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. He then led several peak masters from the immortal realm swiftly through the bronze doors of the demon suppression tower. As the group entered, the great bronze doors rumbled and gradually closed, sealing them once more. 9th level of the demon suppression tower. The once oppressive and malevolent aura of this level, filled with darkness and chill, now exuded a serene and harmonious atmosphere. The foulness, demonic energy, and evil intent had dissipated entirely. What remained was a tranquil ambience, imbued with warmth, alongside strands of golden Tao light accompanied by enigmatic inscriptions floating gracefully in the air, spreading outwards in all directions. Coughing violently, the blood demon Liuli, curled up in the corner, struggled to prop himself up with his hands, spitting blood as he painfully lifted his battered body. His internal organs seemed completely dislocated, and the weight of his condition bore down upon him like a towering mountain, making any vigorous movement exceedingly difficult. He could only endure the piercing pain and unsteadily rise to his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that while Liuli retained his status as a first-tier human immortal, he was substantially weaker than before. Moreover, the demonic energy within him had vanished without a trace. Devoid of such energy, he was unable to wield his demonic powers freely, rendering him incapable of engaging in combat. In simpler terms, in his current state, even a confrontation with a 9th-tier opponent could easily cost him his life. The resplendent and blinding golden radiance gradually receded into Lu Chen's being. At this moment, he found himself at the very heart of the 9th level, where the ethereal silhouette of a Tao palace hovered behind him, slowly retracting and dissipating, taking with it the imposing figures of the celestial beings. Seniors, you have finally attained enlightenment. Lu Chen paused in his recitation of the Tao scripture, a serene smile gracing his face as he quietly observed the 4 celestial fiends positioned in various directions of the 9th level. The Tai Ching guidance method, indeed, proves to be a supreme Tao scripture, although reciting it did not cause these 4 celestial fiends to plummet in their realms. It undeniably diminished the foundation of their accumulated prowess. Moreover, it eradicated the malevolent energy within them, leaving no trace behind. It can be surmised that should these 4 individuals pursue the path of demonic cultivation henceforth, they would have to start anew. Before one's eyes, the 4 celestial fiends, formerly fierce and menacing, transformed into beings of sincere devotion and gentleness. This scene appeared particularly uncanny. Just moments ago, they had been shrieking and roaring, their eyes glinting with a feral light. Yet now, they seemed as though they had become entirely different beings, their natures softened, their expressions radiating goodwill that was impossible to conceal. All of this is owed to the celestial beings' grace. With today's enlightenment, they now comprehend the profound sins of their past transgressions. Had it not been for the celestial beings' influence today, they would likely remain ensnared in the entanglements of worldly grievances, with no hope of grasping the Tao. The sins they once committed must be atoned for in the latter half of their lives. This demon-suppressing tower serves as a sanctuary for them, allowing them to recite the Tao scripture day and night, praying for the souls they have slain, wishing them a favorable rebirth in the cycle of reincarnation. Including the blood demon Liuli, the 4 fiends displayed their inner remorse and lamentation. Their faces were etched with profound shame, and they felt deep regret for the bloodshed on their hands. Having entered the realm of the Tao, they became acutely aware of the ignorance and cruelty of their past actions. Heaven embodies the virtue of cherishing life. The atrocities they committed were utterly intolerable by divine justice. Fortunately, the celestial beings' guidance today has enabled them to break free from their nightmarish existence. The 4 celestial fiends gazed at Lu Chen with admiration. In their eyes, he was their benefactor, the one who had granted them a second chance at life. He had bestowed upon them the grace of rebirth, illuminating the purpose of their existence and transforming their previous beliefs. From now on, they must recite the clear heart blessing incantation every night, as a means to atone for the sins of their past. With utmost reverence, we shall heed the celestial beings' teachings, the 4 fiends responded solemnly. Now, let us begin by reciting the clear heart blessing incantation. Subsequently, Lu Chen imparted the heart-purifying blessing chant of the Taoist sect to the 4 demonic leaders. This sacred incantation is primarily employed to bestow blessings upon departed souls. Following Lu Chen's instructions, the four demonic leaders began to gently close their eyes, murmuring the incantation with sincere devotion and earnestness. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor leading from the 8th to the 9th level. Before Liuli could react, the sect leader, accompanied by several peak masters from the celestial realm, appeared at the entrance of the 9th level. Chapter 92. The Scapegoat's Disguise. Supreme Elder He Wu, how have you fared? Qiankun was just about to step into the 9th level when, unexpectedly, his attention, along with that of several peak masters beside him, was drawn inexplicably to the four fiends intoning the pure heart prayer. The atmosphere abruptly turned silent and eerie. At this sight, Qiankun was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? Qiankun and the peak masters exchanged blank stares, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. They stood there, entranced by the four fiends continually reciting the pure heart prayer, the sound echoing incessantly in their ears. They were astonished. What was happening here? Four fearsome demons, notorious in the realm of cultivation for their extreme and twisted personalities, were reciting the pure heart prayer? They appeared remarkably devout. What could possibly be the meaning of this? Had they lost their minds? The peak masters, their eyes glazed and throats parched, turned to their leader Qiankun, hoping for a rational explanation. Why on earth were these four legendary fiends earnestly reciting the pure heart prayer? This surreal scene left them in a state of shock, their minds a chaotic jumble. It was utterly horrifying. For ruthless demons reciting the pure heart prayer, what an unfathomable occurrence. Could it be that these individuals had suddenly become delusional? Given their notoriously cruel natures, how could they display such sincere devotion? Surely, something had gone awry in this situation. Who could fathom such a spectacle? These blood-soaked tyrants, responsible for the deaths of thousands, were now reciting the pure heart prayer with an air of piety akin to that of devoted disciples. Indeed, this revelation shattered the worldviews of Qiankun and the peak masters. The atmosphere of the 9th level of the demon suppression tower was starkly different from what they had envisioned. How many years had it been since I last visited the 9th level of the demon suppression tower? The master of Tianshu Peak, his throat dry, pondered aloud, wondering if he had not set foot in this place for over a century. Had the changes been so profound? Wasn't this level supposed to be suffused with demonic energy? Yet here were these fiends, collectively reciting the pure heart prayer. What was truly unfolding? Was this merely a figment of my imagination? The esteemed master of Qiankun Peak instinctively rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was experiencing an illusion. Here, is this truly the 9th level of the demon suppression tower? Qiankun spoke, his tone somewhat hesitant. He surveyed his surroundings, unable to detect even a trace of filth. As for demonic energy, there was not a hint of its presence. The 9th level of the demon suppression tower was so pure that Qiankun mistakenly believed he had arrived at a Taoist palace dedicated to the veneration of the supreme Tao Ancestor. Is this indeed the 9th level, known for its overwhelming demonic aura? Something feels amiss. Have we arrived at the wrong place? This place is so immaculate, devoid of any influence from demonic energy. How could it possibly be the notorious 9th level of the demon suppression tower? Master, have we taken a wrong turn? Several peak masters spoke softly. Their gazes swiftly turned toward the youthful figure standing in the center of the 9th level. Without hesitation, Qiankun advanced quickly. Simultaneously, the four demonic beings' calming prayers came to an end, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Qiankун's footsteps echoed prominently. Master, what brings you here? Upon seeing Qiankun and the peak masters, Liuli inquired with a look of astonishment. There was a disturbance in the demon suppression tower, and I feared that a demon might escape and threaten your safety, prompting me to investigate, Qiankun explained. However, the current situation is indeed beyond my expectations. What has transpired here? Why does the 9th level of the demon suppression tower appear in such a manner? Qiankun inhaled deeply, unable to restrain his curiosity. Before entering the tower, he could not have imagined that the demonic energy on the 9th level would completely dissipate, transforming it into such a pristine sanctum. What occurred? What caused the demonic energy to vanish? And what triggered such a significant change in these four demonic beings? Not only was Qiankun filled with curiosity and anticipation, but the peak masters beside him were equally intrigued. Their gazes converged on Liuli, awaiting his response. A disturbance in the demon suppression tower? Liuli pondered briefly. If I am not mistaken, it should be the commotion caused when I pierced through the void with a mere gesture, striking the blood demon Enli. I never anticipated that after repelling the blood demon, it would provoke such a significant disturbance in the tower, even attracting the attention of Zhang Mei and the others outside. In a moment of carelessness, I failed to control my power. Liuchen shook his head, under the scrutinizing gazes of Zhang Mei and the others. He contemplated before responding, "Master, if I were to say that the changes in the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower were all due to my actions, would you believe me?" As his words fell, the room fell into silence. A profound stillness enveloped the gathering. Zhang Mei was taken aback. The peak masters were equally stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the young Liuchen, mouths agape, momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth? They were utterly astonished by Liuchen's words. What did you say?" Zhang Mei's throat felt parched. "The transformation of the 9th level, was it your doing?" The several peak masters were filled with shock. A fleeting glance revealed that the once tumultuous 9th level, shrouded in demonic energy, had now transformed into a pristine sanctuary. Looking closer, the 4 vile and sinister demon lords had morphed into devout followers of the Tao, their expressions now friendly and gentle, devoid of any trace of their former malevolence. Could it be that this entire transformation was the handiwork of Taoist Liuchen? What a farce! Surely, this must be a dream. What happened to the heart tempering in the Demon Suppression Tower? How could one temper their heart when the demonic energy of the tower had been utterly eradicated? Even the overwhelming demonic aura of the 9th level had been completely extinguished. That said, could the demonic energy here truly affect this young lad, Liuchen? It seemed highly unlikely. To put it succinctly, had Liuchen followed the prescribed methods and continued to linger within the Demon Suppression Tower for heart tempering, there was no doubt that he would shatter the millennia-long records of the Yushu immortal sect in this endeavor. Prior to this, Zhang Mei and the other peak masters believed that if the Taoist could break the ancient record, it would be an extraordinary feat. However, the situation had unfolded in a manner they could never have anticipated. Liuchen's brilliance far exceeded their imagination. As Zhang Mei and the peak masters stood there, their eyes wide with astonishment, Liuchen took a moment to gather his thoughts. He then began to elucidate further. "Master, I shall lay my cards on the table. The changes in the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower were a result of my enlightenment of a Tao scripture in my dreams just a few days ago. Upon activating the scripture, I transformed the once demonic realm into its current state. This scripture is profoundly esoteric. Once activated, it can purge all impurities from the world, eradicating demonic energy and evil thoughts entirely. It was this scripture that caused the complete dissipation of the demonic energy in the 9th level, transforming it from a veritable den of demons into this present sacred land." Liuchen had meticulously prepared this reasoning and excuse beforehand. Pausing momentarily, he seized the opportunity while Zhang Mei and the others were still in a state of bewilderment and continued to shift the narrative onto another guise of his own. The one who imparted this scripture to him in his dream was a figure of immense Taoist mastery. Regrettably, the scenes from the dream were too hazy for him to discern the features of this formidable being. However, this powerful entity had revealed his name in the dream. Liuchen suspected that it was this formidable individual who had actively entered his dream to impart this profound scripture. He cast all troublesome matters onto the persona he had created, confident that it would suffice. Casting all these inquiries upon the recently conceived alias. One can hardly err in this course of action. The notion of imparting sacred texts within dreams left Zhang Mei and several peak masters utterly astounded. Such extraordinary abilities are nothing short of celestial in nature. Is there truly a figure of such terrifying strength within our ranks? Who might this being be? Such profound techniques surely belong to no ordinary individual. The prowess of the immortals could scarcely achieve such astonishing feats. The act of sharing sacred teachings through dreams is indeed formidable. At that moment, Zhang Mei and his companions momentarily forgot the anomalies present in the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, dismissing the numerous flaws and gaps in Liuchen's statements. Their attention was wholly captivated by his words, for they had entertained an exhilarating possibility. Without delay, Zhang Mei eagerly inquired, "What is the name of this formidable individual?" The peak masters perked up, keenly listening. "He Wu." Liuchen's lips curled slightly as he provided the answer. After all, the ascendant master He Wu had mysteriously vanished 3,000 years ago. By attributing all these cumbersome inquiries to him, Liuchen felt no burden or pressure. As long as the elder He Wu did not make an appearance, The ultimate truth would remain concealed. Liuqian maintained a steady mindset. After all, the alias of this powerful figure was not something he had deliberately crafted. The higher-ups within the sect mistakenly believed that Elder He Wu was still alive. Thus, Liuqian had no choice but to temporarily adopt the identity of this ascendant master. Initially, he had no knowledge of Elder He Wu. However, ever since he entered the 3,000 mountains and rescued a fellow disciple, rumors had resurrected the long-missing elder from 3 millennia ago. Even the senior elders began to firmly believe in the notion of Elder He Wu's survival. In truth, all of this was merely a fade created by Liuqian's alias. Of course, he had no intention of exposing the truth unless he attained a level of strength that could sweep aside all opposition, rendering him invincible in the mortal realm. On that day, he would choose to reveal his true power. Until then, maintaining a low profile was imperative. Thus, the alias could serve its purpose. Oftentimes, when it was inconvenient for Liuqian's true identity to be revealed, he could utilize the guise of Elder He Wu to mask who he truly was, allowing him to engage in clandestine endeavors. Elder He Wu. Indeed, the humble practitioner had surmised it must be the elder. Apart from Elder He Wu, it was unlikely that any other individual within the sect could perform such astonishing feats. Upon grasping the truth, Chang Mei felt a surge of excitement and relief. Nearby, the peak masters also exhibited palpable enthusiasm and exhilaration in their expressions. 3 millennia ago, the ascendant being had indeed not perished. Furthermore, it astonishingly entered the dreams of Liuqian Daozi to personally impart a profound scripture. The several peak masters inhaled deeply, their shock and awe lingering, refusing to dissipate. With the emergence of the ascendant being, many previously inconceivable phenomena were effortlessly accepted by them. This compelled Liuqian to reflect. A deified persona truly simplifies matters. Initially, he anticipated skepticism and doubt. However, upon invoking the revered Elder He Wu's esteemed identity, he was immediately met with the unwavering trust of the likes of Master Chang Mei, without a hint of suspicion. One day, when his true identity is revealed, the leaders shall surely question their own existence, he mused whimsically. Little did they know, the esteemed Elder He Wu, whom they revered, is actually this mere 7-year-old Daozi. At this moment, Liuqian could vividly envision that scene. If it were indeed Elder He Wu, it would not be surprising. A being transcending the realm of immortals possesses methods that are inscrutable, wielding extraordinary abilities. Master Chang Mei, with a countenance of reflection, after calming his astonishment, patted Liuqian's shoulder and earnestly advised, Liuqian, since you have caught the eye of Elder He Wu and received a scripture in your dreams, it signifies that your talents and potential are so remarkable that even a being of the ascendant realm is astounded. Otherwise, given Elder He Wu's elusive nature over the past 3 millennia, he would not casually select a disciple to impart teachings in such a manner. For 3,000 years, there has been no trace of ascendant beings within our sect. Yet, on this day, Elder He Wu voluntarily entered your dreams to bestow upon you a scripture. This is indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence. Clearly, your talents and potential have garnered the acknowledgement of Elder He Wu. In these 3,000 years, you are the very first and the sole individual to receive the teachings of Elder He Wu directly. The only prodigy capable of receiving the profound methods of an ascendant being in 3 millennia. Liuqian, you are undoubtedly the current Daozi of our Yushu immortal sect, recognized as the foremost talent of this era by Bai Shaolu. Even the long-missing Elder He Wu has been moved and has descended into dreams to impart a mysterious scripture. The peak masters gazed at Liuqian in astonishment, their hearts profoundly shaken. Elder He Wu had not made an appearance for many years, having mysteriously vanished after sealing the demon sovereign 3,000 years ago, bearing grievous injuries. For 3 millennia, there had been no word. Yet, recently, Elder He Wu unexpectedly revealed traces of his presence. Alas, within the confines of the sect, the esteemed elders eagerly sought the last remaining ascendant of the Yushu Immortal Gate. Yet despite their tireless efforts over the course of half a year, they ultimately uncovered naught but barren leads. However, recently, it was reported that the venerable Elder He Wu had taken the extraordinary initiative to enter the dreams of the disciples, imparting profound teachings of the sect's doctrines. This remarkable event elicited immense joy among several peak masters and the sect leader. The fact that He Wu, who had hitherto refrained from engaging with the higher echelons of the sect, chose to bestow such wisdom upon the current disciples clearly signifies his recognition of their extraordinary innate talents. Were it not for this, why would there have been no such occurrences reported over the past 3 millennia? In the span of 3,000 years, this stands as a singular instance. Chapter 93. Astonishing everyone and departing Lu Chen's talent and qualifications are astonishingly powerful. Even the esteemed Elder He Wu, a figure of great renown, was moved enough to personally enter dreams to impart his teachings. Over the span of 3 millennia, only Lu Chun has possessed such exceptional aptitude, compelling ascendant beings to take notice of his remarkable foundation. Indeed, I have not misjudged. Lu Chun is the hope for the resurgence of the Yu-Su immortal sect. With a contemplative mind, Chang Mei reflected deeply, overwhelmed by emotion. Elder He Wu was the most formidable figure of the Yu-Su immortal sect 3,000 years ago. The extraordinary talent that could attract such a powerful presence undeniably indicates the terrifying potential and comprehension possessed by this child. Lu Chun truly is the foremost prodigy of the Yu-Su immortal sect in millennia. Even those who transcend the immortal realm willingly enter dreams to pass on their teachings. This alone speaks volumes. I have ultimately underestimated the sheer terror of Lu Chun's talent. Never did I anticipate that the opportunity for the Yu-Su immortal sect to reconnect with Elder He Wu would manifest in Lu Chun. At this moment, Chang Mei gazed at Lu Chun with eyes filled with hope and gratitude. For half a year, the senior elders within the sect had searched in vain for any clues regarding Elder He Wu. Clearly, Elder He Wu preferred to remain distant, perhaps preoccupied with significant matters. Yet, unexpectedly, Elder He Wu proactively contacted the present disciple of the Yu-Su immortal sect, Lu Chun. Could this not be a splendid opportunity? A chance to directly engage with Elder He Wu. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. After months of fruitless searching, it is astonishing that the chance has arisen through Lu Chun. Elder He Wu stands as a being above the immortal realm. Should we leverage Lu Chun to reconnect with the ascendant beings, the Yu-Su immortal sect's plight would surely improve. Hope lies before us. In a moment of days, Chang Mei realized the magnitude of this sudden opportunity that had emerged without warning. Lu Chun, the current disciple of the Yu-Su immortal sect, represents this greatest opportunity. For Elder He Wu to enter dreams and personally impart teachings is a privilege not witnessed in 3,000 years. It appears that previous disciples lacked the requisite excellence to draw forth Elder He Wu's attention. But Lu Chun is indeed remarkable. Even Elder He Wu is moved enough to enter dreams to share his wisdom. This indicates that such a figure believes Lu Chun's future will undoubtedly allow him to safeguard the Yu-Su immortal sect single-handedly. Furthermore, it may even restore the Yu-Su immortal sect to its former glory from 3,000 years ago. The gaze of the long-browed elder upon Lu Chun was one imbued with satisfaction and profound relief. Fortuitously, such a paragon of talent had graced the Yu-Su immortal sect. This once-in-a-millennium prodigy was rightfully a rare treasure of the sect. At that moment, Lu Chun's significance in the eyes of the elder ascended several notches. In the elder's heart, Lu Chun had transcended mere prodigiousness. He represented the greatest opportunity to connect with Elder He Wu, a figure of immense power, thus providing the sect with the prospect of having a formidable presence that could safeguard it beyond the realms of immortality. All these factors coalesced, compelling the long-browed elder to prioritize Lu Chun's safety above all else within the sect. Anyone else could perish, but Lu Chun must not encounter any misfortune. Lu Chun was not merely the hope for the resurgence of the Yu-Su immortal sect. He was the extraordinary anomaly destined to protect it in the future. Furthermore, he was the sole individual capable of establishing contact with the ascendant Elder He Wu. Should Elder He Wu choose to reside within the Yu-Su immortal sect, the sect would no longer have to act with the trepidation of the past. An invincible being above the realm of immortals was undeniably vital for the sect's future. Having thus reasoned, the long-browed elder clearly understood Lu Chun's paramount importance. For the Yu-Su immortal sect, the significance of Lu Chun was self-evident. The teachings imparted by Elder He Wu were indeed extraordinary. The 9th level of the demon suppression tower, rife with demonic energy, had been effortlessly purified. Lu Chun's excellence far surpassed the elder's expectations. Initially, he had presumed that merely surviving for several days on the 9th level would be a remarkable feat, yet, unexpectedly. This young lad had eradicated the demonic energy at its source. As they observed the environment of the 9th level, the long-browed elder and several peak masters were increasingly astounded. No trace of corruption or demonic energy remained. Instead, it was rendered as pure as the celestial halls of the 9 heavens, untouched by any defilement. The cause of this transformation stood before them, the 7-year-old disciple of the Yusu immortal sect, Liuli. Upon this realization, the elder felt a deep sense of gratitude. The discovery of Liuli by the sect was undeniably fortuitous. What kind of profound and terrifying scripture could achieve such an extraordinary feat? The peak masters remained in a state of astonishment, unable to quell their emotions. In their recollection, even the sect leader, the long-browed elder, did not possess the capability to purify such overwhelming demonic energy. However, this capability had manifested in a mere 7-year-old disciple, which left them incredulous. Had Liuli's mastery of the Tao already surpassed that of the sect leader? This chilling thought sent shockwaves through the hearts of the peak masters. It was utterly terrifying. Is this truly the bearer of an innate Tao heart? Is the innate Tao heart genuinely this formidable? It is akin to a reincarnation of celestial beings. Liuli Daozi is indeed terrifying. No wonder even the ascendant beings, who have been silent for 3 millennia, willingly entered dreams to impart a method of Tao. An existence that transcends the realm of immortals is profoundly moved by the innate talents possessed by Liuli. Contemplating this, the emotions of the several peak masters were further stirred. Everything here resembles the actions of Elder He-Wu, the Grand Elder, in the past. After a moment's pause, with elongated brows and a trance in his eyes, he slowly spoke. Do you recall the figure known as Dao Yin in the cultivation world? Originally a practitioner of the demonic path, he was converted and returned to righteousness by a powerful member of our Tao sect half a year ago. If I am not mistaken, this person was indeed personally guided by Elder He-Wu. Such a wondrous and profound method of Tao. I have only witnessed it through Elder He-Wu. For a millennium, our sect has not seen such a terrifying method of Tao. It can only be said that this is very likely a method personally researched and created by Elder He-Wu. Now, this method has been imparted to Liuli. The elongated brow shifted, the gaze filled with admiration as it rested upon Liuli. The ability to convert a demonic being with such a method is truly unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, the elongated brow spoke with a grave tone. Liuli, remember that this method of Tao must not be displayed to the outside world, for it may very well invite immense calamity. Apart from us present today, do not reveal this method to anyone else. This method is exceedingly fearsome, a bane to those of the demonic path. If practitioners of the demonic path learn that you possess such a terrifying method, they will undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate you. Therefore, you must conceal the method you have demonstrated today and ensure that others remain unaware of it. Nor should you pass this method to the Yusu immortal sect. Since Elder He-Wu has not entrusted this method to the sect for preservation, there must be a reason behind it. Meanwhile, the peak masters wore serious expressions. This method is indeed a nemesis to the demonic path. Elder He-Wu possessing such a terrifying method would not attract any trouble, as he is an invincible being surpassing the realm of immortals. However, in their eyes, if the outside world were to learn that the mere 7-year-old Daozi Liuli also possesses such a terrifying method, it would inevitably invite endless threats to his life. At that point, even the entire Yusu immortal sect would be unable to protect him. Master, your disciple understands. Liuli nodded. Now, remember, today's events must not be disclosed. This admonition was directed from the elongated brow to the several peak masters. Yes, master. The peak masters were well aware of the significance of this matter. They would certainly not propagate such an unbelievable event to the outside world. This matter is far too profound. A moment's carelessness may lead the Yusu immortal sect to become a mere pawn of the demonic realm. The significance of Liuli is paramount, ranking foremost within the Yusu immortal sect. Anyone else may falter, but Liuli must not encounter any misfortune, regardless of the circumstances. Ensuring Liuli's safety within the sect is of utmost importance. Changmei has already devised a plan in his mind. As his gaze shifted, he and several peak masters could not help but observe the 4 devout and reverent figures, once formidable demons, whose emotions reflected a complex turmoil. The transformation of such demonic beings is indeed unfathomable. Very well, let us depart. Thus, Lu Qin's endeavor at the Demon Suppression Tower has reached a temporary conclusion. Even the overwhelming demonic energy of the 9th level has been effortlessly purified by Lu Qin. One must ponder, does the endeavor of refining one's heart within the Demon Suppression Tower still hold any significance? Should Lu Qin wish to continue, he could easily cleanse the entirety of the tower's demonic essence. As for tempering his mindset, Lu Qin did not perceive any enhancement from the demonic energy within the tower. The true reward from this journey lies in the initial sign-in upon entering the tower, from which he received a bounty from the system, the first form of Biluo Jiutian, the radiant sword light. In strict terms, this is the most substantial gain from Lu Qin's visit to the Demon Suppression Tower, indeed his sole acquisition. This singular, peerless divine skill passed down from the Supreme Ancestor has rendered Lu Qin's journey worthwhile, yielding a bountiful reward. As for other minor matters, Lu Qin did not dwell on them excessively. Even if he inadvertently revealed some of his trump cards, they were well concealed beneath the guise of Elder He Wu. With his current status as the foremost powerhouse of the Yushu immortal sect, he no longer needs to act with the trepidation of yesteryears. Upon departing the Demon Suppression Tower, as the bronze doors gradually closed, Chang Mei and the Peak Masters gazed back at the towering edifice amidst the clouds, their emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity and awe. They had anticipated that Lu Qin would set a record within the sect unbroken for millennia. To their astonishment, he had directly obliterated the very record they envisioned. The overwhelming demonic energy of the 9th level was entirely purified by Lu Qin alone. Consequently, the endeavor of refining one's heart within the tower has become utterly devoid of significance. None of them had foreseen that events would unfold in this manner. The scenes witnessed within the Demon Suppression Tower today have profoundly reshaped their worldview. In comparison to the millennia-old records of heart refinement within the tower, it is evident that Lu Qin's actions today constitute an extraordinary feat unparalleled in the annals of the Yushu immortal sect over the past several millennia. While other disciples diligently utilized the demonic energy beneath the tower for their heart refinement, Lu Qin, however, directly eliminated the root cause of the heart refinement within the Demon Suppression Tower, purging all the overwhelming demonic energy from the 9th level. In stark contrast, the disparity between the disciples within the sect over the millennia and Lu Qin is glaringly evident. The gap is akin to a chasm, an insurmountable divide. The heart refinement within the Demon Suppression Tower concluded abruptly and unexpectedly. The swiftness of its conclusion left many, including Chang Mei, taken aback, unable to foresee that such a significant event would culminate in this manner, and it transpired in less than half an hour. The historical record of the Yushu immortal sect, which had stood for millennia, was that a disciple had persevered within the Demon Suppression Tower for 11 days before ultimately having to exit. Yet, today, that record has been shattered. Indeed, it has not merely been refreshed, but obliterated. With the demonic energy from the 9th level purified, what significance remains in contemplating how long Lu Qin could endure within the tower? It is utterly meaningless. From this, Chang Mei discerns that Lu Qin is fundamentally different from the disciples who have engaged in heart refinement over the past several millennia. Previous disciples adhered to a conventional path, while Lu Qin has decisively dismantled the very essence of the heart refinement process. The caliber is entirely distinct. The vivid scenes from the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower linger hauntingly in the minds of Chang Mei and several Peak Masters, undoubtedly leaving an indelible impression for the rest of their lives. As Lu Qin and Chang Mei emerged from the tower, Zhou Yin and several elders hurriedly approached, their expressions rife with confusion. It was evident that they could not comprehend why Lu Qin had exited the tower so swiftly. Could it be that something unexpected had transpired within? What compelled Lu Qin to depart so abruptly? Sect Master, what happened inside? One elder inquired hastily. The other elders nearby perked up, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. Even Zhou Yan's gaze was filled with perplexity. In his recollection, no disciple had ever left the Demon Suppression Tower so quickly after entering for heart refinement. Words failed to convey the complexity of the situation. Faced with the elder's confusion, Chang Mei could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. This matter is indeed far too intricate. Some aspects remain unsuitable for public disclosure. After all, the ability to reform the malevolent beings of the immortal realm is profoundly astonishing to the secular world. If this information were to leak, and the denizens of the demonic sects were to discover such a formidable method capable of restraining them, they would undoubtedly launch a frenzied assault on the Yusu immortal sect. This method is the very nightmare of all practitioners of the demonic path. Therefore, it is imperative to prevent any information from escaping. Although the elders present are undoubtedly trustworthy members of the sect, Changmei remains acutely aware of the stakes involved. Once a secret is known by many, even if one can ensure that they pose no threat, this so-called secret inevitably becomes public knowledge. Changmei must prevent such an occurrence. Liuli is currently the most significant disciple of the Yusu immortal sect. Even Changmei herself does not believe that her importance to the sect can compare to that of Liuli at this moment. Beyond Liuli's terrifying talent, the most crucial factor is that Changmei has learned of Liuli's connection with the venerable elder He Wu. Master, what exactly triggered the recent disturbance at the Demon Suppression Tower? Several elders inquired again, their voices laden with anxiety and concern. The unusual activity at the tower was undeniably conspicuous. The vicinity of the tower, extending 1,000 meters, was enveloped by the unsettling force. Such commotion naturally caused the elders to be deeply concerned about its origins. Was it a case of a demon breaking free? Not at all. In summary, this matter requires no further discussion or investigation. The interior of the Demon Suppression Tower is entirely secure, and there is no danger. You need not be overly anxious. Changmei succinctly elucidated. Upon hearing this, the elders grew even more curious. Nearby, several peak masters hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. You only need to know that the heart tempering of the Demon Suppression Tower has no effect on Liuli. This means that Liuli's departure from the tower was not due to the demonic energy within affecting his state of mind, compelling him to leave due to its corrosive influence. In truth, the demonic energy could not affect his state of mind in the slightest. Thus, continuing to remain within the tower would have lost its original significance. The heart-tempering process at the tower is intended for disciples to hone their mental fortitude. However, since the demonic energy could not influence Liuli whatsoever, it negated the original purpose of the tower's heart-tempering. Such an explanation is one that the peak masters believe the elders can certainly comprehend. Indeed, with the peak masters' clarification, the elders before them appeared bewildered, their eyes wide as they gazed at Liuli. So it is like this? Their expressions reflected profound astonishment upon receiving the explanation. The heart-tempering of the Demon Suppression Tower is rendered ineffective against Liuli. His state of mind is so stable that he can disregard the corrosive influence of the demonic energy within the tower. This is simply terrifying. At merely 7 years of age, Liuli possesses such an extraordinary and composed state of mind. How preposterous! As if his exceptional talent were not enough. Now even his mental fortitude is astonishingly formidable. Is this what is meant by a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy? What an eye-opener. The state of mind of Liuli Daozi has reached a level where he can disregard the corrupting influence of the Demon Suppression Tower. My heavens! How has such a young Liuli Daozi honed his mental fortitude to attain such stability at this tender age, enabling him to remain unaffected by the malevolent aura of the tower? This is indeed astonishing. At merely 7 years of age, to possess such an extraordinary mental resilience, coupled with unparalleled innate talent and comprehension, achieving perfection in nearly every aspect, is simply beyond critique. Is this truly the contemporary prodigy ranked first on the human list? Our sect's greatest genius in millennia? In this moment, the gazes of several elders directed towards Liuli brimmed with profound admiration. They have come to a deeper understanding of just how formidable this 7-year-old Liuli truly is, a veritable monster among prodigies. In the history of our sect over the past 10,000 years, such a phenomenon has never before been witnessed. It is exceedingly rare for a disciple to enter the Demon Suppression Tower and remain entirely unaffected by its corruptive energies. This instance stands alone in a millennium. They finally grasped why Liuli Daozi exited the tower in less than half an hour. It turns out that the magical aura of the Demon Suppression Tower had no impact whatsoever on him. All of this has overturned the elders' previous understanding. Standing beside them, Jiutian had also heard the explanations from the peak masters. He was instantly rendered speechless, bewildered by the situation. What is happening? The reason for Daozi Shidi's early departure from the tower was that the tower's demonic energy had no effect on his mental state at all. The overwhelming magical aura that could twist minds and disturb thoughts had utterly failed to affect Daozi Shidi. Goodness, what kind of unwavering mental resilience must one possess to remain entirely unaffected by the demonic energy within the tower? It is unimaginable. Zhou Yan's eyes glazed over, his mind shaken profoundly. This revelation has dramatically shattered his worldview. He had been eager to see if Daozi Shidi could break the record that had stood for thousands of years. Yet, unexpectedly, that record has been obliterated. The magical aura of the demon suppression tower has had no influence on Daozi Shidi whatsoever. Does this not imply that Daozi Shidi can linger within the tower for as long as he desires, with ease? In this light, not only is the sect's record of the past thousands of years at stake, but even the records spanning tens of thousands of years in the history of the Yushu Xianmen could be but mere trifles, easily refreshed and shattered before Daozi Shidi. Indeed, Daozi Shidi could treat the demon suppression tower as his own private garden, coming and going at will, remaining for any length of time without consequence. Thus, who can be compared to the disciple Daozi? This signifies a fundamental disparity. The terror of Daozi far surpasses the limits of my imagination. Is this truly the legendary, unparalleled prodigy? It is utterly despairing. Zhou Yan could only manage a bitter smile. The insurmountable chasm rendered him incapable of nurturing even the slightest notion of contending with Lu Chun. In the face of such a monstrous genius, the only sensations he could perceive were profound despair and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At this very moment, Zhou Yan experienced that taste of futility. Even though I have never entered the demon suppression tower from a great distance, upon witnessing the bronze gates of the tower swing open, I could still sense the terrifying malevolence within. The distance may be vast, yet it still manages to tug at the strings of my heart. And this is merely the malevolence of the first level of the tower. The malevolence of the first level alone is sufficient to severely impact my intellect and mindset, not to mention the second, third levels, and even higher. It is simply unimaginable. What kind of suffocating malevolence must the ninth level possess? It is said that the ninth level confines several unparalleled fiends from the realm of immortals. Zhou Yan's eyes glazed over. Yet, the demon suppression tower, which harbors such terrifying malevolence, appeared to be akin to a backyard garden for Daozi, having no effect on him whatsoever. What does this even mean? What kind of composure must one possess to remain immune to the influence and erosion of the malevolence within the tower? I cannot fathom it. The more I contemplate this, the more I perceive the vast chasm that separates me from Lu Chun. Whether in talent, comprehension, or strength, the gulf is insurmountable. Even in terms of mental fortitude, the divide is equally unreachable. He does not even possess the qualifications to enter the demon suppression tower for soul refinement. Meanwhile, Lu Chun has already begun to treat the tower as his own private garden. In such stark contrast, Zhou Yan could only succumb to despair. By the way, there is something I must inform you of. A few days ago, Lu Chun had the fortune of receiving a profound teaching from the esteemed elder He Wu in a dream. This marks the first connection between our Dao sect and the esteemed elder in 3 millennia. Hence, you may gauge the significance of Lu Chun to our Dao sect in your hearts. Subsequently, Chang Mei revealed another weighty piece of news. This matter need not be concealed, as it can be used to stabilize the current precarious situation of the Yushu immortal sect. Lu Chun is the only disciple in 3,000 years to have established a connection with a transcendent being. This indirectly illustrates the terrifying depth of Lu Chun's talent and comprehension, which has grown formidable enough to even stir the esteemed elder He Wu, who ultimately took the initiative to impart teachings in a dream. This is a singular occurrence in 3 millennia. Chang Mei continued. In an instant, the atmosphere grew silent. Not a sound could be heard. Who was the esteemed elder He Wu? He was an invincible powerhouse from the Yushu immortal sect 3 millennia ago. This demonic sovereign, the paramount figure of the demonic sect, once swept through the realms of cultivation with overwhelming might, ultimately suppressed and sealed by elder He Wu. One can only imagine the extraordinary nature of this ascendant being. Yet, even such a transcendent entity cannot overlook the astonishing innate talent of Lu Chun Daozi. Eyes filled with shock and admiration converge upon Lu Chun, unable to shift their gaze even a fraction. Indeed, the appearance of elder He Wu is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for our Yushu immortal sect. Although elder He Wu has remained elusive for 3,000 years, this instance of his voluntary emergence and personal instruction of a Dao technique to Lu Chun Daozi marks an auspicious beginning. Rest assured, sect master, We have recognized the significance of Daozi to our sect. Gradually, as their thoughts crystallize, the elders present come to a profound realization of Liuli Daozi's importance to the Yushu immortal sect. He is not merely the hope for our future. He is the singular disciple who can forge a connection with Elder He Wu. Furthermore, he stands as the contemporary champion, reigning supreme on the human rankings. All these remarkable attributes converge upon one individual, illuminating their understanding of Liuli's significance, which surpasses that of anyone within the sect, even the sect master. The Daozi's potential relates to the possibility of connecting with an invincible existence that transcends the realm of immortality, and thus must not be jeopardized. The elders regard Liuli with the reverence reserved for treasures, perceiving him as an invaluable asset. Now, regarding today's events, let us not spread the news too widely. It should remain known only to a select few, for excessive circulation could prove detrimental. Changmei raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with concern. His worry centered on the disciple who had fallen into the demonic path. Should this individual discover that Liuli has acquired the teachings of an ascendant powerhouse, would they not attempt to assassinate him? Although Liuli possesses formidable strength, Changmei remains apprehensive about unforeseen circumstances. The denizens of the demonic sect, despite their unstable foundation and prowess, are replete with cunning tactics, rendering them unpredictable and dangerous. Indeed, sect master. The elders nodded in agreement. Zhou Yan, standing nearby, promptly affirmed. Yes, sect master, I shall ensure absolute discretion. He too recognized the magnitude of the event concerning Liuli receiving the direct teachings from Elder He Wu. Once this information spreads, the Yushu immortal sect will inevitably be thrust into the spotlight once more. This is beyond doubt. You are all aware of the implications, and thus, I can be at ease. Changmei nodded. Subsequently, the assembly gradually dispersed, each individual departing the vicinity of the demon suppression tower, each harboring their own sentiments. The events that transpired today, whether involving the esteemed Master Changmei, the two peak leaders of the immortal realm, or the several elders, are indelibly etched in memory for the foreseeable future. As for Zhou Yan, the occurrences of today will leave an indelible impression on him for the remainder of his life, serving as a constant reminder of the vast chasm that separates him from Liuli. Even after the departure of the other elders, a profound sense of astonishment lingered. The Grand Elder He Wu, who had remained hidden for 3 millennia, surely did so for a matter of greater significance. Yet, despite this, he chose to impart a profound technique to the Daozi in a dream, signifying the unique nature of the Daozi. With merely a month remaining until the visit from the Daozi of the pure Yangdao sect, it is presumed that with your skills, Liuli, you will be more than adequately equipped to engage with the Daozi of the pure Yangdao sect. I shall refrain from further reminders. Before departing, Liuli received important counsel from Master Changmei. The forthcoming visit from the Daozi of the pure Yangdao sect, ostensibly to discuss Taoist practices, is, in reality, a calculated opportunity to probe the authenticity of the Yushu immortal gate. This serves as a challenge from the pure Yangdao sect, highlighting the ongoing competition among the 3 great sects of the cultivation world. As the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu immortal gate, Liuli embodies the prestige of his sect and, thus, must not falter in this contest. After bidding farewell to Master Changmei, Liuli retraced his steps back to the small courtyard on the ascending immortal peak. He was eager to test the unparalleled sword technique, Biluo, which he had acquired from the demon suppression tower, a technique passed down directly from the supreme Tao Ancestor. This art transcends all mundane skills and techniques. The collective weight of all the techniques Liuli possesses pales in comparison to Biluo. The swordsmanship bestowed by the supreme Tao Ancestor is not something that can be equated with any ordinary skill or technique. Chapter 94. The Liu family's enchantment day and night interchanged seamlessly. The blazing sun gradually descended from the horizon, while the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. A slender crescent moon hung delicately in the sky, casting a soft, silvery glow that brought a hint of coolness to the air below. A mere 1,000 meters away from Liuli's modest dwelling, a middle-aged man clad in black stood with a formidable physique and an imposing countenance. His piercing gaze fixated intently on the brightly illuminated courtyard in the distance, his eyes glinting with a chill and a hint of malice. Slowly, He lifted a scroll in his hands, his focus drawn to the multitude of details inscribed upon it. Lu Chun, the youngest son of the Lu family patriarch, Lu Xiao, was merely 7 years of age. To ensure the continuation of the Lu bloodline, Lu Xiao had secretly dispatched Lu Chun to the Yusu immortal sect nearly a year prior. Upon his arrival, he was chosen by the sect's leader, Chang Mei, to be the contemporary disciple of the Yusu immortal sect. Thus, the sole disciple of this ancient sect was born from the remnants of the Lu lineage. How dramatically ironic. The middle-aged man, Lu Tian, reflected with a tinge of melancholy, caught off guard by the unfolding events. He hailed from the Lu family of Shizhao. To infiltrate the Yusu immortal sect and fulfill the mission entrusted to him by his clan, Lu Tian had meticulously planned for half a year. This evening marked the opportune moment for his undertaking. After 6 months of preparation, all efforts culminated in this night's venture. With the strength of a first-tier immortal, Lu Tian deftly evaded the watchful eyes of numerous guardians at the Yusu immortal sect, successfully infiltrating the vicinity. He had managed to locate his target, Lu Chun, the youngest son of the Lu family and the current disciple of the Yusu immortal sect. This was Lu Tian's assassination objective, a task that weighed heavily upon him. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping once more over the scroll he held. Within its confines lay a wealth of intelligence regarding his target, Lu Chun. For this significant operation, Lu Tian had prepared meticulously. He believed that tonight's endeavor would allow him to bypass the patrols of the Yusu immortal sect, enabling him to stealthily enter the courtyard where Lu Chun resided and execute his lethal strike with the might of an immortal. In doing so, he could exit undetected, leaving no trace behind. To achieve such a stealthy assassination, Lu Tian had been engaged in various preparations for this mission since 6 months ago. Indeed, these preparations had proven to be exceptionally effective. He has now infiltrated the Yusu immortal sect, poised to reach the residence of his target. Yet he has aroused no suspicion from any of the elders or guardians of the sect. This is the fruit of Lu Tian's 6 months of meticulous preparation. A mere 7 years of age, he has already been ranked as the foremost prodigy by the 100 Knowledge Tower, celebrated by countless practitioners in the realm as the unparalleled genius of this era. Lu Chun, a scion of the fallen Lu family, possesses a talent that is truly enviable. Alas, he is but a remnant of the Lu clan. Thus, he cannot be allowed to thrive. This night presents the most opportune moment for his demise. Lu Tian's eyes glimmer with murderous intent. As a member of the illustrious Lu family of Shizhao, and endowed with the strength of the immortal realm, Lu Tian holds a position of considerable esteem within his clan. The mere fact that a person of such high rank and formidable power has taken personal action underscores the Lu family's intense desire to eliminate Lu Chun. Even the most outstanding prodigies of the Holy Yuan sect, the Sword Xian sect, and the Misty Valley have been overshadowed by this mere remnant of the Lu family. Such talent is indeed formidable. If only you had emerged within my Lu family, it would have been perfect. Yet, fate has placed you among the Lu. Should you be allowed to mature, you will undoubtedly become a significant threat to my Lu family. Lu Tian possesses a profound understanding of Lu Chun. Although they have yet to meet, his 6 months of preparation have been anything but superficial. He has meticulously investigated Lu Chun from every conceivable angle. Therefore, he believes he knows Lu Chun better than anyone, save for the upper echelons of the Yusu immortal sect. After all, he has devoted an entire half-year to devising plans to confront Lu Chun. For this night's assassination, he commenced preparations 6 months prior, crafting various schemes to ensure the success of his mission. A prodigious talent has emerged from the remnants of the Lu family. It is rumored that Lu Chun, having entered the sect for less than 2 months, has already attained the 4th level of cultivation, a feat that defies imagination. Recently, intelligence has indicated that he has now reached the 6th level. In the blink of an eye, he has transformed from an ordinary youth into a formidable 6th level powerhouse within less than a year. This level of talent is astonishing. Each time I receive such reports, I cannot help but feel a deep sense of regret. Why must such an exceptional prodigy arise from the Lu family? I find it truly difficult to bring myself to deliver the fatal blow. To extinguish such a talent would be a grave loss. Yet, alas, I am a member of the Lu family. Yet you are but a remnant of the Lu family. Lu Tian's gaze fell upon the brightly lit courtyard 1,000 meters away. His tone, once filled with contemplation, gradually morphed into a chilling and foreboding chill. Lu Tian commenced his approach. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared 100 meters closer, steadily advancing towards the illuminated courtyard. His speed was astonishing. He moved like a wraith, gliding through the dim night. His movements were graceful, devoid of any sound. The prowess of a celestial being was unmistakably evident in his demeanor. Lu family's remnant, Lu Chun. Once I deal with you, I shall return to my family without worry. I have dedicated 6 months to prepare for this moment. To think a formidable celestial being would spend half a year solely to confront you. I believe tonight you shall meet your end with your eyes closed in peace. For the perfect execution of this nocturnal assassination, Lu Tian had made extensive preparations. Thus, at this very moment, he brimmed with unwavering confidence and assurance. This night's assassination was destined for success. A celestial being orchestrating an assassination, targeting a mere 5th or perhaps 6th-tier disciple of the Tao. To Lu Tian, the prospect of failure was virtually non-existent. To eliminate a tiny 5th, at most 6th-tier ant, a grand celestial being has spent half a year in preparation. I can only surmise that when you learn of all this, even in death, it shall seem entirely fitting. After all, beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. No matter how gifted you may be, you have yet to attain the celestial realm, and while you remain beneath it, my act of killing you will be as effortless as crushing an ant. Lu Tian envisioned vividly the moment he would personally extinguish the life of his target, Lu Chun. Chapter 95. Why do you not flee? For the assassination plot of this night, he had meticulously prepared for half a year. This illustrates the intricacy of his thoughts and the caution inherent in his character. By nature, he was a person of great prudence. Even the slightest unforeseen circumstance was intolerable. Had it been another formidable being from the realm of immortals, they might have hastily initiated the assassination, relying solely on their own formidable powers. But Lu Tian was different. For the sake of safety, he devoted 6 months to meticulous planning. His innate caution, suspicion, and vigilance defined him, qualities that often enabled him to turn peril into safety. His life motto was to face any adversary with utmost vigilance. One may underestimate an opponent after the plan has been set in motion, yet it is imperative not to do so before the strategy is laid out. Thus, for this evening's assassination, Lu Tian had already crafted a detailed blueprint in his mind, allowing no room for even the minutest error. Until now, as he approached the target of his assassination, everything unfolded according to the meticulously devised plan, without a single deviation. Everything was within Lu Tian's control. The greatest potential for failure lay in the moment of my infiltration into the Yushu immortal sect, where the elders might detect my presence, thereby alerting them and thwarting the silent execution of my assassination. However, having navigated through this most precarious phase successfully, I now stood at the precipice of the final act. At this juncture, no unexpected turn of events remained. Lu Tian gazed at the small courtyard that was drawing nearer, a triumphant smile of success gracing his countenance. The most likely moment for failure had been when he first infiltrated the Yushu immortal sect. Yet he had smoothly surpassed this hurdle. Throughout the entire process, he had evaded the elders' notice, seamlessly penetrating the heart of the sect and arriving at the small courtyard where his target awaited. Thus, the plan moved towards its final phase, the critical moment of execution. Although this stage held paramount importance, Lu Tian remained confident in his success. Confronting a mere 5th or 6th-tier novice, he held no doubt regarding his ability to prevail, buoyed by his strength as an immortal. Would an immortal falter in assassinating a fledgling of such low tier? What a jest! The realms of immortals and those beneath were worlds apart, starkly distinct, fundamentally different. With a swift motion, Lu Tian positioned himself at the edge of the courtyard wall. In close proximity, under the dim glow of flickering flames within the courtyard, his visage appeared increasingly stern and imbued with lethal intent, the murderous aura within his eyes pulsating with intensity. He would not underestimate any adversary, yet he would also not overrate any foe. In this assassination endeavor, Lu Tian perceives no possibility of failure, unless the elders of the Yushu immortal sect are alerted. Yet, it is evident that they remain oblivious to his infiltration. As for the aftermath, concerning the powerful beings of the immortal realm within the Yushu sect, that is a matter Lu Tian need not contemplate. In any case, his sole objective is to ensure he escapes the Yushu sect immediately after eliminating his target. Ultimately, the elders will only discover the lifeless body of a disciple from the Yushu sect, All of this will hold no relevance to Lu Tian. He is confident that by then, he will have successfully evaded the Yushu sect, swiftly returning to the Lu family in the west. Once this plan comes to fruition, upon my return to the family, I shall undoubtedly capture the attention of the matriarch. Coupled with my prowess in the immortal realm, I shall ascend to become a venerable elder of considerable standing within the clan. Lu Chun, the descendant of the Lu family, serves as my stepping stone to this esteemed position. This mission must not falter. Lu Tian resolved within himself, his eyes gleaming with ferocity and intent. The remnants of the Lu family must be eradicated. If not completely severed, they will pose endless troubles in the future. This truth is well understood by Lu Tian. Thus, the time for action has arrived. Raising his head, Lu Tian gazed at the brightly lit courtyard beside him. With a gentle leap, his body transformed into a feather as he harnessed his immortal power to levitate gracefully in the air. Upon landing, he stood steadily within the courtyard. The intelligence I have gathered indicates that this is the residence of Lu Chun, the disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, who has resided here for the past year. Lu Tian's eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings as tendrils of immortal energy emanated from his being, enveloping the area. His prowess at the first rank of the human immortal realm was nearly fully displayed. Suddenly, Lu Tian's eyes sparkled, locking onto a slightly dim spot. Beneath the moonlight, a soft white glow cascaded from the horizon, illuminating the courtyard and revealing its layout before Lu Tian's eyes. He noticed that, at some point, a youthful figure had taken position in the spacious main hall of the courtyard, clad in white robes, with their hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. The hazy moonlight illuminated this youthful figure. Through the darkness of the night, a pair of eyes, shimmering like stars, seemed to pierce through the shadows and directly into Lu Tian's gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's expression stiffened slightly. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the dust upon the ground to dance and swirl into the air. In the moonlit night, Lu Chen's figure, clad in flowing white, exuded an extraordinary nonchalance. An ethereal aura emanated from him, his youthful features possessing an air of delicate fragility, while his striking eyebrows and star-like eyes rendered him exceptionally handsome. Dressed in white, with meticulously arranged hair, his appearance stood out remarkably. The soft halo of white light accentuated Lu Chen's youthful form, complemented by his captivating features and eyes that sparkled like the stars, all framed by an otherwise tranquil and unruffled countenance. This vivid image was etched clearly in Lu Tian's mind. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Tian felt an unsettling premonition at that moment. The atmosphere was peculiar. Everything around seemed unusually extraordinary. It was bizarre that, upon attempting to infiltrate the small courtyard, he encountered the very person he sought. Lu Tian was utterly unprepared for this. As he discerned from Lu Chen's calm expression that the latter had seemingly awaited his arrival all along, like a fierce beast poised to pounce at the slightest invitation. This absurd thought struck Lu Tian, causing his body to stiffen in place. The flicker of joy that had graced his face abruptly extinguished. The uncanny atmosphere rendered his thoughts in disarray as he struggled to process the scene before him. This elder had chosen to visit him at such a late hour, entering the courtyard from the wall. What wisdom could he impart? Lu Chen's lips twitched slightly as a calm voice emerged, resonating with a serene authority. His gaze, illuminated by the moonlight, remained fixed on Lu Tian, devoid of any emotional turbulence, as tranquil as still water. Long before Lu Tian had approached from a distance, Lu Chun had already sensed his presence, hence the scene of his patient waiting. Lu Tian's intentions were anything but benign, a fact that Lu Chun could easily perceive. To choose such an hour for a visit could hardly signal goodwill, especially since Lu Tian had not knocked at the door, but instead entered the courtyard stealthily. Thus, Lu Chun surmised that Lu Tian's visit was likely aimed at him. The clarity of Lu Tian's objective was apparent. He had come directly from a kilometer away, fully aware of Lu Chen's residence. Who else could it be but the Lu family of Shizhao? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached this conclusion. It could only be the Lu family of Shizhao who would send a powerful being from the realm of immortals to infiltrate the Yushu immortal gate, intending to eliminate him and eradicate future threats. With this realization, Lu Chun understood Lu Tian's motives thoroughly. The Lu family of Shizhao had indeed not relinquished their assassination attempts against him. This was entirely reasonable. considering the significant disturbances he had caused over the past 6 months. At the pinnacle of the rankings, hailed as the foremost prodigy of our time, this singular identity is sufficient to compel the Xiao Lu family to seek my early eradication. Upon sensing Lu Tian's formidable prowess at the first level of the celestial realm, a smile graced Lu Chen's face. They dispatched a powerful celestial being to execute an assassination attempt. It seems the Qiao Lu family has grown anxious. Such urgency is welcome. Without it, how could one illustrate the significant threat I pose to them? Now, possessing strength at the first level of the Earth immortal realm, with the capacity to unleash the destructive force of the third level for brief intervals, Lu Chen is no longer plagued by the trepidation he once felt towards the Qiao Lu family. He need no longer cower. Since the Qiao Lu family has sent a celestial being to carry out an assassination, he is prepared to confront it head-on. Even if the entire Qiao Lu family were to mobilize, Lu Chen is confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. In such a scenario, why should he continue to live in fear? There is utterly no need for it. Senior, you are the one sent by the Qiao Lu family, are you not? Lu Chen's eyes seemed to pierce through Lu Tian's thoughts, revealing the truth directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian fell silent for a moment. His gaze, filled with coldness and murderous intent, fixated on Lu Chen. You are quite clever, boy. Yet, no matter how astute you are, today you shall not escape death. Although he could not comprehend why Lu Chen appeared to be aware of his presence and had been waiting here for some time, Lu Tian's confidence in his celestial abilities rendered him impervious to any schemes. As long as the celestial beings of the Yusu immortal sect remained undisturbed, Lu Tian had complete confidence in successfully executing this assassination. In this vicinity, I have detected no signs of concealment. Clearly, the celestial beings of the Yusu immortal sect have not taken refuge in this area. Therefore, even if unforeseen changes arise at this final juncture, they will not alter the outcome of the plan. Boy, no matter how composed and clever you may be, it cannot change your current predicament. Lu Tian scoffed. Unaware of any lurking presence around him, he was entirely confident in his ability to eliminate his target. Despite apparent unforeseen complications in the plan, they do not hinder its ultimate execution. You had already anticipated my infiltration of your humble abode, hadn't you? For this, you have been waiting here for some time, I presume. A hint of surprise flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. Almost, Lu Chen nodded, not denying the assertion. Truly, your instincts are sharp. Such acute foresight of danger. Yet, why do you not choose to flee? Though it is true that even if you were to choose flight, I could effortlessly bring about your demise. Nonetheless, in such perilous circumstances, one would expect that the instinctual drive for survival would compel you to flee in haste from this place. Perhaps, as you embark on your escape, the formidable beings of the Yushu immortal sect would arrive in time to rescue you from the dire straits, thus averting the threat I pose. Yet, you seem to have willingly relinquished your chance at survival. This is something I find utterly perplexing. What could possibly be your reasoning? Lu Tian's gaze rested upon Lu Chen, brimming with profound curiosity. Is this truly the disciple of the Yushu immortal sect? The sole disciple of millennia? The number one on the rankings? The foremost prodigy of our era? I must concede, witnessing the foremost prodigy today indeed confirms his extraordinary nature. Alas, from this day forth, there shall be no disciple Lu Chen of the Yushu immortal sect in the realm of cultivation. The title of the number one in the rankings produced by the 100 Knowledge Tower shall shift, returning to the hands of the Saint Sun Yifeng of the Xingyuan sect. After all, Lu Tian has always firmly believed in one principle. Beneath the realm of immortals, all are but ants. Chapter 96. Despair of Lu Tian under the moonlight. The small courtyard glowed brilliantly. Wisps of golden flames danced upward, their faint luminescence dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lu Tian gazed at Lu Chen with keen interest. The murderous intent in his eyes had yielded some effect. And at this critical juncture, he was more than willing to engage Lu Chen in conversation. The opportunity to flee was present, yet he chose not to. What could possibly explain this? Although Lu Tian did not believe that Lu Chen could escape his grasp, the voluntary decision to forego flight was clearly not the mindset of a rational individual. As a cautious powerhouse of the immortal realm, Lu Tian suspected that there might be underlying circumstances at play. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that the plan had reached such a stage that even if unforeseen events arose, he doubted Lu Chen, who was beneath the immortal realm in strength, could survive. The disparity in power between the immortal realm and its inferior realms was indeed vast. This fundamental difference was precisely why Liu Tian could stand here unperturbed, exuding an air of calm and composure. Is this truly the foremost prodigy of the present age? Even when facing imminent death, he remains steadfast and maintains a composed demeanor. Liu Tian couldn't help but think that were it not for Liu Qin's affiliation with the Liu family, he would gladly extend an invitation on behalf of the Liu family, offering him a position among their external members. With such astonishing talent, Liu Qin would undoubtedly be highly valued and nurtured by the Liu family. Liu Tian sighed, acknowledging the remarkable aptitude displayed by Liu Qin, which deeply resonated within him. He conceded that Liu Qin was indeed an extraordinary and rare talent, ranking first on the human list. That is not a position just any favored child of heaven could attain. Being first on the list signifies a future apex powerhouse in the realm of cultivation. It was evident to Liu Tian that Liu Qin possessed such potential and qualifications to rise as a leading figure in the future cultivation world. Regrettably, however, the individual before him was a remnant of the Liu family. Such a pity. Liu Tian felt a surge of admiration for talent, yet was compelled to shake his head in resignation at Liu Qin's lineage. There was no other option. Being from the Liu family meant that he must be eliminated. Otherwise, should such a formidable prodigy be allowed to grow unchecked, the Liu family, a colossal entity, might find it increasingly impossible to contend with him in the future. A being of such terrifying potential posed a significant threat to the Liu family. This latent danger must be eradicated in advance. You inquire why I do not flee? The soft, white moonlight illuminated Liu Qin's calm and youthful visage. He quietly regarded Liu Tian ahead of him, a glimmer of anticipation playing upon his lips. In truth, I wish to use you to test a newly acquired divine skill. This is precisely why I encountered you instead of choosing to escape. The underlying reason lies in the fact that upon encountering you, I find no need to flee. What qualifies you to prompt my retreat? It is as simple as that. This elucidates why Liu Qin willingly stands in the courtyard, awaiting Liu Tian's arrival. Flee? Why should I? Merely because Liu Tian possesses the meager strength of a first-tier celestial being? Contemplating this, a compelling smile graces Liu Qin's face. A first-tier celestial dares to make me retreat in my presence? How amusing. I recall the last time I conversed with a first-tier celestial. The elder ghost smirked from the evil heaven sect. I suspect he is now nothing more than a memory, with grass towering over his grave. Nevertheless, I shall be considerate of Liu Tian's sentiments. Upon further reflection, the strength of a first-tier celestial should afford him a modicum of qualification as a target for my newfound skill. Having just acquired this extraordinary technique, I find myself without a suitable subject to demonstrate it upon. This time, Liu Tian may serve as a means to gauge the terrifying potency of that move. With this thought, a profound sense of anticipation swells within Liu Qin. The 9 heavens of Biluo. This is indeed a supreme technique, passed down directly from the Grand Tao Ancestor. At long last, it has found its moment to shine. Liu Qin eagerly anticipates just how much devastation the first form of the 9 heavens of Biluo can inflict upon Liu Tian. Since acquiring this unparalleled technique, I have lacked both time and opportunity to unleash its might, remaining oblivious to its true destructive power. Yet now, the opportunity has arrived. As a transcendent skill, the 9 heavens of Biluo, being a sword technique imparted by the Grand Tao Ancestor, possesses profound mysteries and formidable strength. However, since obtaining the 9 heavens of Biluo, I have yet to wield this sword art. At this moment, with Liu Tian's arrival, Liu Qin perceives this fortuitous occasion. I shall use you to measure the power of the first form of the 9 heavens of Biluo. Liu Qin gazes at Liu Tian with exuberance, his eyes brimming with expectation. As Liu Qin's words resonate in the air, Liu Tian appears momentarily taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. Then, a peculiar look fills his eyes. Kid, have you lost your mind? You wish to test your skills on me? You intend to use a dignified celestial being as a target for your techniques? Your proclamation has entirely shifted my perception of you. I initially thought you to be a calm and rational prodigy. Yet now, it seems you are not so different from those foolish mortals. At this juncture, do you still harbor the delusion that you can withstand my assassination attempts? Kid, have you let fear cloud your judgment and reason? You have no comprehension of the true might of a celestial being. Moreover, The realms of the immortal world and that beneath it are separated by an unfathomable distance. At this point, a confident smile graced Lu Tian's face, emanating a formidable and terrifying aura. Waves of celestial power surged from his dantian, enveloping his form in a radiant swirl. As he unleashed this ethereal energy, the intensity of his presence grew ever more awe-inspiring and profound. A magnificent force spread outwards, shrouding an area of several hundred meters around him. The entire courtyard was nearly engulfed by the overwhelming pressure he radiated. Can you feel it? This is the power of the immortal realm. Lu Tian spoke with rapture, asserting that one at the 5th or even 6th tier could scarcely comprehend the might of the immortal world. Do not think that merely achieving the 6th tier grants you any understanding. Even upon reaching the 9th tier, one remains insignificant like an ant in the presence of a true immortal. Do you grasp this? Allow me to impart a truth. Beneath the immortal realm, all are but insects. Surely, you have heard this phrase before? As a being of the immortal realm, Lu Tian had encountered many 9th tier adversaries, all of whom met a grim fate at his hands. Though it may seem that the immortal realm and the 9th tier are merely one realm apart, the disparity in strength is, in fact, astronomical. In the presence of an immortal, the 9th tier is rendered utterly powerless, crushed with the ease of squashing an ant. This age-old saying has long circulated within the cultivation community, leaving countless practitioners stuck at the 9th tier in despair and helplessness. The distinction between the realms beneath and above the immortal world is one of stark contrast. You assert that all beneath the immortal realm are mere insects? I wholeheartedly concur. However, allow me to correct you on one point. In comparison to you, I possess a far greater understanding of the immortal realm's might. You have merely grazed the surface of its foundational threshold. Your comprehension of its power remains woefully incomplete. To proclaim such grandiosity at the 1st tier of human immortal is indeed audacious. Lu Tian suddenly chuckled. You, my boy, are at death's door, and it seems your mind has unraveled. Lu Tian's eyelids twitched, a murderous intent gradually surfacing in his tone. To claim a deeper understanding of the immortal realm than himself? This young whippersnapper must have lost his wits. A dignified being of the immortal realm, today being lectured by a mere 6th tier child? To assert that he lacks comprehension of the immortal world? How utterly laughable. This young fool must be deranged indeed. When one is confronted with the specter of death, a myriad of frenzied emotions may manifest. Even the individual renowned as the foremost prodigy of the contemporary era, celebrated as the unparalleled genius of the celestial void sect, is not exempt from this truth. Just as Lu Tian was poised to strike, across from him, Lu Tian slightly lifted his gaze. His eyes, akin to twin stars swirling in the night, met Lu Tian's with an intense expectation. Then, his lips parted ever so slightly, his tone imbued with profound significance. Have you ever witnessed the power of a living celestial deity? As the words lingered in the air, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. It felt as if a strange current of energy suddenly permeated the atmosphere. A living celestial deity? Little ghost, are you suggesting that you intend to reveal to me the power you speak of? Lu Tian found the notion utterly ludicrous. A smile of disbelief plastered across his face. What a pitiable little creature, driven mad in the face of death. You are correct. Lu Tian's smile radiated brightly against the backdrop of the night. The gentle crescent moon cast a soft halo upon his countenance. In the next moment, Lu Tian slowly raised his right arm. In an instant, the celestial energy within him was summoned from his dantian, surging through his body like a tidal wave. This surging energy coursed through his organs, transforming into a warm current that flowed to his limbs. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of the 1st rank of Earth Immortal erupted from Lu Tian, sweeping outward and enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. The initial pressure was feeble, yet, with a mere thought from Lu Tian, this once timid force transformed, akin to a trickling stream suddenly morphing into a raging river. The overwhelming aura descended upon the scene in relentless waves. Boom! The formidable pressure pressed down inch by inch upon the area. In that instant, as Lu Tian unleashed his terrifying Earth Immortal aura, Lu Tian's meager celestial immortal presence was utterly shattered and consumed by the overwhelming force, vanishing without a trace. The disparity between the 1st rank of celestial immortal and that of Earth Immortal was akin to a single drop of water compared to an entire vast river. The chasm between the two was insurmountable. This How is this possible? Lu Tian's pupils constricted in horror. The terrifying pressure enveloped him, compressing every cell within his being. Under the weight of this formidable presence, he could not contain the burgeoning fear within, which amplified infinitely, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Enveloped by this overwhelming aura, Lu Tian, a formidable figure in the realm of immortals, felt for the first time in his life just how insignificant and trivial the power of the celestial realm truly was. He widened his eyes, filled with astonishment, shock, and disbelief. At the same time, before he could react, he beheld Lu Chun standing opposite him, his entire being beginning to radiate strands of golden Tao light, emanating outward and enveloping his form. In an instant, the Tao light surged forth. Buzz, buzz. The resplendent golden radiance dispelled the darkness of the night. The Tao light illuminated all around, encompassing an area of several hundred meters, enveloping Lu Chun in a glorious aura. The remnants of the cold air dissipated with the emergence of the Tao light, transforming the region into a warm haven, as if basking in sunlight. The moonlight of the night was entirely overshadowed by Lu Chen's Tao light. Golden Tao symbols flowed around Lu Chen's body, gradually cloaking his figure in the luminous aura, concealing his form and features within the radiance. A sacred, noble, and immaculate essence surged forth from Lu Chun, swiftly enveloping every inch of the surroundings. Wrapped in the golden Tao light, Lu Chun appeared as a celestial being incarnate. It was as if the supreme Tao ancestor had personally descended to the mortal realm, divine and majestic, evoking a profound reverence that rendered one unable to gaze directly at his brilliance. Mere mortals of the mundane world could not face such divine beings. To do so would be a grave disrespect. Thunder rumbled in the night sky, a resonant sound that pierced through the soul and echoed in the heart. There, amidst the all-encompassing Tao light, Lu Chun, ensconced in luminous radiance, suddenly manifested an ethereal shadow behind him, resembling a realm of its own. A world-esque silhouette seemed to descend from the heavens above into the earthly domain. An unparalleled aura of terror emanated from this shadowy realm. Upon closer inspection, beneath the embrace of the Tao light, indistinct silhouettes of celestial beings hovered above, swirling in the celestial expanse. Each majestic figure radiated a formidable presence akin to a vast galaxy, instilling a deep-seated fear within the very soul. Lu Chun, enveloped in the Tao light, gazed quietly with his brilliant, star-like eyes at Lu Tian, who stood before him in bewilderment. The Tao light burst forth. It cleaved through the heavens. The entire night sky appeared to be filled with this dazzling, blinding radiance. Even the soft white halo emitted by the crescent moon hanging at the horizon was completely overshadowed by the Tao light emanating from Lu Chun's being. Like a blazing sun descending from the heavens to the mortal realm, Lu Chun, radiating the brilliance of a solar orb, released a resplendent glow. The 10,000-foot Tao light accentuated Lu Chun's form, rendering him increasingly extraordinary, as though he were a celestial being from the celestial realm gracing the earth. Sacred, noble, majestic, a sight that was impossible to gaze upon directly. Lu Chen's gaze fixed upon Lu Tian, his eyes shimmering like stars, filled with enigmatic golden symbols that danced within his pupils, devoid of any emotional turbulence. The dim environment was entirely dispelled by the radiance of Tao. The remnants of darkness in the corners were thoroughly purified. The illuminating Tao light emanating from Lu Chun was powerful enough to reach beyond the horizon. Yet, he exercised restraint, mindful of not drawing the attention of the higher-ups from the Yu immortal sect. After all, he still intended to utilize Lu Tian to test the destructive power of the unparalleled divine skill Biluo Jiutian, recently imparted by the supreme Tao ancestor. If the higher echelons of the Yu immortal sect were alerted, the existence of Biluo Jiutian would be jeopardized. This supreme divine technique, passed down directly from the supreme Tao ancestor, carried immense implications. Until he possessed sufficient strength, Lu Chun dared not reveal it to the public. This was a transcendent skill, existing beyond the realm of mundane techniques and scriptures. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The air, once slightly cold, began to warm as the Tao light spread, dispelling the chill. Gulp. Lu Tian's throat felt parched, and he could not help but swallow hard, his gaze filled with terror, astonishment, and disbelief as he fixated on Lu Chun. In that moment, he could no longer discern Lu Chun's features, for he was entirely enveloped in golden Tao light. This. Lu Tian's lips trembled as he succumbed to an uncontrollable sense of panic. The sacred and immaculate terror of the Tao light enveloped his very being. Under this pure illumination, Lu Tian felt not warmth, but an intense chill piercing through to his core. For the first time, enveloped by this light, Lu Tian profoundly realized how minuscule and insignificant he truly was. It was overwhelmingly divine. This radiance made Lu Tian feel as though he were facing an immortal being. A majestic figure loomed before him, instilling an uncontrollable fear within him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Moreover, the oppressive aura of a first-grade Earth immortal had already engulfed the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Lu Tian's own first-grade human immortal presence dissipated in mere moments, crushed by Lu Qin's formidable Earth immortal might. The disparity was insurmountable. This must be an illusion. It cannot be. How could events escalate to this extent? I must be dreaming. As he felt the overwhelming pressure enveloping his body, Lu Tian's mental state completely shattered. He could scarcely believe the scenes unfolding before him at that very moment. Everything had overturned his worldview and the information he thought he understood. At this moment, everything had vanished into thin air, devoid of any referential significance. A plan meticulously prepared for half a year was declared a failure in an instant. The scenes unfolding before Lu Tian's eyes shattered his perception, rendering all his prior preparations utterly futile. In his quest to infiltrate the Yushu immortal sect and assassinate the current Daozi, Lu Tian had devoted a full 6 months to meticulous planning. His nature was one of caution, vigilance, and prudence. He never engaged in ventures lacking certainty. Thus, even when facing an adversary whom the intelligence indicated was merely a 6th-tier Daozi, he spared no effort over 6 long months, exhibiting neither slackness nor negligence. Regrettably, Lu Tian never anticipated that, at the critical juncture of the plan, precisely at the moment of execution, an unforeseen event would transpire. It did not arise from the attention of the higher-ups within the Yushu immortal sect, but rather from the fact that the target's strength far exceeded the parameters outlined in the intelligence reports. A first-tier Earth immortal. How could this be? He was ostensibly just a 6th-tier insect. The information he had gathered consistently indicated that he was merely a 6th-tier Daozi. But why had events escalated to this extent? Lu Tian felt on the brink of madness. The plan had undergone a monumental reversal. Everything had surpassed the realm of his control. A mere 7-year-old Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect, yet he was a formidable being from the immortal realm. This had to be a deception. What monstrous entity had the Lu family provoked? A first-tier Earth immortal at the tender age of 7. Such a terrifying anomaly had emerged from the Lu family, a remnant of the Lu lineage. The Lu family was in grave trouble. An unprecedented and fearsome creature had already matured. In that moment, Lu Tian's mind raced with thoughts. His complexion paled as he contemplated the dire circumstances that awaited the Lu family. A 7-year-old first-tier Earth immortal represented an unequivocal fatal blow, an unprecedented crisis of monumental proportions. One individual alone could topple the entire Western Zhao Lu family. Lu Tian dared not imagine that, at such a young age, Lu Qin had achieved first-tier Earth immortal status. How terrifying would his power be in just a few more years? Unimaginable. It was utterly beyond comprehension. Lu Qin's talent was so extraordinary that Lu Tian could not fathom the trajectory of such a monster's growth. Yet, Lu Tian was acutely aware of one thing. The Lu family had embroiled itself in a cataclysmic predicament, having provoked such a terrifying creature. The future of the Lu family was likely to face utter annihilation. Even with the backing of the illustrious Ying clan of the Grand Qin dynasty, it is utterly futile. The reason being, the prodigy before me is simply too formidable. Why must such a demon appear within the Lu family? How splendid it would have been if it had manifested in the Lu family instead. Lu Tian suddenly found himself consumed by an overwhelming sense of jealousy towards the Lu family. He never anticipated that his meticulously devised plan would veer so drastically off course. Initially, he believed that infiltrating the Yushu immortal sect without alarming its celestial guardians would bring him one step closer to fulfilling his mission. Little did he expect that just as he was on the verge of completing the assassination task, he would discover in horror that his target was a first-tier Earth immortal, far beyond his capabilities. It can only be said that this monstrous being has concealed its true depth far too well. I have finally grasped why this creature exhibited such audacity previously, dismissing the power of my celestial realm, and even knowing of my impending attack, chose not to flee. It dawns upon me that I am the most foolish of all, a mere 7-year-old, having attained the terrifying prowess of a first-tier earth immortal. The target of my assassination is indeed of such a level? Jiutian felt tears welling up. He could hardly fathom that the final stage of his plan would encounter such a colossal twist and unexpected turn. A 7-year-old first-tier earth immortal. Who would dare to believe it? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Jiutian would have found it inconceivable. In this moment, he recalled the words he had spoken previously when confronting Jiutian. Beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. Those words resurfaced in his mind, leaving Jiutian with a bitter and shameful expression. What manner of terrifying existence had he uttered such words before? Who had granted him the audacity and courage, before a first-tier earth immortal, to claim that beneath the celestial realm all are but mere ants? Was it solely based on his meager strength as a first-tier human immortal? At this moment, reflecting on his prior self, Jiutian realized just how ludicrous his words had been. Who truly understands the celestial realm? This hardly requires contemplation. Could his paltry first-tier human immortal status possibly grant him a deeper understanding of the celestial realm than a first-tier earth immortal? This creature is even ranked first on the human list. The audacity of those in Baishao Tower to categorize such a terrifying entity among mortals. Is this not a deliberate attempt to undermine the prodigies of various sects? A first-tier earth immortal classified within the human list? The audacity of these individuals in Baishao Tower is simply astonishing. First on the human list, a mere 7-year-old earth immortal of the first rank. To even suggest they could be the foremost on the human ranking is an utter affront. Indeed, throughout the annals of history spanning countless millennia, such an astonishing phenomenon has never been witnessed. To position this child at the pinnacle of the human ranking is an immense disgrace. For the prodigious heirs of the various sects, this esteemed rank represents an insurmountable peak, an insuperable mountain they could never hope to ascend in their lifetimes. Who could possibly rival a 7-year-old earth immortal of the first rank? The Saint Sun Yifeng of the Sheng Yuan sect would not even be worthy to carry this child's shoes. The chasm between them is unfathomably vast. It becomes evident that the most terrifying entity within the Yusu immortal sect is not merely the formidable immortals residing therein, but rather this extraordinary 7-year-old disciple. He is, without a doubt, the most fearsome anomaly that the entire Yusu immortal sect has ever produced. And yet, I have squandered a full 6 months preparing to infiltrate the Yusu immortal sect with the intent to assassinate such an unfathomable existence? Am I merely courting death? With the strength of a first-rank human immortal, I brazenly venture into the heart of the Yusu immortal sect to eliminate a being of earth immortal stature? Jiutian's mental state has completely unraveled. While executing the assassination mission, he had prepared for countless unforeseen circumstances. Yet he was wholly unready to confront the reality that Jiutian was, indeed, a first-rank earth immortal. The night is bitterly cold, penetrating to the bone. The soft, silvery moonlight descends in a hazy embrace. Raising his gaze, Jiutian trembles as he beholds the indistinct figure shrouded in golden Tao light ahead, his eyes brimming with dread. The sacred Tao light radiates in all directions. Bathed in its glow, Jiutian feels no warmth. Instead, it renders his body as if plunged into an icy abyss, increasingly frigid and chilling. Could this truly be a celestial being of the world? Jiutian's throat is parched, and he cannot help but swallow hard. The ethereal hum resonates, as if echoing through a vast cosmic expanse. Through the Tao light, Jiutian gazes calmly at Jiutian. The immortal energy converging from his dantian into his right arm, coalescing in the palm of his right hand. The aura of a first-rank earth immortal unfurls in its entirety. Chapter 97. The current situation of the Liu family senior. May I inquire how much you know about the Liu family? The voice of Jiutian resonated like thunder descending from the heavens, reverberating with a profound intensity that seemed to echo from the depths of one's soul. The formidable figure before him, a being of transcendent realms, evidently hailed from the illustrious Liu family of the West. Given this, it was only natural that the individual would possess considerable knowledge about the Liu family. Since the last encounter, when he had vanquished the pawn sent by the Liu family to infiltrate the Yushu immortal sect, Lu Chun had been devoid of any intelligence regarding the Lu family's circumstances. He was aware only that the Lu family was in a dire predicament, having endured relentless persecution from the Lu family over the past 6 months. In response to Lu Chen's inquiry, Lu Tian, visibly apprehensive, hastened to provide an honest account. The Lu family has suffered the annihilation of 2 of their factions, leaving 4 scattered across various regions of the empire. The faction led by the family head, Lu Xiao, is in relatively better condition. Throughout this period, thanks to Lu Xiao's formidable prowess, they have repeatedly turned peril into safety. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable talent for finding refuge, evading the Lu family's relentless pursuit for over half a year without complete obliteration. Under the sacred and resplendent glow of the Tao, Lu Tian felt his own insignificance, akin to a grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly inconsequential. He dared not withhold any information from Lu Chun. Moments later, Lu Chun had gleaned a general understanding of the Lu family's plight. It was not utterly catastrophic, yet undeniably precarious. The Lu family's hunt had persisted without respite for 6 months. Consequently, the remaining 4 factions of the Lu family were compelled to frequently relocate to different hideouts. In summary, as long as the Lu family remained unvanquished, the Lu family's pursuit would be relentless. Unless a peerless powerhouse emerged from the Lu family capable of shaking the foundations of the Qin dynasty's ruling clan, their chances of evading annihilation were grim. Ultimately, the demise of the Lu family appeared inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. To alter their fate, the emergence of an unparalleled champion was essential. However, no one believed that the Lu family could give rise to such a figure amidst the harsh realities of their persecution. Thus, including the Lu family of the West, all parties collectively surmised that the Lu family's extinction was merely a few years away. In the longer term, 3 to 5 years, or in the shorter term, 1 to 2 years, the Lu family was likely to be hunted to complete obliteration by the Lu family. Presently, the Lu family's situation remained within a controllable range. Therefore, I must first enhance my own strength, and only when I am truly invincible and capable of transcending all, shall I personally intervene to rescue the Lu family from their dire plight. Lu Chen resolved internally. Now was not the time for action. Lacking the formidable power to instill fear, Lu Chen knew that revealing his identity and strength prematurely would only invite unnecessary troubles and dangers. As for the Lu family, rest assured, I shall come to their aid, though not at this moment. This statement from Lu Chen also served as an explanation of his lineage. Undeniably, born into the Lu family, he bore their blood. Now that the Lu family faced imminent peril, he would not mind extending a helping hand, allowing them to survive the Lu family's relentless pursuit. However, at present, Lu Chen's strength was insufficient to intimidate all adversaries. He needed to continue cultivating his power before making any plans. To act rashly would only result in a fate intertwined with the downfall of the Lu family. Who is the strongest among the Lu family? Lu Chun inquired, his gaze steady upon Lu Tian, his eyes shimmering with profound golden inscriptions, radiating a divine aura. He appeared as a celestial being emerged from a realm beyond. Enveloped in radiant light, Lu Chun seemed increasingly transcendent, untouched by the mundane world. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Sooner or later, Lu Chun, as a remnant of the Lu family, would confront the formidable Lu family. Therefore, if he could gather intelligence regarding the overall strength of the Lu family in advance, he would be better equipped to respond to any plans they might enact. At the very least, Lu Chun needed to ascertain the current strongest member of the Lu family, their true capabilities, and the realm they occupied, as well as how they compared to his own power. Under Lu Chen's calm and emotionless gaze, coupled with the sweeping divine light that enveloped him, Lu Tian felt compelled to divulge all he knew without reservation. The strongest among the Lu family was an ancestor, residing at the first level of the Earth immortal realm. In addition to this ancestor, there were 2 elders of the Lu family, both at the first level of the human immortal realm. Including myself, the Lu family boasts 4 immortals. Only the ancestor possesses the highest realm, having reached the first level of Earth immortal. The remaining 3 immortals, including myself, are merely at the first level of human immortal. 4 immortals certainly align with the profound foundation of a colossal entity like the Lu family. Compared to the Yushu immortal sect, they may fall slightly short. Yet the disparity is not insurmountable. An immortal is sufficient to safeguard a vast sect or power, and with 4 immortals, the Liu family undoubtedly commands enough strength to instill fear in their domain. 1 earth immortal and 3 human immortals. The overall strength of the Liu family is far weaker than I had anticipated. Ultimately, the Liu family, which I had regarded with trepidation, is led by merely an earth immortal ancestor. It seems I have overestimated the Liu family. The veil of mystery surrounding this colossal entity has finally been lifted today by Jiutian. The most formidable entity is the elder of the Liu family, a first-tier earth immortal, which poses virtually no threat to Jiutian. Although Jiutian himself is also a first-tier earth immortal, one must not forget that he possesses countless secret techniques and skills, enabling him to momentarily unleash the power of a third-tier earth immortal. Should Jiutian confront the entire Liu family of Shizhao, his chances of triumph would undoubtedly be exceedingly high. Alas, the Liu family serves merely as a blade for the Ying clan. The true formidable threat to Jiutian emanates from the royal Ying clan of the Great Qin dynasty. The Liu family is but a lapdog of the Ying clan. Were it not for the considerations surrounding the Ying clan, I could easily obliterate the entire Liu family single-handedly. In a moment of reflection, Jiutian was overwhelmed by sentiment. Not long ago, nearly a year passed, when he had just embarked on his journey. He was constantly plagued by the fear of assassination from the Liu family. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, a year has elapsed, and he has grown powerful enough to match the strongest of the Liu family. As for strength, Jiutian is confident that his first-tier earth immortal capabilities can thoroughly overpower the elder of the Liu family at the same tier. He has always believed that within the same realm, he is invincible. A year ago, the Liu family seemed an insurmountable behemoth in Jiutian's eyes. As a servant of the Ying clan, the overall strength of the Liu family was indisputable. Otherwise, they could not have dominated dozens of cities. The presence of 4 transcendent beings endowed the Liu family with the confidence to govern these territories. However, today, the now established first-tier earth immortal Jiutian can single-handedly annihilate these 4 pinnacle beings of the Liu family, decisively dismantling their greatest pride and assurance. The strongest of the Liu family is but a mere first-tier earth immortal. For Jiutian at this moment, they pose almost no threat at all. Though he also belongs to the first tier, even a second-tier earth immortal would likely meet their demise at Jiutian's hands. As for a third-tier earth immortal, Jiutian is confident he can contend with either type. This level of strength, when directed against the elder of the Liu family, should be more than sufficient. Once an unattainable giant, the Liu family has now transformed into an organization that Jiutian can effortlessly obliterate. Contemplating this, Jiutian's mood became profoundly reflective. The whims of fate are unpredictable. Who could have imagined that a year ago, a young boy evading the Liu family's pursuit, who could only passively endure their threats, now stands as a supreme powerhouse above the Liu family? It must be said that such a colossal turnaround is enough to leave even Jiutian's mindset momentarily disoriented. The Liu family, what a terrifying behemoth it once was. At this moment, I no longer pose any threat to myself. Instead, I have become the greatest menace in their eyes. Jiutian's eyes narrowed slightly, and an involuntary smile graced his face. This sensation is simply beyond description. The once unassailable giant has been reduced to a family that can be effortlessly extinguished. The immense reversal of this situation has profoundly made Jiutian aware of the transformations that come with formidable power. If it were merely to contend with the insignificant Shizhao Liu family, Jiutian could now strike decisively, obliterating the 4 celestial realm experts of the Liu family. In such a case, the Liu family would likely lack the strength to confront the Liu family. The head of the Liu family, Liu Xiao, a formidable being of the celestial realm, would certainly not fear the Shizhao Liu family, stripped of celestial protection. Ultimately, what the Liu family fears is not just the Ying clan behind the Liu family, but also the earth immortal ancestor of the Liu family. That is all. Once Jiutian eradicates these advantages of the Liu family single-handedly, the Liu family will no longer pose any threat to the Liu family. They would never have imagined that the remnant of the Liu family, who had joined the Yushu immortal sect a year ago, has now become a formidable existence that their entire clan cannot shake. At the tender age of merely 7, one could decisively annihilate the entire Liu family. Even though the Liu family's ancestor exists at the same earth immortal level, when faced with Jiutian, they would struggle to endure a single strike. This scenario is beyond the imagination of the Liu family. In fact, apart from Liu Chun, no one in the entire cultivation world could conceive of such a reality. A mere 7-year-old child has risen to become a top-tier expert at the Earth immortal level. If this news were to spread, it is easy to foresee that it would cause a tremendous uproar among the various sects. What Liu Chun truly fears is not the Xijiao Liu family, but the Ying clan behind them. A year ago, the Liu family could pose a substantial threat to Liu Chun. However, today, the Liu family has fallen outside of Liu Chun's considerations. The greatest threat ultimately remains the Grand Qin dynasty that rules vast territories. Nevertheless, soon, I will truly rise above the Qin dynasty. Just as I could not have imagined a year ago that my strength would surpass that of the Xijiao Liu family today. Liu Chun possesses ample confidence and assurance. Shifting his gaze, he suppressed the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind and looked toward the trembling Liu Tian. Chapter 98. Receive my strike. Concerning the strength of the Xijiao Liu family, he had likely gleaned much from the adversary's words. However, when it came to the capabilities of the Ying clan, Liu Chun remained only partially informed. Given the esteemed status of this individual from the Liu family, it was reasonable to assume he could access a wealth of information regarding the Ying clan. After all, a figure of such stature within the Liu family would undoubtedly hold a significant position. As a pillar of strength within a powerful faction, it was only logical that he would be privy to secrets unknown to the common populace. Pray tell, how much do you know about the Ying clan's true nature? Liu Chen's gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of Liu Tian's soul. Under the intensity of Liu Chen's scrutiny, Liu Tian felt as though all his hidden secrets were laid bare beneath those starry, shimmering eyes. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Liu Tian dared not withhold the truth. The strongest of the Ying clan is a peak celestial immortal of the first rank. However, this is merely what is publicly known. Whether there are hidden powers remains uncertain. The Ying clan could not possibly reveal all their strength to the world. A celestial immortal of the first rank. Liu Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. Once he ascended to the second rank of the earthly immortal realm, he would possess the capability to contend with such a being. Was this truly the extent of the Ying clan's might? It seemed, for him, the threat was not insurmountable. Yet, as Liu Tian had pointed out, this was merely the surface. The depths of their power were shrouded in mystery. After all, a family capable of ruling an empire and dominating a territory would not lay all their cards on the table. Their most formidable trump cards would undoubtedly be kept well concealed. What other strong figures are there besides the peak celestial immortal? Liu Chun inquired further. There is also a third-rank earthly immortal, 3 second-rank earthly immortals, 2 third-rank human immortals, and 6 first-rank human immortals. With Liu Tian's elucidation, Liu Chun began to grasp the formidable strength that the Ying clan openly displayed. Indeed, a family capable of governing a vast territory and establishing a grand dynasty was no ordinary entity. The very powers they showcased were sufficient to elevate the Ying clan to the status of a top-tier righteous sect capable of suppressing an entire region. Common righteous sects could not compare to the overwhelming force of the Ying clan, including the Yushu immortal sect, whose strongest visible figure was merely Master Changmei, a peak earthly immortal of the second rank. In stark contrast, the Ying clan boasted a peak celestial immortal, a third-rank earthly immortal, and 3 second-rank earthly immortals. Amidst this comparison, Liu Chun finally comprehended why the Yushu immortal sect found itself in such a precarious position. The disparity was indeed vast. If it were not for the profound heritage left by the Yushu immortal sect over the course of millennia, it is likely that the Ying clan alone could effortlessly raise the sect to the ground at any moment. The burden is heavy and the journey long. Regarding the matter of the Xijiao Liu family, it necessitates careful deliberation. At present, I may not possess the strength to challenge the Ying clan that stands behind the Liu family. The power exhibited openly by the Ying clan is not something I can easily destabilize. Moreover, one must not overlook the possibility that the Ying clan harbors formidable hidden masters, perhaps even ancestors who have not yet perished. The future is uncertain. Liu Chun pondered extensively. In summary, it is not yet time to confront the Liu family openly. Otherwise, attracting the attention of the Ying clan would be a grave miscalculation. After much contemplation, Liu Chun suppressed his thoughts and fixed his gaze upon the trembling Liu Tian before him. Spare me. Liu Tian's lips quivered, his complexion devoid of color. His eyes filled with hope, yet tinged with fear as he looked at Liu Chun. Brilliant streams of Tao light continuously spiraled around his body. The small courtyard within a radius of several hundred meters remained enveloped in this radiant glow. In its illumination, all impurities and darkness in the world were thoroughly purified and banished. Luqing, entwined in the Tao light, appeared ethereal, as if he belonged to a realm beyond the mundane world, transcendent above the earthly plane. He stood against the backdrop of a shadowy world, with magnificent celestial figures towering above him. In the courtyard, under the radiance of the Tao light, Luqing resembled a deity among mortals. Receive my strike. Regardless of life or death, let it be settled in one blow. What say you? Luqing's gaze pierced through the dazzling light, observing the panic etched upon Lu Tian's face. You must not go back on your word. Lu Tian stammered, a surge of survival instinct coursing through him like never before. Although he was merely a first-grade human immortal, his strength far surpassed that of those who practiced demonic arts. The gap between a first-grade human immortal and a first-grade earth immortal was indeed vast. Yet, Lu Tian believed that if it were just one strike, he held a 90% certainty that he could endure it. Though he would emerge gravely wounded, he could still retain his life. While I may not be able to challenge a first-grade earth immortal, I can certainly withstand a single blow. I will spare no effort. I must endure this strike. As long as I can withstand it, I will be able to leave the Yushu immortal sect alive. Then, I shall convey everything that transpired this night to the elders. A mere 7-year-old earth immortal of the first rank. Such a monstrosity is indeed terrifying. Should this aberration be allowed to mature for a few more years, the Ying clan may find themselves in a state of perpetual unrest. I must survive and disseminate the news of this place to the public, so that the Ying clan might truly begin to heed the alarming existence of this prodigious disciple from the Yushu immortal sect. In that moment, Lu Tian's thoughts raced. His desire to survive reached an unprecedented intensity. A 7-year-old earth immortal of the first rank. What a remarkably fearsome individual. The mere thought that the Lu family had provoked such a creature sent shivers down Lu Tian's spine. This monstrosity must be addressed promptly. Otherwise, it will become impossible to contain in the future. It is not merely the Lu family that risks annihilation due to one individual. The Ying clan, too, would be unable to escape their fate. The reason is simple. The innate talent of this creature is utterly beyond comprehension, transcending the boundaries of worldly logic. No one can fathom the extent to which this monster's astonishing gifts will evolve in the future. I must be able to withstand it. Lu Tian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to suppress the fear that surged within him, swiftly channeling the celestial energy within his body. A single strike from an earth immortal of the first rank. It is feasible. This creature's rapid enhancement of power indicates an unstable foundation. Thus, a single strike from an earth immortal of the first rank may only possess the strength of a third-rank human immortal. If I exert my utmost effort, I shall surely be able to withstand it. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tian forcibly activated a peculiar technique, concentrating his vital energy to unleash a momentary surge, thus elevating his realm to that of a second-rank human immortal. Blood-burning technique. Activate. This is a sinister technique, not merely a demonic art. It is best described as a method detrimental to the human body, which is why it has been classified as malevolent by the major sects of the cultivation world. It can forcibly elevate one's realm for approximately several dozen breaths, granting a fleeting glimpse of a higher level of power. However, afterward, the body will succumb to an unprecedented weakness and endure the sensation akin to being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants. Such a technique, fraught with significant drawbacks, is generally prohibited by the major sections. Any method that harms the body is uniformly categorized as malevolent and does not belong to the realm of righteous techniques. However, for a colossal entity like the Lu family, it is only natural to retain some of these techniques. Even some righteous sects, while ostensibly forbidding practitioners from cultivating these malevolent arts, secretly engage in their practice without any assurance that they do not indulge in such techniques. At this moment, to counter Lu Chen's strike, Lu Tian was prepared to pay any price. He exerted all his strength, unhesitatingly employing this technique that poses a grave risk to his own body. In general, such damaging and malevolent techniques are not employed lightly. Only when faced with a life and death crisis does one resort to such forbidden arts, forcibly elevating their own realm in pursuit of greater chances for survival. At this moment, the critical juncture of life and death has arrived. If possible, Jiutian would certainly prefer not to harm his body by utilizing these dark skills. However, confronted with an attack from a first-grade Earth immortal, despite his constant self-reassurance, he is acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between them. He is left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, employing forbidden arts to enhance his own realm and survive the grasp of this monstrous adversary. For a fleeting moment, he has ascended to the second grade of the human immortal realm. Thus, he should be able to withstand an attack from a first-grade Earth immortal without much difficulty. Jiutian's eyes, bloodshot and filled with determination, fixate intently on Liu Chen's direction, his entire being taut with tension, revealing his inner anxiety and profound fear. No matter how much he tries to reassure himself, he cannot shake the realization of how unattainable the gulf of power between himself and Liu Chen truly is. The difference between a first-grade human immortal and a first-grade Earth immortal is not easily bridged. Even a single strike from a first-grade Earth immortal is sufficient to extinguish a first-grade human immortal's life. Are you ready? Liu Chen inquired with a smile. Let it begin. Jiutian gritted his teeth resolutely. Anticipation glimmered on Liu Chen's face. He then gently raised his right arm, as celestial power coalesced within his meridians, surging forth into the palm of his hand. Concurrently, a radiant, blinding golden aura erupted from his palm. In an instant, the brilliance surged forth, as if intent on piercing the night sky and soaring into the heavens. It was dazzling, glaring, and illuminating the vast expanse. An incredibly sacred aura emanated from Liu Chen's being. In that fleeting moment, a divine and majestic ethereal figure of an immortal slowly emerged, manifesting alongside Liu Chen's resplendent aura. It was as though a true celestial deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Intricate golden inscriptions intertwined around Liu Chen's body and the ethereal figure behind him, creating a scene of astonishing grandeur. Liu Chen and the towering immortal figure seemed to share an immense, profound connection. The radiant light shimmered like a boundless sea of stars, flickering wildly like celestial bodies dancing in the night sky. The surrounding space resonated with a deep hum, trembling incessantly, as if it could scarcely endure this terrifying power and was on the verge of collapsing. Then, Liu Chen brought his right hand, with the index and middle fingers together in a sword gesture, slightly leaning forward. The unparalleled technique created by the Grand Master of Tao does not adhere strictly to form. It is known as the sword technique of the nine heavens, yet it does not necessitate the use of a sword to be unleashed. Terrifyingly, the imposing and dreadful ethereal figure of the celestial deity, situated behind the sunken land, seemed to advance in tandem with the descent of the earth, extending a golden hand that spanned 100 zhang, entwined with countless enigmatic Tao inscriptions. The first form of the Biluo manifested, the radiance of the sword emerged, a brilliance of a myriad zhang. It cleaved through the vast expanse of the sky. Chapter 99, Confinement Space in the Void of Night, the Supreme Celestial Being, standing majestically among the clouds, filled the expanse entirely. Waves of golden, profound script floated thousands of meters above, transforming into an incomparably sacred energy that swirled in the air. The crescent moon, suspended at the edge of the heavens, bathed in a silvery glow, was entirely eclipsed by this golden radiance. In comparison to the towering celestial figure, the moonlight appeared diminutive and inconsequential. Beneath the moonlight, a magnificent golden silhouette of the celestial being loomed, seemingly intent on piercing the clouds, tearing asunder the firmament, and radiating an unparalleled brilliance. It resembled a blazing sun descending from the horizon, on the verge of gracing the earthly realm. The immaculate golden light enveloped an expanse of tens of thousands of meters, casting a divine presence upon the mortal world. The ethereal figure of this celestial being, adorned with a kaleidoscope of sword-like outlines shimmering on its back, emitted a series of radiant halos. Sacred, majestic, beyond the realm of mortals. The hazy golden glow of the celestial being pierced the sky, transforming the dimness of night into a dazzling brilliance that was nearly blinding. The celestial being appeared to tower 10,000 feet high, as if it had descended from the ninth heaven to the earthly realm. The scene was terrifying, almost beyond comprehension. A pure and innocent aura emanated from the celestial being, sweeping in all directions. 10,000 meters away, the golden light radiated by the celestial being permeated every corner, illuminating the darkness and purging any trace of filth. Upon a closer look, This celestial being resembled a projection of the supreme Tao Ancestor descending directly from the heavenly palace. Waves of resplendent golden light swirled around, forming a vast sea of stars that enveloped the celestial being, obscuring nearly half of the sky. Thus, this unmatched radiance created a realm beyond the mundane world, so sacred that it seemed capable of purifying all human emotions and desires. Though the celestial being appeared somewhat hazy, the radiant light had already split the sky, nearly enveloping the entire Yushu Immortal Gate. It was as if it had stepped forth from the heavenly palace, or like the supreme Tao Ancestor had graced the world with their presence. The golden light shone brilliantly across the heavens, completely devouring the moonlight, dissolving it into nothingness. In that moment, even the moonlight in the night could not be compared to the golden luminescence emanating from this celestial being. All things in the world were reduced to its presence alone. It stood atop the clouds, purging all impurities, demonic energy, and malevolent thoughts from the earthly realm, leaving behind only warmth for humanity. The vast starry night sky was wholly replaced by this celestial being. Its power was so terrifying that the surrounding light caused the very fabric of space to writhe and tremble on the brink of collapse. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force of this celestial being's descent. Buzz, buzz, the space quivered and resonated, distorted and folded. This force is utterly terrifying. Merely the arrival of a celestial shadow upon the mortal realm is sufficient to render this space incapable of withstanding its presence, teetering on the brink of collapse. It can only be said that it is profoundly extraordinary, overwhelmingly fearsome. Its power, even in the slightest manifestation upon this earth, possesses the potential to upheave the very foundations of reality. Even this realm itself cannot endure such might, and this is merely its shadow. One can only imagine the cataclysmic devastation that would ensue should the complete swordsmanship of the Taishang Daozu, the revered lineage of the 9 heavens of Biluo, be unleashed in its entirety. The initial stroke of the sword, merely activated, has already instigated this terrifying upheaval. It is truly unfathomable what catastrophic force might erupt at the moment when all techniques of the 9 heavens of Biluo are simultaneously unleashed. The radiance of the Tao illuminates the vast expanse of the sky, appearing particularly striking and noteworthy against the backdrop of the night. Even in daylight, the celestial shadow exudes a brilliance that could be perceived from miles away, enveloping the entire Yushu Immortal Gate with its magnificent presence. Consequently, it was inevitable that the elders and disciples within the Yushu Immortal Gate would be stirred from their reverie. One by one, the elders emerged from their abodes, gazing upwards with astonished eyes, filled with disbelief as they beheld the towering golden celestial shadow above the clouds. Tens of thousands of disciples stood enraptured, their expressions frozen in shock. What on earth has transpired? Such a sacred and majestic silhouette. What is happening? Has a celestial being truly descended upon the mortal realm? Could it be that the Taishang Daozu has graced our Yushu Immortal Gate with their presence? My heavens! Could this celestial shadow indeed be the Taishang Daozu appearing before us? The shadow almost entirely obscures the halo emitted by the moonlight. It is utterly frightening. On this night, the entire Yushu Immortal Gate has been ignited with awe. Pairs of eyes, filled with terror and disbelief, converge upon the towering golden celestial figure. Unable to shift their gaze even the slightest bit, they can see that at the edges of this golden celestial figure, radiant Tao light swirls like a vast sea of stars, accompanied by enigmatic Tao symbols hovering in the air, reminiscent of a night sky where twinkling stars dance. The Tao light envelopes the entire Yushu Immortal Gate. Without exception, everyone inside has been awakened, as they lift their heads to behold the magnificent celestial shadow towering above. All present feel a profound sense of their own insignificance. It is akin to an ant on the ground gazing upwards, attempting to behold the starry sky, only to see the figure of a human. What does this signify? In the presence of this sacred light that envelopes the entire Yushu Immortal Gate, the sect leader, the peak masters of the immortal realm, and the elders of each peak stand utterly astonished. Their gazes converged upon the projection of the golden celestial deity, their minds rendered blank, bodies frozen in a state of stupor, immobile. Throughout the corners of the Yushu Immortal Sect, disciples stood in awe, their hearts brimming with reverence and admiration for the magnificent figure before them. How terrifying and majestic this celestial being appeared. Was it truly the supreme Tao ancestor descending to the mortal realm? Or perhaps, the supreme Tao ancestor had bestowed upon them a projection? If not, how could one explain the sudden emergence of this celestial apparition? A myriad of speculations circulated among the crowd. Faced with such an imposing figure, their emotions were understandably tumultuous, and it was impossible to approach this astonishing phenomenon with a calm demeanor. It was utterly terrifying. This was the first time in their lives they had witnessed such an unfathomable spectacle. The towering celestial figure descended upon the world. What could possibly be more soul-stirring than this? The upper half of the golden celestial projection seemed poised to pierce the heavens, reaching toward the clouds, enveloped by layers of mist. Yet, the resplendent golden light was far too dazzling to be obscured. It shone like the blazing sun on the horizon. No matter how the clouds attempted to conceal it, they could not dim the divine radiance emanating from this celestial light. The night was pierced by this luminous glory. This evening felt anything but the usual coldness of night. Rather, the air was imbued with warmth, eliciting a deep sense of comfort within the hearts of those present. "Master, what on earth is happening?" Two peak masters approached Qiankun, standing beside him, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the celestial projection, unable to restrain their inquiries. "I, too, am at a loss," Qiankun replied, his throat dry as he shook his head in bewilderment. He had never encountered such a remarkable spectacle. Within the Yushu immortal sect, there had never been records of anything similar. It was profoundly mysterious and utterly astonishing. Could it be, as the disciples within the sect speculated, that the supreme Tao ancestor had personally descended from the heavens, manifesting a projection within our Yushu immortal sect? The master of Tianshu Peak instinctively blurted out. This. Qiankun was left speechless. He could not fathom any rationale. Such an incredible phenomenon was a first for anyone. How could they ascertain the truth? In any case, for the Yushu immortal sect, it should pose no detriment. If it truly was the supreme Tao ancestor who had descended with a projection, then it would indeed be a fortuitous event. Henceforth, those nefarious factions wishing to covet the secrets of our sect's scriptures would need to weigh their own capabilities carefully. Qiankun took a deep breath, his heart still trembling with emotion. Though he expressed such thoughts, he himself remained uncertain about the reality of the situation. Nevertheless, he harbored some conjectures. This phenomenon was indeed something he had never witnessed in his lifetime. It does not belong to the mundane realm. It must surely originate from a higher plane. This aura is profoundly sacred and remarkably majestic, or so Qiankun pondered. Beside him, the long-silent master of Qiankun Peak tentatively inquired, could this be the manifestation of an unparalleled technique wielded by an invincible being of the Taoist sect? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, becoming eerily silent. Qiankun opened his mouth, his throat parched. The master of Tianshu Peak's eyes widened in shock. Even while bathed in the warmth of the Taoist light, he felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, causing his entire being to shudder with fear. Raising his gaze once more, the group beheld the towering celestial figure standing amidst the clouds, alongside the vast starry Tao light lingering at the edge of the divine. If this were indeed a transcendent technique, what could it possibly signify? They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror. This notion was simply too horrifying to contemplate. They dared not delve deeper, nor could they accept the terrifying conjecture that upended their understanding. A technique capable of summoning a projection from the supreme Tao ancestor? Could the supreme Tao ancestor truly descend from the celestial realm to cast a projection upon the mortal world? Is that even conceivable? It is madness. Yet, if all of this were indeed true, one must ask, what level of technique could achieve such a feat? It likely transcends the very realm of martial arts and secret techniques. What kind of skill could manifest a towering golden celestial figure? It seemed as though the heavens themselves were about to be pierced by this divine presence. Is such a phenomenon achievable by mere martial arts or secret techniques? Preposterous. No earthly technique could possibly create such an astonishing spectacle. A technique that could summon the projection of the supreme Tao ancestor. Can this still be classified as a mere technique? This is divine art. Celestial law? The law of the divine. Such descriptions are hardly excessive. Throughout the millennia across this vast world, I have yet to hear of any technique capable of producing such a terrifying commotion. Qiankun quickly shook his head, dismissing this notion that so radically challenged his understanding. The master's assertion was indeed accurate. The master of Tianshu Peak concurred. equally skeptical that such astonishing and terrifying techniques could exist in this mundane world. Could it be that a true celestial being is wielding divine arts from the ninth heaven? This is a realm unattainable by mere techniques. Only the true law of celestial beings could potentially create such a monumental disturbance. Changmei spoke again. Indeed, even the esteemed leader of Qiankun Peak, who proposed such a terrifying conjecture, could not refute Changmei's assertions, but rather instinctively expressed his agreement. Truly, were it not for the divine methods of celestial beings, how could such a cataclysmic disturbance arise? Subsequently, after meticulously observing the surrounding environment, Changmei shook his head in resignation and sighed. There is no means to investigate the source of the projection cast by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. The reach of the ethereal celestial projection is so vast that it nearly obscures half of the firmament. Naturally, the difficulty in uncovering the origin of this golden celestial being is exceedingly high, akin to the challenge of ascending to the heavens. Gazing at the towering celestial figure that seemed poised to pierce the sky, Changmei, along with several peak masters of the celestial realm and all the elders and disciples within the Yushu immortal sect, could only feel a profound sense of reverence, fear, and worship in that moment. Lu Tian was utterly bewildered, since he beheld the resplendent golden celestial apparition unfurling behind Lu Chun. Resembling a being descending from the heavenly Tao palace, he was left in a state of shock. The brilliant golden radiance enveloped his form, rendering his expression one of astonishment, disbelief, and a myriad of emotions that intricately mingled on his countenance, giving it a remarkably complex and inscrutable quality. The surrounding space hummed and trembled incessantly, revealing the sheer terror of the power that rendered this realm somewhat unstable, quivering as if it might collapse at any moment. The towering celestial figure stood atop the clouds, emanating dazzling golden light that obscured its form, revealing only a magnificent silhouette. The radiant light transformed into a vast sea of stars, completely shrouding half the sky. An unparalleled aura of sanctity radiated from the celestial projection, sweeping across an expanse of countless miles. As the individual closest to the celestial being, Lu Tian immediately felt the overwhelming pressure of this ethereal presence, akin to an oppressive force stemming from the hierarchy of life forms. What, pray tell, is this entity? Lu Tian's lips quivered, his throat parched. The oppressive force emanating from the celestial projection, merely the residual waves enveloping his body, rendered his legs weak and his entire being trembled uncontrollably. A series of radiant lights, akin to stars in their cyclical motion, hovered high above. The celestial being, concealed within the radiance, gazed down upon the world with an expression devoid of emotion, observing the insignificant Lu Tian from an unfathomable height. In contrast, Lu Tian felt as minuscule as an ant gazing up at the vastness of the starry sea. Celestial beings, have they truly descended? In that instant, Lu Tian's mind became a blank slate, engulfed in a state of utter bewilderment and stupor. At this moment, he still maintained the aura of a second-tier celestial being. The sinister technique he was employing evidently had not yet reached the point of obsolescence. During this period, he could forcibly unleash strength that transcended his original realm. However, upon confronting the imposing ethereal figure before him, towering to the heavens, Lu Tian abruptly awakened to a profound realization. He became acutely aware of how utterly insignificant and contemptible his second-tier celestial power truly was. How utterly embarrassing, since ascending to the realm of the celestial. This was the first time in his life that Lu Tian genuinely felt, from the depths of his soul, the fragility of his existence. Before this magnificent ethereal figure, he experienced an overwhelming pressure stemming from the hierarchy of life forms, causing his will to shatter completely. Simultaneously, from the very moment this celestial apparition descended, Lu Tian sensed, with an eerie dread, that his body seemed to lose control, frozen in that instant. The authority over his own body had mysteriously vanished. This revelation filled Lu Tian with escalating panic. What had transpired? How could he have lost dominion over his own body, standing here like a mere log, passively enduring all harm? No, it was not that I lost control of my body. Rather, this space has been confined. Chapter 100, The Sword Technique, Unleashed. Lu Tian was astounded to discern the fundamental truth of the situation. Just as he had surmised, this realm had been irrevocably sealed. Thus, no matter how fervently he exerted his strength, He could not stir his body even the slightest. With the space itself confined, how could he possibly hope to move? The very essence of this confinement raised a multitude of questions in his mind. His lips trembled as he gazed ahead. A visage of shock and trepidation etched upon his features. All that transpired before him had far exceeded his expectations. Shifting his gaze, Liu Tian's fearful eyes diverted from the towering, terrifying celestial apparition to the youthful figure enveloped in radiant light. He was convinced that this entire phenomenon stemmed from the monstrous entity before him. Although this revelation shattered his previous understanding, it was the only possibility he could fathom. If not for this creature, then from whence had such a colossal celestial being emerged? Undoubtedly, everything was intricately linked to this grotesque figure. Was this still a mere technique? To summon a celestial being from beyond the ninth heaven into the mortal realm? Could such feats be achieved through mundane practices? What a jest! What manner of power had this creature unleashed? Such magnitude of skill surely transcended the very limits of traditional techniques. The descent of a celestial being to the human world, was this not beyond the realm of mere practices? The more Liu Tian contemplated, the more his heart raced with dread. He lifted his gaze towards the towering golden celestial figure, beholding the vast sea of stars and the dazzling, blinding light of the Tao swirling in the heavens above. Such astonishing phenomena unfolded before his eyes. In contrast to the oblivious elders and disciples of the Yushu immortal sect, Liu Tian's emotions were profoundly more tumultuous. For only he could grasp the truth. The reason this celestial apparition had descended from the heavens was solely due to the arcane skills wielded by the monstrous figure before him. Such an art could no longer be merely classified as a technique. It was far beyond the capabilities of conventional practices. Was this the divine art of the celestial beings? The legendary methods passed down from the celestial courts of the ninth heaven? Such absurd thoughts flooded Liu Tian's mind. Had he not undergone these experiences, he would have dismissed this as mere fabrications of myth. Yet now, having lived through it, the reality was starkly different. Could it be that the celestial court truly existed? Was there an era where celestial beings roamed the skies? Otherwise, how could this creature summon a celestial being to the mortal realm before his very eyes? How could this monstrous being possibly wield such cognitive disrupting powers? How did it acquire such methods that seem almost divine? It is inconceivable. Liu Tian was gripped by a paralyzing fear that clouded his reason. The sacred radiance enveloping his body amplified his trepidation to unimaginable heights. He understood the implications of such terrifying abilities for the realm of cultivation. If the various sects were to learn of the existence of this nearly transcendent technique, the entire cultivation world would surely be engulfed in chaos, inciting unprecedented turmoil. The celestial methods that transcend mundane practices would undoubtedly drive all of humanity to madness. Even the most formidable beings of the celestial realm would be no exception. At this moment, Liu Tian witnessed firsthand a power that could almost connect with the divine. This was a skill beyond the heavens. The towering golden silhouette of the celestial being pierced the heavens, leaving one to ponder how it could be summoned to the mortal realm. Yet, Liu Tian could sense the terrifying and surging energy contained within this celestial figure, a force potent enough to annihilate the very fabric of existence. Could this truly be the power wielded by a being of the first rank of Earth Immortal? Was it conceivable that a being of such a rank could unleash techniques so catastrophic as to threaten the world itself? Liu Tian's mind reeled in disbelief. The notion that such a nearly unfathomable ability could be manifested by a first-rank Earth Immortal was staggering. Even more frightening was the fact that this Earth Immortal was merely 7 years old. Not only did this child possess such horrifying strength, but they also commanded powers that defied all earthly logic. Liu Tian was consumed by a jealousy that bordered on madness. He had thought that a 7-year-old Earth Immortal was already a phenomenon that defied belief. Yet, at this very moment, as he beheld the towering golden celestial silhouette and felt the annihilating power it emanated, he became acutely aware that anything associated with this monster could not be comprehended through ordinary reasoning. Had he not witnessed this with his own eyes today, he would never have dared to believe that a 7-year-old Earth Immortal could invoke such a cataclysmic technique capable of obliterating all things. Was this the strike that the monster intended for him to endure? Am I truly expected to withstand a blow from a celestial being towering a myriad of feet above the clouds? Surely, this cannot be a jest. The technique this monster referred to, could it truly be this? The thought of it sent a wave of dread coursing through Jiutian. How could he possibly defend against such a strike? Suddenly, memories flooded back of his own reckless actions, forcibly channeling dark energies to elevate his realm from the first rank of human immortal to the second rank, a decision that now seemed utterly absurd. One must ask, in the realm of immortals, whether one is of the first or second rank, does it truly make a difference when confronted with the towering, ethereal silhouette of a celestial being? The answer is unequivocally no, regardless of whether one is at the first, second, or third rank of immortality. When faced with the formidable strike of this towering divine entity, Jiutian perceives an inescapable fate awaiting him, certain death. The sheer disparity in power is overwhelming. The two cannot even be compared in scale, akin to an ant standing before a human. Suppressing his inner dread, Jiutian gritted his teeth, staring at the young figure enveloped in radiant divine light before him, his eyes brimming with terror as he shouted, "What manner of monster are you? If you are not a monster, how could you wield such terrifying abilities? This power transcends the realm of humanity. Are you truly a reincarnated celestial being? Or perhaps a divine entity descended from the ninth heaven to the mortal realm? Speak, I implore you." Jiutian's mental state deteriorated as he continued to scream, unable to conceive of any other possibility. Perhaps this creature before him was indeed a celestial being gracing the earth. Otherwise, how could one so young, merely 7 years old, achieve the first rank of earthly immortality? How could they employ such fearsome celestial methods at this early stage? In that moment, Jiutian regarded Liu Chun as a genuine celestial being. What kind of monster had the Liu family provoked? This was a true and living celestial god. A profound sense of despair began to envelop Jiutian regarding the Liu family's predicament. They had drawn the ire of a veritable celestial being. The Liu family was truly facing annihilation. Even the Ying clan could not shield themselves from this calamity. In fact, the Ying clan might face extinction due to a single individual. The creature before him was a celestial being in the truest sense. At that moment, in response to Jiutian's frantic outburst, Liu Chun, shrouded in divine and resplendent light, offered no reply. Instead, he gazed calmly at Jiutian. Then, with a gentle motion, he pointed his sword hand toward the ground where Jiutian stood. The thrust appeared light and airy, yet, in its wake, the void collapsed. All existence fell silent. Chapter 101. Shattered oblivion. The luminous radiance of the Tao illuminated the expanse beyond countless miles. A majestic golden celestial apparition loomed above the clouds, eclipsing the sun and moon, seemingly poised to pierce the very heavens and overshadow the gentle glow of moonlight. With a delicate thrust from Liu Chun, he advanced towards the spot where Jiutian stood. Concurrently, the towering celestial figure behind him mirrored this movement, its resplendent sword-like finger, aglow with dazzling golden Tao light, gradually extended. Like a meteor plummeting from the sky, it descended upon the earth. At the core of the celestial figure's sword-like finger, an emblem of the Tao radiated an incredibly brilliant and blinding light, becoming the most resplendent halo in the night. The air hummed and trembled as if the very fabric of space quivered under the weight of this formidable sword strike. Akin to the descent of the supreme Tao ancestor from the lofty nine heavens, imbued with a terrifying power that transcended the mundane world. This realm seemed unable to withstand such overwhelming force, causing the space to shudder incessantly, on the brink of total collapse. Enveloped in golden Tao light, Liu Chen's form was adorned with intricate golden Tao inscriptions, accentuating his ethereal presence beyond the ordinary. Behind him, the towering celestial figure gazed down with eyes that concealed the cycles of countless stars, devoid of any emotional ripples, casting a gaze that felt like the heavens themselves watching. Under the scrutiny of those emotionless eyes, Jiutian felt increasingly insignificant and inconsequential. He was rendered immobile. From the moment Liu Chun unleashed the first stroke of the Biluo sword light, Jiutian's body had been utterly confined. The space surrounding him was completely sealed off. The energy that bound the space was both profound and terrifying, clearly beyond Jiutian's current capabilities to escape. Even with his forcibly enhanced cultivation at the second tier of the human immortal realm. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the 100-foot-long sword-like finger pierced through the clouds, slowly descending towards him. The sword-like finger obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun. The clouds were torn asunder by its descent. As if the firmament itself had been rent open, unleashing an unparalleled colossal sword upon the mortal realm. It was as though a meteor imbued with world-destroying power plummeted from the sky with terrifying velocity. The golden, resplendent Tao light had already traversed vast expanses of the sky. The majestic celestial figure gradually lowered its sword-like finger. The tip of the finger, adorned with the emblem of the Tao, flickered with fervent intensity. The energies of heaven and earth seemed to converge wholly within this finger, as the 100-foot-long sword-like finger was poised to descend upon the world. The firmament was shrouded. Lu Qin's chest suddenly radiated with the luminous essence of the Tao, as golden Tao light coalesced between his fingers. The distance between Lu Qin and Lu Tian was approximately 20 meters. Yet, despite this considerable separation, Lu Qin executed his sword technique from a distance, showing no intention of advancing towards Lu Tian. At that distance of over 20 meters, he unleashed the sword technique. A radiant light converged in his hand and, with a mere thought, he released it entirely. Boom! A sword thrust forth, seemingly light and devoid of power. However, in reality, as Lu Qin propelled this strike forward, he could feel the resistance of space against his fingers, but all such obstacles were ruthlessly shattered. Thus, crack, crack, the fabric of space crumbled and collapsed. The ruptured space generated an immensely terrifying pull, yet it was completely obstructed and suppressed by the dreadful energy emanating from Lu Qin, forcefully contained. This strike appeared to encompass an entire realm. Brilliant and profound runes entwined around Lu Qin's fingers, their radiance intensifying, becoming increasingly dazzling, and exuding an ever more terrifying aura. With a single finger, boom, the void collapsed. All existence fell silent, succumbing to the cycle of reincarnation. The sword light emerged. Lu Qin channeled the celestial power within him, as if all his celestial energy had been utterly consumed, leaving not a trace behind, directly drained. He understood well that this was the first form of the Biluo 9 heavens, the sword light emergence, which inflicted tremendous exhaustion upon his body. This move was truly terrifying, even at the first level of Earth Immortal. Employing the first form of Biluo 9 heavens had completely exhausted his once abundant celestial energy in the Dantian. The celestial energy of a first-level Earth Immortal was still insufficient to fully activate the sword light emergence. At this moment, Lu Qin was forcibly channeling this strike, a technique capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. To genuinely wield the sword light emergence to its utmost power, it was evident that the first-level Earth Immortal was far from adequate. As Lu Qin's fingers moved, the space was violently torn apart. The distance of over 20 meters was instantly reduced to mere inches. This sword transcended space. It shattered the void. Even time seemed to stand still. The 20-meter distance was effortlessly obliterated under the terrifying power birthed by this sword, collapsing and shortening to mere proximity. Lu Tian, standing over 20 meters away, suddenly appeared before Lu Qin. Then, with a light and delicate gesture, a radiant beam of light directly struck Lu Tian's heart. In an instant, the celestial shadow that overshadowed the horizon moved in tandem with Lu Qin's action, as a sword-like finger pointed at Lu Tian's seemingly insignificant body, akin to an ant. As the concealed dreadful power erupted, the void collapsed once more. As the sword descended, golden arcane symbols entwined the surroundings, forming an expansive sea of stars. Within this vast celestial expanse, a sacred and immaculate realm emerged. Towering and formidable ethereal figures of divine beings spiraled within the shadows of this world. The multitude of celestial entities revealed their majestic forms. Is this the power of the divine beings existing in the world? Lu Tian could not help but recall the words spoken to him earlier by Lu Qin, which echoed vividly in his mind. Have you ever witnessed the power of divine beings in the world? In this moment, Lu Tian truly beheld it. This, indeed, was the might of the divine. Terrifying to the point of evoking primal fear, an innate belief devoid of any resistance surged within him. All convictions and will, when confronted with such overwhelming power, would shatter into fragments. As he felt the sword's tip approaching, his throat parched, his gaze filled with terror and bewilderment. Lu Tian's mind descended into utter emptiness. In that fleeting instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Subsequently, the colossal sword tip that blotted out the sun descended upon Lu Tian in tandem with Lu Qin's strike. In stark contrast, Lu Tian's form appeared as a minuscule speck in the vast ocean. Boom! The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, fully unleashed. A power potent enough to shatter the void descended upon Tian's body. The very fabric of space crumbled. The heavens threatened to fracture. A tumultuous and fearsome shockwave radiated outward, tearing at the very essence of space, causing it to writhe and tremble. In the next moment, the realm of a human-level second tier appeared exceptionally fragile and feeble. With a splatter, Tian's body was violently reduced to a mist of blood by a single strike. The surging power continued to flourish, vaporizing the blood mist that had once been Tian, now suspended in midair, destined to descend. A resplendent world materialized at the moment the divine being's colossal sword tip arrived. Nearly everything was utterly crushed in the wake of this strike. The blood mist dispersed into the air, evaporating under the overwhelming force, leaving not even a bone behind. All of Tian's possessions vanished into thin air, dissolving into illusions after that singular blow. His entire being exploded. His shattered form continued to endure the unparalleled, terrifying force, gradually being dismantled inch by inch. Throughout this ordeal, not a single drop of blood fell to the ground. He was reduced to ethereal particles, a fate worse than death. After death, not a trace remained. This was the true meaning of utter annihilation. Not a strand of hair or a drop of blood lingered in this world. Amidst the terrifying forces of the azure heavens, Tian's entire being was utterly shattered, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, leaving not the slightest trace of existence behind, vanishing like smoke in the wind. An absolute obliteration. After Tian's demise, the very spot where he once stood continued to resonate with a cacophony of buzzing and trembling. The dreadful power unleashed by that single strike corroding the very fabric of space. The realm became exceedingly unstable, on the brink of an imminent collapse at any moment. Buzz. Buzz. The quaking space birthed an overwhelming force of rending, as if everything around was being drawn into the void to be extinguished. Soon after, a projection of the nine heavens Tao Palace descended upon the mortal realm. Majestic, ethereal figures of deities circled above the boundless void of the Tao Palace. Strangely enough, the trembling space appeared to be influenced by some unseen force, gradually alleviating its turmoil and restoring itself to its original state. Everything returned to its inception. With a single stroke of the sword, Tian vanished, smoke and shadows. His bones extinguished, erased from this world by Liu Chen's blade. The small courtyard, too, resumed its former ambience. Chapter 102. The Fairyland, merely the beginning indeed. It is a supreme divine skill, personally imparted by the Grand Master of the Tao. The destructive power is terrifying. However, the toll it takes to unleash such an unparalleled technique is immense. Witnessing Tian vanish completely from the mortal realm, Liu Chen was filled with deep reflections. Simultaneously, he sensed that the celestial energy within him had nearly been depleted by 99%, leaving only a faint residue of celestial power lingering in his dantian. With just a single strike, he had drained all the celestial energy from his body, plummeting from the pinnacle of strength to the depths of weakness in an instant. The might of this strike was formidable, yet the consumption was equally staggering. Nevertheless, having experienced the terrifying power of the first move of the Biluo, Liu Chen's heart surged with excitement and exhilaration. The destructive force of this technique far exceeded his initial expectations. He had not anticipated such a tremendous commotion. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Chen instinctively raised his gaze. Through the golden light of the Tao, he beheld the magnificent celestial figure hovering above him, towering thousands of feet high, standing amidst the clouds, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Majestic, divine. It was awe-inspiring, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon it. The uproar caused by this strike was indeed monumental, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. It was likely that the elders and the sect leader within the gates were all stirred by this celestial apparition. Countless disciples in the sect were inevitably drawn to the commotion as well. Before unleashing the first move of the Biluo, Liu Chen could hardly have imagined that merely the initial flash of sword light would create such a grand disturbance. Yet, he could not deny his satisfaction with the might of the first move of the Biluo. While the consumption was considerable, the emphasis lay on its boundless power. At the first rank of Earth Immortal, if he were to forcibly invoke the initial sword light of the Biluo, Liu Chen was confident that he could obliterate a third-rank Earth Immortal with a single strike. Even a top-tier practitioner of the first rank of Celestial Immortal would surely hesitate to confront the Biluo unleashed by Liu Chen head-on. The Biluo, as expected, is an extraordinary divine skill derived from the teachings of the Grand Master of the Tao, surpassing all mundane techniques. Merely the first move had completely exhausted Liu Chen's celestial energy. It was evident that his current first rank of Earth Immortal was insufficient to fully harness the power of the first move of the Biluo. Should Liu Chen deploy the Biluo in a confrontation, he would subsequently endure a period of weakness, leaving him vulnerable. Thus, it can be said that the Biluo is a trump card, a skill to be preserved for dire circumstances. It must not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. In the final crucial moments, one must ensure that upon utilizing the Biluo, all enemies are vanquished to secure one's own safety. If not, once the inner strength is completely exhausted with the release of the 9 heavens of blue fall, Liu Chen may find himself reduced to a target easily dispatched by an ordinary celestial being of the first rank. The Stone Threshold Radiance technique can indeed safeguard against threats from practitioners below the celestial realm, yet above that realm, penetrating Liu Chen's Stone Threshold Radiance technique remains relatively straightforward. The 9 heavens of blue fall must not be exposed to the eyes of outsiders. Moreover, once the 9 heavens of blue fall is invoked, my strength will inevitably enter a state of absolute weakness. The very essence of this transcendent technique must never be displayed before others. Such an extraordinary skill, detached from the mundane world, would undoubtedly incite frenzied pursuit from various sects within the cultivation community. Should I choose to unleash the 9 heavens of blue fall, I must ensure the demise of all who are privy to its secrets, thus safeguarding against any potential leakage of information. Liu Chen pondered. How immensely frenzied would cultivators become over a transcendent technique? This, Liu Chen understood all too well, especially considering that the 9 heavens of blue fall, derived from the direct teachings of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, is incomparable to ordinary celestial methods. As a first-rank earthly celestial, I am yet unable to fully harness the power of this technique. Even the second rank may still fall short, Liu Chen reflected, unable to fathom the sheer terror embodied in such an extraordinary skill. The very first stance of the 9 heavens of blue fall is already formidable to this extent, and the conditions required to unleash its full potential are exceedingly high. A first-rank earthly celestial cannot meet the criteria for fully executing the first stance of the 9 heavens of blue fall. The second rank might also prove insufficient. Perhaps only upon reaching the third rank of earthly celestial can one truly manifest the complete might of the first stance. And this is merely the initial manifestation of the sword's brilliance. Indeed, only at the third rank of earthly celestial might one unleash the total destructive power of the first stance of the 9 heavens of blue fall. Thus, one must inquire, what level of cultivation is necessary to completely execute the entire set of sword techniques inherent in the 9 heavens of blue fall? Even Liu Chen sensed that this aspiration seemed somewhat distant from his current reality. At present, attempting to fully realize the potential of the first stance of the 9 heavens of blue fall remains an exceedingly daunting task. The 9 heavens of blue fall comprises a total of 9 stances, with the first stance requiring at least the third rank of earthly celestial as a fundamental threshold. Furthermore, even reaching the third rank does not guarantee the full manifestation of the first stance's power. All of this remains but conjecture. Liu Chen inhaled deeply. The initial astonishment from the horrific destructive power of the first stance now somewhat diminished by these contemplations. The 9 heavens of blue fall consists of 9 stances, and at this moment, he can barely manage to deploy the first stance. Ultimately, his cultivation level is still insufficiently elevated. The first rank of Earth Immortal can only barely wield the initial move of the 9 heavens of Biluo, which leaves Liu Chen in a state of wonder. What kind of invincible being would be required to fully unleash the entirety of the 9 heavens of Biluo? Perhaps a realm beyond that of immortals? It is likely far more than that. Surely, even the ascendant beings above the realm of immortals would not possess the qualifications to manifest the complete destructive power of the 9 heavens of Biluo. The distance to the true domain of celestial deities remains vast and unfathomable. Liu Chen senses this. The multitude of powerful beings in this world likely exceeds his imagination. For many, the realm of immortals may represent the ultimate life goal. Furthermore, each immortal should rightfully be regarded as a top-tier guardian of their domain. However, in Liu Chen's perspective, the realm of immortals may merely signify the commencement of one's cultivation journey. The path of cultivation is arduous and long. Pride and complacency must be avoided. With a gentle exhale, Lu Chun steadies his emotions, cooling the fervor and excitement within him, gradually returning to a state of calm. A glance around reveals that Lu Tian's figure has vanished, providing Lu Chun with a clear understanding of the initial sword light of the nine heavens of Biluo. This was his inaugural display of the nine heavens, and it was also Lu Chun's first experience of the terrifying and extraordinary prowess of this supreme divine skill. Passed down from the ancestral masters, only through genuine application could Lu Chun deeply appreciate its magnitude. If I unleash my full potential without reservation, the initial sword light of the nine heavens of Biluo could allow me to decisively slay a top-tier being of the third rank of Earth Immortal. Even the foremost beings of the first rank of Celestial Immortal would hesitate to confront my nine heavens of Biluo directly. Indeed, even a formidable entity of the second rank of Celestial Immortal, if struck head-on by my nine heavens, would likely face severe injury, if not death. Lu Chun possesses unwavering confidence in the destructive power of the nine heavens of Biluo. This strike is not something just anyone can endure. After all, the sword, extending 100 feet, conceals an unparalleled and terrifying power, akin to a meteorite crashing down, capable of shattering the very earth within 100 miles. Even though Lu Chun cannot yet fully harness this power in the initial move of the nine heavens, its destructive capability is nonetheless astonishing and formidable. A being of the second rank of Celestial Immortal, if inadvertently caught by this strike, would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. This is no exaggeration. Of course, no matter how powerful the nine heavens, it must strike its target to be effective, although it can seal spaces. Whether this sealing is effective against beings of the first or second rank of Celestial Immortal remains an uncertainty. Regardless, possessing the first move of the nine heavens of Biluo grants me the qualifications to confront a second-rank Celestial Immortal head-on. Just the thought of this fills Lu Chun with satisfaction. The second rank of Celestial Immortal is regarded by various sects as the pinnacle of the immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun never anticipated that, having just acquired an unparalleled divine skill, he would possess the power to challenge the most formidable beings of the celestial realm head-on. As his proficiency in the nine heavens of Azure Falls increased, along with a slight elevation in his own cultivation, the destructive force of the nine heavens would inevitably become even more terrifying. At that moment, confronting a second-tier celestial would not be devoid of possibility. The day of reckoning was drawing ever closer. When that time arrives, I shall descend directly upon the Lu family of Shizhao. Even the royal lineage of the Qin dynasty, the Ying clan, would not dare to act presumptuously before me. Lu Chun eagerly awaited the arrival of this day, firmly believing that it would not be long in coming. He lifted his gaze to behold an immense celestial shadow, towering above the entire Yushu immortal sect, casting a vast shadow across the land. Its sheer size rendered it impossible for the elders and disciples of the Yushu sect to discern its origin or the reason for its manifestation. The source of this being remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. It was indeed unfathomable just how terrifyingly powerful a true celestial could be. The sight of this colossal celestial figure evoked within Lu Chun an involuntary reflection on the immense chasm that lay between him and the realm of true divinity. The celestial realm was merely the beginning. Chapter 103. A chorus of opinions following the recent events, Lu Chun resolutely adjusted his mindset. As for the demise of Lu Tian, that was no longer a matter warranting Lu Chun's attention. The life of a mere first-tier member of the Lu family held no significance for him. The loss was utterly inconsequential and did not require further consideration. In the moment of extinguishing Lu Tian's life, Lu Chun discerned that even within the realm of immortals, existence was frail and minuscule. Only by transcending the realm of immortals could one truly be deemed a formidable force. This realization became Lu Chun's paramount aspiration. This surge of power needed to dissipate. Lu Chun sensed a slight weakness within his body and, in response, exerted control over the towering ethereal figure of the immortal, gradually retracting all that energy back into himself. The strength of a first-tier Earth Immortal could not sustain the prolonged use of the nine heavens of Biluo, and after a single maneuver, he found himself nearing a state of physical exhaustion. With a mere thought, the magnificent ethereal figure of the immortal, standing a staggering 10,000 feet tall, began to recede, vanishing into the void. The resplendent golden radiance of the Tao also commenced its retreat, slowly withdrawing and converging back into his being. Under Lu Chun's deliberate manipulation, The waves of Tao light began to dissipate, re-entering his body. Visibly, the Tao symbol etched upon his chest began to shimmer with a more brilliant golden halo, resonating harmoniously with the returning light. The ethereal representation of the world upon his back gradually faded away, and the projections of the immortals, along with the vanishing nine heavens Tao palace, slipped silently into the atmosphere. On the horizon, the vast starry sea, entwined with the towering immortal figure and formed by the golden Tao light, ultimately faded in accordance with Lu Chen's will. A thunderous roar resonated through the night sky, akin to the sound of the Tao reverberating into thunder, rolling outward in all directions. For miles around, the echo of this sound disturbed the tranquility. In a brief moment, the towering immortal figure vanished into the void, seemingly returning to the higher realms. The once resplendent golden Tao light gradually dimmed, its brilliance having nearly eclipsed the enchanting moonlight. Now, as the golden radiance faded, the pure moonlight once again enveloped the earth. The imposing ethereal figure of the immortal ultimately disappeared above the lofty Yusu immortal gate. All astonishing phenomena dissipated without a trace, returning everything to its original state. With the disappearance of the towering immortal figure and the vast starry sea composed of Tao light, the golden radiance illuminating the expansive sky, along with the enigmatic Tao inscriptions, also vanished into thin air. It was as if the rain had ceased, giving way to a clear sky. The night returned to its serene and peaceful state. The moonlight, enchanting as ever, radiated a gentle white glow. The crescent moon hung steadfastly at the edge of the horizon, occasionally obscured by drifting clouds that veiled its faint luminescence. The night at the Yushu Immortal Gate remained as tranquil as ever. However, the scenes that had just unfolded left an indelible mark on the minds of the tens of thousands of disciples within the sect, including all the esteemed elders. If nothing unforeseen occurred, those moments would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. A celestial being, an immortal deity, had undeniably returned to the upper realm. This was the conviction held by Changmei. He was not alone in this thought. The several peak masters beside him, along with the elders of the Yushu Immortal Gate and the multitude of disciples, all shared this profound belief. In their eyes, the towering ethereal figure of the immortal deity was undoubtedly a genuine manifestation of a divine being descended upon the mortal realm. It was a projection from the nine heavens, emanating from the Tao palace of the celestial realm. Beyond this interpretation, they could conceive of no other possibility. Only a living celestial being could possess such terrifying power. This notion resonated collectively within the hearts of all at the Yushu Immortal Gate. To witness the presence of a celestial deity in their lifetime was indeed a rare fortune. The disciples, in reverence, prepared to bid farewell to the celestial being as it returned to the Tao palace of the nine heavens. Under the guidance of Changmei, the sect's leader, the peak masters, elders, and countless disciples all knelt, facing the celestial void above, their expressions filled with profound respect. All beings bowed in worship. This night was extraordinary for the members of the Yushu Immortal Gate. Time flowed like water, slipping through human fingers, impossible to grasp, leaving one to passively experience the erosion of body and spirit by the relentless march of time. Swiftly, a month had passed since the towering ethereal figure of the celestial deity had descended upon the Yushu Immortal Gate from the Tao Palace of the Nine Heavens. During this month, the Yushu Immortal Gate had not undergone significant changes. Aside from the shock that the deity's projection had instigated among the elders and disciples a month prior, no major events had transpired. Even though a month had elapsed, the image of the towering celestial figure still vividly lingered in the minds of the elders and disciples. Various rumors and speculations began circulating throughout every corner of the sect since that time. Yet, whether among the elders or the disciples, there was a unanimous agreement that the towering celestial projection was indeed a divine being that had personally descended from the legendary Tao Palace of the Nine Heavens. There was no other possibility. That night became a vivid memory for the tens of thousands of disciples at the Yushu Immortal Gate. Even after a month, discussions surrounding the astonishing phenomena of that night showed no signs of waning. For nearly a month, it had been the most popular topic within the Yushu Immortal Gate. Alas, the tale continues. The origins and reasons behind the towering celestial apparition remain elusive, even to the most powerful figure within the sect, the esteemed Master Changmei. Consequently, he is unable to provide a satisfactory explanation to the sect's thousands of disciples. Thus, The astonishing phenomenon of the celestial figure's descent upon the Yushu immortal gate naturally gives rise to a multitude of conjectures. Some disciples speculate that the supreme Tao ancestor has descended from the ninth heaven's Tao palace to offer a warning to the mortal realm, perhaps sensing the demonic transformations among the populace. Others hold a contrasting perspective, pondering whether the emergence of a profoundly skilled practitioner within the sect might have drawn the attention of the supreme Tao ancestor, prompting a personal visitation for guidance. Surely, this cannot be taken seriously. Can there truly be such an adept within our Yushu immortal gate? It seems even the master is far from reaching such heights. The discourse surrounding the celestial apparition's descent has spurred the creation of countless theories among the sect's disciples. As the central figure in this unfolding drama, Liuli is undoubtedly aware of the swirling speculations. However, he refrains from making any declarations or revealing the truth behind the matter. Thus, he regards the various narratives and conjectures circulating within the sect as mere jest, choosing not to invest significant concern in them. At present, what occupies Liuli's thoughts most fervently is the imminent breakthrough in his cultivation, a matter he deems of utmost importance. Chapter 104. The Assault on the Second Rank of Earth Immortal. On this day, Liuli sat cross-legged in his small courtyard on the summit of Ascension, his eyes gently closed in tranquil meditation, harmonizing his essence with the rhythm of nature. Though his physical form was present, it evoked a sense of ethereal absence, as if he had never existed at all. His aura, elusive and weightless, melded seamlessly with the environment. His body and spirit felt liberated, and his thoughts soared beyond the heavens. Having accumulated energy for a month, he finally approached the threshold of breaking into the second rank of Earth Immortal. Liuli mused to himself. During this month, stagnation was not an option. It had been a month since he had ascended to the first rank of Earth Immortal, and throughout this time, he diligently laid a solid foundation, once again sensing the subtle loosening of his realm. Thus, he was prepared today to make a vigorous leap directly into the second rank of Earth Immortal. Typically, ascending the ranks of immortality is fraught with difficulty. Most prodigies at the first rank of Earth Immortal require at least 5 years to even brush against the threshold of the second rank. However, for Liuli, the elevation of his realm was as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. Merely a month had passed, and he once again glimpsed the opportunity to break through to the second rank of Earth Immortal. Such astonishingly rapid advancement in power, if known to the various sects of the outside world, would surely drive them into a frenzy. Preparing to assault the second rank of Earth Immortal, Liuli opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He then retrieved from the system's space the rewards he had amassed over the past month. One by one, he extracted porcelain vials containing the coveted spirit-seizing pills, arranging them neatly upon the ground beside him. Upon inspection, there were no fewer than 20 vials, each containing a single, exceptionally rare spirit-seizing pill. One such pill could bring entire merchant families within the cultivation world to ruin, and it was more than sufficient to incite bloodshed and fierce competition among powerful immortals. It is evident how precious and rare these pills are for cultivators. Although the Yushu immortal sect possesses the formula for the spirit-seizing pill, the materials required for its concoction are both exceedingly scarce and invaluable. The production of each pill demands a significant expenditure of rare and precious resources. Were the materials abundant, the Yushu immortal sect would undoubtedly wish to manufacture more spirit-seizing pills. In reality, the materials required are so limited that producing 20 to 30 pills in a year is already considered a remarkable achievement. Furthermore, the process of refining each spirit-seizing pill is arduous, fraught with a high risk of failure. These myriad factors contribute to the rarity of the spirit-seizing pill, which is why it holds such immense value. In order to smoothly ascend to the second rank of the Earth Immortal realm, Liuli decisively prepared 20 spirit-seizing pills, accumulated over a month of diligent attendance. Should the elders of the Yushu immortal sect or the prominent factions of the outside world become aware that Liuli was willing to expend such a remarkable quantity of spirit-seizing pills for a single breakthrough, it would likely incite a jealousy so intense that it could induce them to spew blood. 20 spirit-seizing pills. This quantity represents the total annual production of the Yushu immortal sect. To allocate an entire year's worth of these pills for the use of a single individual? Such a notion is patently impractical. Even though Liuli holds the esteemed title of the sect's daozi, it is inconceivable that he could enjoy such privileges. However, through a month of unwavering attendance, Liuli has managed to consume the spirit-seizing pills as if they were mere sustenance. This level of indulgence, treating spirit-seizing pills as commonplace, is a privilege that even the most exalted prodigies could scarcely dream of. This, indeed, is one of the reasons for Liu Qin's meteoric rise in strength and cultivation. To consume such extraordinary elixirs as if they were everyday meals makes the elevation of one's realm an inevitable outcome. Exhaling softly, Liu Qin retrieved a single spirit-seizing pill from the vial, inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. A satisfying gulp followed, and the effects of the spirit-seizing pill manifested instantaneously, transforming into a warm current that surged into Liu Qin's abdomen. A wave of pure energy began to cleanse his internal organs, blood, bones, and meridians, all within the transformative influence of the pill's refined essence. Blood and vitality surged through his body. The celestial energy within him appeared to respond, becoming increasingly vibrant and animated. The abundant celestial energy in his dantian, under the influence of the pill's pure essence, began to flow wildly through Liu Qin's meridians. Seizing the opportunity as the effects of the spirit-seizing pill took hold, Liu Qin swiftly activated his cultivation technique to assimilate the pure energy it released. The sensation was exquisite. At this moment, Liu Qin felt as though he were submerged in a warm ocean, enveloped by a soothing tide that caressed his body like the gentle waves of the sea. The gentle energy of the spirit-seizing pill was absorbed continuously by Liu Qin's body. This energy was mild, devoid of any ferocity, and posed no adverse effects on his physique. It is precisely for this reason that the spirit-seizing pill holds such immense value. An elixir that bears no negative consequences while significantly enhancing one's cultivation is indeed a rare and precious find. The second pill. Once the effects of the first spirit-seizing pill were fully absorbed, Liu Qin promptly seized a second vial, pouring the pill into the palm of his hand. He once more tossed the spirit-seizing pill into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Another wave of pure energy surged forth as the pill entered his abdomen, swiftly unleashing its profound effects. His cultivation technique continued to operate. Soon, as the effects of the second pill waned, the third spirit-seizing pill was consumed. The fourth, the fifth. Liu Qin tirelessly repeated the same actions in an endless cycle. The spirit dash, capable of inciting the frenzied desires of those powerful beings in the external realm, was consumed by Liu Qin as casually as one would enjoy candy. If outsiders were to witness Liu Qin devouring such precious spirit pills, they would surely be consumed by envy and jealousy to the point of bleeding. To treat the as mere sustenance was indeed a display of extravagant indulgence. Each of these spirit pills was a coveted elixir, sparking fierce competition and conflict among the celestial beings. Yet, in Liu Qin's hands, they were reduced to the status of ordinary candy, recklessly consumed without any reverence typically afforded to such miraculous substances. Waves of pure energy continuously transformed Liu Qin's physique, cleansing his meridians and bones, only to be assimilated into his body through his circulating cultivation techniques. Liu Qin could sense the within his dantian surging with intensity. Reaching a critical threshold, he understood that the second tier of Earth Immortal was within his grasp, merely a half step away. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Liu Qin gathered his strength and swiftly channeled his, exerting all his might to breach the barrier that separated him from this realm. A terrifying airflow emanated from Liu Qin's body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The surging and violent force pressed against the very fabric of existence, producing a low, resonating hum. A shockwave erupted from Liu Qin, sweeping through the air and lifting the dust from the ground, which danced gracefully in the atmosphere. Chapter 105, Second Rank of Earth Immortal, Achieved. As Liu Qin endeavored to break through to the second rank of Earth Immortal, the violent celestial energy spilling forth from his body shattered the surrounding solid earth. Crack, crack. The crisp, melodious sounds echoed gently. Before one's eyes, the ground fractured and splintered, with fissures radiating from the spot where Liu Qin sat in meditation, expanding outward in all directions. These cracks resembled an intricate spider's web, densely covering the terrain. Boom. A terrifying aura surged skyward from Liu Qin's form, a wave of turbulent energy enveloping the nearby willow tree, causing its drooping branches to sway wildly. At last, Liu Qin faintly heard it, a resounding roar from within him. The threshold obstructing his ascension was directly crushed by the torrent of celestial energy he had summoned, vanishing into thin air, dissipating like mist. Thus, it was proclaimed, the second rank of Earth Immortal achieved. Liuqian successfully ascended from the first rank to the second rank of Earth Immortal. This was the same realm as Changmei, the esteemed leader of the Yushu Immortal sect. Yet, in reality, Liuqian's second rank of Earth Immortal was worlds apart from that of Changmei. Under the same rank, Liuqian maintained an unparalleled stance. With the threshold of the second rank surpassed, Liuqian could still sense the restless surge of his vital energy and celestial power. His body continually being transformed by this pure energy. Naturally, upon breaking through to the second rank, a period of bodily metamorphosis was to be expected. His vital energy surged. His celestial power also escalated. This transformative process lasted less than 20 breaths of time. Eventually, as all bodily changes gradually subsided, Liuqian slowly opened his eyes. Filled with joy and genuine delight, bursting into hearty laughter, he had finally succeeded. Second rank of Earth Immortal. In this realm, without resorting to the unparalleled skill of Biluo Jiutian, he felt confident in his ability to contend with those at the first rank of Celestial Immortal. As for the third rank of Earth Immortal, Liuqian believed he could effortlessly vanquish the top-tier experts of that realm with minimal exertion. Clenching his fists and feeling the ferocious power coursing through his arms, a notion arose within Liuqian. This punch seemed capable of shattering the void. Just as he prepared to further explore the profound changes brought by the second rank of Earth Immortal, a sudden series of knocks echoed upon the gate of the courtyard. Accompanied by an anxious voice from outside, it called out, "Junior brother Daozi, visitors from the Pure Yang Dao sect have arrived with Daozi from within." Liuqian's myriad thoughts were abruptly disturbed by the knocking and the urgent voice from outside. He lifted his head. He gazed at the gate of the small courtyard, his lips twitching slightly as he murmured to himself, "Pure Yang Dao sect?" It was only upon mentioning the Pure Yang Dao sect that he suddenly recalled, almost forgetting. Today was indeed the day they had agreed upon for the visit of the disciples from within the sect. Over the past 3 months, Liuqian had become utterly engrossed in his cultivation, to the point of neglecting food and sleep, thereby unintentionally forgetting the imminent arrival of the Pure Yang Dao sect's disciples. This was primarily because, in Liuqian's eyes, the matter was trivial, leading him to subconsciously overlook it without any lingering thoughts. After all, being in the realm of immortals, Liuqian could hardly harbor great expectations for the so-called disciples of the Pure Yang Dao sect. No matter how exceptional or talented those disciples might be, they belonged to an entirely different echelon compared to him. Thus, the visit of the Pure Yang Dao sect, ostensibly to discuss the Dao, was merely a test. In reality, Liuqian had not genuinely considered it important, which was why he had forgotten. Today marked the day they had agreed upon 3 months prior for the visit. Realizing his oversight, Liuqian shook his head and gradually rose from his seated position. His gaze swept across the ground, observing the cracked earth, with gnarled fissures resembling a spider's web, sprawling across every corner of the expansive courtyard. Retracting his gaze, he stepped towards the courtyard gate. Creak. Upon opening the gate, he swiftly exited the small courtyard and firmly closed the door behind him, ensuring that the disarray within the courtyard remained concealed from outside eyes. "Brother Zhouyin?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Liuqian could not help but call out. The newcomer was Zhouyin, his face marked by urgency. The first among the disciples to break into the fifth realm, aside from Liuqian himself. In the past month, several disciples had successfully reached the fifth realm. Closely following in Zhouyan's footsteps, familiar faces like Lin Ding and Su Mu, who had also broken through recently. "Junior brother Daozi, the sect master has instructed me to take you to greet the visitors from the Pure Yang Dao sect immediately." Zhouyan stated his purpose directly. The visit from the Pure Yang Dao sect, under the pretext of discussing the Dao, was an open secret among all disciples of the Yushu Immortal sect. It was, in fact, a test from the Pure Yang Dao sect. Moreover, it represented a covert struggle between the Pure Yang Dao sect and the Yushu Immortal sect. As the contemporary Daozi of the Yushu Immortal sect, Liuqian could not afford to remain in his small courtyard for cultivation during such an occasion. Guests were arriving. And moreover, as one of the 3 great sects, the Pure Yang Dao sect had personally brought their contemporary Daozi to visit. The Yushu Immortal sect could not afford to neglect their welcome, lest they lose face. The Pure Yang sect has taken the initiative to pay a visit, accompanied by the current Daozi, which certainly reflects well upon the Yushu Immortal sect. Furthermore, by citing a mutual interest in discussing Taoist principles. The Yusu immortal sect finds it nearly impossible to decline this overture. Both parties must engage in a semblance of decorum. For the reputable teachings of the Taoist sects place great importance on maintaining face. Currently, as the Yusu immortal sect's fortunes dwindle, only Lu Chun among the contemporary disciples stands capable of shouldering the banner alone. In such a circumstance, he has even less reason to seclude himself in the small courtyard for solitary cultivation. The weight upon his shoulders encompasses the dignity of the tens of thousands of disciples belonging to the Yusu immortal sect. I understand, Brother Zhou Yin, let us proceed. Lu Chun nodded. It can be inferred that the arrival of the Pure Yang sect is far from benign. As for the schemes and intentions of the Pure Yang sect, such matters lie beyond Lu Chun's comprehension. Moreover, he need not dwell excessively on them. Recently having broken through to the second tier of the Earth immortal realm, he is confident in his ability to handle any conspiracies from the Pure Yang sect. Immediately thereafter, Zhou Yin hurried ahead, guiding Lu Chun toward the venue for welcoming the Pure Yang sect. There, Master Chang Mei and the 7 peak masters of the immortal realm have been waiting for quite some time, with only Lu Chun, the current Daozi of the Yusu immortal sect, yet to arrive. Following in Zhou Yan's footsteps, Lu Chun took this opportunity to examine his current attributes panel. Due to Zhou Yan's abrupt arrival, he had not yet had the chance to assess the changes in his attributes since his recent breakthrough into the second tier of the Earth immortal realm. Having just ascended to this new level, Lu Chun can sense a significant enhancement in his strength. However, a thorough examination of his attributes panel is necessary for a more tangible understanding. System, Display Attributes Panel. With a heart full of anticipation, Lu Chun softly murmured within himself. Chapter 106. Embracing the Pure Yang Dao Sect. Host. Lu Chun. Level. Earth Immortal 2nd rank. Vitality. 269, 15. Inner Strength. 265, 19. Techniques. Tai Ching Guidance Method. Dragon Tiger Body Refining Secret Scripture, Great Achievement. Spirit Summoning Technique, Perfection. Pure Source Skill, Perfection. Deviation Avoidance Scroll, Perfection. Secret Skills, Thunder Fist, Perfection. Xuanwu Breathing Technique. 9 Heavens Soaring Crane, Great Achievement. Stone Threshold Radiant Light Technique, Great Achievement. Evil Banishment Stab, Perfection. Eastern 9 Swords, 6th Style. Sun Flame Burning Heaven Palm, 12th Style. Ultimate Skill, Azure Descent to 9 Heavens, 1st Style. Both vitality and inner strength have undergone an unprecedented enhancement. The realm has ascended from Earth Immortal 1st rank to Earth Immortal 2nd rank. Furthermore, over the course of the past month, Lu Chun's techniques and secret skills have made tremendous progress. The Dragon Tiger Body Refining Secret Scripture has advanced from the 7th level to the 8th. The Eastern 9 Swords has also progressed from the 5th style to the 6th style, with only 3 styles remaining to fully master this prestigious technique, which has been inherited by the Eastern clan for millennia. Additionally, the Sun Flame Burning Heaven Palm has reached the 12th style, and it will not take long to completely grasp this technique. In comparison to these mundane techniques, Lu Chun places the utmost importance on the final technique. The swordplay passed down by the Supreme Ancestor, the Azure Descent to 9 Heavens, where the sword light first manifests. The Azure Descent to 9 Heavens transcends the realm of ordinary techniques, belonging to the category of divine arts of celestial beings. Upon witnessing the Azure Descent to 9 Heavens, Lu Chun cannot help but ponder whether, with his current Earth Immortal 2nd rank strength, he can fully unleash the power of the sword light in the 1st style. The prospect seems rather bleak. Reflecting deeply, Lu Chun shakes his head. The Earth Immortal 2nd rank is still insufficient to fully execute the power of the 1st style of the Azure Descent to 9 Heavens. Of course, it is possible to forcibly attempt it. However, doing so would completely deplete Lu Chun's celestial energy, causing him to plummet from his peak condition to the abyss. Without celestial energy, Lu Chun would be left relying solely on the Stone Threshold Radiant Light technique for survival. If, at such a critical moment, he encounters a formidable opponent at the immortal realm, Lu Chun would find himself in dire straits. Ultimately, the Earth Immortal 2nd rank still lacks the fundamental conditions necessary for the flawless execution of the 1st style of the Azure Descent to 9 Heavens. A higher realm is imperative. Nevertheless, having attained the Earth Immortal 2nd rank, Lu Chun's manifestation of the Azure Descent to 9 Heavens will undoubtedly possess destructive power far greater than that of his previous Earth Immortal 1st rank. This is beyond dispute. Yet, to genuinely wield the azure descent to 9 heavens with freedom and ease, Liuqian's current Earth Immortal 2nd rank is still woefully inadequate. Even the Earth Immortal 3rd rank may prove somewhat challenging. In the ethereal realm of Biluo Jiutian, one cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary martial art. A treasure passed down directly from the supreme Tao Ancestor. Even the most rudimentary prerequisites for initiation are astonishingly elevated. The deeper Liuqian delves into this art, the more he comprehends its formidable nature. The first stance demands one to be on the verge of transcending into the realm of immortals to execute it flawlessly. What then of the second stance? The third? What level of mastery is requisite to wield a complete set of Biluo Jiutian beyond the realm of immortals? It seems likely that the requirements are far more demanding. Momentarily, Liuqian found himself lost in contemplation, his gaze distant, as he pondered these complexities. In this state of distraction, he soon reached his destination. From afar, familiar figures came into view, the long-browed sect leader, the heads of Tianshu Peak and Qiankun Peak, along with 5 other peak masters, including Elder Yunshan, who had recently ascended to the realm of immortals. Even the elder tasked with guarding the scripture pavilion, who had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of the malevolent ghost smile elder from the evil heavenly sect, had arrived, seemingly restored to health, albeit appearing somewhat more aged than before. Liuqian, you have arrived, the long-browed leader spoke first upon his arrival. Apologies for my tardiness, master. Esteemed peak masters and elders, Liuqian acknowledged with a nod, a hint of regret in his tone. Not at all. Longmei dismissed the matter lightly, then shifted the conversation, his voice brimming with anticipation. Do you have confidence in our upcoming discourse on Tao with the disciple of Chunyang Daozong? As his words lingered in the air, the surrounding peak masters and elders exhibited curiosity, their gazes converging upon Liuqian, unable to divert their attention. Liuqian embodies the very essence of the Yushu sect. This discussion on Tao is not merely an exchange among the elders, peak masters, or the sect leader, but rather a dialogue among the younger generation. Thus, as the most exceptional disciple of the current era and the contemporary Daozi of Yushu sect, the weight of responsibility upon Liuqian's shoulders is undoubtedly formidable. Given that Chunyang Daozong's visit under the pretense of discussing Tao is evidently insidious, one can only respond with strategy. In this context, Liuqian, as the Daozi of Yushu sect, becomes crucially significant. He is the foremost representation of the sect. Rest assured, master, I am well aware of my responsibilities. Liuqian replied with a smile, revealing no trace of anxiety or trepidation, instead exuding an air of calm and composure. The covert rivalry between the two Tao sects did not occupy Liuqian's mind excessively. Engaging in a discussion on Tao with the disciple of Chunyang Daozong, what other outcome could there be but a resounding triumph? With his profound mastery of the Tao, Liuqian's capabilities extend far beyond mere proficiency. Even sect leader Longmei, when it comes to the subtleties of Tao, would likely find himself overshadowed by Liuqian in this moment. As for the so-called pure young Tao sect's Taoist, there is little need for further elaboration. Observing Liuqian's calm and serene demeanor, Changmei could not help but break into a hearty smile. Seeing you brimming with such confidence, I can rest assured. The other elders also displayed expressions of contentment. Upon witnessing Liuqian's countenance, they instinctively felt that Liuqian, the Taoist, had already secured victory. This inexplicable confidence was quite peculiar, as it seemed to permeate the emotions of all the elders present. If my humble intuition serves me correctly, the pure young Tao sect is merely the beginning. Troubles still lie ahead. A sigh escaped Changmei, as he seemed to contemplate certain exasperating matters. The other elders felt a weight in their hearts, remaining silent. They had harbored some suspicions, yet chose not to voice them. The pure young Tao sect is merely the inception of troubles. Perhaps various sects within the cultivation realm are already stirring with intent. And the sect leader of the pure young Tao sect? Liuqian inquired. Look, they have arrived. Chapter 107. The Hidden Powerhouse. Ling Ku. Just as Liuqian posed his question, Changmei's gaze fixed upon a point several kilometers ahead. At the same moment, Liuqian too became aware of a formation of Taoists emerging from the distance. A mere few kilometers apart, the space seemed to collapse instantaneously. Moments later, the contingent from the pure young Tao sect finally arrived before the gates of the Yusu Immortal Gate. It appeared to comprise approximately 100 individuals. The most striking figure among them was undoubtedly a young Taoist, around 14 or 15 years of age, whose penetrating gaze and ethereal presence suggested a harmonious union with nature itself. Standing amidst the crowd, he was the focal point that instantly captivated the attention of everyone at the Yusu Immortal Gate. Additionally, beside him stood an elderly Taoist, who appeared to be in a meditative state. Although he emitted no discernible aura, an unsettling sense of immense and unfathomable power emanated from him. Lu Chun, you must have already perceived him. He is the Daozi Dongxian of the pure Yang Dao sect. The name Dongxian symbolizes the highest enlightenment within the Taoist tradition. The pure Yang Dao sect has conferred upon this youth the title of Daozi Dongxian, reflecting their considerable esteem for him. Chang Mei, the sect leader, began to elucidate the significance of the pure Yang Dao sect's Daozi to Lu Chun. Were it not for the high regard from the upper echelons of the pure Yang Dao sect, this individual could not possibly bear the esteemed title of Dongxian. In truth, the Taoist sects in this realm do not uphold the concept of Dao titles with the same reverence as in Lu Chun's previous life. The adoption of such titles is largely a matter of personal preference. This world's Taoists prioritize cultivation, regarding formalities as mere trifles. Thus, Lu Chun, as the Daozi of the Yusu Immortal Gate, remains unbothered by the absence of a title. In contrast, the members of the pure Yang Dao sect exhibit a remarkable sense of ritual. Following Chang Mei's gaze, Lu Chun maintained his calm and composed demeanor as he surveyed the approaching figures of the pure Yang Dao sect. He was well aware of the Daozi Dongxian whom the sect leader had mentioned. Among the multitude of Taoists visiting from the pure Yang Dao sect, it was this Dongxian who stood out most prominently. Though not exceedingly handsome, his immaculate presence exuded an ethereal quality, rendering him seemingly untouched by the mundane world. This innate aura of transcendence set him apart, making him shine like a bright star amidst the crowd of Taoists. Even the elderly Taoist standing beside him, whose strength was inscrutable, could not rival the magnetic allure of Dongxian. Indeed, he must be the Daozi Dongxian of the pure Yang Dao sect. The pure Yang Dao sect has truly lived up to its name. This Daozi Dongxian is remarkable. From him, I can sense a faint trace of otherworldly essence. Several elders of the Yusu Immortal Gate whispered among themselves, as nearly all were captivated at first glance by the Daozi of the pure Yang Dao sect, bearing the title Dongxian. At this moment, the long-browed leader narrowed his pupils, suppressing the tumult within. He then continued to introduce beside Lu Chun. The elder Taoist standing next to Dongxian is a reclusive powerhouse of the pure Yang sect, who has not appeared in the cultivation world for nearly 60 years. His Taoist name is Ling Ku, a true master of enlightenment with profound Taoist principles. I fear that even I, a humble Taoist, cannot compare to this formidable figure named Ling Ku. His seniority is exceptionally high, surpassing that of the sect leader of the pure Yang sect. Currently, within the entire pure Yang sect, Ling Ku belongs to the highest echelon of reclusive masters. Moreover, his strength is exceedingly formidable, likely reaching the third tier of the earth immortal realm. In this regard, I cannot help but feel inadequate. Ling Ku, a highly esteemed reclusive elder of the pure Yang sect, not only possesses profound Taoist skills, but also surpasses the long-browed leader in both power and cultivation level. Thus, upon seeing Ling Ku's appearance, the long-browed leader's expression turned somewhat unnatural, and his mood became particularly grave. It was unexpected that the pure Yang sect would dispatch such a figure. Is it to escort the sect's disciple? Or perhaps to target me in the Yusu Immortal Gate? The emergence of such a high-level reclusive master instilled a deep sense of unease in long-browed leader. From the very beginning, the situation had escalated beyond his control. A reclusive elder whose Taoist skills and strength far exceed his own compelled him to treat the matter with utmost seriousness, without a trace of complacency or negligence. Ling Ku, a third-tier earth immortal? Lu Chun squinted slightly, listening to the long-browed leader's extensive introductions. From this, he could profoundly grasp the vast disparity between the Yusu Immortal Gate and the pure Yang sect. The gap among the three great sects is indeed substantial. The long-browed leader, as the ostensible strongest of the Yusu Immortal Gate, possesses only the cultivation level of a second-tier earth immortal. However, this time, the pure Yang sect merely sent a reclusive elder to accompany the current disciple, directly deploying a third-tier earth immortal. It is evident that this formidable figure cannot possibly be the strongest of the pure Yang sect. Nonetheless, he still possesses strength that surpasses that of the Yusu Immortal Gate's strongest, the long-browed leader. This illustrates the immense chasm between the two sects. No wonder the Yusu Immortal Gate is under the watchful eyes of the various major sections. Presently, the Yusu Immortal Gate, in comparison to these truly formidable sects, is not merely at a disadvantage. In contrast, Liuchun gained a more direct insight into the vast gulf separating the Yusu Immortal Gate from the Pure Yang sect before him. Moreover, the Pure Yang sect ranks second among the three great sects, while the current foremost sect is the Tian Dao sect. The Yusu Immortal sect pales in comparison not only to the Pure Yang Dao sect, but also falls short when juxtaposed with the Celestial Unity Dao sect. The Yusu Immortal sect is even more decrepit than I had imagined. Liuchun felt a sense of foreboding. He could envision that had it not been for the apprehension that various sects held towards the Yusu Immortal sect's venerable lineage spanning thousands of years, the techniques and secrets within their scripture repository would have long been plundered by rival factions. The disparity in overall strength is insurmountable. Liuchun, exercise utmost caution. Do not let your guard down, Long Mei cautioned gravely. The fact that the Pure Yang Dao sect has dispatched the reclusive powerhouse Ling Ku to personally escort their contemporary Daozi to our Yusu Immortal sect signifies that their intentions are far from benevolent. This visit, ostensibly framed as a discourse on Taoist principles, must conceal a grand scheme. Long Mei's tone was solemn, as he detected the scent of conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. The Pure Yang Dao sect is not as innocent as it appears. Or perhaps it can be said that no sect is entirely pure. One cannot guarantee that every individual within a sect is solely devoted to cultivation, devoid of greed. Even Long Mei cannot attain such a lofty state. In the realm of cultivation, the inevitable strife between various sects is a constant. Clearly, the Pure Yang Dao sect has come to test the waters of the Yusu Immortal sect. Master, your disciple comprehends, Liuchun replied, nodding affirmatively. With eager anticipation, he gazed ahead, fixating on the formidable figure of Ling Ku, his mind racing with thoughts of how he would fare in a confrontation with this powerful being. After a calm analysis, Liuchun concluded that his chances of victory were extraordinarily high, indeed, a full 100%. As a mere third-grade Earth Immortal, Ling Ku posed no significant threat to Liuchun, who had already attained the second-grade Earth Immortal level. Only a first-grade Celestial Immortal could potentially endanger Liuchun's safety. Contrasting Liuchun's mindset, the sect leaders and elders beside Long Mei visibly paled at the sight of Ling Ku, their expressions darkening with concern. Master, this does not bode well, one of the peak masters whispered. Regardless of the circumstances, the Pure Yang Dao sect claimed to be here merely for a discussion on Taoist matters. They would not dare to act openly against us. If they wish to explore the Tao, let them have their wish fulfilled. Compared to the younger generation of Taoist disciples, we at the Yusu Immortal sect have no reason to fear. Let us not forget, we have Liuchun to bolster our ranks. While other disciples may struggle to shoulder the responsibility of contending with the Pure Yang Dao sect, Liuchun is different. He will undoubtedly astonish them. Long Mei held unwavering confidence in Liuchun. Upon hearing this, the peak master's expression softened slightly. It dawned on them. Our contemporary Daozi is indeed a holder of the innate Dao heart, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Would one truly fear the mere disciple of the Pure Yang sect? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. The words of the sect leader ring true, alleviating much of the tension that had gripped the hearts of many. Yet, certain elders within the sect, still shrouded in uncertainty, remained deeply apprehensive. The presence of a reclusive yet formidable master, one whose lineage surpasses even that of the Pure Yang sect's leader, personally escorting the contemporary disciple of the sect to the Yusu Immortal Gate for discussions on the Tao, unmistakably signals the gravity of the situation. A palpable sense of urgency began to stir among the elders. Can the disciple truly measure up? A disciple who commands the attention of such a hidden powerhouse, accompanied on this journey, must possess extraordinary talents and an unfathomable mastery of the Tao. Not every disciple can attract the attention of a figure as esteemed as Ling Ku. This disciple, known as Dongxian, undoubtedly possesses remarkable prowess. Initially, some elders had placed their trust in Liuchun, but the grand display accompanying the Pure Yang sect's visit caused their faith to waver. The reason is simple. The reputation of Ling Ku is far too illustrious. He is a hidden master whose rank genuinely eclipses that of the Pure Yang sect's leader, with abilities and Tao insights that are profoundly enigmatic. The fact that such a figure has chosen to escort Dongxian speaks volumes about the exceptional regard in which this disciple is held by the Pure Yang sect. Otherwise, an ordinary disciple would never be afforded such a privilege. Soon enough, the delegation from the Pure Yang sect arrived. Among the crowd, the venerable Lingku, accompanied by the young disciple Dongxian, approached the Yushu immortal gate with deliberate steps. They promptly sought out Changmei, the sect leader of Yushu. After years of separation, Lingku's eyes, though slightly opened, revealed a murky sight devoid of any vivacity, appearing rather lifeless, with pupils absent and a grayish hue taking over. He was, in fact, blind. Despite Lingku's higher rank compared to the leader of the Pure Yang sect, he had lost his sight. This revelation elicited no unusual reactions from the other elders of Yushu, save for Lu Chun, indicating they were already aware of his condition. Master Lingku, your mastery of the Tao remains as profound as ever, Changmei remarked with a warm smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Lingku began to introduce the young lad standing beside him, a young Taoist of about 14 or 15 years of age, who is the current disciple of the Pure Yang sect. Please do not find this amusing. This is Dongxian, our contemporary disciple of the Pure Yang sect. Following the introduction, Dongxian, with a stoic expression, slightly inclined his body in a respectful gesture towards Changmei, saying, "Esteemed Master Changmei, the current disciple of the Pure Yang sect truly possesses exceptional roots of spiritual talent." Changmei responded with a gentle smile. Upon hearing these words, Dongxian remained as tranquil and composed as ever, seemingly unaffected by any external discourse, steadfastly adhering to his principles. He had long been immersed in the ways of Tao, indifferent to the affairs of the world. Thus, he lacked certain social graces, and he kindly asked that Chang may not take offense. Lingku offered a brief explanation. "No harm done," Changmei replied, not overly concerned. At that moment, Lingku's gaze shifted to the youthful figure standing beside Changmei, whose hollow eye seemed to pierce through the void, penetrating Lu Chen's very essence. Alas, Lu Chen was enveloped in layers of white mist, rendering him inscrutable. Even as he sensed Lingku's probing, Lu Chen maintained a serene demeanor, a playful smile gracing his lips, remaining silent. Simultaneously, he was scrutinizing the hidden, formidable figure of the third-grade earth immortal before him. A remarkable individual indeed. The Yushu immortal sect had given rise to an extraordinary prodigy. This must be the one whom, by Xiao Lu, had ranked first on the human list. A singular force capable of subduing countless talents from the major sects of the present era, Lu Chen Daozi, no doubt. Lingku's eyes gently closed, his tone filled with awe. "Oh, not at all. Such are merely exaggerations from the outside world," Changmei replied, unable to contain his smile. "You are Lu Chen, the only Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect in a millennium? The number one on the human list? The foremost prodigy of our time?" The typically taciturn Dongxian's gaze suddenly converged upon Lu Chen. "I hardly consider myself the foremost prodigy of our time." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "Esteemed guests, please, enter the sect," Changmei interjected, extending a warm invitation to the members of the Chunyang Dao Zone to enter the Yushu immortal sect. "Then, I hope we shall not be a bother." Lingku smiled amiably. Chapter 108. A slap in the face. Thus, under the guidance of Changmei, the group entered the Yushu immortal sect. Beside him walked Lingku, with the two leading the way. Following them were the Daozi of the Pure Yang Dao sect, Dongxian, and standing alongside was the Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect, Lu Chen, positioned in the second row. The remaining leaders and elders of the Yushu immortal sect, along with guests from the Pure Yang Dao sect, occupied the third row. From this arrangement, one could discern the hierarchy of their identities. "I am called Dongxian," he stated in a tone of indifference as they walked. "I have heard," Lu Chen replied with an unwavering smile, "that you are ranked first on the human list. It must be that your cultivation is quite profound. I have spent recent years delving into Taoist principles, and thus I am not well versed in the changes of the outside world," Dongxian responded, his tone betraying a hint of nonchalance. Perhaps their conversation was overheard by Changmei and Lingku ahead of them, as Lingku then shifted the topic. Changmei's disciple, "I have heard that your Daozi, Lu Chen, possesses exceptional innate talent, having reached the 6th tier merely a year after entering the sect. Coincidentally, our Daozi, Dongxian, has recently made a breakthrough to the 7th tier. With Lu Chen's remarkable innate talent, it stands to reason that he will soon catch up." Changmei could discern that Lingku's words held an element of boasting. Achieving the 7th tier at the tender age of 14 or 15 is a talent worthy of a place among the top 10 on the human list. Previously, Dong Xian was roughly ranked around 13th. With his recent advancement to the 7th tier, he would undoubtedly ascend into the top 5. Faced with Ling Ku's display of pride, Changmei found himself momentarily at a loss for words, merely smiling in silence. Unexpectedly, a cryptic smile appeared on Lu Chen's face, standing behind Changmei, and he slowly spoke up, 7th tier? How fortuitous. To not deceive you, Uncle Ling Ku, I too have just recently ascended to the 7th tier. It is indeed a stroke of luck. Who would have thought that I, a disciple, would share the same realm as brother Dong Xian? Truly, what a coincidence. Though Lu Chen's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The gathered crowd, all seasoned cultivators, could not help but take note of his words. As Lu Chen's statement settled in, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It became eerily silent. The conversation between Changmei and Ling Ku ceased abruptly. The smile lingering on Ling Ku's lips vanished at Lu Chen's revelation, replaced by a somewhat stiff expression. Is there truly a coincidence? Ling Ku's lips twitched slightly. Ah, it seems there is indeed a connection. Sharing the same 7th tier. Wait, something feels amiss. What did Lu Chen just say? Is he also at the 7th rank? Upon hearing this, Ling Ku was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. His hollow gaze swept over Lu Chen, and though he could not discern Lu Chen's expression, it felt as if his eyes sought to penetrate the very essence of Lu Chen. 7th rank. Dong Xian's pupils constricted. He had never been adept at concealing his emotions, and upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the turmoil within him was laid bare upon his countenance. First came shock, followed swiftly by profound skepticism. At that moment, Changmei also reacted, turning to look at Lu Chen in astonishment. Lu Chen, have you truly reached the 7th rank? In response to Changmei's inquiry, Lu Chen, with a smile devoid of concealment, nodded affirmatively. Not long ago, I fortuitously broke through. Transitioning from the 6th to the 7th rank was not as daunting as I had imagined. Just as my esteemed Uncle Ling Ku mentioned earlier, Brother Dong Xian inadvertently advanced from the 6th to the 7th rank during his exploration of Dao techniques. I too experienced a similar situation, hardly feeling the difficulty of surpassing the 7th rank. As his words lingered in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. Ahem. Changmei cleared his throat, shattering the peculiar tension. Turning his gaze to Ling Ku, whose expression had stiffened, a smile that barely masked his excitement broke forth, though he subdued the fervor within. He spoke pointedly. Uncle Ling Ku, who would have thought that our disciple would share such a profound connection with your pure Yang Dao sect's disciple? Even their methods of breakthrough are so remarkably alike, and the timing of their advancements is strikingly close. Pausing for effect, Changmei let out a slight sigh, tinged with regret. Alas, Lu Chen is but a mere 7 years old. Otherwise, I am certain he would have much in common with your Dong Xian. 7 years, compared to 14, is indeed a vast chasm. The age difference is nearly double. However, the fact that they both inhabit the same realm is undeniably fortuitous. The moment Changmei's words fell, Ling Ku's expression grew increasingly unnatural. Even Dong Xian, standing behind Ling Ku, appeared as though a pall of gloom had settled upon him, his countenance particularly grim. A 7-year-old at the 7th rank. Ling Ku inhaled sharply. Although he could not see Lu Chen, he could sense the vacant gaze fixed upon Lu Chen's figure from where he stood. A 7-rank cultivator under 10 years of age is truly astonishing. This formidable talent in cultivation is almost beyond description. Originally, Ling Ku had intended to boast a little about his own disciple Dong Xian's innate qualities and comprehension. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself outshone. The disparity between a 14-year-old at the 7th rank and a 7-year-old at the same rank is overwhelmingly vast. In stark contrast, the renowned Taoist master, Dong Xian, seemed to have suddenly fallen several tiers. How could it be possible for you to reach the 7th level? Dong Xian could not help but question. He was well aware of the arduous journey he had undertaken to break into the 7th level, the immense time and energy it had consumed. Thus, upon witnessing a mere 7-year-old at the same level as himself, he instinctively sought to dismiss this possibility. Dong Xian possessed exceptional innate talent and comprehension, yet, as Ling Ku had remarked, his years of immersion in the study of Tao had led him to neglect the nuances of human relationships. Consequently, when confronted with something he could not comprehend or believe, he would openly deny it rather than harbor it in silence. Brother Dongxian, why is it impossible for me to achieve the 7th level? Is it because you believe that what you cannot accomplish at this age must be unattainable for others as well? Lu Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile taking on a deeper significance. Dongxian found himself at a loss for words. His prolonged dedication to the Tao had rendered him somewhat inarticulate. Nevertheless, all the elders within the Pure Yang sect could not deny Dongxian's remarkable talent in Tao. Even though he was not eloquent and lacked worldly wisdom, his status within the Pure Yang sect remained exceedingly high, second only to the sect's leader, and far surpassing that of many elders. Forgive me, Brother Longmei. Dongxian's disposition was such that he naturally gravitated towards the Tao. This was both his flaw and his virtue, as Ling Ku elucidated. He attempted to probe Lu Qian's strength and cultivation level, but, regrettably, a veil of mist perpetually enshrouded Lu Qian's exterior, preventing even the pinnacle of the 3rd rank of Earth Immortals, Ling Ku, from discerning the true nature of Lu Qian's realm. Ultimately, Ling Ku was compelled to concede. His emotions stirred, he spoke with an unusual tone. Brother Longmei, your disciple Lu Qian from the Yushu Immortal Gate appears to be quite extraordinary. It was unfathomable to Ling Ku that he, a 3rd rank Earth Immortal, could not assess the strength of a 7th level disciple. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that the young man must possess some treasure capable of obstructing scrutiny. It was indeed an honor for Lu Qian to catch the eye of Master Ling Ku. Longmei smiled warmly, his heart swelling with pride and delight. Observing Ling Ku's rigid expression, Longmei felt an exhilarating joy, nearly bursting into laughter. To boast? A hidden powerhouse of the Pure Yang sect dared to show off before me? What a splendid slap in the face. The display was so striking that I could hardly contain my applause. Yet, to return to the matter at hand. When did this young lad, Lu Qian, ascend to the 7th level? Merely a few months have passed, and he has already reached such a remarkable and terrifying height of talent? It is truly beyond imagination. In former times, Changmei would undoubtedly have pressed Lu Qian for answers. However, amidst the arrival of the Pure Yang Dao sect and other sect members, Changmei was compelled to relinquish his fervent curiosity. Observing Ling Ku, a top-tier celestial being of the 3rd rank, humiliating his own disciple, Lu Qian, brought Changmei immense satisfaction. After all, for many years, the Pure Yang Dao sect has consistently maintained a firm upper hand over the Yushu Immortal sect. Among the 3 great sects of the cultivation world, the Pure Yang Dao sect ranks 2nd, with the Yushu Immortal sect trailing behind. After enduring such prolonged suppression, witnessing the disciples' counterattack has brought joy and celebration to Changmei, the sect leader. Chapter 109. Dongxian's talent for cultivation. Indeed, Dongxian must understand that there are always individuals beyond oneself and realms beyond the heavens. Ling Ku offered a solemn reminder to Dongxian, who took it to heart. Taking a deep breath, Dongxian's gaze remained laden with skepticism as he looked at Lu Qian. In response to such doubt, Lu Qian had no intention of providing extensive explanations. Instead, he activated the Xuanwu breathing technique, suppressing his own aura from the 2nd rank of Earth Immortal to the 7th level. Ordinarily, had he not actively released his aura, Lu Qian's 2nd rank Earth Immortal strength would not necessitate the use of the Xuanwu breathing technique to conceal his essence. For others to probe his realm, they would need to be 3 levels higher than his own. Clearly, no such formidable beings were present here. Thus, Lu Qian found no need to perpetually employ the Xuanwu breathing technique to mask his true prowess. However, now, faced with the scrutiny of Dongxian from the Pure Yang Dao sect, Lu Qian felt compelled to reveal a modicum of his 7th level aura, utilizing the Xuanwu breathing technique to regulate his presence. The potential eruption of his celestial power would be disastrous, not merely alarming the assembly, but igniting a veritable upheaval within the entire cultivation community. Do you doubt? You ought to believe now, Lu Qian mused, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Dongxian. Gradually, the 7th level aura began to emanate from him, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. As this presence encompassed a radius of 100 meters, the skepticism in Dongxian's eyes dissipated, replaced by a profound astonishment, disbelief taking hold. This aura, is it truly 7th level? Dongxian's gaze fixated on Lu Qian, unable to suppress his exclamation. He was utterly astounded. Indeed, Lu Qian affirmed with a nod. This aura subsequently enveloped the peak masters of the Yushu Immortal sect, the elders. along with the hundreds of Taoists who had come under the banner of the pure Yang Dao sect. 7th level. The peak masters, gazing at Lu Qin's youthful silhouette, were filled with excitement, shock, and immense joy. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with sentiment. In merely a few months, has he truly attained the 7th level? Does this not imply that Lu Qin has successfully caught up to the prodigious talents of the various sects listed on the Renbang? It is well known that the top 10 of the Renbang are predominantly 7th level. These prodigies from various sects have, within this brief half-year, managed to elevate their strength from the 6th to the 7th level. What astonished the peak masters further was the realization that their own disciple, Lu Qin, at the tender age of 7, had also reached this realm. He was genuinely on par with the esteemed prodigies of the various sects. Prior to this, they had held the belief, in order for our disciple to catch up with these prodigies of the day, it would typically require several years of diligent effort. However, to our astonishment, within just a few short months, the disparity in realms has been completely bridged by our own disciple. What does this signify? It is simply beyond imagination. The innate talent and aptitude of Lu Qin, the disciple of our sect, far exceed our expectations. His ascension in strength appears to be as effortless as the basic acts of eating and drinking. The emotions of several peak masters are in a state of tumult. The elders of the Yushu immortals sect are equally stunned, their astonishment lingering, refusing to settle. The representatives from the pure Yang sect are left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Initially, were they not the ones boasting to the Yushu immortal sect? Yet in the blink of an eye, the tides have turned dramatically. This is not how it was supposed to unfold. The developments have diverged entirely from their expectations. Why has it now become the Yushu immortal sect that has the audacity to flaunt their achievements before the pure Yang sect? Moreover, Lu Qin, at the tender age of merely 7, has already attained the 7th rank? What manner of monster is this? A 7-year-old at the 7th rank? Such a talent must be a rare occurrence in hundreds of thousands of years. Does such a terrifying prodigy truly exist in this world? The disciples of the pure Yang sect are left speechless, their throats dry and unable to utter a word. In their minds, their disciple, Dongxian, should have been the most exceptional of all. Yet today, they find themselves face to face with Lu Qin. In comparison, they suddenly realize that their own Dongxian pales in significance against Lu Qin of the Yushu sect, and the disparity is not trivial. At that moment, the elders of the Yushu immortal sect stand tall, their gazes towards the pure Yang sect filled with pride. Before the pure Yang sect, the Yushu immortal sect finally has the opportunity to hold their heads high. This is the first time in 3,000 years, since the decline of the Yushu sect, that they can proudly confront the pure Yang sect in such a manner. The exhilaration they feel is beyond words. Lu Qin has truly restored honor to our Yushu immortal sect. A 7-year-old at the 7th rank, does that not embody genius? Do you not envy pure Yang sect? Alas, this is the disciple of our Yushu immortal sect. As for Dongxian of the pure Yang sect, what is he in comparison? He is hardly worthy of even carrying Lu Qin's shoes. Recognizing the awkwardness of their position, Ling Ku, the representative of the pure Yang sect visiting the Yushu immortal sect, finds his emotions complicated. He originally intended to showcase the talents of his own disciple, but it seems, stealing a chicken only to lose a rice grain. With the attempt to showcase his prowess thwarted, Ling Ku finally came to a profound realization of what it felt like to be outshone by the Taoist Lu Qin of the Yushu sect. At this moment, he experienced the palpable embarrassment of failing to impress. Yet, who could have anticipated that this Lu Qin from the Yushu sect was such an extraordinary prodigy? Just a few months had passed, and what was once a promise of reaching the 6th tier had swiftly escalated to the 7th. What kind of innate talent and comprehension allowed for such a leap in mere months? Ling Ku had to concede that, in terms of cultivation aptitude, his own disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect, Dongxian, was evidently overshadowed by Lu Qin of the Yushu sect. Though they inhabited the same realm, the disparity in age was undeniable. In comparison, Dongxian appeared significantly inferior. What fortune had the Yushu sect encountered to have discovered such a remarkable talent? Witnessing the waning days of the Yushu sect finding such an astonishingly gifted individual left Ling Ku feeling quite vexed. However, as a reclusive master of profound Taoist arts, Ling Ku quickly regained his composure, outwardly unaffected by the earlier incident. After a brief pause, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he promptly shifted the conversation, The disciple of the Yushu sect indeed possesses commendable cultivation talent, truly astonishing. Achieving the 7th tier at such a young age is an unparalleled feat throughout history. However, as a disciple, one should not solely focus on the path of cultivation. Every disciple of the Tao should equally hone both the arts and the principles. One must not become so engrossed in techniques that they neglect the fundamental tenets of the Tao. A practitioner of the Tao ought to prioritize the cultivation of the Tao itself, with the practice of arts being secondary. A worthy disciple should possess profound skills. But more importantly, they should grasp the myriad principles of the Tao and comprehend its mysteries. Longmei, do you not agree? In response, Longmei nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Lingku speaks wisely. He understood well the implications of Lingku's words. Essentially, Lingku implied that the level of cultivation cannot be the sole measure of a Taoist disciple's strength. As disciples of the Tao, any competition should arise from the understanding of the principles, rather than from the realm of cultivation. This notion starkly contradicts the philosophy of Taoist disciples. A proper disciple should not solely immerse themselves in relentless training, but should continuously seek to fathom the principles of the Tao and its profound mysteries. Understanding Lingku's intent, Longmei was aware of the underlying motives, merely seeking to regain face after a setback in the realm of cultivation by finding solace in the realm of the Tao. I wonder how the Taoist Lu Chun perceives the principles of the Tao? Lingku inquired with a smile. Surely, he cannot be inferior to the disciples of your pure Yang Dao sect. The long-browed figure responded with a smile. Oh, is that so? How intriguing. Lingku's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a subtle curve graced his lips, his tone laden with meaningful implications. It seemed that the long-browed Taoist harbored a certain misunderstanding regarding Dongxian. Thus, I must elucidate the insights Dongxian possesses within the realm of Taoism. From the moment of his birth, Dongxian was accompanied by the resonance of Tao. By the age of 1, he could comprehend a particular Tao scripture, grasping its essence and core concepts. At 3, Dongxian had already perused over 100 Tao texts, each one thoroughly understood by him, demonstrating an innate ability to master all scriptures without a teacher. By the age of 7, he was engaging in philosophical discussions with the disciples of the sect. That same year, all disciples within the sect were defeated by Dongshuan's profound understanding of the Tao. At 10, Dongxian represented the pure Yang sect, propagating Taoism and gaining renown across the world. By 12, his comprehension of Tao was already on par with the esteemed elders of the sect. As for today at this point, Lingku spoke with pride, asserting that Dongshuan's understanding and insight into Tao might well surpass half of his own level. How old is Dongxian this year? 14. At just 14 years of age, Dongxian possesses an understanding of Tao equivalent to half of Lingku's lifetime of insight. What an astonishing feat. Lingku has spent over 2,000 years grasping Tao to attain his current level, even surpassing the long-browed leader of the Yushu immortal sect. Yet, at merely 14, Dongxian has achieved half of Lingku's understanding of the Tao. This implies that in just 14 years, Dongxian has comprehended what took Lingku a millennium to realize. From this, it is evident that as the contemporary Daozi of the pure Yang sect, Dongshuan's innate talent and understanding of Tao far exceed those of all disciples and elders within the sect. Chapter 110. The discussion begins. It is precisely due to the exceptional spiritual roots and profound understanding of Dongxian that he is heralded as the foremost Daozi of the Chunyang Dao sect in the past 3 millennia. Lingku wore a bittersweet smile. Unlike the Yushu immortal sect, which produces a new generation of Daozi approximately every 300 years, the Chunyang Dao sect has witnessed nearly 10 generations of Daozi over the span of 3,000 years. Dongxian, acclaimed as the foremost Daozi in 3,000 years, is simply the preeminent figure among these 10 generations. This extraordinary talent fills Lingku with immense pride and confidence. The title of the first Daozi in 3,000 years from the Chunyang Dao sect? Changmei raised an eyebrow, feeling a subtle pressure within. After hearing Lingku's introduction to Dongxian, Changmei could not help but acknowledge that he now regarded Dongxian with heightened respect. If what Lingku stated is indeed true, then without a doubt, the Daozi Dongxian of the Chunyang Dao sect is truly a remarkable prodigy. Today, my disciple Chang Mei brings Dongxian to your esteemed sect to jointly explore the Tao. Primarily, Dongxian wishes to understand the perspectives of the disciples of Yushu immortal sect on Tao and how they may differ from those of the disciples in the Chunyang Dao sect. As the saying goes, only through frequent discussions can one deepen their comprehension of the Tao. I hope that today, both parties can gain insights from this dialogue. At the tender age of 7, Dong Xian had nearly swept away all the disciples of the Chunyang Dao sect, defeating them under his Dao. Now that he has come to the Yushu immortal sect, Chang Mei need not feel pressured. After all, individuals like Dong Xian, endowed with innate spiritual roots, are exceedingly rare. This visit to the Yushu immortal sect is primarily for the purpose of discussing Dao. Regardless of victory or defeat, it is solely for the sake of dialogue. Ling Ku continued, while one may speak of disregarding victory or defeat, such words should be taken lightly and not too seriously. Although we are all practitioners of the Tao, each individual's character differs, making it impossible for everyone to be devoid of desires and unaffected by emotions. The purpose of Ling Ku bringing Daozi Dong Xian to the Yushu immortal sect, aside from gauging its capabilities, is also to allow Dong Xian to exhibit his extraordinary abilities within your sect. A strong and decisive victory over the once mighty Yushu immortal sect from 3,000 years ago would indeed be a matter of pride for the Chunyang Dao sect. Moreover, having previously suffered a loss in the path of cultivation, it is only natural to seek to regain the face that was lost through the exploration of Dao. I have heard that the Yushu immortal sect has produced a singular Daozi in 10,000 years. Coincidentally, our Chunyang Dao sect has welcomed its own foremost Daozi in 3,000 years. Through this mutual exploration of Dao, I hope that the Daozi Lu Chun of Yushu immortal sect can provide our Daozi Dong Xian with a level of understanding and insight. The dialogue between both parties promises to enhance our comprehension of the Dao, yielding a truly mutually beneficial outcome. The hollow eyes of Ling Ku seemed to flicker with a hint of faint brilliance. This statement thrust the Yushu Xianmen into the eye of the storm. There was no option for refusal. Acceptance was the only course. This was a challenge originating from the pure Yang Dao sect, a contest of philosophical discourse. Naturally, Yushu Xianmen could not decline such a challenge from the pure Yang Dao sect. With the confrontation brought to their very doorstep, retreat was not an option. I implore the esteemed brothers of Yushu Xianmen to bestow their wisdom upon us. At this moment, Dong Xian, the disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect, stood beside Ling Ku, his face alight with an intense sense of anticipation, and he spoke up. A glance towards the side revealed Dong Xuan's eyes shimmering with fervent emotion directed at Lu Chun. Clearly, Dong Xian harbored no fear of any peer from the Taoist sects regarding his understanding and insight into the Tao. This confidence had been cultivated since he triumphed over the pure Yang Dao sect at the tender age of 7. Now, at 14, this self-assuredness had endured for 7 years, leading Dong Xian to believe that no peer possessed the qualifications to engage in a philosophical debate before him. Though he had been bested by Lu Chun in the pursuit of cultivation, Dong Xian was resolute that in the realm of discourse, he would not succumb to anyone. Eagerly, he yearned to reclaim his honor through this debate against the disciples of Yushu Xianmen and Lu Chun. As a disciple of the Tao, what did it matter if one boasted exceptional talent in cultivation? The disciples of the Tao should take pride in their profound understanding of the Tao. Cultivation was merely a supplementary endeavor. Ling Ku's implication was clear. The pure Yang Dao sect would send forth only one disciple, Dong Xian, to engage in discourse against the entirety of Yushu Xianmen's disciples. Chang Mei's expression shifted, revealing a hint of concern. Such arrogance was excessive. If no one could subdue this disciple Dong Xian from the pure Yang Dao sect today, the reputation of Yushu Xianmen's younger generation would be utterly tarnished. Let us not dwell too heavily on this matter, for the purpose of discourse is to elevate our understanding of the Tao. Among the disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect, none can match Dong Xian in philosophical debate. Thus, it suffices for Dong Xian alone to represent us in this contest. Ling Ku replied with a smile. I understand, the impoverished monk responded. Chang Mei inhaled deeply, turning his serious gaze towards Lu Chun. Master, I too look forward to this philosophical engagement with the disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect. Lu Chun remained composed as ever. Excellent. Observing Lu Chun's demeanor, Chang Mei felt a wave of reassurance. The first disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect in 3 millennia? What of it? Lu Chun was the sole disciple of Yushu Xianmen for 10,000 years. He possessed an innate heart for the Tao. Would he fear a mere disciple from the pure Yang Dao sect? Absurd. Today, let the followers of the pure Yang Dao sect witness. Though Yushu Xianmen may no longer bask in the unparalleled glory of 3 millennia past, The younger generation certainly holds the potential to bear the banner of excellence. Before long, under the leadership of Changmei, the group successfully arrived at the spacious clearing before the magnificent Daogong. The news attracted tens of thousands of disciples from the Yushu immortal sect, transforming the originally vast expanse into a bustling throng, teeming with activity. Have the pure Yang Dao sect's members arrived? That young man seems to be Dong Xian, the prodigious disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect. Renowned for his extraordinary comprehension of the Dao, can the disciples of our generation truly compete? Enough. Let us remain calm and observe. The unease was not confined to the disciples. The elders within the sect also exhibited traces of worry. They gazed at Changmei's figure, words unspoken, ultimately swallowing their concerns. Though the 7 peak masters harbored their own apprehensions, they soon recalled that their disciple possessed a rare innate Dao heart, a once-in-a-millennium gift. With this thought, their burdens began to lift, and the atmosphere lightened. Our Yushu immortal sect's disciple is no less than any other, they mused. Amidst a sea of curious, anxious, and hopeful glances, the discourse commenced in earnest. As Ling Ku had indicated, the pure Yang Dao sect exhibited no hesitation in dispatching their contemporary disciple, Dong Xian, hailed as the foremost disciple of the last 3 millennia. Conversely, the Yushu immortal sect opted not to immediately present Lu Chun, instead choosing a promising younger disciple, Wei He, to gauge the capabilities of Dong Xian from the opposing sect. Standing by Changmei, Lu Chun observed quietly. Wei He, the chosen disciple, approached Dong Xian with a demeanor of humility, ready to engage. Chapter 111. Inquiring the heart and the path in light of this. The junior brother humbly acquiesced to the senior brother's command. What do you believe constitutes the Tao? Dong Xian raised his head, fixing an impassive gaze upon Wei He. His eyes seemed to penetrate the very depths of Wei He's soul, devoid of any emotion. Reminiscent of a celestial being surveying the mortal realm, emanating an aura of formidable pressure. In an instant, Dong Xian's presence shifted dramatically. Just that succinct phrase, coupled with Dong Xian's profound and emotionless gaze, instilled within Wei He an overwhelming sense of oppression. At that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Wei He found his throat parched, utterly unable to speak. Thus, the once raucous ambience transformed into an eerie silence. The atmosphere was peculiar. Wei He stood before Dong Xian, eyes wide with shock and dread, his gaze darting wildly, yet his throat remained dry, refusing to emit a single word. It was as if he were ensnared by some enchantment. Struck dumb by Dong Xian's brief utterance, all the thoughts he had previously gathered in his mind dissipated into nothingness, leaving his mind blank, ensnared in an extraordinarily strange state. Dao, Dao. Wei He's lips trembled slightly, murmuring a single word repeatedly. This bizarre spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present. The Grand Master of the Yushu immortal sect, several peak masters from the immortal realm, along with numerous elders, now watched Wei He with impatience and confusion. What on earth was happening? Why this phenomenon? Surely, he should at least retort once or twice. But what was this situation? Why could he not utter a single word? Everyone was caught off guard by this sudden and strange occurrence, their hearts unprepared. No one could comprehend why Wei He stood frozen in place, as if bewitched. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncanny. The cacophony from all corners had long ceased. A multitude of bewildered gazes fixed upon Wei He. What could possibly be wrong with him? An elder could no longer contain himself. His condition is unusual, another elder remarked in a low tone. It was evident that Wei He had succumbed to some bizarre state, undoubtedly triggered by the words of the pure Yang Dao sect's disciple, Dong Xian. Some speculated about this, yet the conjecture astonished many elders. Could such a brief statement truly induce such an extraordinary state in Wei He? Why had I sensed no unusual fluctuations of power? I detected no energy waves at all. This was neither a skill nor a spell. What profound mystery lay hidden within that single phrase? Including the esteemed Master Changmei. The senior members of the Yushu Immortal Gate were enveloped in contemplation. Changmei's brow furrowed deeply, and upon observing Wei He's condition, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Something was amiss. He sensed an uncanny atmosphere. However, he could not precisely articulate what it was. This technique was unprecedented even for him. A mere utterance could ensnare one in such an entranced state, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. Is this truly the essence of Tao? Changmei pondered. If this indeed represented Tao, then the disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect, Dongxian, must possess an extraordinarily profound mastery and insight into the Tao. Such an understanding of the Tao had reached an unfathomable level. Moreover, it was astonishing that this disciple, Dongxian, was still so young, merely 14 years old. The disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect was indeed formidable. Changmei's mood grew heavy, and his gaze became increasingly solemn and earnest. Even he could not discern the specific Tao techniques that Dongxian had employed in this brief moment. Just a single phrase had the power to invoke such an obsession. This form of Tao was undeniably intricate and profound. On the other side, the members of the pure Yang Dao sect, led by Lingku, appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Aside from the smiles gracing their faces, they revealed no signs of disturbance. Dongxian remained as formidable as ever. His mastery of the Tao had reached an incomprehensible realm. With just a few words imbued with Tao, he could forcibly dismantle one's thoughts, plunging them into a state of obsession from which they could not escape. Several disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect exchanged whispers filled with excitement. An elder, with a smile of pride, cast a glance toward the elders of the Yushu Immortal Gate not far away, affirming that Dongshuan's profound Tao was beyond question. In this moment, the dignity that had been lost in their cultivation journey had been reclaimed in full. How would the Yushu Immortal Gate respond to this peculiar situation? With the depth of Tao that Dongxian currently possessed, it was evident that no young disciple of the Yushu Immortal Gate could withstand Dongshuan's knock on the heart and inquire the Tao. Lingku, a pinnacle figure of the third rank in the Earth Immortal Realm, squinted his eyes in delight. The knock on the heart and inquire the Tao was a culmination of Dongxian's over a decade of insights into Tao, blending countless Tao techniques and scriptures to forge a method that penetrated to the very essence of the soul. This inquiry would directly illuminate the intrinsic nature of one's heart. Those who lacked a certain understanding of Tao would find themselves unable to even voice a rebuttal. Just as Wei he stood before Dongxian, he fell into an enigmatic and bewildering state, his thoughts unraveling as if ensnared by an obsession. Only those possessing a profound understanding of the Tao could maintain their composure and clarity of thought beneath the knock on the heart and inquire the Tao. Yet, such individuals were exceedingly rare. As it stands now, within the entire Pure Yang sect, there are almost none capable of resisting the profound inquiries of the Dongxian philosophy. Thus, Lingku firmly believes that in the realm of the Yushu Immortal Gate, there exists no disciple who could withstand the enigmatic teachings of Dongxian, even if the elders of the Yushu Immortal Gate were to personally intervene. Lingku doubts that any of them possess the capability to counter the mystifying technique of Dongxian, which he painstakingly cultivated over a decade, drawing insights from a multitude of doctrines and scriptures to forge this path of inquiry. The notion that disciples of the Yushu Immortal Gate could maintain their true essence under such probing is practically unrealistic. As the sun sets on the Yushu Immortal Gate, it is devoid of disciples adept in the profound arts. In contrast, the Tian Yi Dao sect may still harbor individuals capable of deciphering Dongxian's inquiries. Lingku muses that among the three great sects, the Yushu Immortal Gate has sadly fallen to the rear. Were it not for the weighty legacy of its tens of thousands of years of tradition, it would have long been relegated to obscurity among the three sections. The Tian Yi Dao sect, as the indisputable leader of these three esteemed sects, stands in stark contrast to the Pure Yang sect. Therefore, within the Tian Yi Dao sect, renowned for its plethora of talented individuals and prodigies, Lingku cannot assert with certainty that Dongxian's inquiries would confound every disciple. However, when it comes to the Yushu Immortal Gate, there is little more to deliberate. The disparity between the Yushu Immortal Gate and the Tian Yi Dao sect is monumental. If the former is likened to a mere child, the latter towers as a colossal giant. The gulf between these two sects is insurmountable. The Pure Yang sect occupies a position between the two. It may not rival the Tian Yi Dao sect, yet it far exceeds the Yushu Immortal Gate in strength. At present, as the most distinguished disciple of the Pure Yang sect in 3 millennia, Lingku's path of inquiry has already swept through all disciples within the sect. Even the venerable elders, well-versed in profound arts, find themselves ultimately succumbing to Dongxian's teachings, unable to uphold their true essence. In light of this calm and measured analysis, Lingku harbors no illusions that the Yushu Immortal Gate, now in its twilight, could produce disciples capable of resisting Dongxian's inquiries. Not only the disciples, but even the elders of the Yusu Immortal Gate would elicit the same conclusion. The solitary disciple of millennia, Liuli, recognized as the foremost on the human rankings by the Baishao Tower and hailed as the contemporary paragon of excellence in the cultivation world, raises the question, how would you confront Dong Xian's path of inquiry? Chapter 112. The retreat of Wei He Ling Ku's smile brimmed with anticipation. At last, he could reclaim not only his lost dignity in the path of cultivation, but also his investment in full. This time, let the Yusu Xian men suffer a definitive defeat in the discourse of the Tao. With the most formidable stance, he aimed to suppress the contemporary disciples of Yusu Xian men. This was the conclusion Ling Ku yearned to witness. There was no room for alternative outcomes. The current disciples of Yusu Xian men were unworthy even to uphold their convictions under the probing inquiries of Dong Xian, let alone triumph over him. Defeat? An impossibility. From the outset, Ling Ku had never entertained the notion that their pure Yang Dao sect would falter in the discourse. It was utterly inconceivable. He held unwavering confidence in the profoundness of Dong Xian's Dao. Dong Xian, the unparalleled prodigy who single-handedly subdued all disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect, certainly had the upper hand in the waning days of Yusu Xian men. Is it truly insurmountable to unravel the probing inquiries of Dong Xian Daozi, Master Ling Ku? A newly initiated disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect could not suppress his curiosity. Of course, it can be unraveled, Ling Ku replied. However, to decipher Dong Xian's probing inquiries, one must possess a certain level of Dao proficiency. Absent that, under Dong Xian's probing inquiries, one cannot even maintain their convictions, let alone attempt to unravel the technique. Ling Ku chuckled softly, shaking his head. It can indeed be unraveled. Yet, I do not believe Yusu Xian men possesses such disciples. Brother Dong Xian is likely to sweep through Yusu Xian men this time. Indeed, after all, even we, the pure Yang Dao sect, have already been swept aside by Brother Dong Xian. How could the mere Yusu Xian men possibly hinder his progress? Compared to our pure Yang Dao sect, the disciples of Yusu Xian men are woefully inadequate. Aside from the contemporary Daozi, Liuli, there are hardly any disciples worthy of note. Speaking of which, Liuli's talent for cultivation is indeed formidable. At merely 7 years of age, he has already attained the 7th tier of strength. Regrettably, this discourse is not a contest of cultivation, but rather an exploration of the Tao. Our purpose in visiting Yusu Xian men is to engage in a mutual exploration of Tao principles, not to compare martial techniques. In a discourse, Dong Xian Daozi shall not be outmatched by anyone, not only Yusu Xian men, but even within the Tian Yi Dao sect. Dong Xian Daozi's mastery of the Tao places him in an invincible position. After all, Dong Xian Daozi is the foremost Daozi of our pure Yang Dao sect in 3 millennia. The disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect debated animatedly. In the central area, Dong Xian and Wei He occupied the space. However, aside from the initial pleasantries exchanged, Wei He had not uttered another word since. In contrast, the serene countenance of Dong Xian, the Taoist disciple of the pure Yang sect, bore an enigmatic smile as he quietly observed Wei He, who appeared to be ensnared in a trance-like state. After a prolonged silence, Dong Xian, seemingly fatigued by the game, spoke again. His voice resonated like the sacred tones of the Tao, akin to the thunderous rumbling of a storm, echoing within Wei He's very soul, evoking a profound resonance. What is the Tao? The 3 words shattered the psychological defenses of Wei He utterly. In that instant, he broke free from his stupor, his complexion paling, beads of cold sweat erupting on his forehead, saturating his back with a chilling dread, as if awakening from a nightmare. His eyes, filled with terror and disbelief, were fixed on Dong Xian, bloodshot and wide with shock. At that moment, Dong Xuan's figure appeared to Wei He as if magnified infinitely, towering and imposing, resembling a majestic and insurmountable mountain that loomed before him, a peak that could not be scaled. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Wei He's chest, nearly suffocating him, his face reddening with a barely restrained tremor. Unvanquishable, uncrossable, this was a mountain that could only be gazed upon in reverence. This encapsulated Wei He's singular perception of Dong Xian. His faith, fighting spirit, and will had been entirely obliterated by that succinct utterance. Thus, when confronted once more with Dong Xian's words, Wei He exhibited no further actions beyond his pallid visage, a profound psychological shadow emerging from his interaction with Dongxian. What is the Tao? What constitutes the Tao? Wei He felt as though he were mired in a nightmarish spiral. This notion took root in his mind, an indelible mark that could never be erased. Moments later, observing Wei He's near-mad expression, Dongxian's smile slightly faltered, and with a tone of benign indifference, he inquired, "Brother, are you unwell?" Upon hearing this, Wei He jolted awake from his reverie. Raising his gaze, he was met with Dongxian's placid expression. A wave of profound defeat washed over him, the stark chasm between them starkly evident, awakening within him a deep awareness of the insurmountable distance that lay between himself and Dongxian. It was akin to a vast gulf. The disparity was as pronounced as the heavens are from the earth. Their respective insights into the Tao and the realms they inhabited were utterly divergent. The gap was insurmountably vast. This unreachable divide extinguished any flicker of rivalry or fighting spirit within Wei He, leaving only a palpable sense of despair and powerlessness. Ultimately, with a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the tumult within and slowly lowered his head. "I am grateful for your mercy, junior brother Dongxian. In this discourse on the Tao, I have suffered a crushing defeat. It is a catastrophic loss. Wei He of the Yushu immortal sect has been utterly vanquished by the foremost Taoist disciple of the pure Yang sect, Dongxian, who has stood for 3 millennia. The entire discourse unfolded with nary a chance for rebuttal. In the inaugural debate, the confrontation ended in a disheartening defeat for the Yususian men. The first disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect, Dongxian, displayed an overwhelming presence, effortlessly overpowering Wei He, a disciple of Yususian men. The disparity between the two was stark and undeniable. Throughout the exchange, Wei He was afforded no opportunity to articulate his thoughts. With a mere utterance from Dongxian, he was plunged into a state of utter defeat. This incident serves to illuminate the profound depth of Dongxian's mastery of the Tao, which is indeed unfathomable. Just a single phrase rendered Wei He incapable of debate, leaving him in a state of disarray. It is impossible to overlook that such a one-sided discourse was an unprecedented spectacle for the elders of Yususian men. Even the reasons behind Wei He's downfall remained a mystery to most present. The debate, which lasted less than half a stick of incense, concluded with a swiftness that only the pure Yang Dao sect had foreseen, displaying no signs of surprise. The elders and disciples of Yususian men, including the Long Mei sect leader, were taken aback by the outcome. "Brother, in debate, there are no distinctions of victory or defeat." The victorious Dongxian maintained an expression of calm and composure. Wei He, overwhelmed by shame, retreated to rejoin the ranks of his fellow disciples at Yususian men. As he watched Wei He leave in a state of disarray, Dongxian shifted his gaze, filled with anticipation, toward the youthful figure beside the Long Mei sect leader. Could it be Lu Chundaozi, the number 1 on the rankings? How shall you unravel my probing inquiry into the Tao? A knowing expression graced Dongxian's face. Standing alongside Long Mei, Lu Chen approached, gazing intently at Dongxian. Their eyes met. Soon, Dongxian averted his gaze, surveying the surroundings with an air of pride and confidence, akin to a celestial being surveying the mortal realm. Chapter 113. Linding, Zhou Yan's dismal defeat, and the arrival of Lu Chen. The disciples of the Yushu immortal sect, when compared to those of the pure Yang Dao sect, are woefully inadequate. Indeed, the Yushu immortal sect, now set against the backdrop of a declining sun, is unworthy of standing alongside the pure Yang Dao sect as one of the 3 great sections. In this realm of cultivation, there should rightfully be only 2 great sections. The Yushu immortal sect merely clings to the remnants of its former glory. It is truly lamentable, Dongxian mused. Pausing momentarily, he turned his gaze towards the multitude of disciples from the Yushu immortal sect. A slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a calm and composed tone. "I invite the next senior brother to join me in a discussion of the Tao." This statement fell upon the ears of the tens of thousands of Yushu disciples, naturally transforming into "I invite the next victim." The atmosphere grew oppressive. Silence enveloped the space. Chang Mei's gaze was fixed upon Dongxian, then shifted to the distant Ling Ku of the pure Yang Dao sect, his expression increasingly grave, his mood weighed down by foreboding. This Dongxian, the Tao child of the pure Yang Dao sect, was no ordinary individual. It was no wonder he had earned the title of the foremost Tao child in 3,000 years. Such a prodigy was indeed far from the mundane. The sect master, several elders of the Yushu immortal sect looked towards Changmei, their hearts heavy with concern. To this day, they had yet to decipher the methods of the Dao child Dongxian from the pure Yang Dao sect. Dongxian's techniques were exceedingly enigmatic. A mere succinct phrase had been sufficient to force Wei He into retreat. Without a clear understanding of the opponent's methods, it was evident that this debate held no prospects for victory. They might even be crushed by Dongxian, the Dao child of the opposing sect. All disciples of the Yushu immortal sect would be swept away by him alone. Should that occur, the Yushu immortal sect would be forever shamed, unable to lift its head in the cultivation world. If news of a Dao child from another sect sweeping away all disciples within their ranks were to spread, the Yushu immortal sect would likely find itself ostracized in the realm of cultivation. Let a few more disciples test the waters, Changmei suggested, looking toward Liuchen beside him. We shall adhere to the sect master's arrangements. Liuchen nodded. In truth, he was quite curious about Dongxian's methods. A single phrase transforming into Dao techniques, easily overpowering a senior brother from the Yushu immortal sect? Liuchen longed to experience this phenomenon personally. What could such a sensation be like? However, considering the cautious nature of sect master Changmei, it was clear that he would not allow Liuchen, representing the Yushu immortal sect, to engage in a debate with Dongxian right from the outset. Liuchen was the ultimate trump card. He represented all disciples of the Yushu immortal sect. Anyone could be defeated, but Liuchen must not. Lin Ding, you shall go. Thus, Changmei arranged for a senior brother familiar to Liuchen. Lin Ding had now ascended to the 5th tier, becoming the second genius disciple of the Yushu immortal sect to achieve this rank, following Zhou Yan. Of course, this did not include Liuchen. Yes, sect master. Lin Ding stepped forth from the crowd, walking steadily to stand before Dongxian. The vivid scenes of Wei He surged into Lin Ding's mind with unparalleled clarity, invoking a sense of unease and trepidation as he faced Dongxian. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ding endeavored to suppress the torrent of negative emotions swelling within him. He then spoke slowly. Junior brother Dongxian, please. Senior brother, the question remains, Dongxian asked as he always did. What is the Dao? The words resonated like thunder, penetrating to the very essence of his being. Boom. It felt as if Lin Ding's forehead had been struck by a heavy object, plunging his mind into chaos. What is happening? His complexion paled, and in that moment, he sensed a cacophony of Dao-like sounds buzzing in his ears, rendering him incapable of focusing on the question at hand. He was entranced. Lin Ding too had succumbed to a trance. The succinct phrase, penetrating to the essence, had stripped him of his initial composure. The Dao sound, an omnipresent echo of the Dao, like a haunting melody, it clung to Lin Ding's ears, refusing to dissipate. Upon opening his eyes, he was horrified to perceive that the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. Brilliant golden rays of Dao light erupted from Dongxian's form, engulfing Lin Ding's entire field of vision, blinding him to the world around him. What is the Dao? That same voice again. It resonated like a Dao sound, yet akin to a demonic whisper, rooting itself deep within Lin Ding's heart and shaking his convictions and will. It felt as though it were a whisper from celestial beings beyond the 9th heaven. Lin Ding's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His peculiar state naturally drew attention from all sides. Not again. Changmei felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The elders from various peaks within the hall displayed expressions of astonishment and shock. Several peak masters from the realm of immortals clenched their fists tightly, fixated on Lin Ding's current anomaly. What has transpired? Just as Wei He had experienced, now Lin Ding was ensnared as well. What were they facing? One elder could not help but exclaim. The thousands of disciples from the Yushu immortal sect gazed intently at Lin Ding's reaction, their faces reflecting confusion and profound shock. What is happening? Lin Ding, senior brother, why are you silent? Like senior brother Wei He, it seems you two have fallen into a trance. That disciple from the pure Yang Dao sect appears rather uncanny. As if from the 9th heavens, the Dao sound pierced through Lin Ding's mind and soul. He stood frozen in place, retreating in an attempt to distance himself from Dongxian, his eyes glazed over, his demeanor profoundly strange. What is the Dao? What is the Dao? Lin Ding's lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. In less than a moment, with a single utterance from Dongxian, Lin Ding was roused from his nightmarish slumber. Upon awakening, Lin Ding realized the cold sweat cascading from his forehead in droplet-sized beads, trickling down his cheeks, and saturating his back. "I have failed," he lamented, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his legs slightly trembling, exuding an air of dejection. The second debate had culminated in a resounding defeat for the Yusu sect, an indisputable catastrophe. The Daozi of the pure Yangdao sect, Dongxian, had merely uttered a succinct phrase, yet it rendered the disciples of Yusu utterly defenseless. Even Lin Ding, the finest among the sect's disciples, could not withstand the enigmatic Dao technique. Gradually, he returned to the throng. An elder could not suppress his curiosity. "Lin Ding, what transpired just now?" "Elder, I too am at a loss," Lin Ding replied, his head bowed in shame. He struggled to articulate the sensation, which had engulfed him in an instant, obliterating his consciousness and thought, leaving his mind devoid, as if he were grappling with an overwhelming terror that he could scarcely resist. The recollection of that experience sent shivers down Lin Ding's spine. The Dao technique of junior brother Dongxian had surely ascended to an unfathomable realm. Reflecting on this, Lin Ding could only arrive at such a conclusion. In response to this perplexing assessment, the elders' spirits plummeted, their visages darkening, weighed down by an oppressive gloom. This situation was dire. The circumstances for our Yusu sect were becoming increasingly bleak. Even Lin Ding, our most exceptional disciple, had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Daozi Dongxian of the pure Yangdao sect. The elders found themselves at a loss for strategies to counter this 3,000-year champion from the pure Yangdao sect. The critical matter at hand was that after two calamitous defeats, they could not discern the methods employed by their adversary. "Can the sect leader perceive it?" one of the peak masters inquired. "I too cannot see through it." Long Mei shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. With such words, the pressure on the peak masters intensified. Were they truly devoid of any recourse? Would they simply allow this Daozi Dongxian from the pure Yangdao sect to sweep away all disciples of the Yusu sect in this generation? "Sect leader, I wish to try," Lu Qin suddenly volunteered. As soon as he spoke, the peak masters turned to him with glimmers of hope in their eyes. "Inadvisable," Long Mei responded with a shake of his head. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "I suggest we probe further. At the very least to ascertain the true nature of that Daozi Dongxian from the pure Yangdao sect." Lu Qin smiled silently. To ascertain the true nature? In his view, it was entirely unnecessary. However, since sect leader Long Mei was so cautious, he felt compelled to defer to his judgment. Thus, the unfolding events continued. Under the arrangement of Changmei, Zhou Yin stepped forward. Yet, in a mere moment, Zhou Yin, defeated and dejected, retreated back into the crowd. This turn of events was not unexpected for the members of the pure Yangdao sect. The continuous defeats of the disciples within the sect weighed heavily on the Grandmaster Changmei, creating an atmosphere of oppression. Most alarming was the fact that each disciple fell in the same manner. From the beginning to the end, the opponent, Daozi Dongxian of the pure Yangdao sect, relied solely on a single phrase to effortlessly vanquish the most outstanding disciples of the Yushu immortal sect. Naturally, the higher-ups and elders of the Yushu immortal sect grew increasingly anxious. Another loss. With Zhou Yin defeated, only Daozi Luqing remained. Was Daozi capable of facing this challenge? The prospects felt rather grim. The Daozi from the opposing sect was exceedingly formidable. No one could withstand his words, each facing successive defeats. Surely, Daozi would struggle as well? The elders wore expressions of deep concern. The relentless defeats had utterly extinguished their confidence. The tens of thousands of disciples of the Yushu immortal sect felt a profound sense of dread. Even senior brother Zhou Yin had succumbed to the adversary. "Daozi, we are relying on you." In the face of such an opponent, could Daozi truly prevail? The pure Yangdao sect was undeniably far more powerful than our Yushu immortal sect. The series of devastating losses had caused the disciples to lose all faith. At that moment, the atmosphere on the side of the Yushu immortal sect felt particularly oppressive and somber. In stark contrast, the members of the pure Yangdao sect remained as composed as ever, their faces adorned with smiles, exuding an air of ease and comfort. "Luqing, do you possess confidence?" Changmei inquired, turning towards Luqing. The Grandmaster felt reassured. Luqing's eyes sparkled, his face beaming with a smile. "It is up to you now." Changmei patted Luqing on the shoulder. Then, under the watchful gaze of all, Luqing stepped forward towards Dongxian. This scene, witnessed by the members of the pure Yangdao sect, finally elicited a glimmer of anticipation in their expressions. Chapter 114. Anxiety has the long-awaited singular disciple of the Yushu immortal sect finally made their appearance after a millennium? The anticipation is palpable as we envision the scene where this paragon, ranked first among mortals, suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the Dongxian disciple. In the realm of discourse, the Dongxian disciple is more than capable of overwhelming all contemporary disciples of the Tao. Thus, it is inevitable that this esteemed first among mortals shall also succumb to the probing inquiries of the Dongxian Daozi. There is no doubt about it. The only question remains, how long can he endure under the scrutiny of the Dongxian Daozi's profound questioning? The disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect, numbering over 100, engaged in spirited conversations. The probing inquiry, which had previously swept through all disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect years ago, surely will not spare Yushu immortal sect. The first among mortals will ultimately find himself defeated by our Daozi. What does it matter if he is the foremost talent of this generation? The disciples and elders of the pure Yang Dao sect exchanged knowing smiles, brimming with confidence. 3,000 years of the pure Yang Dao sect has birthed the unparalleled Daozi, Dongxian. The singular Daozi of the Yushu immortal sect, Liuli, is set to clash. This is a confrontation not only between disciples, but also a fierce struggle between sects. Amidst the hopes of tens of thousands of disciples from the Yushu immortal sect, along with nearly 100 elders and 7 peak masters of the immortal realm, as well as the sect leader Changmei, Liuli stands before the multitude. In this moment, he embodies the aspirations of the entire Yushu immortal sect and serves as a representation of its tens of thousands of disciples. Should Liuli falter, it would signify the defeat of the Yushu immortal sect. At last, Liuli, my junior apprentice, you have arrived. As the youthful figure of Liuli gradually approached, Dongxian narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of combativeness and profound anticipation igniting within them. The previous encounter had left an indelible mark on his memory. To lose on the path of cultivation is merely a part of the journey. After all, disciples of the Tao are meant to pursue the Tao's teachings, and cultivation is but a minor path. What of being the first among mortals? What of being the foremost talent of this age? It matters not. In the realm of discourse, Dongxian is confident he can best anyone. Moreover, he is competing with a peer among the disciples of the Tao. Amongst his contemporaries, Dongxian is assured of his invincibility. Let it be known, even against the Yushu immortal sect, and especially within the hallowed grounds of the premier sect, the heavenly Dao sect, Dongxian, as the first Daozi of the pure Yang Dao sect in 3 millennia, possesses an unwavering confidence. In matters of discourse, Dongxian fears no adversary. Perhaps the Tao techniques he currently wields may not yet rival those of some hidden powerhouses. However, he is fully confident that in the years to come, he shall rise above those hidden masters. At the tender age of 20, he seeks to surpass ancient masters who have lived for centuries. Brother Dongxian, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Liuli remarked, a serene smile gracing his face. Throughout the encounter, he remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Even in the presence of the esteemed disciple from the pure Yang Dao sect, the first among its ranks for 3 millennia, Liuli did not falter. Rather, he appeared invigorated. Let us commence. Noticing the smile on Liuli's face, Dongxian felt a twinge of displeasure. However, after taking a deep breath, he managed to quell his inner turmoil and resumed his customary aloof demeanor. His foremost aspiration was to decisively vanquish the disciple of the Yushu immortal sect through the art of Tao. This was an opportunity to reclaim the honor he had previously lost, with interest. This was a contest between 2 disciples, each representing their respective sections. Liuli stood for the Yushu immortal sect, a lineage spanning thousands of years, while Dongxian embodied the current zenith of the pure Yang Dao sect. The outcome of their duel would signify the clash between their sections. Dongxian was resolute in his refusal to accept defeat, especially not at the hands of Liuli, who represented the Yushu immortal sect. The Yushu immortal sect, once a titan, now languished in decline, stripped of its former dominance. Should the pure Yang Dao sect be defeated by Yushu, it would be an irreparable disgrace, leaving them unable to hold their heads high before the heavenly Dao sect in the future. Thus, Dongxian was determined that he would not allow himself, representing the pure Yang Dao sect, to fall to Liuli of the Yushu immortal sect. As their dialogue unfolded, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The once boisterous surroundings fell silent, transformed into an oppressive stillness. All eyes converged upon the expansive clearing ahead, fixated on the two figures, their gazes unwavering. Do you think Jiutian can truly succeed? A disciple within the sect asked, worry etched upon their face. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, they reflected on the disparity in talent. Undoubtedly, Jiutian possessed the aptitude to overshadow contemporary prodigies in the realm of cultivation. Yet, this was a contest of Dao, not merely a measure of innate talent. In such a realm, the prospects for their junior disciple appeared dim. Dongxian, representing the pure Yang Dao sect, evidently had profound comprehension and insight into Dao. Their junior disciple, at merely 7 years of age, though possessing a deep understanding, was constrained by his youth. Some calmly assessed the situation, weighing the pros and cons. If it were a competition of cultivation talent, they would undoubtedly pledge their unwavering support. After all, who could rival the contemporary prodigy, ranked first among the gifted, who had dominated an era of excellence? Do not underestimate the pure Yang Dao sect. Even the most formidable disciple of the Holy Yuan sect, Yi Feng, suffered a crushing defeat in the path of cultivation to his own master, Jiutian. If not for this, how could the reputation of the contemporary #1 prodigy have arisen? However, this is a debate on the Dao. Under the pretext of jointly exploring the principles of the Dao, the situation becomes exceedingly ambiguous. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Ding and Zhou Yan, both having previously faced defeat, exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resigned sighs. Lin Ding's voice was laden with sorrow. Master Daozi's junior brother may find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. Indeed, Zhou Yan nodded in agreement. Only through personal experience could they truly grasp the terrifying depth of understanding and insight that the Daozi of pure Yang Dao sect, Dongxian, possessed regarding the Dao. In any case, these two defeated individuals harbored a profound sense of dread towards Dongxian. The innate talent of Master Daozi's junior brother in cultivation is beyond question. Yet, when it comes to the Dao, he may indeed suffer a significant setback at the hands of Dongxian from the pure Yang Dao sect. This was their shared sentiment. Having been thoroughly vanquished by Dongxian, they held no belief that anyone from the Yusu Immortal Gate could withstand the formidable Dao techniques of their opponent. Not even the elders within the sect could do so. Perhaps, if the esteemed leader, Zhang Mei, were to personally intervene, it might be possible to counteract the opponent's Dao methods. However, one must not forget, this is a forum for the disciples of the Dao to exchange their techniques. As the leader of the Yusu Immortal Gate, Zhang Mei could never personally engage in a debate with the mere 14-year-old Daozi Dongxian of the pure Yang Dao sect. The depth of the Dao methods possessed by this young Daozi is simply unfathomable. Lin Ding and Zhou Yan felt utterly powerless. As Jiutian stepped into the gaze of the crowd, the elders of the Yusu Immortal Gate began to feel a surge of tension. Can Jiutian Daozi succeed? One elder inquired. I am uncertain. However, I still hold great faith in Jiutian, Zhang Mei replied solemnly. Indeed, he had considerable confidence in Jiutian, but the series of bizarre and disheartening defeats had somewhat shaken his faith, instilling a sense of worry within him. The profound mastery of the Dao techniques exhibited by the Daozi of the pure Yang Dao sect had likely reached an incomprehensible level. It is no wonder he is hailed as the foremost Daozi of the pure Yang Dao sect in 3,000 years. Jiutian faces an opponent of terrifying caliber this time. If victory is to be claimed, the difficulty will undoubtedly be exceedingly high. The elders sighed in collective concern, their confidence waning. It must be said, the methods of Dongxian from the pure Yang Dao sect are exceedingly enigmatic. To this day, they have been unable to fathom the depth of his Dao techniques. Yet, from his presence alone, even the majority of elders within the sect felt an overwhelming pressure, causing their confidence to falter. Even they lacked the confidence to withstand the formidable techniques of the pure Yang Dao sect's disciple. One must ponder, how could they possibly believe that their own 7-year-old disciple could triumph over that esteemed figure of the pure Yang Dao sect? Meanwhile, the members of the pure Yang Dao sect find themselves engulfed in a state of fervor and anticipation. It is as if they have already envisioned the moment when the pure Yang Dao sect decisively vanquishes the Yusu Immortal Gate. This debate has escalated to a fever pitch. The disciples of both sects are now engaged in a direct confrontation. The defeat of either side would signify the downfall of their respective sections. Thus, this represents the final debate, a pivotal clash that will determine the victor between the pure Yang Dao sect and the Yusu Immortal Gate. Naturally, In the eyes of the elders and disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect, they do not entertain the notion that the Yusu Immortal Gate could emerge victorious. Their confidence in Dong Xian's mastery of Dao techniques has reached its zenith. Losing? In other respects, Dong Xian might falter, but in the realm of debate, he is unequivocally destined to win. This is the unwavering belief held by the elders and disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect, including Ling Ku, a hidden powerhouse of the third rank in the Earth Immortal realm. They all firmly believe that in the domain of debate, Dong Xian could never be bested by his peers from other sections. The number one on the ranking, the pride of the heavens. Alas, he lacks the essence of Dao. His spiritual roots and comprehension pale in comparison to Dong Xian's. Perhaps this Lu Chun disciple possesses unparalleled talent in the pursuit of cultivation, unmatched for a millennium. Yet, the essence of Dao he embodies will inevitably be crushed by Dong Xian. Ling Ku has reached this conclusion in his heart. No matter how high one's cultivation talent may soar, it becomes utterly meaningless in today's debate. With this thought, Ling Ku envisions the final scene of victory. He then turns his gaze towards Chang Mei, his hollow eyes devoid of emotion, yet a smile graces his face. Subsequently, he speaks slowly. Chang Mei, do you harbor certain doubts regarding Dong Xian's Dao techniques? I would be more than willing to elucidate for you. Upon hearing this, Chang Mei raises an eyebrow and inquires, I humbly request Master Ling Ku to enlighten me. He is indeed eager to understand what techniques Dong Xian employed to cause such a devastating defeat among the disciples within their sect. Dong Xian, having devoted over a decade to the study of Dao techniques, has synthesized countless methods and scriptures, ultimately creating a unique system of his own. Indeed, you heard correctly. Chang Mei, at the tender age of 14, Dong Xian has already achieved the remarkable feat of independently founding a school of Dao. This marks him as the only genius in the past 3,000 years of the pure Yang Dao sect capable of such an accomplishment at such a young age. Dong Xian possesses an extraordinary innate Dao nature. The school of thought he established is known as heart-knocking and inquiring the Dao. This profound practice emerged after Dong Xian spent over a decade contemplating and ultimately synthesizing myriad Taoist teachings and scriptures, culminating in a method that delves deep into the essence of the soul. This approach directly penetrates the intrinsic nature of the human spirit, challenging the very core of one's soul. Those with a superficial understanding of Taoism find themselves utterly incapable of even voicing a rebuttal under the scrutiny of Dong Xian's heart-knocking and inquiring the Tao. Ling Ku provided a detailed explanation of this concept. In this moment, Chang Mei, along with the peak master and elders beside him, finally experienced a moment of clarity. Simultaneously, they were profoundly shaken. To establish a school of Tao at such a young age of merely 14 is nothing short of astonishing. What an extraordinary Tao nature this is, truly beyond imagination. This first Daozi of the pure Yang Dao sect in 3,000 years, Dong Xian, seems to wield an almost terrifying mastery of Tao. Chapter 115. The Spiritual Realm. Lu Chun, my junior brother, are you prepared? Dong Xian gazed at Lu Chun with an enigmatic expression, his tone imbued with confidence and pride. In matters of doctrine, he was certain he would not be outmatched by anyone, not to mention that he represented the entire pure Yang sect. The mere fact that Lu Chun was only 7 years old served as an additional impetus for Dong Xian to ensure his victory. After dedicating over a decade to the study of Tao, he could not possibly be defeated by a mere child of 7 from the Yusu Immortal sect. Brother Dong Xian, please proceed. I am eager to experience the profound depths of the Tao you have cultivated over the years, Lu Chun replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled at Dong Xian. With his current cultivation level, Lu Chun had certainly comprehended everything Long Mei and Ling Ku had previously conveyed. You will have your wish fulfilled, Dong Xian replied impassively. Thus, the final debate commenced, almost silently, amidst the tension in the air. Thousands of disciples from the Yusu Immortal sect fixated on the unfolding events. Elders, peak masters, and the sect leader within the gates also turned their attention to this pivotal moment. Over 100 elders and disciples from the pure Yang sect simultaneously focused on this concluding exchange, a final duel between the two sections. The clash of disciples signified the ultimate confrontation between their respective schools of thought. The outcome was on the brink of revelation. Lu Chun, my junior brother, do you comprehend the essence of the Tao? Dong Xian's eyes deepened, his gaze fixated on Lu Chun. As he spoke, His voice resonated like thunder, surging from the ethereal heights of the heavens. His words reverberated, echoing with a sense of destruction, transforming into the sound of the Tao that spread in all directions. In an instant, the environment around them transformed dramatically. The stars shifted, and the sun and moon exchanged places. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings seemed to have undergone the passage of millennia, yet the resonance of Dong Xian's Daoic utterance endured, remaining timeless in that realm. The ethereal echoes of his voice buzzed in Lu Chen's ears, akin to a heavy blow to the mind, causing a gentle tremor within. At that moment, Lu Chen finally grasped why the likes of Lin Ding and Zhou Yin, his fellow disciples, had been rendered incapable of rebuttal in previous debates. Such profound Daoic principles. Lu Chen mused, finding himself enveloped in an indescribable state. The environment continued to shift and change around him. His very being seemed to have transcended the Yusu immortal sect, leaving behind all its disciples, elders, and the sect leader. All that remained was a solitary figure before him, a Taoist with deep-set eyes standing in the blank expanse ahead. The figure before me is Dong Xian. In this entirely new environment, Dong Xian stands resolutely in the barren expanse ahead, gazing at Lu Chen with eyes that seem to harbor an air of haughty disdain. Has he drawn me into an unfamiliar realm of consciousness through the invocation of his Tao? Lu Chen cast a glance around at the desolate surroundings, his mind beginning to form conjectures. If he is not mistaken, this must be the spiritual domain created by Dong Xian, a realm governed solely by him. By employing the Tao to ensnare one's spirit, consciousness, and thoughts, he has drawn them into this ethereal world, rendering them entirely subject to his will. No wonder. Lin Ding and Zhou Yin appeared as if entranced. They had been pulled into this spiritual realm, losing their ability to react, their thoughts scattering, making them seem as though they had succumbed to madness. Only through personal experience could Lu Chen truly grasp the plight that Lin Ding and Zhou Yin had faced. Everything here is an illusion constructed within the confines of this spiritual world, which is why it appears so stark and monochromatic, a realm devoid of color except for shades of gray. However, it is evident that this spiritual world is yet imperfectly formed, merely a nascent version of what it could be. Nevertheless, it suffices to confront disciples of the Yushu immortal sect like Lin Ding and Zhou Yin. Lu Chen, my junior. What is the Tao? At that moment, Dong Xian, seated and suspended in midair, fixed his piercing gaze upon Lu Chen, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his very soul and pose an inquiry from within. A hum, a buzz, streams of resplendent golden light suddenly burst forth from Dong Xian's form. In this spiritual realm, every motion of Dong Xian's is potent enough to invoke a higher level of Tao, rendering one unable to maintain their original resolve. Just like in this moment, Dong Xian made his move once more. Sitting in the void, his pupils deep and imbued with overwhelming pressure, he enveloped Lu Chen in a torrent of might. The voice emanating from his throat transformed into a thunderous roar from beyond the heavens, deafening in its intensity. Here, Dong Xian is the undisputed sovereign. Through the manipulation of the Tao, he forcefully draws the spirit into this spiritual realm. This is the culmination of Dong Xian's decade-long pursuit of a singular Tao, the art of probing the heart to inquire of the Tao. However, compared to the experiences of Lin Ding and Zhou Yin, Lu Chen's encounter is infinitely more terrifying. From the outset, Dong Xian exerted his full strength against Lu Chen, aiming to overwhelm him in a single, decisive strike, thereby securing victory in this philosophical contest. With such thoughts in mind, Dong Xian did not wait for Lu Chen to react before unleashing his utmost power. Here is my world. Disciple Lu Chen, you have fallen into the realm that belongs to me. If you cannot unravel the essence of what is the Tao, then you shall remain ensnared in this mental realm for all your days, unless you concede voluntarily, or perhaps you struggle to break free, leading to the inevitable collapse of your physical Taoist practices. Once you are bereft of the Tao, you shall naturally extricate yourself from this mental domain. Dong Xian gazed at Lu Chen, already convinced of his assured victory. This maneuver truly exemplifies an extraordinary Taoist technique. One must admit, the first disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect in 3 millennia is indeed deserving of his reputation. Lu Chen expressed his reflections with a hint of melancholy. Disciple Lu Chen, in terms of innate talent on the path of cultivation, I am far inferior to you. However, When it comes to the discourse of the Tao, you are still leagues behind me. Dongxian brimmed with pride. In the realm of Taoist discourse, he had never known defeat. The pure Yang Dao sect had long been vanquished by him. Now, it was the turn of the Yusu immortal sect to face the same fate. Is that so? I beg to differ. Lu Chen's smile held a certain enigmatic quality. Chapter 116. I am the way. Having surveyed his surroundings, Lu Chen had a general understanding of the structure of this spiritual realm. Certain areas bore traces of Taoist principles. One could not deny that Dongxian possessed remarkably profound mastery over these principles. Were it otherwise, he could not have drawn a person's spirit into this domain solely through the application of Tao, rendering them incapable of escape. Alas, for Lu Chen, this spiritual realm posed no such constraints. He could extricate himself at will. Lu Chen, my junior brother, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Your understanding of the Tao is still far from sufficient to comprehend this spiritual realm, let alone to breach it through Taoist means. I trust you have already realized that the longer you linger here, the more your patience, temperament, and cognitive abilities will be undermined by the influences of this environment. Ultimately, you shall become utterly ensnared. Dongxian explained with palpable confidence, akin to the state previously exhibited by Zhou Yin and Lin Ding. In such a scenario, even their foundational understanding of the Tao would be irrevocably shattered. Had Dongxian not shown restraint and mercy in a critical moment, Zhou Yin and Lin Ding would undoubtedly have suffered severe damage to their Taoist foundations. In this spiritual realm, the only recourse available to you, my junior brother Lu Chen, is to employ your Taoist skills to rend the very fabric of this space. Apart from Tao, no alternative means exist to resolve this predicament. Dongxian continued to elaborate, clearly harboring skepticism from the outset regarding Lu Chen's ability to breach this spiritual domain. This was, after all, the culmination of over a decade of his labor, the profound inquiry into the heart and the Tao, designed to draw individuals into the spiritual realm and directly confront their innermost essence. Those with a shallow understanding of the Tao would fall victim to it instantaneously, as exemplified by Lin Ding and Zhou Yin, who lacked even the capacity to resist. Do you truly believe this place can be breached through Tao? Lu Chen suddenly laughed. Indeed, Dongxian nodded, then wore an expression of incredulity. Lu Chen, you cannot possibly think that your Taoist skills can unravel everything here? To Dongxian, this notion was nothing short of a grand jest. Among peers in the Taoist sect, no one could decipher his profound inquiry into the heart and the Tao. I believe it is worth attempting, Lu Chen said, his eyes narrowing slightly. In this environment, he sensed a certain force converging from all directions, attempting to undermine his state of mind, consciousness, thought, and patience. However, these negative influences were effortlessly repelled beyond his physical being. Initially, senior brother Dongxian, you had asked me, what is the Tao? Now, I believe I am finally able to provide you with an answer, senior brother. Lu Chen wore a smile of eager anticipation upon his face. Oh, what is the answer? Dongxian inquired, unfazed. The answer? Lu Chen did not respond. In an instant, the surging Tao essence within him was directly evoked. Like an endless river, the torrents of Tao essence, once drawn forth by Lu Chen, gradually manifested within this ethereal space, entwining around his form. Buzz, buzz. Threads of faint golden Tao light began to radiate outward from Lu Chen's body. In a moment, the delicate Tao light transformed into a resplendent halo akin to the blazing sun, as waves of Tao light erupted from Lu Chen, releasing the tumultuous and magnificent Tao essence within him. Boom! The terrifying golden Tao light surged skyward. This realm, once shrouded in shades of gray and white, was suddenly engulfed by the golden radiance. The previously colorless space was now bathed in Lu Chen's emanating Tao light, resembling an infinite ocean that enveloped everything around. Mysterious golden Tao inscriptions were released from Lu Chen's being, swirling and coiling around him, accompanying the tempestuous golden Tao light as it danced wildly across the sky. Sacred, noble, pure, and immaculate, this dazzling golden radiance utterly transformed the hues of this spiritual realm. It was as if the passage of eons had transpired, turning the once grayish space into a golden sea, with its brilliant colors sweeping across every corner. Simultaneously, a majestic phantom suddenly emerged behind Lu Chen. Boom! The formidable Tao light coalesced into an ethereal figure. It was a phantom of a golden celestial being, wrapped in golden Tao light. This towering figure hovered above Lu Chen's head, radiating an even more resplendent glow. Exquisite. All colors of the universe paled in comparison here. Mystical and intricate Tao inscriptions swirled around this majestic celestial figure, forming a Tao light reminiscent of a vast sea of stars, illuminating the endless sky. The Tao light shone brightly. All beings bowed in reverence. This towering celestial phantom seemed to have emerged slowly from the Tao palace of the nine heavens, descending from the realms beyond into the mortal world, so imposing that one could hardly gaze upon it. Bathed in Tao light, its form remained obscured, yet its towering stature radiated a golden aura, akin to a magnificent and steep mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of awe. The Tao light accentuated Lu Chen's figure, rendering him even more extraordinary. It was as though he were a celestial being who had stepped forth from the Tao palace of the nine heavens, sacred and grand, transcending the mundane world, unmatched in the realm of humanity, beyond the entanglements of earthly existence. At this very moment, above, a towering ethereal figure of a celestial being spirals. Golden, intricate symbols of profound mystery entwine around his form. Bathed in the radiance of Tao light, Lu Chen's silhouette exudes an aura of divinity and nobility. His gaze pierces through the luminous Tao, quietly observing the astonished expression of Dongxian before him. You inquire about the essence of Tao? Allow me to elucidate. I am the Tao. As the words resonate, they transform into the sound of the Tao, reverberating like thunder, echoing through the heavens. The sound is deafening. It pierces the depths of the heart. Chapter 117. The heart of Dongxian crumbles in the spacious courtyard before the majestic Tao palace of the Yushu immortal sect. Tens of thousands of disciples fixated their gaze upon two figures standing still before them. This perplexing and worrisome scene led to apprehensive murmurs among the onlookers. Could it be that Daozi would succumb to a single utterance, much like brothers Zhou Yin and Lin Ding? Surely, that would not be the case. After all, Lu Chun is the only Daozi of our Yushu immortal sect in millennia. Yet, one cannot overlook the enigmatic prowess of Dongxian, the Daozi of the pure Yang Dao sect. While the disciples whispered among themselves, the elders, including the esteemed Changmei, could not help but feel a tightening of their hearts. Their eyes fixated on the two figures before them. One represented the pure Yang Dao sect, and the other, their own Yushu immortal sect. This was not merely a contest between two Daozi, but a fierce confrontation between two sections. Does Lu Chen stand a chance? Inquired the peak master of Tianshu Peak, unable to suppress his curiosity. Despite knowing that their Daozi possessed an innate Dao heart, a rarity to encounter. The ominous words of Master Lingku regarding the terrifying capabilities of Dongxian instilled a sense of dread for their own Daozi, Lu Chun. A prodigy capable of establishing his own Dao at the tender age of 14 was undoubtedly a genius among Daoists. There is a chance, albeit slim, Changmei admitted, his confidence wavering. He must be able to win, mustn't he? The peak master of Qiankun spoke with a hint of uncertainty, struggling to mask his inner turmoil and unease. We cannot afford to lose. Defeat would signify the Yushu immortal sect losing to the pure Yang Dao sect. This would undoubtedly inflict a grievous blow to the morale of their tens of thousands of disciples. However, the difficulty of their Daozi securing victory was a truth that the Qiankun peak master could not deny. Changmei's disciple, it appears that your esteemed Daozi, Lu Chun, is deeply ensnared in the inquiry of the heart. If he does not extricate himself in time, it may jeopardize the foundation of his Dao heart, Lingku observed, a hint of pride in his expression. There is no need for your concern, Master Lingku. I have faith in Lu Chun, Changmei replied calmly. Is that so? You still believe Lu Chun can prevail? All disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect have met with utter defeat beneath Dongshuan's inquiry. Surely, your Daozi will not be an exception. In truth, Changmei's disciple, upon reflection, there is no need for sorrow over transient victories or defeats. After all, even the disciples of my pure Yang Dao sect have invariably fallen to Dongxian. Upon reflection, is it not entirely reasonable to conclude that your Yu Su Xian men will face defeat? Ling Ku continued. For a moment, Changmei found himself at a loss. Was the other party here to console him, or was it a deliberate display of arrogance? After some contemplation, Changmei surmised that it was most likely the latter. As for consolation, what a jest! Would the opponent genuinely display such goodwill? Absurd. Ling Ku, until the very end, the outcome may not unfold as you envision. Perhaps, in the next moment, it will be you, the Dongxian Daozi, who faces defeat. When that time comes, reflecting upon your previous statements may render you rather uncomfortable. Zhang Mei spoke with a cold tone. Oh, is that so? Then I must admit, I eagerly await such a moment. Ling Ku smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Defeat? Such a notion is unfathomable. With the profound Dao techniques possessed by Dongxian, how could they possibly lose to the Daozi of Yu Xianmen? The likelihood is virtually non-existent. This, Ling Ku firmly believed. The hard-S inquiry is not so easily unraveled. The Daozi, Lu Chun of Yu Xianmen, evidently lacks such capabilities. Ling Ku shook his head, pondering silently. He had always held unwavering faith in the Dao techniques of Dongxian, particularly upon witnessing Lu Chun of Yu Xianmen ensnared within the hard-S inquiry. Ling Ku's confidence surged. Victory was now within arm's reach. Radiant, blinding, golden Dao light illuminated the vast expanse, transforming the once gray-white spiritual realm into a resplendent sea of gold, reminiscent of the evening glow enveloping the surroundings. A holy and formidable aura emanated from Lu Chen's being. This spiritual realm, where Dongxian once reigned supreme, now fell under the sway of Lu Chen's unleashed Dao essence. The voice that resonated from Lu Chen echoed like celestial tones from beyond the heavens, reverberating through the air. Naturally, Dongxian, faced with the deafening resonance of this Dao sound, found his head spinning. He lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the transformed spiritual realm, his eyes filled with shock, terror, and disbelief as he beheld Lu Chun, now shrouded in Dao light. With a slight tilt of his head, he beheld the towering, majestic, ethereal figure above Lu Chun, its form entwined with cascading Dao light, creating a vast starry sea that radiated an unparalleled brilliance, too dazzling to behold directly. Sacred, noble, grand, a presence that compelled the very soul to bow in submission. A multitude of emotions surged within Dongxian's heart, rendering him utterly immobilized, unable to move or utter a word. The towering ethereal figure appeared as if it had descended from the celestial palace of the nine heavens. The sacred aura enveloped Dongxian's heart, causing his lips to quiver and his throat to dry as he instinctively uttered, "Immortal, divine being?" Gazing at the resplendent golden radiance that enveloped his being, Dongxian found himself frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. He struggled to comprehend the sight before him. For within his spiritual realm, he beheld the ethereal visage of a divine entity. This revelation shattered all of Dongxian's prior expectations. The unfolding situation had transcended the limits of his imagination. He had never envisioned this moment, which utterly overturned his understanding of reality. His worldview was on the brink of collapse. A magnificent divine being, towering to great heights, radiated a sacred brilliance as it descended into this spiritual domain, exuding an unparalleled and terrifying pressure. Dongxian trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe the extraordinary events transpiring before him. It was utterly astonishing, a divine being manifesting in the mortal realm, emerging from the celestial palace. What on earth was happening? The situation had spiraled beyond his control, and Dongxian was no longer the calm and composed individual he once was. Instead, he appeared flustered and trembling with fear. At this moment, the so-called foremost disciple of the pure Yang Tao sect in 3 millennia revealed his hidden vulnerability. What a pitiful sight. How did it come to this? Why had matters escalated to such an extent? A divine entity had indeed cast a projection? This was almost beyond belief. Such a holy radiance. Bathed in its light, Dongxian felt a profound sense of reverence and submission welling up from within. He stared blankly at the towering divine visage. After a prolonged moment, he managed to shift his gaze toward the youthful figure shrouded in the divine light. Upon recognizing Lu Chun, concealed within the radiance, Dongxian completely lost his composure. It was him. Dongxian's face was a picture of shock. Was this extraordinary manifestation instigated by the disciple of the Yusu immortal sect, Lu Chun? How could this be possible? Was this divine being summoned to the mortal realm by him? It must be a fabrication. Surely, this was but a dream. Dongxian's mind was engulfed in a powerful delusion. Golden, profound inscriptions spiraled around Lu Chen's form, enhancing his presence beneath the divine light to an even more extraordinary level. Witnessing this, Dong Xian's emotions surged with even greater intensity. He couldn't help but recall Lu Qin's earlier declaration. What is the Tao? I am the Tao. Such audacity. Such madness. To claim oneself as the Tao? This was utterly insane. How could someone from the Taoist sect possess such audacity? Yet, for reasons unknown. As Lu Qin stood enveloped in a radiant aura of Tao light, Dong Xian, despite harboring countless reasons within, found himself utterly unable to voice any doubts regarding the former. What on earth had transpired? Dong Xian's mental state crumbled. This farce must come to an end. Lu Qin's voice, calm and resonant, echoed like thunder from the heavens, reverberating through the firmament. It was akin to the profound sounds of the Tao, buzzing incessantly in Dong Xian's ears. A farce indeed. Dong Xian stood in a daze, as if turned to stone. The Tao he had spent over a decade comprehending was, in the eyes of another, merely a trivial spectacle. This realization surged within him. A deep sense of defeat. He had always believed that among his peers in the Taoist sect, there was no one whose mastery could surpass his own. Yet today, he witnessed a peer whose understanding of the Tao was terrifyingly profound. Dong Xian's gaze fixated intently on Lu Qin's figure. Through the golden Tao light, he seemed to glimpse the depths of Lu Qin's eyes. Within those eyes lay inscrutable Taoist symbols, as if they had birthed an entire universe. The gaze, reminiscent of twinkling stars, concealed within it the essence of heaven and earth, hinting at a boundless realm. In an instant, Dong Xian awakened. His hands trembled slightly. Lu Qin's eyes concealed the essence of the nine heavens Tao Palace, imparting upon Dong Xian the same reverence one feels when venerating the revered patriarch of their faith. That gaze felt as if it were looking down upon all sentient beings. Indeed, from the lofty heights of the nine heavens Tao Palace, gazing down upon the myriad of life, and Dong Xian found himself but a minuscule part of this multitude. Swallowing hard, Dong Xian felt his throat dry. Unable to suppress a gulp, he looked again at Lu Qin, his eyes now filled with terror and awe, his body trembling involuntarily. To him, Lu Qin, enveloped in golden Tao light, appeared as a celestial being of divine stature. Who precisely are you? The Taoist Lu Qin of the Yushu immortal sect? A Taoist at merely 7 years of age, Dong Xian lost all composure. This was the contemporary Taoist of the Yushu immortal sect? Even the supreme patriarch had descended to cast a shadow. Could a 7-year-old Taoist truly achieve such feats? Was this real? Surely, this was no mere mortal. He had thought that with his own Taoist prowess, he could effortlessly sweep through the Yushu immortal sect, facing no rivals among his peers. Yet today, he encountered a fellow Taoist of such terrifying caliber, and astonishingly, one who was also a Taoist, summoning the projection of the supreme Tao Ancestor. What an extraordinary and breathtaking feat. It is beyond imagination. Such a level of Taoist mastery has far surpassed the limits of what Dong Xian can fathom. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable Taoist prodigy at the Yushu Immortal Gate today. The individual is merely 7 years of age. What an unparalleled genius this is. Dong Xian's mind quaked, filled with reverence as he gazed up at Lu Qin, his eyes transfixed upon the towering golden projection of the celestial being. Unable to divert his gaze even for a moment. What a magnificent celestial projection this is. It is truly astonishing beyond belief. Chapter 118. Shattering the realm of the mind in this moment. Dong Xian involuntarily recalled the grandiose boasts he had made before Lu Qin. The stark contrast left him nearly breathless. It was time for the farce to come to an end. A slight smile played at the corners of Lu Qin's mouth as his gaze pierced through the radiant Tao light, meeting the trembling Dong Xian's eyes. Then, he subtly raised his arms, golden rays of Tao light coiling and coalescing between his palms. A terrifying power erupted, the overwhelming brilliance of the Tao light seeming to pierce the heavens. The grayish-white realm of the mind was bathed in an ocean formed by the golden radiance. As Lu Qin moved, the towering ethereal figure above him mirrored his actions, its vast hands slowly reaching toward the empty void ahead. In the next moment, Lu Qin's hands mimicked the act of tearing apart some unseen object. He forcefully began to rend the emptiness before him. A dreadful occurrence unfolded. Crack, crack. A series of sharp, piercing sounds resonated throughout the space. The horrifying scene vividly manifested within Dong Xian's wide eyes, filled with shock. This realm of the mind was being torn asunder by Lu Qin, who stood bathed in Tao light, using nothing but his hands. Indeed, the fragile space was being mercilessly ripped apart by Lu Chen's hands, suffused with the power of Tao light, creating fissures as the cacophony of shattering echoed in all directions. The void, the very fabric of space, was being violently torn apart. Dong Xian's throat felt parched as he stared in terror at the unfolding spectacle. His mind rendered a blank slate. What on earth was happening? The realm of the mind was being rent asunder? Then, to Dong Xian's further astonishment, as Lu Chun continued to tear the fabric of space, the ethereal figure above, radiating light for miles, extended its colossal golden palm. It then began to pull apart the empty void ahead. Boom! An unparalleled and terrifying force reverberated through the Tao light-bathed realm of the mind. The entire space began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The once fragile realm was being shattered. All of this left Dong Xian in disbelief. A thunderous rumble. The world spun chaotically. The space fractured, cracks spreading ever wider. Dong Xian felt as though he were experiencing a tremendous earthquake, the surroundings shaking violently, while his own body swayed and faltered amidst the turmoil. This. Dong Xian's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. He could hardly comprehend what was transpiring. His heart trembled as he pondered. How could it be destroyed in such a manner? A force of absolute purity and divine law had torn apart the very fabric of his spiritual realm. What a terrifying method! It was a complete subversion of understanding, surpassing the bounds of worldly logic. Another tremor surged through him. Dong Xian gazed wide-eyed as the space collapsed. The surroundings fractured inch by inch. The realm seemed to shatter into shards of glass, reflecting his own disheveled and horrified visage, revealing to him just how utterly wretched he appeared at that moment. The esteemed first disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect in 3 millennia appeared strikingly timid. Crack! Crack! The void disintegrated. The shattered space transformed into fragments of mirrors, wildly scattering in all directions. This spiritual world was in a constant state of collapse. Everything was dissolving into nothingness. The grayish-white spiritual realm was dominated by Lu Chun, who, with his towering divine semblance, forcefully ripped apart the space with his own hands. He ground and shattered the very essence of that space. Such a display was undoubtedly the first Dong Xian had ever witnessed in his life. His heart trembled violently. Before he could even react, he felt his body spiraling out of control, as if caught in a whirlpool, utterly unable to command his own movements. The environment around him rapidly transformed. The once gray-white spiritual realm was completely obliterated, vanishing into the void. Shards of space dissipated before Dong Xian's eyes. Everything, all of it, was reduced to mere smoke and clouds. He felt his body spinning uncontrollably, his vision blurring, as he was forcefully obstructed from seeing anything except the brilliant golden light that filled his pupils. The last image etched in Dong Xian's mind was that of a youthful figure bathed in sunlight, with a towering divine semblance swirling above it. In stark contrast, Dong Xian experienced, for the very first time, the profound sensation of his own insignificance, akin to that of an ant. Time seemed to freeze, suspended in that singular moment. This scene would become the lasting impression in Dong Xian's mind, undoubtedly etching itself as the greatest psychological shadow of his life. Thunderous echoes resounded. Ultimately, everything crumbled and shattered. Dong Xian abruptly awakened, beads of cold sweat pouring from his forehead like rain, cascading down his cheeks and pooling upon the ground beneath him. Gulp! His throat felt parched, and he instinctively swallowed, his complexion pale and devoid of color, his entire body trembling violently, as if he had just emerged from a nightmarish ordeal. And he found himself awake from that nightmare. Surrounding him was still the familiar Yusu immortal gate. Before him stood thousands of disciples from the Yushu Xianmen, alongside esteemed elders and the sect leader. Not far away, a multitude of disciples and elders from the Qiankun Dao sect, led by Lingku, gathered as well. Their curious gazes converged upon Dong Xian, including not only the leaders and elders of the Yushu Xianmen, but also Lingku and other dignitaries from the Qiankun Dao sect. He had returned. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings, Dong Xuan's mood steadied somewhat. However, the remnants of shock and fear clung to him stubbornly, refusing to dissipate. This fear was like a lingering nightmare, deeply rooted in his mind. Dong Xian gasped for breath, struggling to regulate his breathing rhythm. His face turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat soaking his back. This was the most humiliating moment he had experienced since entering the Jiutian. The recollection of the preceding events felt like a haunting dream. Yet, unlike a typical nightmare, where memories fade upon waking, this experience was indelibly etched in his consciousness, rendering him unable to forget the horrifying ordeal. It was not merely unforgettable. The memory haunted him incessantly, manifesting as a colossal specter of dread that loomed over his heart. Who was this formidable being? What manner of prodigy was Liuli, the Taoist of Jiutian, at the tender age of merely 7? How could he possess such terrifyingly profound Taoist powers? Dongshuan's eyes were filled with trepidation and fear as he involuntarily gazed at the youthful figure before him. In stark contrast to Dongshuan's trembling and perspiring state, Liuli maintained his usual calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he fixed a steady gaze upon Dongshuan. The juxtaposition was striking and pronounced. The once arrogant Dongshuan of the Qiankun Dao sect now appeared utterly disheveled. As he stood before Liuli, a profound sense of dread surged from the depths of his soul, causing his body to shake uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear and panic. He would never forget the moment when his spiritual realm was violently torn asunder by the towering, divine illusion. It had manifested into a terrifying nightmare, deeply rooted in his heart, allowing him to recall the insignificance he felt before that immense celestial figure. He felt as small as a grain of sand lost in an ocean or a speck of dust in a vast desert. At that moment, voices began to echo from all directions. Who emerged victorious? It remained uncertain. Could it be that Taoist Liuli had triumphed? Numerous disciples of the immortals sect were abuzz with excitement, speculating in disbelief. Could it be that esteemed disciple of the pure Yang Dao sect, with his profound and inscrutable techniques, posed a significant challenge for Liuli, who sought victory? Others among them analyzed the situation with a cool head, recalling the vivid memory of Zhou Yin and Lin Ding's dismal defeat, which haunted their minds. The terrifying prowess of the pure Yang Dao sect's disciple, Dongshuan, had left an indelible impression on them. Even Master Changmei, along with the senior elders of the immortals sect, directed their attention towards Liuli, pondering the outcome. Would he prevail, or had he already suffered defeat? Meanwhile, over on the side of the pure Yang Dao sect, led by the formidable Ling Ku, the hundreds of disciples and elders felt little of that tension. On the contrary, they were convinced that they had already secured victory. However, something felt amiss. Just as some disciples of the pure Yang Dao sect prepared to cheer in triumph, Ling Ku, a top-tier earth immortal, sensed an unusual shift. His brow furrowed, and his expression subtly changed as his hollow gaze fixated on the spot where Dongshuan stood. Though he could not discern Dongshuan's current expression, as a master of his caliber, he possessed other means to perceive the anomaly clearly. Dongshuan appeared exceedingly weak, not in terms of vitality, but rather in mental fortitude. This realization sent a wave of alarm through Ling Ku, leaving him aghast. The situation was unfolding far from his expectations. Dongshuan's condition was dire, unprecedentedly so. Ling Ku's vacant pupils narrowed slightly, his complexion shifting dramatically. In a rush, he swiftly traversed hundreds of meters, vanishing into the void. The terrifying might of a third-tier earth immortal was unleashed in an instant. The next moment, Ling Ku materialized beside Dongshuan and hastily grasped his arm, urgently probing for any abnormalities in his condition. Upon contact, he was taken aback. Dongshuan's arm felt icy to the touch, devoid of warmth, exuding an unsettling chill. Furthermore, he detected a sheen of cold sweat cascading from Dongshuan's form. What could be the cause? Ling Ku could not restrain his curiosity. He had never witnessed Dongshuan in such a state. Was this the manifestation of victory? No, it was clearly a sign of defeat. The realization struck Ling Ku with disbelief. His disciple had lost, devastatingly so. Disappointed, not only in himself, but also in the pure Yang sect, Dongshuan found himself unable to control the tremors coursing through his body. His gaze, filled with despair, fell upon Ling Ku. As his eyes shifted, he beheld a youthful figure standing not far away. In a moment of dazed reverie, he felt as if he could once again perceive the towering, ethereal silhouette of a celestial being standing amidst the clouds, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably and his pale, parched lips to quiver slightly. From this figure, he envisioned the presence of the supreme Tao Ancestor,